A man played games all night, and when he opened his eyes, the world had completely changed. The Zerg had been rampant for 100 years, and humans were hiding in their last fortress, barely surviving. At the moment of life and death, the law of spirit contract was born. Women awakened to fight as spirit contracts. Men awakened their spirit contract talents to control the spirit contracts, and only then can mankind guard the last pure land. Zhan was stunned on the awakening stage. He had just crossed over and caught up with the annual awakening conference. Watching others awaken C-level and S-level spirit contracts, his palms were sweating. The school beauty Xiao Mei awakened the S-level blue blood silver spear, attracting everyone's attention. But she turned around and stepped on Zhan to get to the top, announced their breakup in public, and called him trash. When Zhan's hand pressed on the awakening stone, there was dead silence. Dead silence. The laughter was about to blow the roof off. Suddenly, a faint golden light stubbornly lit up. The golden light swallowed everything in an instant. A golden vortex appeared in the sky, and the SSS-level talent Divine Revival descended in a shocking manner. The whole audience was in deathly silence, and Xiao Mei's face turned pale. This talent is unreasonable. Insight into everything, awakening magic weapons, unlimited contracts, doubled attributes. He ignored all the fanatical love confessions from S-level and A-level contract spirits. His eyes locked onto the isolated girl in the corner. Her soul was judged to be a broken E-grade zither. Zhan smiled. Fuxizi? It's you. Fuxican, this is actually Fuxican. As one of the 10 great artifacts of ancient times, Fuxican is only an E-level spirit in this world. Is there any justice in the world? However, Zhan didn't care about all this, because he, Zhan, was fighting against the elite, and the one he contracted was a divine weapon. So, he immediately took a step and walked towards the awakening stage. This scene made all the female students nervous, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. However, Zhan didn't even look at it, and walked straight forward. When Xiao Mei saw Zhan coming towards her, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. I thought you had such a strong will, but I didn't expect that you couldn't help it when I just increased it to 100 times a day. When we complete the contract, by then, you will still be unable to escape from my palm and let me control you. At this moment, Zhan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Student, please move aside. You are blocking my way. Xiao Mei thought she had heard it wrongly. Before she could speak, Zhan had already passed by her and ignored her. Then, Zhan walked up to Xia Yue, who was sitting there. Xia Yue, are you willing to complete the contract with me and become my exclusive contract spirit? Xia Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked like a frightened deer, which made her look very cute. Even more shocked than Xia Yue were the teachers and students in the whole school. They never thought that Zhan, a spirit bond master with SSS-level talent, would choose Xia Yue, who only had an E-level spirit bond, and whose transformed form was just a broken piano. If it was before, there would be dozens of people like Zhan confessing their love to her every day. But since Xia Yue awakened her E-level talent, these people seemed to have evaporated, and even those former plastic sisters began to stop pretending to be friends. Defamation, isolation, and ridicule. Xia Yue had been silently enduring all of this. She had never expected that an SSS-level spiritual bond master, a future prodigy, would actually say such things to her. Xiao Mei couldn't understand it at all. Why? She's just an E-level spirit, and I'm S-level. I'm the blood-washed silver spear, and she's just a broken zither. Just because she's prettier and more innocent than me, you chose her? Zhan, you're a scumbag. You're obsessed with sex. Xiao Mei's whole face was distorted with excitement, and she felt a huge sense of frustration. But more importantly, she had said it so directly, but Zhan still chose Xia Yue, which made her a joke. Zhan ignored Xiao Mei behind him. He just stared at Xia Yue, quietly waiting for her decision. Xia Yue opened her mouth, but before she could speak, suddenly, an unexpected voice came from behind the crowd. No, I don't agree. Principal. Principal. The crowd made way for him. As the principal of Qingting College, Chen Guangpu was jogging over. His soul was killed in a tragic Zerg invasion war, and he never remarried after that. Instead, he chose to be the principal of Qingting College. Because of this, Chen Guangpu's prestige in the entire Qingting College has always been very high. Your name is Zhan, right? Chen Guangpu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Zhan, Young man, it's normal to like someone of the opposite sex, but you can't be so careless about the contract spirit. You are the future of Daxia. Defeating the Zerg and recovering lost territory for humanity is the mission of all spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters. Chen Guangpu said earnestly. Student Zhan, Principal Chen is right. I am very touched that you still want to make a contract with me after I awakened the E-level contract spirit. But you cannot make a contract with me. It will only hurt you, Xia Yue said, lowering her head, not letting anyone see the sadness and disappointment in her eyes. Han Zhan was about to explain something, when suddenly, another cold snort sounded. A middle-aged man with a serious face was seen walking into the playground surrounded by several people. He first glanced at Xiao Mei, then his eyes stayed on Han Zhan. His pupils were slightly cloudy for a moment, but quickly recovered. Godfather, Xiao Mei shouted in surprise, why are you here? Qingting Academy has made such a big commotion. As the defender of Shenlan City, how could I not come? Also, I seem to have heard that someone is bullying my precious goddaughter by relying on his or her good awakening talent. Is that true? Deputy Captain Zhao, there is no such thing, no such thing. Chen Guangpu smiled and stepped out to smooth things over. At the same time, he used his eyes to hint to Han Zhan, who was standing aside, to express his opinion quickly. The person who came was Zhao Hu, the deputy captain of the city defenders of Shenlan City. As more and more spiritual contract masters and contracted spirits awakened, the government established the City Defender Organization in Daxia to maintain the stability of each city. As the defenders of the city, they have great power. Han Zhan remained silent. This attitude made Zhao Hu frown unhappily. Young man, you don't think that you will really soar to the sky just because you have awakened an SSS-level talent, right? As long as I want, believe it or not, there will be no soul contracting with you in the entire Deep Blue City. By that time, a soul contracting master who cannot sign a soul contract will be useless even if you have an SSS-level talent. That's right, why don't you come over and apologize and sign a contract with me? Otherwise my godfather will ban you directly. Xiao Mei also joined in. Seeing the father and daughter singing the same tune, Han Zhan's disgust grew stronger. It was a completely different world, but the taste was still familiar. But sorry, he is 130 pounds tall, but he has 310 pounds of rebellious bones in his body, and his main character is a rebel. Han Zhan still stared at Xiao Mei and said coldly, you are worthy? You. Xiao Mei was furious. Zhao Hu's eyes widened with anger, and he waved his hands to have his men come forward to teach him a lesson. Qin Guangpu stepped forward and stood in front of Han Zhan. Deputy Captain Zhao, come down. He has an SSS-level talent. I have already reported it to my superiors. If you do this now, it will be difficult to explain when Captain E returns from the front line, right? Qin Guangpu reminded meaningfully. Are you threatening me? Zhao Hu stared at Qin Guangpu with murderous eyes. Okay, I can promise not to touch him, but he must sign a contract with this E-level contract spirit, not any other contract spirit. He doesn't like my goddaughter, right? Well, then let's contract this useless spirit. It's his own choice. Even if the higher-ups blame him, it can't be blamed on me, right? Zhao Hu said this, and sneered again and again. Han Zhan knew Zhao Hu's thoughts very well, and so did Qin Guangpu. The latter moved his mouth with a gloomy face, but could no longer speak under Zhao Hu's threat. Qin Guangpu had done his utmost to save Han Zhan. Han Zhan imitated Zhao Hu's sneer and responded, okay, I will contract Xia Yue. No matter who comes today, they can't change my decision. Han Zhan's decisive voice made Xia Yue, who had lowered her head, suddenly raise her head and look at him with complicated eyes. Okay. Zhao Hu laughed in anger and said, okay, 3 times. Tomorrow is the Spirit Contract Master Assessment. If I remember correctly, Spirit Contract Masters and Contract Spirits who fail the assessment will be forcibly exiled to the lower city district. President Chen, I will personally bring someone to see him tomorrow. I hope you can still protect him then. Zhao Hu said this and left with Xiao Mei, who looked unwilling. Qin Guangpu looked at Han Zhan, then at Xia Yue, and finally sighed deeply, shook his head and left. Before Xia Yue could react, her hand was tightly held by another warm hand. Let's go, Xia to campus bell. Let's go sign the contract. Han Zhan's voice rang in her ears. Xia Yue's eyes were instantly moist, as if all the grievances of the past few days burst out at this moment. Han Zhan, I'm sorry, she said with a slight tear in her voice. Don't be sorry, because you're worth it. When a spiritual contract master signs a contract with a spiritual spirit, it must be done in an absolutely quiet environment. Qingting College has a special contract room to provide a place for spiritual contract masters and spiritual spirits who need it. Xia Yue was held by Han Zhan's hand. Sweat was constantly oozing out of her palms, and she was very nervous. Although she was a school beauty, she always maintained the principle of keeping herself clean and avoided those suitors, and she had never even held a boy's hand. At this moment, she felt Han Zhan's warm and firm hand, and suddenly she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Her heartbeat accelerated rapidly, like a deer beating wildly. Are you hot? Why are your hands sweaty? Han Zhan, who was walking in front, suddenly asked without turning his head. Xia Yue was stunned for a moment. What? Don't just stand there. Let's go in quickly, Han Zhan said with a smile, and at the same time pushed open the door of the contract room and walked in. Oh. Xia Yue was interrupted by his words. Her face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly followed in. The space in the contract room was very small, and after two people squeezed in, it instantly felt even more crowded. Han Zhan could feel Xia Yue's hot breath gently blowing on his neck, making him feel itchy. Her unique fragrance also wafted over, making him feel excited. Normally, he couldn't see anything because he was wearing a loose school uniform, but in such a small environment, Han Zhan clearly felt the oppression ahead. This feeling is really spectacular, Han Zhan thought silently in his heart. Xia Yue's face became more red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. However, her figure was like that, and although she tried her best to avoid bumping into Han Zhan, she still inevitably rubbed against him. Well, let's get started. Han Zhan, who was sitting opposite, bowed slightly and said, Okay. Xia Yue responded softly, feeling like she was about to smoke. Come down. Han Zhan shouted, and then began to follow the spells of the spiritual contract master's contract, quickly pinching his hands. A faint golden contract formation appeared and gradually unfolded under their feet. In the golden contract formation, golden chains began to condense, interweaving with each other, locking Han Zhan and Xia Yue tightly together. These golden chains connected the two people's souls, allowing them to communicate with each other. If it was an ordinary contract, at this stage, the contract would be completed. However, at this moment, Han Zhan suddenly shouted again. He stood up suddenly, put his hands together into a palm, and suddenly closed them. Shenzhao. As he pronounced the word Shenzhao, Han Zhan's eyes suddenly became bright and dazzling. In his golden pupils, Xia Yue, who was still sitting there, was reflected. Xia Yue instantly felt a sense of panic as if her entire body was seen through, and she subconsciously covered her key parts with her hands. However, in the next second, a faint sound of a piano, as if it sounded from the sky, reached her ears. She involuntarily transformed into a spirit form. It was an ancient zither. The body of the zither was pink, with clear and unique patterns, exuding a holy aura. It was surrounded by a layer of faint halo, blending into one, giving people a wonderful feeling. As Han Zhan's gaze became more focused, soft white light emerged around him, and the strings of the zither vibrated gently, emitting zither sounds, as if resonating with Han Zhan's divine light. The ancient divine weapon, Fushi-Qin. At this moment, under the awakening of Han Zhan's divine light, Fushi-Qin finally completed its divine revival and awakened completely. Han Zhan's view of Xia Yue also underwent a drastic change. Xia Yue, SSS-Level contract spirit. Transformed form, ancient divine weapon, Fushi-Qin. Features, none. Divine nature, sword-hearted and zither-hearted. As the contract was completed, a large amount of information emerged in Han Zhan and Xia Yue's minds at the same time. Han Zhan finally understood the power of sword and heart of the Qin. As one of the 10 ancient divine weapons, the power of Fushi-Qin can be displayed in various powerful effects by playing different pieces of music with the help of sword and heart of the Qin. The only thing they need to pay attention to is that they are unable to control some extremely powerful piano pieces at their current stage. If they try to play them forcibly, they will encounter backlash from the Fushi-Qin, which will not be worth the loss. The contract between the spirit contract master and the contract spirit also has different stages, ranging from level 1 to level 9. The newly awakened spirit contract master is at level 1, and the same is true for the contract spirit. At this moment, Han Zhan's mind flashed with 3 pieces of music that he could play at this stage, namely, Po Zhenk, which focused on attack and killing, King Sinsen, which focused on recovery, and Long Xianko, which focused on assistance. With these 3 piano pieces, Han Zhan is full of confidence in tomorrow's spiritual contract master assessment. He knows that he will be able to shock everyone. As Xia Yue recovered from the illusion of the Fushi-Qin, she held her chest with both hands, her face still full of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that the contract spirit, which was originally only a level, had become SSS-Level in an instant. How could this be possible? However, it did happen. What made this possible was Han Zhan in front of her. He was like a god sent by heaven to save her, pulling her out of the quagmire when she was most desperate. Thank you, Han Zhan. Xia Yue's voice made Han Zhan's cheek seem to be gently touched by something. Then he saw Xia Yue blushing and running towards the outside of the contract room without looking back. This seems to be pretty good, Han Zhan thought happily. At the same time, Xiaomei was on the other side, shaking Zhao Hu's arm, and said in a coquettish tone, Godfather, Han Zhan, that bastard, made me lose face at Qingting College today. You have to compensate me. Zhao Hu laughed and patted her on the back. Ha ha, don't worry, I will make it difficult for him to take a single step in Shenlan City. Just wait and see. I have already made arrangements for the Spirit Contract Master assessment tomorrow. If he can pass the assessment, I, Zhao Hu, will take his last name. This is not good. He is an SSS-level spiritual contract master. Is it okay to offend him directly? Xiaomei hesitated. What's wrong with that? I, Zhao Hu, am equal to the sky in Deep Blue City. Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with an evil light and sneered. But you, my goddaughter, how are you going to repay me for helping you vent your anger? Zhao Hu looked at Xiaomei with burning eyes, his tone full of meaning. That's not a good idea. My godmother is still outside. Let me go and drain that S-level spiritual contract master drive first. Then we can. Xiaomei Jiao pushed Zhao Hu with a smile. Zhao Hu didn't care and picked her up. Then let's finish today's business first. Chapter 5. The assessment begins. Han Zhan became the focus of the entire Deep Blue City overnight because he awakened his SSS-level spirit contract master talent and contracted an E-level spirit. There was an overwhelming amount of public commentary, with many people angrily accusing Han Zhan of wasting such talent, calling him an idiot, and some even thinking that he had let down the entire Daxia nation. Han Zhan's choice shocked and angered everyone, and even those usually calm people couldn't help but cry out for justice for him. Some critics Kai Xin said that Han Zhan's behavior was extremely absurd and simply self-destructive, and Zhao Hu, deputy captain of the Deep Blue City Protector Organization, also expressed disappointment. Zhao Hu did not stand up to accuse him, but he knew in his heart that Han Zhan's behavior was equivalent to bringing big trouble to himself. The public even launched a petition, demanding that the college expel Han Zhan from Deep Blue City and exile him to the lower city district as a warning to others. But now, Chun Guangpu, president of Qingting College, has not responded, and the future of the Korean War seems to be undecided. At this moment, Zhao Hu and Xiaomei stood in the Accor hotels, silently watching these comments. Zhao Hu looked at the screen full of curses, and a smug smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Godfather, you're awesome, Xiaomei said to him with a smile. Zhao Hu was obviously in a good mood and asked casually, What's so awesome about me? Xiaomei immediately smiled mischievously and said, You're annoying. At this time, Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes and said, All this is just an appetizer. When the spiritual contract master assessment begins, I will let Han Zhan know what true cruelty is. He was obviously angry, and Xiaomei's eyes flashed with a cold light. She said with sarcasm, He dares to fight me, he overestimates his own abilities. At the same time, Han Zhan had already arrived at Qingting College. When he walked into the school gate, he could feel the cold eyes and whispers around him. Students pointed, and some even laughed disdainfully. At this moment, Xia Yue appeared. Her face was slightly pale, and it seemed that she had not slept well the night before. Seeing Han Zhan, she hurried over and whispered, I'm sorry. She felt guilty. After all, Han Zhan's experience was related to her. If it weren't for her, Han Zhan might not have faced such a bad situation. Han Zhan didn't have too many emotions. He just smiled and reached out to gently ruffle Xia Yue's hair. Don't keep apologizing. You are the school beauty. You should be confident. As he said that, he took out a bag from his backpack and stuffed it into her arms. Bread and milk. I guess you didn't have breakfast? Don't let me down when you go for the assessment. Xia Yue held the bag of breakfast, feeling warm in her heart. She nodded. Well, thank you. She felt inexplicably touched. This kind of care made her feel that everything was worth it. Han Zhan looked at the people around him who were still pointing and talking, and suddenly sneered. As for those jumping clowns, let them see who is the loser and who is the idiot. After that, his tone became more determined, hit them hard in the face. The Spirit Contract Master Assessment, as an important part of the annual Awakening Conference, has attracted a lot of attention. The goal of the assessment is to select suitable Spirit Contract Masters and Contract Spirits and arrange different tasks according to their specialties. The assessment is divided into 3 parts: combat, treatment, and decision-making. Each assessment is scored independently, and only by passing one of the assessments can you enter the corresponding field. The importance of the assessment is unquestionable. Every year, there will be official live broadcasts. This not only affects the individual's future, but also attracts the attention of people in the entire city. Those Spirit Contract Masters and Spirit Contract Spirits who fail to pass the assessment will face the fate of being exiled to the lower city area, which means they have been eliminated by society. Han Zhan and Xia Yue arrived at the assessment site and found that many people had gathered here to take the assessment. He glanced at the crowd and suddenly noticed Xiaomei's figure in the crowd. She looked in good condition and seemed to have an air of majesty. However, before he could continue to look at her, Xia Yue had already stood in front of him, blocking his view. Don't look. Xia Yue glared at him angrily. What? Are you jealous? Han Zhan asked with a smile. Xia Yue frowned, but she didn't seem to be in a bad mood, and then changed the subject. At this moment, a boy suddenly walked over with an arrogant look and sharp eyes. Are you Han Zhan? There was a hint of contempt in his voice. Who are you? Han Zhan frowned slightly. I am Xiaomei's spiritual master, Wang Lumao. The boy responded coldly. Han Zhan couldn't help laughing. Wang Lumao? Haha, this name is quite interesting. He smiled and was obviously teasing. Wang Lumao's face suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? He was obviously a little unhappy. Sorry, I couldn't control myself and thought of a joke. Han Zhan said calmly, but with a hint of teasing. Wang Lumao snorted coldly. Not choosing Xiaomei will be the worst decision of your life. Han Zhan showed no sign of weakness and responded directly. If I choose her, then there will be nothing for you to do. Shouldn't you hide in the quilt and cry? He said with a sarcastic tone. Wang Lumao clenched his fists, obviously irritated, but did not speak again. At this time, Xiaomei walked over from the crowd, glanced at Han Zhan and Xia Yue, and then said coldly, a person who is about to be exiled is not worth wasting my time at all. She took Wang Lumao's hand and turned to walk towards the assessment area. The assessment officially began, and the first stage was a combat assessment. The space in the assessment area was set up as a special combat space, and the test content was the spiritual contract master and the contract spirit fighting against alien insects. Wang Lumao and Xiaomei stood side by side, ready to meet the challenge. Test difficulty 1. One first-order alien insect, the black bullworm, the examiner announced. The black worm is known for its brute strength. Although it has low intelligence, it is physically strong, especially its thick skin, which often puts a lot of pressure on newly awakened spiritual masters. Wang Lumao took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body quickly gathered. An emerald green light shone in his body, forming a bead of light, which quickly enhanced his combat effectiveness. Xiaomei was not to be outdone. The spear in her hand instantly transformed into a shape. With the blessing of the emerald green light bead, the spear exuded a fairy aura and shone with dazzling brilliance. Break! Wang Lumao shouted, and fiercely stabbed the oncoming blackworm with the spear in his hand. Although the blackworm had thick skin and flesh, under Wang Lumao's powerful attack, its body was still pierced and died in one blow. Come again! Wang Lumao raised his spear with disdain, his fighting spirit high. The audience around him exclaimed, he is so amazing. Is this an S-level spiritual master? Where's Han Zhan? That loser who contracted an E-level spirit. I just want to see the expression on his face right now, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, he's the next one to go on stage. Come and see, the clown is about to start his performance. Chapter 6. Breaking the formation with one song, stunning everyone. The atmosphere in the command room was tense and serious. In front of a huge oval table, everyone was waiting for the next discussion. Qin Guangpu, president of Qingding College, and Zhao Hu, deputy captain of Shalon City Protectors, sat at the end. Ahead of them were the heads of various districts. These responsible persons were present in person to ensure that the spiritual contract master assessment could proceed smoothly. After all, this not only concerns the individual's future, but also the stability of major regions. However, this year's situation was particularly special because at the front of the long oval table sat an extremely important old man. The presence of this old man made the atmosphere in the whole room become oppressive and solemn. Neither the dean of Qingding College nor the deputy captain of Shenlong City's defenders dared to speak casually. They all seemed very cautious, as if they were waiting for any instructions from the old man. At this time, the broadcast screen was showing the wonderful scene of Wang Lumao piercing the blackworm with one shot. The old man slowly said, "It's okay." Wei Qing, who was sitting on his left, frowned and snorted. With S-level talent, it's still so difficult to kill a first-level alien beast. Teacher, you are far worse than the batch I had back then. Wei Qing is the person in charge of the first district. The first district is mainly responsible for head-on confrontations with Zerg monsters. It is full of blood and killing. Wei Qing survived such a battlefield and became the person in charge, so every word he said was full of pressure, even making the atmosphere in the whole room become extremely solemn. Pa! Suddenly, Wei Qing was hit hard on the back of his head, and the whole room fell silent instantly. No one dared to make a sound. The old man, whom Wei Qing called teacher, slowly withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Damn it. How many times have I told you not to use the word labor when speaking? Do you want to be my laborer?" Wei Qing immediately lowered his head and quickly changed his words. "No, I dare not." Wei Qing, who was usually not afraid of the 8th-rank insect king on the battlefield, seemed particularly humble at this moment. The old man shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Jingxian on the other side. "Lin Jingxian, tell me what you think." "Yes." A thin man wearing black-framed glasses gently adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Lin Jingxian is the head of the 2nd district, which is mainly responsible for the overall united front work. Unlike Wei Qing, he is a typical wise man who is good at planning and layout. Lin Jingxuan's analysis was concise and accurate. As an S-level spirit bond master, his talent development is still in the early stages. He is quite unfamiliar with using the spirit bond. As for the S-level contract spirit, its power seemed to be 20% weaker than expected. Otherwise, Wang Lumao should have been able to penetrate the black bug with one strike instead of waiting until the characteristic fairy spirit aura was triggered. It may be that the unrestrained lifestyle has led to the leakage of spiritual energy. Lin Jingxuan's analysis almost stripped Wang Lumao and Xiaomei's underwear. How many times have I told you to only tell me half of what you know and not tell me everything? Do you think you won't die fast enough? The old man's eyes were sharp and his words were full of intimidation. Lin Jingxian subconsciously hugged his head, about to be hit on the head, but he reacted quickly and barely avoided most of the attacks, but was still lightly hit. After teaching the heads of the first and second districts a lesson, the old man finally returned to his seat. The other district heads who were not questioned breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a life and death test. In the combat assessment area, Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei successfully passed the 7th difficulty of the combat test, breaking the previous record of Qingting Academy, and the scene burst into applause. Next, it was Han Zhan and Xia Yui's turn. When Han Zhan and Xia Yui walked into the battle space, the examiner's voice rang out. Test difficulty 1. First order alien insect black worms. 10. 10. The audience began to discuss. Isn't it true that there is only 1 in difficulty 1? Just now, Wang Lumao and his team faced 7 in difficulty 7. This is obviously aimed at Han Zhan. Haha, how interesting. Some people couldn't help but laugh. It's what he deserves. He chose a useless E-level contract spirit. They continued to make harsh mockery. The examiner explained. The difficulty of the test varies from person to person. A spiritual bond master with SSS-level talent should face a higher difficulty to demonstrate his true strength. These words aroused the support of many people. That's right. This is the real challenge. Well said. A group of people began to applaud the more difficult assessment rules. The broadcast camera then focused on Han Zhan's face, and the audience's expectations almost reached a peak. However, to their surprise, Han Zhan's face did not show any anger or dissatisfaction, but instead seemed unusually calm, even with a hint of composure. The old man in the command room looked at the broadcast screen and said softly, "The assessment rules don't seem to be like this." Zhao Hu stood up and explained, "This is a temporary difficulty added by our Deep Blue City defenders. We think that Han Zhan has wasted his talent and set a bad example, so." The old man nodded gently, his eyes not leaving the screen. "I think it's fine. We had this difficulty back then, and we've let these young people take it easy for too long in recent years." Wei Qing stood up and supported Zhao Hu's statement. There are so many spiritual contract masters who die on the front line every day that they have been given this relatively comfortable environment. People like Han Zhan who waste their talents should be exiled to the lower city. Wei Qing's words were not refuted, and the old man just responded calmly. Yeah. In the minds of everyone in the command room, no one thought that Han Zhan could deal with 10 black bugs at once. In the picture, Han Zhan and Xia Yui next to him have transformed into a light pink fushiguqing. Han Zhan holds it horizontally in front of his chest, his clothes rustling in the wind, and his temperament is extraordinary, like an immortal. Come on. Han Zhan looked calmly at the 10 black bugs in front of him and spoke softly. The 10 black bugs seemed to understand his provocation or were angered by his nonchalant attitude, and they swarmed up and pounced on Han Zhan. However, Han Zhan still did not take any action. He just placed his right hand lightly on the fushi chain and plucked the strings. Zheng. The strings of the zither vibrated, and with a crisp note, a huge air blade suddenly condensed in the air and swept out in an instant, with unstoppable force. The 10 black bugs had no time to react before they were pierced by the air blades. 10 bug heads fell off, leaving only silent corpses on the ground. This scene stunned all the onlookers, and the scene was dead silent. The broadcast camera was fixed on Han Zhan's indifferent face, and the camera gradually zoomed in. In this silence, Han Zhan's voice sounded coldly. This song, Break the Formation. Chapter 7. Various regions begin competing for talent. Fuck, this is fucking awesome. Wei Qing watched Han Zhan's one-shot kill, slammed the table hard, stood up from his seat instantly, and shouted subconsciously. It took me at least 30 seconds to kill 10 black bugs back then, but this guy only took 1 second? Wei Qing's tone was filled with shock and anger. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. As he spoke, he was about to turn around and leave the command room, obviously intending to go to the scene to grab the person himself. We have this person in District 1. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, he was held down by the shoulders from both sides, stopping his movement. Old Wei, Your first district is full of death squads. If a new spiritual contract master goes there, wouldn't that be courting death? It's better for him to come to our third district and get trained first. Yi Qiu, the person in charge of the third district, said with a smile, and put a hand firmly on Wei Qing's shoulder, pressing Wei Qing so hard that he couldn't get up for a while. Wei Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, and his tone was provocative. Old Yi, do you really want to do this to me? Yi Qiu laughed and said, Humph, my sister-in-law is not here today, so I am not afraid of you alone. The two of them had obviously not fought for a long time, and their words were full of provocation and friendly pranks. Hey kid, I haven't fought with you for a long time. I have to teach you a lesson today. My sister-in-law is not here, so it won't be too ugly to beat him up, right? Wei Qing counterattacked, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Just as the two were about to start fighting, the person in charge of the fourth district, Shenjiqi, interrupted. Brother Wei, Brother Yi, you two combat spirit masters are assigned to the district with the most. One is responsible for the front battlefield, and the other is responsible for attacking the position. Why do you have to fight for this newcomer? In my opinion, you should come to my fourth district and start with exploring the ruins. Get out of here, Wei Qing and Yi Qiu said almost in unison, sneering and rejecting Shenjiqi. The scene of the three people competing for the position attracted the attention of most of the regional leaders. The originally quiet meeting room suddenly became lively, and everyone couldn't help but start whispering. Chun Guangpu and Zhao Hu, who were sitting in the back row, had different expressions. Chun Guangpu was full of joy and surprise. He originally thought that Han Zhan was useless, but he didn't expect that not only was he not useless, but he showed such amazing strength. Zhao Hu looked a little gloomy, as if he had eaten the entire defense, and his face was extremely ugly. However, he did not dare to lose his temper in such an occasion, so he could only hold back and not say a word. The test on the screen was still going on, and Han Zhan's performance was still shocking. In fact, even the examiner in charge of the test didn't expect Han Zhan to pass difficulty 1 smoothly. But he could only bite the bullet and continue. Test difficulty 2. First order black slugs, 20. 20. The audience's voices suddenly became louder. Isn't it true that there is only one in difficulty 1? Just now, Wang Lumao and his team faced 7, which is difficulty 7. What is the official targeting here? Haha, this is really interesting. Some people began to gloat over others' misfortune. It's what he deserves. He wasted his talent by choosing a useless E-level contract spirit and gave him such a difficult task. Doesn't he like to play badly? Let him play. The voices of the crowd gradually became louder and more provocative. After hearing these discussions, the examiner calmly explained, the difficulty of the test varies from person to person. A spiritual bond master with SSS-level talent should accept a higher difficulty test than others in order to prove his or her strength. After hearing the examiner's explanation, some of the audience nodded and began to support this fair approach. That's right. This is to select the elites. We can't let those who waste their talents pass easily. The camera then focused on Han Zhan's face, but to everyone's surprise, Han Zhan's expression was not as angry or dissatisfied as expected. On the contrary, he showed a trace of calmness on his face, as if he had expected all this. The old man in the command room suddenly laughed a few times. Interesting. His laughter stunned everyone for a moment. He is indeed right. This kind of assessment is meaningless. Lin Jingxian adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, the first-level black worms rely on their thick skin and numbers to win. Facing Han Zhan's piano sound airblade, they have no room to fight back at all. Even if the number of black worms is increased to dozens or even hundreds, the result will not change at all. They will still be killed instantly. Lin Jingxian continued to analyze, unless it is really a tide of black worms. Hearing the words, black slug swarm, everyone else couldn't help but frown. This insect plague is huge in scale, usually consisting of millions of black slugs. Even a second-level spiritual bond master would be overwhelmed by this huge insect tide. The assessment standard for this insect plague has far exceeded the assessment standard for a first-level spiritual bond master, and has even reached a disaster level. Jingxian, do you have any suggestions? The old man asked in a flat tone. Use the highest standard of our combat assessment that year. Lin Jingxian gave the answer without hesitation. Obviously, he has recognized Han Zhan's strength and is ready to provide him with a higher challenge. Well, sure. Let them prepare. I didn't expect that I would come to Shenlong on a whim just to visit my relatives, but I got unexpected gains. The old man's last sentence was full of expectations for this test. Immediately afterwards, the staff responsible for notification rushed to the battlefield and began to convey the new combat assessment content. A few minutes later, the updated assessment content quickly reached everyone's ears. Ahem. In response to your request, the authorities have made adjustments. The staff member announced nervously, Battle Test Assessment, Difficulty Level 3. 10 Tier 2 Giant Armored Lizards. 10 Tier 2 Thunderbirds. The whole audience was in an uproar. The second-level giant armored lizard and Thunderbird clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Level 2? You let a Level 1 spiritual contract master challenge a Level 2 alien beast? Someone couldn't help but shout. The authorities are shameless. How dare they arrange the test like this? Some viewers were indignant. The second-level giant armored lizard is a powerful exotic beast, known for its super strength and defense, comparable to a heavy tank. The second-level Thunderbird is a strange beast that has the ability to fly and can launch lightning attacks, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Okay, come on. Zhan responded lightly, and it was obvious that he was ready for a stronger challenge. For him, the combat assessment is no longer a tool to prove himself, but to challenge the limits, challenge the potential of the Fushi Qin, and at the same time slap the faces of those who questioned him. Arrogant. At this moment, Wang Lumao's voice suddenly rang out. He withdrew from the assessment, and seeing Zhan performing so well, the jealousy and anger in his heart almost overflowed. The audience cast strange looks at him, their eyes full of idiot and clown. Wang Lumao was still unwilling to give up, and said with his neck stiff, "Why are you looking at me? If Zhan can pass this level, I will stand on my head and eat shit." Chapter 8. Is the test over? No, it's just begun. In the battle space, 20 giant armored lizards lined up neatly in a row. Their huge bodies were like a huge city wall, slowly approaching with a sense of oppression. At the same time, another 20 Thunderbirds quickly flew up and scattered, each looking for a suitable attack position. Zhan held the Fushi Qin in one hand, lifted the Qin body with one hand, and focused on the center of the battlefield. Zheng. The strings of the Qin vibrated, followed by a crisp note, and a crescent-shaped air blade shot out, pointing directly at the giant armored lizard. Boom! The piano sound blade hit the thick scales, and the powerful impact pushed the giant armored lizard back half a meter. However, the giant armored lizard's body was completely unharmed, leaving only a white mark, and no other damage was done to the rest of the body. This scene made all the audience breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the scene of the black worm being killed instantly was too common, and everyone was worried that if even a strong person like the giant armored lizard could not block the damage of the piano sound airblade, the situation would become extremely embarrassing. Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that this battle had just begun. At this moment, the Thunderbird lurking in the air suddenly attacked. CRI! 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 Sharp cries pierced the air, and lightning spurted out from their mouths, forming blue electric nets that swooped down towards Zhan. The thunder and lightning were overwhelming, covering almost the entire battle space, like an invisible net, falling towards Zhan's head. It seemed like everything was about to end, but Zhan did not panic. He quickly plucked the strings with his right hand, and then the sound of the piano suddenly changed, becoming even louder. Zhan retreated like lightning, cleverly avoiding the attack of the lightning net. Then, he swung the strings again, with an incredible speed, as if he was shuttling through the electric net, and got rid of the predicament in an instant. The battle continued. With every movement of the strings, Zhan could accurately attack the target with his piano sound blade. With every change of the notes, Zhan seemed to be constructing a powerful and profound movement. At this time, Zhan's break the formation sounded again, and the piano sound and air blades swept out like a torrent. Although the giant armored lizard's defense was strong, after being hit by 3 air blades in a row, its defense was completely broken, and its huge body fell down. Although the Thunderbirds were known for their agility, they were simply unable to catch sight of Zhan and were almost all swept away by the Qinin Qi blades. On the battlefield, the balance of the battle gradually began to tilt, clearly tilting towards Zhan. 5 minutes later, the examiner loudly announced on the radio, Zhan successfully completed the combat assessment, difficulty level 3. This sound spread throughout the venue like a bolt from the blue, and all the onlookers stared with wide eyes. Wang Luma stood aside, his face instantly turning pale, almost without any blood. Where is the person who just said he wanted to eat shit while standing upside down? An unwilling voice came from the crowd, the tone full of sarcasm. These days, even though the Zerg have occupied most areas, shit is still edible. Another person added, every day, you just eat and drink for free, but you can't eat shit. You should think about whether you have made any effort. Their sarcastic voices became more and more frequent, and Wang Lumao's face turned greener and greener, almost turning purple. In the command room, regional leaders such as Wei Qing, Yichio, and Shinjuchi were still fighting fiercely. However, when they saw Zhan dodge the attack of the Thunderbird, the old man and Lin Jingxian stood up almost at the same time. The sound of the piano has changed. Lin Jingxian still maintained a calm face, but he adjusted his glasses frequently, and it was obvious that his inner turmoil was difficult to conceal. There are two pieces of music, Lin Jingxian analyzed. One of them should be the breaking the formation mentioned by Han Zhan, and the other new piece of music may be a means of increasing one's own power. Breaking the formation has extremely strong lethality and can shoot out powerful air blades. The function of the other piano piece should be to increase Han Zhan's speed. After this piano piece sounded, Han Zhan's speed increased by at least 10 times. Lin Jingxuan's analysis was very accurate. He keenly noticed the changes in Han Zhan's techniques, but this made him even more shocked, because the methods displayed by Han Zhan exceeded his expectations of a first-level spiritual contract master. The old man obviously noticed this as well. He couldn't help but stand up, his eyes still fixed on Han Zhan. There is more than one piece of music, which means that his contract spirit has more than one means of attack. The old man's eyes were deep, and he whispered, "Breaking the formation represents killing, and the unknown music is an amplification method. Does that mean that his contract spirit has other music with different effects? Is this really an E-level contract spirit? This is absolutely impossible." The old man's tone was full of confusion and shock. It was obvious that he had realized that the potential of this contract spirit far exceeded the scope of what he could understand. As the most high-level figures in the entire Xia, the old man and Lin Jingxian have extremely broad knowledge. They know very well that this kind of talented spirit is definitely more than E-level, but at least S-level, or even SS-level, or higher. "Afu, come and take a look." The old man's voice was low, and then a figure walked out from his shadow. It was his bodyguard and butler, Afu. Afu's contracted spirit has a special ability, Jianjin, which can accurately identify the grade of the contracted spirit. It is a human-shaped awakening stone, which is more accurate than the awakening stone. The old man did not doubt Afu's ability, but Afu's answer surprised him. "I checked it out, but I couldn't identify the grade of the other party's spirit." "Can't identify?" The old man's tone was a little higher. Afu's contract spirit was SS level. If even Afu couldn't identify it, then Han Zhan's contract spirit was likely to be SSS level. But the question is, Xia Yue was clearly identified as an E-level talent by the Awakening Stone at the Awakening Conference, so why does she now possess such a powerful spirit contract? Perhaps, this girl's situation is the same as that of the young lady. Afu said thoughtfully. "You mean, she, like Lingjin, was identified as an E-level talent by the Awakening Stone, but your contracted spirit cannot identify it? She was able to become powerful because the young man named Han Zhan signed a contract with her." "Yes, maybe that's possible." The old man fell into deep thought. The main purpose of his coming to Deep Blue City this time was to investigate his granddaughter Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's awakened talent should have been an E-level talent, but her performance was unusually strong. Now, the powerful strength displayed by the spirit in Han Zhan's body made him wonder whether this strength was related to the contract between him and Xia Yue. It seems that it is time to find an opportunity for Ling Zhan and Han Zhan to meet. Perhaps he can give us some inspiration. The old man said in a firm tone. "By the way," Ling Zhan once said, "what is the name of the spiritual bond she awakened from the Awakening Stone?" Afu thought for a moment and said, "It's an E-level spiritual bond, Shinongding." Chapter 9, Not Just for Survival. The combat performance of the SSS-level Spirit Bond Master and the SSS-level Spirit Bond can be said to be unstoppable. Although Han Zhan and Xia Yue were working together for the first time, the tacit understanding between them was comparable to that of an experienced combat partner. In every battle, they showed amazing coordination, with almost no friction. As the difficulty of the combat assessment gradually increased, Han Zhan still defeated his opponents one by one with overwhelming advantage and completed the assessment task. Difficulty levels 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Each challenge made him and Xia Yue's physical strength more and more exhausted, but they still did not slow down. As the difficulty gradually increased, Han Zhan began to show signs of fatigue. By the time he reached difficulty level 9, he was already panting and sweating profusely, no longer as relaxed and calm as he had been at the beginning. However, among the onlookers, no one dared to look down on him. All the voices that had mocked him and Xia Yue disappeared without a trace. They slapped everyone in the face with their irrefutable strength. "That's about it. It's already the limit." The audience on the side discussed. "The strongest Wei Qing in our assessment that you're only reached difficulty 9. An older generation of spiritual contract masters sighed. "Damn it. If I had been given some time to recover, I would have been able to challenge difficulty 10. Wei Qing said as he looked indignantly at his right eye that had been turned into a panda eye. At this time, the fight between Wei Qing, Yiqiu, and Shinjiqi seemed to have subsided. The 3 regional leaders were evenly matched, and even 2 leaders were beaten to the ground and were receiving treatment. Wei Qing's words made Lin Jingxian immediately hit back. The assessment can be given, but the Zerg will not give you a second chance to recover. Endurance and warfare of attrition are also top priorities in combat assessments. Lin Jingxuan's words made Wei Qing shut up. After all, when it came to quarreling, Wei Qing was no match for Lin Jingxian. Let's go and meet this little guy. Wei Qing looked at the test indignantly, muttering, I'm going to drag him back to the first area now. However, just as everyone was preparing to act, Lin Jingxuan's eyes lit up and he suddenly reminded, wait a minute, look. Everyone looked up at the screen. Han Zhan had already gone through 9 tough battles, especially the high-intensity challenges in the last few battles, which had pushed his and Xia Youwei's physical strength to the limit. The examiner stood aside and asked, Student Han Zhan, do you want to continue with the challenge of difficulty 10? Difficulty level 10. As the final level of this test, it will be a true third-level alien beast. You don't need to defeat it. The test only requires you to survive in its hands for 3 minutes. The examiner reminded Han Zhan in advance because he had noticed that Han Zhan was not in good condition and wanted to give him a chance to catch his breath. Han Zhan lowered his head and took a breath, forcing himself to stabilize his body. He tried to stand up straight and said, give me some time. The examiner wanted to continue persuading. The combat assessment is conducted continuously, and the interval between each assessment cannot exceed 5 minutes. No, give me time for a song. Han Zhan responded lightly. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged, and the Fushi Qin was placed flat on his legs again. He took a deep breath, began to regulate his breathing, raised his hand, and gently plucked the strings. The sound of the Qin sounded again. This time, there was no piano music or air blades, nor was there an amplified dragon roar, but rather the sound of a gurgling brook and the crisp melody of pearls and jade, as light as the wind, with a melodious breath. As the piano music sounded, a huge cyclone suddenly formed behind Han Zhan, almost as high as him. The speed of rotation became faster and faster, and spiritual energy began to be sucked into it frantically. Han Zhan and Xia Youwei's spiritual energy was recovering at an unimaginable speed. The air around them seemed to be emptied, forming a spiritual energy vacuum zone of dozens of meters. The source of all this was the Fushi Qin music that Han Zhan was playing, Qing Xin San. Everyone in the command room was stunned. The situation that had been settled had changed again. Fuck, is this kid cheating? Someone whispered, eyes full of astonishment. You can still play like this? You're not pretending anymore, right? Another person exclaimed in surprise. It can attack and defend, can assist and strengthen, and can recover and heal? Is this still an E-level spirit contract? Some people simply couldn't believe their eyes. This is an almighty spirit. It's simply amazing. Some viewers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In the command room, the atmosphere exploded again. The person in charge of the 5th district pushed Yu Qiu and Shinjuchi aside and said angrily, Today, this young man named Han Zhan must go to the 5th district with me. Must. Seeing this, Wei Qing's mood became tense again. Old Liu, are you here to snatch someone too? You reckless men are always thinking about sending the spirit contract master to the battlefield. Lu Jingchun counterattacked coldly, don't you know how much use this spirit contract master's talent can bring if it is placed in the rear? He continued, he can absorb spiritual energy, heal injuries, and perform group recovery. What does this mean? It means that as long as we train him, the mortality rate of our combat spiritual bond masters will drop by at least 30%. 30%. You actually want him to go to the battlefield and die? Lu Jingchuan's words left everyone present speechless. Although Wei Qing and others had different ideas, from a strategic perspective, Lu Jingchuan's opinion was indeed irrefutable. Let's leave it to the teacher to decide. Lin Jingxian spoke at the right time to smooth things over. The atmosphere in the command room became more complicated. The Korean War became the object of contention among various forces. In the battle space, Han Zhan stood firm again, his eyes filled with solemn light. On the opposite side, the aura of the third-level alien beast Red Flame Beast surged like a mountain torrent. The Red Flame Beast is 3 meters tall, with flames burning all over its body, like a huge dinosaur. When it appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air soared instantly, and the flames burned and distorted the air. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out flames, and the scorching flames burned almost everything to ashes. The flames continued to pour out, and the battle space was covered by the flames of the Red Flame Beast, almost collapsing. Han Zhan felt this surging power and took a deep breath. Is this the power of a third-level beast? Han Zhan thought to himself. At this time, the Red Flame Beast opened its mouth and spit fire again, and the flames rushed towards Han Zhan. You can't defeat it. Run away. The spectators shouted. However, Han Zhan did not retreat. Instead, he quietly watched the raging flames of the Red Flame Beast. He silently said in his heart, Yue, are you ready? Yes. Xia Youwei's voice was firm and clear, and came without hesitation. No matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. Han Zhan felt the firm strength behind him, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Okay, then come on. A fire ignited in his heart, and he shouted without flinching, "My name is Han Zhan, and I'm a spiritual contract master. I came here not just to live. Kill." Chapter 10, Scene 2 Number 4, How Joyful the Wind. Han Zhan's words were not just for himself. His voice penetrated the battle space and was clearly heard by everyone. All the spiritual contract masters, all the viewers watching the broadcast, and the heads of various regions in the general command room, all heard these words. Everyone had a different look on their face. Some were confused, some were indifferent, some were shocked, and some were eager to fight. But Han Zhan is Han Zhan, and he is stubborn. He is unwilling to give up. He has come to this point and will never back down easily. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate a certain amount of evil spirit, and this evil spirit is roaring in his chest and will never be released easily. He pressed the strings of the Fushi chain again. At this time, some abnormal phenomena occurred outside the battle space. A piece of white paper was blown off automatically without wind and fell lightly to the ground. The leaves on a tree were rustling and swaying in the wind. A female student's short skirt was blown up by the wind, causing screams. Behind these strange phenomena, there was actually wind. Countless winds that were invisible to the naked eye gathered from all directions under the call of some kind of power. They surged silently, gathered together, and turned into a powerful airflow that penetrated the battle space and formed a tornado that almost penetrated the sky and the earth. The tornado almost completely enveloped the red flame beast. A little bit of noble spirit, 1,000 miles of joyful wind. Han Zhan's spiritual energy poured out like a flood, bursting out with unimaginable power. This was not a piece of music that a first-level spiritual bond master could play, but at this moment, he could no longer care about that. Pardon. Blood oozed from Han Zhan's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and the bright red blood dripped onto the strings. With his low shout, the force of the whirlwind began to become more violent. The tornado swirled around the red flame beast, quickly sucking away the flames on its body and gradually dissipating them. The red flame beast seemed to have turned into a plucked chicken, its body shaking weakly, almost no longer threatening. However, everyone did not relax because of this scene. At this time, Han Zhan raised his right hand high and pressed the strings hard. The Fushi chain made a mournful sound, as if it was under great pressure. The violent wind surged again, completely uncontrollably drilling into the body of the red flame beast. In an instant, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and a light green light mark appeared on the red flame beast's shell. The light mark spread rapidly, like a broken piece of porcelain, getting bigger and bigger until the entire shell of the red flame beast was completely shattered. Boom. With a loud bang, the originally tall third-level red flame beast was reduced to ashes in the explosion. He did it. He won. This scene made all the onlookers completely numb. They could accept killing a first-level black worm in seconds, and they could accept defeating a second-level alien beast, but now, this is a third-level red flame beast. Can it be more outrageous? It's too strong. At this moment, everyone remembered the name Han Zhan, and also remembered his self-introduction. My name is Han Zhan, and I'm a spiritual contract master. I'm not here just to survive. Pa pa pa. I don't know who started to applaud first, and then the applause surged like a tide, and the dense applause echoed throughout the assessment site. This applause was not only for Han Zhan, but also for all mankind. Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei, who were caught in the crowd, looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. If they applauded, they would feel like they were slapping themselves in the face. If they didn't applaud, they would be ridiculed by the people around them. Wang Lumao watched Han Zhan shine in the battle space, and the anger in his eyes almost made him bite his teeth. Obviously, these honors should have been his, but Han Zhan snatched them away halfway. Xiao Mei's face was also not looking good. Her efforts yesterday and Xiaohu's promise had completely become a joke at this moment. Han Zhan, combat assessment, difficulty 10, passed. The examiner's voice sounded again, with an authority that could not be ignored. Han Zhan, treatment assessment, difficulty 10, passed. The announcement that he had passed 2 level 10 tests at once was undoubtedly a special favor for Han Zhan. Although there was a bit of partiality, Han Zhan undoubtedly deserved it. Although everyone was already numb from shock when they heard the announcement, they couldn't help but be shocked again. Passing both tests with a difficulty level of 10 is a record that almost no one can break. An audience member couldn't help but sigh. I am more concerned about where the authorities will send him. Such a talented young man will probably be fought over by all the major regions. Han Zhan didn't know where he would be sent. He only knew that after hearing the news that he had passed the assessment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The entire battle space turned into a pure white space. In that white space, a man wearing black-framed glasses stood opposite him with a serious expression. Kuaizafeng, a very good name. My name is Lin Jingxian, the person in charge of the second battle zone. Lin Jingshuan's tone was emotionless. Congratulations, and welcome to the third assessment space. Just as Han Zhan was stunned, a piece of paper suddenly fell from above his head. The paper was emitting a faint golden light and slowly floated in front of Han Zhan. There were only 3 questions on the paper. First question. If you and your team of 10 spiritual bond masters were suddenly attacked by 100 cockroach nest insects in the suburbs, what would you do? The cockroach nest worms are typical first-level alien insects. If the 10 spiritual contract masters are properly distributed, they can completely defeat this insect army. Zhan thought for a while and gave his own answer. Let the other 9 spiritual contract masters defend and resist, and I will go to the nearest big city alone. Your answer surprised me a little. After hearing this, Lin Jingxian did not comment immediately, but asked, why did you choose to do this? The reason is very simple. When you see one cockroach, it may mean that there are 100 cockroaches in your home. Therefore, the appearance of 100 cockroach nests is most likely just the vanguard, and the actual number of the swarm may exceed tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. I asked the other 9 people to hold on so that the Zerg would not notice my reaction, and I went to the big city to warn the reinforcements and prepare for possible insect disasters. Zhan's answer was concise and clear. Lin Jingxian nodded. Second question. Who do you think will win in the end, the Zerg or humans? I think the Zerg will win in the end, but humans will not fail. Zhan's answer was full of profound meaning. An interesting answer. Lin Jingxian continued to ask. Third question. What did you do after becoming a spiritual contract master? Why? Zhan's mind flashed with a series of past experiences. He took a deep breath and answered seriously. I became a spiritual contract master so that the bugs would no longer wreak havoc on our homeland, so that the people could live and work in peace, so that I could see smiles on everyone's faces, and so that the flag of Daxia could be planted all over the plundered territories. It is our duty to restore the glory of Daxia. Well said. In the distance, a round of applause rang out. An old man with vigorous spirit came over. Although he had a head full of white hair, he was still healthy and his eyes were bright. Boy, are you willing to be my disciple? Chapter 11. Become a disciple. Give gifts and hot pot. When a mysterious old man appears in a mysterious space, he asks you if you are willing to be his disciple. How do you choose? Of course I agreed to him. Zhan is not stupid. Lin Jingxian is the person in charge of the second war zone. The old man who can appear here must be at least 1 level higher than him. Without saying a word, he knelt on the ground and performed the ceremony of paying homage to his teacher. Teacher, Zhan said respectfully. His decisiveness made the 2 people opposite him stunned at first, and then Lin Jingxian showed a very emotional smile. Zhan, no, I should call you junior brother now. You are a smart man. The teacher's surname is Li, but the name is different, which means different paths lead to the same destination. With Lin Jingxuan's introduction, Zhan looked at Li Shutong standing in front of him. In his few memories of this world, he actually had memories of this name. Li Shutong, Li family. The most powerful family in the entire Daxia. 100 years ago, the 3 insect emperors joined forces to overthrow Daxia. They broke through 12 lines of defense. The insect army was unstoppable, and the survival of Daxia hung in the balance. At that time, it was the Li family who stood up. A man named Li Shutong saved Daxia from collapse. He broke into Longtan alone, fought against 3 insect emperors alone, and killed the 3 insect emperors. The insect race was defeated. It is difficult to connect that powerful man with his divine power with the kind-looking old man in front of me. In the memory of the Korean War, after the Li family became the first family of Daxia, they founded the Li School to select genius seeds from all over the world for training. Establish a century-old foundation for Daxia. If the words I said before the Korean War were just a slogan to me. So for Li Shutong, he fully deserves this sentence and deserves this honor. Zhan was still daydreaming, but Li Shutong had already helped him up with a big laugh. You're pretty good. It suits my taste better than any of them. When Lin Jingxian watched this scene, the adjective greater generation kinship inexplicably emerged in his mind. Zhan and Li Shutong are over 100 years apart in age, and it really seems like they are a generation apart. While Li Shu was talking, he took something out of his pocket and handed it to Zhan. Zhan looked down and saw that it was a jet black ring, which was polished to a very smooth jade texture and had a cool touch. On the inner circle of the ring, there is a word 9 engraved. This ring was made from the core of the 9th level insect emperor that I killed back then. I made 9 of them in total. It contains a Shumi space that can store things. It can be considered a small toy. When Lin Jingxian heard Li Shutong's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Apprenticeship gift. Zhan looked at the inconspicuous black ring in his hand in surprise. He didn't expect that it was made from the skeleton core of the 9th rank insect emperor. Only Li Shu can do this. Li Shatong continued. This ring is stained with the aura of the 9th level insect emperor. It will have a significant deterrent effect when you face low-level insects. But when facing stronger Zergs, they may show a stronger desire to attack. If you're worried, you don't have to wear it on weekdays. Upon hearing this, Han Zhan put it on his hand without saying a word. Classic rebellious evidence. Haha, very good, very good. Li Shatong patted Han Zhan's shoulder again and said with a smile. That's right. Look at these cowards. I gave them the rings, but none of them dared to wear them. They are all cowards. As Mr. Li said this, he glared at Lin Jingxian. Lin Jingxian felt bitter, but he didn't say it. Okay, enough small talk. You and that little girl just finished the assessment, so you must have used up a lot of energy. Let's go. I'm happy today. I'll treat you to hot pot and meet your senior brothers. The hot pot in Shenlan City is mainly spicy. Don't ask why there is such a thing as hot pot in the apocalypse of insect plague. Even if the Zerg is rampant, life must go on. The only difference is that there are now many more strange meats that have never been heard of or seen in a variety of hot pot ingredients. Li Shatong took them to eat the Zigong hot pot, a large private room, surrounded by a circle and filled with people. Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei were a little restrained, like a newlywed couple, and were pulled to sit next to Li Shatong. Xia Yuwei's cheeks were flushed, as if she had drunk some wine and was a little drunk. The 9-grid hot pot was emitting steam, the red oil pot was bubbling, and the aroma was boiling. The heads of several regions were looking at Han Zhan and his team with satisfied looks in their eyes. Junior brother, I'm Wei Qing, the person in charge of the first war zone. If you have time in the future, you can come to our war zone to play. First war zone, play around? Hearing these 2 words spoken so casually by Wei Qing, a question mark popped up in Han Zhan's mind. However, he still pulled Xia Yuwei, who was daydreaming beside him, to stand up and picked up the teacup in his hand. Big brother. Okay, let's do it. Wei Qing nodded with a smile, turned around, and took out a pair of crimson boxing gloves. This is my gift to you. When you study with the teacher in the future, you will inevitably have to learn boxing. I have used this pair of boxing gloves for a long time. They are stained with the blood of the Zerg. I won't go into more details. You can just use it and experience its wonderful uses for yourself. Wei Qing threw the gloves over, and the latter took them. As soon as he got it, Han Zhan felt a surge of evil spirit that made him shudder. He seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses formed by the piles of countless Zerg corpses. How many Zergs has Wei Qing killed with this pair of gloves? Han Zhan retracted the gloves into his own Sumeru space, and the evil spirit was slightly relieved. At this time, Lin Jingxian was the second one to stand up. Lin Jingxian, the person in charge of the second war zone. We have met before. Lin Jingxian was the kind of person who was serious and stern. After he finished speaking, he took out the gift he had prepared. This is a detailed explanation of the Zerg that I compiled and summarized since I became a spiritual contract master. It contains research on the Zerg species, structure, weaknesses, population characteristics, material value, and so on. It basically covers more than 90 of the Zerg species. You can take a look at it in your spare time. Thank you, second brother. Han Zhan reached out and took the gift. Then came the person in charge of the third war zone, third brother Yichio. The gift he brought was a crimson battle robe with amazing defensive power. The person in charge of the fourth war zone, the fourth senior brother Shinjichi, gave a pair of heart-shaped jade pendants found in the ruins to Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei respectively. The person in charge of the fifth war zone, fifth senior brother Lu Jingshun, sent a gift package of medicinal materials that can improve one's realm and help absorb spiritual energy. Old Six is guarding the border and can't leave. You should be able to see him if you have a chance in the future. Old Seven is still overseas and won't be seen for a while. As for Old Eight, come out. As Li Shatong shouted loudly, a human figure gradually emerged from being transparent, but it was still shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. The eighth war zone is also the most mysterious war zone. The person in charge has no name, only a code name, nothing. The eighth senior brother, Wu, gave Han Zhan a gift of a note with a phone number on it. If you're in danger, call this number. Remember, only once. Han Zhan listened to this vague, neutral voice that couldn't even tell the gender of a man or a woman. He nodded carefully and put the note away. By this time, Li Shatong had met all the senior brothers he could meet. Han Zhan also officially joined them and became Li Shudong's ninth disciple. Just as they were about to start eating the hot pot, a discordant and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Hey, you're not afraid of retribution for eating hot pot without telling us. Hearing this voice, Xia Yue's face changed. Chapter 12, Is there anyone above you? There is no one above me. As a sarcastic voice sounded, a bloated middle-aged woman walked in with a little girl in a grand manner. Aunt, Xia Yue stood up quickly. The woman she called Aunt waved her hand. Shut up. Okay, Xia Yue, you ungrateful bastard. You usually eat my house and my things, but now I heard that you have made some progress, so you hide from us and come out to eat good food, right? No, what do you mean by I? I'm telling you, Xia Yue, your cheap parents died early, and it was because we were so kind that we took you in. If it weren't for us, you would have starved to death long ago. What are you still standing there for? Make room for 2 seats for me. Can't you see your sister is still waiting to eat hot pot? This series of words was like popping sesame seeds. Even the heads of various regions present did not react. The scene was silent. What are you looking at? You must all be the man's relatives. How come you want to trick our Yue away with just a meal? I'm telling you, no way. Your name is Zhan, right? You are famous now, but you should know that you are where you are today because of the soul contract we awakened you. That's enough. Xia Yue, who always seemed soft and good-tempered, suddenly interrupted angrily. You can talk about her, but you definitely can't talk about the Korean War. Xia Yue clenched her fists and stared at her Aunt Xia Yin fiercely, like an angry little doe. You dare to yell at me? Xia Yue, you are so arrogant. You think you could do whatever you want just because you passed that stupid test, right? I'm telling you, Nyonyo's uncle is the head of the 4th district. If you dare to yell at me, believe it or not, I will make sure you never get a chance to be a spiritual contract master again. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Shunjichi. No, I didn't. Before Shunjichi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xia Yin. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Xia Yin paused as she spoke, and then looked at Li Shutong, who had not spoken a word and was sitting in the main seat. She sneered smugly. You must be Zhan's grandfather, old man. Hearing this last title, all the regional leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips and swallowed. This person is really ruthless. The 3 insect emperors didn't dare to shout like that, but she did. What a warrior. I'm going to say this today. Xia Yue has awakened her spirit. Although she has signed a contract with your Zhan, it has not been approved by us. 3 golds, betrothal gifts, house car, everything you need, nothing less. Also, Xia Yue has to pay for all the food and lodging she has provided us over the years. It's probably about 3 million. You have to pay for that too. As Xia Yin spoke, her eyes widened and she looked like she wanted to eat someone. I'll tell you, there's someone upstairs in my house. Nyonyo's uncle is from the 4th war zone. Her uncle is from the 3rd war zone. And she has a cousin who is from the 5th war zone. If you dare to provoke me, you'd better think twice. Xia Yin said this openly. In order to intimidate such a large family, she had used her limited brain capacity to try her best to report all the prominent connections in her family. After she finished speaking, she sat down with great determination. It's her destiny to get rich today. Normally, she wouldn't care about that wild girl at all. She only gave her a meal every day because her parents entrusted all their assets to her before they died. But today, Nyonyo kept clamoring to watch TV, so I had no choice but to turn it on and happened to see the live broadcast of the Spirit Contract Master Assessment. Xia Yan's mind immediately became active. This is all money. Xia Yue suddenly transformed from a wild girl whose parents had died into a cash cow. If you can't come up with the money, I'll ask her to terminate the contract with Zhan immediately. Wouldn't it be wonderful to find a rich son-in-law? She finally shut up, but almost everything that should and shouldn't be said has been said. Li Shutong put down his chopsticks and pursed his lips slightly. What are you still standing there for? People are calling me old man. Why don't you call me now? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiu from the 3rd theater, Shun Jiqi from the 4th theater, and Lu Jingchun from the 5th theater all hurriedly took out their cell phones, their faces livid. Damn, why did this happen in their own war zone? This thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Only then did Li Shutong look at Xia Yin, who was sitting opposite him with her legs crossed. You said you had someone above you, but there's no one above me. Before Xia Yin could react to what Li Shutong said, her cell phone suddenly rang. She immediately changed her expression and answered the phone with a cheerful face. Hello, my child's uncle. How come you have time to call me today? I'm going to beat you up. You bitch. Are you trying to kill my whole family? I'm telling you from now on, our 2 families will sever ties. The smile on Xia Yan's face froze. Soon, the second call came. Uncle Nyonyo, Xiaoyan, you are looking for death yourself. Don't drag us down. I have blocked your phone number, and we will not contact each other anymore. Finally, I want to remind you not to mess with Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei. Then came a third call. Xiao Jiang, Xiaoyan, you old thing, don't let me see you again. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Get out. Beep, beep, beep. The 3 consecutive phone calls stunned Xiaoyan, who was originally confident of victory. You guys. Xiaoyan suddenly turned pale, fell to the ground, and started crying. Everyone, come and see. This spiritual master Han Zhan and his family are bullying us ordinary people. Their family has connections all over the place. We ordinary people can't fight them at all. They want to force me to death. Throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground, and acting like a scoundrel. All 3 routines were used on her. But Xiaoyan struggled on the ground for a long time, but no onlookers came over. Okay, let's end this farce right away. The dishes in the hot pot are already hot, and you can start eating. Li Shutong waved his hand. Lin Jingxian nodded, and the next second, Xiaoyan and her daughter were teleported 10,000 meters away by him. Teacher, I'm sorry. Xia Yuwei stood there and lowered her head guiltily because Xiaoyan was her aunt and she was the initiator of this farce. Li Shutong picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and put it into her bowl while comforting her. Yuwei, this matter is not your fault. You have lost your parents, but you still have Han Zhan, these brothers, and me. From now on, we will all be your family. It just so happens that you will be studying with me for a while, so you don't have to live in your aunt's house anymore. Come eat some food. Chapter 13, My Own Path. There are some rules to follow when eating Jigong hot pot. Li Shutong spoke while eating the meat. My mood was not affected at all by the little incident just now. The middle section is for hot pot dishes, which can be eaten right after being hot pot. The other 4 large squares are for cooking. The food needs to be cooked for a while, but not too long. The 4 small compartments on the corners are for stewing vegetables, which are suitable for long cooking. It can be seen that Li Shutong is very knowledgeable about the 9-square hot pot culture. Han Zhan stared at the 9-grid hot pot in front of him thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, Teacher, what about me? Am I a shabu-shabu, cooked, or simmered person? Han Zhan is not a fool. The 8 students following Li Shutong are now in charge of the 8 war zones. Now that he had become the 9th student, he himself did not believe that it was meaningless. Hearing Han Zhan's proactive question, Li Shutong burst into laughter. You? I don't know. Everyone has his own path, and you should choose your own path. No one can be sure of a person's future, including me. My own path? Han Zhan repeated it in a low voice, as if thinking about something. Fuck, where's the tripe I cooked? Where is my beef? Li Shutong asked angrily, staring at the empty 9-square grid. Xia Yuwei placed the bowl in front of Han Zhan with a guilty conscience, then kept her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, maintaining a well-behaved sitting posture. Han Zhan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the tripe and beef that suddenly appeared in his bowl. He covered the bowl with his hand inconspicuously, pretending to be leaning his head against the bowl and thinking hard. At this time, Han Zhan noticed that several other brothers were doing the same as him, covering their bowls and supporting their heads as if they had realized something. Han Zhan, respect your teachers. Big brother, why didn't your spirits, sisters-in-law, appear with you? In order to ease the embarrassment, Han Zhan changed the subject. In fact, this question was also what he was very curious about and wanted to ask from the very beginning. Be it Li Shutong or the 8 senior brothers from the 8 war zones, none of them have Qi Ling by their side. However, judging from the few moves that second senior brother Lin Jingxian just showed, it seems that they are not ordinary. How is this done? Let me answer you about this question. Lin Jingxian took over the conversation and pressed the bowl in his hand hard without making any expression. When they were picking up the food just now, he took the most, and the table was almost full. He could only use topics to cover up his other hand movements. You two probably haven't shared a room yet. After Lin Jingxian said this, Han Zhan had no reaction yet, but Xia Yuwei's face was already blushing with shyness. Just when she was nervous and flustered, a warm, big hand wrapped around her hand. Although Han Zhan appeared calm on the surface, he was doing all these little tricks behind the scenes. Xia Yuwei felt sweet in her heart, and her original nervousness and panic disappeared without a trace. After having sex, the spirit contract master can replicate the contract spirit's abilities to a certain extent. Lin Jingxian pretended not to see it and continued, but the replicated abilities are always inferior to the contract spirit's own abilities, so they will be weakened. As for the degree of weakening, It depends on the degree of compatibility between the spirit contract master and the contract spirit. Now that we've come to this, let me say a few more words. The reason why our spirits did not come with us is because they all have more important things to do. There are two types of Qi Ling's combat forms. One is physical form, and the other is human form. The physical form of the bonded spirit is the form they take when fighting together with the bonded spirit master. The human form is the form they take when fighting alone. At this moment, they are all in human form, defending their post for us. This is the fundamental reason why we can gather here in spite of our busy schedules. If it weren't for them, do you think we could really get away with it given our identities? Lin Jingshuan's words finally resolved the doubts that have been bothering Han Zhan. The spirit contract master and the contract spirit can fight together or separately. No wonder the senior brother just gave me a pair of boxing gloves. The improvement of the spiritual contract master's own combat power will have a huge impact on the battle situation. As for replicating the abilities of the contracted spirit, this kind of thing will just happen naturally, so just let it happen. Speaking of this, I also have a question for you. Lin Jingxian paused. What is the ability of your SSS-level talent, Divine Resurrection? Is she really just an E-level contract spirit? Not only Lin Jingxian. Everyone else also put down their bowls and chopsticks, and were extremely curious about Han Zhan's and Xia Yue's talents. They were all fellow disciples, and the other was a boss who was much stronger than himself. Han Zhan had nothing to hide and directly told them about his and Xia Yue's talents. In fact, if you tell them, Han Zhan has another purpose, which is to use the wider network of contacts of these senior brothers to help him keep an eye on the whereabouts of other ancient magic weapons. After hearing this, even those war zone leaders who had seen all kinds of storms and waves took a deep breath. Han Zhan's talent is really amazing. If this kind of talent develops, it is hard to imagine how high it will reach in the future. Even their teacher Li Shutong is far from being able to compare to him. Don't tell anyone about your talent except us, Li Shutong said, and then looked at Lin Jingxian. Jingxian, use your connections in the second war zone to make their information top secret. See, this is the benefit of having someone to protect you. Han Zhan sighed his heart. Old 9, although your talent allows you to contract spirits without limit, I hope you can restrain yourself. In this time of insect plague, we should keep our original intentions. When Li Shutong said this, he truly treated Han Zhan as his own child and was teaching him. He didn't want Han Zhan to rely on his terrifying talent to act recklessly and end up in an uncontrollable future. After listening carefully, Han Zhan nodded. Teacher, I understand. I will not make a contract with an ordinary spirit. Because of my innate characteristics, if I encounter a spirit with divine power, I will not miss it. In Han Zhan's previous life memories, there were 9 other of the 10 great ancient artifacts, in addition to the Fushi Qin. I don't know how many contracts I will be able to get in the end. Well, it's good that you have such an idea. Well, have you all finished your meal? After this meal, go back to your respective places. Hearing Li Shutong's words, Wei Qinglin Jingxian and the others all stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Shutong and said goodbye. Teacher, this year, Daxia has won victory after victory in the frontal battles with the Zerg. We have won 19 games in a row, and morale is high. Teacher, we have recovered 6 lost territories this year, and the total area of Daxia has expanded by 20. Teacher, we have made progress this year on the causes and speculations of the Zerg outbreak. Teacher, we didn't talk about business while eating hot pot just now. The heads of each region chose to report their achievements to their teachers one by one before leaving. Teacher, the new year is only 3 months away. Let's get together in Deep Blue City then. Good. Hearing these exciting news, Li Shutong smiled even more. Chapter 14, 8 Essentials of Boxing. After eating hot pot, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The heads of various regions rushed back overnight and did not stay in Deep Blue City any longer. The only ones left were Li Shutong and his new disciples, Han Zhan and Xia Yue. Teacher, do you also have a house in Shenlan City? Han Zhan asked in surprise on the way. Shenlan City is not a core city. It is just an ordinary coastal city. A being of Li Shutong's level should not choose to settle in such a place. After hearing Han Zhan's words, Li Shutong was silent for a moment. Deep Blue City is my wife's hometown. Li Shutong gave an answer that Han Zhan did not expect. Why did Master's wife go back to your hometown with you? She is just like the wives of our brothers, She died in battle. Li Shutong took 2 steps forward alone, and the moonlight stretched his shadow very long. Han Zhan and Xia Yue were stunned and looked at each other. Everyone only knows that Li Shutong saved the entire Great Xia and was the hero who killed the 3 great insect emperors. But who remembers her name? If she wasn't there, there wouldn't be any Li Shutong. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Just when Han Zhan and Xia Yue didn't know what to say, suddenly, Li Shutong, who was walking in front, turned around and called him. The Korean War. Teacher, I'm here. Be nice to Yue and the spirits that will be contracted with you in the future. They're not just spirits, nor are they just tools for fighting. They're also human beings with flesh and blood, your other half. Perhaps because she was a soul that traveled through time and space, Han Zhan himself had never considered Xia Yue as a combat tool. But Li Shutong didn't know. Although the creation of the spiritual contract method alleviated the insect plague, it also subtly influenced generations of people. When Han Zhan thought of this, he nodded seriously and firmly. Teacher, so what is the name of the master's wife? I want to know her name. As long as there is one person who remembers her, she will not be forgotten by the whole world. Li Shutong was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst out laughing again. You are indeed different from them. Some of your words are very much to my taste. They are like carefully crafted words that can stir up and amplify certain emotions. Teacher, what you're talking about actually has a special term called chicken soup. Han Zhan added silently in his heart. Her name is Ling Mei. Li Shutong raised his head and said, in that historic battle, I killed 1 insect emperor, and she fought to the death with 2. If she were still alive, she would be more qualified than me to have the honor of saving the Xia. When Li Shutong talked about this, he felt some nostalgia, recalling the days when he and Ling Mei fought side by side. Don't worry, teacher, Han Zhan suddenly said loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Li Shutong didn't understand what he meant. Teacher, I have a good idea. Why don't you give me the honor of being the great Xia hero? That way, you won't have any regrets. Han Zhanqing's strange train of thought made Xia Yue almost unable to hold back her laughter. Li Shutong's face turned dark, and the sadness that he had finally built up disappeared. You are such a rebel, you little brat. Today, as your master, I will teach you a few moves. In Shenlan City, there is a single-family villa covering a large area. This was where Li Shutong and Ling Mei once lived, but after Ling Mei passed away, in order to avoid being reminded of her by the sight of her things, Li Shutong has not lived here for a long time. The supporting facilities in the villa are all there, and there are people responsible for cleaning regularly. It's very late at night. Xia Yue went back to her room to rest alone, while Han Zhan and Li Shutong came to the lawn outside the villa. There are 2 ways of cultivation for spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters. One is single cultivation, and the other is dual cultivation. Maybe when it comes to the Korean War, there will be another type called Dwashio, but that's another story. At this time, Li Shutong had already changed into a set of training clothes, and he also prepared a set for Han Zhan. I suppose they told you more or less during the meal. 100 years ago, when Xiao Mei was still alive, I was invincible as a spirit bond master. But after that battle, Xiao Mei died, and as a spirit bond master, I lost my bonded spirit, and my combat power was greatly reduced. So, it was from that time that I had an epiphany. A spirit bond master cannot rely solely on his bonded spirit. Self-cultivation is to improve one's own strength and to better protect one's bonded spirit. It can be said that Li Shutong's point of view is somewhat different from the universal concept and cannot be accepted by most people. Not everyone can reach such a height like Li Shutong. Most people rely on contracted spirits to fight, so the death rate of contracted spirits is much higher than that of contracted spirit masters. As for contracted spirit masters who have lost their original contracted spirits, they only need to contract a new contracted spirit. This is what most people think. When Han Zhan heard this, he frowned. He didn't like the idea. He also understood why Li Shutong had said before that one should not use Qi Ling as a combat tool. What I'm going to teach you today is a set of boxing techniques. It's not my original creation. I got it by chance in a ruins when I was young. I have been meditating for 100 years, but I can only achieve 80 of the effect. Among your brothers, the eldest brother Wei Qing, who has the best martial arts talent, should be at 50 now. Don't feel stressed. Just practice as much as you can. Martial arts still depends on talent to a certain extent. Your talent as a spiritual bond master is already incredible, so your martial arts talent may not be outstanding. God is always fair. Li Shutong had laid so much groundwork that it made Han Zhan a little curious. Teacher, What is the name of this boxing technique? 8. Urgent. After that, he recited the boxing techniques while clenching his fists and making a starting stance. As Li Shutong took up his stance, a faint white mist suddenly lingered around his body, curling up like a banished immortal. Han Zhan followed suit and also got into position. The 8 urgent fists have 8 locks in total, corresponding to 8 hidden parts of the body. The human body is a small world, and every time a lock is unlocked, one can temporarily gain more powerful strength. Once all 8 locks are unlocked, one will surpass the limit. Li Shutong's story made Han Zhan's face look strange. Sure enough, he heard Li Shutong speak again. The first lock of this 8 fast fist is Kaiji. Boom! As soon as Li Shutong finished speaking, white mist instantly enveloped him. Li Shutong, who originally looked like an old man, became terrifying at this moment. Mastering Kaiji also means you have officially entered the realm of Baji boxing. Back then, Wei Qing spent almost half a year awakening from a life-and-death ordeal and unlocked Kaiji. So what you have to do is to strengthen your physical fitness every day and strive to master it as soon as possible. Li Shutong hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, there was another gust of wind behind him. A layer of the same white mist enveloped Han Zhan. Teacher, is that so? Chapter 15. Familiar Recipe, Familiar Taste. Looking at Han Zhan, who looked exactly like him, Li Shutong almost cursed. Not only do you have SSS-level talent as a spirit contract master, you can also learn the 8 fast fist in seconds. Are you cheating? How did you find the opening position? Li Shutong was really shocked. He didn't even know the location of the breakthrough point. He could only rely on his sense to seek a breakthrough in battle after battle. But Han Zhan didn't fight at all. He unlocked the first lock just by listening to himself recite the 8 accident fists. Just found it by feeling. Han Zhan was not sure either. He just relied on the memories of the 8 gates in his past life, imagined the opening position in his brain, and then used the 8 gates fist. Did it really work? After unlocking the first lock, Han Zhan could clearly feel that his body was filled with new energy, and his speed, reaction, and strength were greatly improved. It has the same effect as the amplification of the long Xiang Chao of the Fushi Qin. But now the Korean War can completely superimpose the two. This is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Han Zhan tentatively guided the inner energy of Baki Fist and began to attack the second position in his memory, which was Shiochi. But all these strong energies were like a drop in the ocean, and there was no news of them ever again. He gave up completely. It turns out that cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. Teacher, how many locks can you unlock now? Han Zhan asked curiously. Lu Dao, I have a vague feeling that it won't take long to unlock the 7th lock. Li Shutong replied. His achievement was impressive, but it paled in comparison to the disciple who unlocked the first lock in seconds. When Li Shutong thought of this, he clenched his fists expressionlessly. In addition to unlocking the shackles and improving oneself, the 8 urgent fists also have important boxing skills. Otherwise, it is useless to have martial arts skills, but nowhere to display them. Next, I will teach you the boxing skills that I honed through life-and-death battles with the Zerg. As soon as Li Shutong finished speaking, before Han Zhan could even open his mouth, he had already punched him. This punch is all strength. Early morning, when Xia Yue woke up from her sleep, she heard a noise coming from the lawn downstairs. Walking onto the balcony, Han Zhan was sweating profusely as he punched, dodged, and moved with several wooden dummies. It looks like he didn't sleep all night. Oof, this stupid straight man. Xia Yue muttered as she looked at the double bed she had carefully made. When she saw that Han Zhan's face was beaten like a pig's head, the resentment in her heart suddenly eased a lot. The teacher left in the middle of the night and did not stay here to sleep. Let's go have breakfast quickly. We have to attend the graduation ceremony today. As a student of Qingting Academy, after completing the Spiritual Contract Master Assessment, even if you officially graduate from the academy, you will report to various war zones and start a new journey. Although they made a great debut in the assessment and were accepted as disciples by Li Shutong, Han Zhan and Xia Yue's life trajectories in Qingting Academy have not yet come to an end. After breakfast, we went to Qingting College together. As soon as Han Zhan and Xia Yue appeared, they were pointed at by the students around them. He would sneer from time to time. Question mark. Han Zhan and Xia Yue both had question marks on their faces. This scene seems familiar, but it is precisely because of their familiarity that they have a sense of absurdity. Yesterday again? But haven't they already proven themselves in the combat assessment? Why? Hey, Isn't this classmate Han who performed so well in the Spirit Contract Master's combat assessment yesterday? In the distance, Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei were walking together. When he saw the Korean War, he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. What was he proud of? Soon someone solved Han Zhan's puzzlement. I was assigned to the Deep Blue City Protector Organization and started as a member of the bottom team. Yes, Han Zhan, I know this decision may be unacceptable to you, but this is the decision from above, and I tried my best to fight for you. In the principal's office, when Chen Guangpu told Han Zhan the news, he also sighed. Even he couldn't understand why the higher-ups made this decision. He is an SSS-level spiritual master who scored full marks in both combat and healing assessments. Why would the authorities send him to the City Protector Organization? Isn't this a complete overkill? Although the city defenders have considerable power in the city, they are, after all, an organization in the rear area. Compared with those frontline organizations in major war zones, they are completely dwarfed in terms of growth, development, and future achievements. No, Principal Chen, I accept this arrangement. Han Zhan shook his head and said. He finally understood why Wang Lumao was so cocky and why other students were talking about him. They probably think that they have embarrassed the authorities by slapping them in the face during the assessment. That's why the authorities took personal action and sent themselves to the City Defender Organization. But Han Zhan understood that this was what the teacher meant. Go to any of the major war zones. No matter which zone, no matter how you develop, you will eventually become a shadow of others. Is this what the teacher meant by finding your own path? Han Zhan muttered to himself. Han Zhan's fall from favor spread instantly throughout the Ivy League. Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei had a lot of fun in this. Now everyone knows that because Han Zhan offended the authorities, he went to the most tiring and difficult grassroots organization. Some people feel it as a pity, some people gloat over it, and some people just enjoy the fun as if it has nothing to do with them. The happiest person here must be Wang Lumao. He could finally vent his anger at being completely overshadowed by Han Zhan yesterday. Han Zhan, I've said it before, you're not as good as me. Even if you pass the most difficult test, what does it matter? If you offend the authorities, you will die. Wang Lumao waited outside the principal's office, specifically to mock Han Zhan as soon as possible and to see him get so angry that he turned blue. At this time, Han Zhan moved. He raised his fist and punched Wang Lumao in the face. Umph, you are angry because of shame. Arrogant, without a spirit bond. What qualifications do you have to beat me? Xiao Mei was not around, and when Wang Lumao saw Han Zhan taking action, he did not retreat. With a cold snort, a layer of white mist condensed in front of him. The gift of spiritual contract, the spirit of immortals. Wang Lumao couldn't wait to have sex with Xiao Mei yesterday. However, the white mist was extremely thin, and in Han Zhan's eyes, it was as brittle as paper. He punched forward, and at the same time, the power in his brain was released, and the strength exploded instantly at this moment. Boom! Han Zhan's fist shattered the fairy spirit, and then hit Wang Lumao in the face. The latter was beaten so hard that he flew away. He didn't even have time to utter a complete swear word before his eyes went dark and he passed out. That's it. Chapter 16. Drunkard, Dancer, and the Most Useless Team. Chen Guangpu heard the noise outside and ran out in a hurry. When he saw Han Zhan retracting his fist and Wang Lumao lying unconscious on the ground, he picked up Wang Lumao without saying a word and winked at Han Zhan. Hurry up! Someone come. Classmate Wang Lumao has fainted due to kidney deficiency. Someone take him to the infirmary. While shouting, Chen Guangpu walked quickly in the opposite direction of Han Zhan. Principal Chen is a good person. Han Zhan sighed as he watched Chen Guangpu walking further and further away. Xia Yuwei nodded in agreement. I hope he can live a long life. After the two of them completed the graduation process of Ivy League College and received the recommendation letters. Just leave here and report to the Deep Blue City Protector Organization. The City Protector Organization is located in the center of Deep Blue City, in an extremely imposing high-rise building. When Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei walked in, the reception center responsible for reception was empty. There was only a young man with a young appearance, hiding aside and concentrating on playing video games. Hello, I am. Han Zhan walked up to the young man, but before he could finish explaining why he was there, he was interrupted by the other party impatiently waving his hand. Go to the door first to get a number, then wait in line until your number is called. Han Zhan was stunned for a moment, but he still patiently explained, I'm not here to seek help. I'm here to apply for employment. Joining the job? The young man who was playing video games stopped and looked at Han Zhan and Xia Yue in surprise. He said, "Oh," twice as if he suddenly realized something and pointed at them. "Oh, it's you. Deputy Captain Zhao specifically asked for you to be beaten to death. Oh no, you need special care. You are the only SSS-level gifted spiritual contract master in Deep Blue City." The young man, realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, covered his mouth with his left hand, stretched out his right hand, and shook hands with Han Zhan. "Hello, my name is Xiao Bei. Your files have been entered. You have been assigned to Team 0527. You can report there directly." As Xiao Bei spoke, he explained to Han Zhan in detail the specific location of team number 0527. "Congratulations, Captain Han. You are now the official captain of Team 0527. The captain's duties, powers, and appointments are all described in detail in this booklet. You can take a look at it. We will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me. Those who could be in charge of reception at the reception center are all smart people." Xiao Bei's attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, so Han Zhan couldn't say much. After taking the so-called captain's manual and flipping through it, Han Zhan gained a general understanding of the organizational structure of the City Protector Organization. In the City Defender Organization, each city has a first team that is responsible for commanding all other city defenders. The other city defenders were numbered according to their jurisdiction and belonged to different teams. The 0527 team, where Han Zhan is located, is mainly responsible for the Xixia Road area in Shenlan City. Fortunately, it's not too far for the headquarters. After walking for another 10 minutes, Han Zhan and Xia Yue arrived at Xixia Road. I finally found the office of Team 0527. As soon as I pushed the door and walked in, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. The ground was littered with scattered wine bottles, some of which were covered in dust, while others still had wine stains on their mouths, obviously having been thrown away not long ago. The room was full of wine bottles, making Han Zhan and Xia Yue feel like they had nowhere to put their feet. As he walked in, Han Zhan saw a middle-aged man with messy hair and a bearded face lying drunk on the ground. He was holding a half-empty bottle of wine in his arms, snoring drunkenly. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning outside, and he showed no sign of waking up. Han Zhan looked at the drunkard lying on the ground and frowned. It seems that Zhao, who had ulterior motives in assigning me to the team numbered 0527, just as he was about to wake up the drunkard, there was a jingling sound from the door curtain. A woman wearing high heels, heavy makeup, and revealing clothes walked in from outside. "Who are you?" The woman dressed as a dancer looked at Han Zhan and Xia Yue with some surprise. 0527 team, new captain, Han Zhan. Han Zhan said this and took out his identity document from the file bag. When the dancer saw the ID, she was obviously stunned and seemed to be unable to react. At this time, the drunk lying on the ground heard the noise, opened his eyes reluctantly, and called out to the dancer standing there. "Iris, money, give me the money. I don't have enough money for drinking." The dancer also heard what he said. There was an indescribable look in her eyes, and she finally took out a stack of money from her mask and stuffed it into the drunkard's hand. "I danced all night yesterday. I'm tired now. I need to catch up on some sleep. The new captain is here. You go greet him yourself. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Red Iris. I'm his soulmate, and as you can see, I'm also a dancer." After Hong Iris finished speaking, she nodded to Han Zhan and Xia Yue. Then she stepped on her high heels, skillfully stepped over the wine bottles, pushed open the door to the inner room, and walked in. The drunkard took the money, scratched his head with his right hand, stood up, and muttered to himself, "New captain. Are you kidding me? New captain, tisk." He opened his eyes and happened to meet Han Zhan's eyes. "Hello, my name is Han Zhan, the new captain of the 0527 team." When the drunkard saw the ID, he was stunned. The next second, he sneered, raised his hand, and knocked Han Zhan's hand away, his tone full of mockery. "You want to be my captain, you kid who hasn't even grown all your hair yet? Kid, get out of here now and go somewhere cooler." "Why do you talk like that?" Xia Yue had a very bad impression of him. Whether it was alcoholism or letting his soulmate work as a dancer to earn money for alcohol, this middle-aged man was disgusting. "Oh, the young lady has such a soft voice, and she looks really pretty when she's angry. How about it? Are you interested in being my soulmate? I promise." Boom. Before he could finish his words, he was knocked out by a punch and fell heavily on the glass bottles. The broken glass shards pierced his skin, but the middle-aged drunkard smile remained unchanged, as if he felt no pain at all. He was completely sober and looked at Han Zhan standing opposite him. Boy, that punch is really powerful. Have you practiced it? Han Zhan did not answer. The drunkard stood up, picked up a bottle of wine that he had not yet finished, and drank it all in one gulp. He burped with satisfaction. It's okay if you don't talk, but I'm advising you to leave for your own good. You must have offended someone, otherwise you wouldn't be assigned to this most useless team known throughout Deep Blue City. If you leave now, just say that I, Fan, drove you away because you were unruly. At most you will lose face, but it's better than you rotting here in the future. Are you right, Captain Han Zhan? Drunkard Fan shook the empty bottle of wine in his hand toward Han Zhan and asked meaningfully. Chapter 17, Mission Crisis. Take a look at this. Fan rummaged through the beer bottle, found an electronic device, and turned on screen. On it is a mission points ranking for the Deep Blue City Guardian team. Fan turned to the end and saw the name of Team 0527, proving that he was not lying. There are still more than 2 months until the end of the year. The City Protector organization will conduct a liquidation of the last team, which means layoffs. The laid-off city defenders will be sent to the lower city area. It's the lower town again. Zhao, who is really determined to send himself to the lower city area, right? Han Zhan took another close look at the mission points ranking list. Team 0527 was at the bottom with 0 points, and the one above it had 1250 points, a full 1,000 points difference. So it seems that the two of them haven't completed a single task in more than 9 months. This is really a huge mess. Just as Fan said, getting out of here as soon as possible is the best choice for Han Zhan now. Go away. Fan waved his hand impatiently. Han Zhan glanced at the inner room that Hong Iris had just entered, and suddenly asked, what if I insist on staying? Whatever. Fan threw his electronic equipment onto the table and walked out the door without looking back. The wine was finished, and he went to buy a new one. Seeing Fan ignoring the nominal captain, Xia Yue said indignantly, why is he like this? When he talked about the layoffs and moving to downtown, his tone was casual and his eyes were calm. Han Zhan discovered this detail in the brief conversation just now. This shows that he really doesn't care and is determined to die. Even if he wants to die, he can't drag the whole team down with him, right? How can there be such a selfish person? Xia Yue's words made Han Zhan nod in agreement. You're quite right. Xia Yue was a little slow to react. He can't drag the entire team to the downtown area. So if we want to solve this problem, we can start with another member of our team. The other team member mentioned by Han Zhan is the dancer just now, Red Iris. Are you really going to stay in this team? Xia Yue didn't quite understand Han Zhan's thoughts. Yue, avoiding problems will only make you accustomed to being cowardly. Only by overcoming them can you grow. Even if it's as he said, and we leave here, go back in disgrace, and get a new team assigned to us, will Zhao who let us go. Han Zhan's words made Xia Yue ponder. She was originally the campus beauty of Ivy League College, had excellent academic performance, and was quick to learn. After she understood, she nodded vigorously. Then we will stay here and make it the best team in Deep Blue City. Let Zhao Hu's plan go to waste. Han Zhan looked at Xia Yue, who was full of confidence. He smiled and raised his hand to pull a handful of soft hair. Well, it feels good. Restrain your smile. Han Zhan knew that this was not an easy challenge. The problem of Team 0527 is like a wooden box that has been covered in dust for many years and then poured with cement. Using brute force will only make it go to destruction faster. The Korean War needed to find a crack to pry it open. And this gap is the Red Iris. Thinking of this, he and Xia Yue stepped over the broken glass on the ground and pushed open the door to the inner room. Compared with the mess outside, the inner room could be described as extremely clean. Although Red Iris said that she wanted to catch up on some sleep, she just stood there in a daze. It seems that they didn't expect Han Zhan and the others to come in. Red Iris frowned, her face looking a little cold. Get out. She ordered him to leave. These are all the assets and offices of the City Protector Organization. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Han Zhan's words made Red Iris frown even deeper. Without saying a word, she picked up her things and walked out the door. Just as she and Han Zhan passed by each other, Han Zhan suddenly spoke. Do we have to continue deceiving ourselves like this? Red Iris? Or White Frost? Red Iris, who was about to walk out of the inner room, was suddenly shocked after hearing Han Zhan's words and the whole person froze there. Han Zhan's spiritual master's talent, divine illumination. Under his gaze, the information about Red Iris's spirit contract had already become clear to him. Bai Shuang, a level contract spirit. Transformation, love ring. Feature, lies. Able to truly change one's appearance, body shape, and height. Yes, her name is not Red Iris. She used lies on the Korean War, and this lie should cover more than just them. After his lie was exposed, Bai Shuang's eyes suddenly became dangerous. What do you want? If you want to use this to threaten me, then I advise you to give up. Bai Shuang didn't care at all if someone exposed her lies, because the person she most hoped to deceive in the past had never been deceived. She will always be just a substitute. What Bai Shuang cares about is this young man named Han Zhan. What exactly does he want to do with the already devastated 0527 team? Come with me to take the mission. Starting today, Han Zhan raised the electronic screen in his hand. Yifan wants to go down to the lower city, and he is determined to die, but you definitely don't want this, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't work so hard as a dancer to make money. If you just buy alcohol, you won't spend so much money. Bai Shuang wants to live, and she also wants Yifan to live. Her seam was pried open by Han Zhan. Oh, by the way, maintain the appearance of Red Iris. Han Zhan added. Bai Shuang, who looked like a red iris, pursed her lips tightly, as if thinking and hesitating. Why did you do that? Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in your potentially bloody plot. I just want to be a good captain. I'm not paranoid about interfering with other people's fate, but I am paranoid about people or things that affect my fate. Against the backdrop of the apocalyptic insect plague, being a little cold-hearted is always more normal than being enthusiastic. After listening to Han Zhan's blunt words, Bai Shuang's expression became much calmer. Okay, I promise you, I can do the mission with you, but I also have a request. You have to give me half of the profit from the mission. City defenders can get paid for completing tasks, and the amount of payoff depends on the difficulty of completing the task. No problem. After Han Zhan finished speaking, he handed the electronic screen to Bai Shuang. As a subordinate, you are responsible for the screening task. Bai Shuang was not vague and quickly found 3 tasks suitable for their team. Mission 1. Search for the missing city defenders. Mission score, 50 points. Task 2. Help the spirit contract master and the spirit contract to mediate emotional disputes. Task points, 10 points. Task 3. Pick up and drop off the employer's children to school. Task points, 10 points/day. Looking at the 3 tasks selected by Bai Shuang, Han Zhan curled his lips. The difficulty is low, and the points are few. If I do this kind of task, when will I be able to surpass the points? Search for the one with the highest mission points. When Bai Shuang heard what Han Zhan said, although she didn't want to attack him, she still did it. After a while, new tasks were screened out. Mission description: clear out the Zerg. According to life monitoring, Zerg activities were found in the sewers of Deep Blue City. Please ask the city defenders to clear them out. Mission points, 300. Zerg materials and other possible benefits are calculated separately. Risk factor high. Recommended number of people, 6 to 8 people. Very good, that's it. Chapter 18, I am doing a mission. You are racing? Are you crazy? Bai Shuang looked at Han Zhan as if he was a madman. Didn't you see the recommended number of people below it? 6 to 8 people. At least 2 teams working together to complete this. I know. You knew? You knew you had to choose this mission, you. Before Bai Shuang could finish her words, she saw Han Zhan had already selected confirm on the electronic screen. After pressing the confirmation button, the system will automatically prompt that the task has been accepted successfully. The status bar that was originally available also changed to received. You are really crazy. If you give up or fail a mission, 10 of the points of the corresponding mission reward will be deducted as a punishment. You just accepted it like that. Let's go. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Han Zhan didn't explain much to Bai Shuang. After confirming which sewer entrance the mission location was, he stood up and walked out the door. Bai Shuang hesitated for a moment, but finally, she gritted her teeth and followed. The vital signs were detected the day before yesterday. When the discovery was made, the city defenders immediately recorded the threat level as level 2. The threat level is an assessment of the level of Zerg invasion. When the threat level is between 1 and 3, it will be issued to the city defender team in the form of a points task. Once the threat level exceeds level 3, it will be defined as an insect plague requiring emergency dispatch of combat spirit masters from major war zones for reinforcement. If the threat level exceeds level 6, it will be a real insect plague. Every insect plague is devastating and must be resisted by a Legion-level spiritual contract master force. But even so, the damage will certainly be heavy. Threat level 2 means that the Zerg active in the sewers will not exceed level 2. No more than the second order. So what is there to worry about? If such arrogant words were uttered by other people, they would definitely be criticized to pieces. But he was the Korean War. In just one combat assessment, he killed more than double-digit second-order Zergs. It's a pity that Bai Shuang didn't know. Not everyone would sit in front of the TV. Bai Shuang should have just returned from the night dance hall at that time, and was catching up on sleep just like today. So when Bai Shuang saw Han Zhan and Xia Yue jump directly into the sewer through the manhole cover without any life-saving measures, she couldn't help but ruffle her hair vigorously. I must be crazy to actually come here with these two crazy people. Bai Shuang cursed and jumped down from the manhole cover like them. Captain, the mission to clear out the Zerg in the sewers has been accepted. At this time, another team of city defenders in Deep Blue City were staring at the screen in astonishment. The three big words received on the status bar on the screen confused them. Someone has taken our mission. That's impossible. Apart from our 0002 and 0018 teams, whose members have reached the second level, who else in Deep Blue City can take on this mission? The man called the captain stared at the screen with a frown, saying in disbelief, could it be that Team 0018 wants to have it all to themselves? After all, this is 300 points. If we can get it, it will be equivalent to at least 2 months. Impossible. If they're just a small team, it will be very difficult to complete this task. Moreover, their captain has just confirmed the cooperation with us. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Captain 0018 called. Old Xiao, someone has taken our mission away. When did Deep Blue City have such a person? Let's go to the sewer entrance at the mission location and wait to see which team it is. That's right, let's go. As soon as Bai Shuang entered the sewer, the pungent smell made her sneeze several times in succession. She saw Han Zhan and Xia Yue not far ahead. Be careful. The life detectors here have detected at least 8 second-order Zergs. This might be their lair. We should slow down. Whoosh! Before Bai Shuang finished speaking, Xia Yue in front of him had transformed into the form of Fushi Guqin. Han Zhan released his brain area, and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of light white mist. He exerted force with his feet and turned into a black lightning, completely blending into the darkness of the sewer. Bai Shuang, Han Zhan, and Xia Yue were so fast that she had no time to react. If we were any slower, we wouldn't even be able to collect their bodies in time. They are really young and fearless. They are second-level Zergs. It's hard to deal with even one of them. I was really too naive. I thought they could turn the tide. I didn't expect them to be just 2 reckless men. Bai Shuang just finished sighing. She heard the sound of a piano as clear as tearing silk coming from the dark and deep sewer. The sound of the piano seemed to tear apart the entire darkness, and the sewer was suddenly filled with the painful and crazy roars of various Zergs, one after another. This situation lasted less than 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, Han Zhan and Xia Yue appeared in front of Bai Shuang again. Not only was it intact, even her hairstyle wasn't a mess at all. You guys, Bai Shuang began to stutter. Are you done? She asked tentatively. She would rather believe that Han Zhan and Xia Yue were just pretending to fool her than to believe that these 2 people took only 30 seconds to kill 8 second-level Zergs. I'm doing a mission and you're racing? It was so magical that Bai Shuang thought she was dreaming. So she slapped herself twice. It really hurts. It's not a dream. Yeah, it's done. What are you standing there for? Go collect the valuable materials from the Zerg corpses. Maybe you can sell them for a lot of money. After you finish collecting the materials, go and hand in the mission. Also, a body of a city defender was found deep in the sewer. It should be the missing city defender. Complete this mission as well. Leave. After Han Zhan finished his explanation, he patted Bai Shuang on the shoulder and left through the sewer with Xia Yue, leaving behind the white frost that hadn't fully reacted yet. It was not until then that the smell of blood slowly spread in the deep corridor. Bai Shuang was startled when he smelled it and came to his senses. Half an hour later, when the members of Team 0002 and 0018 arrived here, the smell of blood under the manhole cover was already extremely strong. When they entered the sewer, they saw many Zerg corpses with tragic deaths scattered throughout the dark and deep corridor, which made people gasp. All dead. There are a total of 10 second-level Zergs, 2 more than the known information. They are all dead. I've checked, they're all one-hit kills. Captain, the mission to wipe out the Zerg has just been marked as completed. The two captains looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes as their pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of monster is this one that completed the task? Chapter 19 Undercurrent. Deputy Captain Zhao, Team 0527, just completed 2 points tasks. Currently, there are 350 points. Okay, I understand. I'll call each captain right now and ask them to start the points-grabbing task from tomorrow. Xiao Bei put down the phone, looked at the 0527 team, which was still ranked last on the electronic screen, and the 350 points behind it, and sighed. Captain Han Zhan, I'm sorry. I'm just following orders. Please don't blame me. Deep Blue City, single-family villa. Han Zhan and Xia Yue returned here after a busy day, and Li Shutong had been waiting for a long time. Dinner was ready long ago, and they ate and chatted. I've heard about your feud with Zhao Hu, the deputy captain of the Deep Blue City Guard. Li Shutong took the initiative to bring it up and asked, Do you need my help? Han Zhan shook his head. During the 2 days of brief contact with him, Li Shutong already knew Han Zhan's character. Seeing him shaking his head, I stopped insisting. The City Protector organization has many problems. It is named as a City Protector, but it does nothing to protect the city. Han Zhan considered for a moment and finally spoke. After only reporting there for 1 day, he had already seen the empty reception hall and the regional service point that had been abandoned for more than half a year and had no one supervising it. Not to mention, there are senior officials like Zhao who abuse their power to suppress dissidents. Others don't have the ability to hear directly from heaven, but he can. After hearing Han Zhan's words, Li Shutong put down the chopsticks in his hand. The word protect the city was chosen by a few of us old guys. Now that I think about it, it has been 70 or 80 years. Time flies. When an organization grows, there will always be different sounds, just like the occasional lesions in human tissue that need to be removed in time. It's a pity that we have no time to deal with internal troubles without eliminating external troubles. We have been busy dealing with insect plagues over the years, and the internal roots have slowly rotted away. Judging from Li Shutong's tone, there was no way he was unaware of the problems within the city defenders. Even this problem seems to be bigger than what was imagined during the Korean War. The roots are completely rotten, and cutting it off won't cure it, so we need a fire to give it new life. That's why I chose you in the first place. Han Zhan was surprised. Teacher, do you want me to be the fire? Fire can burn all the dead branches and dispel darkness, but fire can be extinguished at any time. I said, the choice of the future is in your hands. Li Shutong picked up the chopsticks again, put a piece of meat into Xia Yue's bowl, and continued. Let's talk about something happy. The big gift package that Lao Wu gave you earlier has been sent to Changxing Company. In about 10 days, we can refine the spiritual energy and make a realm-breaking potion. If the spiritual contract master and the contracted spirit want to improve their realm, they need to constantly absorb spiritual energy. Only when the accumulation of spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold can one break through to the next stage. Spiritual energy exists between heaven and earth, but it is relatively thin, and the improvement of realm is extremely slow. At this time, the value of the materials used to kill the Zerg and those natural treasures that contain greater spiritual energy are reflected. Changxing Company is a company that specializes in extracting these spiritual energies and producing breakthrough potions. A bottle of breakthrough potion is already sold at a very high price, and one still needs to provide the psychic materials themselves. It is an absolutely profiteering business. Because of this, Changxing Company has become one of the top 5 companies in the world. For my sake, Changxing Company will waive the fee for refining spiritual energy this time. However, for the 2nd level, 3rd level, and higher level breakthrough potions in the future, you'll have to figure out how to get them on your own. Thank you, teacher. Han Zhan and Xia Yue looked at each other and said in unison. Li Shutong waved his hand. Teacher, regarding Baqiquen, how can we break through to the next stage? Taking this opportunity, Han Zhan asked again. He tried countless times yesterday, but every time he tried to infuse spiritual energy into it, he failed. I can clearly feel the 2nd urgent position. Why can't I break through? If you want to break through the 8 urgencies, you need to remember 4 words. Li Shutong said this while raising 4 fingers of his left hand. Between life and death. Between life and death. Yes, did you see the chi around your body after you released it? They are produced between life and death. Only when these chi reach a certain level can they break through the next lock. As Li Shutong spoke, he spread out his left hand towards Han Zhan, and a ball of white mist began to gather on his originally empty palm. The white mist grew thicker and larger, rising into the sky, even larger than the table they were dining on. With such a huge chi, it is hard to imagine how many times Li Shutong has experienced between life and death. I understand, Han Zhan said seriously. Okay, you're tired today, go to bed early. I don't live here, so you two can do whatever you want tonight, so that you won't blame me, your master, for being inconsiderate. Li Shutong suddenly changed the subject. Xia Yuwei's face suddenly turned red. After dinner, the two returned to the room one after the other. Listen to the sound of water flowing in the shower room and imagine the water rushing down. Han Zhan slapped himself on the forehead to force himself to wake up. Xia Yuwei came out wrapped in a bathrobe. She was already a school beauty, and when she came out of the bath, it was even more impossible to take your eyes off her. Seeing Han Zhan staring at her, she shyly buried her head in her bathrobe like an ostrich. She completely forgot that she had two well-proportioned and attractive white legs exposed. Well, this villa is very white. No, it's not big. No, it's very spacious. I'll go find another room. Master said that the other rooms have been locked. Xia Yuwei reminded. Then I'll sleep on the floor. It's cooler on the floor. Ha ha ha. Han Zhan, who could kill a third-level Zerg without blinking an eye, was inexplicably cowardly about this kind of thing. No, you have to sleep in the bed today. Xia Yuwei was so angry that she didn't even care about being shy. She pointed at the double bed and then realized what she had just said. Those are the sheets and quilt covers that I carefully prepared. You can't disrespect the fruits of my labor, huh? This lame excuse gave her a lot of confidence. I'm the type who falls asleep as soon as I touch the bed. Seriously. Stop talking nonsense and come here. Before Han Zhan could explain something, Xia Yuwei suddenly pulled him down onto the soft bed. This was the second time the two of them were so close. Xia Yuwei, who had just finished taking a shower, smelled sweet with the faint body fragrance of a young girl. Her heartbeat suddenly soared and her breathing became rapid. Many inexplicable things that I had seen in the past out of curiosity began to flash back in my mind. Xia Yuwei closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttered a few times, like a flower bud waiting to be picked. 2 minutes later, a very faint cry from Han Zhan came from beside me. Xia Yuwei opened her eyes in embarrassment. Really fell asleep, just as Xia Yuwei clenched her fists and was about to punch this unromantic guy twice. Han Zhan turned sideways and subconsciously embraced Xia Yuwei in his arms. Feeling Han Zhan's even breathing and his unique scent, Xia Yuwei's dissatisfaction gradually subsided. That seems to be a good idea. She smiled lightly, hugged Han Zhan with her backhand, and the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 20 Fangs. The next day, early morning, Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei, feeling refreshed, arrived early at Xixia Road, the base of Team 0527. What they didn't expect was that the house, which was dirtier than a recycling station yesterday, has been cleaned up. Bai Shuang did not become a dancer, and Yifan did not drink. Two people were sitting in their seats, as if waiting for them. A new SSS-Level spiritual contract master from Deep Blue City, the strongest newcomer in the spiritual contract master assessment. Killed a second-tier Zerg in seconds, single-handedly challenged a third-tier Zerg, the most talented spirit contract master in history. The #1 genius at Qingting Academy, Han Zhan. It's you. Although Bai Shuang had digested the information for a long time, when she recounted the information she had found, the shock in her heart still took a long time to calm down. The authorities actually let a once-in-a-century genius like you join the City Protector organization? This is simply a waste of talent. What on earth are those bigwigs thinking? In such an environment, you will become useless sooner or later. They recognized their identities, which was in the plan of the Korean War. He killed the Zerg so efficiently yesterday. Any normal person with a brain would check his background after returning. Information about SSS-level spiritual masters and related information is now flooding the entire Deep Blue City, making it difficult to conceal. Showing off your muscles appropriately can save you from wasting a lot of time and energy. Only mediocre people will be changed by the environment, while geniuses will change the environment. When Han Zhan said this, he showed strong self-confidence. You are too aggressive and have offended Zhao Hu. Things won't be resolved so easily. Yifan, who had been silent, spoke up. In order to suppress you, He deliberately transferred you to our 0527 most useless team, just to make you indistinguishable from the crowd and exile you to the city. But you immediately completed the mission with the highest score. If I were Zhao Hu, starting today, you wouldn't be able to receive a single mission. It's true. In Shenlan City's task list today, all tasks are in the accepted status. At this time, Bai Shuang opened the electronic screen and saw that it was exactly the same as Yi Fan had guessed. All tasks have become accepted. Even if it is a newly released task, it will be accepted immediately in the next second, leaving no time for people to react. Zhao Hu finally showed his fangs. What should we do now? All the tasks in Shenlan City have been taken, and we can't compete with them at all. Bai Shuang said, raising his head and looking at Han Zhan. Yi Fan shook his head and looked around, trying to find where his hidden wine was. The useless team, which had just started to improve, seemed to be beaten back to its original form again because of Zhao Hu's move. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. The superior can suppress you by just using a little bit of resources. There are more than 2 months left until the end of the year. If they fail to earn points, they will be eliminated as the last place team and exiled to the inner city. You just said that all the missions in Shenlan City have been accepted? Han Zhan suddenly asked. Yeah, I've accepted all of them. Even those 10-point tasks you didn't think highly of yesterday are gone. No, what I mean is that the mission for Deep Blue City is over. So what about other cities? Han Zhan's question made Bai Shuang stunned. Fearing that she didn't understand, Han Zhan asked again. Score missions like this should be released on the Unified City Protector official website. Because it is located in Deep Blue City, all the automatically refreshed ones are the score missions of Deep Blue City. Am I right? Right. Isn't that simple? Wouldn't it be okay to just switch the address city? Han Zhan said, and asked Bai Shuang to change the permanent address to the neighboring Shanghai City. The original Shenlan City Points task list, after refreshing, suddenly became the Shanghai City Points task list. It really works. Is this actually possible? Looking at the full column of unaccepted points tasks, Bai Shuang and Yi Fan were both surprised by Han Zhan's amazing operation. Sometimes, once people get used to something, they will form a fixed mindset and have blind spots. But Han Zhan won't, because as a time traveler, ordering takeout and switching cities are basic operations and are memories engraved in his bones. What are you still standing there for? Accept the mission. The situation in Shanghai City is similar to that in Shenlan City. The ones with higher scores are all those who have solved the Zerg threat, and the threat level is 0 or 1. After completing all the tasks in Shanghai City, they switch to another city under Han Zhan's operation. Bai Shuang, Yi Fan. Han Zhan's bold move silenced the two of them. Although we can accept points-earning tasks across cities, this also means that we have to travel to various cities to complete the tasks. We may encounter insects along the way. Yi Fan stopped talking halfway. I almost forgot that the person in front of me is an SSS-level spiritual contract master, a super genius who should have shined as a combat spiritual contract master on the front battlefield. In a large rear area like a city, even if Zerg infiltrated, they would only be at most level 1 or 2. If the Korean War breaks out, it's hard to say who will run away. It seemed that Zhao Hu's move was easily resolved by Han Zhan. At this time, Bai Shuang thought of what he had said at the beginning. Mediocrities will be changed by the environment, while geniuses will change the environment. Let's go. Pack up the things you need to take with you. The journey will take quite some time. After Han Zhan and Bai Shuang finished speaking, they turned to look at Yi Fan, who was obviously not in a good mood. I don't know what Bai Shuang and Yi Fan said to make him stop drinking temporarily, but he still showed little interest in the duties of a city defender. We are from the same team, and you should join us. As the captain, Han Zhan's tone was unquestionable. Okay, since you're an SSS-level spiritual bond master, I will listen to you this time. However, you have to allow me to bring a box of wine. Yi Fan bargained. Make a deal. Fail. Zhao Hu's face gradually darkened as he listened to the report from his men. You mean they've already left Deep Blue City and are going to other cities to complete points-earning tasks in other cities? That's right. Have you complained to the headquarters? What did they say? The headquarters said that after checking, Deep Blue City's missions are indeed saturated, so there is nothing wrong with accepting points missions from other cities. Grass! With a clang, Zhao Hu smashed the cup in his hand to the ground, and tea and debris splashed everywhere. So, do we still have to take on points tasks from other cities and continue to compete with them? Seeing that Zhao Hu looked extremely bad, the subordinate asked tentatively, Take it. Can you take all the missions in the dozens of surrounding cities? Let them be proud for a while, and then we'll deal with them later. Chapter 21, Wasteland Musician. In the afternoon, Zhan and his group drove to the neighboring city of Shanghai. The car was obtained by Fan, a second-hand black pickup truck that was very powerful. After solving the problem with the car, he lay down on the roofless cargo box at the back, holding the agreed box of wine. Bai Shuang is responsible for driving. Zhan and Xia Yue were in charge of the security. This was the division of labor agreed upon in advance. After driving out of the suburbs of Shenlan City, the scene of the end of the insect plague appeared before Zhan's eyes for the first time. The endless khaki color symbolizes the barren sand dunes, with an occasional green plant growing half-deadly by the roadside. There was no other car on the wide, dilapidated road except theirs. That's not all. Zhan looked into the distance and could still see a few scattered Zergs scattered on the sand dunes and plains in the distance. This was a little different from what he had imagined. Are we just going to let these Zergs reproduce and live in the suburbs and not take care of them? Zhan asked. Bai Shuang looked in the direction of his finger and said, "Oh, those you're talking about are all first-order Zerg. They're not very harmful, and Daxia doesn't have the extra energy to completely wipe them out. Besides, the country is not doing charity. Survival of the fittest." Bai Shuang's words gave Zhan a better understanding of this world. He nodded and said nothing more. A large black pickup truck was driving on a deserted road with few people, raising a cloud of dust. While the car was driving, Fan, who was lying in the rear cargo box, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God," and then jumped out of the cargo box. He looked up at the sky not far away. Suddenly, a pitch-black tornado appeared in the originally clear sky. The tornado covered the sky and blocked out most of the sky, looking extremely spectacular. "What is that?" Xia Yue asked subconsciously. "First-order Zerg dead gray fly," Zhan said. "A species of insects that move in groups. The larger the group, the greater the lethality and destructive power. It can create a black hurricane by flying quickly. It also has the ability to attack from a distance, but its melee ability is weak and its defense is extremely weak." Zhan saw the records in the notebook that Lin Jingxian gave him. This scale of dead gray flies is rare under normal circumstances, so they can say they are lucky. "Charge towards them." "Ha ha, charge." Fan took a big gulp of the wine bottle and grabbed the edge of the cargo box with one hand. He laughed and shouted like a crazy pirate captain. Not far from the black tornado, a new convoy seemed to appear. It's a caravan from Shenlan City. Bai Shuang tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Is this also part of the survival of the fittest plan? The corner of Bai Shuang's mouth twitched. It's just that their luck is extremely bad. "Captain, should we save them?" "Save him? Why not save him? Turn left and go full throttle." Before Zhan could speak, Fan shouted loudly from behind. He raised the bottle high, flicked his wrist a few times, and then threw it hard in the direction of the black tornado. Fan opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. Bang! His exaggerated expression was still lingering on his face when Bai Shuang suddenly turned the steering wheel to avoid the sand dune obstacle in front of him. Shaking violently, Fan's head hit the wall of the cargo box hard, in dramatic resonance with the shout he had just made. While driving at high speed, the black pickup truck turned towards the direction of the tornado. The car was going too fast, and I didn't have time to choose a direction to dodge. Bai Shuang explained quickly. Zhan no longer hesitated and exchanged a glance with Xia Yue, who immediately transformed into the form of a Fushichin. He opened the car door, flipped over, and jumped onto the carriage. On the outskirts of Deep Blue City, sighting caravan. 3 fully armed advanced off-road vehicles were speeding on the desert road at a very fast speed. Behind them was a dark hurricane. If you look carefully, you can see thumb-sized black insects and flies flapping their wings quickly and flying wildly around the central area in the black hurricane. "Miss, the distance is shrinking. In 5 minutes, we will be caught up by them. Miss, the speed can't be increased anymore. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet. According to the last rule of the safety code, everyone start executing this self-sacrifice plan." This voice was heard simultaneously from 3 off-road vehicles in the communication channel. At the same time, the 3 off-road vehicles that were originally driving side by side suddenly slowed down on the left and right sides. They turned their heads and faced the black hurricane from behind. "Come back," Shang's sighting shouted into the intercom from the passenger seat of the main vehicle. "All of you come back. It's not the last moment yet. You can't give up." "Hiss, hiss, miss. Our mission is to protect you, hiss, hiss." Merchant guards, listen my command. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom, 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 boom. The two stopped off-road vehicles spread their wings as fast as possible, and the heavy firepower weapons hanging on them began to tilt their flames towards the Black Hurricane. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. Using artillery shells to kill mosquitoes, even if it can kill dead gray flies, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to such a huge base. Shang's sighting looked at the two off-road vehicles in despair, which were about to be swallowed up by the Black Hurricane. At this moment, a melodious and rhythmic piano sound suddenly came from a distance. Clang! The sound of the piano came from far away. It was real, yet extremely absurd. Who would play the piano in the wilderness? Soon, Shang's sighting saw the answer. It was a huge air blade several meters long and wide, running across the east and west, cutting straight towards her. The next second, the piano sound blade sank into the Black Hurricane. The Black Hurricane, which was originally as powerful as a broken bamboo, was briefly stagnant at this moment. Dense swarms of dead gray flies fell from the air like a black rain. The sound of the piano and the blade of energy disappeared, and before it dissipated, it turned into a wave of air that blew on Shang's sighting's face, making her black hair flutter. A noun flashed through her mind. The sound is blowing sea ting. Just when she thought it was over, she suddenly heard the sound of tearing silk. Clang! The sound of the piano became faster and faster, more and more urgent. The continuous sound was like the accelerated drum beats, which not only touched Shang's sighting's heart, but also killed countless gray flies. A thin layer of black ash fell on the ground, which were the corpses of the dead gray flies. She finally saw clearly the person playing the piano. He was a handsome young man, about the same age as himself. He was half leaning on the metal cargo box of a black pickup truck, with his brows lowered. Wasteland luthier. What a ridiculous combination. But that's how it happened. It really appeared in front of Shang's sighting. At this time, the dead gray flies that were being slaughtered finally reacted. They gave up the caravan SUV that they were about to swallow up and began to turn around and aim at the black pickup truck in the distance. The long-range attack of the death fly is released instantly. Be careful, Shang's sighting shouted subconsciously. Her heart was tightened at this moment. Chapter 22 Mission Bully. Piano music, breaking the formation. It was the first time that Bai Shuang saw someone break up a tornado with force. She opened her mouth slightly, but no sound came out. At this time, the Black Hurricane where the dead ash fly was located changed direction and launched a long-range attack towards Han Zhan. Han Zhan had only seen the attack methods of the dead gray flies in the archives, but he had never imagined that these seemingly inconspicuous insects could have such a fast long-range attack speed. Black needles as thin as cow hair shot towards Han Zhan like raindrops. He was unable to react in time. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way. Yifan climbed up from the cargo box again, holding a wine bottle in each hand, and stood up unsteadily, standing in front of Han Zhan. In an instant, all the black needles pierced Yifan's body. Han Zhan was shocked. These black needles were highly poisonous. If they were not removed in time, he would die of the poison in a few seconds. Unexpectedly, Yifan didn't care about the black needles on his back. He continued to drink gulp after gulp. Gulp, gulp. Ha ha. So cool, so satisfying. Yifan's eyes were hazy. He raised the hand holding the wine bottle and pointed his index finger at Han Zhan. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when his whole body suddenly collapsed. Yifan. Han Zhan leaned down and saw that the black needles that had originally pierced into Yifan's body were strangely forced out of Yifan's body one by one. SS-level talent, immortality. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Seeing Yifan become full of energy again, Han Zhan was indeed quite surprised. His divine illumination could only see the talent of the contracted spirit, but not the talent of the contract master. Yifan actually has SS-level talent. What is the characteristic of immortality? Quick recovery, or is it eternal indestructibility? As if he had guessed what Han Zhan was thinking, Yifan exhaled a breath of drunkenness and said, "You must be guessing what the characteristics of my SS-level talent, immortality, are. Beg me, and I will tell you. It's okay if you don't ask me. 5 boxes of wine. Give me 5 boxes of wine." Han Zhan simply ignored him. Standing on the cargo box again, the remaining dead gray flies had long lost their initial power under the firepower of both sides. Han Zhan saw a bright and beautiful young girl walk out of the SUV in the middle of the opposite side and waved towards him excitedly. "Oh, it's the merchant's daughter, Shang's sighting. I didn't expect that our caravan didn't have a spiritual contract master. It was really careless. Ifan whistled and commented, Captain, the other party has requested to enter our private channel. Do you agree or reject it? In the driver's seat, Bai Shuang looked down at the application prompt on the communicator and asked, Reject. Han Zhan withdrew his gaze. Although the beauty was good, he already had a beauty in his arms. He could still clearly remember Li Shudong's instructions to him at the hot pot table. The more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she causes. It's better to avoid trouble. Let's go and continue on our journey. Han Zhan sat back in the passenger seat, holding the Fushi Qin. After Xia Yue regained her human form, the postures of the two suddenly became ambiguous. Bai Shuang shook his head and sighed, then stepped hard on the accelerator. The big black pickup truck roared, raised waves of dust again, and drove off into the distance. Bai Shuang, don't try to be so clever in the future, Han Zhan suddenly said. You threw the front of the car towards the dead fly tornado on purpose, didn't you? Captain, Bai Shuang pursed her lips and said nothing. Compassion is a taboo in the end times of insect plague. An entire team may be killed because of a saintly act. There are countless examples of this. It won't happen again. Miss, they rejected our call request. Looking at the news that the communication signal was interrupted, the driver reported to Shang's sighting. Rejected. Shang's sighting was a little surprised. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been rejected by anyone. Shang's sighting, who thought she was 100% confident in her appearance and figure, recalled that she had just seen the violinist sitting in the passenger seat and a girl who looked just as good as herself. She was envious in her heart, because they are free. What I lack most is freedom. Butler, this time when I go to Deep Blue City, I want to awaken to become a contracted spirit and then sign a contract with him. Miss, the butler at the side was stunned. Miss, the master of the family has specifically instructed that you are not allowed to become a contracted spirit. We Shangjia people can only enslave others, not be enslaved by others. If we don't become a contracted spirit, will these guards be useful? Shang's sighting asked back. If we hadn't met that musician, we would have been eaten by insects long ago. I know everything about the business executives, but I don't want to ask about it. It's best for the business executives not to ask about my affairs. But I'm determined to marry this man. Shang's sighting said firmly. Ichu. On the other side, Han Zhan sneezed twice in a row. It would take about 5 hours to get from Shunlan City to Shanghai City at full speed. Apart from this little episode in the middle, the journey was relatively smooth. Occasionally, there were a few ignorant Zergs, but they were all easily killed by Han Zhan. 5 hours later, Han Zhan and others arrived at the location recorded in the mission, found a rampant Zerg, and killed them instantly again. 5 hours of driving, 5 seconds of work. The main focus is on the appropriate amount of details and omissions. After completing this task, they rushed to the next location without stopping. For a time, several large-scale Zerg clearing missions were completed one after another in Shanghai City, which also successfully attracted the attention of the Shanghai City defenders. Oh my god, which team is doing this mission? When did our Shanghai City have such a team? Isn't it awesome? Excluding the time spent on the journey, it takes an average of more than 10 seconds to complete one task. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Could it be that the combat spirit master from the front line came back to our place to fry fish? The news soon reached the ears of the captain of the first team in Shanghai City. When he used his authority as the captain of the first team to retrieve the list of completed tasks and saw that the notes for all completed tasks were Deep Blue City 0527 team, he was furious. The city defender team from Shunlan City actually came over to do the points mission for my Shanghai City. Are they slapping me in the face? Who are you looking down on? He immediately dialed the number of the first team of Shunlan City and said a lot of greetings into the microphone, which directly confused Zhao, who on the other end of the phone with his scolding, which was full of mother-like words. Because of this incident, the entire Shanghai City defenders were actively mobilized. Shanghai City, which was originally a stagnant place, suddenly became in full swing when accepting points-earning tasks. The Deep Blue City 0527 team, where Han Zhan was also successfully made a name for themselves in Shanghai City. They now have a new name. Mission Bully. Chapter 23 Top Secret Files. A few days later, in the suburbs of Shanghai City, there are a lot of second-level Zerg devil-tailed snakes lurking here, and roughly estimated there are at least more than 20 of them. This has always been a major concern for Shanghai City. The Demon Tail Snake Clearing Mission, which had been ignored, suddenly became lively after the arrival of the mission bully team. Today, with so many of us from Shanghai City's defenders, we will definitely be able to complete this mission of clearing out the Devil's Tail Snake. That's right. Let the mission bully team from Deep Blue City see our strength. Good. We can't let them continue to be so arrogant. It's just 22nd level Zergs. One of our teams is responsible for each one. No problem. Leave it to me. 30 to 50 people were in high spirits and marched towards the Demon Tail Snake stronghold in a mighty force. As a result, as soon as they arrived at the base, they saw the corpses of the Devil Tail snakes scattered all over the ground. All the valuable parts, including the snake skin and snake gall, had been dug out. Not even a live Devil's Tail snake was left for them. As the organizer of this collective action, the captain of the first team's face suddenly turned green. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and curse. Mission bully, you're going too far. Don't stop me. I'm going to ask them for an explanation today. At this time, someone grabbed him. Captain, after submitting this mission, they seem to have left Shanghai City. Someone saw their conspicuous black pickup truck just leaving the city. When they heard the news, their faces immediately brightened up, and they smiled again. 5 days, 5 whole days. Great. The damn guy finally left. It's time to let other cities experience this. A few days later, at the headquarters of the City Defenders Organization, the data department, which is responsible for monitoring the completion of the points task, has just put the latest data on the stage. Su Mingxian, the third in command of the City Protector Organization, picked up the data and glanced at it, and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Why did the completion rate of the points tasks in Shenlan City, Shanghai City, and several surrounding cities increase so much all of a sudden? The average increase is more than 50? Did something special happen?" Commander Su, this is what happened. A task bully team emerged in Shenlan City. They specialize in stealing points from other cities, which led to this chain reaction. The subordinate reported truthfully. Mission bully? Su Mingxian read the name in surprise and became interested. Find out the information of the members of this team and show it to me. As the third in command of the City Guardian Organization, his authority is second only to the first and second in command. At his request, for personnel information files were found and sent over. Deep Blue City 0527 team, former captain Ifan. SS-Level spiritual contract master, once served in the First War Zone, a combat spiritual contract master, and was awarded the Purple Star Medal. Later, due to the death of his spiritual contract master, he became depressed and demoted himself to the City Protector Organization. Gift, immortality. No form of damage can kill it, and it has the theoretical possibility of near immortality. File level, top secret. Su Mingxuan's hand trembled slightly. The first file he looked at on a whim was actually a top secret file. He quickly flipped to the next file. Deep Blue City 0527 team, member, Red Iris. A level contract spirit, once belonged to the First War Zone with Ifan, and later they were transferred to the City Protector Organization together. Talent lies, able to change one's appearance, body shape, and even name. Note, the change after this talent is activated is a real change. It has the ability to make lies come true. Extremely dangerous. File level, top secret. Another top secret file. Su Mingxuan's brows knitted unconsciously. With his strength, he could even feel an invisible force of rules trying to invade the absolutely true file in his hands. Tamper with the contents. In the name column, the two names Red Iris and White Frost kept flashing back like an old black and white TV. Is this the power of lies? Even the SSS-level talent, Absolute Truth, can still affect someone at such a distance. It's just an A-level talent. This evaluation is too low. These people with graded talents are just eating for free. Su Mingxian put down this file and picked up another one. Thirds is the limit. You can't give me another top secret file, right? He said this to himself and laughed. How could it be such a coincidence that 3 top secret files were placed in the hands of an unknown team? This is too funny. Thinking of this, Su Mingxian opened the third file in his hand. Deep Blue City 0527 team, current captain, Han Zhan, just graduated from Ivy League College. Su Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. That's right, this is a normal beginning of a file. He continued to look down. Specific information, no. Nothing? How could it be nothing? These files were all written by the owners of the Absolute Truth talent themselves. It can't be nothing. The appearance of nothing only means one thing. It doesn't want itself to see it. Just as Su Mingxian thought of this, the phone next to him rang. His eyes fixed. This is a dedicated phone line that only a very few people know about. Every time you call it is an extremely urgent matter. He took the phone with a serious face and said, "Hello? This is Su Mingxian. Commander Su, I'm Lin Jingxian. The person in charge of the second war zone, Lin Jingxian. What does this big guy want to do by coming to me personally? Could it be that the United Front Work Department has some new moves that require the assistance of a city protector organization?" Just as Su Mingxian was lost in thought, Lin Jingxian on the other end of the phone continued speaking. "Commander Su, don't continue to look up the file in your hand or the information related to it. It exceeds your authority." Lin Jingxuan's words were like a thunderclap, almost shocking Su Mingxian. He has no authority to view the file in his hand. My authority is already very high, and I can even read top-secret files. But the file of this young man named Han Zhan is even more secret than top-secret. I almost forgot that the writer of the spiritual contract who possesses the talent of absolute truth is Lin Jingxuan's subordinate. Understand. Thanks for the reminder. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingxian put down the last file with a complicated expression. This file is indeed not top secret. It's several levels higher than top secret. It's really outrageous. As expected, one shouldn't be too curious. As for Han Zhan, he didn't know what had just happened among the top leaders of the City Protector Organization. After 10 busy days, they finally completed the task of clearing out the Zerg in the surrounding cities. The reputation of the Deep Blue City 0-5-2-7 team as the mission bully spread far and wide. 4 for 200 points, 6 for 100 points, 8 for 50 points, for a total of 1,800 points. Now, our 0-5-2-7 team shouldn't be the last one. Bai Shuang smiled and turned on the electronic screen. As soon as she turned to the end, her smile suddenly froze on her face. 0-5-2-7 team, 2,150 points. Ranking last. How is this possible? Chapter 24. Breakthrough to the second stage. 4 symbols of heaven's will. It's Zhao Hu's fault again. Bai Shuang's angry exclamation attracted several other people around to come over. They saw that the points of the second to last team, Team 0527, were just slightly higher than the last one, at 2,300 points. Not only that, the points of the dozen or so teams that were originally at the bottom are all tied at 2,300 points. Han Zhan and his team worked extremely hard, completing high-score tasks in many surrounding cities before they finally earned so many points. Why do these teams rely on this? They can't all be hidden bosses. Everyone has SSS-level talents and can infinitely clear Zerg dungeons, right? It's point control. As an otaku in his previous life, Han Zhan was familiar with the common routines of this kind of ranking game. All teams agreed to a score and then tied for 1 point. All points earned from completing the task were evenly distributed by the same person. In this way, there can be more than a dozen teams with the same score at once. Won't headquarters investigate if he does this? No. Han Zhan shook his head. Points-earning tasks are completed through joint efforts. As long as we agree on who will complete the points-earning task, it will not violate the rules set by the City Protector Organization at all. Damn it. When Bai Shuang heard this, she angrily slapped the electronic screen. Although they didn't help much in the past 10 days, they at least ran around with us. After spending so much time together, even though they didn't say it out loud, they had a vague idea in their hearts that they might be able to get rid of the title of the most useless team. But now, hope is shattered again. Zhao Hu, it's Zhao Hu again. What a haunting fellow. Let's go back to Deep Blue first. Han Zhan exhaled and calmed down. Our points are very close to theirs. It's not impossible to overtake them. We were more than 1,000 points behind before, but now we have made up for it. There are only a few hundred points left. Is that difficult? Everyone has been exhausted in the past 10 days. Let's relax for a few days after returning to Deep Blue. Yifan deeply agreed with Han Zhan's words. As a person used to being decadent, these past few days were simply torture for him. He couldn't drink happily and couldn't lie down and relax. Even if he lay in the pickup truck every day, the bumpy road would make his back and waist ache. Finally, I could take a few days off. It was already evening when they returned to Shenlan City. Han Zhan and Xia Yue said goodbye to them and returned to the villa. 10 days later, the villa remains the same. Li Shatong was sitting at an open-air stone table, drinking from his glass. Seeing Han Zhan and Xia Yue coming in, he smiled. Are you back? Yeah, I'm back. This brief conversation made Han Zhan and Xia Yue feel like they were back home. No matter how powerful and domineering you are outside, you still need a home as a resting haven. It feels good. What did you gain from this trip? Li Shutong asked questions with concern like an old parent. Han Zhan and Xia Yue sat down and began to answer some of his questions and what they saw and heard on the road. The girl from Shangja was actually saved by you. The guy she mentioned as unromantic turned out to be you. Li Shutong laughed and clapped his hands. No wonder she kept asking me a few days ago, asking me how to awaken and become a powerful contract spirit. Master, do you know Shang's sighting? Han Zhan asked in surprise. Her grandfather and I are old friends. Shangjia is one of the 5 largest companies, the family behind Kanzhang Technology. Shang Technology mainly develops high-end weapons and provides them to spirit bond masters or ordinary people who don't have spirit bonds. She is the same age as my granddaughter Li Lingjun. I have always treated her as my own granddaughter. She's an extrovert who always wants to go out and explore the world. This time, the Deathfly tornado was deliberately created by the merchant to force her to turn back and stop trying to explore the world. I never thought that you would intercept me halfway. With Li Shudong's explanation, the situation at that time suddenly became clear. No wonder why their luck is so good, encountering such a large number of dead gray flies, and just happen to have no powerful spiritual contract master to protect them. Even the 2 merchant guards rushing towards the insect swarm was a torture tactic planned in advance. What a coincidence! Siting came to Deep Blue City on behalf of the merchant caravan to bring me 2 things. As Li Shutong spoke, he conjured up a high-tech box like a magic trick. He pressed the code, the box opened, and 2 potions emitting white, cold air came into view. Breakthrough potion. That's right, these 2 potions with an ice-blue glow were exactly the breakthrough potions that were previously sent to Changsheng Company to refine spiritual energy. With these 2 potions, Han Zhan and Xia Yue can finally break through to the 2nd level. What are you still standing there for? Take 1 pill each and swallow it quickly. Good. Han Zhan nodded and stopped being polite with Li Shutong. He took the lead in picking up a breakthrough potion and swallowed it with his head tilted back. In an instant, countless cells in his body cheered and leaped for joy. The ice-blue liquid representing spiritual energy was condensed into liquid form by the Changsheng Company using advanced technology. It was being frantically fought over and devoured by the cells in the body. Han Zhan could feel himself getting stronger visibly. Strength, speed, reaction, defense, and even talent. This process only lasted a short time. Han Zhan felt as if he had taken a refreshing hot bath and had a hearty meal, and felt extremely comfortable. Breakthrough, 2nd level spiritual master. Seeing Han Zhan's successful breakthrough, Xia Yue also swallowed her own tube of medicine. Soon, she also completed a breakthrough like Han Zhan and became a 2nd level contract spirit. At the moment when Xia Yue also successfully broke through, something new emerged in the minds of both of them at the same time. Xia Yue, SSS-Level contract spirit. Strength, level 2. Transformed form. Ancient divine weapon, Fushi Qin. Divinity, sword and heart. For symbols of heaven's will, new divinity. The 4 symbols of heaven's will. I thought it was God's will, but it was actually a celestial phenomenon. There are 4 phenomena in the sky: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. At the same time, the corresponding 2nd level piano pieces were all unlocked at this moment. In addition to quasi-phone, which was used in the Korean War, there are 2 other piano pieces, namely Spring Wildfire and Sixting Thunder and Lightning. All 3 piano pieces are related to celestial phenomena, which indirectly confirms its description. At this point, Han Zhan and Xia Yue both completed their breakthroughs, becoming 2nd level spirit contract masters and 2nd level contracted spirits, and gained new divinity, 4 symbols of heaven's will, 3 pieces of piano music, and greatly increased their strength. The 2 thanked Li Shutong again. At this moment, Han Zhan's communicator rang. After answering the call, Bai Shuang's slightly hurried voice came from inside. Captain, check Deep Blue City's mission list. A new mission has been updated. On the electronic screen, a new task was pinned to the top of the Deep Blue City Points task list. Mission description, Red Alert, Zerg, Cruiser, appear near Deep Blue City. Please send personnel to eliminate them immediately. Mission points, 1,000 points. Threat level, level 3+. Number of referrals, unlimited. Access restrictions, none. All city defender teams can accept it. Chapter 25 Cruiser. The 3rd level Zerg, the Cruiser. This is completely different from the third-level red flame beast that Zhan had tried his best to kill before. There's also a gap between the three levels. The cruiser is much more powerful than the red flame beast. A complete cruiser is no less powerful than 3 times the number of third-level spirit contract masters. It's not appropriate to give this task to the city defenders. This is obviously beyond the normal difficulty. Shouldn't this be handed over to the war zone to handle it? It is said to be a juvenile wanderer. I don't know how it appeared here. Even young wanderers can be tricky. It is for this reason that the official gave out such a large number of 1,000 points, and there is no restriction on accepting tasks. How about this mission? Shall our 052 team do it? Gather at Xixia Road and talk in person. Zhan hung up the communicator, explained the situation to Li Shutong, and then hurried to the team base with Xia Yue. Li Shutong looked at the villa courtyard, which had become deserted again, and refilled his cup. Oh, that's bad. Now I'm really an empty nest elderly. He laughed at himself. The cruiser. It's really a troubled time. While Li Shu was talking, the butler Ah Fu walked out from the shadows behind him. Master, Miss Lingjun has been found, but she doesn't want to come back to see you. Where is she? Shanghai City. Li Shutong glanced at the direction where Zhan and the others left and pondered for a moment. Then go to Shanghai City to see her. Xixia Road, 052 base. Zhan and the other 3 had just gone to their respective mothers in the evening, and now not long had passed, they met again. Yifan reeked of alcohol and had sleepy eyes. He didn't know if he was forcibly pulled over by Bai Shuang. So, going or not? My advice is not to go. Bai Shuang spoke first. The Prowler's danger level is 3+. Even at the infant stage, the risk is too high. My advice is to abandon this mission and wait. Go. Why not? You must go. As soon as Bai Shuang finished speaking, Yifan raised his hand and shouted. Go to work early. Leave work early. Why not go? Yifan was still in that nonchalant state, with no sign of sobering up at all. After he finished yelling, he just lay down on the table and continued to sleep soundly. Xia Yue didn't say anything. She didn't have to say anything. She just listened to Zhan. The current voting pattern is a bit subtle, and the decision-making power is still in my hands. Indeed, if it is just for points, the safer approach is to give up this opportunity. But Zhan noticed something that none of them mentioned. Red alert. Why do we hunt the cruisers? Not for the points mission, not for the rewards, but to protect this city. This is the original intention of the city defenders. The points-based mission made the city defenders so utilitarian that they even forgot the meaning of their own name. Zhan sighed. Although he is not a saint, as a time traveler with SSS-level talent, who doesn't have a heroic dream of saving the world. What's more, a strong person can only be honed in constant battle, like rowing against the current. If he does not advance, he will retreat. My own way. Is it Hero Road? Zhan had a vague understanding in his heart, but the road ahead was still like a flower in the mirror or a moon in the water, not real enough. But at this moment, he had made up his mind. Let's take this mission. Deep Blue City, where the city and suburbs meet. A long cordon has been set up here, and entry is prohibited. Seen from a distance, this place seemed to be shrouded in black fog, with a huge inverted black barrier completely obscuring the inside. It's the talent of the cruiser, the Black Tent. It can cut off all perception, separate itself from the outside world, and form its own world. Anything that is enveloped by the Black Tent, regardless of whether it has life characteristics or not, will age and decay faster, heading towards extinction. The range of the Black Tent is still expanding. Once it invades Deep Blue City, a large amount of life energy will be absorbed, which will only accelerate the growth and maturity of this cruiser, causing an irreversible insect plague. We have to stop it. Zhang Xiaobei led the first team of Shenlan City, and all the members arrived here. He spoke. Since the authorities have already sent our first team to handle this matter, why did they issue that task? A team member asked in confusion. Zhang Xiaobei exhaled a breath of foul air and said only 3 words, scapegoat. The Black Tent can only destroy from within. Even if this wanderer is in its infancy, it needs no further explanation to know how terrifying it is under the Black Tent's blessing, right? We need a large number of people to attract its attention and draw its firepower. This is also what Zhao Hu meant. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. If we get rid of a roving criminal, the political achievements of Deep Blue City will reach a higher level this year. Anyway, there's so many garbage joining the city defenders every year that it's almost like a garbage concentration camp. It's no big deal to just get rid of some of them. Another team member put away the telescope in his hand, and several people sat back on the top of the city wall, hiding their bodies. All you need to do next is wait. There are not many city defender teams that take on this mission, but there are quite a few. The reason is simple. Although they cannot be a match for the third-level cruisers, what if? What if a big guy takes the damage, and you secretly take advantage of the situation? Wouldn't you be able to take off immediately? The materials on the cruiser's body are enough for them to make a fortune. With this in mind, it is not difficult to understand why there would be teams willing to take risks. The 0527 team, led by Zhan, also arrived from Shenlan City. Looking at the huge black tent in front of them that covered at least over 100 square kilometers of land, Zhan and his companions did not enter it immediately. This is the talent of the Wanderer, Black Tent. Zhan, who had read Lin Jingxuan's notes, immediately recognized what this big black circle barrier was. Are you ready? Once you enter the Black Tent, there is no turning back. Let's go. Bai Shuang nodded. Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. This thing has no effect on me. I don't care. Xia Yue was a little nervous, and she clenched her fist slightly. Just then, a big hand reached out and grabbed her sweaty right hand. Don't worry, it's okay. Yeah. Xia Yue was led by Zhan, and she nodded. I just don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. It's like being stared at by something evil. This place is so close to the Black Tent, and the Zerg's aura is very strong. Maybe it's affected by this. Bai Shuang also came over and spoke to comfort her. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Xia Yue nodded. Since there are no problems, let's go in. After Zhan finished speaking, he and Xia Yue walked into the Black Tent. Bai Shuang and Yifan followed closely behind. Hiss! A faint sound was heard in the air, and then quickly disappeared. Chapter 26: Deprivation of Life. As soon as I entered the Black Tent, it felt like there were thousands of invisible threads falling on them. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy in the body began to flow uncontrollably along these invisible threads and slowly flow outward. The process is slow but irreversible. As long as you are in the Black Tent, your life will be drained all the time until you die. This is one of the Black Account's abilities, life deprivation. We only have half an hour. Within half an hour, we must destroy the Black Tent from within. Otherwise, we will all become nutrients for the growth of the Wanderers. Zhan said with a serious expression. Are you talking about that black ball? Bai Shuang suddenly pointed at a black ball in the sky not far ahead and asked. Just smash it? It's not that difficult. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly seemed to come alive and began to twist. The flat ground suddenly became bumpy, and the violent shaking left Zhan and the other three with no place to stand. The originally spacious surroundings of the body turned into extremely thick walls in the next second. Zhan made a prompt decision and asked Xia Yue to transform into the form of Fushi Qin and hold it in his hands. On the other side, Bai Shuang, who was about to fall and be swallowed by the activated street, was grabbed by Yifan, who was beside her. Careful! Zhan only had time to say this before an extremely thick and solid wall suddenly appeared between him and Yifan Bai Shuang. Clang! Zhan said nothing, swung the strings, and attacked. The invincible piano sound air blade bombarded the thick giant wall, knocking down a lot of rubble. However, after the rubble fell, there was still a wall behind it, extending upwards to the sky, completely isolating the area. This is the second ability of the cruiser's talent, Black Tent, the bestowal of life. Life can be taken away or given. Things that are given life are not limited to people. They can also be weapons, props, and even the ground. The vast ground has been given life by the cruisers, becoming a super huge active maze. Once someone breaks into the Black Tent, it will trap them in a maze, then slowly drain their life energy and kill them. In addition to Zhan and his group, many other defenders from Deep Blue City were also trapped in this active maze. Zhan held the Fushi Qin in his hands. When he understood what was going on, he frowned slightly. This prowler is more cunning than I thought. The power of the piano sound air blade can shatter the wall, but it cannot penetrate it. Once the attack stops, the active maze will use walls from other places to repair this wall. Its life-activating properties make it very difficult to deal with. There are only two ways to defeat this maze. The first is to use up all the activated materials that can be used to repair the walls. The second is to use an extremely powerful attack to temporarily prevent the walls from recovering, creating a recovery vacuum period. Zhan talked to himself and shook his head. Neither of these two methods is suitable for me. Let's walk around first. Since it's a maze, there must be an exit. After thinking it over, Zhan decided to conserve his energy. He had just entered the black tent, and with only 30 minutes left, it was too early to fight desperately. He moved closer to a wall and started walking quickly. The first law of the maze: as long as you walk along one wall, you can get out of the maze. Zhan walked quite fast. He even slowly opened up his brain and walked faster and faster. Hiss! A tiny sound like the devil's whisper suddenly rang in his ears. Zhan reacted very quickly, turning his head to the side and barely avoiding a silver-white insect. The bug missed its target and instantly drilled into the activated wall and disappeared again. When he saw the bug for the first time, Zhan was stunned. Because the speed was so fast, he suspected that he had seen it wrong. Otherwise, if it really is that thing, it would be really fun. Zhan suppressed his suspicion. If he delayed, something unexpected would happen. He could not help but speed up again and ran towards the exit. On the other side, the first team of Deep Blue City. Let's go. It looks like there won't be any new cannon fodder coming in. Try to get it done quickly so I can continue to enjoy my vacation. Their conversation was full of confidence, which came from absolute strength. As the #1 team in Shenlong City, each of them is a 3rd-level spirit contract master or a 3rd-level spirit contract. With 6 people in the team, at the very least they can escape safely. When they entered the black tent, they encountered the same situation as in the Korean War. The team was instantly divided and trapped in an activated maze. At this time, Zhang Xiaobei was with another team member. As they were walking, Zhang Xiaobei felt some pain in the back of his neck. He uttered a small cry and covered his neck with his hands. The team member in front heard Zhang Xiaobei's voice and instinctively turned around and asked, "Xiaobei, what are you doing?" He hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xiaobei grabbed his neck tightly. In his dying moments, he seemed to see in a trance a silvery white insect crawling out from Zhang Xiaobei's forehead and then slowly crawling into his eyes. Activating the maze, Yifan and Bai Shuang are here. Bai Shuang managed to stand steady with the help of Yifan. They were defeated one by one. This cruiser is quite interesting. Yifan raised his head thoughtfully, looking at the empty sky, not knowing who he was talking to. "Can't you feel those invisible lines?" Bai Shuang asked. "They can feel it, but they're destined to gain nothing from me." Yifan answered truthfully. This was a rare serious answer from him, and Bai Shuang nodded. "I really envy you for having such a talent. Even in this environment, you don't have to worry about your life. Are you envious? Isn't it a punishment to be immortal but unable to die and have endless life?" After Yifan said this, he sneered, then simply lay down and started fighting on the spot. "Since we can't get out anyway, why bother? Just let it go and wait for rescue. I know these 4 words better than anyone else." Bai Shuang was so angry at him. "Who said I can't go out?" She stretched out her hand and pressed on the animated wall in front of her and whispered, "Wake up. You are just a handful of lifeless dirt." Lie's talent activated. The effectiveness of a lie is multiplied when it is based on truth. The huge wall in front of us is actually Lus that has been given life unscientifically, so everything Bai Shuang said is true, under the guidance of the power of white frost lies. All I heard was a loud bang. The wall in front of me collapsed. Chapter 27, 6 Ding Thunder. The climax of the plot begins. Please subscribe. The huge active wall collapsed with a loud bang, almost burying Yifan alive as he lay on the ground. The latter jumped up in fright. Bai Shuang looked at the road that suddenly opened up in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not only that, the power of lies was more like a rapidly spreading plague virus, starting from the wall in front of them and spreading rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. More and more active giant walls began to collapse, and smoke and dust rose up, which was a spectacular sight. They also soon saw the fast-moving Korean War in the distance. "Captain," Bai Shuang shouted from a long distance away. If Zhan hadn't activated his brain at this moment, he might not have heard it. He turned back subconsciously and saw a shocking scene. The giant active wall that was built in a moment is now collapsing at an extremely fast speed, dust returning to dust, earth returning to earth. In the scattered smoke and dust, he also saw many Deep Blue City defenders who had fainted on the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. "Careful!" Zhan's eyes focused. and he keenly noticed the clues of the dust on the ground. He held the Fushi Chin horizontally and waved his right hand casually. A blade of air with the sound of a musical instrument attacked by Shuang and Yifan. Bang! The piano-sounding air blade smashed into the swirling, ochre-colored smoke and dust, and it made a muffled sound as it hit something unknown. It was not until this time, when the smoke and dust had dispersed a little, that Bai Shuang saw that a 3-meter-tall clay giant had stood behind him. There was a horrifying gash on its body from which dirt was falling, but it was also repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for Han Zhan, the two of them would probably have been smashed into pulp by this clay giant. Bai Shuang snorted angrily, pointed at the clay giant and shouted, "What are you looking at? You are fake too." The clay giant's action of repairing its body suddenly stopped. Then, with a loud bang, the 3-meter-tall giant collapsed very quickly. This simple and crude scene stunned Han Zhan. But he had no time to be dazed, because after all the collapsed active giant walls disappeared, more and more clay giants walked out from the smoke and dust. Looking around, preliminary estimates show that there are at least thousands of them. No matter how buggy Bai Shuang's power of lies is, it is impossible to get rid of these thousands of clay giants at once. Han Zhan's hands pressed on the strings again. The thick layer of dust that was originally scattered throughout the entire black tent was blown away. Countless invisible silk threads suddenly began to sway violently. It's the wind. Happy wind. The wind is everywhere, even in the black tent. Inspired by Han Zhan's Fushi Chin, the wind all condenses out at once and gathers into wind. These winds were extremely fast. They passed through the entire battlefield and quickly reached Bai Shuang and Yifan. They both felt as if they were being gently wrapped by something, and then they were lifted into the air. They are flying. Bai Shuang and Yifan flew up and quickly escaped from the encirclement of the clay giants. The same thing happened with the Korean War. Feng Su rides the wind. After quickly leaving the battlefield, they soon arrived at the square where the black sphere was. Destroy that black sphere. That's the cruiser's true form. After it released the black tent, its main body merged into the entire black tent world, and only this black sphere remained of its main body. As long as we smash the sphere, we can kill the cruiser, Han Zhan said in a very fast tone. Bai Shuang and Yifan looked at each other and nodded. Don't worry, we'll help you. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire black tent world suddenly began to tremble violently. The black sphere was like a black hole with powerful suction, sucking everything around it madly. Mutations happened instantly. The cruiser also sensed the danger, and it mobilized all the life energy it had absorbed and infused it into these absorbed things. After being activated, all the things began to merge like liquid water. Soon, they completed the fusion and turned into a more terrifying and taller mountain giant, completely wrapping the black sphere. Looking at this towering mountain giant that was more than 10 meters tall, Bai Shuang swallowed his saliva. How is it? Is your power of lies still effective? Bai Shuang gritted his teeth and shouted at the giant, Fake all fake. You are not alive. The mountain giant's body paused slightly. Effective? Before everyone could show their joy, they saw a lot of sand falling from the mountain giant's body, but its body did not collapse. Instead, it followed the direction of the sound and punched Bai Shuang. This woman, whose talent was extremely strange, had been marked by the cruiser and put on the priority hunting list. Although the mountain giant is extremely large, its punching speed is not slow at all. The terrifying wind pressure took shape instantly, and the punch even made a sonic boom that broke through the air. In front of Bai Shuang, a figure that was no longer casual stood out. Please grant me immortality. A faint golden light slowly emerged from Yifan's skin, enveloping his entire body. The originally decadent figure became upright at this moment. Under the golden light, Yifan chose to take the blow head-on. The mountain giant's fist hit him hard. The faint golden light was made to flicker a little, but Yifan really blocked it. 6 attacks. Yifan didn't waste any words and spoke directly to Han Zhan beside him. Han Zhan nodded in understanding. Yifan meant that with his immortal state, he could still withstand 6 such attacks. Han Zhan changed the hand gestures with his thumb, index finger, and middle finger and pressed them on the strings. As Han Zhan plucked the strings again, a deep blue-purple color splashed on the strings he plucked. At the same time, outside the black tent, suddenly, rumbling thunder sounded in the sky, which was originally shrouded in darkness, and silver-white lightning flashed across the sky like giant dragons wandering around. A blurry and faint shadow appeared in the sky. In Deep Blue City, the City Protector Organization building, Zhao narrowed his white eyes slightly and looked at the strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared in the sky and earth. That direction is the location of the cruiser's black tent barrier. Such a rich lightning energy accumulating as that shadow appears. This move is quite powerful, but it is not enough to defeat the cruiser. Center of the battlefield. Yifan was knocked out by another punch. "Is it okay?" he shouted towards Han Zhan. At this time, Han Zhan was already surrounded by lightning and thunder, but he still had a serious expression. He shook his head solemnly and said the same thing as Zhao Hu. "Not enough." Han Zhan changed his finger gestures again and plucked the strings of Fushi's zither for the second time. Thunder and lightning surge. Then the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, and the sixth time. Every time the trigger was pressed, the lightning covering Han Zhan's body became twice as dense. After 6 times, he was almost completely covered in lightning, and his original appearance could not be seen clearly. It is not easy to bear the overload, even for a second-level spiritual bondmaster. As the sixth sound of Fushi's qin sounded, in the sky outside the black tent, the shadows of 6 statues of gods in different shapes became completely solid. Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, Ding Chou. The 6 gods are at the service of the emperor. They are summoned by the sound of the zither and are at his disposal. Amid the lightning and thunder that made it impossible to see the human figures, Han Zhan's dull voice rang out, and the 6 phantoms of the gods leaned forward at the same time. 6 terrifying and shocking thunders fell from the sky and went straight to the black tent. Qin music, 6 ding thunder and lightning. Chapter 28. Shocking Change, the Erosion Bug. From polar night to polar day, the whole sky was illuminated. A huge gap appeared above the black tent, and countless thunders poured in from here, pouring down on the towering mountain giant. In an instant, its huge body was split into pieces and turned completely black. After being given life and activated, the objects turned charred and peeled off layer by layer, eventually revealing the black sphere again. Click, click, click. Cracks appeared on the black sphere, and along with the sound of shattering, the entire black sphere turned into powder and disappeared into ashes. Only then did Han Zhan finally breathe a sigh of relief. When he looked up and saw a smile on Yifan's face, but in the next second, his smile turned into surprise, and his pupils looked behind Yifan in shock. An even more terrifying aura rose up behind Han Zhan. Han Zhan saw Yifan's mouth shape clearly and said, "Run." Han Zhan, who was in the state of Bajiquan, only had time to turn sideways according to his instinct before his abdomen was pierced by an attack. The huge inertial impact caused Han Zhan to fly backwards while holding the Fushi Qin. When he looked up at the sky, he was stunned. The black tent did not disappear. Isn't the cruiser dead? No, the black sphere is its true body. It cannot be faked. Once it is dead, it is dead. So what's the matter with this black account? It was not until this moment that Han Zhan saw clearly who had attacked him from behind. Bai Shuang, and standing in the air beside her, an adult cruiser. Having absorbed the vitality of the dead young wanderer, this adult wanderer maintained a special humanoid form, with 2 bone wings spread out behind it, and was in the process of retracting its right hand that had just been raised. On its chest, a larger black sphere was emitting a faint light. That's it. Anzan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Are you surprised? Bai Shuang was still wearing heavy makeup as when Han Zhan first saw her. She stood gracefully next to the adult cruiser. This adult cruiser is a surprise I brought to you. How about it? Do you like it? An adult ranger, a peak tier 3 Zerg with quasi-tier 4 strength. If Han Zhan and his men could barely deal with a young ranger, then they would never be a match for an adult ranger. It was not until then that Han Zhan realized that this was a complete trap. I disguised it with a lie, carried it with me, and then found a suitable opportunity to release it and deliver the finishing blow. Yifan ran over with a serious expression and stood in front of Han Zhan. Why are you doing this? Why? Ha ha! Why? Bai Shuang laughed loudly, and tears suddenly began to fall from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand and tried to cover her eyes, but her other hand seemed out of control and grabbed the wrist of this hand. Bai Lu raised her head awkwardly and struggled. Han Zhan and Yifan, who were sitting opposite her, both saw the silver-white insect shadow flash across her pupils. What is that? The second time? There's no doubt about it. This is the second time I've seen it. What do you mean the second time? What do you know? Yifan saw Han Zhan weakly raise his hand, pointed at Bai Shuang and said, Bai Shuang, she is parasitized. Parasitic? That's right. The silver-white insect shadow I saw in her pupil just now is the legendary Eclipse insect. The Eclipse worm, a fourth-order Zerg. According to Lin Jingxuan's notes, this type of Zerg should have been completely wiped out and killed by the First War Zone in a large-scale insect plague 32 years ago. This is also the reason why Han Zhan couldn't believe it when he saw the silver-white insect shadow for the first time. The fourth-order Zerg is simply not something they can deal with at this stage. The reason why it was classified as the fourth level was because of its terrifying innate ability, brain erosion. Once the brain of any living creature is invaded by the erosion worm, its innate ability, brain erosion, can completely take over the original body, completely control the creature, and parasitize it. Not only that, it also has the characteristics of asexual reproduction and division. Because of this, the harm caused by the erosion worm is far greater than that of other insect species of the same level. Once the eroding insects invade in large numbers, humans will become puppets with only their shells left, and the disaster they bring will be unimaginable. In the history of Blue Star, there was a 7th-level strongman whose brain was invaded by the erosion worm due to carelessness. He slaughtered an entire city that he was originally guarding, causing great suffering and corpses everywhere. Finally, it took a lot of time, energy, and siege to finally resolve it, with heavy losses. The white frost in front of him had obviously been controlled by the erosion worm and had completely become a puppet. Her awkward and struggling reaction was simply the remaining instinct after hearing Yifan's voice. You go first. After listening to Han Zhan's explanation, Yifan had a complicated expression. I have immortal talent. I can't die. I can't leave. Han Zhan stood up with difficulty and shook his head. After absorbing the young wanderers who just died, the range of the adult wanderer's black tent has expanded more than 10 times. At our current speed, we'll be caught up and killed by it before we even reach the edge of the black tent. What's more, there's a rotten worm that is eyeing us covetously. This is a deliberate design, a deadly situation. When Han Zhan said this, his gaze suddenly calmed down. Yifan, you still have 4 chances to become immortal, right? That's right, there are 4 more times today. Yifan didn't understand why Han Zhan asked this. He saw Han Zhan suddenly grin and laugh. In this situation, how could he still laugh? Can you give me time for a song? Han Zhan asked, holding his abdomen, slowly sitting down. No problem. After getting Yifan's affirmative answer, Han Zhan no longer cared about anything else. He immersed himself in the Fushi Qin and started playing it again. The sound of the piano is rippling, like pearls and jade, and crisp. Piano music clearing the mind. The spiritual energy that had been greatly consumed and the horrifying blood hole on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, White Frost and the cruiser moved. They knew Han Zhan's strength. The attack that just ended the juvenile cruiser was so powerful that even they had to think carefully. The cruiser raised his hands, and a jet of black energy rushed towards him. Yifan rushed forward and tried to block it. At this time, White Frost had already approached and grabbed his shoulders. Your immortal body is fake. You don't have an immortal body at all. As Bai Shuang said this, the silver-white insect shadow in her pupil began to split out and drilled into Yifan's body along his arm. Yifan, who was caught face-to-face, hesitated for a moment. But immediately, he hit Bai Shuang in the face with his head. Whether it's true or not is not up to you to decide. Yifan raised his hand, squeezed a silver-white worm out of his body, and crushed it to death with force. Immortality, 2 times remaining. Chapter 29, Between Life and Death. The adult cruiser stood in the air, raised its hand, and pointed it in the direction of Han Zhan. The pitch-black energy gathered in front of him again, and this time it condensed into an extremely sharp spear. Life energy is taken from all things and can also transform all things. As the cruiser strikes, this spear lets out a whimper as it breaks through the air. Yifan was shocked. He subconsciously stood up to block it, and the spear suddenly grew several times larger. The power of lies. Yifan took the attack head-on, and the faint golden patterns on his body began to flicker, but it was obvious that the opponent had no intention of giving him a chance to breathe. How long will it take? Fan asked with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, the piano music stopped abruptly. A blade of air blasted out with the sound of a piano, scaring away those around him. Han Zhan finally recovered to full health after being treated with Qing Xin powder. The Fushi Qin in his hand disappeared and turned into Xia Yue, standing beside him. Facing a strong enemy, Han Zhan chose not to hide his strength anymore and fought with all his strength. Yue, you and Yifan are responsible for dealing with the erosion bugs. Let me deal with this adult cruiser. Even if it means I'm doomed, I'll put some dust in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Xia Yue sat down immediately. Fan continued to restrain by Shuang and prevent her from getting close to Xia Yue. Han Zhan had already activated the first move of the 8 quick fists. White air waves surged, and his speed increased to the extreme, and he rushed towards the cruiser. After unlocking the door, Han Zhan put on the pair of boxing gloves given by his senior brother Wei Qing. The evil spirit that rose into the sky enveloped him completely. Across from him, the adult cruiser narrowed his eyes slightly. Roar! It opened its mouth, raised its hand, and pulled out a bone sword as tall as itself, and held it in its hand. Not only humans are learning to evolve, but the Zerg are too. Han Zhan snorted coldly, full of fighting spirit. He swung his boxing gloves and exerted his physical ability to the extreme. The collision of the boxing gloves and the bone sword made a soundless sound. As they fought to the death, the cruiser suddenly spoke. I've seen these gloves. More than a decade ago, it killed a Zerg king of our Zerg on the battlefield. It belongs to the strong, but you are not. As he spoke, the cruiser suddenly increased his strength, and the bone sword covered with green, sticky saliva was about to press over the boxing gloves and chop Han Zhan's shoulder. Throughout the battlefield, the melodious sound of Fushi's piano rang out again. Long Xiang Chao, the amplification is improved. King Sinsen, treatment and recovery. Breaking song, piano sound, and airblade. Xia Yue's Fuxican played a role in such a melee, comparable to 3 top-level assistants. With her help, Han Zhan blocked the sword. I'm not a strong man, and you're not the insect king either. Han Zhan taunted back rudely and instantly performed the 8 quick fist. He grasped the tip of the sword with his right hand and moved forward. At an unimaginable angle, he punched out with his left hand and hit the cruiser's left rib. Click! There was a crisp cracking sound from the cruiser's left rib. Han Zhan was still planning to pursue the victory, but the bone wings behind the cruiser had already surrounded him. Being able to give you this pair of boxing gloves, it seems that the relationship between you and that strong man is very special. In that case, if I kill you, he will be sad for a long time. This makes me excited. What the cruisers didn't expect was that the Korean War had not been withdrawn at all. The next second, his back was pierced by the bone spurs on the 2 pairs of bone wings, and blood gushed out. But Han Zhan remained steadfast and threw his next punch. Just you. Click. This time it was the right rib. Exchange injury for injury, life for life. Facing the Zerg, I will not retreat even a single step. The bone wings were torn apart, and Han Zhan felt that his entire back was about to be torn in half. The severe pain made him grit his teeth. There's another reason why the Korean War was so reckless. Because he knew that he couldn't give this cruiser a chance to catch his breath. Absorbing the life energy of young cruisers is not a one-time thing. The absorption of huge life energy requires a process. The reason why the cruiser is fighting with its own body now is because it cannot use too much of its life energy. Once it is completely absorbed and takes complete control of this black tent, then he will have no chance of winning. All this knowledge was written down in detail by my second senior brother Lin Jingxian, and it came in handy at this time. When Han Zhan thought of this, he pulled out both fists at the same time and punched the black ball on the cruiser's chest. The cruiser is not a pushover either. When Han Zhan smashed his ribs with his fists and attacked his body, it grabbed the bone sword that was shaken open again, turned its wrist, aimed at Han Zhan's heart from behind, and stabbed it hard. If you don't retreat, you will die. This is the only chance to kill the cruiser. Life only comes once. Han Zhan felt that the flow of time around his body seemed to slow down at this moment. There was a flash of lightning in his mind, and he had no time to think further. The words Li Shutong had said came to his mind. Between life and death. In an instant, Han Zhan felt a lot of white air suddenly surging out his body. These air rushed straight from his body to his brain and came to the location of Xiu Ji in his memory and poured in. The second move of the 8 urgent fists is the urgent lock. Don't worry, open it. The body that had been squeezed to the extreme suddenly recovered completely. Endless spiritual energy seemed to have opened a floodgate, pouring out from every cell in the body. Han Zhan threw that punch. His figure swayed vaguely in that instant at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. The bone sword that was supposed to pierce his heart shifted its position and hit his shoulder blade, getting stuck. Although he was still in extreme pain, Han Zhan had already taken the lead and completed the kill. You lose. Looking at the cruiser in front of him, Han Zhan said. Unexpectedly, the cruiser suddenly opened his mouth, laughed wildly, and fell down. No, you lose. The next second, the black sphere that had been shattered suddenly recovered quickly. Not only that, the cruiser has become one with the entire black tent. The Korean War was still a step slow. Above the sky, the original gap had completely disappeared. The cruiser, who had regained control of the black tent, suddenly had 3 pairs of bone wings on its back. It flew upside down into the air, looking down at Han Zhan and the others. After successfully absorbing the young ranger, the ranger's strength directly reached the 4th level. Bai Shuang, who was fighting with Yi Fan, disappeared very easily. Possessing a gift for lying, she can come and go as she pleases when she wants to. The hovering wanderer opened its arms, and above its head, an enormous meteorite condensed and took shape. Under the feet of Han Zhan and the others, the activated soil directly transformed into ochre-colored chains, locking the 3 of them tightly, making them unable to move. It's over. A falling meteorite will annihilate everything. Yi Fan still raised his hands high without giving up, wanting to block the first wave of meteorite impact for Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei. But in front of meteorites, mere humans are too small. His last chance of immortality lasted less than 0.1 s before it shattered. The blood vessels in Yi Fan's hands and legs burst directly, and there was a sound of bones breaking one after another. He would be shattered to pieces in the next second. Suddenly, the meteor stopped falling. An old but powerful voice sounded in everyone's ears. 8 Urgent 6, Scenery Urgent, Open. Chapter 30, One Punch to the Sky. As his voice sounded, the entire meteorite exploded and turned into stardust all over the sky. The meteorite was shattered. No, not just meteorites. The wanderer in the sky, looking down at the human world like a god, stared at the area at his chest in disbelief. There, where the black sphere should have been, there was only an empty gap. This punch comes from the sky. The black tent that covered 1,000 miles also continued to peel off and dissipate, revealing the original appearance of the sky. An old man slowly put his hands into his sleeves, stopped, and stood still. Fortunately, we made it in time. Behind him, a jet-powered carriage was slowly folding its mechanical wings. The combination of high technology and retro made it look extremely alternative. Looking at Li Shutong standing there, Han Zhan grinned miserably and laughed. Master, a 3rd-order Zerg and a 4th-order Zerg. I didn't embarrass you, did I? After he said this, his eyes went dark and he fainted. Finally, I can get off work. Yi Fan collapsed to the ground, his bones and meridians all broken and damaged. He looked at the sky weakly and muttered. This battle was the most brutal one that the 0527 team had experienced so far. In this battle, 1 person was missing and 2 were seriously injured. And this is just the 4th level Zerg, the Zerg Plague. It is hard to imagine what the combat spirit masters in various war zones encounter and experience every day on the real frontline battlefield. Master, not only the Wanderers appeared here, but also the erosion bugs. Xia Yuwei watched the rescue team coming and sending the city defenders to the hospital for treatment. She walked up to Li Shutong and said, Erosion insect? Li Shutong glanced at it and nodded. There's indeed another kind of insect sent here, but they are very cunning and have hidden their tracks. It is very difficult to track them through the remaining scent at the scene. Although I'm good at fighting, the Eclipse bug is extremely cunning. If I act rashly, I will only alert the enemy. So you guys are still needed to find the Eclipse worm. Li Shutong had no intention of helping again. Adversity is the best nourishment for growth, and as a master, he knows exactly when to let go. Xia Yuwei obviously thought of this as well, so she didn't say anything else. Everything will have to wait until the Korean War ends before we can make a long-term plan. 5 days later, Han Zhan recovered completely. Under the sound of the Fushi Qin, Han Zhan spent at least 3 days to completely eliminate the hidden injuries on his body. It can be seen how seriously he was injured in this battle. However, it is not completely without gain. Between life and death, Han Zhan successfully released Xiao Ji, and his Ba Ji Quan was further improved, greatly enhancing his strength. He also became more proficient and comfortable in using the music of the Fuxi zither. Master wants us to investigate on our own and find the eclipse worm. Xia Yuwei conveyed Li Shudong's meaning to Han Zhan, who pondered for a moment after listening. Where is Yifan? Where is he now? Yifan was in the intensive care unit. When the last meteorite was falling, he tried his best to stop it. His bones and meridians were all shattered. If it weren't for his immortal talent, he would have died long ago. Although he's not dead now, he is seriously injured. However, his immortality talent is slowly repairing the damage. Just as the two were talking, a nurse hurried over. You're Yifan's colleagues, right? Have you seen him? Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei looked at each other. What happened to Yifan? He's missing. Missing. Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei were hurriedly led by the nurse to the intensive care unit, where he was. The nutrient solution tube that was supposed to be inserted into his body was hanging there, and the bed was empty. Han Zhan noticed that there was a chessboard at the head of Yifan's bed. The rest of the chess pieces are arranged intact, except for the general piece, which is missing. Yifan, what are you hinting at? This guy must be feeling bad about Bai Shuang's incident. He must have left on his own. There was no sign of a fight in the entire ward. Han Zhan checked again and found no other useful clues. With Yifan's talent, the possibility of anything going wrong was low, so they turned the topic back to the erosion worm. The white frost was a breaking point. The fourth-order eclipse worm can reproduce and divide asexually, but as long as the mother worm is killed, the other worms could be dealt with at the same time. Yifan may have guessed something and went to investigate alone. Oh yes, there is one more thing. Xia Yuwei thought about it and said, the City Protector Organization has deducted 100 points from our 052-7 team this time. Because the mission was ultimately completed by the Master, the other teams were judged to have failed their missions and had the corresponding points deducted. Hearing this, Han Zhan was so angry that he laughed. So, while we were fighting outside, the enemy is still using these disgusting methods to target us. Is there really such a person? Xia Yuwei nodded and continued. Not only did they deduct our points, they didn't even keep the bodies of the Rangers. All the materials were moved back to the City Protector Organization building. Master, didn't you say anything? He said, this is a matter between us and the Deep Blue City Protector Organization, and no one else will interfere. I see. Han Zhan stood up without saying a word and walked outside. Xia Yuwei followed from behind. Where are you going? Go and get back what belongs to us. Han Zhan already understood what Li Shutong meant. When Li Shutong said, other people will not interfere, he was not only referring to himself, but also to other bigwigs. This is clearly a hint to myself, to cover for myself. Then what's so scary? Zhao Hu, the deputy captain of the Deep Blue City Guardian Organization, has put so many obstacles in my way. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks I have no temper. If he could tolerate this, he would no longer be called Han Zhan. The two men came out of the hospital and went directly to the City Protector Organization building. This is the second time that Han Zhan has come here. Compared to the first time I came, it seemed to be more popular, and many people walked out with happy looks on their faces. When they saw Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei, other emotions appeared in their eyes. Captain Zhao is really generous this time. Those are 4th-level Zerg materials, and he just distributed them to all the teams. Oh, that's because we help him do it, controlling the score. Sure. Someone saw Han Zhan and the others and stopped their companions from continuing speaking. Han Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Using the Zerg materials and spoils that his team had killed desperately as rewards to those defender teams that helped him control the points and targeted him. Zhao, who you really have good tricks. Captain Han, why are you here? Zhang Xiaobei walked quickly over from the reception desk and asked with a smile on his face. Han Zhan looked at him and spoke in a tone that could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Let Zhao Hu get out of here. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Chapter 31, I'm here to beat you up. Ha 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 ha. Is Captain Han crazy? Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Zhang Xiaobei still had that look of a man who wouldn't hit anyone who smiled at him, and he walked over and said, just as he was about to approach, he suddenly grabbed the dagger hidden in his sleeve with his hand, and Zhang Xiaobei's harmless smile was still on his face. The sharp blade unexpectedly cut towards Han Zhan. He is very fast, but there is someone who is faster than him. While Zhang Xiaobei was staring at him without him being able to react, Han Zhan slapped him in the face, then poured all his strength into his right hand and pressed him to the ground. Bang! Zhang Xiaobei's head hit the ground with a loud bang, and spiderweb-like cracks began to spread from the impact point. Han Zhan exuded a terrifying white aura, and his excitement and rest were released instantly. Seeing this scene, the city defenders were also dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaobei is a third-rank spiritual contract master and a member of the first team in Shenlan City, but he was pinned to the ground after just one round of fighting? Isn't this too outrageous? So cruel. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Han Zhan pressed Zhang Xiaobei to the ground expressionlessly, rubbing him back and forth. The splattering blood dyed the entire City Guardian building a light red. The onlookers were swallowing their saliva. But Han Zhan showed no intention of stopping. Has anyone ever told you that when you smile, you really deserve a beating? Don't hit someone who smiles. That's someone else. I'm hitting someone like you who's smiling, but hiding a knife. Zhang Xiaobei opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but with Han Zhan's double powers unlocked, he couldn't even resist. That's enough. Finally, Zhao Hu walked out of the elevator angrily, and he immediately spoke up and shouted. Seeing Zhao Hu appear, all the city defenders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bang! Zhang Xiaobei's head was pressed to the ground again. Zhao Hu's eyelids twitched. His tone was cold and his face was chilly. I've said enough. Can't you hear me? You said enough is enough? Did I say enough? Han Zhan smiled and picked up Zhang Xiaobei. He wanted to humiliate Zhao Hu in front of all the city defenders. He wanted to tell these city defenders that even Zhao Hu couldn't protect the person he, Han Zhan, wanted to beat. Zhao Hu clenched his hands into fists behind his back. Next to his ear, the voice of his subordinate came from the ear-hook communicator. Captain, the video of Han Zhan's action in the City Protector Organization building has been uploaded to the headquarters as you instructed. But what? But the response from headquarters is that this is an internal matter of our Deep Blue City Protectors, and you are asked to coordinate it yourself. What did you say? When Zhao Hu heard this reply, he was stunned. What he didn't know was that when his men sent the video of Shenlan City to the headquarters, the Shenlan City information that had been marked as highlighted was immediately sent to the third-in-command Su Mingxian. The moment Su Mingxian saw Han Zhan, he was shocked. Zoom in and slow down the video. When he saw Han Zhan take action and the white aura instantly released around his body, his mouth opened wide in shock, big enough to fit an entire egg. 8 punches. Su Mingxian is not Zhao Hu, nor is he one of those ordinary people with little knowledge. As the third in command of the city defenders, he has seen more and knows more. So when he saw Han Zhan take action, he immediately recognized this unique boxing style. And what was even more famous than this boxing style itself was the master of this boxing style, one of the highest people in Daxia. He is also the head of the largest family in the entire Daxia. He single-handedly turned the tide and saved Daxia from danger, and was the only person to receive the Red Sun Medal, which symbolizes the highest honor. Apart from that person, the 8 urgent fists were only taught to his 8 students. These 8 students are now the bigwigs in various war zones. This young man, named Han Zhan in the video, actually knows the 8 quick fists. Doesn't that mean that he is also one of that person's students? The 9th student. When Su Mingxian thought of this, he immediately became uneasy, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Even with his status, he is not qualified to know such a secret. He had no right to ask about anything related to that person. Thinking of this, Su Mingxian immediately called the clerk in charge of handling the matter at the headquarters and asked him to make up an excuse. Zhao Hu, who was far away in Shenlan City, of course had no idea that this excuse was thought up by Su Mingxian. He was puzzled and asked, what about the monitoring groups jointly established by the major war zones? Didn't they ask you to send a copy of the video to them as well? The supervisory group said that the young man who did this is quite skilled, and asked if anyone is interested in joining them. Fuck. Zhao Hu is so angry that he threw the communicator on his ear directly to the ground. What the hell is bureaucracy? When these words came out of Zhao Hu's mouth, it felt like a self-introduction. But in the center of the field, Zhang Xiaobei was still being carried, motionless like a dying salted fish. All the city defenders were looking at him. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, and for the first time in his life, he asked patiently, Han Zhan, what exactly do you want to do here? Zhao Hu's surrender suddenly took on a different meaning in the eyes of other city defenders. Zhao Hu actually compromised with Han Zhan. What am I here for? I'm here to beat you up. Han Zhan's words made Zhao Hu's face turn pale and blue. He had seen Han Zhan's strength. Even a third-level cruiser was no match for him. If they really fought, he might not be able to beat him. It is impossible to fight. Zhao Hu could only hold it in and continued. What do you want to do to let Xiao Bei go and stop causing trouble here? It's simple. I heard that you embezzled all the materials from the Rangers that our 0527 team killed outside the city with great effort. Han Zhan paused here. Those city defenders who heard Han Zhan's words subconsciously put their hands behind their backs, for fear that Han Zhan would notice what materials they were holding. Han Zhan sneered and continued. So, I want you to open the treasure house of the City Protector Organization and let me represent all the members of our team and choose until I am satisfied. That's impossible. When Zhao Hu heard Han Zhan's request, he was so angry that his face turned green. The treasure house of the City Protector Organization contains carefully selected items and is of great value. Let the Korean War choose at will. Dream. Zhao Hu took a deep breath again. Han Zhan, change the conditions. This one is absolutely not acceptable. No, I am Han Zhan, and I only have 2 hands. Even if I fill them up, how many things can I get? If you can't even meet this request, Captain Zhao, I doubt your sincerity. Han Zhan's words made Zhao Hu somewhat interested. Indeed, if one person goes in and picks until he is satisfied, how many things can he take? Thinking of this, he finally made up his mind and agreed. Okay, then only you are allowed to go in, and when you come out, you are not allowed to hide anything anywhere except your hands. Han Zhan released the half-dead Zhang Xiaobei with a snap. He spread out his right and left hands, both of which were adorned with black rings. It's a deal. Chapter 32, Li Lingjin, Shenongding, Deep Blue City, the treasure house of the City Protector Organization. Here are stored various precious materials and props collected by the Deep Blue City Protector Organization over the years. As a treasure house, it is unguarded, because this treasure house was designed and built by the famous Shun Shang technology. Kanzang Technology, one of the 5 major companies, has been committed to the research and development of cutting-edge technology. The treasure house they built has a defense level that is enough to withstand the full force attack of a 7th-level spirit contract or spirit contract master. Absolutely safe. Outside the treasury, one of his men asked worriedly, Captain Zhao, are we just going to let him in like this? Zhao Hu waved his hand nonchalantly. There are at least tens of thousands of items in this treasure house, and some of them are unrecognizable even to me. Do you think a student who just graduated from Ivy League college can recognize them? Besides, even if he wanted to move everything, he doesn't have the ability to do so. With both of his hands full, how much can he carry? If he were allowed to move freely, how much could he carry? When Han Zhan entered the treasury, he was immediately dazzled by the densely packed treasures inside. Eternal winter flowers, twig grass, half sleep. The appendages of a 3rd-level Zerg skeleton ant, the bone wings of a 5th-level Zerg ghost butterfly. Walking inside the treasure house, Han Zhan knows everything about it. There is no other reason. These things have appeared in the notes of the 2nd senior brother Lin Jingxian, including their value, origin, parts, and so on. Thanks to this notebook, Han Zhan did not get lost in this treasure trove. Some materials glow with brilliant golden light all over, looking extremely dazzling, but in fact they are of very low value and are just for show. Some of the materials are plain and black, and look no different from the broken branches found everywhere on the roadside, but they are rare treasures with extremely high value. Is this the shell of a level 6 wall crab? Using it as the main material, we can definitely create a set of defensive equipment. If I had this set of defensive gear, at least when I exchanged injuries with the cruiser, I wouldn't be beaten so badly by the cruiser just because the only piece of protective gear was given to Xiaoyu Wei. Good stuff, take it, take it. As Han Zhan spoke, the ring on his finger flashed with a jet black light, and the huge crab shell, which was as tall as a person, suddenly disappeared. A storage ring containing the Sumeru space given by Li Shetong. Now it finally has its place. The Baoyang flower is the plant with the most spiritual energy among the 3rd-level plants. Using it to extract the medicine for breaking through the 3rd level will have an excellent effect. Good stuff, take it, take it. Han Zhan continued to wave his hand. A black light flashed, and several flowers that looked similar to wildflowers on the roadside were collected by him. This process lasted for about an hour. Han Zhan finally explored the treasure house thoroughly and put everything he liked into the Sumeru space. The defenders of Deep Blue City are still too poor. The highest level they have seen is only level 6 materials, and the quantity is still very scarce. He thought somewhat unhappily. When Han Zhan walked out of the treasury, Zhao Hu's men who were left behind to check the situation saw him swaggering out with something in one hand. The two men looked at each other, and neither stepped forward to stop them. When Han Zhan walked away and they walked into the treasury to report to Zhao Hu, they were dumbfounded. Hello. After choosing for so long, he finally left. Zhao Hu answered the phone and raised his eyebrows. Let's go. How many things did you take away? 5. The subordinate on the other end of the phone began to stutter. 5 items? It's a little too much, but fortunately, the 5 items he took today will be returned to him with interest sooner or later. Zhao Hu said viciously. No, Captain Zhao, it's not 5 pieces, it's 50%. This young man, named Han Zhan, looted 50 of our treasure house. Half of the treasure house has been emptied. Another subordinate shouted at the top of his voice on the phone. What? Zhao Hu on the other end of the phone was stunned. His first reaction was that these two little bastards were making up stories to embezzle and put the blame on Han Zhan. However, even if they were given dozens of guts, they probably wouldn't dare to do so. So what they said is true. Han Zhan looted half of the treasury by himself. How'd he do it? Don't panic. Zhao Hu reacted quickly. Human greed is truly unbearable. Everything in this treasury is the property of the City Protector Organization. If he had only taken 1 or 2 items, he might have been able to cover it up. But he emptied half of the treasury in one go. Will the City Protector Organization let him go? Zhao Hu didn't even have to take action himself. Han Zhan was wanted by the City Protector Organization and then exiled to the inner city. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu sneered again. Report everything that happens here to the headquarters. The headquarters will definitely. Captain Zhao, we have already reported this serious matter to the headquarters. The subordinate on the other end of the phone suddenly interrupted Zhao Hu. The headquarters only replied with 5 words. Which 5 words? Zhao Hu suddenly had a bad feeling. Headquarters said, good mediation. Half of the deep blue city treasury was looted, resulting in heavy losses. Reported to the headquarters, and the headquarters only replied with good mediation. Crazy, really crazy. Either the City Protector Organization is crazy, or I am crazy, or maybe this world is crazy. Han Zhan and Xia Yue returned with a full load and went back to their villa. Li Shudong is not here today. Xia Yue grabbed Han Zhan and ran to the 2nd floor of the villa without saying a word. Change clothes and take a shower all in one go. Only after doing all this did Xia Yue hug Han Zhan tightly and said with a choked voice, At that time, I almost thought that I would never see you again. She is Qi Ling, but she is also just a girl who is just beginning to fall in love. When you see the cruiser's bone sword about to pierce Han Zhan's heart, that scene makes your heart stop even if you just think about it. Feeling the long-lost warmth of Han Zhan's body, Xia Yue slowly calmed down. Zhan, you can't escape today, no matter what. Han Zhan felt Xia Yue's affection, and he subconsciously responded warmly, and the two hugged each other. Just then, with a creak, the door was pushed open. A baby-faced beauty wearing loose vacuum pajamas appeared at the door. All 3 of them were stunned. Han Zhan was still pressing on Xia Yue in an ambiguous posture. The childlike beauty, standing at the door, suddenly sighed softly. In my room, in my pajamas, sleeping in my bed, isn't that a kind of NTR? What shocked Han Zhan even more was her character information. Li Lingjin, E-level contract spirit. Transform form, Shinong Ding. Features, none. Divinity, yes, not awaken, details unknown. It turned out to be one of the 10 ancient magic weapons. Shinong Ding. Chapter 33, Refining the True Nature. Han Zhan, Li Lingjin, Xia Yue. The 3 of them sat in a circle, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Is it really okay not to wear it? Han Zhan looked away and reminded kindly. Li Lingjin shook her head indifferently. This is the most comfortable state for me at home. Maintaining this state helps me find inspiration and create. Creation? Xia Yue repeated. Yes, didn't my grandfather tell you that I am an online best-selling author? Li Lingjin's words made Han Zhan and Xia Yue look sideways. They couldn't believe that she had such a talent. What's your pen name? Let me check it out. Xia Yue asked quickly to show her support. The banned books have been banned across the internet. Han Zhan and Xia Yue suddenly understood why Li Shutong had never mentioned to them that his granddaughter was writing a book. What about you guys? I just disturbed you. Do you want to continue? Li Lingjin's words made Xia Yue's face turn red. Han Zhan also coughed twice lightly and did not respond to the conversation. If you don't want to continue, then let's continue. Li Lingjin saw their reactions, nodded, and said to Han Zhan. Ah, Han Zhan and Xia Yue raised their heads at the same time and looked at Li Lingjin in shock. I have to say that Li Lingjin is very capable, and with her extremely beautiful baby face, she is popular with both young and old. Han Zhan's heart beat faster than expected. No, Xia Yue refused to do this and immediately stood up to object. You just met for the first time, and there's no emotional foundation between you. How can you be so careless? Why does signing a contract require an emotional basis? Li Lingjin asked in confusion. You mean signing a contract? Yeah, that's what you think it is. Li Lingjin deliberately blinked her eyes and asked innocently. If she was not the author of a banned best-selling book, Han Zhan would really believe it. It was obvious that Li Ling was teasing them on purpose, so Han Zhan had to step out and change the subject. Your E-level talent is indeed divine. You can make a contract with me and use divine illumination for a second awakening. Really? Li Lingjin asked happily. She was originally unwilling to meet Li Shutong in Shanghai City, but after Li Shutong told her about Han Zhan's SSS-level talent, she agreed to return to Shenlan City to give it a try. Now, after hearing Han Zhan himself admit it, Li Lingjin was still very surprised. Then let's start the contract. After Li Lingjin finished speaking, she couldn't wait to unbutton her pajamas, but her hands were immediately held down by Han Zhan. Wait. What are you going to do? Signing a contract? What's the connection between signing a contract and taking off clothes? Han Zhan looked at Li Lingjin in shock and asked in confusion. In my book, the signing of a contract can only be completed after negative distance contact. Li Lingjin answered calmly. When Han Zhan and Xia Yue heard this, their faces turned black. It's really not unfair that your book was banned. Han Zhan shook his head and stopped talking nonsense to Li Lingjin. He was worried that if this baby-faced beauty whose mind seemed to be full of dirty trash continued talking, Li Lingjin would do something outrageous again. The familiar contract array lights up. Golden chains appeared on Han Zhan and Li Lingjin at the same time, binding them tightly. At the same time, Han Zhan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted softly, Shun Zhao. Li Lingjin only felt that her whole body, under Han Zhan's divine illumination, suddenly began to heat up, and she subconsciously tore off her pajamas. On the surface of the white skin, complex and mysterious lines are faintly visible. These lines were also golden in color. Under the constant gaze of Shun Zhao, they slowly peeled off from Li Lingjin's body and gathered above his head. Finally, it condensed into the shape of an ancient large tripod. Ancient magic weapon, Shen Ding. After completing the second awakening, Li Lingjin's information also underwent earth-shaking changes. Li Lingjin, SSS-level contract spirit. Transformed form, ancient magic weapon, Shen Ding. Divine nature, refine the essence and return to the truth. Refining the origin and returning it to its true state. You can put natural treasures or Zerg materials rich in spiritual energy into it, and by activating the Shen Ding, you can refine all things and absorb the origin, and finally concentrate and extract the spiritual energy to restore its true appearance. Ox. So cool. After understanding what it meant to refine the essence, Han Zhan was shocked. I remember Li Shutong said before that Changshan Company, one of the 5 major companies, became a company that surpassed other countries because it possessed the means to refine spiritual energy. Not only did he make a fortune, but he was also sought after by all the spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters. But now, Li Lingjin's Shen Ding talent also has the same ability. Doesn't this mean that in the future, we will no longer need to go through the Changshan Company to obtain pure spiritual energy and achieve breakthroughs? This is my talent. Li Lingjin looked at her hands in disbelief. As Li Shudong's granddaughter, she also understood what this meant. Times are changing. Let's try it now. Han Zhan said impatiently. At this moment, he no longer cared about the difference between men and women. Han Zhan directly took out all the treasures he had just looted from the Sumeru ring. Li Lingjin also nodded. The next second, she turned into the appearance of Shen Ding, and Han Zhan stuffed all these natural treasures into the ding. Wait, slow down, it's too fast, and it hurts. Li Lingjin suddenly shouted, and Han Zhan paused slightly. Okay, put it in. Li Lingjin adjusted the position of the Shen Ding and aimed the mouth of the ding at Han Zhan. Han Zhan nodded and continued to put materials into the cauldron. After a while, Li Lingjin's voice sounded again. Stop. It's already full. Don't fill it up anymore. When Xia Yue, who was standing by, heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched twice. If she had not seen it with her own eyes and just heard the sound, she would probably have started to have strange imaginations. Is this the strength of the author of a banned bestseller? So terrifying. Han Zhan also stood aside with a strange expression on his face, listening to Li Lingzhen's voice that was sometimes coquettish and sometimes excited. He always felt that what he was holding in his hand was not a treasure from heaven and earth, but some dirty prop. But at least it was done. The Shenong Ding was now filled with materials. Under Li Lingzhen's urging, it burst into a dazzling light. These materials were digested at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into tiny white spots of light. These white light spots continued to condense in the Shenong Ding and eventually condensed into pure white pills. After a rough count, there are 9 in total. After the refining was completed, the Shenong Ding could no longer maintain its divine form and restored Li Lingzhen's human form. She was sweating all over and collapsed directly into Han Zhan's arms. Why are there so many? You are amazing. Han Zhan. Xia Yue. Chapter 34. You young people know how to have fun. The next day, early morning, Han Zhan woke up from his sleep. His left arm was resting on Xia Yue, who curled up in his arms like a sleepy kitten, stretching lazily. Li Lingzhen held his right arm in his arms and locked it tightly. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan suddenly had the illusion that he was a winner in life. He quickly pulled his hand out of Li Lingzhen's arms with great difficulty and looked at Xia Yue with a guilty look. After a while, the other two also woke up. Let's go. It's getting late. Starting today, we will formally investigate the eclipse worm incident, Han Zhan said, quickening his pace and walking out of the room first. As soon as he left the room, he ran into Li Shutong, who was having breakfast. Li Shu agreed, looking at him meaningfully, and said, "You young people really know how to have fun." Master, father? What are you talking about? Han Zhan looked confused. Don't pretend. I came back last night. The noise in your room was so loud, but I'm not deaf. You kid, be nicer to Lingzhen. After hearing this, Han Zhan understood that Li Shutong must have misunderstood what happened yesterday. He was just about to explain something when Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen walked out of the room yawning. I'm so tired. I was busy all night last night. Yeah, I've never been so tired. My waist is almost broken. The two of them talked back and forth, and the situation became worse and worse. Han Zhan felt that the way Li Shutong looked at him had changed. Finally, he patted Han Zhan on the shoulder and sighed. Young man, take care of your health and exercise moderation. After saying that, he left without looking back. Han Zhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Last night, they conducted tests and finally concluded that the upper limit of the number of pills that the Shenong Ding could refine per day was 30. After refining 30 pills, the Shenong Ding will temporarily lose the ability to refine the original truth. It was not until the next day that I could fully recover. Han Zhan gave 10 pills to each of the 30 people. He tried swallowing them himself and found that each pill could increase spiritual power by 1. This means that Han Zhan only needs to swallow 100 pills to try to break through to the 3rd level. How long does it take to make 100 pills? It only took 3 days. This is a speed that is unimaginable. Whether it is refining spiritual energy from materials or breaking through realms, it can be said to be unprecedented. If Changsheng Company knew about Li Lingzhen's talent for spirit connection, they would only do 2 things. The whole company made every effort to invite Li Lingzhen to join their company, or use the whole company's strength to kill Li Lingzhen. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about Li Lingzhen's talent for spirit bondage, the better. What should we do now? Where should we investigate? Li Lingzhen asked eagerly. We don't know yet. All the information we know about the Eclipse Worm comes from the missing members of our 0527 team. Li Lingzhen came over and took a look at Bai Shuang's photo. She suddenly let out a light exclamation. I think I've seen this person before. Does she often go to the dance hall to dance at night? How do you know? Because I go to this dance hall often. Li Lingzhen saw Han Zhan and Xia Yue were confused and continued to explain. Breeze Dance Hall, the largest dance hall in the entire Deep Blue City. Don't you know? It's a dance hall that all the defenders must go to for nightlife. The girls in there are so pretty. When Li Lingzhen said this, he clicked his tongue several times in succession, and he looked like an old pervert. The performance was so vivid. Then why are you going to a place like that? Han Zhan asked in confusion. Looking for material. Novels are based on life. Do you understand? I am a writer who focuses on realism. If I don't accumulate more material from life, how can I write articles that make people feel involved? Li Lingzhen said it with confidence. She didn't even bother to remember the fact that her best-selling book had been banned across the entire internet. Girl, there's nothing wrong with working hard to accumulate materials, but can we accumulate more positive energy materials? Then why do you know Bai Shuang? Is her name Bai Shuang? I only know her name is Hong Iris. Is that her stage name? Li Lingzhen shook her head. It was just a coincidence. When I went to Breeze Ballroom in March to look for inspiration, I happened to see her on her first day at work. Because she didn't want to wear clothes that were too revealing, she was scolded by the foreman. A beautiful young woman who became a dancer to make a living. What a great material. I wrote her down and made her the heroine in my book. That's why I was deeply impressed. After listening to Li Lingzhen's story, Han Zhan and Xia Yue looked at each other. Isn't the clue here now? Let's set off now and go to the Breeze Ballroom. Xia Yue was the first to stand up and said. Just as she was about to take a step, she was stopped by Han Zhan. Wait a moment. Before going to the Breeze Ballroom, we need to make some preparations in advance. Han Zhan mysteriously pulled Xia Yue upstairs. When they walked down again, Li Lingzhen suddenly smelled something special and wrinkled his nose. No way, you two? Are you going to do this in broad daylight? It smells really bad. Can you smell it? Han Zhan asked. Of course you can. Hey, don't come near me. Li Lingzhen avoided Han Zhan with a look of disgust. After you did that, can you take a shower first? The smell is so strong, it's disgusting. Also, according to the information I have collected, guava, maca root, dark chocolate, avocado, blueberry increase the quantity. Walnuts, beer, wine, honey, ginger, cucumber, bell pepper, etc. may make it taste better. Green leafy vegetables such as wheat, kale, cilantro, spinach, etc. help improve health and vitality. Avoid garlic, onions, broccoli, cabbage, alcohol, asparagus, meat, dairy products, coffee, and other caffeinated drinks, which may make it taste bad and bitter. Li Lingzhen suddenly said a long string of words in one breath. What kind of horrible knowledge growth is this? We don't have it. Xia Yue quickly explained. It's not that thing, it's the smell of heather. Heather? Li Lingzhen was stunned for a moment. It's really not that. What are you thinking about? Do you think we're all the same to you, with a head full of dirty garbage? Han Zhan patted Li Lingzhen's head. What was sprayed on him and Xia Yue was indeed the juice of crushed heather flowers, and it smelled like that when sprayed on their bodies. The reason why the Korean War did so is very simple. Because the erosion worm has a weakness, it can also be said that it is a way to identify whether the opponent is parasitized by the erosion worm. That is, the gnats are very sensitive to the smell of heather. After they smell the scent of heather, they will become extremely irritable or even crazy. Breeze Ballroom is where Bai Shuang works. God knows if there are people infected with the erosion worm guarding there. That's why Han Zhan found this method in Lin Jingshuan's notes. After spraying Li Lingzhen with heather juice, the three of them were ready. Target Breeze Ballroom. Chapter 35 Breeze Ballroom. Breeze Ballroom is open 24 hours a day. There are daytime guests and late-night guests, and there is no conflict. When Han Zhan and his three companions arrived at the Breeze Ballroom, there were still quite a few people sitting down, holding one or two dancers in their arms and flirting in low voices. It is very rare to see someone like Han Zhan, who is accompanied by two beautiful girls with extremely high looks and comes to the Breeze Ballroom. Even the bartender at the door stared at them in surprise. You come here often, order something to drink. Don't make it too expensive. Han Zhan added another sentence to Li Lingzhen. Although he had just robbed the city defender's warehouse and his wallet was still quite rich, he was not a spendthrift. 2 glasses of fruit wine, a cup of iced coffee, and a snack platter. Li Lingzhen then said to the attendant. They found an inconspicuous corner booth and sat down, looking around. On the stage, scantily clad dancers were dancing, and in the audience, there were many city guards who had just finished their night shift, watching with great interest. There were also a few patrolling dancers who were responsible for warming up the atmosphere and were toasting at every table. Black stockings, long legs, scars, and heavy makeup fit Han Zhan's stereotype of a dance hall. They soon came to Han Zhan's table. They simply ignored Li Lingzhen and Xia Yue, who were obviously not the target audience and were prettier than themselves, and went straight to Han Zhan. Are you coming to the dance hall alone, brother? You can open your eyes and speak more nonsense. Have a drink with my sisters. You smell so tempting. A dancer leaned close to Han Zhan's neck, took a deep breath, and said with an intoxicated look on her face. Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjun looked strange. Is it true that you should love what you do? You could say the smell is tempting. I didn't expect it. But this also proves from the side that these dancers were not parasitized by the erosion worms. Sorry, we've already ordered drinks. At this time, Li Lingjun spoke up and interrupted the continuous attacks of these slutty bitches. There are 3 sources of income for dancers: basic appearance fee, customer tips, and commission from promoting alcoholic beverages. That's why they work so hard to persuade people to drink. After hearing what Li Lingjun said, the faces of several dancers turned cold instantly. It's boring. That's right, bringing these 2 pretty girls to the dance hall? Why are you pretending? Just as boring as that deadhead who just drank water and didn't talk yesterday. Several dancers left in a lack of interest. After a while, the bartender brought their orders. There was fruit wine with a light golden transparent liquid, a cup of iced coffee with white mist hanging on the brown cup wall, and a snack platter filled with steaming French fries and unknown animal meat. There were so many things, but the price was surprisingly high, several thousand yuan, which made Han Zhan gasp. But when he saw the dancers dancing hard on the stage, he felt relieved. Taking the iced coffee, Han Zhan casually asked the young bartender, "Do you have a woman named Red Iris here?" The Korean War didn't make much noise. But when he finished saying this, suddenly, the bartender, who was carrying a tray, looked at him strangely. It's not just him. In the entire bar, I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards me. Their eyes all fell on Han Zhan. This strange scene appeared. Han Zhan subconsciously clenched his fists. His mind slightly sank. "Sir, did you just say Red Iris?" The bartender smiled, as if to confirm it. Han Zhan pursed his lips. Yes. In the entire bar, those who were drinking and flirting stopped drinking, the dancing girls who were accompanying the drinks stopped moving, and those who were dancing also stopped. When the Korean War was confirmed and preparations were made to fight a large group of parasitic eclipse insects. Suddenly, the bartender shouted excitedly, "Great, this guest said Red Iris. He will pay for everyone here, the whole place." Woohoo! The others cheered as well. Just when Han Zhan was still a little confused, the bartender came over and explained to him. "It's like this guest, there was also a guest here yesterday. He took a large amount of wine on credit, and then said that someone would come later, say the 3 words Red Iris, and book the whole place, and pay off his wine debt." The bartender's words made them think of someone. Yifan disappeared from the hospital. He also went to the breeze ballroom. As expected, he was also investigating the matter of the eclipse worm. "You just let him buy on credit?" Han Zhan asked in confusion. "Well, he's the city defender. It's not the first time he's bought something on credit from us. We all know him." It was undoubtedly Yifan. Han Zhan shook his head. He didn't say anything more and chose to help Yifan pay off the wine debt. In the past, Bai Shuang was the one who did this kind of thing. Bai Shuang is most likely gone now, and there's no telling how many times Yifan can still pay off his huge debt of drinking. Yifan's prank soon brought new clues to Han Zhan and others. I saw another bartender walking towards them with a wooden box. That man said that after the wine debt is paid, "We will give you this wooden box." "We can't open this box. Please read it yourself, guest." Taking the box left by Yifan, it was covered with a faint golden light. It is Yifan's spiritual master's talent, immortality. When Han Zhan reached out to take it, the protective light film on the box seemed to sense something and slowly melted away. When I opened the box, I found 2 pieces of paper inside, each with 2 different messages recorded on it. In February of the 23rd year of the insect plague, Yiming, the captain of the first team of the Deep Blue City Guardians, successfully explored a nearby ruin and returned. The Guardians organization commended him. The entire team went to the Breeze Ballroom to celebrate. In March of the 23rd year of the insect plague, Yiming was transferred to the frontline battlefield for special reasons and has not been heard from since. In the same month, Deputy Captain Zhao, who took over the captain's duties. The information on the first piece of paper was about Yiming, the captain of Shenlan City's first team. Han Zhan didn't know why Yifan left this information to him. He continued to look at the second piece of paper. The cycle of asexual reproduction and division of the eclipse worm is 1 month, and 1 daughter worm is produced every month. Kill the queen, and all the daughters will die with her. The second piece of information was about the eclipse worm. Han Zhan knew about killing the queen worm, but it was the first time he heard about the first division cycle. Combine the 2 sheets of paper. Could it be that what Yifan wanted to express was that Yiming brought back the queen of the erosion worm from the ruins outside the Deep Blue City? That is to say, the division of the queen insect began in February, so there are now a total of 7 parasites. This information is critical. The Korean War suddenly narrowed the target range. So now, they just need to find the 7 parasites to solve the problem of the erosion worms. Wait a minute, bartender. Han Zhan thought of this. He stopped the bartender and asked, "Do you remember that Captain Yiming went to the Breeze Ballroom in February?" Chapter 36 Raid. Are you talking about Captain E of the City Guard Squad? Yes, all the members of their first team were there, and they happily opened 2 bottles of good wine. I've actually been to the Breeze Ballroom. Yifan's information is correct. So the Queen is on Yiming? No, Yiming had mysteriously disappeared in March. If the Queen was in him, how could she continue to parasitize other people in Deep Blue City? There is someone else who is parasitized by the Queen insect. Han Zhan was still thinking and drank half a cup of coffee. As we all know, coffee is a diuretic, and he felt like going to the bathroom. People have 3 urgent needs. After saying hello to the 2 girls, he walked toward the bathroom in the dance hall. As I arrived at the door of the men's restroom, before I went in, I heard a burst of rapid panting coming from inside. The sound was sometimes high-pitched and sometimes low. There are always some people who can't help themselves and like to find excitement in the bathroom of a dance hall. Han Zhan shook his head. He pushed the door open and walked in, finding a random seat and finishing his meal. At this time, someone else pushed the door and walked in. He obviously heard the noise in the toilet as well. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a playful smile on his face. But when he walked behind Han Zhan, he suddenly frowned and stopped. Then, an expression of extreme disgust suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes began to turn red, and he looked crazy. Then, he swung his fist suddenly, attacking Han Zhan from the back of the head. One of the most vulnerable moments for male masters is when they go to the toilet. This move came without any warning. Han Zhan only felt a gust of wind blowing behind his head. He immediately unlocked the locks, accelerated the discharge, then pulled up his pants, bent down, and punched. All in one go. The opponent didn't seem to expect Han Zhan's reaction to be so fast, and was hit in the lower abdomen by Han Zhan's punch. He was knocked flying and hit the door of the 3rd toilet cubicle hard, smashing it into pieces and revealing a panicked couple inside. A silvery white insect shadow emerged from the body and quickly fled out the door. How could it be faster than the Korean War? Han Zhan raised his foot and stomped it hard, turning it into a puddle of mud. The eroding worm. It is indeed a worm of decay. After being separated from the body, its defense is terribly fragile. Han Zhan has just solved his problem. The man among the wild couple in the toilet also finished the fight, and he started swearing angrily. Fuck, who dares to disturb my pleasure? Listen to me, baby. I just didn't perform well this time. The job of a city defender is too tiring. We'll come a second time later. The second time will be better. Boss? A female voice sounded, with a hint of panic and disbelief in her tone. The owner of Breeze Ballroom was the one who was punched away by Han Zhan. He is dead. Han Zhan didn't kill him with just one punch. Instead, after he was parasitized by the worm, his brain was eaten clean and he completely turned into a walking corpse. When the eroding worm leaves this body, he will completely lose his life. But other people don't know this. All they knew was that Han Zhan punched the owner of Breeze Ballroom, and then the owner died. Then, screams were heard. Many of the city guards in the ballroom heard the noise and ran over. At this time, Han Zhan had left the toilet and returned to his seat. What happened there? Obviously, Li Lingjin and Xia Yue also heard the noise and asked. It was an erosion bug that was parasitizing the owner of the Breeze Ballroom. I have dealt with it. Let's go. Han Zhan and his group left the Breeze Ballroom. The clues seemed to be broken again. The owner of Breeze Ballroom and Bai Shuang, as well as the missing captain of the first team of Shenlan City Defenders, Yiming. Who else did the Eclipse Worm parasitize? Perhaps we should start with the first squad of city defenders. Li Lingjin expressed his opinion. According to my habit of writing novels, the bad guys are often the people around the protagonist. Look, aren't there also high chances that the team members around Yiming are parasitic? Li Lingjin said it well. The people in the first team are very likely to be infected. As Han Zhan was thinking, a man came towards him. An acquaintance, Zhang Xiaobei. Ever since he was beaten up by Han Zhan that day, his face has not fully recovered. Seeing Han Zhan, Zhang Xiaobei subconsciously wanted to avoid this god of death. However, when he smelled the scent emanating from Han Zhan, uncontrollable anger appeared on his face. Han Zhan, I will kill you. Zhang Xiaobei threw away his 2 crutches, and just as he shouted this sentence, he fell flat on his face. Even so, he still raised his head ferociously and twisted his body, trying to kill Han Zhan. Then, he suddenly lost his life as if his soul had been taken away. Another silver-white eclipse worm appeared. What a coincidence! Another eclipse. It was such a coincidence that even Han Zhan himself couldn't believe it. Another little soldier. Hearing Li Lingzhen's words. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Han Zhan's mind, and he remembered the chess game that Yi Fan had placed in the ward. Soldiers? Generals? What does the missing check piece mean? At this moment, Han Zhan suddenly understood. I see. Everyone who is parasitized by the eclipse worm has a close relationship with the breeze ballroom. Ming, the owner of the dance hall, Bai Shuang, Zhang Xiaobei, and the erosion bug that Yi Fan crushed to death. There are only 2 left, so one of them is the queen. These people all have a connection with one person, that is the acting captain of the 1st Squadron of Shenlan City, Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu is Yi Ming's deputy. He has also been to Breeze Ballroom. He is Zhang Xiaobei's deputy captain and planned the point-scoring mission of hunting down the Wanderers. Zhao Hu is worthy of the meaning of the chess piece general. So, Zhao Hu is the queen insect. It's terrible. After Han Zhan figured this out, he suddenly said to himself, we want to figure this out. Where is Yi Fan now, who got the information earlier than us and guessed the truth earlier? You mean, revenge Bai Shuang and assassinate Zhao Hu? In the top-floor office of the City Defenders Organization building, Zhao Hu had just finished having sex with his female secretary. He picked up the tissue on the desk and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm surprised you didn't choose to take action when I was most involved. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards a shadow in the corner. A figure stepped out from the shadows. He was wearing a large hood that covered his entire face, so his features could not be seen clearly. His voice came from inside. You shouldn't touch my woman, scum. Are you talking about Red Iris? I'm sorry, but when I was hugging her, I never thought that she would have other men. Bang! In response to him, there was an attack of pale golden light. Zhao, who turned his face away and straightened it back to normal. He touched the bloodstains on his face, looking excited. Chapter 37 Bait. You planned all this. Yi Fan looked at Zhao, who was standing opposite him, with an indescribable tone in his voice. You were the one who killed Yi Ming, too. You usurped his position as captain, and then used the eclipse worm to slowly erode the entire deep blue city, specifically suppressing those outstanding talented awakeners and contract spirits, turning them into trash they're despised by others. Zhao Hu, you are the instigator of all this. Zhao Hu was not surprised by Yi Fan's accusations. Some even looked at him with amusement, as if they were looking at a fool. It's me. So what your name is Yi Fan, right? Because a woman died on the battlefield. So you hid here with your brother to heal your wounds. Yi Ming's good-for-nothing brother. You're talking about you, right? Yes, I have targeted those excellent spirit contract masters, and I have also played with those excellent spirit contract masters. It's not my fault. It's their fault for not being firm enough and not having good luck. Also, you're standing here and talking so much nonsense to me. I can only say that you are really stupid. As soon as Zhao Hu finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. The smile on his face gradually widened. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? The members of the first team quickened their pace and walked in. When they saw Yi Fan in Zhao Hu's office, they immediately formed a battle formation. Captain, are you okay? It's okay. This man wanted to assassinate me, but he didn't succeed. Zhao Hu pointed at his face, speaking in a victim's tone. He is completely different from the arrogant person just now. Yi Fan took 2 steps back without leaving a trace, and the first team of city defenders pressed forward, staring at him hungrily. Suddenly, a rapid whimpering sound was heard outside the floor-to-ceiling window next to me. Then, with a loud crash, the floor-to-ceiling window was smashed, and 3 figures jumped in from outside. Sorry, we have reinforcements too. Han Zhan twisted his neck and stood up with Xia Yuwei and Li Lingzhen. Yi Fan looked at the 3 people standing in front of him and laughed. You guys really came. Nonsense, if we don't come. Are we going to watch you get beaten up by a group of people? There are more than a dozen of them. Even if you come, you'll be beaten up by the group. Even at this time, Yi Fan still didn't forget to make a few remarks. However, as he spoke, he had already walked to the front and stood side by side with Han Zhan and the others. Captain Han, are you sure you want to go along with this assassin? The city defender of the first team asked with a frown. Justice is always in the hands of a few people, Han Zhan replied. Get out of the way. There's so many of you. You may not be my opponent. Han Zhan said this as he moved into the Bakiquan stance, and a white mist slowly dissipated under his feet. At the side, Xia Yuwei transformed into a Fushi Qin in her hand, and Li Lingjin transformed into a Shenong Ding above his head. Yifan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I saw that each of them was covered with a layer of faint golden light. All the defenders of Deep Blue City have heard of Han Zhan's reputation. He is a fierce man who can kill third-level cruisers and even fight with fourth-level adult cruisers. If possible, they don't want to fight with such people. However, they are now trying to kill the acting captain of Deep Blue City's first team. This is simply an insult to the City Protector Organization. No matter what, they would never compromise. Song? The Korean War started first. He quickly opened the door, his feet made a dent, and he rushed out. The speed was so fast that only a blurry shadow could be seen. The members of the first team on the opposite side who were the first to be hit were knocked away by his punch before they could even react. Clang! Han Zhan's move was like some kind of tacit instruction. Xia Yuwei immediately played the Fushi Qin, and the sound of the music and the blade of energy from the formation-breaking tune burst out and swept across the entire room. The sharp air blades from the piano music cut the tables, chairs, and carpets in the room into pieces, and the flying white papers were directly turned into powder. The tune of the piano in Xia Yuwei's hand changed again. With Long Xianxiao's help, everyone's combat effectiveness increased sharply again. Yifan's attack method was more direct. He was a combat spirit master who had retired from the war zone. He had the ability to fight Zerg, but using it in the battle against the city defenders was like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. He quickly dealt with several city defenders who tried to fight back. He's trying to run. Li Lingjin, who had been observing the battle situation, was the first to see Zhao, who trying to escape through the back door. She opened her mouth to remind him. Don't worry, he can't get away. Han Zhan's figure appeared behind him, and his voice came a second later. With his 5 fingers slightly clenched into claws, Han Zhan struck Zhao, whose chest with one blow, causing a dent in the chest. Puff! Zhao, who spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that he could not escape, he suddenly burst into laughter. Han Zhan turned around and stood still. Although his side had crushed the battle, the smile on Zhao, whose face in front of him always gave him a bad feeling. At this time, Zhao Hu opened his mouth. He was close to death. The voice was very low and only Han Zhan could hear it. You think you won? Ahem. Am I really a queen? Han Zhan. Actually, my goal from the beginning to the end is only one, and that is to completely destroy you. After Zhao Hu said this last sentence, the silver-white insect shadow pulled out of his body and was unsurprisingly stepped on to death by Han Zhan. However, at the same time, Zhao Hu also lost his breath in an instant. Seeing Zhao Hu's death, the first squad of city defenders who were still fighting widened their eyes in disbelief. Did you really kill Zhao Hu? You are so brave. You don't even know what you have done. You don't really think that the City Protector Organization is the biggest organization in Deep Blue City, do you? No, the City Protector is not, and the Supervisory Alliance is not. The biggest one is the Lord of Deep Blue City. Their words made Han Zhan's heart skip a beat. So, Yifan's general is not Zhao Hu. Time goes back to half an hour before Zhao Hu's death. A man who looked like a scholar and was wearing black frame glasses was knocking on a door. Sitting inside was the newly appointed Lord Mayor of Shenlan City, Kong Chuan. After the door was opened, it slowly closed again. Kong Chuan's voice, slightly horrified and exclaiming, came from inside. Secretary General, what are you doing? Secretary General, what is this silver-white bug? Half an hour later, Kong Chuan walked out of the office with a document and handed it to the guard beside him. Pass the order down. Team 0527 of the Deep Blue City Protector Alliance, Captain Han Zhan, is suspected of assassinating Zhao Hu, the acting captain of the first team. The evidence is irrefutable. We will now mobilize the entire city's combat power to arrest Han Zhan. When the order is issued, Kong Chuan adjusted his glasses with a smile. The bait has been eaten, fish, it's hooked. Chapter 38. Life is like a game of chess. Each game is new. By the time Han Zhan realized it, it was already too late. Outside the tall building of the City Protector Organization, the roar of fighter planes could be heard. The sky over the entire city was covered with dark clouds. Many teams of spiritual contract masters that have never been seen before and have a murderous aura appeared in the streets and alleys of Deep Blue City. Such a big fuss is just to capture the wanted criminal, Han Zhan. The evidence is conclusive. Han Zhan narrowed his eyes and realized that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Li Shu was also in Shenlan City. How dare they do this? He had a bad feeling in his heart. You three go back to the villa area and find a master. I'll handle this here quick. Han Zhan finished speaking in a very fast tone, and Di Fan turned around and ran without saying a word. The other two girls also evacuated quickly at Han Zhan's urging. The next second, the entire room was enveloped by the aura of a powerful person. The air suddenly became sticky. Han Zhan felt as if he was hit by a huge hammer and fell to the ground. He raised his head, trying to see who was coming. But I only saw a vast expanse of white light and shadow. The suspect Han Zhan has been arrested. The indifferent and ethereal voice seemed to come from a very far distance. Li Shutong sat on a rattan chair in the pavilion and filled 2 cups of tea respectively. 1 cup for yourself and 1 cup for the other. It seemed as if he was certain that someone would come from the other side. As he expected, the next second, a blurry figure covered in black, like a quantum mimicry, appeared out of thin air in front of him. You're so secretive. We're old friends. Why are you still hiding like this? The figure opposite did not speak. Facing the #1 man in Daxia, he sat down with great determination, picked up the teacup, and sniffed it. You still like Qingzhou tea so much. How I wish you couldn't say that. The temptation started as soon as they met. The other party knows Qingzhou tea, and his identity has been confirmed. He is one of the few top figures today. Li Shutong rubbed it and drank the tea in the cup. You don't seem to be in any hurry at all. Urgent? Why should I be in a hurry? Because the successor you chose is already in prison, and the evidence is irrefutable. He will be publicly executed tomorrow. Do you have to target an old friend like this? Li Shutong raised his head and looked across at the opposite side. He clenched his fists slightly. Behind him, the extremely thick white fog vaguely took the shape of a tiger, and even a faint roar could be heard. Li Shudong's calm appearance could not conceal his murderous intent and anger. Even if you kill my quantum clone, it will be useless. Old Chang has prepared a lot of these quantum clones for each of us, hasn't he? Li Shutong suddenly said, "Oh," and sat down again. Then continued drinking tea. He regained his composure, as if the anger just now did not come from him. The other party asked in a perplexing tone, "Aren't you in a hurry?" "In a hurry." Li Shutong refilled his glass of Qingzhou tea. He added with a faint smile, "But life is like a game of chess. Each game is new." Second War Zone, General Command. A quick report was delivered to Lin Jingxian. Han Zhan was caught. Which combat unit did this? They don't belong to the 8 major war zones. They should be private soldiers raised by those big shots. Oh, Lin Jingxian showed a look of contempt and mockery on his face. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Now the internal situation is becoming more and more chaotic. Rights, and a right to fuck with horses. We can share the joys and sorrows, but we cannot share the wealth. Those private soldiers chose to take action at this time because they were fully confident. They captured the junior brother in order to intimidate the teacher. Some people don't want to see the teacher accept another disciple. "Commander Lin, do we need reinforcements?" asked his subordinates behind him. "Reinforcements? Why reinforcements?" Lin Jingxian asked back. "Don't forget, he is my teacher. People only remember that he traveled thousands of miles to kill the 3 great insect emperors. Who remembers his century-long plan for the people of Daxia? For a teacher who could teach someone like me, this was just a game of chess. Who can guarantee, little brother, that this isn't the bait that the teacher deliberately placed there?" This situation also occurred in other major war zones. After hearing the news, Li Shudong's other students all asked the same question. Did Lin Jingxian make any moves? After receiving negative answers from their subordinates, they all felt relieved. Even Lin Jingxian didn't move. Why are they panicking? This is the unconditional trust between fellow disciples. In the prison of Deep Blue City, the days of the Korean War were not so good. His hands and feet were put on suppressors, and he could no longer call upon the power of the spirit. The torturer punched him in the abdomen, and the steel hoop of the torture instrument was stained with blood. You still refuse to plead guilty? Han Zhan laughed out loud. He was hit hard in the stomach again. "I'm sorry, I've been tough since I was a kid, and I've been beaten a lot at home. I have nothing to say. You can fight with all your strength now." Han Zhan's words sounded like a mockery and angered the people on the opposite side. These people didn't care what his identity was. Here, he only had one identity, a prisoner. The punches hit Han Zhan harder and harder. He really did as he said, without making a sound. Suddenly, someone came in and raised his hand. The use of torture during the Korean War was temporarily suspended. Han Zhan, wake up! Li Shu and his elder may not be able to rescue us now. You now have two choices. First, join us. You don't need to care who we are. You just need to know that Li Shutong may represent the past, but we can represent the future. With your talent, as long as you grow up, you will definitely have a place in the future. Second, you can continue like this. It is true that you are a hard bone, but as long as tomorrow passes, even the hardest bone will only be cut in half under the guillotine. What's the point of having a strong character if you're dead? The speaker stood in the shadow opposite. Han Zhan couldn't see his face clearly. He exhaled lightly and asked, so you deliberately let Yiming discover the 4th level Zerg erosion bug and brought it back to Deep Blue City? You can understand it this way. For us, the Zerg are not enemies. As long as they are used properly, they will become the most invincible tool. Well, have you made your choice? Han Zhan took a deep breath. Then he exhaled a breath of foul air. He nodded, and when the other party came closer with interest, he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm right on the other party's face. Han Zhan burst into laughter when he saw this scene. I choose the third option, damn. Chapter 39, They Don't Agree. The next day, early morning. The daytime in Deep Blue City was quiet, just like usual. Some citizens turned on the TV and saw the morning city news broadcasting the news that the traitor, Han Zhan, was executed that day. Some citizens opened their windows and could vaguely see from the tall buildings the blurry execution platform that had been built overnight in the center of the city. There were also citizens walking on the streets who saw black vehicles shuttling back and forth quickly. They drove out of the city lord's mansion and headed towards the same location. More and more people heard the news. Even in the end times, there is no shortage of people who like to join in the fun and gossip. Soon, the people of Deep Blue City arrived at the execution platform, where they saw the rumored traitor. Han Zhan was tied up with special suppressor ropes. Those people chose the guillotine, the most primitive and violent execution tool. They wanted to use Han Zhan's head and blood for Li Shutong to see. On the large screens on both sides, scenes of crimes committed during the Korean War were being played. Whether it was him killing the owner of Breeze Ballroom, killing Zhang Xiaobei, or killing Zhao Hu, these scenes played out one by one, completely confirming the evidence of Han Zhan's traitor. Your Excellency, the city lord, everything is ready. When the time comes, the execution will be carried out immediately. Yeah, Kong Chuan was sitting in the latest Land Cruiser disguised as a car and did not appear the first time. Have we caught the 3 people who escaped yesterday? Not yet. They are very cunning and are likely hiding in that villa. Kong Chuan waved his hand and didn't want to listen anymore. He looked at the execution platform outside with a gloomy expression, wondering what he was thinking. Why can he still be so calm? What's his trump card? No one could answer his question. Isn't this the spiritual bond master who awakened the SSS-Level talent before? Oh my god, how did he become a traitor? I heard that he was demoted to the City Protector Alliance by the authorities, and he was resentful, so he killed a lot of people. TSK, such a person is too scary. Fortunately, he has been arrested. Our new mayor of Shenlan City is really awesome. People are talking about it. Time passes by. There was still no movement in the villa. This meant that they had no chance to use the backup plans they had prepared against Li Shutong. What a pity. It seems that Li Shutong really doesn't intend to rescue him. He must have anticipated our moves and voluntarily gave up this 9th student. He just accepted. What a shame. The time has come. Lord Mayor, it's time to execute the death penalty. Outside the car, a subordinate ran over to remind. Only then did Kong Chuan come out of the car. As soon as he walked out, the people of Shenlan City gathered around and cheered. They shouted Kong Chuan's name, cursed Han Zhan who committed the murder, and celebrated that Shenlan City had a good city lord. Kong Chuan smiled at the crowd, waved, and then his expression returned to solemnity. He walked to the execution platform, where he had a microphone ready. This was the day he took office as the Lord of Shenlan City. His choice of this day to execute the sentence was more like a declaration. Hello, citizens of Deep Blue City. I am the new Lord of Deep Blue City, Kong Chuan. Today is a happy and angry day. We have lost a young genius. He should have been a future leader in the infinite spiritual contract masters, but because of his personal grudge, he wantonly killed innocent people. Not only that, he also tried to collude with the Zerg to disrupt the peace of Deep Blue City. As the city lord, I am very disappointed. But justice will eventually triumph over evil. Any butcher knife that dares to reach out to our people of Xia will be ruthlessly broken, and then fought back to give us a taste of our own medicine. I will fulfill my duty as the city lord, and take action on behalf of all citizens of Deep Blue City to execute this heinous traitor. Do you agree or not? Kong Chuan's passionate speech made the people in the audience excited. They shouted Kong Chuan's name, and the voices of agree were like waves, covering one wave after another. I don't agree. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely abrupt voice sounded. The crowd was separated into a lane. At the end of the road, Chen Guangpu was walking towards here step by step with a sullen face. Behind him was Xia Yuwei and other students from Qingting Academy. They were marching in silence like an army. The power of silence is strong. Their actions even drowned out the voices of approval. Many people stopped their enthusiasm and looked at them with some confusion. I'm the dean of Qingting College, Chen Guangpu. Chen Guangpu, who was walking in the front, said, I not only represent myself, but also the entire Qingting College and the students of Qingting College. I disagree with calling Han Zhan a traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar around him. Chen Guangpu is not an unknown person. As the president of Qingting College, he has trained generations of spiritual contract masters. Among this crowd, there are former students of his. Why did Chen Guangpu stand up and support a murderer? Kong Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Chen Guangpu's identity was sensitive, and he didn't want to offend him publicly in such an occasion. He just made a cryptic gesture, and the people under him immediately understood and pressed the down button of the electronic guillotine. The next second, the sharp guillotine was about to cut off Han Zhan's entire neck. Suddenly it stopped. It just stopped there, as if the system had crashed. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that either. A dignified and beautiful woman appeared above. Under her feet was the latest expensive single-person aircraft developed by Kanzhang Technology, which was in short supply. Shang's sighting. She snapped her fingers, and not only did the electronic guillotine stop working, but also the electronic thermal weapons in the hands of the guards, the cars on standby, and all other electronic products were forced to shut down at this moment. This is the value of Kanzhang Technology. Shang's sighting raised the corner of her mouth slightly, looked at Han Zhan on the execution platform, and said, I said, you are mine. You can't run away. Li Lingjin, a close friend, was in another aircraft. When he heard Shang Sighting's words, he looked around with a curious look on his face, as if he had imagined many incredible plots in his mind. Shang Sighting? Is it Shang Jia's intention that you stand here? Kong Chuan's face turned ugly. He never expected that Shang Sighting would appear here, let alone that she would choose to help Han Zhan. How did they know each other? What Kong Chuan didn't expect was that the big screens that were originally showing the crimes of the Korean War, they were suddenly cut off midway, and another scene was broadcast. That was the scene before the death of Zhao Hu, the acting captain of the 1st Squadron of Shenlan City Guards. Yi Fan stood at the highest point of the execution platform, his wide hood blown open. He looked at them and uttered his cry. I don't agree either. Chapter 40. Reversal of victory and defeat. A certainty. You lose. Li Shutong had been sitting there all night. The same was true of the quantum mimicry opposite him. The opponent was waiting for him to make a move and then use his backup plan, but in fact, he didn't need to make a move at all. A disciple need not be inferior to his teacher. The Korean War did a good job in this regard. The role of a teacher is to be a guide, not just a protective umbrella or a backer. Han Zhan, he has already gone a long way on his own path, and he may not even know it. In the end times of insect plagues, the most valuable thing is the people's hearts. The quantum mimicry on the opposite side fell silent. Li Shutong discovered that the other party had cut off contact with this body. That's decisive. Li Shutong shook his head, and soon his communicator rang. Old Li, the tracking failed. We were almost able to find out who was behind it. What a pity. Lao Shang, it couldn't be you. I'll get out of here. The person on the other end of the communicator hung up the phone, swearing. A note appeared on Li Shutong's desk for no reason. Someone cooperated to cover up. The pursuit failed. The person behind the scenes is more than one force. After Li Shutong finished reading the note in his hand, the words on the paper began to disappear as if being erased by an eraser, and finally disappeared along with the note. There is more than one force. Li Shutong raised his head with some amusement and looked at the quantum mimicry clone opposite him. He walked forward and tapped it gently on the shoulder. The next second, it turned into powder. Deep Blue City, center of the square. The onlookers have not yet reacted to this sudden reversal. They only saw the original content on the electronic big screen was replaced and new content was played again. My name is Zhan, and I'm a spiritual contract master. I came here not just to live, kill. This is the scene when Zhan faced the third-level Zerg for the first time in the combat assessment. The terrifying Zerg that frightens ordinary people can be felt its overwhelming arrogance even through the screen. But Zhan took firm steps and walked forward. The screen turns again. The sound of the silk-tearing zither raged in the dust, and the sound blades of the zither reaped the lives of countless dead gray insects. When the deep blue caravan was isolated and helpless, facing the black tornado that covered the sky, a black pickup truck rushed toward the opposite side like a moth to a flame. Zhan stood behind the car with his musical instrument, like a banished immortal, once again standing in the front. The last scene is the outskirts of Deep Blue City. The powerful third-order Zerg cruisers cover the earth with black tents, constantly encroaching and expanding, trying to set off a new round of insect disasters. It was still the Korean War standing in front of it. 6 ding thunder and lightning, 6 phantom images of gods. The mighty power of heaven, the divine thunder destroys the world. The blazing white thunder not only defeated the black tent and the cruisers, but also the hearts of the citizens of Deep Blue City who shouted their agreement. Is this a rebel? If these are also traitors, then what are they? Everyone was silent. Kong Chuan saw that the situation was out of control and a white light appeared behind him. The mysterious master who suppressed the Korean War has appeared. The air became thick again. This time the coverage is even larger. Not only the execution platform, but also Li Lingjin and Shang Sighting who were riding on the flying vehicles in the sky, and Yifan behind the electronic screen were included. Everyone felt that breathing became difficult, the air became thick and sticky, and their vision began to blur. The other party is desperate, seeing that the Korean War could not be completely destroyed. They can only settle for the next best option, a less decent one. Forced erasure. As long as they kill Zhan, they haven't lost yet. When this mysterious and powerful person activated his talent, his entire body was shrouded in light. Absolutely powerful. His strength has reached the 6th level and has even touched the threshold of the 7th level. Even in the Dawn organization, his strength is among the best. This time, Dawn gave him this mission. This will be his first time bearing his fangs to the world. He will use the blood of this genius spiritual master named Zhan to dye the deep blue with a touch of red. The invisible force spread wildly like tentacles. If you want to see it, you have to cover the Korean War. Suddenly, something strange happened. The body of this mysterious and powerful man, who was radiating light all over his body, suddenly disappeared gradually, starting from the top of his head, as if it was erased by an eraser, until he disappeared completely. Everyone breathed in deeply as if they were reborn, and the feeling of stagnant air disappeared. The person is missing? How can I be such a mysterious and powerful person? Where did you go? Kong Chuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't understand such a question, but someone was able to wake him up. Zhan walked down from the execution platform. The suppressors on his hands and feet also disappeared at the same time. Justice will indeed triumph over evil in the end. He has to be the one to deliver the finishing blow. Zhan's fist hit Kong Chuan's face. After slamming the latter to the ground, Zhan stepped on Kong Chuan's head with his foot and then held the upright microphone that the other party was talking on with his right hand. My name is Zhan. As you can see, I am standing here, and your new city lord is on the ground. It's not the city lord. It's a 4th-level insect, the erosion insect. It parasitizes humans, confuses people, and tries to subvert them. You don't have to believe me, because what I did was never done for you to believe. The reason I'm standing here is because I have someone I want to protect. For humanity. Zhan said this, pushing harder with his feet. A mixture of red and white juice flowed down from the entire execution platform. The execution platform still plays the role it should play. It's just that the person being executed was replaced. There was complete silence, and suddenly burst out again. More enthusiastic cheers and shouts echoed throughout the square. Because humanity has won. Once again, the Zerg conspiracy was shattered. Because their city was protected. Because this young man named Zhan is very handsome. After doing all this, Han Zhan walked towards the back without looking back. Xia Yue was the first to run past Chen Guangpu and join him. Then there are Li Lingjun, Shang sighting. They landed from the aircraft and follow Han Zhan. There is always such a group of people. They will leave their backs to others, whether it's spitting, praising, shouting, or slandering. They won't care. They just keep moving forward. Keep moving forward, with the belief of completely destroying the Zerg that brought destructive disasters. Li Shutong stood at the forefront of the Korean War. He was leaning on crutches with both hands, and his tone was filled with relief and smile. How does it feel? Li Shutong asked. It certainly feels good to let the teacher clean up the mess. But if there's a next time, I would rather be the one playing chess. Han Zhan's voice also contained a smile. He replied, because this is my path. Chapter 41C Burial, Breakthrough to Level 3. The next thing becomes simple. Rectify, purge, and completely resolve the problems facing Deep Blue City. After Kong Chuan's death, 2 other Eclipse bugs also died suddenly at the same time. One of them was the Secretary General beside Kong Chuan. The other was someone Han Zhan and the others had not expected. Okay, I got it. Li Shutong hung up the communicator and told Han Zhan an unexpected answer. The 7th parasite of the erosion worm that he had been trying to find, but couldn't find turned out to be Wang Lumao. He has been selected to be a combat spirit master and sent to the war zone. If he is not selected this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Although all major war zones have strict verification mechanisms and will definitely catch this Eclipse bug, if it really comes to that time, this Eclipse bug should have caused considerable damage and trouble. Jing Xian called me just now and asked me to tell you this. Thank you. Han Zhan shook his head. Thanking you is too polite. Another participant in the planning of this incident, the mysterious Dawn organization, immediately hid in the dark after the failure. It is like a dark ghost claw, stealing the fire of light, and when it fails, it merges into the darkness and disappears completely. Those private soldiers who took action against the Korean War were all trained by Kong Chuan himself. Only the 6th-rank spiritual master was related to Dawn, but he died suddenly and inexplicably the moment he was captured and secretly interrogated. Even Li Shutong was unable to dig out more clues to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. Bai Shuang's body has been found. She must have been parasitized in the Breeze Ballroom. In addition, the City Protector's spiritual contract masters and ordinary Deep Blue City citizens who have been missing in recent months have all been found on the 2nd and 3rd floors below ground level of the City Protector building, frozen and preserved. They must have been parasitized before and then stored there after being molted by the corruption worm. They can be used again at any time. On the other side, Xia Yue also brought new news. When she said this, she sighed. Although she already had the answer in her heart, Xia Yue still felt empty when she heard the news. We have been together for nearly a month. As a member of Team 0527, Bai Shuang's death was a big blow. But this is the end of the insect plague. How is he fan? Han Zhan asked. It's the same as always. The official awarded him a bonus, and he used it all to buy alcohol. Now the team has enough points. Because of the crazy missions this month, the entire Deep Blue City Guardian team has no missions to take. Is this considered the after effects of being a mission bully? Han Zhan raised his head and saw Yi Fan walking not far away. He reeked of alcohol and staggered as he walked. Many people around him knew about his situation, and when they looked at Yi Fan, there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Han Zhan, I want you to help me make a request to the authorities. I hope to bury White Frost at sea. She once told me that she wanted to go to the sea at the Deep Blue City Bond. I was so immersed in grief at the time that I ignored her wish. Now it's too late to make amends. The person I love is gone. This is the 2nd time I've experienced loss. It seems that I am not someone who deserves to be loved. If you don't know how to cherish when you are loved, you will only regret it when you lose it. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he sneered, his eyes full of bitterness. His request was not excessive. Deep Blue City is a coastal city close to the sea, and sea burial is much simpler than burial. After Han Zhan told the City Guardian organization about this request, he immediately received a positive response. Not just hoarfrost. A total of 1,001 people died in this erosion worm incident, and it has been classified as a Level 4 insect disaster. In order to appease the residents of Deep Blue City, stabilize their emotions, and commemorate those who died in the insect plague, the authorities need to do something. Burial at sea is a good suggestion. 3 days later, all those who died from the insect plague were placed in coffins, and the entire city of Shenlan City simultaneously broadcast this large-scale memorial ceremony as soon as possible. Thousands of coffins were thrown into the sea. They drift far away with the ocean currents. Every resident of Deep Blue City watched this scene silently and mourned silently. On the sea, the coffin kept sinking and floating. In the coffin containing Bai Shuang's body, her eyes were closed and her face was peaceful. Suddenly, someone carved very light lines on the bottom of her coffin. These lines gradually brightened and turned into a scarlet light. A scarlet worm was teleported out from the deep darkness of the deep sea. In the Jigong Hot Pot restaurant, the spicy red oil is bubbling. We still eat hot pot, but the people have changed. Li Shutong, Han Zhan, Xia Yuwei, Li Lingjin, and Shang Xiting, 5 people sat around. Yifan did not come. He would rather drink 2 more bottles of wine than eat hot pot. The dead are gone, but life goes on. After October, when autumn comes, the weather gradually turns cooler and a hot pot meal is essential. You have all broken through to the 3rd level? When hearing the news, Li Shutong was stunned for a moment. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but click his tongue. How many days are left before they break through to the 2nd level? The upgrade is like riding a rocket. Not to mention that there will never be anyone like him again, at least in the history of Daxia. It can be said to be unprecedented. However, this speed is only temporary. The rapid advancement of Realm also means a huge consumption of materials. All the materials that Han Zhan had looted from the City Protector Alliance have been refined by the Shinnong Ding. After breaking through the 3rd level, Han Zhan has made great improvements in all aspects as a spiritual contract master. But the greater improvement is in his 2 spiritual contracts, Fushi Qin and Shinnong Ding. Now the character information of Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjin has changed again. Xia Yuwei, SSS-Level contract spirit. Level 3. Transformed form, ancient magic weapon, Fushi Qin. Divine nature, sword heart and piano courage, for symbols of heaven's will, soul controlling and spirit driving. Piano music, level 1. Po Zhenk, King Sinsen, Long Xianko. Level 2. Kuai Zafeng, Chinehuo, Luding Gledian. Level 3. Gai's Sunset. Xia Yuwei broke through to the 3rd level, and the Fushi Qin awakened a new divinity, soul capture and soul driving. The souls of all enemies killed by it would be detained and transformed into a fighting spirit. The 3rd level piano music, ancient meaning setting sun, is to summon all the killed fighting spirits to fight for it again in the ancient meaning setting sun formation. Although there is only 1 piano piece at the 3rd level, its power is unquestionable, and its upper limit is extremely high, so there's a lot to look forward to in the future. Li Ling has really changed more. Li Lingjin, SSS-Level contract spirit. Level 3. Transformed form, ancient magic weapon, Shinnong Ding. Divine nature, refining the essence to achieve the truth, guarding all things, creating life. The 3 divine attributes of the ancient magic weapon Shinnong Ding have all been unlocked, corresponding to the 3 words refining, suppressing, and nurturing respectively. Refining means refining medicine and refining spiritual energy. To town means to guard and suppress all things. To nourish is to nourish the body and return nature to its original state. Under the Trinity, the functionality of Shinnong Ding is maximized, even surpassing Fushi Qin in terms of auxiliary function. The one who traps all things can directly suck all creatures whose level is lower than its own into the cauldron for suppression and refining. The suppression intensity and refining speed increase with strength. The creation of living beings can continuously cleanse the body of the spiritual contract master. It can also accumulate spiritual energy and release it all at once when the spiritual contract master is seriously injured, directly restoring him from a seriously injured and dying state to his peak state. They're all magical skills. Chapter 42, The Moonlight, is so beautiful tonight. Shang Xiting looked at Han Zhan and the other 2 with envy. Then he puffed out his cheeks and turned his grief and anger into appetite. I have to say, no matter how much she eats, she still grows weight where it should be, which shows she is quite capable. Citing, the awakening stone is on its way here, but you'd better be mentally prepared. As Li Shutong knew Han Zhan's talent as a spiritual contract master, he gave Shang Xiting a heads up in advance. Shang Xiting has not yet awakened her contracted spirit, but Han Zhan can only contract with spirits that possess divinity, So even if Shang's sighting eventually awakens an ordinary SSS-level contracted spirit, they may not be able to successfully contract. When Shang's sighting heard this, she looked at her love rival, Li Lingjun, with an unconvinced look on her face. Damn it, she got there first. At this time, a quantum light spot the size of a fingernail appeared in front of Shang's sighting. After she touched it lightly, it turned into a transparent light curtain. It is the latest communicator from Kanzhang Technology. It can achieve global coverage, instant messaging, video communication, chip semi-implantation technology, no physical objects to carry, and many other advanced functions, which can be summarized in one sentence. It is far ahead. On the other side of the communicator, a middle-aged man with a serious face appeared on the screen. How long are you going to make trouble? Return to Titan City right now. Don't even think about it. Shang's sighting replied sullenly. Do you think that after awakening your spirit contract, you can get rid of your identity as the eldest daughter of the Shang family? You're the only genius in the Shang family who can rival the ancestors. The eyes of the Shang family's top management are all on you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you hide in Deep Blue City and have Li Shutong protecting you. I'm free to do what I want. I'm free to like whoever I want to be. I am free to be whoever I want to be. Shang's sighting's tough answer made the person on the other end of the communicator angry. He didn't want to continue the conversation and hung up directly. The Kanzhang company will find a way to bring you back. Just wait. Before hanging up, the person on the other end of the communicator dropped the last harsh words. Hearing this, Shang's sighting's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness and stubbornness. This is just a small episode. After learning that Zhan and the others had broken through to the third level, Li Shutong spoke again. After the third stage, there is nothing worth training in the rear city anymore. Do you have any plans of your own? Teacher, I want to continue to become stronger and become a truly strong person. Zhan said without hesitation. After seeing the 4th level cruiser and the 6th level strongman, Zhan's inner desire to become stronger became stronger. I want to walk a path that truly belongs to me. Hearing Zhan's answer, Li Shutong nodded. In my original plan, I wanted you to stay in the City Protector organization until the end of the year. You would have accumulated enough materials to break through to the 3rd level, and then I would let you go out for training. But the speed of your realm breakthrough has exceeded my expectations. Plans cannot keep up with changes. It's a good thing to want to become stronger, but there are many different ways to become strong. Li Shutong said this and looked at Zhan. With the background of the Li family and the merchants, we can now provide you with enough materials to directly upgrade to the 6th level, or even the 7th level, and become a strong man. What do you think? It sounds tempting and exciting, but I can't choose. Zhan rejected the proposal. A warrior who is just a medicine jar has not experienced thousands of trials and tribulations. Such a strong man is just a facade and is meaningless. Li Shutong continued. Then you'll have to take another path. We will not give you any help or privileges. You must rely on yourself, step by step, to carve out a path out of this insect-plagued apocalypse. Are you sure? My fellow brothers should all be taking this path. Since they can do it, I cannot bring shame to your reputation. Zhan said that he had made his choice. Li Shutong said with satisfaction. In that case, I will contact Wei Qing now and pick you up. I plan to go to the front battlefield tomorrow. As far as I know, their first war zone is having the last major battle with the Zerg before the new year. However, since it is a training, they cannot go with you. Li Shutong said this and pointed at Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjun. Although I also know that the spiritual bond master and the bonded spirit can develop tacit understanding and cultivate spiritual energy faster by staying together every day. But they are all awakened special bonded spirits, not ordinary swords, spears, swords, and halberds. How to master them requires extra training. As for you, what I want to say is that improving your realm is not all there is to cultivation. You need to go through the trials of life and death and see the outside world. Ow! Zhan, Xia Yuwei, and Li Lingjun looked at each other. Everything is arranged by the teacher. Late night, Villa. Li Shutong has already contacted Wei Qing. Tomorrow the plane from the First War Zone will arrive in Shenlan City to pick up Zhan and go to the front line. This was the last time they lived together for a short period of time. In the deep night sky, a full moon hangs in the sky. The moon is so round. Zhan looked up at the starry sky, feeling quite emotional. Yeah. Xia Yuwei walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two of them are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, but they will have to part after tonight, and the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Tomorrow you will go to the front battlefield alone. Xia Yue did not continue to say the rest, and Han Zhan also knew it. In a short term, this will be Han Zhan's last chance to obtain divine talent. Without a spirit contract master by his side, it is extremely dangerous for him to be alone, even if he is Han Zhan. Thinking of this, Xia Yue's eyes became firm again. At this time, Li Lingjin suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. Don't get me wrong. As a realistic author, I'm just here to seek inspiration. Okay. The lame excuse made the three people silent at the same time. As the night deepens, the moon is rounder. After a long period of practice, Han Zhan was so tired that he lay down side by side, but he finally succeeded in obtaining the divine talents of Fu Shiqin and Shen Nongding. What surprised Han Zhan was that the divine talent he acquired was actually comparable to the original spirit in strength. As expected, divine talent and ordinary spirit contract talent have such a hidden characteristic, because as the spirit of an ancient divine weapon, it is 100 in tune with Han Zhan's divinity that it has achieved the current effect. Doesn't that mean that in the subsequent battles, there will be two musicians dancing together on the battlefield? Such a scene is very exciting. Retract your thoughts. Looking at Xia Yue and Li Lingjin, who were sleeping soundly, a smile appeared on his face again. The faint moonlight shone on them. In my hometown, such bright moonlight can only be seen during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Han Zhan said to himself with emotion, I just don't know how my former family and friends are doing now. The moon is brighter in his hometown. He has traveled to this world and can no longer return to his hometown. The scenes in my memory are also becoming blurred. But here, I found the people I want to protect and the path I want to take. Wherever my heart is at peace is my hometown. It seems pretty good. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Chapter 43, Izaki Battle. Happy National Day. Daxia, the front line. An extremely large barrier with no end in sight runs across the center of the mountain range with a special terrain, dividing the vast world into two. On one side, there's a camp where human spirit contract masters are stationed. They are densely packed and neatly arranged like small hills. Spirit contract masters and contract spirits continuously flock to the barrier, and many injured spirit contract masters are evacuated from the barrier and sent back to the camp. A large troop transport came from behind, its reverse kinetic stabilizer emitting a light blue tail flame, raising a cloud of smoke. After the troop transport ship landed, young spirit contract masters, who looked immature but had solemn expressions, quickly rushed out, adjusted themselves quickly, and entered combat status. The seriously injured spirit contract masters and spirit contract spirits were sent back to the troop transport ship that had made room, and it rose again and drove back to the hospital in the rear position without stopping. On the super large barrier, hundreds of thousands of heavy artillery pieces attacked intermittently and fought in an overloaded state, causing their gun barrels to become scorching hot and red. Energy beams of terrifying power tilted and cut across the battlefield. There were also countless battle lights mixed together. On this large meat grinder-like battlefield, different combat spirit contract masters and contract spirits were fighting fiercely with the enemy. On the other side, there are elite snakes stretching for thousands of miles. The main force fighting against the First War Zone this time is the Izaki clan. The main snake species on the battlefield are those giant snakes that are often hundreds of meters in size. They crawled on the mountains and veins of the earth as if they were walking on flat ground. Every giant Izaya snake had countless small snakes attached to it. They quickly flowed into the battlefield like a dark tide and fought with the human spirit contract masters. Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. This war has lasted for 2 full months. More than a month ago, Wei Qing, the general manager of the First War Zone, returned. Under his leadership, the human race's position, which had been in a stalemate for a long time, pushed forward hundreds of miles. This special mountain terrain at present was also created by the powerful spiritual masters in the First War Zone who relied on their talents to move mountains and fill the sea. As the first dangerous barrier to defend this place, the super-large barrier has been built with a lot of effort from Kanzhang technology and the most advanced materials and weapons. To occupy a dangerous place and defend it is called a pass. Because according to historical records, this place once belonged to the Yumen Mountain area, so this super-large barrier is also called Yumen Pass. This large-scale battle, which lasted for several months, was eventually recorded as the Battle of Izaki. Battle of Izaya, east and west of Yumen Pass, Camp number 97. Because a large number of Izaki snake tribe elites were attracted to the front battlefield, the intensity of the side battlefield was slightly alleviated. But the damage was also severe. Several dusty team leaders were guarding the anchor point reserved for the troop transport ship, eagerly waiting. Lao Zhang, only 3 people from your team died, and you still have the nerve to come to the anchorage port to wait for reinforcements? One of them cursed. His face was a dark green color, as if he was poisoned. Oh no, he was indeed poisoned. As a species of snake, the Izaki snake clan is extremely poisonous. Among the 10 seriously injured spiritual contract masters, at least 8 were poisoned. Bullshit. There are only 5 people in the standard team. 3 of us are dead, and we can't just wait for reinforcements. Zhang Zuofu's face turned even greener with anger. He pointed at the other person standing next to him with trembling hands and said angrily, "Your team is only short of 2 people, and you're waiting for reinforcements. Can you please have some shame?" Xiaoyu was not annoyed when being pointed at. He said confidently, "How can I be the same as you? I came here with a mission. See? It's an elite mission." Xiaoyu pointed to the blue inscription on his arm. That is the mission inscription. On the battlefield, the different colored inscriptions on the arms represent the different tasks performed by the team. According to the severity and urgency of the task, they are divided into 5 colors: white, green, blue, red, and black. White is easy, green is average, blue is elite, red is extremely difficult, and black is assured death. The team Xiaoyu was and received a blue elite mission arranged by the strategic department and had the privilege of 1 reinforcement, which was the rule. Zhang Zuofu was left speechless. He could only wave his hands and said in a rather unhappy tone, "Then you can take the next reinforcement transport ship first." When the other team leaders heard this, they did not object. Xiaoyu is going to carry out the blue elite mission, which proves that his mission is not easy and will have a certain impact on the entire battlefield situation. The battlefield is not the officialdom. Everyone is united as one. At most they complain to each other, but they will never do anything to trip each other up. As they were talking, the sky suddenly darkened. A small troop transport descended from the sky. Xiaoyu walked to the front without hesitation and couldn't wait to see the hatch open. The white smoke dissipated, and a young man with a young appearance walked out of the troop transport alone. The smile on Xiaoyu's face froze. One person? Spiritual contract master? What about Qi Ling? Xiaoyu waited for a while in disbelief. After confirming that no one else had walked out of the troop transport ship, and even that the troop transport ship had risen again and was returning, he finally gave up hope. "You are alone? Where is your bonded spirit?" The young man was obviously stunned by Xiaoyu's question. He answered tentatively, At home? At home." Xiaoyu almost couldn't catch his breath and passed out. "What is this place?" "Battle of Izaki, a large battlefield. Your spirit master came here, but you told me that your spirit master didn't come with you. Is he at home? Are you treating this like a trip?" Xiaoyu wanted to say something when Zhang Zuofu, next to him, suddenly pulled his sleeve. Zhang Zuofu couldn't hold back his gloating smile, but he still kindly reminded Xiaoyu, who was about to lose his temper. "Captain Xiao, you should calm down first. This young man is not easy to mess with." Zhang Zuofu said this in front of everyone. Han Zhan was also stunned when he heard this. I didn't expect that my heroic deeds in Deep Blue City would be reported to the front line so quickly. But soon, Zhang Zuofu's next words dispelled his idea. Looking at his attire, he definitely didn't come from the nearby combat spirit master recruitment camp. "Don't you understand? This is a nobleman from the city." Zhang Zuofu placed great emphasis on the word in the city. Xiaoyu understood at once. Some wealthy and powerful people do not want their offspring to continue to go to the battlefield, but they also want to gain some military achievements that they can brag about, so they use their connections to send them to unimportant recruitment points via troop transports so that they can just serve as a bystander. Such people can be found everywhere, and they are disgustedly called noblemen by combat spirit masters. When he thought of this, Xiaoyu looked at Han Zhan with an even more unhappy look. Chapter 44 Blue Mission, Ending the Family Lineage. "Old Zhang, let's make a deal. Can you give this noble young man to your team first?" In front of Han Zhan, Xiaoyu kicked the ball directly. Zhang Zuofu shook his head like a rattle. "What a joke. There are only 2 people left in my team, and if another one comes to hold us back, do we still want to survive?" No, absolutely not. You agreed to choose first. How can you go back on your word?" Xiaoyu looked at the other captains around him, and they all shook their heads in unison. They're here to kill snakes, not to be babysitters. Fuck. Xiaoya blurted out a dirty word. No matter how unhappy he was, this was a battlefield, and he had no choice but to accept this nobleman into the team. Come with me, be quick. By the way, what's your name? Han Zhan, a third-level spiritual master. Yeah. Xiaoya responded with a snort. My name is Xiaoya, a fourth-level spiritual contract master, and also the captain of your current team. According to the regulations, you will be recruited into our team. As Xiaoya spoke, he turned around and went back the way he came. Han Zhan followed behind him at a fast pace. The two men quickly passed through a dense forest and arrived at where Xiaoya had set up camp. This kid, I was not slow at all just now, but he was able to keep up with me. He must be quite capable. Xiaoya looked back at Han Zhan in surprise. He didn't say anything more. Around the small campfire, two other people stood up at the same time. The two men looked to be in their early 20s, but they were unkempt, their clothes were tattered, and they had many scars. Han Zhan was looking at them, and they were also looking at Han Zhan. When they saw that Xiaoya only brought back one person, the two looked at each other. Captain, what's going on? Only one person? Could it be that he brought the spirit contract with him in a human form? That's very professional. These two people were talking about something irrelevant. Xiaoya did not answer. He snorted and briefly told them about Han Zhan's situation. After hearing what Xiaoya said, the two of them looked bitter. No matter who is carrying a burden or is on the front battlefield with a very high mortality rate, everyone will feel uncomfortable. They just briefly introduced themselves to Han Zhan and walked away with little interest. The man's name is Kai Shifeng, and the woman's name is Shi Shaoqian. They are both graduates of the previous class. They are both third-level spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters. They've been fighting on the front battlefield for a year. Han Zhan was not angry because of their indifference. He only had respect for these combat spirit masters who persisted on the battlefield. After thinking about it, Han Zhan took out 3 sets of armor from his Sumeru ring, all of which were made from the 6th-level wall crab shells he had looted last time. They were all stunned when they saw the protective gear handed over by Han Zhan. Everyone has worked hard in the battlefield. I will give you 3 sets of level 6 armor to replace them for better safety. Faced with Han Zhan's goodwill, the two men finally smiled. Having protective gear and not having protective gear on the battlefield are two different concepts. Xiaoya shook his head and didn't take it. I don't need it. I'm a mecha operator and don't need protective gear. You can keep this set of armor for yourself. As expected, he is a nobleman in the city. He not only has a space bag for storage, but also a 6th-level armor. TSK. I wonder which big family he is from to be so generous. Xiaoya thought to himself, and finally did not give Han Zhan too much displeasure. Han Zhan barely integrated into the team. Xiao Han, we will take action tonight. You will follow us and be careful. Follow Lao Zhao's instructions. Be lenient towards others. He was indifferent just now, but now he calls me Xiao Han. Han Zhan smiled and nodded, and asked curiously, Captain Xiao said he is a mecha operator? Well, Lao Zhao's contracted spirit died on the front battlefield. For experienced contracted spirit masters like them, the war zone will arrange secondary employment opportunities, such as driving mechas or retreating to the second-line battlefield. Old Xiao chose to stay. He said that even if he died, he wanted to die on the front line and not die in his old lair. What he despises most are those bigwigs who are just sitting there doing nothing. Sorry, I forgot you were one of them. Kai Shifeng realized that he had said something wrong and quickly shut up, but Han Zhan shook his head indifferently. At this time, Xiaoya had already walked over from a distance. Each person was given a bag of dried animal meat to replenish spiritual energy, and Han Zhan was also given a bag. Eat quickly, and then get on with your journey. The mission requires us to arrive at the target location before 10 o'clock tonight. What exactly is our mission? Blue mission, to end the lineage and extinction of the whole family. When Xiaoya said the name of this mission, Han Zhan almost choked on the dried meat in his mouth. As if he also felt that the name was a bit awkward, Xiaoya continued to explain, You should all know the Iyaki snake clan, right? The Izaki clan reproduces extremely quickly. Through data testing and comparison, their speed of increasing troops on the battlefield is 10,000 times faster than ours. Even if we have increased the casualty ratio to 100-to-1, it still cannot offset the Izaki snake tribe's explosive reinforcements. This is also the reason why the First War Zone and the Izaki snake clan's elite were in a stalemate on the front battlefield more than a month ago. However, more than a month ago, the sudden and strong return of Wei Qing, the head of the First War Zone, broke this balance. General Wei led the way alone, punching through the Eternal Realm and directly breaking through the reinforcement supply line of the Izaki snake tribe, raising the casualty ratio to a terrifying 100,000 to 1. The Izaki snake tribe was bitten by General Wei's divine soldiers, which allowed us to advance our positions on the front battlefield. However, this advantage is only temporary. As long as the Izaki snake tribe recovers, its dozens of snake nests will hatch eggs at the same time, and billions of Izaki snake tribes will replenish the battlefield. By then, Daxiao will be in a tough battle again. The Izaki snake clan is not without strong people. Soldiers fight against soldiers, generals fight against generals. Although Wei Qing's sudden attack caught the Izaki clan off guard, the 4 8th-level Snake Kings soon entangled him. The two sides fought fiercely all the way and had long since left the battlefield and moved to another place. The latest mission order was issued by the Second Theater. They have used their spiritual talents to calculate the locations of dozens of snake nests and issued an urgent task called cutting off the lineage and extinction of the descendants. The team that is closest to the area and has the fastest mobility will be responsible for carrying out the task. Xiaoya's team was also assigned the task for this reason. The mission coordinates showed that they were less than 5 kilometers away from the nearest hidden snake nest. If they marched all night, they could reach their destination before 10 o'clock. After Xiaoya finished explaining, he stomped out the campfire on the ground. Eat quickly, then we'll set off at night. Chapter 45. Snake Shedding. The night is dark. Zhan and his 4 companions traveled under the cover of night. They had no lighting and traveled in complete darkness. Night vision was disabled. The Izaki snake tribe has a keen sense of electrical pulse disturbances. If they discover the traces of Zhan and others in advance, all their efforts will be in vain. Not only that, they also have to wear special night clothes developed by Kanzang technology to prevent being discovered by the other party's night vision. As they came and went, the difficulty of completing the task increased dramatically. Fortunately, several of them are spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters, so this level of difficulty is still within an acceptable range. Zhan and others crossed mountains and rivers. The mission coordinates have been issued to each of their communicators. This is just in case. If something happens to one of them, the others have to keep going and complete the mission. Zhan glanced at the dense forests around him and the thick soil under his feet. It was hard to imagine that these were the masterpieces of a powerful spiritual master. How powerful must a spiritual master be who can move mountains and fill the sea? As expected, there is always someone better than you. Deep Blue City is still too small. Zhan was thinking about it when suddenly something soft hung down on his face. A strong and strange smell began to permeate the air. That smell was like the seafood caught from the sea in the previous life, which had rotted and gone bad after being exposed to the sun for several days. Not only Zhan, the other 3 also smelled this scent. Xiaoya, who was walking in front, stopped. Increase your vigilance. We are very close to our mission target. Is there a possibility that we have arrived? Zhan suddenly said, pointing above their heads. Everyone looked up. Then you could see a thin grayish-white film hanging there. This is the thing that just dangled over Zhan's face. It wasn't just above their heads, but as far as they could see, it seemed to stretch into the extremely far and deep night. What is that? Kai Shifeng asked subconsciously. Xiaoya shook his head. He didn't know either. At this time, Zhan spoke. It's a snake slough. Every time the Izaki snake tribe completes a level of advancement, they will shed their skin. The shed snake skin can not only continue to emit aura to deter other Zerg, but also has the effects of concealment and heat preservation. These cunning Izaki snakes hid their eggs in here. Before they could be surprised at why Zhan was so knowledgeable, they saw countless densely packed transparent snake eggs where Zhan pointed. They're covered in white mucus and cling tightly to the snake slough on top of their heads. When Xiaoya saw this scene, he opened the surveying device he carried with him in advance. Activate the device, and an invisible light film spreads out instantly. On the small screen of the surveyor, images of snake sloughs and eggs began to take shape rapidly. The results are out. The snake slough is 6,730 meters long and has hundreds of millions of snake eggs attached to it. It is definitely the target snake nest. After reaching the conclusion, Xiaoya began to burn and purify the place. The snake skin is a kilometer long and coiled in a long line. It is not easy to clear it all in the first place. In particular, When Han Zhan and others completely entered the snake's nest, the snake eggs that were originally attached to it began to make slight trembling sounds as if they sensed something. The trembling sound of an egg is very slight, indeed. But don't forget, there are hundreds of millions of eggs here. When all the snake eggs vibrated at the same time, the sound was unimaginably loud, like a huge roar in the ear, almost breaking the eardrum. Kai Shifeng felt a little dizzy from the ringing sound. He subconsciously took a step forward, tried to ease the pain, but unexpectedly, he suddenly felt something empty under his feet, and he fell diagonally forward. The mountain was plowed into a deep canyon, which was covered with weeds and was not discovered at first. Fortunately, Shi Shaoqian, who was standing by, was quick-witted and caught him. That was a close call. Before the two of them could catch their breath, a huge mecha suddenly fell towards them. It's Xiaoya. He had already activated the mecha's armament and was about to start clearing out the snake's nest at the appointed time, but he didn't expect that the trembling sounds seemed to have a huge impact on the mecha, causing it to go out of control. The uncontrolled mecha rolled towards Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian. It seemed that they were about to fall into the abyss together. At this time, the speed of the out-of-control mecha suddenly dropped. Han Zhan stretched out his hand and grabbed the mechanical arm that Xiaoyu was wearing. Xiaoyu was shocked by this sudden scene. The mecha he was wearing was the third-generation combat mecha of Kanzhang technology, with a total weight of over 500 kilograms. Even as a mecha operator, it takes more than half a year of training to be able to control it with ease. But Han Zhan, he just stretched out a hand and grabbed the out-of-control mecha. How strong is he? Xiaoya is worthy of being Captain Xiao. Faced with this situation, he can still make the most rational judgment. Han Zhan, let me go. The electronic voice of the mecha controlled by Xiaoya sounded. The mission takes priority. Continue to carry out the mission. I will remove the 2 flame incinerators carried by the battle mecha, and you will complete the subsequent tasks. When Han Zhan heard Xiaoya's answer, he subconsciously looked at the empty cliff under their feet. Unfathomable. Even if he was wearing a mecha, if he fell like this, he would probably be seriously injured. Not to mention, there are 2 team members below, and if they let the mecha roll down, they will also be dragged into the abyss. Saving lives is important. Han Zhan made his own judgment after taking a look. You're talking nonsense. Han Zhan, you better obey orders. Give up saving people and carry out the mission. Xiaoyu was so angry that he cursed. The strange vibrating sound waves destroyed the central control platform of the mecha, and the tail flame flight device could not be activated. He could only attribute it to his own negligence. On the battlefield, one careless move could lead to death. Han Zhan, listen to me. The mission time assigned by the second theater is the time for the snake eggs to hatch. If we don't complete the cleanup within the specified time, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if we fall down from here, at least there is a chance of survival. But if you don't try to remove these snake eggs now, once they hatch. Xiaoya hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly felt his mecha being slowly lifted upwards. Through the screen, Xiaoya could see with his naked eyes that he was being pulled back from the edge of the abyss little by little. Then came Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian. After they were all pulled up, they were all lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The feeling of life hanging by a thread was terrifying. They had no time to thank Han Zhan. Click! The crisp sound of the eggshell breaking could be heard clearly throughout the snake's nest. Chapter 46. 10,000 Snakes Paying Homage. It's over. The baby snakes of the Izaki snake tribe have been hatched. As Xiaoya finished speaking, more and more eggshells broke, and gray-black baby snakes fell down like rain. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered with young Izaki snakes. Although Izaki's young snakes are only of first-level strength, their current number is far beyond what Xiaoya and his team can handle. Not only that, these Izaya snake cubs rushed towards them as soon as they were born. Looking at the overwhelming number of Izaki young snakes, Xiaoya felt very disappointed. He regretted why he entered the mecha right at the beginning, thus missing the best opportunity to destroy the snake's nest. He did not blame Han Zhan. After all, it was Han Zhan who saved his life. It's just a pity that such a noble young man with a good character will be buried in the snake's belly together with himself. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian had solemn expressions on their faces. They were combat spirit masters, and it was their mission to fight until the last moment. The 2 men looked at each other, and Shi Shaoqian instantly transformed into a horse-slaying sword as tall as a person. Kai Shifeng held the hilt of the sword with both hands, ready to die. Han Zhan looked at the gray-black tide coming from all directions, which was about to swallow them all in the next second. Suddenly, at this moment, those young Izaki snakes that were about to rush over all crawled on the ground as if they had sensed something. As if triggering a chain reaction, the young Izaki snakes that were still pouring in all around stood there stiffly with their bodies, their heads pressed against the ground, making a sort of surrender gesture. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was stunned, and Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian were also stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Only Han Zhan gently stroked the black ring on his hand. The young Izaki snakes, which had not yet developed much intelligence, obviously felt the aura of the 9th-rank insect emperor on the black ring, which made them surrender completely according to instinct. The scene before my eyes was so spectacular that it exceeded my expectations. 10,000 snakes paying homage to the Lord? No, billions of snakes are paying homage to the Lord. Han Zhan saw Xiaoyu still in a daze and reminded him, "Why are you still standing there? Burn it." Although the snake's nest was not destroyed in time, the baby Izaki snakes had not yet fully grown. "If we don't burn them now, when we burn them?" After hearing Han Zhan's reminder, Xiaoyu finally reacted. Without saying a word, he took off the 2 flame incinerators and threw them to Han Zhan and Kai Shifeng. Then he activated the mecha's weapon system again, and his hands changed shape, turning into 2 black flamethrowers. Burn! There was no need to give any more orders. Everyone pulled the switch at the first moment, and the scorching flames instantly fell on the young Izaya snakes. Snakes like darkness and humidity and are afraid of fire. When burned by the fire, the young Izaya snake curled up and twisted in pain until it turned into a shriveled snake trunk. But even so, they still lay on the ground, motionless. This is the value of the 9th Order Insect Emperor. Xiaoyu and the others, who were originally a little worried, immediately relaxed their efforts when they saw that the young Izaki snake was actually motionless. The flames continued, the burning continued, and the whole air was filled with the smell of burning flames mixed with the aroma of snake meat. The burning lasted for more than an hour. The 1,000-meter-long snake skin was finally cleaned up with great difficulty. Xiaoyu disarmed the mecha, and it turned into a silver pill, which he took back into his hand. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian also wiped the sweat from their foreheads. This was a huge project, but at this moment, their eyes were all fixed on Han Zhan, who was at the end of the team. "Who are you?" No matter how dumb Xiaoyu was, he realized that Han Zhan could not be an unknown person. Apart from anything else, a 3rd-level spiritual bond master who can lift a battle mecha with one hand cannot be achieved with just ordinary talent. What's more, there was the scene in the back where billions of baby snakes surrendered. Even thinking about it now, I still feel deeply shocked. Xiaoyu has been fighting on the front line for more than 5 years. During these 5 years, he had witnessed various magnificent scenes and seen many powerful human spiritual masters taking action. He could firmly believe that the method Han Zhan used just now to make hundreds of millions of young snakes surrender was no less powerful than theirs. As you can see, I'm really just a 3rd-rank spiritual contract master. Han Zhan was questioned by Xiaoyu, and he spread his hands helplessly. I'm really not some big shot who hides his strength. If I really was, do you think the First War Zone would let me slack off here and pretend to be cool? Wouldn't I have been dragged to the front battlefield to fight against those high-level Izaki snakes long ago? What Han Zhan said makes sense. But after this incident, Xiaoyu and the others' attitude towards the Korean War changed drastically. Even if Han Zhan is not really a big boss with hidden strength, he must have a lot of secrets. Xiaoyu has reported the completion of the task to the United Front Work Department's task center through the communicator. After he finished the call, his face did not look as happy as expected. The mission of cutting off the lineage of descendants has not been completed satisfactorily. Including our team, there are less than 10 teams that have completed it. After hearing what Xiaoyu said, Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian's faces turned unhappy. Failure means that the pressure on the front battlefield will increase sharply. We are all human beings, and this is not the situation they want to see. Perhaps we can go for an interception. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a way and looked at Han Zhan with burning eyes. The known reinforcement points of the Izaki snake tribe are marked on the battle map. There are several necessary routes for those newly hatched snakes to successfully join the battlefield. Han Zhan, you have a magical ability to make billions of snakes surrender. As long as we guard the necessary roads, we can catch them all and wipe them out in advance. Xiaoyu's words also made Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian's eyes light up. Yes, Others can't do it, but Han Zhan can. They had just witnessed the magic of Han Zhan's tactics, and were now full of confidence in him. Han Zhan looked at the three people. He was about to say something when suddenly his brows furrowed, and he stood up. I don't know if we can catch all these Izaki young snakes in one fell swoop, but I'm sure that if we don't run now, then soon all four of us will be caught in one fell swoop. You seem to have forgotten how this snake skin came about. How did the snake skin come from? Several people were stunned. Of course, they were shed after the Izaki snake clan advanced. Where did the Izaki snake clan go after they shed their snake skin and successfully advanced? When they thought of this question, two orange-yellow vertical pupils, rounder and bigger than the moon, appeared above their heads. Level 5, Izaki Snake, Guardian of the Snake Nest. Chapter 47, Valkyrie. Run. There is no need to say anything more. Are you kidding me? That's level 5. They don't intend to fight against the strong with the weak. Their lives are at stake. You guys run first, I'll cover you. Xiaoya only said this one sentence, then slowed down and fell to the back of the team. Old Xiao. Before they could say anything sentimental, Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian were pushed forward by Xiaoya. The same thing happened with the Korean War. After doing all this, Xiaoya turned around, and dozens of missiles with white tail flames were released from the battle mecha and hit the 5th level Izaki snake. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and in the thick smoke, a huge snake head with its tongue spitting out pounced out. There was not even a trace of injury on it. After doing all this, Xiaoya ran in a completely opposite direction from Han Zhan and the others. The battle mecha's power was boosted to maximum power, and the red flame burned completely, revealing a blue state. At full power output, the 3rd-generation combat mecha could only last for 3 minutes. Under Xiaoya's driving and control, it had turned into a high-speed meteor in the air. The next second, a huge snakehead suddenly appeared in front of him. The bloody mouth was wide open, and saliva kept dripping from the sharp and protruding fangs. Its speed is even faster than that of the battle mecha. Bang! 3 seconds later, hearing the sound of an explosion behind him, Han Zhan subconsciously turned his head and saw the red flames coming out of the Izaki snake's mouth that had not yet completely dissipated. Old Xiao. Before they had time to mourn Lao Zhao's death, the Izaki snake below immediately shifted its target and locked onto them. They can only try their best to make Xiaoya's sacrifice meaningful, but it's still not enough. The 5th level Izaki snake can not only walk on this terrain as if it were flat ground, but also move around with the wind. Even Xiaoya's full power mecha of the 4th level couldn't outrun it. The distance opened up in a few breaths was soon caught up by Izaki's snake. Its fangs bit towards Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian again. Click! The snake's fangs almost broke when it bit down first. The two watched in surprise as Snake Feng was blocked outside the armor and narrowly escaped with his life. It is the 6th level armor given by Han Zhan. The 6th level is 1 level higher than the 5th level. Snake fangs cannot bite through its defense. However, before they could be too happy, the Izaki snake spewed out a strong green-purple venom from its mouth. The venom immediately seeped into their entire bodies, and within a few breaths, it completely corroded them, turning them into a pool of blood. 2 more people died. All the captain and team members who were originally working on the mission together died. At this time, Han Zhan had already opened the lock. Enshrouded in white smoke, his speed increased by more than 10 times, but it was not enough. Han Zhan raised his right hand slightly, and the shadow of the Fushi Qin appeared in the air. As the strings of the Qin were automatically plucked, the long Xiang Chao sounded in his ears. Physical fitness increased and improved again. With the double blessing, Han Zhan's speed suddenly soared, leaving Izaki's snake, which was about to catch up with him, with nothing to bite. But soon, Han Zhan saw a thick wall of snake phosphorus appearing in front of him, which was taller and thicker than the city wall. The body of Izaki's snake is more than 6,000 meters long, and its head is behind it. It has cunningly surrounded the entire mountain with its body. At this moment, this man, unless he can grow wings otherwise, Izaki's snake had just thought of this. It saw an invisible wind generated under Han Zhan's feet, which wrapped him up and flew over the snake wall that ordinary people could not break through. Hiss! The 5th level Izaya snake was angry. The man in front of it had escaped from its mouth time and again, like a slippery ant, which made it lose its patience. When Izaki's snake thought of this, it roared angrily, and the very obvious bulge on its forehead suddenly cracked. Then, a flash of lightning that was imperceptible to the naked eye came from far away and shot Han Zhan down from the air. Han Zhan was shot down and fell from the air, and his whole body felt numb. If it weren't for the cleansing effects of the Shinong Ding and the Fushi Qin on his body, he would probably have been seriously injured by now. But when he got up again and planned to escape again, two orange-yellow vertical pupils larger than those of an adult appeared in front of him. Hiss roar. Izaki's snake roared at him, and a strong wind, accompanied by the smell of blood, blew Han Zhan so hard that he almost couldn't stand. The snake opened its mouth and was about to bite Han Zhan. At the critical moment, a giant sword dropped from the sky and pierced straight into the snake's head, then nailed Izaki's snake's already open mouth to the ground. Boom! The huge impact triggered the Korean War. While flying backwards, Han Zhan instinctively looked up at the sky. In addition to the giant sword that was wider and taller than itself, a dashing woman in black suddenly appeared on the hilt. As she fell towards the hilt, the huge sword seemed to have received a horrific impact and suddenly pierced deeply into Izaki's snake brain. The defense that 3 generations of combat mechas could not break seemed as fragile as a piece of white paper under this giant sword. Han Zhan also saw the other party's appearance clearly. She was a woman with a perfect figure and stunning looks. She was dressed in a black outfit that covered her sexy body. There was a hint of red in her eyes and a somewhat crazy smile on the corner of her mouth. The long white hair fluttered in the wind, and the fierce look made Han Zhan think of an adjective. She-devil. Obviously, that was not the devil. The 5th level Izaki snake had no power to fight back under her giant sword. The mysterious and powerful woman, who was only half the height of the giant sword, casually grasped the hilt of the giant sword and cut the 1,000-meter-long Izaki snake into countless small pieces with sword energy. After doing all this, she ignored the blood rain behind her and came to Han Zhan. The picture is crazy and the woman is beautiful. Han Zhan looked at this scene, he opened his mouth, and finally said, "Thank you, Senior." The woman in front of him was able to kill a 5th-level Izaki snake in seconds. Han Zhan was just a mere 3rd-level one, so no matter how strong he was, he could never be her match. Unexpectedly, after hearing Han Zhan's words, the woman suddenly laughed. When she smiled, the whole picture became sunny and the ice and snow began to melt. But the next second, there was a sound of breaking air, and the blade of the giant sword was against Han Zhan's neck. Little brother is really good-looking and very much to my liking. But I am not Yudhishthira Senior. I come from a city of extreme evil, which is often referred to by your spiritual contract masters as the land of exile. Hearing her words, Han Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank. Taking this opportunity, he also used his divine illumination talent to see the other party's character information clearly. Gongyang Jin, SSS-Level spirit contract. Level, 8th level. Transformed into a giant blade of destruction. Features, Valkyrie. Chapter 48, The City of Extreme Evil, the Land of Exile. Does it look good? A charming and enchanting voice sounded in Han Zhan's ears. Han Zhan's neck suddenly felt cold, then hot, and blood flowed along the blade. The white-haired and black-dressed beauty opposite still had that smiling face, but gave Han Zhan a very dangerous feeling. The breath of death enveloped him, and he would really die. Don't be so nervous. If it weren't for me, you would have been buried in the snake's belly, right? Gongyang Jin smiled lightly and moved the giant blade of destruction away from Han Zhan's neck. To stick in the ground. Looking at the broad sword blade that was as tall as an adult, the cold light reflected Han Lu's pale face. Han Zhan still had some tricks up his sleeve, but Gongyang Jin was at level 8, so whatever she said was right, and Han Zhan had no intention of refutation at all. He's so handsome. The more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes. Gongyang Jin stretched out his hand, stroked Han Zhan's face, and pinched it. What's the name of the piece you just played? Song? So, Gongyang Jin was attracted by the Fushi Qin music I just played? She had noticed the commotion here a long time ago, but did not take action immediately. Instead, she chose to stand by and watch. It was only after she saw the Fushi piano music I played that she took action. Han Zhan immediately guessed most of Gongyang Jin's motives. This behavior is indeed in line with the style of the legendary City of Evil. Most of the people in the City of Evil were exiles. Because they were not accepted by various countries, they were all sent to a large concentration camp, the so-called Lower City. Here, there are all kinds of people, and there are even rumors that there's Zerg mixed in. Their evil is to act at will, without regard for the lives of others. As long as it is something they want to do, they will use any means to achieve it. Because they are exiles, they have no common destiny or honor with the rest of humanity. Fighting against the Zerg is not their job. Their only belief is to live for themselves. When Zhan first heard the description of the worst city, he was not particularly averse to these people. Some people put evil on the surface, while others keep it in their hearts. That is the only difference. Don't want to talk? It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk. I came to Daxia just to fight with Wei Qing, but I didn't expect to find you as an unexpected gain. That song can strengthen my body. I can feel that all the cells in my body are amplified. It even gives me the feeling that I can blow up the Snake King with one punch. I'm going to capture you and bring you back to be my personal combat assistant. Gong Yangjin said this with obvious malice. As long as Zhan dares to resist, or dares to make any resistance moves, the giant destructive blade beside her will chop him down without hesitation. Zhan came back to his senses and caught a familiar name in Gong Yangjin's words. Are you here to see Wei Shuai, the person in charge of our first war zone? Zhan deliberately showed an incredible expression. Wei Shuai is an 8th level strongman. How can you challenge him? If it were something else, Gong Yangjin might not have such a big reaction. But her soul bond characteristic is Valkyrie, and it is obvious at first glance that she has a particularly warlike personality. Sure enough, after hearing Zhan's words and seeing his expression, the smile on Gong Yangjin's face faded a lot. Why can't you see it? You are just a 3rd level spiritual bond master. How can you see my realm? Wei Qing and I are both at the 8th level, so why not challenge him? Where is your spiritual master? You can't be a match for General Wei by yourself. Zhan argued. His current appearance was completely that of a combat spirit master from the first war zone, and he had absolute and unconditional admiration for Wei Qing. Gong Yangjin snorted coldly and did not refute Zhan's words. I don't have a spiritual contract master, and there is no spiritual contract master who is worthy of making a contract with me. Who said that a spirit can't practice on its own and reach the strongest? No spiritual master? Practicing alone. Hearing this, Zhan couldn't help but look up to Gong Yangjin. He originally thought that Gong Yangjin's spiritual master was still hiding in the dark or was seriously injured in the fight with Wei Qing, so he did not show up at the first time. He never thought that Gong Yangjin actually didn't have a spirit contract master. As a spirit contract, she cultivated to the 8th level on her own. What a ruthless person. Then, have you beaten Wei Shuai? Zhan thought to himself, and the expression on his face adjusted in time to prove that he was shocked after hearing that Gong Yangjin was also an 8th level strength and did not have a spiritual contract master. Gong Yangjin is very satisfied with Zhan's current appearance. As a Valkyrie, even a Valkyrie from the City of Evil, enjoying the shocked and admiring gazes of others is one of the meanings of practice. I had a fight with Wei Qing. They were 2 against 1, and I was no match for them. Gong Yangjin answered very frankly. After hearing Gong Yangjin's answer, Zhan's opinion of her changed a lot. Why should I tell you so much? Gong Yangjin suddenly reacted. She shook her head, pulled Zhan over without saying a word, turned around, retracted the giant blade of destruction, and was about to leave. Where are you taking me? Where are we going? Of course, we are going to the city of extreme sin, the land of exile. You are now my exclusive combat assistant. No, Zhan said firmly. Gong Yangjin's face showed the familiar smile from the beginning again. A man can't say no. Gong Yangjin's gaze fell on Zhan, and Zhan felt as if his whole body was being scraped by a sharp blade, causing a piercing pain. Zhan gritted his teeth and insisted, I am a combat spirit master in the first war zone. The battle between Daxia and the Izaki snake tribe is at a critical juncture. If I leave the battlefield at this time, I will definitely be judged as a traitor and deserter, and will not be tolerated by Daxia. Oh, but what does that have to do with me? Gong Yangjin doesn't care about the Tao. Although she was easier to talk to than the evil people who killed people for fun, she was still a person from the city of worst evil, and she was not moved at all by what Zhan said. Zhan shook his head and said, No, it doesn't matter. I am from Daxia, a combat spirit master. My companion just died on the battlefield at the hands of the Izaki snake tribe. If I were to become a deserter at this moment, I would choose to commit suicide to show my loyalty to Daxia and the Academy's training. When Zhan said this, he looked serious and didn't seem to be faking it. If he died, there would naturally be no question of him being able to provide combat assistance. All Gong Yangjin could bring back to the City of Evil would be a corpse. After hearing Zhan's words, Gong Yangjin stopped smiling. She looked at Han Zhan in surprise, as if she had not expected that a randomly captured Great Xia spiritual master would have such awareness. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then what do you want me to do in order to be willing to go to the City of Evil with you?" Hooked. Knowing his importance in Gong Yangjin's heart, Han Zhan no longer hesitated and stated his conditions. "I want you to come with me and complete a thorough cleanup of the newly hatched Izaki snakes on the battlefield. These are my conditions." Chapter 49 Nightmare. Han Zhan's request made Gong Yangjin frown. "I thought you would make some outrageous demands, such as asking me to be your bonded spirit. Daxia, is it really worth it for you to do this?" Gong Yangjin couldn't understand, because in her opinion, the internal situation of Daxia was also full of twists and turns and a mess. The spiritual contract masters in the front line were fighting for their lives, but they could not withstand the intrigues among the top leaders in the rear. The general trend of the world is that things that come together for a long time will eventually separate. It is not easy for the Li family to maintain this century-old foundation for Daxia. Even if those bigwigs want to resist the trend, it is probably impossible to go against the tide. There is one good thing about being in the City of Evil. You can eat melons from various countries here. However, she did not refuse Han Zhan's request. If it was any other request, she might still have a headache, but just asking her to hunt down the Izaki snake tribe? There is no easier task than this one that can be solved with just hands. Wei Qing had already attracted the firepower of the 4 8th-rank Snake Kings. Now, in the entire Izaki snake clan, there was not a single one who could fight with her. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Gong Yangjin agreed readily, and Han Zhan also showed his mission map. There are more than 30 task marking points on the map, but only 10 of them have turned green after the tasks have been completed, and the other 20 or so have turned bright red. Red means the mission failed. These 20 or so Izaya snakes will converge on their main elite forces from all directions. The advancement of the Izaki snake clan is very strange and domineering. They evolve by constantly devouring, be it animals, plants, or even soil. Anything that can be swallowed can be converted into spiritual energy to help break through evolution. According to records, it only takes one day for a young Izaki snake to grow into an elite snake on the battlefield. In this regard, it is far superior to human spirit bond masters and bond spirits. Han Zhan's brain quickly analyzed and remarked 3 points on the mission map. They are the entrance to the gorge 5,000 kilometers away, the plain 15,000 kilometers away, and the valley border 28,000 kilometers away. These 3 places will be the key locations where a large number of Izaki young snakes will gather. This was also the location that Xiaoye and his team had previously proposed to Han Zhan. Han Zhan may not be able to complete this task, but if it is Gong Yangjin, there will be absolutely no problem. These 3 locations will snipe the young snakes of Izaki, support the front battlefield from the side, and cooperate with the main force of Daxia to complete the final decisive battle and general offensive. No problem. Gong Yangjin nodded without hesitation. Just when she agreed and was about to leave immediately, suddenly, the pupils in her eyes suddenly turned pitch black. A faint black gas slowly rose from her back, even outlining a terrifying and hideous pattern of a strange beast on her back. "Run!" Gong Yangjin lowered her head, tightly gripping the giant blade of destruction in her hand. She said this to Han Zhan. Han Zhan had no idea what was happening. Gong Yangjin, who was able to communicate normally the previous second, suddenly had black gas all over his body and looked even more terrifying than the Snake Clan. He heard Gong Yangjin's warning and was about to turn around and run away. Suddenly, Han Zhan stopped abruptly. It wasn't that he had a change of heart, but he suddenly realized that there was no way he could outrun an 8th-level contract spirit. Can't run. How to do it? Han Zhan's brain was working rapidly, and he suddenly had an idea. The appearance of Gong Yangjin in front of him was obviously like being possessed by a demon. There was no such thing as possession by a demon in this world, but Han Zhan had a golden finger that was particularly effective against possession by a demon. Fushi Qin. As one of the 10 ancient artifacts, the Fushi Qin can not only capture people's hearts, but also purify the soul. Thinking of this, Han Zhan no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged. The illusory Fushigu Qin was placed horizontally across Han Zhan's legs. He gritted his teeth and took the gamble of life and death. As Han Zhan plucked the strings with his fingers, the sound of Qing Xian San echoed throughout the forest. The black energy was so thick that it almost enveloped Gong Yangjin completely. When he heard the sound of the piano, the black energy seemed to shrink back in a very human way. There's hope. When Han Zhan saw this scene, he accelerated the frequency of his fingers playing. At this moment, Gong Yangjin had a frown on his face and his eyes were closed. He was in a very strange state. She called this state nightmare. It wasn't some kind of obsession. The reason Gong Yangjin was like this was entirely because of the injury on her back. The wound was caused by a 9th-level insect emperor. Even though she was a Valkyrie, Gong Yangjin was only at the 8th level, and there was still a huge gap between her and the 9th-level peak. With such a huge gap, she was chased by a 9th-level insect emperor. Although she managed to escape with her life, she was also left with hidden injuries on her body. The 9th-level insect emperor was named Nightmare. Therefore, Gong Yangjin would fall into a nightmare state for time. In this state, she would completely lose control and become a madman who only knew how to kill. But today, just when she was about to be controlled by the nightmare again and enter a crazy killing state, she heard a long and melodious piano sound. It was as if the sound of a piano came from the sky, but it gave her consciousness, which was about to collapse, a little respite at this moment. It was this breathing opportunity that allowed Gong Yangjin's energy and spirit to be concentrated again. It was unknown how long it had been, but she suddenly opened her eyes. As Gong Yangjin opened his eyes, the black, ferocious Zerg pattern that had condensed behind her also immediately dissipated. Gong Yangjin broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at the body that she had regained control of, and her hands that were not covered in blood for the first time since she woke up, and a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "It's you." Gong Yangjin looked at Han Zhan opposite him. At this time, Han Zhan was extremely depressed. If Gong Yangjin didn't wake up, he might not be able to hold on. But it's okay. Now we can't let you leave. Gong Yangjin said in a slightly crazy tone. That is the nightmare of a 9th-level insect emperor. This has troubled me for who knows how many years. Gong Yangjin thought of countless ways, but even she, an 8th-level strongman, was helpless and could only give up. Unless a 9th-level healing spirit contract master or spirit contract takes action. But as far as she knows, the few remaining 9th-level ones are not healing. As a result, a mere 3rd-level spiritual master actually solved this problem. You are so handsome and so capable. Your future achievements are limitless. How about it? Would you like to consider signing a contract with me? With me, an 8th-level contract spirit, you'll be able to conquer all directions and be invincible at the same level. Facing Gong Yangjin's tempting words, Han Zhan shook his head, but he made another request. Can I take a closer look at the wound on your back? Chapter 50 Healing. Gong Yangjin tore off his clothes as he was told, revealing his smooth and white back. On the skin as white as mutton fat jade, there was only a horrifying wound, which was emitting a faint black gas. You are so brave that you dare to take advantage of me. After you finish reading this, I will destroy your eyes. Gong Yangjin said with a faint smile. If she could keep silent and look from a distance, she would definitely be a stunningly beautiful woman. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, the style changed drastically. The image of a crazy woman with a smile on her face who kills people at will is exactly what Gong Yangjin is all about. Han Zhan pursed his lips and said nothing. He didn't know which of Gong Yangjin's words were true and which were false, so he simply ignored her. Han Zhan put his hand on Gong Yangjin's wound. This action made Gong Yangjin's whole body tremble slightly. Not because of the pain. Gong Yangjin's eyes became dangerous. From childhood to adulthood, especially after awakening his spiritual talent, no one had dared to do this. Even holding hands was impossible, let alone physical intimacy. If it weren't for the Korean War, anyone else would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Han Zhan could also feel Gong Yangjin's constantly suppressed murderous intent. He did not dare to be vague and immediately summoned the Fushi Qin again. The piano music, Qing Xin San, sounded again. At such a close distance, the dispelling effect of the Qingxin powder piano sound is stronger, and the black air lingering on the back is being removed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after the King Sinsen song was played, the dispersed black air began to slowly condense again behind Gong Yangjin. I tried. I can suppress it, but I can't dispel it. Han Zhan's conclusion was not much different from what Gong Yangjin expected. In fact, she was already very satisfied to be able to suppress her injuries. Just when Gong Yangjin was about to put on her clothes, Han Zhan suddenly called her. Wait a minute. I have another idea you can try. As soon as Han Zhan finished speaking, next to the Fushi Qin in the air, an ancient large cauldron began to reveal its true form. The Shin Nong cauldron. Since Gong Yangjin was injured, as long as it was an injury, it could definitely be cured. Shin Nong Ding is the most advanced magic weapon among the 10 ancient magic weapons for making elixirs and healing wounds. Han Zhan plans to give it a try. When Gong Yangjin saw the second strange weapon summoned by Han Zhan, his eyes sparkled. You really are constantly surprising me. As a spirit contract master, how did you manage to contract 2 spirits? As expected of an 8th rank supreme being, Gong Yangjin could tell at a glance the difference in aura between Han Zhan's 2 different magical weapons. Therefore, it can be judged that Han Zhan has contracted 2 spirits. Didn't your teacher teach you not to expose these things easily outside? Otherwise, you would be in danger. Han Zhan didn't say anything. In fact, he had his own plans. If Gong Yangjin could really be cured, then his value in Gong Yangjin's eyes would rise sharply. At the beginning, he was just an insignificant combat assistant, and Gong Yangjin dared to easily say, kill, if you disagree. But when he found that he could suppress his hidden illness through the Fushi Qin, even when Han Zhan was stroking Gong Yangjin's back, this 8th rank strongest man could only suppress his murderous intent and utter threats to the extent of blinding his eyes. It can be seen that the value of Han Zhan is constantly rising in Gong Yangjin's eyes, and his life safety is more guaranteed. Proving value is a disguised form of investment. Han Zhan thought of this, and under his urging, the Shinong Ding had begun to swallow up the mountains and seas, absorbing all the hundreds of millions of Iaki baby snakes that had been killed by Gong Yangjin before into the cauldron. What was sucked into the cauldron was the spiritual energy of the corpses that had not yet completely dissipated. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, there are hundreds of millions of snakes, and the spiritual energy they contain has reached a considerable number. If it were Changxing Company, it would not be able to do what Shinong Ding is doing now. Extracting spiritual energy from hundreds of millions of snake materials, not to mention how low the feasibility is and how high the time cost is, any normal person would not choose to do that. But for the Shinong Ding, the operation is extremely simple. Gong Yangjin could feel that the ancient tripod hanging high in the sky was sucking the flesh and blood of hundreds of millions of Izayaki baby snakes into the tripod. She didn't know what Han Zhan wanted to do, but she could also feel the spiritual energy gradually surging in the Shinong Ding, so she didn't continue speaking for the time being to disturb Han Zhan. After absorbing all the spiritual energy from the corpses of the young Izaki snakes, Han Zhan activated the Shinong Ding again. What will be used this time is the 3rd level talent that Shinong Ding has just awakened, creation of living things. Han Zhan quickly formed seals with his hands. The Shinong Ding instantly turned over from a position with its mouth facing upward to a position with its mouth facing downward. It was hanging right above Gong Yangjin's head. The creation of living things. Following a slight shout from Han Zhan, extremely thick white mist began to pour out and was injected into Gong Yangjin's body like a pouring into the head. The creation of living things, as the strongest means of recovery of the Shinong Ding, made Gong Yangjin's 8th level strongest body feel a powerful recovery force. She felt this tremendous restorative power all rushing toward her back. Not only that, some of her old illnesses and injuries were also being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound left by the 9th level insect emperor, Nightmare, is also recovering very slowly. Gong Yangjin now felt as if he was soaked in warm spring water. His whole body was warm, and an unprecedented sense of comfort swept over him. When the Shinong Ding had infused the last bit of spiritual energy and ended the infusion, Gong Yangjin even had a feeling of loss. But soon, she reacted and subconsciously touched her back. The originally horrifying wound had actually shrunk by at least half under the treatment of the living being. Even the speed at which the black gas recondensed became much slower. It can be cured. Gong Yangjin stood up in disbelief and turned to look at Han Zhan behind him. When Han Zhan saw her turn around, his face turned red. Well, put on your clothes first. Han Zhan was not a completely upright gentleman. He was simply afraid that Gong Yangjin would kill him to vent his anger after he came to his senses. As it turned out, he was worrying too much. After proving that he had the ability to cure Gong Yangjin's chronic illness, Han Zhan's value in Gong Yangjin's heart suddenly increased by many levels. Do it again. Gong Yangjin was no longer calm and urged Han Zhan impatiently. Han Zhan immediately shook his head and said, "It's not that easy to perform the creation of living beings. You just saw that I used my talent to devour the flesh and blood of billions of snakes to gain spiritual energy. If I want to perform it again, I have to get so much flesh and blood again. Aren't we going to kill the young snake of Azaya? Let's go now," Gong Yangjin said subconsciously. An 8th level fighter, isn't that what we have? Chapter 51. When a common man gets angry, thousands of corpses are scattered all over the place. Izaki Battlefield, entrance to the gorge. Here, a gray-black tide is pouring in madly. The drone that detected this scene quickly transmitted the information back to the United Frontwork Department. A large number of Izaki young snakes have been detected entering the gorge. A large number of Izaki young snakes have been detected in the desolate sea plains. A large number of Izaki baby snakes have been detected in the Tongbei Valley. As a series of messages came back, the commanders in the United Frontwork Department all frowned. It's not good. These Izaki snake nests were discovered too late. The casualties on the front lines are too great. Most of the standard teams are on the front battlefield. Not many teams can spare time to complete the mission of destroying the descendants. The mission failure rate is very high. Where's Guanshan? If he and Qi Ling are here, can't they use their talent of moving mountains and filling seas to block all 3 confluences? Admiral Guanshan has been transferred elsewhere. His talent, as you know, is very sought after. He is urgently needed on all fronts, so it is basically impossible for him to be stationed in one place. In the United Front Work Department of the Second War Zone, Lin Jingxian put his hands behind his back, staring at the timely battle reports in his hands with a frown. The Izaki battlefield was the last major battle before the end of this year. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. But the cunning Izaki snake tribe had apparently figured out the Daxia humans. Not only did they send out all of their forces on the front battlefield, they also coordinated with several other large tribes to put tremendous pressure on the entire border. The top combat forces at the 7th and 8th levels have now been held back by tribes of the same level. Most of the 5th and 6th level spirit contract masters and contracted spirits are also the backbone of the frontal battlefield and cannot be freed. The 3rd and 4th level combat spirit masters were unable to change the situation in the face of such a massive influx of snakes. They came well prepared. Lin Jingxian finished reading the battle reports in his hand and thought, "They forced us to continuously send high-level combat forces to the front line. Although this move is very subtle, it is very obvious to me. Be careful about what you do. The more they do this, even if they're willing to let us increase their casualties, the more we must be on our guard against their hidden methods and tricks. Make a one-time call to the 8th War Zone and tell them not to use it for the time being." "Yes," the subordinate responded, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Lin Jingxuan's approach is to make judgments from an absolutely rational perspective, but not everyone agrees with him. Lin Shuai, if these 3 waves of Izaki young snakes were to join the battlefield, our low and mid-level spiritual bond masters would probably suffer heavy casualties. It's almost the end of the year, and they should have the right to go back alive to celebrate the new year. There was no change in Lin Jingxuan's expression. He just looked at the gray-black tides in the picture that were speeding up wildly, his eyes calm. On the battlefield, people will die. Tomorrow it's them. The day after tomorrow it's us. If you don't even have this kind of awareness. Wait a minute, what is that? Lin Jingxian suddenly interrupted himself, raised his hand, and looked at one of the pictures sharply. Enlarged the picture of the entrance to the gorge. The scene of the entrance to the gorge was enlarged, and a beautiful woman with white hair and black clothes appeared in it. She was standing on a giant blade, and like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, she inserted it into the unstoppable, surging snake tide. "Senior Gong Yangjin, let me go first." At the entrance to the gorge, Han Zhan stopped Gong Yangjin, who was about to take direct action. Hearing Han Zhan's words, Gong Yangjin looked at him in surprise. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Before his eyes, countless Izaya baby snakes formed a surging tide. Han Zhan actually proposed to go first. He was absolutely crazy. Seeing that Han Zhan insisted, Gong Yangjin stopped talking. With me by his side, even if he really goes crazy, I can rescue him in the first place and save his life. This is the confidence that comes from an 8th level strongest person. Han Zhan didn't say a word and jumped in the vast tide of snakes. He did not forget why he came to the front battlefield this time. After all, it was to temper himself and become stronger. In order to achieve the effect of tempering himself, Han Zhan had taken off his ring in advance. Bring it on. Han Zhan was full of fighting spirit, looking at the tens and hundreds of billions of Azaya baby snakes. He was like an inconspicuous little stone thrown into the surging sea, without even a ripple. As soon as Han Zhan entered, the white airflow in his body began to surge and grow, protecting several key parts of his body. The 8-quick fist flew out immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Han Zhan punched with all his strength, and all the Izaki snakes that were hit by his fist were instantly exploded into bloody mist. More Izaki baby snakes pounced forward. Between life and death, a narrow escape from death. Han Zhan forgot everything and only punched instinctively. The white airflow went from light and thin at the beginning to becoming thicker and thicker as the battle lasted longer. 5 minutes later, Han Zhan jumped out of the snake tide with a dive, and the desperate and ferocious force just now disappeared without a trace. Senior Gong Yangjin, help. When Gong Yangjin heard Han Zhan's voice, she snorted coldly. Although she didn't like the feeling of being summoned at will and dismissed at will, she still needed Han Zhan after all. She immediately jumped up and jumped in the snake tide, just like Han Zhan. This was the scene that Lin Jingxian and the others saw on the screen of the United Front Department. Gong Yangjin, a beautiful woman with white hair and black clothes, stepped on a giant blade and inserted it into the unstoppable surging snake tide like a magic needle. Boom! The earth shook with thunder. With one sword strike, the entire tide seemed to be cut off and split in half. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were melted in an instant, and this was just the power of Gong Yangjin's sword. Gong Yangjin raised her sword and jumped high. She was about to swing her second sword at Izaki's young snake tide, but Han Zhan, who had adjusted his breathing, took a step ahead of her and rushed into the snake tide again. Gong Yangjin pursed his lips slightly, put away his sword, and stopped with displeasure. It was a job that could be killed instantly, but because of Han Zhan's actions, it was delayed for a long time. But he really is desperate enough. Gong Yangjin recalled the scene where Han Zhan rushed into the snake tide without hesitation, and seemed to be recalling his past self. Without experiencing the trials of life and death, one is destined to never become a strong person. Since you want to become a strong man, why not let me do you a favor? In the end, you can't escape from my grasp anyway. The female devil from the city of evil, Gong Yangjin muttered to herself here. She licked the corner of her lips and smiled. On the other side, Han Zhan bent over and entered the snake tide. Another 6 minutes had passed. This time it lasted a little longer than last time. Han Zhan jumped out of the snake tide, as usual, and shouted for help again. Senior Gong Yangjin, help. Rescue? It's only been 6 minutes. What's the point of saving? You're not allowed to come out so soon. Keep going. Gong Yangjin sat on a huge rock nearby, with her beautiful legs crossed, watching Han Zhan fall into the snake tide again. A man must last. Little brother, you need to practice more. Chapter 52 Upgrading and breaking through is like drinking water. When Han Zhan dived into the snake tide for the nth time, a long-lost feeling finally came over me. 8 Jiqi fists, the third Jiqi, the life Jiqi lock, has been unlocked. The third layer of locks was unlocked, and the originally thin white mist had become so thick that it could even turn into a piece of armor, wrapping Han Zhan's entire body. Battle Chi turns into armor? Battle Chi turns into a horse. Han Zhan complained subconsciously. However, after the life force was unlocked, Han Zhan's entire body strength rose to a new level. After the life force was opened, Han Zhan's speed, strength, and defense were greatly improved. Not only that, he also gained more recovery ability. As long as the injury is not serious, one can recover quickly in a short time. This also provides an extra layer of protection in close combat during the Korean War. After unlocking the life force, Han Zhan fell into the snake tide again. This time, he persisted for 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, Gong Yangjin became worried and pulled him out from the snake tide. You've become stronger? Gong Yangjin asked in surprise, looking at Han Zhan, who looked a little disheveled but generally fine. Although he is still a third-rank spiritual contract master, his aura gives people the feeling that he is even more powerful. This feeling is strange. But as an 8th-level combat spirit, Gong Yangjin absolutely wants to trust his own judgment. This young man named Han Zhan is no simple person. At the entrance to the gorge, The corpses of Azaya's young snakes formed a thick layer, and the blood that flowed out had formed a small river, gurgling into the distance. Han Zhan completely relaxed and looked at Gong Yangjin excitedly and said, "All the young snakes of Iyaki have been destroyed. The two of us are really amazing." Gong Yangjin ignored him. It seems like there are more scenes of the Korean War, but in fact, the total number of Izaki snakes he killed is probably less than 1%. Gong Yangjin used 13 swords in total. After the 13 swords, the entire entrance to the gorge was clean, with nothing else except the snake corpses. Heal. Gong Yangjin inserted the giant blade of destruction beside him and sat down cross-legged. She was just about to take off her clothes when she suddenly thought of something and looked up at the sky. She snorted coldly and snapped her fingers casually. Soon, several faint explosions sounded from high in the sky. The picture on the monitor suddenly blurred. The members of the United Front Work Department on this side of the screen were all shocked. She found us. How terrifying. He used only 13 swords to kill billions of Izaki's young snakes. Who is that young man next to her? He doesn't look like her spirit. You don't understand this. Some powerful contract spirits, just like old cows eating young grass. Young people are more energetic in some aspects. The topic became more and more off-topic, and Lin Jingxian did not participate in their discussion. With the memory in his mind, he certainly knew who the woman in the picture was. The city of extreme evil, the female devil Gong Yangjin, an 8th-level contract spirit. She just fought with Wei Qing a month ago and was defeated by Wei Qing and his wife. I thought she had left the Izaki battlefield, but I didn't expect that she hadn't gone far. It would have been fine if she didn't leave, but she actually got together with junior brother. Lin Jingxian did not say the rest. Gong Yangjin is famous for her mood swings. She regards human life as worthless and has a cold nature. Han Zhan is only at the 3rd level of strength, and if he falls into Gong Yangjin's hands, he will probably be in great danger. However, looking at their appearance, it seems that it is not as simple as prisoners and captured. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Lin Jingxian lacks key information, and it is not clear what happened between Han Zhan and Gong Yangjin for the time being. In any case, he would stay put. Do your job well when you are in your position. Even if he is a new disciple, he cannot be an exception. After a while, other surveillance aircraft captured the latest images of the two. This time it's the desolate seaplane. Because they arrived the second time, the desolate seaplane had already been completely submerged by the snake tide. With the first cooperation experience, Han Zhan no longer needed to say hello to Gong Yangjin and jumped into the snake tide immediately. In addition to the continuous improvement in proficiency in Bajiquan, there are 2 other things that are also steadily improving. One is the realm. The Shinong Ding absorbed billions of Iyaki baby snakes, and most of their spiritual energy was used up by creation of living things, but a small amount of spiritual energy was still retained. All of these spiritual energies were fed back to Han Zhan by the Shinong Ding. Don't underestimate this small part of spiritual energy. It is enough to heal the injuries of a 9th-level insect emperor. Han Zhan's original 3rd-level realm was also raised a little bit through such feedback. According to the current progress, as long as he does it 2 more times, he will definitely be able to enter the 4th level. The second one is the 3rd talent that Fushichin has just awakened, soul capture and spirit driving. The 3rd level piano music corresponding to the soul capturing and soul driving is Ancient Style Setting Sun. The killed souls will be detained and become war spirits driven in the Ancient Style Setting Sun formation. At this moment, although it was Gong Yangjin who killed the young Iyaki snake, Fushichin also took advantage of Gong Yangjin's favorable conditions to detain the souls of billions of young Iyaki snakes and transform them into war spirits. No matter how small a sparrow is, it is still meat. What's more, billions is not a small number. With Gong Yangjin, a super fighter, the upper limit of soul capturing and spirit driving is rising rapidly at an extremely fast speed. The female devil in War City has no idea at this moment that she is almost being fleeced. If she knew, it seems that there is nothing that can be done. Soon, the second battlefield was completely cleared out by the joint efforts of the 2 of them. The entire desolate seaplane was covered with gray snake corpses as far as the eye could see. The scene was extremely shocking. Absorb and refine corpses and create and heal living beings. The militarized operation was completed in one go, and then they rushed to the 3rd location without stopping. On the way, Gong Yangjin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "If I were you, I wouldn't continue to forge myself like I did the last 2 times. Why? Han Zhan has always been humble when it comes to questions about spiritual practice. Facing an 8th level boss like Gonyang Jin, he asked readily. Because of habit. When a dangerous situation becomes a habit and your body functions have adapted to this environment, the struggle between life and death will be meaningless. Gonyang Jin is worthy of being Gonyang Jin. I just felt that the growth rate of the white breath between life and death has slowed down, and she noticed it and reminded me. Han Zhan felt a chill in his heart. The goal of Bajiquan is to hone one's boxing skills between life and death, to cultivate the spirit of indomitable spirit in desperate situations, and the spirit of endless life. But if a desperate situation is experienced repeatedly, it can no longer be called a desperate situation. It is not an exaggeration to say that Han Zhan was able to survive alone in such a turbulent situation for more than an hour. It is indeed meaningless to continue hammering in here. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's quickly solve the next one." At the same time, Han Zhan thought of a very serious point in his mind and couldn't help but wail. How can I escape from the devil? I'm not really going to be captured by her and taken back to be her husband. Chapter 53, Level 4. The third place is in the Tongbei Valley. The Tongbei Valley was dead silent at this time. Han Zhan was sitting cross-legged, with the Shinnong Ding appearing above his head, sucking in all the snake corpses and refining their spiritual energy. Gonyang Jin was sitting right in front of him, with Han Zhan's hand pressing on the wound on his shoulder. After getting used to this action, Gonyang Jin no longer had any murderous intent. So smooth and tender. I don't know how it is maintained so well. Han Zhan thought subconsciously, and he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused. The wound left by the 9th Order Insect Emperor and the black gas surrounding it have all disappeared, leaving only the last small black thorn. It was when Han Zhan touched this small thorn that beautiful images began to appear uncontrollably in his mind. Nightmare's attack has the effect of controlling people's souls, which is very similar to the Fushi Qin. Han Zhan immediately summoned the Fushi Qin. The sound of Qingxin powder lingered around him, temporarily sobering him up from his lust. I must pull this thorn out as soon as possible, otherwise if I am really controlled and do something out of line. She's an 8th level spirit, a female devil who kills without blinking an eye. Han Zhan's heart was filled with awe. He gritted his teeth and began to attack the last little black thorn. Spiritual energy gushed out from his right hand, and with the blessing of the Shinnong Ding, all flowed into Gonyang Jin's body, trying to force it out. Feeling threatened, it unexpectedly shifted its position from the left shoulder blade to the front. Korean War. To pull out or not to pull out? Gonyang Jin's eyes were slightly cold. The reaction of the black thorn made her feel a sharp pain piercing her heart and bones. She gritted her teeth and said, "Pull it out." "Look, you asked me to pull it out. I really didn't mean to be disrespectful to you." Han Zhan swallowed his saliva, hardened his heart, and grabbed it fiercely. 3 minutes later, he pulled out the tiny black thorn with a sense of satisfaction and held it in his hand. Before the little black thorn could struggle, a huge destructive blade smashed down and chopped it into powder, completely dissipating. The giant blade of destruction hit Han Zhan, and suddenly the direction of the blade changed, pressing against Han Zhan's throat. "Sister, you're here again? You asked me to pull out." Han Zhan shouted when he was threatened by the giant blade of destruction. "I asked you to pull it out, but are you addicted to it? It took you 3 minutes to do something that could be done in a few seconds. Can you blame me for this? That was a thorn left by the 9th Order Insect Emperor. It is hidden deeper in your body. How can you pull it out in just a few seconds?" Gonyang Jin pursed his lips. Although she knew that what Han Zhan said was most likely true, as an 8th level strongest person, if she did nothing, it would seem that she was willing to be flirted with by Han Zhan. Thinking of this, her grip on the hilt of the sword tightened again. 2 choices. 1. Sign the contract with me now, and then go back to the city of extreme sin to hold the wedding. From now on, you and I will be husband and wife, and I will not pursue this matter with you. 2nd, die by my sword like those Izaki snakes. I choose one. Han Zhan raised his hands and said without hesitation, "A real man can bend and stretch, and can be big or small. Saving your life is the most important thing." Hearing Han Zhan's answer, Gonyang Jin nodded with great satisfaction and put away the giant blade of destruction. "Then let's sign the contract now." "Here." Han Zhan asked subconsciously. "Why, you regret it." No. Han Zhan quickly denied it. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his body, as if something had been broken. The Shinong Ding has returned the favor. The spiritual power has broken through the 3rd level limit at this moment. Level 4. Han Zhan's overall strength has reached a new level. It has only been over a month since he awakened to become a spiritual contract master, and he has already reached the 4th level. This speed of cultivation can only be described as shocking. Gong Yangjin did not have much feeling about the breakthrough in the Korean War. She now had only one idea, which was to sign a contract with Han Zhan, bind and lock him so that he could not escape from her grasp. Just as they were about to sign the contract, with a bang, the entire Copper North Valley was razed to the ground. An unimaginably huge and terrifying snake head appeared above. That was an 8th level Snake King. Wei Qing looked at the 2 8th level Snake King corpses in front of him and was suddenly speechless. Each 8th level Izaki Snake King is comparable to a giant mountain, and the places where they fall are directly turned into ruins. The other 2 got away. It's because you're useless. You wilted soon. The mocking voice of a woman came from the bloody gloves in his hands. You bitch. Wait until the Battle of Izaki is over, and then you'll see how I'll deal with you. Wei Qing immediately retorted, unconvinced. TSK, who knows if you have kept a little goblin outside during the 10 days you were in Deep Blue City, just based on you. The 2 of them were arguing with each other from time to time. But Wei Qing's speed was not slow at all. A blood-red figure cut through the sky, like a red star, chasing after the fleeing Izaya Snake King. On the Korean War side, looking at the sudden appearance of the 8th level Izaki Snake King, Gong Yangjin, who was interrupted again, looked a little worried. A mere rank 8 Snake King dares to disturb my good deeds. You are courting death. Gong Yangjin's hidden illness has now been cured, and his mental state has returned to its peak. As a Valkyrie with powerful SSS-level talents, she may not be at a disadvantage if she fights Wei Qing and his wife again. As Gong Yangjin finished speaking, as if in response to her words, there was another loud bang. Another 8th level Snake King appeared on the other side. Han Zhan covered up the 9th level insect ring he put on again without leaving a trace. No further words needed. Even the strong ones in the City of Evil, when encountering the Zerg, the 2 sides will fight to the death. Gong Yangjin drew his sword without any hesitation. Her tiny human figure, moving against the flow, formed a sharp contrast with the Izaki Snake King hovering thousands of feet in the sky. Clank, clank, clank. The ethereal sound of the piano sounded. Han Zhan had summoned the Fushichin at some point and applied layer upon layer of buffs to Gong Yangjin. Han Zhan's actions warmed Gong Yangjin's cold eyes slightly. I didn't expect that he would, under such circumstances, still care about his own safety and provide me with combat assistance. It seems that he really wants to complete the contract with me, and it's not just a casual remark. Han Zhan, who was planning to escape, paused when he felt Gong Yangjin's sudden gaze. I've already given you a buff, so you shouldn't be defeated, right? As long as you fight more intensely, I can find a chance to escape. Han Zhan's mumbling hasn't ended yet. Gong Yangjin, whose fighting spirit and fighting power had both surged, had already used all his strength in one sword strike. This sword spanned the entire sky, creating a huge gap. One sword split the sky. Chapter 54, Killing the Snake with Ease. Rumble. Visions of Heaven and Earth. Gong Yangjin's sword cut through the sky and slashed at the 8th level Snake King, and blood spurted out from every strike of his sword. The 2 sides, which should have been evenly matched, suddenly became a one-sided crushing, a situation that Izaki Snake King had not expected. If they had not sensed the aura of the 9th rank Insect Emperor, they would not have rashly chosen such an escape direction. Unexpectedly, instead of finding the 9th Order Insect Emperor, he encountered a female evil star whose strength was no less than Wei Qing's. The 8th level Snake King already has wisdom comparable to that of humans. After assessing the situation, they make judgments immediately. Run. It's not that the 8th level Izaki Snake King is inferior to Gong Yangjin, but that there is a situation of one rising while the other falling in terms of combat power. As for Gong Yangjin, she originally had a hidden disease that affected her ability to fully exert her strength, but now the hidden disease has completely disappeared and she has returned to her peak. With the enhancement of Han Zhan's Fushichin, she is even more powerful. On the other hand, the 8th level Izaki Snake King had fought with Wei Qing before, which consumed some of his strength. He also fled a long distance and could not exert even 50 of his strength, which was why he was suppressed by Gong Yangjin. Gong Yangjin saw that they were trying to escape, so he would never give up. The giant blade of destruction slashed continuously, and a semicircular moonlight air blade fell from the sky and hit the body of the Izaki, Snake King Mountain. There were loud noises continuously. Izaki the Snake King felt pain, but he was helpless because of his huge body. He used to crush his opponent at will by relying on his size advantage. But after meeting the agile and strong man, he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take the beating. Gong Yangjin outputs continuously. The sound of Han Zhan's Fushi Qin sounded continuously, helping her maintain the amplified state of Long Xiang Chao and continuously restore her spiritual energy. Although it was the first time for the two parties to join forces, the cooperation went extremely smoothly. Finally, with a loud bang, the whole earth shook a few times, and a snake head larger than a mountain rolled down from midair and slammed heavily on the ground. A gust of dust was stirred up. The first 8th level Izaki Snake King fell, and the other one could not hold on alone. Soon, he also fell under Gong Yangjin's sword, killed a snake with ease. After defeating 2 Snake Kings, Gong Yangjin was still in full health and full of fighting spirit. She was in a very happy mood at the moment, and looked at Han Zhan with satisfaction in her eyes. After a while, Wei Qing also arrived at the battlefield. There is no other reason. The noise here is too loud, and it is difficult to ignore it. Why is it you? Wei Qing was very surprised to see Gong Yangjin opposite him. That shouldn't be the case. He was well aware of Gong Yangjin's strength. After all, the two had just fought each other a month ago. Although Gong Yangjin could kill these 2 8th-level Snake Kings at that time, it would never be so easy. Then, Wei Qing saw the man standing next to Gong Yangjin. Junior brother, Wei Qing blurted out. When Han Zhan heard Wei Qing calling him, his face suddenly turned dark. Big brother, your brain is really all muscle, and you have no IQ at all. Sure enough, after hearing Wei Qing shout, Gong Yangjin's expression suddenly became alert, and he stood directly between Wei Qing and Han Zhan, cutting off their possibility of approaching. It's over. The Korean War was almost over, but complications arose. What are you doing? Let my junior brother go. Before Wei Qing understood what he had done, he rushed forward and tried to take Han Zhan away by force. Gong Yangjin held his sword in front of him. Your junior apprentice brother? As expected, I said that a man who can be favored by me, Gong Yangjin, cannot possibly be just an ordinary spiritual contract master. It turns out to be Li's student. It seems I found a treasure this time. Facing Wei Qing's relentless pressure, Gong Yangjin did not give in at all. Even though she is not Wei Qing's opponent now, after the fight between the two sides, she can ensure that she and Han Zhan can escape safely. Han Zhan is already my husband-in-law, and he will return to the worst city with me soon. Gong Yangjin's words made Wei Qing's eyes widen in shock, in disbelief. Did he hear it right? Gong Yangjin, the famous female devil in the City of Evil, actually wants to capture her own junior fellow apprentice to be her husband? What a development. Before Wei Qing was about to say something, a beautiful middle-aged woman in bright red clothes grabbed his ear. If you can't speak, just shut up. Gong Yangjin, you are no match for the two of us. Let him go quickly, so that you can leave Daxia safely. You can't even speak. Han Zhan's eyes darkened when he heard this. Gong Yangjin had already pulled him over and was holding him tightly. Han Zhan fell into the arms of tenderness, feeling the sweet fragrance at the tip of his nose, and quickly pressed his tongue against the tip of his tongue to strengthen his will. I won't let go. What can you do to me? Gong Yangjin said with a hint of provocation. The two sides were deadlocked here. Big brother, please leave me alone for now. Han Zhan finally raised his head and said to Wei Qing, the Battle of Izaki is imminent. As the person in charge of the First War Zone, you should be on the front line. You don't need to distract yourself with such a small matter as mine. You kid, you don't really want to go back with her, do you? Wei Qing heard this, his tiger eyes glared, and said angrily, having so many little wives at home is not enough. It's not that the flowers at home are not as fragrant as the wildflowers, right? Don't worry about the front line. The fact that I can stand here and talk to you proves that the front line is under control now. The Izaki snake tribe has a total of 4 8th-level snake kings. I killed 2 of them, and Gong Yangjin killed 2 more. In addition, the young snakes that hatched in the snake nest were all killed by you in advance. There is no pressure on the front battlefield anymore. Victory is only a matter of time. Wei Qing's words made Han Zhan feel relieved. Rounding it off, It seems that Han Zhan and Gong Yangjin solved most of the problems in the Battle of Izaki. Just then, the entire Izaki battlefield suddenly began to shake violently. The surveillance drones overlooking the battlefield could show the bodies of all the Izaki Snake tribe members, as well as the bodies of all the human spirit bond masters and spirit-bonded spirits on the battlefield. At this moment, they all sank into the ground and disappeared. The same goes for the 4 8th-level Snake Kings. A red light array appeared under everyone's feet. This light array spanned from east to west, south to north, encompassing the entire human battlefield and the Izaya Snake Clan battlefield. The intricate and simple red patterns illuminated the entire battlefield of the Izaki battle with an extremely bright red color. Boom, boom, boom. The human pass that had resisted for months suddenly cracked with the violent shaking. Then 2, 3. Human pass was broken. Under the cracked land, countless sands were swallowed up. A ferocious snake head that was dozens of times larger than the 8th-level Snake King appeared at the place where Human Pass had originally fallen. A huge formation of sacrifices of billions of lives and deaths. This aura is from the 9th-level Snake Emperor of the Izaki Snake Clan. Everyone's face was more solemn than ever before. Chapter 55. Billions of Life and Death Sacrifice Formation. The Zerg is not capable of forming a massive life and death sacrifice formation. When seeing this formation, many people who knew the inside story looked extremely ugly. Human traitor. Wei Qing looked at the red light rising up from under his feet, his eyes filled with anger and disgust. Han Zhan had seen an introduction to the billions of life and death sacrifice array in Lin Jingxuan's notes. It was a special formation created by a powerful human. Its function is also very simple. As the name suggests, all the spiritual energy obtained from the sacrifices of billions of lives after their death is gathered at the center of the formation. The upper limit of what this formation can achieve is closely related to the quantity and quality of the sacrifices. But no one expected that such a large formation would be carved in advance on the battlefield of the Battle of Izaya. When was the formation set up? Who set up the formation? Did they cooperate with the Zerg? These questions went unanswered. By the end of the Izaki battle, hundreds of millions of Izaki snakes had lost their lives, and tens of thousands of human spiritual bond masters had sacrificed their lives. And now, 4 more 8th-level Izaki Snake Kings have fallen. These sacrifices were all offered to the center of the formation. That is, in the center of the formation is a huge snake head. It was not a living snake, but bones. First came the snake's head, then the snake's body and tail. Under the manipulation of an invisible force, a complete celestial snake appeared before everyone's eyes. The Sky Snake is the most powerful being of the Izaki Snake Clan, the ruler of the entire Izaki Snake Clan, and the most powerful 9th level. A 9th level warrior from the Izaki Snake Clan was killed by the teacher on the battlefield 100 years ago. I didn't expect it to be secretly transported to the foot of Human Pass and used as the centerpiece of a massive life and death sacrifice formation. What a big deal. The 9th Order Celestial Snake of the Izaki Snake Clan was one of the 9th Order ones that teacher Li Shutong killed back then. No wonder those Izaki baby snakes became like that when they sensed the aura of his ring. The sacrificial power absorbed by this sacrificial formation is repairing the body of the celestial snake. Once it has repaired it, even if you and I join forces, we will not be its opponent. Gong Yangjin raised her head and looked at the same place. As she said this, she clenched the giant blade of destruction in her hand. It's too late. Wei Qing, evacuate. Lin Jingxuan's voice rang out from the communicator. The United Front Work Department has immediately made estimates of the sudden changes on the battlefield. They came to the conclusion that in 30 seconds, the 9th Order Heavenly Snake would be resurrected by the billions of life and death sacrifice array and return to its peak. If we evacuate with all our strength within 30 seconds, it should be possible for an 8th-rank spiritual contract master. You can't retreat. Wei Qing rejected Lin Jingxuan's suggestion. Wei Qing, you're the person in charge of the First War Zone. You should know what is important and what is not. A battle that was supposed to be won collapsed in an instant because of the betrayal of some human bastards. The solid defense was actually breached from the inside. Lin Jingxian, I'll give it to you. Are you angry? Wei Qing had a cold face. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, but at this moment he exuded a terrifying aura. Those who died in the battle were all from my first war zone. These bastards. It's impossible to let them have their wish. Absolutely impossible. Feeling this power, Gong Yangjin on the side glanced sideways. It turns out that when Wei Qing was fighting with me before, he had never used his full strength. Wei Qing threw away the communicator on his body. As a pure warrior, he wanted to give it a try. His spirit contract instantly transformed. Wei Qing took a step forward, and his whole body moved like a meteor, transforming into a red flame. A white aura enveloped his entire body, which was much stronger than that of Han Zhan. Between life and death, Wei Qing studied under Li Shutong and also knew the 8 urgent fists. He could force the strongest 8th level warriors into a desperate situation between life and death, so he could only fight against the 9th level warriors. His speed is quite fast. The red afterimage is difficult to capture with the naked eye, and the white breath draws a tail flame across the sky. The terrifying fist force brought with it wind pressure, raging flames that shook the earth, and the 8th level talent, plus the strongest blow of the 8 urgent fists, hit the sky snake's bones in one punch. Boom! A loud thunder streaked across the sky. A deep purple thunderbolt struck towards Wei Qing. This attack embodies the innate magical power of the 9th Order Heavenly Snake. If it hits Wei Qing, the consequences will be disastrous. Suddenly, a huge portal of white light appeared above Wei Qing. The deep purple lightning pierced into the huge gate of light and shadow and disappeared. A figure in white clothes appeared beside Wei Qing. The person in charge of the second war zone, Lin Jingxian. Wei Qing, you are such a reckless man. Lin Jingxian couldn't help but scold Wei Qing as he looked at him with burning fighting spirit. Wei Qing grinned nonchalantly. You cover, I'll attack with all my strength. Simple and crude, but effective. Wei Qing's talent focuses on offense, and if he attacks with all his strength, not to mention the 8th level, even the 9th level would be enough to take a beating if he takes it head on. Now is the right time to break the impasse while the Sky Serpent is still not fully formed. Although Wei Qing is reckless, he is not stupid. He will not do something that he knows is impossible. He just likes to fight for that last chance of survival. It was precisely because of this that he was chosen by Li Shutong to become his first disciple. Wei Qing is fighting desperately, gambling with his life. Lin Jingxuan's talent is related to space. He stopped talking and formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, a huge white portal appeared above the Sky Serpent's head. The thunder that had just disappeared struck heavily on the white bone skull of the Sky Snake. Lin Jingxian used his actions to cover Wei Qing. Senior Gong Yangjin, I want to go and help them. Han Zhan couldn't help but speak as he looked at Gong Yangjin, who was protecting him well in front of him. After learning Han Zhan's true identity, Gong Yangjin couldn't stop him, so he just reminded him, you can continue to play your piano, but you must hide behind me. I will try my best to protect you. The effectiveness of the Fushi Qin as a super combat aid in the Korean War is unquestionable. He immediately sat down and played the Long Xiang Chao for amplification. As soon as he played it, Han Zhan felt that his spiritual energy was being sucked into the piano like a whale drinking water. Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian were truly terrifying when they burst out with 100 strength. To increase their power would be a big challenge for Han Zhan. Fortunately, he has broken through to the 4th level and his endurance has improved, so he can barely hold on. With Han Zhan's assistance, Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian worked in perfect harmony, and a crack began to appear visibly on the skull of the 9th Order Heavenly Snake. 15 seconds left. The crack continued to expand, almost occupying the entire skull. 10 seconds left. The Heavenly Snake absorbed the spiritual energy from the billions of life and death sacrifices, and its flesh and blood repair had reached its head. 5 seconds left. The entire head of the Sky Snake was already shattered, and it only took one punch to smash it to pieces. Last second. The world turns upside down, the sea is filled, and the mountains are moved. A cold and indifferent voice sounded above everyone. Chapter 56. Ancient Divine Weapon. The sword is called Xianyuan. Guanshan. The seals in Lin Jingxuan's hands changed, and he retreated rapidly with Wei Qing. The moment they retreated 1,000 miles away, the area 1,000 miles around the 9th rank Heavenly Snake suddenly closed. Yes, close it. An extremely large earth ball wrapped around the 9th Order Celestial Snake and stood above the earth. The one who has the talent of moving mountains and filling the sea is the great Xia Guanshan General. I should have thought of it earlier. The person who could bury the 9th-level heavenly snake bones in human pass without anyone noticing and set up a large formation for the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of lives here is most likely you, Guan Shan. But the answer was too shocking and too unbelievable. Lin Jingxian did not immediately pursue this possibility. General Wei, General Lin, why did you two have to go to this extent? Guan Shan, who was flying in the air, was wearing black frame glasses. There was no change in his expression. He looked more like a dull, middle-aged man in his 30s. If you don't try to destroy the sky snake's bones, I won't be forced to show up. In this way, I can continue to serve Daxia and build a solid defense line for all fronts. At least my public identity will not be exposed. But now it's too late. There was a hint of regret in Guan Shan's tone. But for Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian on the opposite side, they were even more furious. Guan Shan is a spiritual contract master at the admiral level, second only to the heads of the major war zones. He also has SSS-level talent to move mountains and fill the sea. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a successor. Such a rare talent did such a despicable thing as betraying humanity and cooperating with alien races. It's you, it's me. Guan Shan's strength is not weak, although not as good as Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian, but he can still hold them back for a few seconds. With the help of the defense of moving mountains and filling the sea, the 9th Order Sky Snake has completed its final recovery. The entire air was filled with the powerful pressure of the 9th level. Han Zhan asked Gong Yangjin with a stern expression. Senior, what do you know about the Way of Sword? Gong Yangjin didn't understand why Han Zhan would ask such a question at this time, but she still answered, below the 8th level, no one can compare with me. Above the 8th level, we can compete with each other. This answer sounds confident, but it is true. Gong Yangjin is a famous female villain in the City of Evil, and her swordsmanship is indeed among the best. Senior, in this situation, the 9th Order Sky Snake has revived. With the 4 of us present here, what are our chances of winning if we join forces to fight it? The Korean War raised another question. Looking at Han Zhan, who had turned into a problem baby, Gong Yangjin could only continue to answer quickly. 0 chance, 100 chance of death, and no chance of survival. If you have any questions, ask them now. After you ask them, we can become clear-headed together. That was a 9th Order Celestial Snake, a top monster that almost destroyed the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even if 3 8th Order monsters were to face off against it, they would have no chance of winning. Han Zhan nodded and asked the last question. Senior Gong Yangjin, if you sign a contract with me, you can survive, but the price is a long sleep. Are you willing to accept it? Gong Yangjin was very surprised, and then he said in accordance with his heart, making a contract with you is what I wanted to do in the first place. I cannot accept the fact that the 9th Order Sky Serpent has descended upon the world, and we both perished here. If there's a way to survive, I'm willing to try. Gong Yangjin is an 8th level strongman, while Han Zhan is only at the 4th level. But Gong Yangjin had an inexplicable confidence in Han Zhan. He can even remove the hidden injuries left by the 9th level Insect Emperor, Nightmare, so it is not impossible for him to do something earth-shattering. After getting Gong Yangjin's affirmative answer, Han Zhan no longer hesitated. He stomped his feet hard, and the contract formation spread out from under his feet. Gong Yangjin was standing inside the magic circle. It was enveloped by a dazzling light. The movements of Han Zhan and Gong Yangjin attracted the attention of others in the field. Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian didn't understand why Han Zhan chose to contract Gong Yangjin at this critical moment of life and death. Guan Shan didn't care. In his opinion, unless Li Shudong came in person at this time, no matter how hard this group of people struggled, they would not be able to defeat the revived 9th rank Heavenly Snake. This is a bureau, a sure kill situation. You can't win. Daxia will perish. When Guan Shan said this, the huge earth ball behind him shattered, and a 9th Order Celestial Snake in its peak stage of complete form appeared in front of everyone. Under the might of the 9th level, even moving becomes a luxury. At this moment, Han Zhan and Gong Yangjin completed the contract. His eyes suddenly turned golden. Buzz. Invisible waves spread out throughout the space, and the moment they enveloped Gong Yangjin, her mind was connected, and she suddenly understood why Han Zhan had asked those 3 questions before. Han Zhan, a 4th level spiritual master. Abilities, divine illumination, observation of me, heavenly unity, divine soldiers descending from the sky. Divine soldiers descending from the sky. Forcefully awaken the ancient divine weapons that have not awakened in this world, and endow them with divine souls. Restriction requirements. The object to be endowed with the spirit must be the same weapon and have extremely profound attainments. If the person endowed with the Wuji has profound attainments or is at a low level, the integration of his soul into it will directly destroy his body, which will be unable to bear the weight and will turn into ashes. If the person who is endowed with it can bear the divine soul, but the spiritual contract master's realm is not high enough, then after it manifests once, he will fall into a deep sleep and be sealed until the spiritual contract master's realm is raised to the required level. If the person being endowed can bear the divine soul, and the spiritual master's realm is sufficient, then the endowment of the divine soul will be 100 complete, and the divine weapon will descend from the sky. Han Zhan broke through the 4th level and finally awakened a new ability, Divine Soldiers from the Sky. This ability is very powerful, but it also has many restrictions. In fact, if Han Zhan was not a time traveler, he would not even know what the ancient divine weapons were, let alone how to awaken and endow them with divine souls. At this moment, after Gong Yangjin completed the contract with him, Han Zhan immediately activated the divine soldiers that descended from the sky, the soul that Han Zhan wants to summon and bestow. It is one of the 10 ancient divine weapons, the peerless divine sword. The name of the sword, Xianyuan. All the clouds in the sky dissipated. From a very high place, an unimaginably large sword tip fell down. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants. On one side of the hilt of the sword are inscribed the techniques of farming and animal husbandry, while on the other side are inscribed the strategy for unifying the world. It contains infinite power and is a magic sword that can slay demons and monsters. Under such momentum, the 9th Order Heavenly Snake also lowered its arrogant head. It was not until this moment that Han Zhan's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Remember its name, Xianyuan's sword. The soul of Xianyuan sword fell down and was completely absorbed into Gong Yangjin's body. The giant, destructive blade in her hand began to break into pieces. The outer part covering the sword fell off, and the size of the entire sword shrank by 2/3. At this moment, it turned into the appearance of the Xianyuan sword spirit seen before. Gong Yangjin, SSS-Level spirit contract. Transformed form, Xianyuan sword. Divinity, the sword of the Holy Way. Chapter 57, Heavenly Sword slashes Heavenly Snake, Izaki's final chapter. Gong Yangjin grasped the Xianyuan sword. Her entire temperament suddenly changed. Outside of the black clothes, everything was shrouded in golden light, with a sacred and inviolable posture, like a saint from the 9th heaven descending to the earth. Absorbed the soul of Xianyuan's sword. Gong Yangjin's powerful aura even crushed the 9th Order Heavenly Snake. Facing this human holding a sword in his right hand, the 9th Order Heavenly Snake felt a fatal threat. After sleeping for 100 years, it was actually afraid of a tiny human being and let out an angry roar. Sword of the Holy Way, cut. Gong Yangjin raised his hand and swung the sword. The bright sword light condensed into a point of light. There was nothing earth-shattering, except that there was also an extra spot of light on the head of the revived 9th Order Heavenly Snake. The picture was frozen at this second. Guanshan's eyes were dark. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw his hands, feet, and torso were all bound by a translucent halo. Lin Jingxian made a move, and Wei Qing followed tacitly and punched him on the head. He struggled a bit and then fainted. At this time, the sky snake had completely lost its 9th level aura and fell from the sky. Lin Jingxian said nothing, waved his hand, and the corpse of the heavenly snake was teleported away and disappeared. Only after they finished doing all this did they have time to look at Han Zhan behind them. Beside Han Zhan, after swinging the sword, Gong Yangjin looked at Han Zhan with a satisfied look. Then, her whole body suddenly turned into countless golden lights, merged into the Xianyuan sword, and fell into a deep sleep. This is cost. Han Zhan didn't explain too much to them. No one died, and the traitor and Serpentis crisis were successfully resolved. The heavenly sword kills the heavenly snake. This is already the best ending. She's actually able to do this for you. This is somewhat different from the female devil in the rumors. Listening to Wei Qing's sigh, Lin Jingxian shook his head silently. If it weren't for you, Daxiao would have suffered a huge loss today. Han Zhan, well done. But we still have things to accomplish. As Lin Jingxian spoke, everyone saw below them, outside the collapsed human pass, a large number of Ikiki snakes were frantically launching their final charge. Without the human pass to stop them, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the human spiritual contract masters. This is the final battle of the Battle of Izaki, and also the final chapter. Han Zhan carefully put away the Xianyuan sword, but found that it could not be put into the Sumeru's space, so he asked his senior brother for a sword box, and carried it on his back. Don't worry, I will continue to improve and break through until my strength matches yours, and I can wake you up. After he said this to Gong Yangjin, he turned and looked at Wei Qing. Brother, let's go back to the battlefield together and end this final battle. Wei Qing nodded. Okay. Without the snake tide to reinforce and the 4 8th-level snake kings to support the battle, the 9th-level sky snake briefly revived but was killed by the Xianyuan sword. On the front battlefield, the Izaki snake tribe, who charged desperately, met the end of their lives. The Daxiao fighting spirit masters became more and more courageous. The Izaki snake tribe was continuously defeated until all of them were killed in battle. When the last Izaki snake was killed, the battlefield, which had been suppressed for a long time, was filled with the hearty cheers of the great Xia spirit contract masters and contract spirits. Win, they win. Many people had tears in their eyes, and many people shouted to the sky. They defeated the alien race. On the front battlefield, months of fighting could not erase their will. Humanity won. The Korean War also stood on the battlefield. Feeling the roars and shouts around him, he felt refreshed and comfortable. He began to understand why his teacher Li Shutong had to come to the battlefield himself. This trip achieved breakthroughs not only in the realm of cultivation, but also in one's character and knowledge. Wei Qing, who was standing at the front, planted the Daxiao flag that had been prepared long ago at the highest point of the Iyaki snake clan camp. It means that Daxiao has regained its lost territory. Daxiao will win. Wei Qing shouted. Daxiao will win. Daxiao will win. The Battle of Izaki came to its end. After winning, Wei Qing took Han Zhan to a special place. This is the grave of all the soldiers who died in the battle. In this battle, a total of 58,320 spirit contract masters and contract spirits died. 58,320 people. This is not just a number, but a heavy victory. Looking around Han Zhan, there are densely packed tombstones, and on each tombstone, there are different photos and names. There are also different epitaphs. When I come back, I want to eat 10 bowls of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. Mom, you don't have to wait for me during the New Year this year. Wei Qing, you owe me 500,000 credit points, plus the 250,000 credit points for this business trip subsidy, a total of 750,000 credit points. Remember to give it to me when you come back. I'm 33, and my family is urging me to get married. How can marriage be more important than fighting a foreign race? Fortunately, I have entered Daxia. I am full of heroic spirit and will kill the enemy and take revenge. Another drink? Each epitaph is like a once-living person standing in front of you. Their voices, smiles, expressions, and personalities, although Han Zhan had never seen them before, seemed like old friends to him. This is an unprecedented shock. Wei Qing did not say anything. He just walked in here slowly with light steps and paid silent tribute. The victory belongs to them. After leaving here, Wei Qing patted Han Zhan on the shoulder and said thank you. If it weren't for Han Zhan and Gong Yangjin, the death toll would have increased by at least 10 times. He was truly grateful. What is Guanshan's epitaph? Han Zhan suddenly remembered and asked. Wei Qing was stunned for a moment and answered truthfully. People in this world are few in wisdom and are destined to walk alone. This was quite consistent with Guanshan's dull face, and Han Zhan nodded in understanding. The Izaki battle ended faster than I thought. In 2 days, I should go back to Deep Blue City. Big brother, your battle is over, but mine has just begun. Wei Qing looked at Han Zhan. You mean? Breaking Dawn. This series of events all involve the same organization, Dawn. If Han Zhan had not been able to escape danger many times, he would have died twice at the hands of this organization. Whether from an individual perspective or as a student of Li Shutong, he has already stood on the opposite side of the Dawn organization. The battle with these alien races is on the front line. The battlefield of Dawn is in the rear, deeper inside. It will be very difficult for you to do it alone. The other party can even win over Guanshan for income. I'm afraid they have planted countless people in the whole Daxia. I've also heard about what happened in Deep Blue City. They have a far-reaching plan, and the person behind the scenes is likely one of the top people. It will be difficult to fight them. Han Zhan looked back at the grave behind him with a firm tone. I'm not alone. Chapter 58, Returning to Deep Blue, Long-Awaited Tenderness. During the Korean War, he returned to Deep Blue City on a troop transport ship. Besides him, there were many other spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters returning home on the troop transport ship. Everyone was chatting happily, completely relaxing their tired bodies and minds, and enjoying the joy after victory. From time to time, they would cast their eyes toward Han Zhan, who was sitting at the end. This youngest Purple Heart recipient was the one who destroyed most of the snake tides, prevented the young snakes from joining the main force, and made outstanding contributions to winning the victory on the front battlefield. This is the honor that Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian arranged for Han Zhan. A tall tree attracts the wind, not to mention that there is also the mysterious organization Dawn watching covetously. This is the greatest honor they can give to the Korean War. Otherwise, his achievement of killing the Ninth Order Celestial Snake in the Korean War would be enough for him to be awarded the highest honor medal in Daxia. But that would cause a national sensation, which might not be a good thing for the Korean War. Even with the Purple Heart, at his age during the Korean War, all the frontline soldiers still looked at him with respect. Han Zhan felt the gazes of these soldiers and gently stroked the sword case behind him. All of these are due to Gongyang Jin. Don't worry, it won't be long before I wake you up again, believe me. The troop transport ships will dock at the ports of various cities, and by the time they arrive at Deep Blue City, it will be evening. Li Shatong, who had received the news in advance, was already waiting at the anchorage port. Standing with him were Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjin, whom he hadn't seen for more than half a month. When they saw Han Zhan getting off the troop transport ship, they all rushed up, one on the left and one on the right, and hugged Han Zhan's arms. After a long separation and after comforting the two, Han Zhan walked up to Li Shatong and said respectfully, Teacher, yeah, I'm glad you're back. As Li Shatong spoke, his eyes fell on the sword case behind Han Zhan. Jingxian has reported everything on the front line to me. This time, it's all thanks to you and Gongyang Jin. If you need anything in terms of recovery, feel free to let me know. You are already at level 4? Li Shatong suddenly said in surprise. The amount of spiritual energy required to advance from level 3 to level 4 is not a small amount. You actually broke through to level 4 after being on the front line for more than half a month. Li Shatong was not exaggerating. Throughout the history of Daxia, there was no other war that could be upgraded and broken through as easily as taking a flight like the Korean War. Spiritual Contract Master. The 3rd level is a hurdle. The first 3 levels are just the foundation, but starting from the 4th level, it will be a completely different scene. Since you have already entered the 4th level ahead of time, you should learn more about this aspect. Han Zhan nodded in agreement. Regarding this aspect, it has already been recorded in the detailed notes of second senior brother Lin Jingxian. Whether it is a spirit contract master or a spirit contract master, starting from the 4th level is a new beginning. From the 4th level to the 5th level, breaking through the realm no longer requires only spiritual energy, but also requires a special thing, spirit corpse. Soul corpses are extremely rare and can only be obtained with a certain probability after killing high-level Zerg. That is the purest part of the Zerg's spiritual energy. Different spirit corpses can allow the spiritual contract master or the contracted spirit to obtain different random amplification effects. Speaking of this, a round and smooth bead appeared in Li Shatong's hand. This is 9th level spirit skeleton. 9th level spirit skeleton. Hiss, isn't it a little too precious? Han Zhan was a little flattered. He had also considered taking spirit bones. Naturally, the higher the level of the spirit bones, the greater the benefit after taking them. However, he had never thought about the 9th level. I have kept the spirit remains of a 9th Order Celestial Snake from the Izaki Snake clan since I killed it that year. Now you have killed it again. This is what you deserve. Although the 9th Order Sky Snake was resurrected by the billions of life and death sacrifice formation, it was only its physical body that was resurrected. Its powerful talents are all in this spirit skeleton and have not been able to be used. Otherwise, the battle might not have been won so easily. So that's how it is. The Zerg spiritual remains contain the Zerg's own talents, which is why humans are so eager to get them. Who would complain about having a few more talents? Doesn't the teacher need it himself? This is a 9th rank spirit skeleton, priceless in the market. I don't know how many people have been fighting for it. Li Shatong shook his head. It's useless unless I can break through to the legendary 9th level and reach the realm of transcendence. It turns out that the teacher's strength has really reached the level of a 9th level spiritual master. Come to think of it, if he was able to kill 3 9th level insect emperors 100 years ago, how could he not be 9th level? In that case, Zhan didn't hesitate and took it. When he first entered the 4th level, Zhan had another chance to take the spirit skeleton. He did not hesitate and directly swallowed this 9th level spirit skeleton. The spirit bones melt in your mouth. Soon, he completed the fusion. The power of the 9th level spirit skeleton was stimulated in his body, and a brand new talent emerged. Serpent Body. 1. Greatly improves your defense, speed, and strength. 2. Has the ability to control elements, and elemental resistance is improved. The introduction is simple, but the feeling it gives to the Korean War is very complicated. In terms of speed, strength, and defense, he has the support of 8 fast fist and long Xiang exercise. At the 4th level, he already has close combat strength comparable to that of the 5th level. However, with the support of the Heavenly Serpent Body, Zhan's close combat strength has doubled. The power of elements is easy to understand. Since it is called the Celestial Serpent, it is natural that it can control the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Already blessed with the Fushi Qins, 4 symbols of heaven's will, and with this enhancement, Zhan's control over the elements will be even more perfect. The 4th level spiritual skeleton is the foundation, or the basis. It determines the upper limit and future of your spiritual skeleton's growth. With a 9th level spiritual skeleton as the 4th level foundation, your future will be limitless. Li Shu said, thinking back then, I only barely found a 7th level spirit skeleton when I was at the 4th level. Even if I tried my best to cultivate it later, its potential would still be limited. The future is promising. Li Shutong smiled and patted Zhan's shoulder. Thank you, teacher. Zhan said gratefully. He was very lucky. He awakened his SSS-Level talent and also worshipped Li Shutong, the highest level of human spiritual master. He benefited a lot from him and avoided many detours. I won't say much more. We have met again after a long separation, and we can talk to each other from the bottom of our hearts. Those who understand will understand. I will not continue to be an eyesore to you here. After Li Shutong finished speaking, he turned around and left. Leave time and space to Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjun. I heard from the teacher that you contracted a new spirit on the front battlefield. Xia Yuwei said with a resentful look as soon as she came up. A scumbag who is cheating on 3 women at the same time. Li Lingjun added that there is one more setting for the protagonist of her new book. Ahem, it's not what you think. Zhan quickly told the 2 of them in detail about what happened between him and Gonyang Jin. The 2 men then gave up and skipped the part of raising an army to question the culprit. Entering the torture phase. Chapter 59 changes. The next day, early morning, when Zhan woke up, he found that there was no one around him. Looking to the side again, Li Lingjun was already squatting on a chair, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, his fingers typing something rapidly. She was barefaced with her fair little feet and was wearing Zhan's clothes, barely covering the part above her thighs. Zhan became curious, so he leaned over to take a look, just a glance, and then he silently looked away. Hey, Lingjun, are you writing a new book? Yes, last night I was inspired and had some insights, and I have to write them down. Li Lingjun looked serious. You are so dedicated. Zhan's face darkened when he heard this. He kindly reminded, but according to what you wrote now, it will definitely be blocked. It doesn't matter. If the official channels don't work, I still have the black market channels. Otherwise, where do you think I got the title of best-selling author? Li Lingjun's bachelor appearance made Zhan sigh at his arrogance. But when I think about the fact that she is Li Shudong's granddaughter, it seems not difficult to understand. How about we accumulate some inspiration while it's still early? Li Lingjun asked with some interest when he saw Zhan. Who do you think I am? Zhan was furious. I have a witch cosplay and an angel cosplay in my closet. I'll help you convince Yuwei. Come on, don't treat me as a human being. Zhan said without hesitation. The bottom line is meant to be broken. You too, that's enough. Calm down. I'm still here. Xia Yuwei on the other side looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. She was holding a communicator in her hand and surfing the internet. Legend of the Queen? Yuwei, why are you watching this? In Zhan's memory, Xia Yuwei was a girl who loved learning and was diligent and studious. How come she became addicted to ebooks after only not seeing her for more than half a month. Feeling Han Zhan's suspicious gaze, Li Lingjin quickly raised his hands to prove his innocence. I didn't instigate this. Yue always said that you would definitely have multiple relationships in the future. So as the main wife, she had to practice in advance how to deal with the other girls who would come later. She still loves to study. Lingjin, Xia Yue's thoughts were exposed. She pouted anxiously and ran over to cover Li Lingjin's mouth. Neither of them cared much about exposing themselves in front of Han Zhan, which was a good thing for him. After living in a fast pace for too long, it's nice to slow down the pace of life occasionally. They played around for a while. When the three of them walked out of the room, Li Shetong had already prepared breakfast, as usual. Han Zhan looked at the table full of breakfast, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Urgine officinalis black bean soup, sea cucumber and Chinese wolfberry soup, Sistanch deserticula black chicken with Chinese yam and walnut soup, lily and turtle soup. Hurry, drink it while it's hot. I had to ask for help from the Chongqing company to gather these ingredients. That's really hard for you. Han Zhan looked at Li Shetong angrily. Teacher, your students are not weak to this extent. Oh, Li Shetong looked up at him. Then do you want to drink or not? Drink. Han Zhan was quick to follow the advice. Nonsense. If you don't make up for the loss when you can, you are a complete fool. What's more, these ingredients are not simple ingredients that can be found everywhere after the insect plague, so we can't let the teacher's hard work go to waste. In fact, I have added some spiritual herbs to the soup to help you blend it. You have just come back from the battlefield, and your realm is not yet stable, so you need to be more careful. Li Shudong's concern made Han Zhan feel warm in his heart. What are your plans next? It was the same question Li Shetong asked Han Zhan once more than half a month ago. Han Zhan's answer at the time was that he wanted to become stronger. Today, the Korean War paused. I want to rest for a few days. Han Zhan glanced at the two bright and youthful girls next to him and answered truthfully, spend more time with them. Li Shetong didn't ask why, but just nodded. It seems that you gained more than just cultivation level in the front battlefield, but also some other things. Yes, after seeing Gong Yangjin transformed into a sword and seeing those graves and epitaphs, Han Zhan had a more three-dimensional pursuit for his future. The road under my feet became clearer and clearer. Becoming stronger is the goal, but you can't ignore the people around you just to become stronger. Otherwise, even if you really reach the end of the road, when you look back, there will be no one around you. What's the point of becoming stronger? This is the true meaning of the Korean War. When Xia Yue and Li Lingjin heard his words, their hearts felt as if they had eaten several tons of honey, and the sweetness was about to overflow. After all, from the time he met Han Zhan until now, he has always been focused on moving forward and has never really worked on their relationship. Seeing the serious expression on Han Zhan's face, and then looking at Xia Yue and Li Lingjin's happy expressions. You little bastard. Li Shetong cursed with a smile. Han Zhan also laughed. By the way, why don't I see Miss Shang? Han Zhan asked curiously. Xia Yue and Li Lingjin stopped laughing immediately. The two men stared at Han Zhan at the same time, their teeth chattering, while eating from a bowl, still looking at the pot. Are you talking about Siting? She just used the awakening stone to awaken an E-level talent not long ago, and was hurriedly picked up by the merchant. E-level talent? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Han Zhan touched his chin, a little surprised. What E-level talent? I don't know. Li Shetong shook his head. She was taken away before she had time to tell us. I see. Han Zhan did not ask any further questions. After eating and drinking, Han Zhan agreed to take Xia Yue and Li Lingjin to take a look at the streets of Shenlan City. I haven't been back for a long time, and Deep Blue City seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Walking on the streets, you can see people wearing city defender uniforms everywhere, helping to maintain city law and order. An old lady was crossing the road, and two guards immediately came over to help her. There were couples arguing on the street, and the city guard were trying to mediate. At regular intervals, you could see the city defenders wearing communication headsets, looking around with alert eyes, observing whether there are any special situations. Is this still the city protector organization I know? In the Korean War, the defender organization was clearly a group of lazy officials who just ate and waited for death, were lazy and didn't even want to do the point-scoring tasks. How come they suddenly changed their nature? The position of the captain of the first team of the Deep Blue City Protector Organization has been vacant since Zhao Hu's death. The authorities wanted to use the last incident to make Deep Blue City the first pilot city, so they promoted someone as the captain of the first team. Who is it? Han Zhan asked subconsciously. Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjin smiled at each other. An acquaintance of yours. Yifan. Chapter 60 Melancholic Poet. Yifan. This news was so shocking, even more shocking than seeing the city defender take the initiative to help an old lady cross the road. Can Yifan be the captain of Shenlan City's first team? Are you sure it's the city defender pilot, not the wine man pilot? Pucci. Xia Yuwei couldn't help but let out a disingenuous laugh. I believe you will see him again soon. Li Lingjin also responded. As the three of them walked and talked, they could see that the entire urban atmosphere of Deep Blue City was developing in a positive direction. There were more smiles on the faces of passers-by, and the defenders were more proactive in their work. As a rear-line city, it was enough for it to be able to do this. As they were talking, the three of them had arrived at a familiar place. Breeze Ballroom. No, at this time its name had been changed to Breeze Tavern. Come on, you'll see him once you get in. I hope you won't be too surprised when you see him. Would he be surprised to see Yifan? As long as Han Zhan thought of this, he pushed the door open and walked in, and he was stunned. In his sight, Yifan was sitting on a high stool in the middle of the bar, holding the microphone in both hands with a melancholy look. Who couldn't see yesterday? Whose tears appeared in my dream? Qian. No words are spoken. Good. So cool. The melancholy poet. The melancholy poet. Most of the people sitting in the stands were women. They cheered loudly, as if they were cheering for Yifan. Seeing this scene, no matter how rich Han Zhan's imagination was, he was still shocked. Well, you could see that he has a new name, melancholy poet. Of course, a realist writer like me looks down on this kind of thing. Li Lingjin, a writer of banned books, despises this kind of jingle-like literature. But there are quite a few people who like him in Shenlan City, and Yifan now has a certain fan base. He bought the Breeze Dance Hall and used the money awarded to him by the government to change the name to Breeze Tavern. Now I have no worries about alcohol and drink as much as I want. Then one day, I will get wise and apply for a position in the City Protector Organization. It just so happened that the City Protector Organization wanted to build a pilot project in Deep Blue City, and knowing his past experience, the two sides hit it off, and Yifan became the captain of the first team of the City Protector of Deep Blue City. After work every day, he would come to the Breeze Tavern to drink and recite poetry. Gradually, I got the title of the melancholic poet. What a ridiculous development. After listening to Li Lingjin's explanation, Han Zhan couldn't help but marvel at it. On the opposite side, Yifan had just accepted flowers handed over by many wealthy ladies. After he hugged them one by one to express his gratitude, he also saw Han Zhan and the other two standing at the door. Yifan smiled and waved at them, then raised his voice and said, "We have distinguished guests today. Drinks are free throughout the tavern. It's my treat." "Oh, boss, that's great. Long live the boss." Who wouldn't be happy to hear that there was free drink? The atmosphere in the bar suddenly became much more lively. "Long time no see." Yifan walked to the door and said to Han Zhan, "Long time no see." Seeing that Yifan was in high spirits, Han Zhan nodded with satisfaction. "There is no pain that time cannot heal. It seems that you have completely gotten over the incident with Bai Shuang." Han Zhan said with a smile. Yifan, who was standing opposite, was stunned for a moment. He looked at Han Zhan blankly and asked, "Who is Bai Shuang?" Not only Yifan, even Xia Yuwei and Li Lingjin beside him looked at him with confusion. "You guys." Han Zhan saw that their expressions did not seem fake, so he did not continue the topic. Yifan was only stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Come on. I heard that you came back from the front and became a hero again. I'll treat you today, and we won't leave until we're drunk." Han Zhan and others sat down in the familiar booth. While drinking and chatting, Han Zhan also learned about Yifan's situation. It's roughly the same as what Li Lingjin said. Regarding the City Protector Organization's pilot project in Deep Blue City, he saw a hint of flattery in it. Yes, to please. The top leaders of the City Protector Organization are not fools. They have considerable power. If they wanted to, they could have implemented a pilot of this magnitude 800 years ago. But why do they have to choose this time? Because Li Shutong is here. Because the Korean War was here. They want to take some action, just like the rectification items made after the leader's inspection. In Deep Blue City, the City Protector Organization canceled the original point system and gave the City Protector members a fixed salary and performance bonus, stipulated working hours, 2 days off a week, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. It sounds similar to the office worker in the previous life. Han Zhan touched his chin. But you came back at the wrong time. Fan changed the subject and shook the glass in his hand, with half a glass of wine still shaking in it. There are many outsiders coming to Deep Blue City. Outsider? Zhan asked back. That's right, and these outsiders are somehow related to you. As the captain of the first team of Shenlan City Defenders, Fan is well informed. He did not keep Zhan in suspense, and continued. 3 people from the younger generation of the Li family have come and threatened to challenge you. Kanzing Technology wants you to endorse their latest generation of mecha, the Zhan series. People from Chongqing Company also want to find you, but I don't know what they want to do. Wow, they come in a bunch, right? The Li family should be the family of my teacher, Li Shetong. The younger generation of the Li family wants to challenge me? Kanzing Technology asked itself to be its spokesperson, which is even more ridiculous. What is the war series of mechas? Are people from Chongqing Company here to join the fun too? The 3 major forces are all top forces. Their purpose of looking for me must not be that simple. The teacher must have known this news a long time ago. But he didn't tell me right away. Was he trying to give me a surprise? In an instant, Zhan had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of Breeze Tavern was pushed open again. It was November, and the howling cold wind blew, and all of a sudden, many guests subconsciously tightened their collars, and some of the grumpy ones started to curse. Fuck, who is so wicked? Close the door quickly. That's it, what are you doing? The figure at the door seemed not to hear the shouting at all. A young man's voice sounded at the door. I heard that the owner of Breeze Tavern knows Zhan. Why don't you get out of here? Our Li family's eldest son, Li Changhao, wants to see you. Li family? Which Li family? It can't be the Jinghai Li family, right? Ha ha. A spectator who was originally laughing had his throat choked by some invisible object and was thrown out. Fan drank the wine in his glass silently. He smashed the wine glass to the ground. I'm the owner of the Breeze Tavern. Keep your hands clean, or I won't care which Li family you are from. I'll do the same thing to you. Chapter 61, Jinghai Li Family. Zhan also wanted to stand up, but Fan stopped him with his eyes. You come with bad intentions. Let me test your depth first. Zhan hesitated to speak. Fan's tone was very relaxed. It's okay, I can handle it. As Fan spoke, a golden light flashed on his hand that was pressing on Zhan's shoulder, and then quickly disappeared. The brief release of momentum made Zhan feel his realm. It's also level 4? Fan walked towards the door with steady steps. Zhan and his friend's booth was near the window, so they could see what was happening outside through the glass. He noticed that there were 3 people of about his age standing on the street, but they all looked very arrogant, and their air of superiority could not be concealed. Are these 3 members of the Li family? Zhan asked casually. Don't forget, there's a member of the Li family by his side. 3 idiots. This is Li Lingzhen's evaluation of them. They gave up the opportunity to sign a contract with the Qi Ling and focused on strengthening their own martial arts, just like most of the people who worship the god of war. The Li family is warlike. Because the Li family produced the god of war, Li Shetong. Spiritual contract master and spiritual contract contractor are not the only ways out. Li Shetong has taken a completely different path and has many successors and followers. As more and more ancient ruins are excavated, many more forks appear in the technological tree of human strengthening. For the technology category, there is the Shunshang Company. For the alienation category, there is the Chongqing Company. Only those who have no background will choose to continue on the path of spirit contract masters and spirit contractors. Strange knowledge has been added. Zhan thought, the rich rely on technology, and they can even mutate, but the poor can only rely on spirit contracts, right? No wonder Qingting College is able to recruit fewer and fewer students every year. This is the reason. What's more, if the soul contracting master dies, he will be half useless. Even if he can contract with the next one, who can guarantee that they will be perfectly compatible? What if they are not compatible? A forced melon is not sweet. Would you want to bet your future on your significant other? Moreover, there are many noble people who do not want their female offspring to become the souls of others. Zhan felt that this was very realistic. He withdrew his thoughts and refocused his attention on Fan, who was walking outside. You are the owner of Breeze Tavern, the captain of Deep Blue City's first team, Fan? Opposite, the short-haired young man standing in the middle was looking at Fan with a defiant and scrutinizing gaze. Fan always wore a white shirt with a black suit on the outside in the pub. He casually threw the black suit on a bench beside him. Without answering, he lowered his head to unbutton the cuffs of his shirt and slowly rolled it up. Seeing his disregard, the three people on the opposite side became angry. Is the stabilizer ready? I don't want to destroy the place. Ifan rolled up his shirt cuffs silently and then looked up. The stabilizer is a high-tech product invented by Kanzhang technology. It can cover a certain range. No matter what destructive movement is caused within it, it can be absorbed by the stabilizer and become invisible. This is also often used by defenders to capture Zerg in the city. Or maybe it's a battle between talented people to settle their grudges. The young man in the middle with the most arrogant face gestured to both sides, and they immediately threw 4 palm-sized round silver balls to the surroundings. They rolled to the distance and covered the entire Breeze Tavern. As a powerful family, the Li family can still afford this amount of money. The man in the middle is Li Changhao, known as the most talented one among the younger generation of the Li family. Li Lingjin poured Han Zhan another cup of coffee and said at the same time. While Han Zhan took the coffee, he pulled Li Lingjin to sit next to him, and the two of them moved closer to each other intimately. Li Lingjin was wearing a lavender dress today with dark plaid on it and thin lavender lace on the hem. It wrapped around her delicate figure, leaving only her 2 fair calves exposed. Being held back by Han Zhan, Li Lingjin spat and did not struggle or object. In a dimly lit pub, in an unnoticed booth, there was a young girl in a dress and her best friend, and a handsome man exuding male hormones. Picture inspiration, isn't it here? I'll add more tonight when I get back. An upward arc appeared on the corner of Li Lingjin's mouth. If Han Zhan knew what Li Lingjin was thinking now, he would definitely be astonished and applaud Li Lingjin's professionalism. What about the other 2 people? Who are they? Han Zhan didn't know that Li Lingjin had already imagined an obscene scene with the 3 of them in his mind, so he continued to ask. Trash, Li Lingjin said nonchalantly. At this time, Trash number 1 and Trash number 2 retreated respectively, leaving the battlefield to Li Changhao and Ifan. It's interesting, let me meet you. As Ifan spoke, a thin layer of golden light began to bloom on the surface of his skin, soon covering it completely. His entire body seemed to be painted with a thin layer of light gold paint, which was even a bit dazzling under the sunlight. SS-level talent, immortality. Li Changhao snorted, and without making any move, he suddenly disappeared from sight. When he appeared again, he was already above Ifan's head. Li Changhao then gathered strength and swung out with his fist. His fist was very hard, and with a full force attack, it hit Ifan's crown hard. This is a ruthless move and also a killing move. Clang! The recoil force transmitted from the joints of his fist made Li Changhao feel a sharp pain in his hand bones. When he heard the sound ringing in his ears, he saw a flash of light golden light above Ifan's head. The dissipated golden light turned into light spots and quickly condensed again. Li Changhao was impacted by the recoil and stepped back, trying to widen the gap. As a former combat spirit master, how could Ifan give him such an opportunity? With the blessing of golden light, Ifan looked like a golden man, shining brightly. The talent, immortality, is not just for defense. The golden light continuously washes through Ifan's body, benefiting his internal organs and meridians, and his strength is increased exponentially. Ifan stomped his feet backwards and arrived first. His gold-wrapped fist smashed hard into Li Changhao's chest. After being hit by this punch, Li Changhao felt his breathing stagnate, as if he was hit on the chest by an oversized Zerg savage bull. But he didn't fly backwards. Li Changhao's feet were firmly on the ground, and the huge momentum caused him to slide back several meters. The ground was plowed into 2 long furrows. Strong enough. Li Changhao took a punch from Ifan, but acted as if nothing had happened. He just rubbed his chest with excitement in his eyes. Only Ifan knew that the punch he just threw had already reached the maximum power that a 4th-level cultivator could unleash. His eyes were solemn. This arrogant young man, who looked young, was not easy to deal with. A faint white mist suddenly appeared above Li Changhao's head. Come again. Chapter 62. Show off your skills and crush them. A quick fist. When Han Zhan saw Li Changhao attack again, he subconsciously shouted. Ifan on the battlefield only heard a buzz sound. Something was moving at a speed exceeding a certain level, and the compressed air made an explosion. Then he saw Li Changhao appear in front of him. It's him. Li Changhao had a slightly crazy smile on his face. Being able to fight a melee fighter head-on was his favorite thing when fighting with others. A reckless man. Thank you. This comment is very apt. Li Changhao laughed loudly and swung his fist again. The fist that was swung this time was wrapped in a layer of white mist. In an unlocked state, if the intensity of Li Changhao's attack just now was compared to a high-speed car, then his attack now was at least a high-speed train. With Yi Fan's full strength, the talent of immortality enveloped his entire body. Li Changhao's fist hit his abdomen, and there was another clanging sound, a crisp metallic sound. Ha ha ha, what a joy. Li Changhao punched faster and faster. Every time his punch landed on Yi Fan, a layer of ripples would appear on the gold at the impact point. These ripples became more and more numerous, denser than raindrops. Soon, gold began to peel off from Yi Fan's body. His speed and strength increased by more than 10 times. What kind of ability is that ball of white gas? Is it a talent? Yi Fan was defending while occasionally fighting back. His punches were obviously very heavy, but it seemed as if he didn't hit Li Changhao at all. He didn't even stagnate. Under the continuous attack, Yi Fan quickly fell into a disadvantage. Li Changhao is the first among the younger generation of the Li family to master the 8 urgent fists and unlock the second urgent fist. Yi Fan is no match for him. Li Lingzhen, who was paying attention to the battlefield, looked back and suddenly found that Han Zhan was gone. Yi Fan was hit in the abdomen continuously, and even with his immortality talent, he was almost crushed by this terrifying melee fighter. Is this the Li family? The only thing that came to Yi Fan's mind was this sentence. Li Shutong is the god of war of Daxia, and the Li family he represents actually has this level of strength. Li Changhao became more and more excited as the fight went on. The white aura emanating from his body became more and more intense. He had never beaten someone so resistant to beatings before. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that the outside world is more interesting. Compared to those losers in the tribe who fall down with just one punch, you are much stronger than them. But that's all. The next punch will send you to the sky. After Li Changhao finished speaking, he took a deep breath, leaned closer, clenched his fist, and threw an uppercut towards Yi Fan's jaw. But the next second, his smile froze on his face. The uppercut that was originally destined to hit was blocked by the other hand. A young man about the same age as himself stood next to Yi Fan. When did he show up? Li Changhao was shocked. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the opposite side carefully. I recognized you. You were Han Zhan, the guy who was accepted as a disciple by our Li family's god of war. No, you are not worthy to be his disciple. When Li Changhao said this, Han Zhan could clearly hear a hint of jealousy in his tone. Whether it's suitable or not is not up to you to decide. If you have any objections, you should go and tell your god of war instead of wasting your breath on me here. Han Zhan's words made Li Changhao hold his breath. What's your relationship with Li Lingzhen? Asked trash number 1 unwillingly. What's the relationship? Han Zhan raised his lips slightly when he heard this question. We are as close as Guan and Bao. What does the friendship between Guan and Bao mean? Trash number 1 and number 2 looked at each other in bewilderment, but Li Changhao, who was still smart, suddenly realized something and then looked as pale as death. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just you. Yes, just me. Li Changhao looked at Han Zhan, who was extremely arrogant on the opposite side. He stopped talking nonsense with him, unlocked his second key directly, and rushed out. Behind him, the white breath was stretched. The air made a low whimper, and Li Changhao wanted to finish off his opponent with one punch to avenge himself and other people of the same age in the Li family. I can already solve the second problem. If I punch you like this, how much chance do you have of survival? I think it's 100%. On the opposite side, Han Zhan stood still, and suddenly a white aura began to surge out from behind him. But his white aura was even more abundant and richer than Li Changhao's. Li Changhao's white aura was still a little thin, and Han Zhan's white aura had already completely enveloped his body, turning into a ball of exquisite armor. When Li Changhao saw this scene, he was so shocked that he was speechless. But once the punch has been thrown, it is too late to retract it. While Li Changhao was still thinking, Han Zhan, who was faster than him, turned into a residual shadow and first pressed Li Changhao's head and then smashed it to the ground. When Han Zhan grabbed his face, Li Changhao had only one thought in his mind. That is, how could he possibly unlock the 3 urges? How long has he been an apprentice? 3 months? Or 4 months? How could he do that? The only thing that answered him was the cold ground at the back of his head and the endless, swallowing darkness. Han Zhan was like a god of war. He raised his head and looked at the 2 people standing behind him. Tell me, why did you, the noble young men of Beijing, come to a small place like Deep Blue City? You can't possibly come all the way here just for a small person like me. Seeing Li Changhao being pinned to the ground and unable to move in the first round, trash number 1 and trash number 2 couldn't help swallowing. We are here to find the god of war and bring him a letter. Uncle, this letter was given to me by the family elders. Standing behind Li Shutong was a middle-aged man, who looked about 60, similar to Li Shutong from his features. Second uncle, you have been away from the Li family for many years. The current situation is unpredictable. The elders of the Li family want you to go back and take charge of the overall situation for the Li family to overcome the difficulties. Li Shutong didn't say anything. Just being stared at by him, the middle-aged man opposite him was already feeling a little restless. Fengchun, how far have you practiced your quick fist? 3 urgent things. Li Fengchun, who was sitting opposite, answered honestly. Did I teach the Li family all the Baki fist I know? Li Shutong asked again. Yes, and it contains very detailed cultivation experience. How has the Li family been doing in Jinghai over the past 100 years, relying on my name? Li Shutong asked. In the past 100 years, the Li family has been doing very well in Jinghai. They are the #1 family in Daxia. No one dares to offend the god of war. They all try to curry favor with him. After Li Shutong asked 3 questions, he looked up at Li Fengchun and said, I don't know the Li family anything anymore, so why do those old guys want me to go back and take charge? There is no family that will prosper forever. If the descendants do not work hard, how long can they rely on the legacy of their ancestors? If the Li family is going to fall, then let it fall. Chapter 63 Night Prelude. Deliver a message? Han Zhan retracted his fist. The white mist outside the body seemed to have its own life. It drilled back into the body from all directions and disappeared. The genius of the Li family, Li Changhao, who was beaten to the ground, has actually woken up. Don't doubt the ability of a pure martial artist to withstand blows. It was just because it was too embarrassing. He felt that it would be better for him to be dragged away by his 2 companions than to get up at this time, so he simply continued to pretend to be dead. At this time, Yifan also released his immortal state and walked over. How do we deal with these Li family members? Hearing Han Zhan's question, Yifan shrugged. What else can I do? Let it go. You have someone protecting you. I don't want the Shenlan City pilot area to become a shooting range for the Li family. Walk, 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 drink, drink. As expected, fighting is not as fun as drinking. I really don't like fighting. Yifan touched his slightly aching abdomen and thought. This is just a small episode. After returning to the Breeze Tavern, the 4 of them drank for a while and had a great time. An inconspicuous alley in Shenlan City. Several gray-haired mice crawled out from the manhole cover. Their intelligent eyes looked like those of humans. After looking around, they finally crawled out of the ground completely. One of the mice suddenly spoke in human language. I still don't understand. If the company wants to find Han Zhan, why doesn't it just go and look for him head-on? Stupid. He is now living with the great Xia god of war. If you want to deal with him, I won't stop you. Why are we sneaking into Deep Blue City this time? Why did the company assign this secret mission to us? When I asked this question, there was a brief silence in the alley. Then, one of the larger gray-haired mice slowly uttered 3 words. Shenong Ding. Han Zhan just returned from the front line, so he must have to rest for a while. While he is careless, we should seize the opportunity to negotiate with him alone and try not to attract the attention of others, especially that person. They were all very afraid of Li Shutong. But while they were talking, no one noticed that on the dark gray brick wall next to them, a calico cat was bending over, its eyes fixed on the mice. After a while, there was a commotion in the alley. Meow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Meow, meow, meow. Grass. Deep Blue City. Beach near the sea. Although it is the end of the world due to insect plague, there are still many people lingering near the beach, admiring the endless sea. As the sky gradually darkened, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the entire sea surface with a layer of golden color. In late autumn, the seaside was particularly cold in the evening, and the lingering travelers began to return to Deep Blue City one by one. The last person who had not left the beach was a photography enthusiast. He was holding a camera, constantly adjusting the angle to capture the scene of the sparkling water reflected by the setting sun. Just then, he saw a small insect through the magnified camera lens. It was a very small black buck. It seemed to be flying from the end of the sea, but the end of the sea was still a vast ocean. Where did it come from? While he was still thinking about this question in his mind, the insect suddenly kept getting bigger and bigger in his camera. The sea surface, which was originally 1,000 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. Ah, he exclaimed subconsciously. On the coast, patrol guards are riding shared bicycles and patrolling along the seawall. When he heard the call, he rushed to the source of the sound immediately. Hey, are you okay? He asked as he parked his bike on the seawall and ran down the beach. The photographer looked at him with a dull expression and shook his head. Are you really okay? Really? Okay. The photographer on the opposite side suddenly had a pure black light flashing in his eyes. The city defender standing opposite him began to speak slowly, and in just a few seconds, his pupils also began to turn dark. Let's go. Okay. Hurry up. Take your bike. Okay. Han Zhan's residence and Li Shu's villa. Looking at Li Fengchun, who was eating with hearty bites, Han Zhan and Xia Yue looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this really someone from the Jinghai Li family? Are you sure he's not a homeless beggar? Eat. Why aren't you eating? Eat quickly. Li Fengchun forked a piece of lamb chop into his plate while shouting to everyone, "Mr. Li, I beat up a young man with the same last name Li on the street today." Han Zhan was still not sure how to address Li Fengchun. Judging from what his teacher Li Shutong said, he didn't seem to have any intention of introducing the two parties to each other. He just wanted him to speak first. I thought Li Fengchun would slam the table and stand up after hearing this, but unexpectedly he just waved his hands nonchalantly. "Oh, you were talking about Li Changhao, right? It's okay, that kid is used to being arrogant in the family and looks down on everyone. Beat me hard. If you beat me lightly, I will be angry with you." Li Fengchun had food in his mouth and was mumbling something, but Han Zhan could still barely hear what he said. "Don't look at me like that. I'll leave after this meal." Li Fengchun tried hard to swallow the food, took a few gulps of water, and turned to look at Li Shutong beside him. "Uncle, you're sure you won't come back to help, right?" "I have made up my mind." Li Fengchun wiped his mouth with a tissue and nodded in understanding. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, the doorbell of the villa rang. "Is it the butler Afu who is back?" Han Zhan stood up and opened the door, but there was a stranger standing at the door. But he was wearing the uniform of a city guard. "Hello, here is a mission from headquarters. I need to hand it over to Mr. Li in person." "The headquarters of the City Protector Organization?" Han Zhan raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. The city guard who walked in nodded to Han Zhan, then quickly walked towards the dining table. Suddenly, Li Shutong, who was originally sitting, seemed to feel something. His eyes suddenly opened, and without saying a word, he pushed Li Lingjun and Xia Yue beside him away, controlling the right amount of force and pushing them just next to Han Zhan. "Old god of war, your sixth sense is still so sharp." Although the city defender was not seen taking any steps, his figure was moving towards the dining table very quickly, step by step. Ninth level Insect Emperor, Nightmare. Li Shutong looked across vigilantly. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, intending to repeat the old trick and push Li Fengchun next to him away. When his hand just pressed on Li Fengchun suddenly turned around and grabbed his left hand. The next second, with a bang, Li Fengchun's entire body exploded instantly, without the blood splattering as imagined. He turned into a monster of flesh paste, starting from Li Shutong's left hand and gradually spreading to his entire body. Li Shutong's eyes turned cold. He looked at the ninth-level Insect Emperor, Nightmare opposite him, and understood. "You actually cooperated with the Li family to kill me?" "Kill you? No, we can't kill you. But before we kill everyone else, you should stay with me in this flesh and blood barrier designed specifically for you." As he spoke, endless darkness spread out from the ground beneath his feet. It soon enveloped a large area of deep blue city. Han Zhan and others looked up. All I saw was a scarlet blood moon. Chapter 64 Alienation Crisis. This is. Looking at the scarlet blood moon above his head, and then looking at the dining table, he saw Li Shutong and Yin who were completely wrapped in flesh and blood. Han Zhan's eyes were solemn. That is the barrier of the Ninth Order Insect Emperor, Nightmare. Not all Zergs charge head-on. Some powerful Zergs have even more treacherous methods. Nightmare is such a Zerg, and he's also the 9th level Zerg Emperor. I had just helped Gong Yangjin recover from the hidden injuries left by the Nightmare, but I didn't expect to see its true form so soon. As the backbone of the team, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun both looked at Han Zhan. "Han Zhan, save my grandpa," Li Lingjun said nervously. "Of course, we will attack that mass of flesh first. If we can get the teacher out of his current state, a 9th level Insect Emperor won't be a problem." After Han Zhan nodded, he spoke again. "Yue, use the Fushi Qin to create the sound of the Qi blade and amplify me at the same time. Lingjun, summon the Shinong Ding to guard the surroundings to prevent more enemies from attacking. Long-range attack first." The flesh and blood that just wrapped around Li Shutong and Yin was clearly a forbidden item. Han Zhan's skills were all in close combat, so he did not choose to get close at the first time. Long-range attack is currently the best choice. Hearing Han Zhan's words, the two girls nodded. The Fushi Qin and Shinong Ding were summoned out, emitting a faint spiritual light. Clank, clank, clank. The Fushi Qin sounded first, and the sound of the Qin cut through the air and struck the mass of flesh and blood fiercely. Puff, puff, puff. The air blade sank into the flesh and blood, making a dull sound. But nothing happened. The air blade attack is ineffective. Let's try the celestial phenomenon. Han Zhan made a prompt decision. After hearing this, Xia Yue changed her technique again, but she was shocked to find that no matter whether she played Spring Wildfire, Quick Wind, or Six-Ding Thunder and Lightning, there was no response at all. Han Zhan frowned and thought of a possibility. It is the Nightmare's barrier, which covers a large area of deep blue city. The barrier is a world of its own. Unless the barrier is broken, the celestial elements cannot be mobilized inside it. The ultimate killer move of Fushi Qin has been destroyed. Han Zhan no longer hesitated and drew out the Xianyuan sword from behind. He has been cramming for some time recently, and although he is not yet very proficient, he has learned the basic sword moves. Chop, stab, poke, lift, collapse, pierce, and sweep. Even the most basic sword moves, with the blessing of the ancient magic weapon Xianyuan sword, can burst out with incomparably terrifying power. Boom boom boom. Violent sword energy blasted out from the Xianyuan sword, striking the mass of flesh and blood one after another. Most of the energy was also absorbed, but some of it was still released, causing blood and flesh to splatter. However, no matter how hard Han Zhan chopped, the flesh and blood continued to grow after he stopped, returning to its original shape of a big meatball. It's useless. With our strength, we can't break this flesh and blood barrier. A prop that can trap 2 9th-level items cannot be garbage. We are just trying, so it is normal that we cannot break it. What should we do now? Han Zhan glanced up at the sky. Apart from the red moon, the sky, which was originally just evening, had turned completely dark and shrouded in deep blue. With such a commotion, it is impossible for the authorities not to notice it. If they delay the time, other officials experts will come to support them. However, this is Deep Blue City, 18,000 miles away from the front line. How could a 9th-level insect emperor sneak in here so openly? And that Li Fengchun, as a member of the Li family, actually colluded with the Zerg and attacked their own old god of war? Was he insane? Or did the Zerg promise him some conditions that he couldn't refuse? Han Zhan just felt that the situation was muddy and full of spy tricks, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Zhan, don't you have the notes that your second senior brother gave you? Doesn't it contain records about the 9th Order Insect Emperor Nightmare? Xia Yue asked. Han Zhan shook his head. Second senior brother has never fought with Nightmare. In other words, if it were under normal circumstances, even if second senior brother didn't die after fighting with Nightmare, he would at least be crippled. Like Gong Yang Jin, Han Zhan added in his heart. Another approach failed. But if there is bad news, there is also good news. Now, we are indeed trapped in the Nightmare's barrier, but the Nightmare is also trapped in the flesh and blood barrier. Because it may know that a flesh and blood barrier alone cannot completely suppress the teacher, so it must also enter the barrier for double insurance. In this way, Nightmare's barrier will be in an automatic state. If we can break his barrier, the problem will be solved. This difficulty is much easier than confronting the 9th-level Insect Emperor Nightmare head-on. As for the strategy, if there is no strategy, then find one yourself. The Korean War restored a lot of morale for the 3 men. Oh, right, there's Yifan and the city defenders. They're also trapped in this barrier. We can find them and join forces. Unity is strength. Li Lingjun added. Han Zhan looked at her approvingly. He felt deeply gratified that such words could be heard from the mouth of an author of a banned book. However, we still have to be careful. The situation outside is unclear right now. None of us knows what kind of crisis will occur inside the Nightmare's barrier. After you get out, follow me closely and be careful. In the alley, 3 people covered in dust and cat hair walked out of the alley. The leader was wearing a brown plaid shirt and jeans, which looked very retro. He spat out cat hair several times and cursed. This damn wildcat. Elder, let's transform into something else next time. Why do we have to transform into mice? Yes, Elder. The excipient can transform us into several creatures. Turning into a mouse is too disadvantageous. My butt still hurts a little. The other 2 responded one by one. Shut up. You have brought shame to Chanshan Company. The leading elder shouted at them to shut up, and he continued, excipients can now only transform into elephants, owls, and toads, in addition to mice. Don't ask for too much. Now that we have solved the first difficulty, let's immediately go find Han Zhan. You too, what are you still standing there for? Seeing that his 2 younger brothers didn't listen to him, he got angry and hit them one by one. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them remained motionless. One of them stammered from the front. Elder, something seems not right. Outside, there are monsters everywhere. Outside the alley, on the streets of Deep Blue City, the passers-by who were originally walking were transformed into hideous monsters under the reflection of the red moon. When the man shouted, all the monsters turned their heads towards the alley. Chapter 65 Fantasy. It's a barrier, and a high-level barrier at that. Mu Yang, the elder of Chanshan Company, looked up at the scarlet blood moon in the sky and said in a low voice, he is stupid. Mu Yang was stunned. The monsters on the opposite side of the street did not appear. They turned around and rushed towards here. As they were running, one mutated monster after another suddenly grew fleshy wings on their backs, and their 4 legs left the ground, attacking at an extremely fast speed. Mu Yang's face turned fierce. He took out a green syringe of medicine and stabbed it into his arm. The green liquid is pushed into the blood vessels and flows quickly throughout the body along with the blood. Plop, plop, plop. Mu Yang's originally short hair grew straight and fell on his shoulders. 2 crisp sounds were heard from his shoulder blades, and 2 extremely sharp bone knives extended from his back. Madness flashed in his eyes. This is Chansheng Company's Super Type 1 potion, which is made from the 4th level Zerg dark-scaled blood claws. This time when they go to Deep Blue City, the company has equipped each of them with 3 bottles, just in case. You can't escape. Follow me and fight your way out. Hanzhan, look. Inside the villa, Xia Yue noticed something unusual at the dining table and pulled Hanzhan over. The flesh ball that wrapped around Li Shutong and the 9th rank insect Emperor Nightmare began to beat. At the same time as the strong and powerful heartbeat sounded, the flesh and blood that had originally stopped spreading began to spread to the entire villa area. The speed is not fast, but it is only a matter of time before the entire villa is swallowed up. Looks like we have to get out of here. Follow me and alert each other if there is anything unusual. Hanzhan said this, and was the first to push open the door and walk out. He had just awakened his heavenly serpent body, so his defense was strong enough, and with the 8 fast fists to protect him, he could react immediately to any danger. As soon as he opened the door, Hanzhan was stunned by the scene outside. Disappeared. Everything is gone. Only thick gray fog was left, covering everything, making it impossible for him to see the scenery within the fog. He took a step toward the door and reminded Xia Yue and Li Lingjun behind him, "Follow me closely." No one responded. Hanzhan turned around suddenly and was shocked to find that the villa that was originally behind him had also disappeared. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were nowhere to be found. When? I had just taken 1 step. How did I do this? Facing the unknown terror, Hanzhan almost instinctively released his 3 powers, and white mist was released from his body. They slowly blended into the surrounding gray fog like a spread-out net. Hanzhan used the white mist to sense and conduct reconnaissance and alert. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in the gray fog in front of Hanzhan's eyes. It stirred up the entire gray fog, like a gust of wind, stirring the gray fog in front of the eyes into a ball. Call. Hanzhan felt a chill on his neck, and the biting cold made all his hairs stand up. Almost without thinking, Hanzhan turned around and punched, hitting the gray fog behind him. The fist that was trapped in the gray fog did not touch any solid or hard objects at all, and returned empty-handed. Just when Hanzhan thought there was no one behind him, suddenly a powerful force hit the front of his abdomen. The sudden impact made Hanzhan bend down and arch his body to take the blow. If there were someone nearby at that time, they would have seen that the moment Hanzhan was attacked, a layer of light transparent scales appeared on his skin all over his body. The patterns of those scales are very similar to those of snake skin, but there are slight differences. The attack in the gray fog fell on Hanzhan. The body of the heavenly snake was activated at the first moment, and the snake scales offset most of the impact. The armor transformed from the white mist of the 8 quick fists was also broken up at the first moment. Even so, Hanzhan still felt a little upset. The body of the heavenly serpent, the 8 urgent fists, and the white mist armor, even with the double protection, acid was still sprayed out of me. The most important thing is that I didn't see anything attacking me at all. Hanzhan thought to himself and behaved more cautiously. But the next second, his back was attacked a second time. This time it was a knife. It still cut through the white mist armor and hit the protective scales of the heavenly snake's body. Sparks flew out, and then the blade finally broke through the defense, leaving a bloody mark on Hanzhan's body. When Hanzhan was in the state of releasing the 3 urgent things, his reaction speed almost reached an extremely fast level. But even so, he still couldn't react, and still couldn't see the trajectory of his opponent's attack. Hanzhan felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. This is the barrier of the 9th Order Insect Emperor after all. How can I resist the attack of the 9th Order Insect Emperor? No, I can't resist it. Yue and Lingjun are both missing. We will be defeated one by one, and will not be able to fight back. It's too strong. It's too strong. I can't resist. I can only take the beating, take the beating. Hanzhan's mental state quickly declined. Even with his full concentration, he was unable to defend against the attack. After negative emotions took over his mind, he gave up completely. More and more attacks rained down from the gray fog. Hanzhan had more and more wounds on his body. He barely managed to keep his eyes open. As he was about to die, many images flashed through Hanzhan's mind. It was these images that woke up his heavy brain all of a sudden. Wrong. This is not right. Why do I feel that within the barrier of the 9th Order Insect Emperor Nightmare, the attacks within must be of the 9th Order? You know, at the beginning of the attack in the gray fog, even my body's defense couldn't be broken. When did it start to get stronger? In its first attack, it sprayed acid on me. I didn't notice the trajectory of its attack, and Li Lingjun and Xia Yue were missing, so I was nervous and panicked. So its second attack became more powerful and just broke my defense. After my defense was breached, I felt even greater mental pressure and became more and more afraid of this invisible enemy in the gray fog. Its subsequent attacks became more and more numerous and stronger. But there is a loophole. I didn't trigger the 8 urgent fists between life and death. Han Zhan spread out his hands. Yes, even though his body was full of wounds and bleeding, he still did not trigger the life and death barrier, and the amount of white mist did not increase at all. What does this indicate? Explaining one's own situation is not enough to make it a matter of life and death. This is a judgment bug. Your attack is not strong at all. The first attack was able to make me produce acid, but that was only because the disappearance of Li Lingjun and Xia Yue left me with an emotional flaw. I heard Gong Yanjin talk about it. She said that the truly terrifying thing about nightmare is that it plays with people's hearts. In other words, everything I'm seeing and experiencing is an illusion. It's all an illusion. When Han Zhan said this, his whole spirit and energy suddenly rose again. As a practitioner of Bajiquan, Han Zhan, who has experienced life and death several times, has an extremely tenacious spirit. How could he, who is not afraid of life and death, be afraid of an illusion? After thinking about it, he closed his eyes completely. Not only that, he also took the initiative to release the 3 urgent states, gave up the body of the heavenly snake, and completely placed himself in the gray mist. Come on, kill me if you can. Chapter 66 Nightmare Beast. Han Zhan closed his eyes, let go of his hands calmly, and took a step forward. Step. The whistling sound of the wind was still in his ears, and the terrifying attack seemed to be flying past his ears. Undeterred, he took the second step. The wind has become much quieter. Step 3. The whistling sound stopped completely. At this time, Han Zhan opened his eyes and found that he was still holding the door handle of the villa. In front of him, a zombie-like creature with red eyes was hanging upside down. The whole body is covered with smooth gray skin without a single hair. It looks like a giant mutated hairless cat, with scarlet pupils flashing a faint red light. It was hanging upside down on the gate of the villa, its eyes just meeting Han Zhan's. Han Zhan immediately punched it on the head. A strange cry was heard, and its head was immediately exploded by Han Zhan, and blood splattered everywhere. Behind him, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun, who had disappeared, were standing in the same place, staring blankly at the front, obviously also brought into a different illusion. Han Zhan no longer hesitated. He transformed the Fushi Qin into a zither beside him, and the sound of Qingxin powder rang out, cleansing their spiritual world. Soon, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun's eyes regained their spirits. Hoo. The first thing Xia Yue did when she woke up was to gasp for breath. The illusion she had just fallen into was an endless ocean. She tried hard to keep herself floating on the sea, but she kept sinking to the bottom of the sea. Li Lingjun was fine, but she looked at Han Zhan with a strange expression. Her face was pale, and her legs were trembling. What's wrong with you? Han Zhan noticed that Li Lingjun was not in a good state. He reached out his hand to comfort her, but was subconsciously avoided. In the illusion just now, hundreds of Lao Wang from next door appeared. I feel a little disgusted with men now. Li Lingjun rubbed his face hard and explained. Han Zhan was stunned for a moment. Then he crushed the completely dead body on the ground with force without leaving any trace. We are under an illusion. This should be the insect race raised by the 9th level insect emperor in the rumors, the Nightmare Beast. There must be many nightmare beasts like this in this barrier. As Han Zhan spoke, he glanced at the meatball beside him. It actually began to jump vigorously, just like in the illusion. Seeing this, Han Zhan hurriedly grabbed Xia Yue and Li Lingjun's hands and left the villa. Walked to the main street of Deep Blue City. Han Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see the gray fog. Just then, he saw a dark blue citizen sitting on a bench on the side of the road, not far away. He was also looking ahead with a dull look in his eyes. Before Han Zhan could make a move, he suddenly reached out and broke his own neck and died. On the other side, 2 lovers who were kissing under a street light suddenly started to fight and bite each other wildly. They bit each other's faces until they were bloody. The illusion is like a plague, spreading at an extremely fast speed. For those who are under the illusion, the level of their realm will also affect the speed at which they die in the illusion. Ordinary people will die very quickly, while awakened people will die a little slower. The higher the realm, the slower it will be. We don't know how many nightmare beasts have been released. If so many residents of Deep Blue City fall into illusions, it will cause a large number of deaths. What to do now? Han Zhan frowned and was speechless for a moment. Deep Blue City, outside the alley. Mu Yang was breathing heavily and looked a little embarrassed. The clothes on his body had been torn, and the wounds were irritating his nerves, causing severe pain. There were already 2 injection holes on his arm that had not yet healed, which meant that Mu Yang had given himself 2 injections in total. With 2 needles, he killed the monsters on the opposite side 20 times. However, no matter how many times he tore them apart with his hands, They could always condense into their original appearance from a pile of minced meat and become stronger. Muyang could feel that his body was almost reaching its limit. The duration of the Hyperstate Type 1 potion is 1 hour, and the company only gave him 3 tubes, and now there is only the last tube left. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I should have checked the almanac before going out today. Muyang spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. He turned his head and looked behind him. The 2 colleagues who came with him had been bitten to death by the mutated monster. As if he had made up his mind, he took out a different tube of medicine from the storage space. It was an orange syringe of medicine. Hypermorphic Type 2, 50 unstable drug, use with caution. This is the superstate potion with the highest authority that Muyang can allocate as a junior elder. If Hyperstate Type 1 can transform him into a 4th order awakener, then the lower limit of Hyperstate Type 2 is at least 5th order. Damn it, if you push me too far, I'll inject myself into Hypermorphic Type 2 and fight you. Looking at the dozens of pieces of meat on the opposite side that began to be automatically pieced together, Muyang's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. Deep Blue City Hotel. Li Changhao and his 2 younger brothers carefully hid near the window and looked out. On the streets illuminated by street lamps, all the residents of Deep Blue City were in a state of madness. Some were committing suicide, on their way to suicide, or killing each other. Seeing this scene, Li Changhao let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I brought a lot of things with me this time. He sighed as he looked at the jade pendant that had been broken into 8 pieces on the ground. This jade pendant can resist a mental attack. It was precisely because of it that Li Changhao and the other 2 did not fall into the illusion immediately. Boss, what should we do now? The small fry was still in shock. They were just fine in the room, but the sky outside suddenly became dark. Then, the moon turned red, and they were also plunged into an illusion. If Li Changhao hadn't given each of them 2 solid slaps, they would probably have become crazy people like the people outside, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. What should I do? What else can I do? Just stay alive, Li Changhao said with a pained look on his face. This time I came to Deep Blue City, everything went wrong. He wanted to find Han Zhan to show off, but he didn't expect that the other party was more powerful than him. The 8 quick punches could only release 3 quick punches, so his show-off failed. His uncle Li Fengchun, who brought him here with him, lost contact after entering the villa. It's really terrible that we have to deal with this kind of thing now. Boss, why is the sky outside always dark? And why did the moon turn red? This is a high-level barrier, a talent of the Zerg. As a member of the Li family, Li Changhao has some knowledge about this. The moon has turned red, which means it is polluted. It also means it is the center of the entire barrier. If you want to break the barrier, you must get close to it. But the closer you get, the more contamination you'll experience, and the stronger the illusion attack you'll receive. With such a big commotion, it is impossible for the authorities to have no reaction, Li Changhao thought to himself. Now all we can do is wait for the official rescue to arrive. Just as he was thinking, there was a rhythmic knock on the door of the hotel room. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 67. Ways to break the situation. Han Zhan raised his hand and knocked out an ordinary man who tried to put his hand into his throat. He had already stretched out most of his arm, and blood was slowly seeping out of his arm. Li Lingjun and Xia Yue both consciously looked away, unable to bear it. He is not an awakener. He is trapped in an illusion and cannot even be awakened by force. Will it really work to knock them out? Xia Yue asked worriedly. If it's just the nightmare beast, it should be fine. Han Zhan paused. He looked up at the blood moon above his head that had already turned bright red. But if we want to save more people, we have to take a risk. How to take risks? Go there. Han Zhan pointed to the sky, to the location of the blood moon. Going to the blood moon is definitely impossible. If you want to break the barrier, the first goal is to find the center of the formation and then destroy the center of the formation. He had already observed that in the entire barrier that covered most of Deep Blue City, the thing that looked most like the center of the formation was the blood moon above his head. The tallest tower in Deep Blue City is the now abandoned Deep Blue TV tower. We need to go there and break the barrier. What Han Zhan didn't say was that the reason he wanted to break the blood moon as soon as possible was because he felt vaguely uneasy. Although I don't know where the uneasiness comes from, the methods of a 9th-level insect emperor must not be as simple as they are now. Let's go. Without Han Zhan's urging, Li Lingjun and Xia Yue had already followed behind, and the 3 of them hurried towards the TV station. The blood moon hangs high in the sky, and illusions are eroding. Deep Blue City is in a huge crisis. All those who are illuminated by the blood moon or see the blood moon will fall into an illusion at the first moment. What they didn't notice was the Korean War. The corpses that had died in the illusion were emitting a faint black gas. All of this black air floated up and drifted towards the blood moon hanging high in the center. The blood moon that absorbed the black air became much bigger and rounder. The corpses on the ground also began to transform. After the transformation, they were no longer nightmare beasts, but a completely new type of insect race, the corpse beasts. These corpse beasts exude an aura that is higher than the 4th level, and they are gathering in greater numbers. Zhan and his companions continued moving forward and arrived at the foot of the tower. More than 10 minutes had passed. Just as they were about to start climbing the tower, there was a sudden commotion above their heads, and a humanoid creature fell heavily to the ground. The concrete floor was crushed into pieces. It has a human-like appearance, with large clumps of muscles knotted together, bulging veins, and blood vessels that can be clearly seen. Zhan noticed that there was an empty syringe inserted upside down in its neck, and he didn't know if any medicine had been injected into it. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, everyone's heart tightened. Level 5. It roared wildly and took the lead in attacking Zhan and the others. Its limbs are still in human proportions, but it no longer walks upright. Instead, it uses all 4 limbs at the same time, and its speed is faster than walking upright. The palms and claws of the hands pressed on the ground, and every time they landed, an obvious depression would appear on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Like the sound of a huge hammer hitting a drum, it sounded like a death note in the ears of Zhan and the others. This strange beast is a human. Zhan saw clearly the remaining pieces of clothes on his body, but this man had completely fallen into a frenzy and lost his mind. Snort. Zhan was not afraid at all and stood in front of the 2 women. The 3 quick moves were instantly activated, and his fighting power skyrocketed. He wrapped his fist with white mist and punched the opponent in the face. A head-on confrontation. Under the collision of forces, Zhan actually held on. The other party was obviously stunned as well. Although he had lost his ego consciousness, his instinct after going berserk prevented him from crushing his opponent in the confrontation of power. Before the opponent could react, Zhan had already thrown a second punch. Then the third punch, every punch hits the flesh. The body of the celestial snake made his body more flexible and made his attacks more coherent and smooth. After unlocking the 3 major locks, Zhan's speed had already exceeded the limit, and his strength and attack speed were improved simultaneously. His current melee strength is enough to rival a 5th-order berserker power monster. After continuous punches, the opponent was defeated and left the range of the TV tower. But even so, Zhan was secretly astonished by the recovery ability of this berserk monster. He seemed to see a replica of himself, strong and resilient. It would probably be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time, so Zhan could only entrust the task of breaking the array's core to the other 2. Yue, Lingzhen, you go up and destroy the center of the formation. I'll be responsible for holding him back here. Zhan shouted. Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen didn't hesitate at all. After hearing Zhan's words, they immediately rushed towards the TV tower. The abandoned TV tower in Shalon City is 120 meters high and has been abandoned for nearly 30 years. There is a lot of rust on the outside of the tower, and it takes a lot of time to walk from the bottom of the tower to the top. Walking on the high tower and looking down, Li Lingzhen's legs were trembling slightly. Xia Yue noticed this and stopped. Lingzhen, are you still okay? If you really can't, go down and help Azan. I'll go up alone. Xia Yue asked with concern. Li Lingzhen bit her lip and still shook her head. No, I can't hold him back. I'm just a little afraid of heights. It's no problem. After Li Lingzhen finished speaking, he took 2 more steps forward. The rusty tower made a sharp, heart-wrenching sound, and the paint on the outside peeled off and fell down. The slight shaking made Li Lingzhen subconsciously hold onto the railing next to him. Keep going up. No need to stop and wait for me. Seeing that Li Lingzhen insisted, Xia Yue could only do as she said, turn around and continue walking up. The 2 walked for about 10 minutes and had just completed 1/3 of the distance. Under the high tower, the battle between Zhan and the berserk monster has reached a fever pitch. Both sides are monsters with high health, high attack and high defense, and neither can do anything to the other. Suddenly, a group of dark figures flew out from the bright red sky. They were flying in groups towards the TV tower in the air. When Zhan saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Because of this moment of distraction, he was hit in the face by a punch from the monster opposite him, and he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. That's a group of nightmare beasts. As companion beasts in the barrier, they also realized the danger and began to intercept Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen who were trying to reach the summit. At the same time, the moment Zhan fell to the ground, he saw many different but strange figures appearing around him. They're like zombies, with whimpering, hoarse, low voices. The Korean war group was surrounded from all sides. The army of 4th-level corpse beasts, also driven by the nightmare beast, arrived here. Attacked from both sides. Chapter 68 Sword, Tripod, and Zither. Zhan got up from the ground with a slightly gloomy look on his face. He slowly pulled out the Xianyuan sword from behind. Although Gongyang Jin is now the incarnation of Xianyuan sword and cannot exert its full power, as an ancient divine weapon, even its ordinary attacks have a remarkable performance. The Xianyuan sword is a demon-slaying sword. These people around now are neither human nor ghost, emitting black aura all over their bodies, no different from zombies. It would be most appropriate to use the Xianyuan sword to deal with them. Round 2, continue. Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up his sword and fought again. On the high tower, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun are still climbing to the top. The higher you go, the stronger the cold wind becomes in the silent night, blowing on the old, rusty stairs, making a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Looking down, the ground was completely invisible. It was empty. In the pitch-black night, it felt like I was standing in the air. Alas, if only the 4 symbols of heavens could still be used. Xia Yue sighed in her heart and said at the same time, Lingjun, what are you thinking in the Li family that you actually attacked the teacher? If Li Fengchun had not used himself to control Li Shetong, even the 9th level insect Emperor Nightmare would not have been able to succeed in the first place. Li Lingjun knew that she wanted to use the topic to distract herself from her nervousness. Li Lingjun held the railing beside him tightly with his little hands and calmed himself down. The Li family is not united. When the family grows to a certain size, the same kind of rice will produce a variety of people. Li Lingjun's answer surprised Xia Yue a little. I didn't expect that the author of a banned book could say such serious words. Grandpa and the current leader of the Li family, his elder brother, who is also my great-grandfather, do not have a harmonious relationship. Li Shetong is the second child in the Li family. His eldest brother is Li Guangming, the real person in charge of the Li family. Li Fengchun belongs to the lineage of Li Guangming. When he went to assassinate the 3 insect emperors, my great-grandfather deliberately erased my grandmother's achievements, just to create a god for the Li family. He created a great Xia god of war and gained a century-long opportunity for the Li family. But because of this incident, the relationship between the 2 brothers deteriorated sharply. Later, I don't know when, Grandpa stopped caring about the affairs of the Li family. These are the internal affairs of the Li family, and only Li Lingjun, the granddaughter, can tell 1 or 2 things. But they still couldn't believe that the Li family would choose to collude with the Zerg. How is this different from the way to death? They couldn't figure out what was going on with the big shots, and the topic fell silent again. However, because of the conversation, the fear of climbing higher and higher was alleviated. They had already walked a long way up and could vaguely see the top of the tower when they looked up. We're almost there. Seeing the end, Li Lingjun's tone was somewhat relieved. Xia Yue sensed something and looked out of the tower, her eyes becoming solemn. Be careful, they are coming. That Xia Yue was talking about were a group of nightmare beasts that flew across the sky and swooped down. Their eyes were red and flashed with strange light. The nightmare beasts are more flexible in the sky, and their target is clearer, which is Xia Yue, who is currently at the highest point. Yue, Li Lingjun reminded. Xia Yue had already summoned the Fushi Qin in advance, and the sound of Qingxin powder rang in their ears, like an invisible ripple, blocking the 2 of them. The nightmare beast illusion required eye contact, but the light in its eerie red eyes was blocked by the invisible ripples. Efficient. Zhan had used Qingxin powder to dispel an illusion for them once before. At that time, Xia Yue knew that the sound of the Fushi Qin could counter illusions. But they didn't wait for long to be happy. Seeing that the illusion did not work, these nightmare beasts began to charge towards the tower. They are agile with their wings spread out. The Fushi Qin has to defend against illusion attacks and can no longer use the sound of the Qin to fight back. At this time, Li Lingjun stood up. She just raised her hand and summoned the Shenong Ding. The moment the ancient cauldron appeared, it grew bigger in the wind, from its original palm size to a full 3 to 5 meters, blocking the entire attack route outside the tower. Yue, keep going up and destroy the center of the formation. I'll figure it out here. Leave it to me. Now is not the time to be coy. Xia Yue chose to trust her teammates, so she enveloped herself with the sound of Fushi's zither to prevent herself from being attacked by illusions, and then turned around and went up. On Li Lingjun's side, she gently patted the Shenong Ding with her hand. Soon, a faint herbal fragrance emanated from the cauldron. The nightmare beasts that were originally about to chase Xia Yue were all attracted over the moment they smelled the fragrance. There was madness in their eyes, and they began to hit the Shenong Ding desperately. This is the hidden function of the Shenong Ding, and it is also one of the gains from Li Shudong's special training with him over the past 20 days. The Shenong Ding can be used to refine elixirs and medicines. A lot of special medicinal properties are deposited in the cauldron. These medicinal properties have different effects when stimulated. For example, the smell of worm saliva grass has a strong attraction. Anyone who smells it will develop hatred towards the Shenong Ding and be firmly attracted to it. Li Lingjun held the four legs of Shenong Ding with his hands. The nightmare beasts had lost their minds. They no longer dodged, but changed angles and attacked madly and recklessly. He could only grit his teeth and withstand wave after wave of impact. If he can't hold on, Li Lingjun, without the protection of Fushi's piano music, will immediately fall into the illusion. Ground battlefield. Han Zhan split a fourth-level corpse beast with one sword. The black blood spilled onto the ground. There were already many fragments on the ground, but there were more and more, and they were constantly replenished. Han Zhan was alone with his sword, looking down on everyone. Mu Yang, the elder of Changshan Company, had gone completely berserk and had dozens of sword marks of varying sizes on his body. These were all injuries caused by the Xian Yuan sword. The wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. Even with his terrifying recovery ability, they could not be healed, and the damage was still continuing. Han Zhan was breathing heavily. During the short break, he looked up into the sky and saw the group of nightmare beasts that had been unable to attack for a long time. He felt a little relieved. Just when he was about to join the battle again, Mu Yang on the opposite side suddenly changed from a crawling state back to an upright walking human state. His eyeballs gradually turned from pale to dark. The expression on Mu Yang's face showed some struggle, and he seemed unable to control himself. His whole face was twisted strangely, and bulging black blood vessels covered his face. He seemed to be suppressing something. Hurry! Run! Hurry! Mu Yang tried hard to utter these words from his hoarse throat. After a while, he took out something from the storage space. It was a pitch-black syringe of medicine. He no longer hesitated and poked himself hard on the other side of his neck. The pitch-black liquid was injected into his body, and Mu Yang's whole body was shocked. With a bang, the human skin that bound him exploded completely, revealing the bright red flesh inside. Mu Yang has completely become a monster, a 6th-level monster. Chapter 69, The World of Pasa. Mu Yang, who had completely turned into a monster, was madly devouring the corpses of the beasts around him. It was like an extremely hungry abomination. The more it ate, the bigger and taller it became. Its originally normal human-sized body expanded several times as it continued to bite off and chew the corpses. The army of corpse beasts was wiped out, but what was replaced was a 6th-level monster. Han Zhan didn't know whether he should be happy or not. The monster has rushed over. He raised his sword to block his chest, but the power of the 6th level exceeded his limit, and he was knocked away. The monster did not chase after him. Instead, it took huge steps and ran away, shaking the earth and mountains. When it ran to the foot of the tower, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the already rusty base of the tower. The metal material was simply unable to resist its bite, and a large piece was torn off. It swallowed it all in one gulp and chewed it hard. Han Zhan barely stood up. He held the Xian Yuan sword in one hand and covered his chest with the other, still feeling the lingering fear from the previous attack. Seeing it gnawing at the base of the tower, Han Zhan didn't have time to catch his breath and drew his sword to kill it again. With my current strength, it is obviously unrealistic to wrestle with a 6th-level monster. But this 6th-level monster has completely lost its mind, so it is not a bad idea to fight with it and use a roundabout strategy to fly a kite. As long as we can hold it back and let Yue destroy the center of the Red Moon Formation, we will win. Han Zhan was thinking in his mind. He put down his hands that were covering his chest, and with one hand he made a gesture to summon the Fushi Qin, and the sound of the Qin and the energy blade were released at will. Boom boom boom. A series of piano-sounding air blades bombarded the back of the 6th-level abomination, which was piled with rotten flesh. Under the impact, black blood mixed with yellow-brown pus exploded and splashed. The abomination who was ambushed turned around and cast a fierce look at Han Zhan again. Hit and run. There was a whistling sound in Han Zhan's ears, and he saw the furious abomination kick the base of the tower fiercely. With the force of the recoil, it leaped high into the air, obscuring the red moon and pounced towards him. Han Zhan couldn't dodge this terrifying attack. On the tower. Suddenly, the base of the tower became unstable, causing Li Lingjun on the middle level to stumble. She could not withstand the attack of the nightmare beast and fell backwards. The Shenong Ding was knocked away, and Li Lingjun almost fell from the tower due to the violent shaking. Fortunately, she grabbed the railing and managed to keep herself together. When the crazy nightmare beasts saw their defenses broken, they roared and screamed and rushed into the tower. A red light suddenly flashed in Li Lingjun's eyes. She's under an illusion. Xia Yue, who was at the top, also felt the shock from below. The higher she went, the stronger the shock became. Not only that, she also had to maintain the Qingxin powder to resist the illusion interference of the red moon above her head. Time, every second counts. Xia Yue took a deep breath and started the final sprint. Li Changhao was breathing heavily. He looked at the two followers beside him who were already completely dead and felt frightened. On the opposite side, at the end of the endless dark corridor, in the pitch-black darkness, there are horrible things that can take lives. Tap tap tap. The crisp footsteps sounded again. Li Changhao couldn't bear it any longer and broke out of the window. He chose to escape to the place where the loudest noise had just occurred. I know. This is the item of the Ninth Order Insect Emperor Nightmare, Posha World. As Li Changhao ran, a lot of information suddenly came to his mind. All this information came from an elder of the Li family in their lineage. Now that elder has passed away, the information about the Ninth Order Insect Emperor Nightmare was what he brought back before he died. The Posha world is not Nightmare's talent, but it is extremely compatible with Nightmare. Nightmares can create illusions. In the world of Posha, these illusions are nightmare beasts that can fly into the sky and into the ground. The real power of the Posha world is to make the false become true. Nightmare can create illusions and erode the real world, and the prop of Posha world can use the spiritual energy obtained by eroding the world to replace reality with the illusion created by Nightmare. That's all the information Li Changhao knows. But this did not prevent him from making a judgment. You must not destroy the red moon above your head. You must not destroy it. It is definitely not the center of the formation. Once the red moon is destroyed, all the absorbed spiritual energy will be released instantly, and the fantasy world they are in will become real, replacing the original deep blue city. Although Li Changhao was a little arrogant, he never thought of becoming an enemy of humans. He rushed to the bottom of the tower as fast as he could and saw Abomination leap up and fall towards Han Zhan. He raised his hand, and a golden spiritual energy shot out from his wrist, hitting the Abomination hard, knocking it slightly off course. Han Zhan seized the opportunity and dodged the attack. Where are the people with you? Stop them. Don't destroy the red moon. You can't destroy the red moon, Li Changhao said in a hurried tone. Han Zhan was slightly stunned when he heard Li Changhao's words. It's too late. They are already up there. As soon as Han Zhan finished speaking, they heard a clear and melodious piano sound coming from the top of a high tower in the distance. Han Zhan and Li Changhao raised their heads at the same time. Look up into the sky. There, Xia Yue released an extremely huge piano-sounding airblade in the first second that Qingxin powder disappeared. The airblade flew against the sky and hit the red moon, hanging high in the sky. The red moon seemed to be far away in the boundless sea of stars, but it was directly hit by the airblade and shattered with a bang. The red moon is broken, Li Changhao murmured subconsciously. At the moment the red moon shattered, the countless dark spiritual energies that were absorbed fell down like ink. With this force, they floated to all directions of the entire city. The dead beasts are resurrected after being nourished by the black air. The citizens of Shenlan City who had not yet died began to undergo horrible changes in their bodies after being exposed to the black air. Even Han Zhan and the others are no exception. These black gases were unavoidable. They existed in the air and were breathed in by Han Zhan. He felt an unknown and manic flame burning from the bottom of his heart, making him crazy. Black hair began to grow wildly on his body and soon covered his entire body. The back of his neck was itchy and painful, so he scratched it subconsciously. A protruding tumor appeared at the back, and inside it was a human face, pressed tightly against the tumor, as if it was about to break out of the body. Li Changhao on the opposite side. His belly suddenly became round. Something was growing. It's over, it's all over. If the red moon doesn't break, we may still have a chance of survival. If the red moon breaks, the black spiritual energy will make the illusion reveal the reality. Everything in the barrier, including us, will change. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were on the high tower, closer to the red moon, so their changes came faster. The whole team is destroyed in this moment. Chapter 70. Ancient Meaning of the Setting Sun, Breaking the Formation with Formations. Life or Death. Han Zhan's consciousness was about to be completely wiped out, and he fell into madness. Before his consciousness was about to fade away, he asked one last question in a hurried tone. To make a fate come true, you need to consume spiritual energy. That's the black energy, right? Li Changhao on the opposite side had a big belly and a dead look on his face. He opened his mouth, but could no longer speak and could only nod reluctantly. After getting a positive answer, Han Zhan's mind was like being poured with ice water. He suddenly became clearer than ever before and thought of a way to crack the problem. Let's fight. Life or death depends on this move. Fushichin, ancient style, setting sun formation. Start it for me. As Han Zhan roared with all his might, a pitch-black array pattern emerged under his feet and an ancient aura spread out. The huge black array pattern covered a large area of deep blue city. Looking down from the sky, you can see an enormous, pitch-black circular magic circle taking shape in an instant. Its design is ancient and complex, and the array patterns it outlines are flickering and looming. Where is the war spirit? Buzz, buzz. A melodious horn sounded out of nowhere, and the air seemed to become thicker. In the silent night, faint white light appeared in the pitch-black circle. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of ways, 10,000 ways, hundreds of millions of ways. During the Izaki battle, hundreds of millions of Izaki baby snakes that were slaughtered by Han Zhan and Gong Yanjin transformed into war spirits and appeared in the ancient sunset formation. The appearance of such a terrifying number of war spirits filled the originally spacious barrier in an instant. Not only that, after these war spirits were summoned, they actually began to mutate. One by one, they either exploded and died, or their bodies were covered with black hair, or they grew several heads. But at the same time, Han Zhan and Li Changhao, who were originally undergoing mutation, suddenly stopped the process of mutation. Li Changhao, who had already lost hope, looked at his stomach, which had deflated again, in disbelief, and looked at Han Zhan in disbelief. What did you do? How did the Posha world cancel its influence on us? This is impossible. The itchy feeling on the back of Han Zhan's neck also disappeared. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling a lingering fear. He knew that he had made the right bet. I just increased the number of alienated objects that the red moon black mist wants to pollute. When the number increases to a certain level, on average, the pollution level of each alienated object becomes negligible. In the ancient remaining sun formation, there are hundreds of millions of first-level war spirits. Suppose the red moon black mist is a jar of pitch-black ink poured into a pool of clear water. It is enough to pollute and muddy the water. But what if it is poured into the entire ocean? I'm afraid it won't have any effect at all. This was the idea behind the Korean War. Han Zhan's words made Li Changhao look sideways, and he once again looked carefully at this opponent, who had beaten him up. As the most talented of the younger generation of the Li family, Li Changhao has the entire family's resources allocated to him, as well as guidance and planning from special famous teachers. But Han Zhan is different. Less than 3 months had passed since Han Zhan awakened to become a spiritual contract master, and he successfully entered the 4th level and broke through the 3rd level of the 8 urgent fists. If it was just a talent for cultivation, it would be fine. Even if a person has a strong talent for cultivation, he will only grow up to be a reckless man, which is not a big deal. But now, Han Zhan has revealed his other side of quick wit, tenacity, and never giving up. With these two qualities combined, the future achievements of the Korean War will be immeasurable. Li Changhao has seen many true geniuses, whether it is the monster, zero-sum created by Chongqing Company at a huge cost of money and manpower, or Shang Jiana, the genius inventor of Tsangshang technology, who is known as Shanggong intelligence. These geniuses who can truly determine an era and the future all have the same characteristics. Exactly the same traits as Han Zhan. He now understood why his grandfather Li Shutong chose Han Zhan as his 9th student. What are you staring at? Han Zhan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Li Changhao. Although the alienation had been diluted, slight abnormalities still existed in Han Zhan's body. His face was pale, and he spoke with a breath. Hey, let me ask you a question. Since you know that this item is called the Pasa World, do you know where its center is and how to break this barrier? Li Changhao came back to his senses and heard Han Zhan's question. After thinking about it for a while, he shook his head. I have no idea. The item Pasa World is rarely used even by the 9th Order Insect Emperor Nightmare, so there is not much information about it. The limited information was obtained at the cost of the lives of high-level awakeners. Li Changhao added in his mind. Unable to find the center of the formation, they still couldn't get out and escape from the barrier. More and more citizens of Deep Blue City will continue to die and turn into black fog pollution. Han Zhan may not care about the pollution itself, but ordinary people in Shenlan City are innocent. There is also teacher Li Shutong. He is now in the same flesh and blood seal barrier with Yan, and his life or death is uncertain. Between mountains and rivers, a world in the mirror. Li Shutong sat cross-legged on the surface of a lake, his brows slightly lowered, showing neither joy nor sadness. Directly opposite him sat another blurry figure wearing a black robe and emitting black aura. An hour has passed. Guess how your precious students and granddaughter are doing now. An indecipherable voice came from the black air, like scraping paper on a rough paper surface. The hoarse and harsh sound made people feel creepy. Li Shutong slowly opened his eyes, looked across at the other side, and uttered 2 words. No problem. Oh, you have so much confidence in them. You know, this is the treasure I got from the ruins, Posha World. Do you think that with their level, they can break the barrier created by Posha World? Li Shutong's emotions remained calm, as if he had expected all this. If they were dead, you wouldn't be here talking to me about all this crap. If they die, you don't have to live. These are 2 sentences uttered by Li Shutong, representing 2 meanings. In the black air opposite, The human figure transformed by the Ninth Order Insect Emperor Nightmare frowned. Your state of mind is like still water, without any waves. You are indeed worthy of the title of Great Xia God of War. I am not as good as you. Yan's tone was calm, but he changed the subject. I don't need to be able to beat you. This time I attack you just as a deal. If I can hold you back, my mission will be accomplished. Li Shutong frowned slightly. Below him, a circle of faint ripples instantly spread out on the calm surface of the lake. A colorless and transparent chain emerged from the bottom of the lake and bound Li Shutong. Yan, who was sitting opposite, was surprised, but suddenly burst into laughter. How funny, how funny. Li Shutong, the great Xia God of War, would never have thought that he would be stabbed in the back, right? Ha ha ha. Li Shutong, you are in a state of confusion. Chapter 71. 5 Heavenly Locks, 5 Major Companies. The special item that trapped Li Shutong was called 5 Locks of Sealing Heaven. Just looking at the name you can tell that it is powerful enough. How could a tool that could be used to seal a ninth order powerful being be weak? It is called Sealing the Sky, which means that as long as the 5 locks are activated at the same time, even the sky can be sealed. Now the first chain has appeared on Li Shutong's body, and there are 4 left. The 5 heaven sealing locks require the activation of emotions. This should be the easiest thing for me, a 9th level insect emperor who is proficient in illusion. I didn't expect that an hour would pass before I activated the first lock. On the opposite side, after Yin stopped laughing, he restrained his smile and looked at the opposite side again. Li Shutong's emotions were only aroused that one time, and after that time, he became completely silent and returned to calm. The 5 heavenly locks were powerful, but they also had extremely harsh conditions. In order to activate this item, you need to sacrifice another person while sealing the other party, and this person's realm must be the same as that of the sealed person. 2 people who are sealed into the 5 sealing heaven locks at the same time will enter the amber state. That is, they cannot attack each other or move until the sealing is completed. Li Shu is also at the 9th level, so if you want to seal him, you must also be at the 9th level. This is why the 9th level insect emperor nightmare appeared here. Li Shutong no longer paid attention to the nightmare that tried to disturb his mind. After calming down, he began to think about the most critical issue. Who wants to kill him? The person who conspired with Yin to plot against him was Li Fengchun, a direct descendant of the Li family and the son of his eldest brother Li Guangming. This is what is on the surface, but there is no way to prove that it is true. The 5 major companies have been doing something overtly or covertly over the years, and Li Shutong is very clear about it. The 5 major companies are the 5 major forces today, namely Daxia, Kenzhang Technology, Chongqing Pharmaceutical, Empire, and Old Covenant. Among them, Daxia and the Empire respectively hold the only 2 remaining human territories on the blue planet, and are the only 2 that exist in the form of countries. Kenzhang Technology and Chongqing Pharmaceutical exist in the form of companies. The Old Covenant is a low-key organization that rarely shows up in public. The last time it appeared on Blue Star was during a devastating insect plague 12 years ago. The Old Covenant sent 2 of its 12 apostles to prevent the disaster from happening. The 5 major companies have been united in resisting the Zerg invasion for more than 1,000 years, and have always lived in peace. Ever since the ancient ruins were discovered, the truth behind the birth of the Zerg has become a mystery. As more and more discoveries are made, an irreconcilable gap has arisen between the various companies. Who is thinking about the life of an old man like me? Li Shutong couldn't figure it out, so he decided to change his mind. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Nightmare and asked, "You got these 2 items from the ancient ruins, right? What's the connection between the ancient ruins and your Zerg?" When Yin heard Li Shutong's question, he was stunned at first, then he sneered and snorted coldly. "Why do you think I will answer your question? It's okay not to answer, because your answer is actually an answer." When Yin heard Li Shutong say this, the unhappy expression on his face became even gloomier. The Zerg are definitely related to the ancient ruins. They can use the props in the ancient ruins, they occupy a larger territory, and the ancient ruins they have developed are dozens of times more than the entire human population of Blue Star. Li Shutong sighed as he was certain in his heart. Another question lingers in my mind. Why can't humans do this? Yes, as humans, they cannot use these props. Powerful items like the 5 heaven sealing locks and the Pasa world are all controlled and used by the Zerg, causing great damage to humans. Why can't humans? When he thought of this, the surface of the lake where Li Shutong was sitting began to ripple slowly again. From the deep and dark bottom of the lake, the second invisible and transparent chain had surfaced. When he saw the chain, Yan's eyes lit up. "Li Shutong, I didn't expect that you, the great Xia God of War, would still have such an obsession. Yin pondered for a while and decided to strike while the iron was hot. Yes, there is indeed a connection between the ancient ruins and the emergence of the Zerg. The items found in the ancient ruins can be used by the Zerg, but you humans today cannot use them. This is exactly what is happening. The Zerg are the masters of this world. No matter how hard humans try, they will eventually perish. Do you want to know why? No, I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Yin laughed viciously a few times, said no more, and fell silent. This is also where the differences among the 5 major companies were born. The ancient ruins were first discovered decades ago, and humans also harvested many props at that time. But these props could not be used and could only be regarded as old objects and antiques. When the humans saw that the Zerg could easily use some of the same props, they were shaken. It was also from that time on that only Xia was still persevering and carrying out the so-called awakening of the Spirit Contract Master and the Spirit Contract Awakening. The other 4 companies have all taken completely different paths based on the foundation accumulated over thousands of years. Kansang Technology takes the route of ultra-high-end technology. They study science, psychic power, and everything. They use knowledge as a means to create powerful killing machines, terrifying firepower, and powerful energy with the power of destruction. Changxing Pharmaceutical takes the mutation route. They kill different Zerg species, extract their DNA fragments, recombine and arrange them. Take the parts that represent evolution and special abilities, fuse them with various materials, refine them into mutation potions, and inject them into biochemical warriors. Li Shutong had less contact with the Empire and the Old Covenant, but it was certain that they had also given up the path of Spirit Contract Masters and Spirit Contract Masters. But no matter which path they take, humans still cannot use the props obtained from exploring the ruins. Li Shutong's frown deepened. The third invisible and transparent chain clung to his body. He stopped thinking, completely gathered his thoughts, and allowed himself to return to silence. Seeing this, Yin couldn't help but continue to taunt him. Li Shutong, why are you still struggling? You don't think that you can escape from the Pajua world with just those 4th-level ants, right? Just be good and let me seal you up completely. This way, you will suffer less. There are only so many 9th-level experts. How many of them can come to save you? Nightmare began to speak continuously again, trying to create the remaining 2 chains, form the 5 heaven-sealing locks, and completely seal Li Shutong. But no matter what he said, Li Shutong closed his eyes, like a stone, neither listening nor speaking. The old monk entered into meditation. After half an hour, Yin saw that he had failed to achieve anything and finally shut up. Calculating the time, the red moon and the black mist should have been absorbed and started to erupt. The lifelike changes in the Pasa world should have also begun. It will only take another half an hour for the Pasa world to complete the swallowing and replacement, and the entire Shenlong city will completely disappear from the map of Daxia. Nightmare thought so. Half an hour passed without any movement. Yin was still confident and steady as an old dog. Another half hour passed in silence. Yin suddenly felt a little panicked. At this moment, the entire heaven-sealing 5 locks barrier suddenly shook violently. Mountains collapsed and the ground sank, as if it was about to be broken from the outside. What's going on? What happened? Yin could no longer sit still. Chapter 72, Bodhi Tree, Divine Illumination Inheritance. Deep Blue City, a beautiful world. Han Zhan relied on the billions of war spirits in the ancient setting sun formation to resist the red moon and black fog. In the sky, the red moon was shattered by the piano sound and air blade, and the night became even darker. Taking advantage of the dim light that had not yet completely faded, Xia Yue quickly turned back. At this time, Li Lingjun, under the hypnosis of the nightmare beast's illusion, was walking forward with a dull look in his eyes. In front of her, apart from the shabby guardrails, there was a 100-meter-high iron tower. She took 1 step at a time and was about to fall from the tower. Xia Yue grabbed her wrist, and at the same time, Qingxin powder rang in her ears again. After his unfocused eyes regained consciousness, Li Lingjun took a few deep breaths like a drowning person rescued from the water, still feeling scared. Did it succeed? Li Lingjun asked subconsciously when he saw Xia Yue appear behind him. Xia Yue nodded, then shook her head. We succeeded, and we failed. The red moon is not the center of this barrier. We guessed wrong. Not only was the red moon not the center of the formation, the accumulated black fog inside was also detonated prematurely, causing the alienation in the entire barrier to come prematurely. But this process was short-lived. Less than half a minute after the alienation came, it suddenly disappeared, allowing Xia Yue to catch her breath. After explaining all this to Li Lingjun, a name flashed through their minds at the same time. Han Zhan. He must have figured it out. Let's go down and meet him now. The nightmare beasts were frightened by the Qingxin powder, and with the defense of the Shinnong Ding, they could not do anything to the two of them. The process of going down was much smoother than climbing up. Perhaps they had experienced it once before, or perhaps they had overcome the obstacles in their hearts. It only took them half the time to successfully descend from the tower. They saw Han Zhan and Li Changhao surrounded by billions of war spirits. On Han Zhan's side, he was still maintaining the ancient setting sun formation, and billions of Izayaki young snakes transformed into war spirits, unconsciously spreading out in all directions. Just when Han Zhan and Li Changhao were at a loss as to how to break the barrier, at a certain second, they heard a clear click. The Pasa world was overwhelmed and broke apart because the billions of war spirits exceeded its capacity. In the dark night, above Han Zhan and the others' heads, a crack first appeared on the sky that was originally as dark as ink. Light shines in through the cracks. Then more and more cracks appeared, like an eggshell being smashed hard, and finally broke into countless pieces. Deep Blue City was shattered. Before everyone's eyes, the long dark night was replaced by the boundless sea of stars. The ground beneath their feet returned to nothingness, and there was nothingness all around their heads, except for the faint light of the stars in the distance. Where did they go? The universe, or the boundless sea of stars? You look over there. Xia Youwei's tone was filled with surprise, and she pointed to the distance. Everyone followed her gaze and saw an extremely shocking scene. That's a tree. It is rooted in the boundless sea of stars, with countless roots entangled in the depths of the sea of stars. Its crown radiates a pale golden glow, like stars falling to every corner of the universe. On the tree crown, there are transparent and shiny bubbles one after another. These bubbles are like fruits hanging on the branches. The tree was so huge that it almost filled at least 1/3 of the endless universe and galaxy. As far as Han Zhan could see, there were only its golden branches and leaves. Is this the true face of the world of Pasa? It's so spectacular. Li Changhao muttered to himself as he watched the scene in front of him. The world of Posa? Han Zhan was about to say something when his eyes suddenly became hot. The talent, Shun Zhao, was automatically activated when he did not actively release it. Han Zhan's eyes were filled with golden light, like small stars. When he looked again at the towering ancient tree of the universe opposite him, he saw a scene that made his heart and soul excited. Props, Bodhi tree. Ability, carrying the world. Introduction, there is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror stand. There is nothing at all, so where can dust gather? This is... Han Zhan's brain seemed to be struck by lightning and froze for a moment. He could actually see the message from the other side. Not only that, the content of the message also surprised him. What is the connection between the Bodhi tree and the ancient divine weapon? Could it be that it is the Bodhi tree in the legend that I heard about? Han Zhan was a little unsure for a moment. However, the Bodhi tree under the gaze of Han Zhan's, Shen Zhao, has suddenly undergone a drastic change. The whole tree suddenly caught fire. A layer of light golden flames completely enveloped it. The branches and leaves that grew across it all began to be burned up under such flames, turning into starlight and falling into the sea of stars. The precious Bodhi tree that filled the entire picture became smaller and smaller as it continued to burn, and was finally condensed into the size of a normal century-old tree. Without waiting for Han Zhan to react, it actually took the initiative and moved towards Han Zhan. Then, he stopped quietly in front of Han Zhan. Xia Youwei, Li Lingjun, Li Changhao. They looked at Han Zhan with complicated eyes, and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, are you cheating? Such a big and divine prop, an entire ancient tree of the universe, is trying to recognize its master with you? The shock of the Korean War was no less than theirs, because this further subverts some of his inherent understandings of the world. Originally, he thought that the ancient magic weapon was a coincidence, but when Han Zhan saw this prop that was clearly inextricably linked to the legend of the world before he traveled through time, he was confused. Before, the Bodhi tree was too far away from them, and too huge, and it was shrouded in a faint golden glow, making it difficult to see clearly. When it appeared in front of him, Han Zhan saw that there were only 12 fruits hanging on the Bodhi tree. One of them is currently in a dim state, which is the Pasa world mentioned earlier. As for the other 11, 3 of them were emitting golden light, like golden apples or ripe fruits waiting to be picked. Han Zhan tried to use his understanding of the process of magic weapon recognizing its master. He cut his palm and covered the trunk of the Bodhi tree with his bloody palm. The next second, the entire Bodhi tree was lit up with dazzling light, and suddenly, it shrank to the size of a palm and fell into Han Zhan's hand. At this moment, Han Zhan and Bodhi Baoshu were in tune with each other and had a glimmer of enlightenment. Feeling the inquiring gazes from the people around him, Zhan did not explain, but said, "The barrier of the Paso world has been completely lifted. Now it is time for us to rescue the teacher who is trapped in the seal." As he spoke, he grabbed the miniature Bodhi tree and swept it lightly. Boom! The world before everyone's eyes was full of light and suddenly turned upside down. When they regained their vision, they had reappeared in Deep Blue City. In the villa, Li Shutong and Yan, who were wrapped in meatballs, had not come out yet. Zhan didn't say anything, picked up the Bodhi tree, and smashed it hard on the meatball. Chapter 73. The conspiracy is broken, and he escapes and ascends to heaven. Among the 5 locks that seal the sky, the violently shaking world allowed Li Shutong to seize the opportunity. The seal loosened, and a trace of strength squeezed out of the body. Li Shutong reacted immediately. White mist surged out and enveloped him completely. On the lake, one side was covered with white mist, the other side was surging with black mist. The two collided and neither retreated. Li Shutong. Yin was frightened. He manipulated the 3 chains that appeared out of thin air, trying to control Li Shutong again. The latter had an indifferent expression, his clothes fluttering without wind, forcing the shackles on his body to break free. Clang. Both of them seemed to hear the sound of the illusory chains breaking free. Before Yin could react, a fist appeared in front of him. The situation is hopeless, and they cannot be defeated. Yin was unwilling to give up, and in the blink of an eye, the powerful sealing item, the 5 heavenly locks, was broken by Li Shutong with his fists. Outside, Zhan held the Bodhi tree in one hand, staring at the meatball barrier that he had smashed to pieces. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the meatball barrier broke from the inside, and Li Shutong's figure emerged from it. "Teacher! Grandfather!" Xia Yue and Li Lingjin shouted in surprise, and upon hearing their voices, the hostility in Li Shu's eyes subsided a little. "Teacher, where is the 9th level insect emperor nightmare? I have severely injured him." Yan's strength lies mostly in illusion. Once the illusion is seen through, his physical body is not strong. Be careful, he may possess you in the dark. "Don't worry, teacher. He can't run away." Before Li Shutong finished speaking, Zhan had already summoned the Bodhi tree again, and it shone with golden light, instantly covering the entire area. The precious tree was shining brightly, and every leaf on its branches was emitting an extremely dazzling light. These rays of light covered the entire area, interweaving with each other to form a huge golden net. Soon, they heard screams coming from above their heads. A ball of black gas appeared under the restraint of a large net, and it was the 9th level insect Emperor Nightmare. The Nightmare originally planned to lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to possess one of them. But he never expected it. This humble human spiritual master before him actually mastered the use of the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is most resistant to his illusions and spiritual spirits. As a treasure that can carry the world, it is enough to see through all illusions. A look of horror appeared on the face of the human form of Nightmare, and it was too late to make any other moves. "This is impossible," he shouted in a panic. The Bodhi tree is a treasure discovered by the Zerg in ancient ruins. Human spiritual masters cannot use it at all. Everything that happened before his eyes completely overturned his cognition. Not to mention him, even Li Shutong was stunned and looked at his students behind him. Can Zhan use items from the ruins? Before they could figure out the problem, the Bodhi tree bloomed again. This time, among the transparent spheres hanging on the Bodhi tree, the one that had already completely dimmed suddenly released a huge suction force. The 9th rank insect emperor and his giant net wrapped in golden threads were sucked into it, completely devoured and disappeared. "You captured the 9th level insect emperor?" "He was already seriously injured. I just did it for the sake of convenience." Looking at the surprised crowd, Zhan explained. After the Bodhi tree recognized its master, Zhan became more adept at using this treasure. This time, he shocked everyone and showed his divine power in front of the crowd. "Teacher, the 9th level insect emperor Nightmare has been brought to justice, and the crisis is over." Li Shutong looked at Zhan, the youngest student, and nodded with satisfaction. "If it wasn't you this time, I'm afraid it would be a lot of trouble. I was right about you." Li Shutong was generous in praising the Korean War. Li Changhao, who was originally dissatisfied with Zhan, has now shut up and stopped talking about the challenge. Just kidding. The thought of having to fight against hundreds of millions of war spirits made him feel dizzy. This crisis came suddenly. "I need to talk to the old guys from other companies. You've worked hard this time. Go and have a rest first." As expected of a ruthless man who challenged 3 insect emperors in a row, Li Shutong remained calm and composed after having just experienced an ambush. Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Li Shutong called Han Zhan again. Han Zhan, please stay for a while. Zerg territory, an endless sea of blood. This is the Zerg's lair, and thousands of high-level Zerg are hatched and born every moment. The sky has been dyed blood red. The air was filled with the unique smell of Zerg. An illusory human figure slowly condensed and was born in the sea of blood. With a loud crash, the blood membrane that wrapped around it broke, and the Ninth Order Insect Emperor Nightmare slowly walked out of it. There have been several Zergs waiting outside for a long time. Those who came were not the real ones. There was an illusory insect shadow, which reflected the sky, with densely packed eyes filling its body, each of which emitted an evil light. There was a flesh and blood puppet that was 10,000 meters high. It almost filled up the entire sea of blood. There were tumors on its body that were larger than mountains and rivers. Yellow-green pus continuously flowed out, forming puddles under its feet. The last one was endless darkness, as if darkness was its essence, polluting the surrounding space all the time. As he stood there for a long time, the area covered by darkness became larger. The other figures were secretly releasing energy to resist this erosion. Seeing them, Nightmare nodded. A dignified 9th-rank Insect Emperor is actually in such a state of disgrace. If there hadn't been the endless sea of blood, you would have passed away. A mocking voice sounded. From the speaker's tone, there seemed to be dissatisfaction and even more disdain. Nightmare glanced at the talking flesh puppet and the silent shadow in the void. He looked at the endless darkness and said, "My mission is complete." Did Li Shutong kill you? No, he only seriously injured me, but failed to kill me. The one who killed me was an insignificant human. Everyone below the 9th level is an ant. How can an ant kill you? A surprised voice sounded, and Yin recalled the situation at that time, with an indescribable feeling in his tone. He used the Posha world to kill me. This tool is under his control. What? How can a human being use a tool? You are talking nonsense. What good will it do me to talk nonsense about this matter? We have accidentally discovered another future enemy of the Zerg, haven't we? Yin said coldly, very dissatisfied with the tone of their questioning him. Tell me his name. I searched Li Shutong's memory and found out that he was Li Shutong's 9th student, Han Zhan. The humans who can use relic props make the Zerg worried, and Han Zhan has appeared on their kill list. This was just an unexpected gain. Gathering the 4 insect emperors here was obviously for something more important. In the endless darkness, an ancient voice spoke. Have you tested Li Shutong's strength? If I had known it earlier, would he have made progress or regressed? After a brief silence, Yin spoke. Not as good as before. Hearing this answer, the 4 9th-level insect emperors in the endless sea of blood fell silent. Soon, loud laughter broke out. Ha ha ha. That's good. Let's carry out the plan as usual. This year's end will be the day when Li Shutong dies. Chapter 74. The Secrets of the Ruins, the Truth About the World. Li Shutong quickly finished the call with the other old guys. Han Zhan has been standing beside him, watching his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, playing the role of a small transparent character with peace of mind. After Li Shutong finished the call, he looked at Han Zhan who was standing beside him. What's the name of the treasure you just seized? The Bodhi tree. Han Zhan answered truthfully. Bodhi tree, Bodhi tree. Li Shutong repeated the name, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Han Zhan, do you still remember the major battle zones of Xia? Li Shutong asked, suddenly changing the subject. Among the several war zones in the building, the Korean War is naturally clear. The first war zone is responsible for the front battlefield. The second war zone is responsible for united front arrangements. The third war zone is responsible for sieges and conquests. And the fourth war zone is responsible for ruins exploration. I'm keeping you here because I want to talk to you about the exploration of the ruins in the fourth war zone. As Li Shutong spoke, he motioned for Han Zhan to sit down, and the two of them sat facing each other at the desk. Humans haven't made much effort in ruins exploration. It's not because it's not important, but because the risks of ruins exploration far outweigh the benefits for humans. Coupled with the pressure of the frontal battlefield and siege, we can't send more people to do this. Teacher, are you trying to say that props and treasures like the Bodhi tree were obtained from ruins exploration? Han Zhan understood immediately what Li Shutong meant. Li Shutong nodded. There are many treasures in the ruins, but for us humans, these treasures can only be historical collections and cannot become key props to determine the outcome of the war. Do you know why? Han Zhan thought about it and recalled the shocked looks on everyone's faces when he used the Bodhi tree. He had the answer in his heart. Can't humans use tools? The answer is harsh, but it is the truth. Yes, over the past thousands of years, humans have excavated ruins and obtained many treasures and props, but none of them are usable. On the other hand, The Zerg can use the items they have obtained to have a decisive impact on the battle situation. Otherwise, the humans would not have had such a hard time fighting. Li Shudong's answer made Han Zhan fall into deep thought. If what Li Shutong said was true, then how could he explain the fact that he was able to use props and treasures? Am I different from other humans? When Han Zhan thought of this, he was stunned for a moment. Because it is different. As a time traveler, his soul does not belong to this world. Including his awakened talent and the contract with the ancient divine weapon, all of them prove this point. What about the props? Looking at the Bodhi tree in his hand, this is clearly the legendary treasure from the world he traveled to before. Li Shutong did not say anything. He looked at the expression on Han Zhan's face, which changed from surprise and doubt to sudden realization, and then to deep thought and silence. Looking at Han Zhan's conflicted look, he waved his hand. No need to say more. Everyone has their own secrets. You don't have to tell me everything. Has the teacher figured out something? Han Zhan felt guilty for deliberately hiding it. But he also knew that this matter was too fantastic. Even if he was willing to talk to Li Shu, it might not be better than the current situation. Thinking of this, Han Zhan nodded. The topic continues. Teacher, what do I need to do now? Study the uses of props and treasures and integrate them. Then use them to defeat the Zerg and win a future for mankind. The news that you can use treasures and props cannot be leaked. Once the fact that you can use the props and treasures is leaked, your safety cannot be guaranteed. I will tell Li Changhao that I will go back and investigate the Li family's matter in depth. Deep Blue City, as a major rear-base city for mankind, was actually infiltrated by the Ninth Order Insect Emperor. This matter is more serious than we imagined. End of conversation. After saying goodbye to Li Shu and returning to the bedroom, Han Zhan once again summoned the Bodhi tree. Today, the Bodhi tree is only the size of a palm, shining with dazzling golden light and translucent pearls and jade, and looks like an extraordinary treasure. The light of the Bodhi tree shone in Han Zhan's eyes like stars, pulling his thoughts far away. Soon, Han Zhan was brought back to reality by a knock on the door. I saw the door being pushed open. A furtive voice came in. Ray-Jean, it's so late and you're still not asleep. The question about the Korean War is somewhat a question that you already know the answer to. The two met again after a long separation, and after experiencing a life-and-death battle, she urgently needed another battle to calm her heart. So she found Han Zhan. Seeing Han Zhan pretending to be stupid, Li Lingjun pouted in dissatisfaction. I just ran out of inspiration for my novel and came to you to find some inspiration. What's that expression on your face? Han Zhan was just about to take a break when another sneaky figure sneaked in. Xia Yue gritted her teeth in anger. That little slut got the upper hand again. I knew it. I haven't watched enough palace fighting dramas. As the queen, I have to calm them down. Xia Yue said this angrily as she pounced on Han Zhan. Han Zhan had no choice but to resort to the same old tricks. The next morning, when Xia Yue and Li Lingjun woke up, Han Zhan was no longer around them. Come to the dining table. Looking at the 4 bowls of nourishing soup that had been completely drunk, Li Lingjun asked Li Shutong, Grandpa, where did Han Zhan go? He was so tired yesterday. Why did he get up so early? You know you're tiring, but you still keep torturing him? Li Shutong glanced at Li Lingjun and said, Young man, you should be more restrained. If you have the energy, you should think about how to improve your strength. I know. Seeing that Li Shutong was about to start chattering again, Li Lingjun quickly interrupted him. You haven't told me where the Korean War went yet. He only told me that he was going to the library of the City Protector Organization. He probably wanted to check the files related to the ruins. Relics? Why would you want to investigate the relic archives? Li Lingjun and Xia Yue were puzzled, and Li Shutong did not explain anything further. The City Defenders building. As soon as Han Zhan entered the door, he saw the City Defenders who were busy and exhausted. Yifan was looking at the pile of accident reports on the table with a worried look on his face and rubbed his brows. Damn it, I slept too soundly last night. What happened? Why are there so many death reports and casualty records? Could it be that Deep Blue City has been invaded by Zerg again? Yifan was still talking to himself. When he saw Han Zhan walking in, he raised his hand and greeted him. How come you have time to come to my place today? I need your library files for a while. Chapter 75, Sacred Heart of Herbs. Last night, the area covered by the Posha world was not the entire Deep Blue City. This is a blessing in disguise. Because the Korean War detonated the Red Moon ahead of time, the death toll dropped sharply due to the pollution and the disaster was contained. Han Zhan came to look for the Deep Blue files today to verify some of his guesses from yesterday. As an old teammate, Yifan couldn't possibly disagree with Han Zhan's request. Soon, a large amount of archival data was sent over. Because of the common database, this data not only included Deep Blue City, but also some other cities and frontline battlefields. I started to look through the Korean War one by one. Archival records. In the 112th year of the insect plague, under the leadership of the 8th rank insect king, the insect tribe used a special item, the blood pagoda, to sacrifice 10 human cities, causing extremely huge damage to Dacia, causing heavy losses and countless killings, with heavy casualties. Archival records. In the 159th year of the Zerg plague, 10 8th-rank spiritual bond masters jointly hunted a large Zerg swarm. With the help of the Second War Zone, they attacked unexpectedly. They should have won a great victory, but the Zerg swarm used a special treasure, star map, and the entire swarm turned into starlight and disappeared into the sea of stars. The hunt failed. Archive records. In the year 209 of the insect plague, the location of Chao Songpa, a 9th-level awakener of the Old Covenant and one of the 12 apostles, was leaked, and the Zerg planned to assassinate him. The assassins were only 3 8th-level Zerg kings. In the case of a mismatch in strength, the Zerg used the item, fish intestines, to forcibly injure Chao Songpa, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Looking at these props and treasures in the archives, familiar names flashed by one after another, constantly overlapping with Han Zhan's memories. He became more and more convinced that his judgment was correct. He was certain that these props and treasures obtained from exploring and searching ancient ruins were the things in the legends of the world before he traveled through time. This discovery made Han Zhan feel a little panic for some reason. If the legends of that world are all true, then the blue planet where I am now, is it the world after traveling through time, or is it my original world? Han Zhan was extremely confused and no one could help him. He also saw descriptions of the Pasa world in the archives. Posha world is the most precious treasure of the 9th Order Insect Emperor Nightmare, and its use has been recorded a limited number of times. The only time it was used was in St. John's State, when the Pasa world took over the entire St. John's State, and all the living creatures in it were mutated. It took the Empire a whole year to completely clear out the anomalies, but the alienated and transformed state of St. John could no longer adapt to humans and completely became a deserted territory with no one living there. The official evaluation of the Empire on the Posha world is, without a doubt, this is a treasure. It contains an incomparably terrifying world. When this world becomes reality from fantasy and descends on the human world, it will become a disaster for the entire blue planet. Seeing this, Han Zhan summoned the Bodhi tree again. The fruit representing the world of suffering hangs on the tree, still dim. There were only a few grayish-white stars, far less bright than the others. Han Zhan also noticed that among all the world fruits hanging on the Bodhi tree, the 3 at the top of the crown were emitting brilliant golden light. These 3 world fruits are much larger than the other ones. When Han Zhan used his consciousness to sneak into the Bodhi tree, he was unexpectedly surprised to learn the names of the 3 world fruits. Their names are respectively the Wilderness of Zhualu, Holy Heart Herbs, and Chinsa Fu Lai. As a person who is familiar with myths and legends, Han Zhan immediately understood what these 3 names corresponded to. Shenyuan Sword, Shenongding, and Fushi Qin. Among them, the world fruit of Zhualu Wilderness is the largest, almost more than twice the size of other world fruits. The golden light emitted was extremely strong and dazzling, like a small sun hanging on the tree. The other 2 are slightly inferior, but they are also shining and extraordinary. Compared to these 3, the fruits from other worlds are dimmer, with only a little starlight wrapped around them, and their bright light cannot compare with the bright moon. Looking at this scene, Han Zhan was suddenly shocked. Now that I have become a spirit contract master, aren't the 3 spirits I have signed contracts with the Shenyuan Sword, the Shenongding, and the Fushi Qin? So, the requirement for the world fruit on the Bodhi tree to be lit up is the ancient magic weapon that he has contracted? If we correspond to this, it can be explained. The Bodhi tree was discovered with the help of his own gift, divine illumination, and the same was true for the spirits of ancient divine weapons. They share something in common. If a fruit represents a world, does that also mean that I can enter these worlds? With this thought in mind, I returned to the villa with the fruitful collection of Korean War data and archives. After finding his teacher Li Shutong, Han Zhan told him his guesses one by one. After listening to this, Li Shutong nodded solemnly. It is indeed possible, but if it is true, then you must not choose the largest fruit. The bigger the world, the more complex its structure. Being huge also means it is full of variables. If you enter with your current strength, you will probably die. Then, teacher, which world fruit do you think is the most appropriate for me to choose to enter? Shenongding or Fushi Qin? Both are auxiliary types, and the world fruits they represent should have a relatively low risk factor. What about the Posha world? Teacher, do you think I should go in and explore it? Li Shutong shook his head. He does not recommend entering the world of Perna, because this world first appeared in the state of St. John in the Empire. The ghosts and anomalies in the Pasa world are also consistent with the history and culture of the Empire. Li Shutong had reason to suspect that the Pasa world corresponded to the historical legends of the Empire. As a pure Daxia person, I will feel more confident exploring the world I am familiar with. After Li Shutong shared his idea with Han Zhan, the latter nodded in agreement. After deciding on the world fruit you are going to enter, the next thing to do is the preparation work. The Korean War requires recalling the memories hidden deep in his mind and reviewing the legends. Li Shutong, on his side, contacted the Li family and passed on the news of Li Fengchun and the 9th-level Insect Emperor's sneak attack, putting Daxia on alert. At the same time, they began to clear out the hidden players and eliminate the traitors that the Zerg had lurked within the human race. This process cannot be accomplished overnight, but as long as we take action, we can make the Zerg afraid to act rashly. A week later, Han Zhan finished drinking the 4 tonic soups in the villa and said goodbye to his teacher, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun. He didn't plan to bring the 2 girls in. Because the dangers in the world fruit are unpredictable, even in the Korean War, there is number 100 certainty. It would be better to let the teacher keep the 2 of them and continue their own practice with him, and let Han Zhan enter the world fruit alone to find out. Although Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were unwilling in their hearts, they knew that Han Zhan was doing this for their own good, so they did not insist. After everything was arranged, Han Zhan summoned the Bodhi tree. His hands were in special seals. The Bodhi tree swelled up in the wind and turned into a towering ancient tree, covering the entire villa. Han Zhan stretched out his hand and touched the world fruit that was shining with golden light. The next moment, his whole body turned into countless stars and was sucked into the golden fruit and disappeared. The name of this world fruit is Sacred Heart Herbs. Chapter 76 Madman? Holy Master. A starlight fell, and countless points of light condensed and transformed into the appearance of Han Zhan. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the villa around him was no longer in Deep Blue City, but a crude room. How crude? Straw mats, mud walls, rotten wooden windows, and the only door panel had many holes eaten by insects. The sunlight shone in through these holes and cast tiny spots of light on the wall. Han Zhan was still looking around when he heard hurried footsteps outside, accompanied by several angry shouts and frustrated yells. Where is that outsider? Where is that outsider? Get out of the way, everyone. He is about to kill my daughter. I want him to pay with his life. Han Zhan was still listening to gossip when he was caught off guard. With a loud bang, the only door in his room was kicked out and embedded in the mud wall next to it, becoming deeply integrated into it. Before Han Zhan could react, a tall figure appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the clothes. Being attacked, Han Zhan had no time to think. His whole body reacted subconsciously. However, when he activated the 3 urgents and planned to fight with the opponent with the realm of a 4th-level spiritual contract master, he discovered a horrifying reality. He was completely suppressed. That's right, the rough guy opposite, who looks big and strong and has anger written all over his face, is completely superior to him. The opponent was so fast that Han Zhan was caught before he could even react. He wanted to break free, but he was held tightly and could not. How high is the realm of this rough guy? 5th level, 6th level, or even higher? Han Zhan didn't know. He only knew that as soon as he started the 3rd move, he was slapped to the ground by the other party. With your crude and rudimentary kung fu, you still want to resist? TSK, you ignorant outsider. Jianghua, calm down first and don't kill anyone. Someone spoke up, but Han Zhan couldn't hear clearly. After being knocked unconscious by Jianghua, when he woke up again, he was already in prison. One day later, Han Zhan finally found out from the guy who was responsible for delivering meals why he was thrown into prison. It turned out that the world he was teleported to by the Bodhi tree was exactly the historical legend that he was familiar with in his mind, but with some slight differences. For example, an ancient person who was supposed to be weak suddenly became a stronger person than himself, who could kill him in seconds with one hand. For example, this strange disease. Han Zhan, an outsider, was found by the little girl's father Jianghua and imprisoned here because he claimed that he could cure diseases, but his treatment went wrong. This is the initial setting for entering the fruit world of Holy Heart of Herbs. After Han Zhan found out all this, he gradually understood what he needed to do. Since it is a world related to the Shinongding, it is naturally inseparable from the word curing diseases. On this day, the relatively kind and easygoing food delivery boy appeared in the prison on time again and brought food to himself. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Han Zhan suddenly grabbed him. Feeling someone suddenly grab his arm from behind, the delivery boy turned around in shock. A skilled hand wrestling and counter-grappling move, and then the other hand slapped Han Zhan on the chest. Han Zhan felt as if he was hit by a 9th order Zerg. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and hit the wall hard. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. The delivery guy was stunned when he saw this scene. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained. I didn't expect you to be so weak that you couldn't even withstand a single blow. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Looking at the delivery boy's genuine expression, Han Zhan's mouth twitched slightly. Can't even withstand a single blow? You have to know that he is now a 4th-level spiritual bond master, with the innate body of a celestial snake, and has 3 of the 8 urgent needs to protect his body. Even if a 6th-level Zerg comes, it may not be able to break through its defense. But even so, he was carelessly punched by a delivery boy from the Zhan clan, and was sent flying, hitting his head against the wall and spitting blood. Is this reasonable? Han Zhan didn't have time to think about this matter clearly. He hurriedly spoke while enduring the pain before the other party left. Don't go yet. I have a way to cure that little girl. Really, believe me, Han Zhan said earnestly. Hearing his words, the young man who delivered the food looked at him with sympathy. You are an outsider. I really don't know where you got the confidence to say this. Cure illness? Ha ha ha, cure illness. The young man who delivered the food suddenly laughed nervously twice, and he looked at Han Zhan with a strange look. What's wrong with curing an illness? What's so funny about this? Hey, you're staring at me like that. It's really scary. Han Zhan complained in his heart, and said faster, yes, it's curing an illness. I made a mistake before and used the wrong herbs. Can you help me convey the message to Jianghua and ask him to give me another chance? This time, I can guarantee that I can at least save her life. With the gift of Shinongding, creation of living things, I am so confident. After hearing Han Zhan's words and seeing his confident look, the young man who delivered the food stopped teasing him, and his eyes gradually turned cold. If you continue to stay here and wait for 30 days, you will be able to come and go freely. If you insist on going to see Jianghua, he has a hot temper. If you fail to save his daughter this time, you will die. Have you thought it through? The words of the young man who delivered the meal were more like a hint. This made Han Zhan's mind work rapidly, and he thought of a possibility. This is the hint from the Holy Heart of Herbs, World Fruit, telling him that as long as he stays here obediently, he can go back, return to reality, after 30 days. If you insist on seeing Jianghua, you may die. Faced with this inquiry similar to, are you sure you want to continue? Han Zhan did not hesitate and nodded firmly. Now that he was here, if he didn't crack the secret of the Sacred Heart of Herbs, he would have wasted 30 days, and he didn't know how long it would take for the outside world to pass. Han Zhan couldn't wait. Seeing Han Zhan nod, the young man who delivered the meal no longer insisted. His eyes returned to their original honest and dull look. He first looked at Han Zhan apologetically, then promised him, don't worry, I will definitely pass your words to Jianghua. As for whether he will come or not, I can't guarantee it. After the young man who delivered the meal left, Han Zhan began to wait. No one came that day. The next day, Han Zhan heard a familiar voice in a daze, and Jianghua walked in from outside the prison cursing. I know. Stop nagging me. I'll give that lunatic one more chance. If he can wake Xiaoye up, I'll tell the clan leader to let him go. Jianghua was harassed by the young man who delivered the meal for a whole night, and finally he gave in and agreed to go to jail. With a clang, the door of the cell where Han Zhan was imprisoned was opened. Let's go, Holy Master. Chapter 77 Disease. Han Zhan was carried out by Jianghua. In Jianghua's hands, Han Zhan couldn't resist at all, and was carried along all the way while being cursed by him. They came to a tribe with many houses. Many people's attention was attracted. Someone jokingly said, Jianghua, why don't you believe it? Didn't you already send him to jail? Why are you taking him out again? I told you a long time ago that this disease cannot be cured. Why don't you believe it? Your daughter is a human being, and so are we. If we all get this disease, we will die sooner or later. No one can escape. Jianghua listened to the rumors of the people around him. He turned his head angrily and shouted at them, shut up. As they were talking, a strong wind blew up. The huge roar made the house tremble. Han Zhan, who was held in Jianghua's hand, was bleeding from all 7 orifices and looked very depressed. Han Zhan can be sure that Jianghua is definitely above the 8th level, and even the possibility of being at the 9th level is not ruled out. Seeing Han Zhan in such a miserable state, Jianghua curled his lips, muttered weakling under his breath, and carried him into the house. There was a little girl lying in the room. She looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. At this time, his eyes were closed, his brows were furrowed, and he looked very painful. Jianghua threw Han Zhan to the bedside and said in a bad tone, you can start now. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't wake her up, you know the consequences. Han Zhan stood up, and as soon as he approached the little girl, many dense black threads emerged from her body. These black silk threads were like small insects, crawling in all directions. Some bugs even tried to climb onto Han Zhan's body, which made people feel their scalps tingle at the sight of them. Han Zhan subconsciously wanted to summon the spirit, but the Shen sword and Fushi Qin were completely disconnected and could not be summoned. Only the Shinongding responded to his call. With the emergence of Shinongding, These black nematodes seemed to have encountered their natural enemies and began to climb frantically towards the distance. The little girl lying on the bed was foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Seeing this scene, Jianghua subconsciously clenched his fists. If there was anything wrong, he would beat Han Zhan into a pulp. After Han Zhan summoned the Shenongding, he could clearly feel that these black nematodes carried some strange and evil power. This evil force is competing with the Shenongding. The little girl was even covered in a thick layer of black fog. Han Zhan no longer questioned and clapped his hands on the Shenongding. Bright runes gushed out from the mouth of the Shenongding, and Han Zhan exclaimed, "The creation of living beings." These runes were injected into the little girl's body one by one. After a whimper, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Woke up. Seeing this scene, Jianghua was extremely excited. He ignored Han Zhan, who was standing next to him, and hugged the little girl in his arms. "Xiaoya, you finally woke up, Xiaoya." "Father." Jiangyu, who was hugged by Jianghua, was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Anyway, she was rescued by Han Zhan. Jianghua stopped speaking harshly to Han Zhan. He looked at him gratefully and said, "Saint Master, you really have a solution. I will apply to the clan leader to cancel your detention. From now on, if you need my help, just tell me. You saved my daughter, so I owe you my life." Listening to Jianghua's generous remarks, Han Zhan nodded, but his eyes stayed on Jiangyu, who had just woken up. Although Jiangyu woke up, her illness was not completely cured. Those black nematodes were just a sign that the black mist on Jiangyu's body had already been completely absorbed into her body and could not be removed even by the power of living creatures. What kind of strange disease is this? This disease is too strange. It was the first time that Han Zhan encountered a disease that even the nature of living things could not cure. But when he thought that he couldn't even beat a random young man here, he felt relieved. This world is not normal to begin with, and if you look at it through a normal person's eyes, you will appear to be abnormal. As a doctor, Han Zhan chose to explain the truth to Jianghua. I thought Jianghua would get angry again, but he nodded without surprise after listening to what Han Zhan said. "I know everything you said." "You know everything?" Now it was Han Zhan's turn to be surprised. Knowing that this was a big deal, what disease could he still cure? "I know, but the timing of the disease is wrong. Xiaoya is still so young, and it shouldn't have happened at this time. In the end, I am just a father, and I am unwilling to accept it." Seeing that Han Zhan was confused, Jianghua told the outsider the whole story. It turns out that it's not just Jiangyu, but everyone living here is suffering from some strange disease. This disease will break out at the age of 35, and countless black mist will surge out of the body. First the abdomen, then the heart, and finally the head and whole body. People will be swallowed up by the black fog silently, without exception. No matter what they tried, they could not escape this fate. It seems like some kind of curse. There is such a disease. This is the first time I've heard of it. Recalling the black nematodes he had just seen, Han Zhan began to think. The name of this world fruit is Sacred Heart of Herbs. The first strange thing I encountered after entering this world was this disease. Plus what the young man NPC said to him in prison before. Combining all of these factors together, if you want to unlock the secrets of this world, it must be related to this disease. Thinking of this, Han Zhan took the initiative to ask, "Uncle Jiang, have all the Jiang people suffered from this disease?" "Yes, without exception, no matter if they are clan leaders or ordinary people, no matter if they are 2-year-old children or 34-year-old adults, they all have this strange disease." "What are the symptoms of this strange disease?" "It's not noticeable at ordinary times, but we never go out at night, because once we go out, unpredictable and horrible things will happen, and no one can break this curse." "Can't go out?" Han Zhan was stunned for a moment. He quickly asked, "Then you have any records of this disease? When did it first appear?" Hearing this question, Jianghua was also stunned for a moment. After a while, he shook his head. "I don't know. I'm a rough man. I just want to live a good life. I don't remember all this history." "This is consistent with Jianghua's personality," Han Zhan complained in his heart. "But I can take you to see the clan leader. He should have detailed records," Jianghua added. After hearing this, Han Zhan also understood. The patriarch of the Jiang family is a key figure, and it is not easy to meet him. If it weren't for the relationship with Jianghua, and if he chose not to save the little girl, then this clue might have ended here. Fortunately, Han Zhan made the right choice. He nodded and agreed readily. "No problem, we'll go find the chief right away." At this time, a group of people gathered outside the house. They originally wanted to watch the fun and see Han Zhan being beaten into a pulp by Jianghua. Unexpectedly, the two of them walked out of the house holding hands and talking happily. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 78, Death of Shenong and the Doctor's Curse. The room of the Jiang clan leader is the largest room at the innermost part of the tribe. When Jianghua brought Han Zhan to find the clan leader, the Jiang clan leader had been waiting for a long time. "I heard that you rescued Jiangyu?" Jianghua, the patriarch of the Jiang family, looked at Han Zhan. Just a simple glance made Han Zhan feel that he had no secrets and was seen through, and his body trembled instinctively. He is stronger than Jianghua. Han Zhan immediately made a judgment in his mind. He did not dare to neglect it, and quickly bowed his hands and said humbly, "It's not a cure, it's just a rescue. It's just a piece of cake. It's just a piece of cake. You, an outsider, do you know what this piece of cake means to the Jiang family?" Jianghua paused and said word by word, "Since the death of Saint Master Shenong, there has been no one who is proficient in medicine. As an outsider, you are the only one." Jianghua's words contained so much information that Han Zhan was stunned. Who is the Saint Master Shenong? It is a little different from the legend I know. No, I know who the Saint Master Shenong is. It is the Shenong who tasted hundreds of herbs. Han Zhan felt that he had grasped a key point, and subconsciously asked, how did Master Shenong die? Naturally, he ate the herb gelsemium while trying all kinds of herbs and died without treatment. Jianghua's answer made Han Zhan more convinced that the Holy Master Shenong was the legendary Shenong. I heard from Jianghua that you wanted to inquire about the earliest time when this strange disease occurred. I'll tell you this as well. The earliest time when this strange disease occurred was the day when Saint Master Shenong ate the herb Gelsemium elegans and died. According to the records of the tribe, after the death of Saint Master Shenong, the whole world became sick. Every human being was infected with a strange disease, and all those who were proficient in medicine mysteriously disappeared, as if the profession of doctor had never appeared in this world. The world is sick, and very sick. But what does this have to do with the emergence of the Zerg? What is the direct connection between the two? Han Zhan couldn't figure it out. Perhaps the answer can only be found by unlocking the secret of the fruit world of Sacred Heart of Herbs. Seeing Han Zhan silent, clan leader Jianghua took out another piece of yellowed paper from the room. Let's call it paper. This contains a recipe for a pill left by Saint Master Shenong. As an outsider and the only doctor in this world, I can only give you this recipe. Reaching out to take the pill recipe, Han Zhan saw the name of the pill recipe clearly, Shaohuan Dan. We have all the herbs above in our clan's warehouse, but we don't understand the recipe and we don't have the tools to make the elixir, so they have been left here gathering dust. Just from the recipe in the name of Xiao Wandan, Han Zhan couldn't tell what its exact function was. But since the recipe was obtained from the NPC Jiang clan leader through the main quest, it must be related to the main storyline. With this idea in mind, Han Zhan decided to refine the small elixir first and then find out more. He immediately said, "Please prepare these herbs for me, Patriarch. I want to start refining the elixir." Jianghua and Jianghua looked at each other and did not refuse Han Zhan's request. The herbs are in the warehouse to the east. It will take some time to send someone to get them. You can stay here for now. Jianghua, since this outsider is your family's savior, you should prepare a place for him to stay and explain the rules to him. Yes, Jianghua agreed. After leaving the clan leader's residence, Jianghua led Han Zhan to an empty room, which was at least much more refined than the rough room he slept in when he first entered this world. Just as Han Zhan was feeling emotional, Jianghua sighed. "Hey, little brother Han, you shouldn't have taken on this matter. You are my Jiangyu's savior, but I don't want to repay kindness with hatred." "What do you mean?" Han Zhan was a little puzzled when he saw that the expression on Jianghua's face did not seem fake. "As far as I know, there are pharmacists in this world. Many babies are born every year. How could there not be one or two people with pharmacist talent?" Indeed, Jianghua's words were logical, and this was also a small confusion in Han Zhan's mind. However, when he was facing Jianghua just now, because of the absolute overwhelming strength gap, he subconsciously ignored this point. Reminded by Jianghua at this time, Han Zhan nodded. "They're all dead." Jianghua's next sentence directly triggered Han Zhan's emotions. "Dead? What died? How did he die? Who died?" Without Han Zhan asking, Jianghua spoke again. "Those pharmacists, those who have the talent of pharmacists, they are all dead. Saint Master Shenong left more than one elixir recipe in this world. Anyone who obtains the recipe and tries to study its secrets will eventually die. We call these recipes the curse of Saint Master Shenong. So even though clan leader Jianghua knew about the curse, he still gave me the recipe?" Jianghua couldn't bear it, so he told himself the truth. If there was no Jianghua, he might have faced a different ending. It was not until this time that Han Zhan deeply realized that this fruit world was 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Only if I am careful and cautious can I possibly uncover the ultimate secret. I understand. Thank you for your message. I will be careful. Han Zhan did not return the recipe to Jiang, which already showed his inner choice. Seeing Han Zhan so angry, there was nothing more to say. After that, Jianghua told Han Zhan that they must keep their doors closed and not go out after 6 o'clock in the evening, and then said goodbye and left. Han Zhan closed the door and sat back at the table. He placed the recipe on the table, lost in thought. All the doctors who studied the recipe for the elixir died. Is this really a curse? If it is, how can it be broken? These elixir recipes left by Shenong must contain some clues. If I give up these clues, how can I find the truth? Han Zhan was deeply conflicted and couldn't think of a way out of the impasse. No. Wrong. All puzzles are left for later generations to solve. If the puzzles left behind cannot be solved, they will be meaningless. Thinking of this, Han Zhan made a preliminary judgment in his heart. The curse ritual should be viewed from two aspects. First, if there is a problem with the recipe, researching the recipe will be backfired. Second, if there is a problem with the researcher, researchers who do not meet the requirements will be backfired. As a human being, Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs and benefited the world according to legend. He should not have cursed future generations of human beings. And if there really is something wrong with the recipe, with my mere 4th level strength, I will definitely die. After reading and studying the recipe over and over again, Han Zhan still couldn't come to a conclusion. He decided to go out and ask around about the doctor and the recipe. When he pushed open the door, Han Zhan was keenly aware that people were looking at him from all directions, but they quickly looked away. Seeing the obviously increasing number of passers-by at the door, Han Zhan's heart skipped a beat. Are these people sent by Zhang Huai? What is he worried about? He is watching me. Han Zhan kept a straight face and walked quickly towards the crowd. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. He wanted to see what Zhang Huai was planning. Chapter 79 Xiaowan Dan. Han Zhan's first stop was the home of the young man who delivered the meal. It's not difficult to find out where he lives. When the young man delivering the meal saw Han Zhan appear at his door, he was also a little surprised. Saint Master. Han Zhan waved his hand. You should just call me Han Zhan. The news that Han Zhan rescued Jiang Yu has spread throughout the Jiang tribe. The tribesmen called this outsider who was proficient in medicine Saint Master to show their respect. Forget about small talk. Han Zhan continued. Today I got a recipe from Chief Zhang Huai. It is said to be left by Saint Master Shenong. As a reward for saving me from prison, I am willing to share it with you. The young man who delivered the meal widened his eyes and looked at Han Zhan in disbelief. How can you repay kindness with enmity? His tone was hurried and he shook his hands repeatedly, fearing that Han Zhan would really take out a prescription. It seems that he also knows that there is something wrong with the recipe. Han Zhan saw the expression of the young man who delivered the meal and speculated in his heart. He put on a confused expression and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this recipe? The young man who brought the food hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, I don't know. I only know that those who studied the recipe eventually died. Chief Jiang Huai later no longer allowed anyone in our tribe to continue studying this recipe. He may have seen that you were an outsider and might not be cursed, so he agreed to give you this pill recipe. Outsider? Yes, that's right. I'm an outsider. That's what makes me different from those doctors. I don't belong to this world. If this understanding is true, even if this pill recipe is really cursed, it may have no effect on me. After being enlightened by the young man who brought him the meal, Han Zhan suddenly felt enlightened. The two talked for a few more words, and Han Zhan waved goodbye. His second stop was Jiang Hua's home. When we arrived at Jiang Hua's house, Jiang Hua and Jiang Yu were preparing dinner. Jiang Hua was a little surprised to see Han Zhan coming. It's almost dark. Why are you still hanging around outside? Didn't I tell you not to go out after dark, or you'll run into trouble? I'm just coming out to take a look. I'll be back soon. Han Zhan said this and turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. He doesn't have much contact with people now, and Patriarch Jiang Huai may not be trustworthy. He can only get information from the few people he knows. Han Zhan also had doubts about Jiang Yu. Sister Jiang Yu, why did your illness break out early? Did you go to any special places before it broke out? Facing the question, Jiang Yu first glanced at Jiang Hua, and seeing that he did not respond, she answered. I was just playing hide-and-seek with everyone, but I forgot the time. When I came out of my hiding place, it was already late. I knew something was wrong and rushed home as fast as I could. I don't remember anything after that. Let me add something. Seeing that Han Zhan was determined to investigate this matter, Jiang Hua cooperated very well and said, Xiaoyu came home late after playing hide-and-seek that day. I was extremely anxious at home. I finally waited for her to come home, but it was already half an hour past the stipulated time. As soon as she returned home, something strange happened to her body. It was like something was trying to get out of her body, and the cold feeling was creepy. But fortunately, it didn't come out completely. You know what happened next. Xiaoya fell into a coma and couldn't get up until you woke her up. Can you tell me the place where you hid when playing hide-and-seek? Where is it? Han Zhan asked immediately. I can't remember clearly. I only know that there was a big tree there, in the woods outside our tribe. It was very far away from the tribe. I thought they wouldn't be able to find me when playing hide-and-seek, so I hid so far away on purpose. Han Zhan nodded to show that he understood. It was already late, and for Han Zhan's safety, Jiang Hua did not invite him to have dinner at his home. Han Zhan quickened his pace and finally returned home within the specified time. The night gradually deepened. Outside the closed door, the sound of the wind howling began to be heard. The doors and windows were whistling. With Han Zhan's hearing, he clearly heard some special footsteps and the whistling went. Was there something walking at night? Han Zhan glanced towards the window, but it was pitch black there, and he couldn't see anything clearly. The temperature in the entire room dropped suddenly, and he subconsciously wrapped himself tightly. He didn't know how long it took before the noisy sounds gradually faded away. Han Zhan was curious, which prompted him to stand up and walk closer to the door, wanting to look out through the crack. Just as he lowered his head and looked out through the crack in the door, the next second, he took a few steps back as if he was frightened. He saw something through the crack in the door. Those are a pair of scarlet eyes. And the owner of these eyes is Jiang Yu. Didn't they say we can't go out after 6 o'clock? Jiang Yu, why are you outside? Han Zhan only knew a few people, and he would definitely not be wrong. It was Jiang Yu without a doubt. But her eyes were bloodshot as she was looking inside the door through the crack, and her eyes met Han Zhan's. Startled by the sudden incident, Han Zhan decided not to explore any further. He leaned against the mud wall, facing the direction of the gate, and fell asleep cautiously. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. The medicinal herbs that clan leader Jiang Hui ordered people to fetch have been delivered to Han Zhan's doorstep, and they seemed to be impatient. Han Zhan noticed Jiang Hui's abnormality. He took the herbs silently without saying anything. The people sent by Jiang Hui repeatedly reminded him, Saint Master, these medicinal materials are very precious. The clan leader ordered you to refine the elixir as soon as possible, otherwise there may be a big change. Is this a threat? Han Zhan glanced at them and nodded. The other party didn't say anything else and bowed and left. After matching the names of the herbs with the pill recipes one by one, Han Zhan determined that these herbs were the materials needed to refine the Xiaohuan. Patriarch Jiang Hui had clearly prepared everything, but he never refined it, or was it that the refining was not successful? After returning to the house and thinking about it yesterday, Han Zhan decided to try to refine the elixir. First of all, the clues end here. Without refining the elixir, we cannot obtain further clues. Secondly, if the curse really only targets the people of this world and has no effect on outsiders, then the process of refining the elixir will not be dangerous. So Han Zhan summoned the Shenong Ding and began to add medicinal materials into the ding according to the dosage and steps on the recipe. As the last portion of medicinal herbs was added, the entire cauldron began to glow with a faint light. This pill recipe is extremely extraordinary. The pills made from it look round and smooth, as white as jade, and are obviously top quality. Just when Han Zhan thought that the refining was successful and breathed a sigh of relief, a strange human face suddenly appeared on the pill. The entire white pill was covered by a thick black mist. The face on the pill looked at Han Zhan, opened his mouth and revealed a weird smile. The next second, the black mist rushed towards Han Zhan with bared fangs and claws before he could react. There is indeed something wrong with the pill. Jiang Hui must know some information that others don't know, and he deliberately didn't tell me. It's just that Han Zhan has just realized it now, but it's too late. Chapter 80 Ding Liangdan is completed, hiding during the day and coming out at night. Seeing that the strange pill was about to break out of the cauldron, the entire Shenong Ding suddenly lit up with a pale golden light, enveloping the entire cauldron. The strange human face seemed to be overcome by the golden light. It let out a sharp cry and turned into ashes in a moment. After a while, after confirming that there was nothing abnormal in the cauldron, Han Zhan took out the pill. Looking at the round and smooth pill in his hand, Han Zhan's eyes unconsciously felt a little hot. Shinzhao was activated again, and the information about the pill came into view. Name, Xiaohuan. Effects: can resist the erosion of the night, inhibit mutations in the body, and break the rules to gain the right to travel at night for 3 hours. Note: refining Xiaohuan is life-threatening. 1 life for 1 pill. Please be careful when refining. After seeing all the introductions to Xiaohuan, Han Zhan finally came to his senses. It turns out that the recipe wasn't cursed, but that refining the Xiaohuan pill required 1 life in exchange for 1 pill. It was such a disappointing setting, but fortunately he was using the Shenong Ding to refine the pills. The Shenong Ding, as the furnace used by Shenong to refine the pills, had a restraining effect on the mutation of the pills, so he escaped the disaster. The Jiang clan leader, Jiang Hui, must also know the restrictions on refining the Xiaohuan. That's why he didn't allow his clansmen to refine it. Instead, he handed over the recipe to an outsider like me. His intentions are extremely sinister. Although Han Zhan successfully refined the Xiaohuan, he still chose to stay in the house and wait for night to fall. Since Xiaohuan can give the user the ability to walk at night for a short period of time, according to the rules, after taking Xiaohuan, Han Zhan can ignore the ban and look for more clues at night. His intuition told him that the outside world would be even more exciting at night. Refining the elixir consumed a lot of energy, so Han Zhan decided to take a nap and wait for night to fall. When Han Zhan woke up again, it was already dark outside. The familiar whistling sound of wind sounded again. This time, Han Zhan did not hesitate and swallowed the Xiaohuandan in one gulp. After swallowing the Xiaohuandan, Han Zhan felt as if a special force had appeared in his body out of nowhere. This force wrapped around his whole body and formed a natural barrier. Han Zhan opened the door and walked out. The Jiang tribe was silent at night with no one around. The moment the door was opened, even the whistling wind stopped abruptly, as if what he had heard before was an illusion. There were neither the terrifying ghosts nor the imagined scarlet eyes, but only the empty streets. Han Zhanliu had extraordinary senses. He vaguely heard footsteps coming from not far away, so he quickly took the lead and hid around the house, waiting to see what would happen. Not long after, a stealthy figure appeared at the end of the street. The figure seemed to have expected that no one else would show up, so he didn't try to hide himself and just walked out openly. Han Zhan was a little surprised when he saw the figure emerging from the shadows. Jiang Huai? He could actually walk at night. Yes, he was the one who gave the Xiaohuandan recipe. Jiang must have a surplus of Xiaohuandan. Han Zhan thought to himself, holding his breath and keeping calm. Soon Jiang Huai arrived at the door of Han Zhan's residence. He first put his ear close to the door and listened. After hearing no sound for a while, he snorted and sneered twice, muttering to himself, "This outsider died a worthy death, and I got a small pill for nothing." After saying that, Jiang Huai pushed the door open forcefully. The door creaked open, and the room was empty, with no sign of Han Zhan. Seeing this scene, Jiang Huai was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Chief Jiang, are you looking for me so late?" Hearing Han Zhan's voice behind him, Jiang Huai turned his head in disbelief, staring at Han Zhan in astonishment, his tone full of suspicion. "This is impossible. You refined the Xiaohuandan. Why are you still safe and sound? This is absolutely impossible." "Nothing is impossible, Patriarch Jiang," Han Zhan said as he took a step forward and blocked Jiang Huai's way. The reason why he dared to do this was because he discovered an even bigger secret. The terrifying aura that the clan leader Jiang Huai had during the day had disappeared from him. Jiang Huai now gave him the feeling of an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. It was precisely because of this discovery that Han Zhan had the confidence to block the enemy's way. Jiang Huai's face looked very unhappy. He tried to force a smile and negotiate with Han Zhan. "Outsider, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. How about we just forget about this?" "Not trying to make things difficult for you? You deliberately gave me the Xiaohuandan recipe and tricked me into refining it, just to exchange my life for the elixir. Do you think you are not trying to make things difficult for me?" Haha. Han Zhan's sarcastic words made Jiang Huai's face turn pale and blue. He seized the opportunity and rushed to the side path in one step, but was slapped to the ground by Han Zhan, who reacted faster. He really likes the feeling of slapping someone to the ground. He will film himself the same way he was filmed during the day at night. "What exactly do you want?" Jiang Huai said viciously. "Tell me everything you know. Don't play any tricks. We still have plenty of time. I can afford it." After hearing Han Zhan's words, clan leader Jiang Huai, who was also a bachelor, straightforwardly revealed all the information he knew. Xiaohuandan is indeed the recipe for the elixir left by Shenong. Ever since Shenong's death, this recipe has been kept in the Jiang family and kept well. Only pharmacists can refine Xiaohuandan, but because of the characteristic of Xiaohuandan that one life is one pill, the pharmacists of the Jiang family can't afford to waste their lives. Later, the Jiang family leader sealed up the Xiaohuandan recipe and stopped refining it. The rule that prohibits going out after 6 o'clock in the evening does exist and is not just aimed at Han Zhan. The night air is filled with some unknown and strange pollution, and when walking at night, these pollutions will accelerate the outbreak of diseases in their bodies. This strangeness has troubled every generation of the Jiang family. There is also the secret that Han Zhan discovered in advance. This world is very strange. Not only is it sick, but it is also very sick. During the day, the strength of all the people living in this world increases dramatically, and hunting birds and beasts is effortless. But once it was night, the outside world would become extremely dangerous. The stronger a person was during the day, the weaker they would be at night, even weaker than ordinary people. And those originally weak birds and beasts would become alienated and extremely terrifying once it was night. The reason why Jiang Huai wanted to refine Xiaohuandan through Han Zhan was just to make the best use of it. He used his identity as an outsider to stockpile one more Xiaohuandan for the Jiang family in case of emergency. Listening to Jiang Huai's explanation, Han Zhan was skeptical. But in the end, he did not attack him again and put him to death. The two were silent again. Just then, the sound of brisk footsteps echoed in the distant street. A petite black figure appeared from a distance. It was a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old, with 2 pigtails, walking on the road without noticing anything. The most important thing is that her eyes are red. Jiang Yu. Chapter 81, Tracking Jiang Yu. Why is Jiang Yu here? What's going on with her? Jiang Yu's appearance seemed to disrupt Jiang Huai's plan, and his face looked a little ugly. Under Han Zhan's gaze, he could only tell the truth. Jiang Yu was parasitized. It's not a simple parasitism, but the abnormality in her body was activated. But because the infection time was not long enough, it is in a delicate balance stage. This is your real purpose, right? Take the Xiaohuandan from me, and then follow Jiang Yu to find out the deeper secrets behind the infection. Chief Jiang, you have made a good plan. Han Zhan is not a 3-year-old child. No matter whether he succeeds or fails in refining the Xiaohuandan, there is no need for him to come here in the middle of the night. This would waste his Xiaohuandan for no reason and would not be worth it. The only explanation is that Jiang Huai's target is not himself. The truth was not revealed until Jiang Yu appeared. Jiang Huai's plan was exposed, but he didn't say much. He secretly followed Jiang Yu not far behind. Han Zhan did not hesitate and followed Jiang Huai. He also wanted to see why Jiang Yu went out so late at night after being contaminated. Jiang Huai, who was following closely in front, walked at a fast pace and was very familiar with the route, as if this was not the first time he was being followed. The Jiang clan is located on a plain next to the deep mountains, and there is a big mountain nearby. The deep mountains are pitch black at night, looking like a large piece of black rag, blending into the night. Also blending into the night were Han Zhan and the other two. Jiang Yu, who was walking in the front, although small in stature, walked as if on flat ground, giving people an indescribable weird feeling. Jiang Huai, who had been following behind him, was the first to collapse. At night, his strength was even weaker than that of an ordinary person. After walking on the mountain road for more than half an hour, he was already out of breath. Seeing this, Han Zhan was a little surprised and asked, "How did you follow me before when you were so weak? Wouldn't you lose me because of lack of strength?" Jiang Huai took 2 deep breaths. "No, because I only followed her once before, and she returned the same way before entering the mountain. I don't know why she was able to hold on for so long today. Maybe. Is it related to me?" Hearing this, Han Zhan thought with a guilty conscience. Creation of living things, as the gift of Shenong Ding, its effect is to heal all injuries on the body and restore it to its original state. So what if these strange diseases that plague the Jiang family are not strange diseases, nor curses, but injuries? The two people had just finished talking when Jiang Yu, who was walking briskly in front of them, completely disappeared into the night. "Oh no, we lost him," Jiang Huai exclaimed. He wanted to say something else, but Han Zhan suddenly pulled him over. Just as Jiang Huai was pulled away, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and hit the place where Jiang Huai was originally standing. It also revealed its true appearance from the darkness. That's a monster. It looks similar to a tiger, but has 3 heads of different shapes, each with a bloody mouth and sharp teeth. The hair on its body turned black all over, and a pair of bone wings appeared on its back, truly adding wings to a tiger. What they didn't expect was that Jiang Yu, who was supposed to be missing, suddenly appeared on the treetop opposite. She stared at Han Zhan and the other man with her scarlet eyes. Her silent gaze was creepy. "She is not Jiang Yu," Han Zhan said firmly from the beginning. She deliberately imitated Jiang Yu's appearance to lure us out of the Jiang tribe. The Jiang clan has never been attacked, which proves that Shenong is still protecting the clan members after his death. You are very smart, outsider. Thanks to you, otherwise, it would take decades to activate the seal in this little girl's body. It is you who allowed me to revive early, and I want to thank you very much. A cold voice came out of Jiang Yu's mouth. The body that originally maintained Jiang Yu's appearance suddenly turned into a ball of thick mist. This ball of black fog slowly spun and condensed, as if it was always like this. It's it. That curse. As the patriarch, Jiang Huai naturally recognized this appearance. It was clearly the black fog that appeared when the Jiang family members were swallowed up after they turned 35 years old. He never thought that he would see this scene in advance. This thick black fog is more aggressive and terrifying than any previous ones. Don't panic. It deliberately reveals its original form to make you panic and give up your judgment. The black fog had a much greater impact on Jiang Huai than on Han Zhan, but Han Zhan was still able to calmly think and analyze the reasons why the other party did so. It's stalling for time, Xiaohuandan. Han Zhan had a flash of inspiration and revealed the truth. As one of the elixir recipes left by Shenong, the effect of Xiaohuandan must not be as simple as described. Being able to walk at night, without being bound by rules, is a whole new set of rules in itself. The power of rules is terrifying and unimaginable. The rule of Xiaohuandan is to protect against the invasion of the night, and any threat in the night is naturally included. Then the thick black fog standing opposite, and the skull-winged black tiger it drives, can no longer harm him. With Han Zhan's reminder, Jiang Huai suddenly realized. It wants to delay the time for Xiaohuandan to die, and then attack us. What are you waiting for? Run. Jiang Huai thought of this, and he turned around immediately and ran towards the Jiang tribe without saying a word. But the next second, the giant black tiger blocked his way. With Han Zhan's eyesight, he couldn't see clearly how the other party moved. Ninth level again. The terrifying power of the monster at night, just like the Jiang clan members during the day, made people feel powerless, without the desire and fighting spirit to resist. So what if you've seen through it? The ending was doomed from the moment you left the Jiang clan. There's no need to struggle anymore in vain. In the thick black fog, the eerie voice continued to sound with a sneer. Jiang Huai's expression was no longer calm. This time when he went out, he only took one Shaohuan Dan, the duration of which was 3 hours. Once this time was exceeded, the invasion of darkness would be unstoppable. It's just past 9 o'clock and there's still a long time before daylight comes. What should I do? It's a lie to say that I'm not afraid of death. Jiang Huai subconsciously looked for help at Han Zhan, the calm outsider beside him. You have a solution, right? You must have a way. Outsiders are very cunning. You can't possibly have no tricks up your sleeve. It seemed that what Jiang Huai said came true, and Han Zhan no longer hid it. He stretched out his hand and spread out his palm. In his palm, there were 7 or 8 round and smooth white pills, shining with a faint light. What else could they be but the Zio Wandan? Seeing so many small pills, hope suddenly bloomed in Jiang Huai's desperate eyes. He was just about to reach out to grab one to extend his time when Han Zhan suddenly retracted his hand. You, how could you have so many Shaohuandan? Shaohuandan requires one's life to make the elixir. How can it be so easy to refine? The voice in the thick black fog also carried a hint of disbelief. Oh, you know a lot. Do you know what this is? Han Zhan's voice had just fallen. He clasped his hands together, and a shadow of a giant cauldron with an ancient aura appeared above his head. Shenong Ding. Chapter 82. It's fun to cheat for a while. It's fun to keep cheating. Is this that guy's alchemy furnace? How could it appear in your hands? The moment he saw the Shenong Ding, a screaming tone came from the thick black fog, and his emotions were even more volatile than before. It seems you know him, so that makes things easier. Do you want to leave by yourself, or should I give you a ride? Jiang Huai looked at the scene in front of him in some confusion. The originally arrogant black fog represented curses and ominousness, and their side had been forced into a desperate situation. As a result, Han Zhan first took out 7 or 8 small Huandan pills, and then summoned an unknown giant cauldron, and the opponent instantly became scared. What kind of development is this? As the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Huai no longer understands it. Before he could figure it out, Han Zhan had already pressed lightly with one hand. The Shenong Ding turned its mouth upside down and pressed hard downwards. Han Zhan's prediction was correct. The Shenong Ding, which was able to deal with the abnormality of the Zio Wandan, also had a great restraining effect on the thick black fog condensed by this horrible curse. Almost at the moment the tripod fell, the black mist was dispersed and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. There was only one black tiger with skull wings left in the field, emitting a terrifying aura. After losing the black mist, it seemed to have lost its vitality and stood still. Is this solved? Han Zhan glanced at the Shenong Ding above his head. In this world of Bai Chao Xingxin, it was like a powerful existence. Cheating feels good for a while, and it feels even better if you keep cheating. The ancients were right. Holy Master, shall we go back now? Jiang Huai beside him seemed like a different person, looking at Han Zhan with a flattering expression. There was no way. The Zio Wandan was in his hands. If he wanted to go back alive, he had to depend on Han Zhan's mood. Go back? No. I finally got out here, so of course I have to explore. I have limited time, so I don't have time to play so many twists and turns. Han Zhan did not forget his purpose. He entered the Bai Chao Sacred Heart world to find out the truth. With the blessing of Shaohuandan, he and Jiang Huai ignored the monsters on the side and continued to move forward. Not long after walking, Han Zhan saw a very obvious ancient tree. This should be the ancient tree where Jiang Yu hid when she played hide-and-seek before. Han Zhan thought of this. He took a step forward and reached out to touch the ancient tree. Something unexpected happened. His hand actually passed through the trunk of the ancient tree and disappeared. Is the ancient tree fake? Jiang Huai was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Seeing Han Zhan looking at him, he quickly shook his hand and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know either. The world during the day is completely different from the world at night. The little girl from Jiang Hui's family must have hidden here after dusk. We passed by here during the day, and there was no such ancient tree at all." With Jiang Huai's explanation, Han Zhan nodded. He threw out a small pill, and the latter quickly reached out to take it. After the two of them swallowed one pill each, Han Zhan said nothing and rushed towards the ancient tree in front of him. There was no collision or severe pain as imagined. Han Zhan only felt that there was no space in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave. There were depressions on the mountain walls on both sides of the cave, with several candlesticks like eternal lamps placed inside. The flames illuminated the entire mountain wall, allowing Han Zhan and the others to see the scene inside the cave clearly. There's something fishy going on here? If I'm not mistaken, this place should also be blessed by the Holy Master Shenong. You mean, we can stay here until dawn without worrying about being swallowed by the darkness? That's right. Han Zhan said and took a few steps forward. He saw a clay table in the cave, and on the table was a piece of paper with a pill recipe similar to the one he had seen before. I picked up the paper and found it was another new prescription. Hunyuan pill. Seeing this pill recipe, Jiang Huai's expression was even more excited than Han Zhan's. He picked up the pill recipe with trembling hands and said excitedly, the second pill recipe. There really is a second pill recipe. The legend is true. What legend? Without Han Zhan's further questioning, Jiang Huai said, legend has it that the recipe left by Saint Shenong contains a way to save the world and free us all from this curse. But the Jiang family has searched for 100 years and has not been able to find any other recipes. I didn't expect it to be here. No, it's not that they can't find it, but it's impossible for them to find it. A small pill can protect a person from threats and attacks for 3 hours in the dark. But there are other dangers hidden in the darkness, like the black fog we just saw. Although it cannot directly attack people who take Zio Wandan, it can use other means to trap people there until the effect of Zio Wandan ends. In order to reach this towering tree, one must possess the small Huandan and the means to expel or even kill the thick and black fog. What is known is that all Jiang clan members are extremely powerful during the day but weaker than ordinary people at night. So this second pill recipe is not prepared for them. So who is this recipe really prepared for? Han Zhan thought of himself. Owning the Shinongding is like having a cheat in this world. It allows you to ignore the dangers and rules of the night, allowing Han Zhan to experience the fun of having a cheat. Chief Jiang, you have no objection to me keeping this recipe, right? Seeing Han Zhan asking the question, Jiang Huai looked at the young man in front of him with complicated eyes. At first, he might have been a little confused, feeling that his authority as the clan leader was challenged, and he was thinking of waiting until daytime to get back at the helm and take revenge on Han Zhan. But as the two of them interacted longer and explored further in the darkness, he felt that this outsider, Han Zhan, was unfathomable. Whether it was the cauldron that could shock and defeat the black fog, or his ability to ignore the iron rule of one pill for one life and refine many small pills. This outsider also led him to find the second pill recipe that the Jiang family had been searching for 100 years but had not been able to find. Maybe this young man can really help himself and his people break the curse. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai immediately shook his head and said, Saint Master, I'll leave this recipe to you for safekeeping. Not only will our Jiang family not ask you for it, but if Saint Master needs any of the ingredients in the recipe, just ask us and we will do our best to satisfy you. Han Zhan was very satisfied with Jiang Huai's attitude. He who knows the times is a hero. Jiang Huai is flexible and able to judge the situation, which are the qualities a clan leader should have. As the saying goes, one should return a favor. Han Zhan did not hesitate and directly handed the two small Huandan in his hand to Jiang Huai. Chief Jiang, our goal is the same, to search for the elixir formula, and then to uncover the truth of this world and break the curse for the Jiang clan. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Hearing Han Zhan say this, Jiang Huai felt relieved. He nodded and said nothing more. At this time, Han Zhan suddenly discovered that a few words had been carved on the table under the recipe with a sharp tool, and they remain to this day. Nothingness has swallowed up this world. I absolutely cannot. I absolutely cannot. Death is not a curse, it will be erased by reincarnation. Are these the words left by Saint Master Shenong? When Han Zhan reached out and touched these words, this picture suddenly emerged uncontrollably in his mind. It seemed to be the picture that Saint Master Shenong left behind when he was carving the words. Han Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Looking at the scene, he seemed to have been greatly shocked. Jiang Huai on the side didn't dare to breathe, not knowing what had happened. After a while, Han Zhan exhaled a breath of foul air and muttered two words, Zerg. Chapter 83, Shadow of the World-Destroying Insect. Yes, Zerg. The Korean War could not be wrong. The overwhelming insect shadow swallowed up the entire world. The largest of them was a ball of constantly rotating black fog. That massive black fog was countless times larger than what we saw today. If he had to describe it, only one word came to Han Zhan's mind, black hole. Wherever it goes, it devours endlessly, destroying the world like a black hole and leaving endless darkness behind it. Han Zhan also saw many tall and majestic figures standing out in the air, blocking the front of the world. Each of them was emitting a dazzling light, like the scorching sun in the sky, resisting the swallowing of endless darkness. However, the power of the annihilation black hole was far beyond their imagination. After an unknown period of time, the light of these suns disappeared one after another. Swallowed by darkness and then silent, the whole world was silent, like a cosmic void. Is that what Saint Shenong said? The void? An existence beyond the 9th level, the real culprit behind the destruction of this world. Han Zhan muttered to himself, and no one could give him an answer. So, the world of Baichao Xingxin was also destroyed by the Zerg? Then can we infer that all the world fruits on the Bodhi treasure tree are worlds destroyed by the Zerg? This would also explain why the Zerg can use those items. Because they originally came from those worlds, and what they are about to destroy now is the blue planet before them. I left a backup plan in the Heavenly Palace. That is our only chance. Collect the 4 recipes and find it. Those who come later. An old voice suddenly sounded in my ears, like a gust of wind blowing past my ears, and quickly dissipated. When Zhan realized it, it had already disappeared. These were the last words that Saint Master Shinnong left him. Heavenly Palace? Where is the so-called Heavenly Palace? Is it related to these elixir recipes? Why is the world that should have been annihilated into nothingness being reshaped now? These mysteries troubled Zhan and could not be solved for the time being. Chief Jiang, it's getting late. Let's stay here for the night. Dear? Okay. Jiang Huai originally wanted to suggest returning the same way, but when he saw that Zhan's face did not have a questioning expression, he immediately gave up. As a cave opened up by the Holy Master Shinnong, it can indeed resist the invasion of darkness, as Zhan said. The two of them slept in the cave for a night. When they woke up the next day, they found that they had slept in the wilderness of the mountains without realizing it. The cave had disappeared, along with the towering ancient tree. In the distance, a gorgeous tiger was staring at them with a fierce look. The next second, it could no longer bear it and pounced on Zhan and the other man with a roar. Jiang Huai just snorted coldly. He was so angry that he finally found a place to vent. Jiang Huai, who had regained his peak strength, knocked the tiger hundreds of meters away with one punch. Blood spurted all the way, and no one knew how many trees were broken. Until the tiger's shadow disappeared completely, the distorted and miserable roar still echoed throughout the valley. Jiang Huai turned his head and met eyes with Zhan behind him. The next second, Jiang Huai, who was originally furious, suddenly bowed and called out, "Holy Master," sincerely. It was not until this time that the attitude expressed by Jiang Huai on behalf of the Jiang family was completely recognized by Zhan. So the two of them stopped testing each other and returned to the village hand in hand. As soon as they returned to the Jiang tribe, they were surrounded by the Jiang clan members. After not seeing each other for one night, the Jiang family members had already learned about the disappearance of Jiang Huai and Zhan, and they were extremely worried. As for the outsider Zhan, he was gone, so he was gone. They were more concerned about their clan leader Jiang Huai. When they saw that the two were safe and sound, they finally felt relieved. Jiang Huai did not explain much to them. He just waved to his men and ordered them to collect the medicinal materials needed for the Hunyuan Dan recipe as quickly as possible. Zhan received concerned inquiries from Jiang Hua and others. Looking at Jiang Yu standing next to Jiang Hua with an ignorant look on her face, Zhan felt a little guilty. If he had not rashly used the Shinnong Ding in order to get out of the predicament as quickly as possible, Jiang Yu might be safer now. Even if he fell into a long sleep, it would be better than his current state. Breaking the curse is urgent. This curse may not come from the Holy Master Shinnong, but is a curse left in this world when the Zerg destroyed the world. They all have a common enemy. Zhan exchanged a few words with them and then returned to his residence. Not long after, Jiang Huai sent someone to deliver all kinds of materials needed for alchemy. Not only does it contain Zio, but also the materials needed for Hunyuan. All these materials are in it. After establishing initial mutual trust, Jiang Huai responded to Zhan's every request. It seems that what Jiang Huai said before about insufficient materials was just a deliberate reservation to guard against Zhan. There is no need to worry about these things now. Zhan summoned the Shinnong Ding again according to the ingredients in the recipe of Hunyuan Dan and put these materials into it. With the experience of the first time making the elixir, the second time making the elixir went much more smoothly. Not long after, a special halo began to bloom inside the Shinnong Ding. This time the halo was grayish-white, different from the pure white the first time. The Hunyuan Dan looked larger than the Xiaowan Dan. If Ziowandan is the size of a pigeon egg, then Hunyuandan is about the size of a chicken egg. Similarly, since Ziowandan has abnormalities, Hunyuandan is also indispensable. Its abnormalities are even more terrifying than Ziowandan. Almost at the moment the pill took shape, the entire Shinnong Ding began to be filled with terrifying grins, and a fist-sized ball of black fog was about to rush out of the cauldron with a roar. The Shinnong Ding shone brightly again, covering the entire top, preventing the thick black fog from escaping. Thick black fog rampaged inside the cauldron and hit the top wall of the Shinnong Ding, making a loud noise. Boom, boom, boom. Each sound hit Zhan's heart hard, like the huge roar of an ancient war god beating a war drum, knocking the entire Shinnong Ding toppled over. I don't know how long it took. As the impact subsided, a round, grayish-white pill fell out of the cauldron. The Hunyuan pill is ready. Zhan stared at the Hunyuan pill with his eyes, and soon, his innate talent, divine illumination, acquired all its information. Name, Hunyuan pill. Effect, the chaos of heaven and earth merges into one. After taking the Hunyuan pill, you will be immune to all physical damage. Note: refining Hunyuan pills carries a great risk to one's life. One life for one pill. Please be careful when refining. Although both of them are one life and one pill, the effects of Hunyuan pill are different from those of Shaohuan pill. Shaohuan Dan allows people to ignore the rules and have the ability to walk at night. But the Hunyuan pill makes people immune to physical damage? Could it be that on the road of exploration, there will be difficulties that require immunity to physical damage in order to overcome them? Every recipe is the key to solving the mystery. Of the 4 pill recipes, he has already collected 2. Facing the truth left by Zhan, Zhan is getting closer and closer. Chapter 84, Du Guangyi. I don't know what Jiang Huai said to the other members of the Zhang clan. When Zhan finished refining the pills and walked out of the house, he seemed to be able to feel that there was something else in the eyes of the Jiang people around him when they looked at him. That seems like respect? Ignoring all this, Zhan found Jiang Huai and told him the function of the Hunyuan pill. Chief Jiang, is there anything around here that is inaccessible to ordinary bodies? A place that an ordinary body cannot pass through? After Jiang Huai heard Zhan's description of the information about the Hunyuan pill, he suddenly understood. If we really want to talk about it, there is indeed a place where we cannot pass through even if we go there during the day, let alone ordinary bodies. A place where even Jiang Huai can't pass? Zhan quickly asked. What place is that? The vast wilderness. Du Guangyi. Zhan had some impression of this name. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. He kept searching his mind, and finally, he found the answer from the depths of his memory. The classic of mountains and seas records. In the southwest between the Black Waters, there is a Duguang plain, where Ho Ji was buried. There are fat beans, fat rice, fat millet, and all kinds of grains grow by themselves. The qin is sown in winter and summer. The phoenix sings by itself, the phoenix dances by itself, the spirits and longevity bear fruits, and the grass and trees gather. There are all kinds of beasts, living together in groups. This grass does not die in winter or summer. This Duguang plain is the holy land that Zhan had been looking for before, and it is also the key to the heavenly palace. This way, everything makes sense. Saint Master Zhan left his last resort in the heavenly palace, and the ultimate goal he needed to find was also in the heavenly palace. Where is this Duguangzai? Chief Jiang, I'll go right away. This? Jiang Huai hesitated. He looked up at Zhan and finally said, to be honest, the herbs for refining Hunyuan Dan have been used up. Some of the herbs have become extinct since the death of Saint Master Zhan. So, the Hunyuan pill in his hand is the only one? Zhan knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. It's just a Hunyuan pill, it shouldn't be a big problem. No, if you want to enter the Duguang plain, you need to cross the River of Thorns. The River of Thorns stretches as far as the eye can see. Except for Saint Master Zhan, no one has ever successfully crossed it. Once you shoot an arrow, there is no turning back. After you cross a river, there is no turning back. After you take this Hunyuan pill, there will be no second Hunyuan pill. There is no way back. Zhan understood. But even so, he still wants to take this path. Seeing Zhan's determined look, Jiang Huai stopped trying to dissuade him. He also had a premonition that if the young man in front of him couldn't solve the curse problem, then no one else could do it, and this feeling was particularly strong. Since Saint Master has made up his mind, our entire Jiang family is willing to assist you in completing the first half of the journey. As soon as Jiang Huai finished speaking, several of the strongest men in the tribe stood up, including Jiang Hua. Jiang Huai pointed at the group of people and continued to say to Zhan, I don't know how long it will take to get to the River of Thorns. These few are the strongest warriors in my tribe. Let them take you there, which can save a lot of trouble. The only thing I need the help of the Saint Master is to refine a few more small huandan for them to use on the return journey. Zhan originally wanted to refuse. When he thought that he was unfamiliar with the place and really needed a guide, he did not refuse Jiang Huai's kindness. After a few simple packing up, they set off. With these Jiang tribe warriors around, Zhan did not encounter any danger along the way. A few days later, they successfully arrived at the River of Thorns. The River of Thorns, as the name suggests, is a river made of densely packed thorns. The river was endless and the distant boundary could not be seen clearly. All the thorns were almost 2 people tall, completely obscuring the view in front of us. Saint Master, don't underestimate these thorns. They can even cut our skin, and they also have some strange and deadly poison. Even a 9th level body could not withstand the attack of thorns. If it were me, I would probably have been pierced into a sieve. Saint Master, we can only take you here. The road ahead leads to the unknown, and we can do nothing to help you. Thank you all. We are going to Dugwangzai. If everything goes well, the curse that has been passed down from generation to generation on you will be broken. I hope I can succeed. Saint Master, smooth sailing. After saying goodbye to a few people, Han Zhan directly took out the Hunyuan pill. The moment he swallowed the Hunyuan pill, Han Zhan's entire body began to turn into a grayish-white mist, like chaos. The human body disappeared and turned into a grayish-white fog, which had the same effect as the black fog seen before. Fog has form but no substance, and has color but no shape. Han Zhan tried to control his new body and stretched out his hand into the river of thorns. When the sharp thorns pierced his body, the surface of his skin turned into a faint chaotic air, which dissipated and then quickly condensed. Immune to physical damage. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan felt relieved. He immediately controlled his new body and strode towards the other side of the river of thorns. The Hunyuan pill did not indicate how long it would last, so Han Zhan did not dare to delay and just rushed headfirst into the river of thorns. There are no other living creatures in the river of thorns except thorns. Looking around, it is filled with dense thorns. These spikes are extremely sharp, and their power is comparable to that of divine weapons. If it weren't for the Hunyuan pill, it would be impossible to cross successfully. According to legend, Shinnong finally found Du Guangji, and it must have been with the power of the elixir. As expected of a legendary figure famous for a century, Shinnong's achievements in elixir far surpassed those of others, and no one could match him. As he was thinking about all these things, the dense thorns surrounding Han Zhan had made it impossible for him to tell the directions. He didn't know how far he had walked until one moment. All the thorns in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared. A vast and bright field appeared before him. Just as described in the classic of mountains and seas, the phoenix sings and the swan dances, the flowers are in full bloom, and the grass and trees gather together. It is such a beautiful scene that makes people marvel, as if they have walked into a fairyland. In that fairyland, there was a woman in beautiful clothes, dancing gracefully, as if she was tireless. Feeling the gazes coming from behind, she stopped dancing and did not turn around immediately. How many years has it been? How many years have we not seen outsiders enter here? Young man, where are you from? A pleasant and melodious voice sounded, like the sound of a lark or a clear spring, making people unable to help but picture the appearance of a beautiful girl in their minds. This should be the Su Nu who is said to live in Du Guang wilderness. I came from the Zhang clan, following the footsteps of Shinnong, and entered the Du Guang plain. I am honored to see the true face of Su Nu. You, young man, speak very nicely, but how can you know my true appearance if I haven't turned around? As he spoke, the owner of the graceful figure in front turned around. A face without facial features appeared in front of Han Zhan. Young man, am I good-looking? Chapter 85. Dragon Qi gives birth to Jianmu. Ladder to heaven ascends to the heavenly palace. Su Nu turned around. A face without any facial features is indescribably strange. Even in the daytime, it looks even more abrupt and terrifying in such a fairyland. Han Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously wanted to take action, but he stopped in an instant because it was daytime. As a human being, how strong is Su Nu during the day? If they are stronger than Patriarch Jiang Huai and the others, wouldn't it be like hitting a rock with an egg? The only thing to be thankful for is that the effect of the Hunyuan pill on Han Zhan has not been completely eliminated. He is still physically immune. Do I look good? Su Nu continued to ask persistently, as if waiting for Han Zhan's answer. Han Zhan didn't dare to answer, for he was afraid that if he answered wrongly, the strange face without facial features opposite him would split open and turn into a bloody mouth to bite him. Such a scene appeared involuntarily in my mind. Hee. Su Nu's laughter sounded in his ears. You are an interesting outsider. What strange things are in your mind? I have never seen them before. After she said that, she conjured up a picture beside her, which was exactly the appearance of the woman with the slit mouth that appeared in Han Zhan's mind just now. You are much more interesting than Shinnong. When he first came to Duguang Wilderness, I only read countless medicinal herbs and countless pill recipes from his mind. It was really boring. Su Nu can read other people's memories. Han Zhan was startled at first, but he quickly reacted. Is it an illusion? Han Zhan asked subconsciously, but he didn't expect the faceless girl opposite him to shake her head. No, it's not an illusion. What you see is real. I have been trapped here for thousands of years. My face and features are meaningless to me. Although it is meaningless, my facial features were not erased by myself, but were swallowed by nothingness during that disaster. It was Shinnong who saved me and allowed me to stay here, waiting for someone who can solve the mystery. So that's how it is. The scene he saw yesterday quickly emerged in Han Zhan's mind. In that picture, in addition to the Holy Master Shinnong, There were several other people, each emitting a dazzling and brilliant blazing light. It turned out that among these people, one was Su Nu. When Han Zhan thought of this, he became even more respectful, and it came from the bottom of his heart. They are all heroes who protect this world, and they deserve respect regardless of whether they sacrifice or not. Please give me some advice, Senior Su Nu. Okay. Su Nu nodded, then took out a zither. My test is very simple. I have always liked music, but I have been trapped here for who knows how many years. You can play some interesting music, and if I am satisfied, you will pass. Han Zhan. This is totally out of the ordinary. This is the world of Bai Chao Xingxin, but the test you gave me was to let me play the piano. This is too much of a trick. It is hard to imagine that if it was not Han Zhan, but someone else, even if he was proficient in medicine, even if he had extraordinary medical skills, and finally crossed the river of thorns to come here, he would be dumbfounded when he saw Su Nu take out a zither that was bigger than himself. But the Korean War was different. As a spiritual master who has not only contracted the Shinong Ding, but also the Fushi Qin, playing the Qin is as easy for him as eating and drinking. Without saying a word, he took the zither from Su Nu's hand, sat down cross-legged, placed the zither horizontally between his knees, and began to pluck the strings and play. Even though many of the pieces of Fushi Qin cannot produce actual effects in this world, they are still complete pieces of Qin music. Han Zhan played the piano very smoothly without any awkwardness. Although Su Nu had no facial features, from the way she supported her head, sat sideways, and listened quietly, it could be seen that she was very satisfied with the music played by Han Zhan. Time passed by minute. I don't know how much time had passed before Su Nu woke up from her sleep with a moan and stretched. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. You are very good. You must be a good person to be able to play such a piece of music. You have passed this level. As Su Nu spoke, she produced a pill recipe from her hand. This recipe looked exactly like the two that Han Zhan had seen before, and was obviously also a recipe left by Shinnong. In this way, 3 of the 4 pills can be obtained easily. However, Han Zhan suddenly thought of a key issue, and the original joy in his heart disappeared. After taking the recipe, the 3 words, 5 dragon pill, came into view, followed by a densely packed list of medicinal herbs, all of which were necessary for refining the 5 dragon pill. Just when Han Zhan was frowning, Su Nu beside him suddenly chuckled. According to the original agreement, you need to collect these herbs by yourself, and then you can ask me to help refine the 5 dragon pill. However, I am very satisfied with the music you played just now. I even heard the charm of another artifact from your music. Having said this, Su Nu's voice became meaningful. You are the one chosen by fate. Those meaningless trials can be cancelled appropriately. After saying that, Su Nu produced a fist-sized pill in her hand. This pill has 5 different colors, which are evenly spread all over the pill, making it look like a colorful ball. 5 dragon pill. Seeing Han Zhan standing there in a daze, Su Nu explained, I was really bored, so I just refined one. My goodness, this is not cheating. This is simply against the will of heaven. Even the refining process is skipped, and the 5 dragon pill is obtained directly. After Han Zhan realized what was happening, he quickly bowed and took it. Activate the 5 dragon pill. The dragon energy will nourish Jinmu, and you will be able to see the ladder to heaven. There is no danger in the heavenly palace, only the truth. Go, destiny. As Su Nu spoke, her body suddenly began to dim. The last bit of obsession left in this world also completely disappeared with the emergence of the Korean War. The obsession is over. Protect this world for us. At this time, Han Zhan looked up and finally saw Su Nu's face clearly. She was a woman who was truly as beautiful as a fairy. In the last moment when everything disappeared, she left the beauty in the world. Su Nu ascended to heaven. Han Zhan bowed respectfully again towards the place where Su Nu's figure disappeared. Su Nu and Shinnong are both great heroes of this world. Without them, this world would have no present and future. Standing up again, Han Zhan's eyes became more determined. He followed Su Nu's instructions and activated the 5 dragon pill. After the 5 dragon pill was activated, it instantly burst into an extremely dazzling light. The light split into 5 and turned into 5 different colors. After they separated, they turned into 5 giant dragons rising into the sky. The 5 giant dragons connected the sky and the earth, entwined with each other, and soon intertwined and connected together. A vast amount of dragon energy spread across the heaven and earth. Soon, an inconspicuous sapling broke out of the ground. It absorbed the dragon energy and suddenly grew very tall. It continued to grow upward madly, forming a staircase that reached the sky. Jianmu, this is the ladder to heaven. Through it, you can reach the final destination of the Bai Chao Sacred Heart World, which is also the end point of all answers and puzzles, the Heavenly Palace. Han Zhan withdrew his gaze. He lifted his foot and took the first step. Then came the second step, the third step, the fourth step. He climbed up the ladder step by step, walked towards the heavenly palace, and finally turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the Dugong Plain. Deep Blue City, City Protector Organization. The phone at the reception center rang, and a panicked voice came from the other end of the line. I saw it. I saw the Zerg. Okay, sir. Please don't get excited. Please tell us the exact location where you saw the Zerg. We, the city defenders, will send someone to deal with it. Go and solve it? Ha 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 ha. Go? No, there's no need to go. They're already here. Hello, sir? What did you say? Hello, sir. Russell. Chapter 86. Deep Blue Disaster, the last climax of Volume 1 begins. Deep Blue City, inside the villa. Li Shudong is guiding Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen in their practice. The latter two were sweating profusely and did not dare to slack off at all. Their strength has improved rapidly, and they have all reached the peak of level 4, with a tendency to break through to level 5. We are training so fast, won't we overtake Zhan? Wouldn't it be better if we overtook him? That way, he wouldn't be able to fight back at night and would have to let us bully him. Li Lingzhen's words made Xia Yue's eyes light up. After such a long period of indoctrination, Xia Yue has transformed from a naive and ignorant college student into a qualified veteran driver. She couldn't help but reveal a smirk on her face, and was looking forward to Han Zhan's surprised expression when he came out of the Bodhi tree and saw that their cultivation level had surpassed his. I want to be on top then. Xia Yue clenched her fists. This incident seemed to give her some special motivation. What are you two chatting about? Don't be lazy when practicing. Li Shudong's voice rang out, and the two people immediately fell silent, stood up obediently, and continued to practice. At this moment, Li Shudong suddenly had an idea. He looked up into the distance, as if he sensed something there. His face turned extremely ugly, and he immediately took out his communicator and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered the phone. Li Shudong frowned and muttered to himself, the storm is coming. Deep Blue City, Ivy College. Today, Chen Guangpu led the students to the beach for a one-day autumn outing. Behind him was a group of young people who looked young and young. They were talking and laughing, following the main group and heading to the beach of Deep Blue City. After the new year, we can take the graduation awakening exam next year. Yeah, I don't know what kind of talent I will awaken next year, and what kind of contract spirit I will sign with. I must awaken an SSS-level talent and become a great hero like Brother Han Zhan. Tisk, just you, forget it. Senior Brother Han Zhan is the pride of our Qingding Academy. If we talk about the proudest person, it should be Principal Chen Guangpu. It was he who led all the students in the academy to make a desperate effort to support Senior Brother Han Zhan. Now we can finally hold our heads high. Listening to the discussions of these young students behind him, Chen Guangpu, who was walking at the front of the team, felt quite high-spirited. When people reach middle age, their hair becomes sparse, and the few tufts of hair swaying in the wind highlight the comfort and joy in their owners' hearts. Han Zhan, this kid, hasn't come to Qingding College to see me, the principal, recently. If he shows up more often, Qingding College's enrollment work will be easier to carry out. How many more students will come here next year to join Ivy League? I am happy just thinking about it. Chen Guangpu's mind was full of wild thoughts, and soon he thought of his wife who lost his life on the battlefield, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the smile on his face disappeared. Chen Guangpu looked towards the sea level with vigilance. Suddenly, a strange thing appeared on the originally sparkling sea surface. That's a horn. The next second, the full picture of the horn appeared in Chen Guangpu's eyes. A ferocious insect species that was much larger than the small villa appeared on the sea level. It walked towards the coastline as if it were walking on flat ground, shaking with every step. All students of Qingding Academy, retreat to Deep Blue City. Chen Guangpu is experienced and has dealt with Zerg many times. This is not the first time he has encountered a situation like this. He was not panicked at all. His expression was serious, and he immediately organized the other students of Qingding College to retreat in an orderly manner. But just as he opened his mouth to say this, countless horns, one after another, emerged from the water at the same time on the entire sea surface. 1, 2, 3, countless. There are countless Zergs, which almost fill the entire sea surface, turning the water into a pitch-black color that makes people's scalps numb. Chen Guangpu's heart skipped a beat. The Zerg are invading. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. How did they come across the sea? It's impossible. Before Chen Guangpu could figure out what was going on, huge waves arose on the sea and rushed towards the coastline. The panicked students of Qingding College were about to be hit by the huge waves and swept into the sea. Suddenly, a light green transparent barrier appeared in front of them, covering everyone and blocking the impact of the huge wave. Humph. Chen Guangpu groaned and pursed his lips tightly to prevent the blood from flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Although he is old, he is still a spiritual bond master. What are you still standing there for? Run. The fastest one, turn on the communicator to contact the City Defender Organization and report the situation here. Principal Chen, what are you going to do? I can still hold on. Let's go quickly and get out of here before they all come ashore. As Chen Guangpu spoke, he had already expanded the light shield to its maximum, blocking wave after wave of waves. He usually keeps a low profile and even sweats on his forehead when he walks, but I didn't expect that the strength he bursts out at this time is actually at the 5th level. No, if this goes on, the hatred is still on these children. I must divert their attention. The highest strength of these Zerg is only level 3. Even if there are a large number of them, they are not unstoppable. If we hold them off for a while and wait for the city defenders to react, we can resolve the crisis. Chen Guangpu thought of this and sighed. Alas, there is no other way. I have to trouble you again, my dear. As he spoke, his hands glowed green. As the light continued to condense and become thicker, Chen Guangpu slammed his head. A tiny 4-leaf clover grew from the top of his head. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when the 4-leaf clover grew above Chen Guangpu's head, the entire sea level was silent for a moment. Then, Chen Guangpu was seen running in the opposite direction. He stepped on the surging waves and rushed deeper into the ocean. Roar, roar, roar. Wherever Chen Guangpu went, all the Zerg were attracted by his hatred and locked onto him. The 4-leaf clover on his head was swaying slightly. Those Zergs that were originally moving towards the coastline changed direction one by one and began to chase after Chen Guangpu. The principal is awesome. Principal Chen is awesome. Some students turned their heads and saw this scene. They shouted loudly to cheer for their principal. Chen Guangpu, alone, attracted the Zerg's attention for them, buying them time to escape. After I successfully awaken next year, I will definitely participate in major war zones, become a combat spirit master, and protect humanity. The young people swore secretly in their hearts. They saw it the next second. Chen Guangpu, who was running on the sea surface, was swallowed by a huge mouth of the abyss that suddenly emerged from the water. Without even waving goodbye, he disappeared completely. The other side. The sky became gloomy and dark, and it was pitch black. Densely swarming blades fell from the sky, turning to young boys and girls who had just made vows in their hearts into sieves. The blood dyed the entire beach red. Chapter 87 Scarlet Advent. City Defenders Organization, Central Building. The operator's phone was flooded with calls. More and more people discovered the abnormalities on the coast of Deep Blue City. They were panicked and terrified. Please be patient. Our defenders have already headed to the coast to deal with it. Please rest assured, the news has been delivered to all the major war zones, and reinforcements will arrive soon. Okay, I understand. One of the operators put down the phone in his hand. His face looked a little solemn and even more sad, but he still suppressed his emotions, picked up the internal communication phone, and conveyed the news he heard to his superiors. 362 students of Qingding College, including 10 teachers and the principal Chen Guangpu, died on the beach. Chen Guangpu held back the Zerg on the sea by himself, creating time for the students to survive, but was eventually devoured by the mysterious and powerful Zerg. In addition to the sea, there are also enemies in the sky. The Zerg are planning an all-round attack. Emergency announcements were also started on radio stations throughout the city. All defenders of Deep Blue City, immediately put down everything else in your hands and head to the beach as quickly as possible. Close the Deep Blue Gate and activate the protective shield. Civilian staff will also go there to be responsible for evacuation and emergency shelter. Everyone hold on. The Zerg sneak attack won't last long. The strong men in the Legion of Daxia will arrive soon. All citizens of Deep Blue City put down what they were doing and followed the official guidance to the shelter. The spirit contract masters and spirit contracted people voluntarily gave up seeking refuge and headed to the city gate where they were about to engage in close combat with the Zerg, waiting for orders. Yifan, then captain of the first team of Shenlan City's Defender Organization, was staring at the distant sea level with a frown on his face. An hour has passed. The vast sea surface is already crowded with various Zerg species. Most of them are first and second level Zerg, and there are more to come, constantly surfacing. Gathered on the beach, they did not choose to attack immediately, as if they were waiting for orders. Captain E, ordinary civilians have been evacuated. All the Spirit Bond Masters and Spirit Bond Spirits in Shenlan City who were able to be present have arrived at the city wall and are awaiting dispatch. Yifan nodded slightly, and then asked, "What about other cities? Is there any movement? When will the reinforcements arrive?" After hearing Yifan's question, his subordinates fell silent. Other cities heard that a large number of Zerg had appeared on the coast of Deep Blue City and immediately sent reinforcements, but they are still on the way. As for the headquarters, the phone line has been busy and we couldn't get through. Busy? Busy at this time. Isn't the timing a bit too coincidental? No one dared to answer this question. It was solemn and depressing. Even the sea breeze blowing from the coastline to Deep Blue City carried the smell of blood. The scene of the densely packed coast gave goosebumps to all the defenders who climbed onto the city wall. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid, but not one of them retreated, and no one ran away. Guarding the deep blue was the glory they insisted on in their hearts. At this time, the defenders made way. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun appeared on the city wall with serious expressions. Seeing them, Yi Fan nodded as a greeting. "Where's that big shot? Isn't he with you?" The big shot Yi Fan mentioned is Li Shutong. His identity was no longer a secret, and Li Shutong had never deliberately concealed it. Li Lingjun shook his head. "Grandpa didn't come with us. He said he had more important things to do." Deep in the sea, thousands of miles away from the coastline. Above the sea, Li Shutong stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sea level. It seemed that he could see through the layers of sea surface and clearly see the situation on the seabed. He clearly saw a huge whirlpool on the seabed. It was from this vortex that continuous waves of Zerg emerged and rushed to the frontline beaches. "If I were you, I wouldn't come here the first time. You're a little anxious." Yan's voice sounded at the side. He was still wearing a black suit and a black hat that covered his entire face. "You are not dead after all. How dare a defeated general show himself in public?" "Hey," Yan laughed. "Li Shutong, I can't beat you. But it's impossible for you to destroy the portal here. With me here, how can you tell the truth from the false? Besides, I'm not coming alone this time." He had just finished speaking. The sea level beside me suddenly rose tens of thousands of feet. The surging and violent sea water formed a giant wave as high as the sky, rushing towards Li Shutong like an overwhelming tidal wave. Li Shutong didn't see how he moved. He just swung his fist sideways, and with one punch he broke the huge wave. The huge waves dissipated, revealing a huge figure inside, which was a flesh and blood puppet. There were countless piles of rotten flesh on its body, and the whole body was dark red, and it had no head. The burst blood vessels were exposed on the surface of the body, beating violently, quickly, and powerfully. On such a huge body, small pits would occasionally burst open like tumors, with many tiny red worms crawling out of them, greedily eating the fallen flesh and blood. Wild beast. Li Shutong looked at the 10,000-foot-tall flesh and blood puppet with a serious expression. It was another 9th-level insect emperor. "What can you two do to me? What if I'm included?" An old voice sounded. In the direction of Li Shutong's retreat, endless darkness infected the space into black. Even a glance over there would be swallowed up into the endless nothingness. Li Shutong tried his best to avert his gaze and no longer looked at that place. His heart was awed, and he had completely understood. This is a game set against myself. 9th rank insect emperor, nothingness. Even you are here. What a big deal. Ha 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 ha, Li Shutong, the god of war who was able to kill the #1 man in Daxia and fight against the 3 insect emperors alone. How can such a feat be considered great? The 3 insect emperors surrounded Li Shutong from 3 directions. None of them took action immediately, but chose to wait and test, waiting for the other party to reveal a flaw first. He was the god of war of Daxia, so it could not be too careful. Li Shutong, we can afford to delay it, but can you? As they talked, the deep blue sea beneath their feet suddenly turned scarlet red. The scarlet spread all around, and in a few moments the endless sea water was dyed red. At the deepest part of the sea, next to the teleportation vortex, is an open coffin. A young woman walked out slowly from the coffin. Every time she took a step, the surrounding sea water completely turned into blood. With every step she took, the strong smell of blood filled the entire ocean. The ordinary attire on Red Iris disappeared, replaced by a gorgeous scarlet robe, which made her look tall, elegant, and arrogant. Her slender fingers slowly grew bright red nails and pointed in the direction of Deep Blue City. "I am resurrected. White Frost is not me, and Red Iris is not me either. From today on, please call me Scarlet Queen. The killing has officially begun." Following her order, those Zergs that were waiting for an opportunity began to glow with scarlet light. Their eyes also turned completely scarlet, and violence, brutality, bloodiness, murder, and all kinds of negative emotions were released through their pupils. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, they still heard the Scarlet Queen's orders. Billions of Zerg roared at the same time. Towards the deep blue. Chapter 88: The Truth in the Heavenly Palace. Han Zhan stepped on Jianmu and ascended to heaven step by step. After an unknown amount of time, he successfully arrived at the Heavenly Palace. The scene in the Heavenly Palace was very different from what we imagined. There are no magnificent buildings or towering palaces here, not even a single deity. There is only an empty island made up of endless white clouds. Han Zhan left Jianmu and stepped firmly on it. The feedback from the soles of his feet was soft, giving him a feeling of flying in the clouds. The entire sky was vast and boundless, with no end in sight, and Han Zhan didn't know where the truth left by Shinong was. Just as he was searching aimlessly, a powerful sword intent suddenly appeared in the sky. The sword light shot up into the sky, pierced through the dome, and slashed towards here with an unshakable, terrifying momentum. Locked by the sword light, Han Zhan couldn't even think of resisting. He just stood there in a daze, watching the sword light suddenly fall towards him. His eyes were filled with astonishment until the sword light passed through his body, and then the feeling of impending death disappeared. No harm? Han Zhan was stunned. The sword light just now was so powerful that I clearly saw it pierce through my body, but I am still alive. At this moment, an ancient hoarse roar sounded from behind him. In an area shrouded in endless darkness, something was twisted by the sword light, rolling and tumbling, and a fierce voice came from it. I didn't expect that someone in this world has already touched that threshold. In the distance, a young man wearing silver-white armor and with a jade-like face stood there holding a fairy sword, with sharp eyes and a majestic tone. Who are you? How dare you covet the origin of this world? I want to devour it. What can you do to me? You can't stop me. The voice in the black fog obviously did not take him seriously. As he spoke, infinite darkness spread instantly, eroding the entire sky into pitch black. Han Zhan saw a bright light shining in the eroded sky. But outside this light, there was a layer of black fog covering it, and the starlight was constantly being absorbed, swallowed, disappearing, and shrinking. That should be the origin of the Baichao Saint Heart world. Han Zhan had some enlightenment in his heart, and he also understood that the scene he saw before him was not the current scene, but a past scene left behind by some means. This should be the truth left by Shinnong. The battle in the picture continues. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, the immortal Emperor of Heaven, who was shrouded in immortal energy, was no longer polite, and the immortal sword in his hand turned into thousands. Each sword had the power of the previous sword. Millions of immortal swords pierced through the darkness in the sky, like raindrops hitting the surface of a lake, causing ripples. It's useless, haha. It's useless. You just touched the threshold, and you were still a long way from crossing it. After I devoured 99 world origins, I only need this last one to break through to the 9th level. Until now, you still don't understand the gap between you and me. Stop now. When I have devoured this world, I will spare your life and make you my sword-wielding boy. In the black fog, the ancient voice sounded again, with disdain and temptation in its voice. At the same time, he increased the speed of absorbing the black mist, and the entire Baichao Sacred Heart world began to flicker and dim, as if it could break at any time, like an old and damaged slide. The origin of the world has been plundered, and the whole world is in turmoil. Deep Blue City, on the sea. Li Shuang looked at the last 9th Order Insect Emperor that appeared, Shiwu. There was a searching look in his eyes. I heard that the 9th level Insect Emperor, Nothingness, never participated in the battles between the insect race and the human race. He is the most Buddhist Insect Emperor. If I can get you to take action today, you must have a purpose. Let me think about what exactly is the goal that can attract you to take action against me. No need to test me, I'll tell you what's wrong with that. An ancient voice came from the endless darkness. I came here for the origin. A part of my origin was intercepted in another world. Now that world and the Bodhi tree have merged into one, and only people with destiny can enter. Calculating the time, he should be coming out soon. Once I find my origin, I will be able to complete the fusion and surpass the 9th level, reaching a higher level. As expected, Void did not hide anything, because in its opinion, Li Shuang was already doomed to die, and telling him these would not affect the outcome. Li Shuang suddenly laughed out loud. You are so confident. Who cut off the origin and sealed it in that world? How can you be sure that you will not make the same mistake again? Li Shuang's provocative words caused the memories of countless years in Void's mind to attack it again. It was no longer calm and became extremely angry. Shut up. As he spoke, the area shrouded in endless darkness expanded further, and thick black fog rushed towards Li Shuang. The latter was well prepared. Seeing the Void being enraged, he instantly released white mist that wrapped his entire body. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and crashed into the black fog. Roar. On the other side, the 9th level Insect Emperor, Madbeast, did not say a word and entered the area covered by black fog with Li Shu the second time he did. The 9th rank Insect Emperor, Yin, let out a hey, and its only pair of pupils exposed stared at the black fog, and its innate illusion was instantly activated. The war is about to begin. Heavenly Palace. The scene in front of Han Zhan was still changing. At this time, the picture was completely dark. This horrible monster, Nothingness, was madly devouring the entire world. Everything it went to was devoured and turned into darkness, endless darkness, and then returned to nothingness. Just like its name. This process is irresistible. Even Han Zhan's pupils turned dark as he looked at the screen, and were about to penetrate the historical picture and erode his real body. Suddenly, a light as bright as the sun lit up in the endless darkness, and a familiar voice sounded in Han Zhan's ears at the same time. You want to devour this world, have you asked us? It was the Holy Master Shinnong. He finally showed up, and there was more than one person. Just like the picture left in the cave. After he said this, lights pierced the darkness one after another. Shinnong, Su Nu, the Immortal Emperor, and a few Liangs whose figures Han Zhan could not see clearly. They appeared in 9 special locations, as if forming some strange formation. In the center of this formation was the origin that was being devoured. At this time, the origin has been invaded by nothingness and is about to be swallowed up. As long as the fusion is completed, it will be able to break through the 9th level. This process is irreversible. But even it did not expect that in such a short period of time, these ants in this world actually thought of a way to restrain him. The invincible nothingness suffered a huge blow here. The sky is the formation diagram, the earth is the formation base, and the 9 suns are the formation center. Draw the largest magic formation between heaven and earth. Such a move simultaneously burned the lives of 9 ninth-order strongest men. It is a unique formation in the world. Chapter 89 above the 9th level, Transcendent Realm. When the great formation of heaven and earth took shape, all the darkness and nothingness in the formation began to be refined under the burning sun, curling up and condensing into the origin of the world. If light cannot illuminate the darkness, use fire. Nothingness felt an unprecedented crisis, and its voice was no longer calm. Under the fierce scorching heat, it seemed as if there was a burning sun wrapped inside its body. No, 9. You are crazy. You must be a lunatic to come up with this method. Madmen? So what if they are crazy? As long as they can bite off an intruder like you, it doesn't matter if they're all crazy. Looking for death. The void was also enraged, and it began to attack the 9 suns indiscriminately. Each sun was the eye of the formation. As long as it could erode one of them, it would be able to destroy the great formation of heaven and earth and prevent itself from being killed. At the center of the formation are the 9 most powerful beings from the Bai Chao Sacred Heart World. Faced with being devoured, they remained silent and unmoved. The moment the formation was formed, they were already prepared to sacrifice. Sunu's facial features were swallowed by nothingness, and she turned into a horrible monster without facial features. The immortal emperor's head was chopped off, leaving only half of his body still standing there, holding the immortal sword in his hand, still refusing to retreat. Shin was already dying, and he felt that he was about to reach the end of his life, so he simply swallowed a rare poison he had just discovered not long ago, heartbreak. The poison was so strong that even a 9th-level strongman like him did not dare to try it easily. Devouring is a two-way process. It can devour both good and bad. A second before Shin was completely swallowed by the void, the poison he had taken also spread into the void's body. In the endless darkness, a hint of panic and frustration appeared in the voice of nothingness that was both shocked and angry. Since I have seen that threshold, you should know that I can comprehend the means to target the origin. Everyone chooses to cross that threshold in different ways, but the essence does not change. I will use this formation to cut off half of your origin. You will never be able to break through the 9th level in these endless years. The voice of the immortal emperor who had lost half of his body still sounded clear. The next second, 9 blazing suns burst out with the hottest and brightest light, burning away all the darkness in the sky. Li Shatong, you are really old. The darkness dissipated, and the man and 3 insects resumed their positions. The voice in the endless darkness revealed a hint of fatigue. The flesh puppet beast lost an arm. Yan's left eye was swollen into a slit and could no longer be opened. Li Shatong, who was surrounded, staggered. He remained silent and did not make a sound. Only the white fog, which was so thick that it was hard to describe, seemed to be getting thicker. You also peeked into that threshold. He is indeed the strongest combat genius of the human race in thousands of years. Even if he has lost his spirit, he is still the #1 war god of Daxia. This way, I'll be even more excited to kill you. The one who spoke was the mad beast. As the overlord of one side, the 9th-level insect emperor will not easily join forces with each other. There are also wars among the Zerg, which are not much different from those among humans. They can choose to join forces, and they all have their own interests. The 9th-level insect emperor Shiwu wants to take back his lost origin from the Bodhi tree. The flesh and blood puppet beast, his target is Li Shudong's physical body. Once it can devour Li Shudong's physical body, it will definitely be able to become a being beyond the 9th level like nothingness. Who can resist being tempted by such temptation? Yan, your reward has been paid in advance. How long do you want to endure it? Being named by nothingness, Nightmare chuckled again. He took out a crystal-clear gem from his arms. The orb emits a pale white halo, looking ethereal and hazy, both unreal and real. This was his reward for agreeing to take action and deliberately giving the Bodhi tree to Zhan, the Mirage Pearl. A top-notch treasure that perfectly matches its illusion talent. With this treasure, its 9th-level strength can be taken to a higher level, and as long as it continues to comprehend, with the help of the Mirage Pearl, it will definitely be able to see that threshold and embark on its own path to the super level. Under the urging of Nightmare, the Mirage bead rose above his head. The hazy light enveloped the entire sea, which was both illusory and real, tangible and visible. As long as it is an illusion created by the Nightmare illusion, it will become completely real within the coverage of the Mirage Pearl. In an instant, several terrifying auras appeared on the battlefield. These were the auras of the 9th rank insect emperor that Nightmare had seen and recorded before. The original 1v3 situation suddenly turned into 1v more. The situation is precarious. The world of Baichao's Sacred Heart, the Heavenly Palace. The Korean War is like watching a big movie in Blu-ray HD. The ending is heroic and satisfying. The strong men of this world successfully protected the Holy Heart world of Baichao. Not only did they preserve the origin, they also cut off half of the origin of the void itself, reducing its realm a lot. Nothingness left in a panic, and 9 blazing suns disappeared into the sky. Only the soul origin remained, merging into one and transforming into a new sun hanging high in the sky. So this is the truth of the world. The world is not destroyed, the strong disappear, and the powerful enemies retreat. This may be the best ending, Han Zhan murmured to himself. Up to this point, he had not seen the part related to the curse and the disease. At this time, Han Zhan looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he was in the Heavenly Palace, he was facing against the light and vaguely saw a miniature version of the great formation of heaven and earth from the scorching sun. The formation hasn't disappeared yet. Han Zhan was stunned. So, the 9 suns formation is still covering this world. Why? Han Zhan was talking to himself when suddenly an idea came to him. At the same time, the 3 pill recipes he carried with him also left his body and floated into the air one by one. The 3 pill recipes melted under the scorching sun and merged into one, turning into a completely new pill recipe. It was the rumored 4th pill recipe, 9 revolutions pill. There are 9 suns in the sky, and one will rotate 9 times. 9 transformations return to one, creating all living things. The materials for the 9 revolutions pill, the souls of 9 9th rank warriors, and a portion of the purified origin of the world. This is our final gift to you, the latecomer. Looking at this recipe, Han Zhan finally understood what death is not a curse, and reincarnation is not the end meant. The source of nothingness that was cut off rose into the sky along with the scorching sun. It came from nothingness and was filled with the breath of evil and curse. Using the 9 yang formation, refining it requires a long process, and in order to shorten this process, they chose the entire world. So the world is sick. Everyone living in this world bears a share of the curse. They are constantly born and constantly die. Using the reincarnation of hundreds of millions of people, this method is used to purify the source of nothingness. Those ants who didn't even bother to look at the nothingness finally succeeded in purifying its origin. Such an ironic and dramatic scene is the truth about the curse. When Han Zhan learned the truth, he was deeply shocked. Now that the 9 revolutions pill has been made, the truth and secrets have been revealed. After refining the pill and using it, he can leave this world and return to reality. Whether it is the immortal emperor or Shinno, they all have extraordinary talents and are top-notch existences in any world. Their brains, means, and talents far exceed those of ordinary people. It's just a pity that the heaven is so unkind to me. It's heartbreaking to know the truth. But they successfully protected the world they loved. Chapter 90. Playing chess, Tianyuan moves. Captain, we can't stop them. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will be here soon. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? If there really were reinforcements, they would have arrived long ago. A defender of Deep Blue City fell slowly with his back against the city wall of Deep Blue City, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. He was seriously injured, but no rescue came for a long time. The spiritual master in charge of the treatment was already extremely busy. Being in the rear area city, they experienced for the first time the cruelty of the frontline battlefield. Not far away, humans and Zerg were fighting each other, and it was almost a one-sided situation. The tens of thousands of Deep Blue City defenders were no match for the Zerg, which outnumbered them tens of millions of times. Not to mention, the combat effectiveness of the spiritual contract masters who stayed in Deep Blue City was far inferior to that of the spiritual contract masters fighting on the front lines. The reason they have been able to hold on until now is that they worked hard and trained themselves after the Korean War. But even so, I can't hold on any longer. Standing on the city wall, you can see dense swarms of Zerg from afar, and the surging sea of Zerg seems endless. Not only spiritual masters. The artillery fire poured down from the city walls, and the heavy firepower covered a large area of the Zerg. Only under the cover of these artillery fires could humans hold out for a long time. All the reinforcements that can be sent from several nearby cities have arrived, but they are only a drop in the bucket. There has been no news of the large reinforcement force from the war zone so far, which makes people have a bad feeling. Let's go, retreat back to the city. I'll hold you back here, let's go. The team leader grabbed the fallen team member and dragged him back to the city wall of Shenlan City. A 3rd-level Zerg targeted him. It was a gigantic bee beast with strange thorns all over its body. It flapped its wings, leaving a shadow in the air, at such a fast speed that people could not react at all. Poisonous stingers shot out from its tail. The poisonous stingers easily pierced the captain's body. His face was distorted by pain and poison, but he still held on, trying to save his brother. However, the merciless Zerg, the third-level bee beast, had already planned the next round of attack. Despair spread at this moment. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound, and it passed by their ears. A blade of piano sound cut through the sky. The bee beast in the sky was split in half, blood foam scattered and exploded everywhere. Hurry up and leave. A beautiful woman came from behind them, holding a guqin in her hands. As she spoke, she stood in front of them. I saw her plucking the strings continuously. The groups of level 3 bee beasts in the sky were bleeding to death, like rice being cut. This scene stunned the two of them. Before they could react, 2 more streams of spiritual energy were injected into their bodies, and the dying captain and his team members were instantly revived with full blood. Another beautiful woman appeared. They are Han Zhan's 2 contracted spirits. As a member of the City Defender organization under Fan, the team leader knew Han Zhan. He also knew that Han Zhan had 2 very powerful contracted spirits and had seen their photos. He suppressed his excitement and did not say any more nonsense to them. He also did not return to Deep Blue City. Instead, the two of them looked at each other, nodded in thanks, and quickly went to other battlefields. If even they retreat, who can stand in the front? Relying on those innocent people in Deep Blue City? Seeing this scene, Xia Yue pursed her lips. She didn't say anything, nor did she try to stop them. Fighting or retreating is everyone's own choice, and others have no right to interfere. There are too many casualties. Lingzhen, is there still no news from the teacher? No. Grandpa said he had something to deal with, and then I couldn't contact him anymore. Now that Deep Blue City is in an insect crisis, why is the aid from the major battlefield so slow? It's been 3 hours and it still hasn't arrived? I'm afraid we are not enough on our own. Right now, we are only dealing with level 1, 2, and 3 Zerg cannon fodder on the battlefield, and it's already so difficult to fight. If level 4, 5, or even level 6 or 7 Zerg appear in the future, how can we resist them? Luckily, after the teacher's special training, we have successfully broken through to the 5th level. Otherwise, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Xia Yue still had a killer move in mind, but she couldn't use it at this time. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and we need to wait for the most appropriate time. Where's Zhan? Hasn't he come out of the Bodhi treasure tree world yet? Li Lingzhen took a look at the well-protected sapling in the Shinong Ding and shook his head. On the sea, a figure fell heavily down, and the surrounding sea water within a radius of tens of millions of meters seemed to boil and evaporated in an instant. Soon, new sea water came in to fill the gap. Li Shutong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this time, there were already dozens of wounds on his body, some light and some heavy. In the distance, there are shadows of insects. More than a dozen insect emperors emitting 9th-level auras appeared in all directions in the mist. Some of them had been beaten to pieces, and their original appearance could not be seen. The remaining 6 or 7 were barely maintaining. In addition to them, for others including the Void Beast appeared one after another. They knew that Li Shutong was good at close combat, and a strong close combatant often had many characteristics such as extremely abundant physical strength, extraordinary recovery ability, strong resistance to beatings, and strong attack power. For this reason, they specially prepared for this round-robin battle. Hey Li Shutong, how much energy did you consume after defeating the insect emperors simulated by the mirage beads? Judging from your appearance, even if you are still able to handle it with ease, it must have consumed a lot of energy. This is a naked conspiracy. Li Shutong knew the existence of the underwater teleportation vortex. If he wanted to completely stop the insect plague, he had to destroy the teleportation vortex. They bet that Li Shutong would not retreat at this time. If Li Shutong was determined to escape, they could only capture the entire Shenlan city, including dozens of cities near Shenlan City, and use the blood of these humans as a sacrifice. Li Shutong also knew it. He is the only 9th-rank human warrior in charge of Deep Blue City now. If he leaves at this moment, it will be an unimaginable disaster. He can't retreat. I can beat dozens more of these chickens and dogs. Li Shutong stood up straight again. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy around him surged towards him visibly. Almost in an instant, his body was surrounded by extremely dense white mist. In the white mist, Li Shutong's calm voice rang out, 7th urgent lock, open. Outside the white fog, Yin looked at Li Shutong, whose fighting power had been restored and even improved again in the mirage orb, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It doesn't matter. The attack on Deep Blue is only part of the plan. We are not the only ones playing chess in this game. Now that Tianyuan has made his move, his sincerity has been shown. Other places should have started to take action as well. In the endless darkness, a disembodied voice sounded. In this game of chess, what we really want to take down is the entire Daxia. Chapter 91. Murderous intentions at every step. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Why aren't there any reinforcements? Where are the people in the war zone? There's not even a troop transport in sight. Are they going to abandon this city? Fighting spirit will be worn out, and panic and fear are spreading. Real deaths and the bodies of countless victims are silently telling the cruelty of the battlefield. More and more spirit contract masters and spirit contractors are discovering in despair that humans seem to be unable to defeat the Zerg. Yifan was covered in golden light. He smashed the Zerg in front of him with one punch and joined Xia Yue and Li Lingjin on the battlefield. Is there still no news from the official city protector? The phone call is not working. Can't get through? Are you kidding me? How can a communication line not get through? I'd rather believe this is a joke. Yifan looked at the battlefield ahead with a grim expression. The battle was like a large meat grinder. Too many Spirit Bond Masters and Spirit Bond Masters have died in this battle, but he can do nothing about it. Just like before. Captain, there are too many Zerg outside. We are surrounded. Go quickly. Leave? I can't leave. What will you do if I leave? What's more, we are combat Spirit Masters in the war zone. If even we retreat, what will happen to Daxia? But the war zone clearly used us as bait. Thousands of combat Spirit Masters, that's thousands of lives. Are we just being abandoned as bait? Okay, stop talking. Brother E, you gave us our lives, so if we have to die, we'll die together. Xiao Fan. A woman in bright red clothes appeared behind Yifan. Seeing his sad face, she raised her hand and rubbed his brows. Iris, we might really be dying now. No, you'll be fine. Have you forgotten? My innate ability is SS-Level immortality. Immortality, haha. Yes, how could I forget? They must have deliberately put us in jail because of this ability. These high and mighty people in power, they don't take the lives of us, the low-level combat spirit contract masters, seriously at all. These parasites who live beyond their means. Yifan's voice was pierced with gritted teeth. Why? Why are they the ones who die, while those incompetent people get to reap the benefits? He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists unwillingly. The screen changes again. The brothers who had pledged their allegiance and shared life and death together had all been killed by the Zerg. Red Iris also fell in a pool of blood. Yifan hugged her tightly, shaking. Why did you die when you obviously have the talent of immortality? Red Iris looked at Yifan, who had lost his composure. She reached out and gently stroked Yifan's face. Silly boy, immortality can be transferred. With this kind of attack intensity, I'm afraid I can't survive with just one layer of immortality. From the moment I became your bonded spirit, I knew that this day would come. Take my share and live well for me, Xiaofan. Red Iris died, and she gave Yifan her immortality. In that brutal battle, Yifan was the only survivor. It was also from that time that Yifan gave up his honor, gave up his identity as a combat spirit master, and returned to Shenlan City. What are you thinking about? Xia Yue's voice pulled Yifan back from his thoughts. He shook his head and asked, Where's Han Zhan? Hasn't that kid come back from the Bodhi tree yet? Did he tell you? Xia Yue shook her head. Not yet. Yifan sighed and asked again, Where is the Bodhi tree now? He is absolutely safe with the Shinnong Ding protecting him here. Li Lingjin replied. End of topic. I'll call the communicator one last time. If we can't get through, then we can only hope for the best. Commander Lin, quick report from the rear. Deep Blue City has suffered a serious insect disaster. A large Zerg force has appeared on the bund of Deep Blue City by unknown means and is now launching a large-scale siege. The situation is critical. Immediately dispatch personnel and notify other major war zones to send back for reinforcements. Lin Jingshuan's eyes fixed. As a strategist, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. As a large rear-line city, what kind of strategic significance does Deep Blue City have that makes the Zerg go to so much trouble? A figure quickly flashed through his mind. It was his teacher who was now in Shenlan City, Li Shetong, the #1 war god of Daxia. If that's the case, without saying a word, Lin Jingxian used the communicator to contact his fellow brothers in several war zones. As soon as they heard that the teacher's city was in trouble, the leaders of the major war zones took action immediately and decided to go to provide reinforcements. With the current rate at which Daxia is increasing its troops, the first war zone has just won a great victory, with the last major battle before the end of the year having been won. There is no pressure on the front line, and the rear can be mobilized extremely quickly. They only need half an hour to an hour to form a continuous chain of reinforcements. These Zergs chose to take action in the rear, just like placing a piece on a chessboard. Giving up the absolute advantage and choosing a useless area, there is no chance of winning. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Jingxian felt vaguely uneasy. The elusive unknown is the most terrifying. Just 5 minutes after he completed the contact, his men suddenly ran over with an anxious look on their faces, looked at Lin Jingxian, and said, "Commander Lin, all our troop transports are out of control." "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Our troop transports. All the troop transports anchored in the harbor. All of them are stopped. Not only that, all our communicators have lost contact. All major battle zones are out of touch. Troop transport ships will not have problems for no reason. There are dedicated people to maintain them every day, and they are on standby at all times. Not to mention the communicator, which is a communication facility that can connect various places. What does it mean to lose contact?" Lin Jingxian had a bad guess in his mind, and this bad guess made his face even uglier. If that person chooses to backstab his Xia, then this time it will be really dangerous. Even for a wise general like Lin Jingxian who could remain calm in the face of adversity, when he thought of this, he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Zhan Company. As one of the 5 major companies independent of the 2 countries, we have been living in peace for so many years. What on earth do you want to do now? That's right. The troop transport ship was shut down and the communicator lost contact. The only company that could do such a thing was one of the 5 major companies, a technology company responsible for the entire Blue Star that provided high-end equipment and weapons. Only Canhang Company could do it. As a solid partner and ally of Daxia for thousands of years, if Canhang Company stabs Daxia on the back, it will be, don't take action at all, but if you do, you will definitely suffer heavy losses. Just like now. Is it just at Songshan Company? Lin Jingxian looked solemn. He turned his head and looked at his men. Gather all the people who can be contacted. If the communicator cannot make contact, notify them verbally. Pass the order down. Move out immediately. Commander Lin, without the troop transport ship, we can't get back to Deep Blue City. Who said we are going to Deep Blue City in the 3rd war zone? We are in the open and the enemy is in the dark. They must have a backup plan. We are not the ones holding the chess pieces, so the pieces should have their own awareness. The only thing we can do now is to make our pieces stronger so that they are not defeated one by one. Yes. Chapter 92. The whole world is our enemy. 1st war zone. Wei Qing looked solemn as he just finished talking to Lin Jingxian. Without saying a word, he called his men over. Notify everyone to cancel the temporary leave and gather together to support Deep Blue City. A fierce battle in the 1st war zone has just ended, and the combat spirit masters who survived the meat grinder are now on vacation or undergoing intensive recuperation. Such temporary cancellation of vacations has happened before and everyone is used to it. After Wei Qing's notice was passed on, most of the combat spirit masters who did not choose to return home assembled as quickly as possible. But at this moment, news came from the port that the troop transport ship had stopped moving. Not only that, contact with Lin Jingxian was also cut off. The 1st war zone, which has lost contact, is like losing its eyes and has now become completely blind. Faced with this situation, Wei Qing snorted coldly. So, I hate smart people the most. People who play tactics are all dirty-minded, even worse than the Zerg. After a pause, Wei Qing continued to shout loudly. The troop transport ships have stopped working, and there are no transport vehicles. Where are those spiritual contract masters and spiritual contract people who have the innate ability to accelerate marching? Hurry up. If you can't make it today, then tomorrow. If you can't make it tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. Sooner or later, you will be able to reach the battlefield. Wei Qing may not be smart enough, but his idea is indeed very pragmatic. The men started to prepare, and after the mighty 1st war zone completed its assembly, they did as Wei Qing said, abandoned the troop transport ship, chose a route, and headed for Shenlan City. 3 hours after losing communication, the large force of the 1st war zone led by Wei Qing had approached a canyon in Daxia. Suddenly, Wei Qing looked up as if he had discovered something. I saw that the canyon was already densely packed with people. These people are not like ordinary humans. Each of them is 2 or 3 meters tall and looks burly and scary. The hideous blood vessels bulged out on the surface of the skin, the exposed fangs looked like a ferocious beast, and he was breathing heavily. The leader was 8 or 9 meters tall, barely maintaining a human form. His entire body was dark, and he shone with a luster like meteorite from outer space. The word number 01 was carved on his neck using a special tool. Wei Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Bioman? Are they the Bioman warriors from Changshan Company? What are you doing here? Wei Qing, I'm sorry. I've heard that you are an unrivaled fighter and a brave warrior. I've always wanted to fight with someone like you, but I've never had the chance. Today I finally get my wish. The leader biochemical warrior's voice was like a huge bell, making the eardrums of his own combat spirit masters buzz. Those who were slightly weaker had stars in their eyes and blood coming out of all their orifices. Just you. Yes, just me. As the top combat force of Changxin Company, Biochemical Warrior number 01 has perfectly integrated more than 100 kinds of medicines developed by Changxin Company in his body. These medicines have various functions, and the perfect integration is no longer within the scope of humans. Even among the Zerg, few can do this. It is no exaggeration to say that Biochemical Warrior number 01 may even have the strength of the 9th level. However, Changxin Company has always kept the Biochemical Warriors number 10 very secret, and there has been no chance for them to take action. Therefore, no one knows what their true combat effectiveness is. But today, in the battle with the first war zone in the canyon, Changxin Company finally showed its fangs. Just as Lin Jingxian expected, the Zerg made their move in Tianyuan, and the chess pieces on other battlefields also began to exert their strength, and a grand chess game of heaven and earth began. Wei Qing put on the scarlet boxing gloves silently. This time, he used a special rope to tie himself and the gloves tightly together. As warlike as he is, his eyes are mad but also serious. All soldiers in the first war zone, listen up. Changxin Company has rebelled, and we are no longer allies. This battle will be a matter of life and death. Soldiers of Daxia, fight to the death. Kill. As Wei Qing finished speaking, the combat spirit masters in the first war zone and the biochemical warriors who had been waiting in the canyon for a long time turned into two torrents of different camps and rushed into battle together. The third war zone. Yiqiu also received a notification from Lin Jingxian. As the main force in the siege, the third war zone where Yiqiu is located is one of the two war zones closest to the rear city of Daxia. They assembled as soon as possible and prepared to support Deep Blue City. But at this moment, 9 figures in strange costumes suddenly appeared at the assembly point. The clothes these people wore did not look like those worn by Daxia people, but were more like those of ascetics. Everyone was covered in gray linen robes, and their faces could not be clearly seen. But even Yiqiu, who seldom dealt with other camps, could tell their identities at a glance. The 12 apostles of the Old Testament? What are you doing here? This is the territory of Daxia. Not anytime soon. We have been offered a reward that we cannot refuse to keep you here forever. What a big deal. In addition to the bishops, the Old Testament also had the 12 apostles, who were very powerful and had great authority. Even to quell an insect plague, only 2 to 3 apostles are needed at most. As a result, in order to deal with the third war zone, 9 apostles were dispatched at once. You really think highly of yourself. Are you determined to go against Daxia and tear up the alliance treaty? After this battle, Daxia will exist in name only. Whether the alliance treaty is broken or not, what's the point now? The words of the 12 apostles made Yiqiu's heart skip a beat. But soon, he adjusted his mentality. As we are all students of Li Shutong, how could there be any weak ones? In that case, let's have a fight and see if you stay here or I stay here. Facing 9 level 8 warriors at the same level as himself, who were also the long-famous 12 apostles of the Old Covenant, Yiqiu smiled casually. The first war zone where Wei Qing is located must have encountered a lot of trouble and obstacles. Tell me. The biological and chemical core of Changxin Company is in charge of targeting the first war zone. The man from the Old Covenant answered truthfully. Yiqiu nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The biochemical core and the 9 apostles of the Old Covenant should be evenly matched. This time, I want to have another match with Wei Qing to see who is stronger. I didn't have enough fun in Deep Blue City last time. As soon as Yiqiu finished speaking, the 9 apostles disappeared. Yiqiu waved his hand, holding a tiger talisman in his hand, and ordered, all combatants in the third battle zone, prepare to form a battle array to meet the enemy. Almost instantly, a large formation of spiritual contract masters consisting of hundreds of thousands of people took shape, and a strong murderous aura enveloped the entire battlefield. As the strongest third war zone in positional warfare, it is responsible for eliminating the powerful Zerg. This is the confidence of the third war zone, and it is also the reason why Yiqiu dares to compete with 9 8th level powerhouses. Kill. Chapter 93, 9-turn pill is completed. Han Zhan returns. The world of the sacred heart of herbs. Han Zhan was in the heavenly palace and summoned the Shinong Ding. He didn't need to do anything. Among the scorching suns that were far away from the heavenly palace, 9 miniature scorching suns wrapped in a ball of thick black fog slowly fell down and landed directly in the cauldron. In an instant, the Shinong Ding burst into an extremely dazzling light. In the light, there was a faint pill-like object condensing into shape. The curse had been completely wiped out by the reincarnation power of billions of lives in the holy heart world of 100 herbs, and the origin of nothingness had now been purified. Without too many twists and turns, a complete pill was refined. There are 9 special Taoist characters on this pill, each of which is extremely complex. They blocked the origin from 9 directions. The successfully refined pill slowly floated out of the cauldron and floated in front of Zhan. Name, 9-turn pill. Effects, it can enable the user to obtain the power of the origin of nothingness. The power of the 9 revolutions can heal all injuries. Note, the power of the origin of nothingness is possessed by the 9th level insect Emperor Shiwu. If you swallow it, you will be hunted down by the insect Emperor Shiwu endlessly, and the fight will not stop until you die. The effect is simple and crude. However, the content of the attention made Zhan's heart skip a beat. That's a 9th order insect emperor. Anyone would have to consider whether it's worth it. However, thinking back on what he had seen and learned before, the origin is a precious thing that even the 9th order has just touched. Its rarity even exceeds that of the 9th level. Even if it is only half of the origin of nothingness, the benefits it can bring to the Korean War are probably unimaginable. What's more, humans and Zerg are fighting to the death, and if they don't advance, they will retreat. Thinking of this, Zhan no longer hesitated and swallowed the 9 revolutions pill in one gulp. The 9 revolutions pill melted in the mouth after being swallowed, and soon 9 forces surrounded the origin and reached the deepest part of Zhan's body. The origin of nothingness began to devour other spiritual energies in Zhan's body, using all the spiritual energies as nutrients to nourish itself. It turned into a tiny black hole in Zhan's body. At this time, Zhan's talent as a spiritual contract master also changed drastically. Apart from the 3 talents related to the ancient magic weapons that could not be shaken, the 9th level talents like the heavenly serpent body were actually swallowed up completely. A whole new talent appeared in his eyes. Endless devouring incomplete. Introduction, the power of origin. Ability, able to devour everything and transform it into one's own spiritual energy. After completing the devouring, one can permanently inherit its special talent. Currently, the number of talents that can be inherited. 1. The name of the inherited talent, Celestial Serpent Body. This talent is something. Zhan tried to raise his hand to activate his talent, and a small black hole vortex appeared in his palm. The powerful suction force directly swallowed up a large area of the clouds under his feet. The next second, a few more strands of spiritual energy appeared in his body. Zhan quickly stopped devouring and suppressed the desire to devour everything. Otherwise, he would soon become the first person with the origin who fell from the sky and died. That's a huge loss. The moment Zhan took the 9 revolutions pill, all the Jiang clan members seemed to sense something, and they all raised their heads to look in the direction of the sun above their heads. They didn't know what was happening, but they vaguely realized that the curse seemed to have completely disappeared. They no longer have to suffer the torture and trouble of the curse from generation to generation. The clan leader Jiang Huai's eyes were filled with tears. He was the first to kneel down towards the sun. Seeing the patriarch's action, all the Jiang clan members behind him knelt down together. He succeeded. That outsider really succeeded. The curse on us is gone. He did it. I knew he could do it. More and more members of the Jiang clan knelt down and bowed respectfully towards the sun. They worshipped the Holy Master Shenong and the Holy Master Zhan. At this moment, Shenong completed a perfect inheritance to the Korean War. Not knowing what benefits this inheritance could bring, Zhan only felt that he and the Shenong were becoming more and more compatible. It seemed that there was originally a layer of 001 film between them, but now this film had been broken. Deep Blue City, Zerg battlefield. The crazy killing continues. On the human side, the casualties of the City Protector Organization have reached a huge number. Not only that, Deep Blue City's stockpile of ammunition and firepower is about to run out. The city may fall in the next second. On the battlefield today, the cannon fodder Zerg has completed its mission. Groups of 4th and 5th Order Zerg are constantly emerging from the sea and rushing towards the shore. This scene is despairing. Clang. The piano-sounding air blades, which were countless times more powerful than those during the combat assessment, cut through the battlefield. The crisscrossing piano-sound air blades continued to retract, and large numbers of Zerg were killed, but soon some high-level Zerg noticed this scene and began to lock onto the owner of the piano-sound air blades, Xia Yue. First there was 1 level 6 Zerg, then 2, 3, and finally, 10 level 6 Zergs attacked together. As a 5th level cultivator, Xia Yue is in danger. Just then, a ray of light enveloped her. Li Lingzhen's assistants arrived in time. With the blessing of the Shenong and the fact that Xia Yue had grown into a qualified combat spirit, he was able to fight 10 people at one and barely hold his own. But what the Zerg lacked the least is cannon fodder. If 10 level 6 Zergs are not enough, then use 20. If 20 are not enough, then use 30. Faced with such a rogue style of play, humans soon found themselves stretched to the limit. Not only Xia Yue, but Li Lingzhen and Yi Fan also encountered the same situation. In dozens of cities close to Deep Blue City, all high-level city defenders were facing the same attack method and were defeated one by one. Once these high-end combat forces are killed or wounded, The only outcome for Deep Blue City will be its destruction. Yue, be careful. As Li Lingzhen's reminder sounded behind him, an illusory insect shadow condensed and took shape on the left side behind Xia Yue. That was a virtual assassin lurking on the battlefield, a 7th level Zerg. A real battlefield killer. Facing its assassination, a large number of high-end human combat forces have died at its hands, and it is impossible to defend against it. This time, its target was Xia Yue. It was so fast that I couldn't even feel it. It was like it appeared out of thin air. Xia Yue heard Li Lingzhen's reminder, but it was too late. She could only watch the virtual assassin's bone knife pierce her heart. There was a look of reluctance in Xia Yue's eyes. In a trance, she seemed to see a familiar and unforgettable figure. Zhan, it's a pity that I'm not strong enough. If there is an afterlife, I would like to continue fighting side by side with you. As a person was about to die, a revolving lantern of images began to flash by, and Xia Yue seemed to see Zhan standing in front of her. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come as her heart was pierced. 3 more seconds passed. Suddenly, a familiar and exciting voice sounded in my ears. Sorry, I'm a little late. The next second, Xia Yue was wrapped in a warm embrace. Korean War, Return. Chapter 94, Turning the Tide. Zhan opened his hands, completely absorbed the 7th level virtual assassin and returned it to nothingness. Seeing this scene, not only Xia Yue, but even he himself was shocked. The talent of endless devouring is really too amazing. Zhan could clearly feel that his cultivation level, which had originally broken through to the 5th level, suddenly surged up again after devouring the 7th level virtual spirit assassin. It's like taking some tonic pills. The effect is immediate. Zhan, it's really you. You came out of the Bodhi tree. Very good. When Li Lingzhen and Xia Yue saw Zhan, they couldn't help but smile with joy on their faces, but their smiles soon faded and became solemn again. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. What happened in the outside world during my absence? This is Deep Blue City. Why are there so many Zerg? Zhan was confused, as he didn't know yet that the Zerg had launched an attack on the rear city of Shenlan. Soon, Li Lingzhen and Xia Yue quickly told Zhan the actual situation. After listening, Zhan's expression changed slightly. Level 6 and 7 Zergs have begun to appear on the battlefield. We can't hold on any longer. Zhan, what should we do next? I'm not that pessimistic. I've dealt with Zerg before. Low-level Zerg can be mass-produced as cannon fodder. It's not surprising to see hundreds of millions of them. But it's not that easy for high-level Zerg to be born. And didn't you notice? Why are there only a few 6th and 7th level warriors on the entire battlefield? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the work of the teacher. Zhan's words gave Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen, who were originally in a restless mood, a reassurance. His appearance also made the entire battlefield seem to have a backbone. Without further ado, Zhan released endless devouring with both hands. 2 black hole whirlpools as tall as a person appeared on his left and right sides. All the Zerg that approached flew towards the black hole uncontrollably. Zhan's move reduced the pressure on the entire battlefield. Once upon a time, he was just a small character who could only fight 1v1 with low-level Zerg. After rapid growth in the past few months, he has been able to easily destroy thousands of low-level Zerg cannon fodder and is still not afraid when facing high-level Zerg. He is fully grown. It's the Korean War. He finally took action. Great. With him here, we still have hope of defeating the Zerg. Look at the 2 black whirlpools around him. They are so scary. Under the swallowing of the whirlpools, all the Zergs around him disappeared. What kind of ability is this? Exclamations continued to be heard. When the city defenders saw Zhan taking action, they were all encouraged as if they were injected with chicken blood. A figure began to rush around. Wherever he went, all the Zerg were like being sucked away by a vacuum cleaner, disappearing without a trace. Such an outrageous clearing speed, let alone a 5th level awakener, even a 7th or 8th level high-level awakener might not be able to do it. The emergence of the Korean War turned the tide and reversed the situation in an instant, and many people cheered from the bottom of their hearts. The human race, which had been suppressed for a long time, officially sounded the clarion call for a counterattack under the leadership of Zhan. Zhan rushed into the insect tide alone and rushed to the edge of the bund against the tide. The huge black hole whirlpools on his left and right were like 2 mouths that were never full. Endless Zergs were sucked into them, and the entire bund was empty by at least half in an instant. On the sea, Li Shutong, who had opened the 7th lock, was still fighting hard. However, he would occasionally throw a punch under the sea, which was somewhat inexplicable in the melee. Li Shutong, it's not easy to be a hero. If you throw away those so-called false benevolence and forget the moral bottom line, then even if we have twice as many insect emperors, we won't be able to do anything to you. Most of the injuries on your body were caused by sneak attacks when you were attacking those high-level Zerg coming from the teleportation vortex. Is it really worth it? The voice of Nightmare sounded in Li Shudong's ears. Of course, it was not that kind-hearted. It said all this just to shake Li Shudong's fighting spirit. But it was destined to be disappointed. Li Shudong's will was tougher than steel and would not be shaken by a few words from it. At this moment, Shiwu, who had been in charge of maintaining the order, suddenly felt something. In the endless darkness, a gaze suddenly fell on the deep blue city in the distance. It appeared as expected. I've waited for so many years, just for this day, and finally I've waited for it. The tone of nothingness was filled with incomparable excitement, because it felt the breath of its own origin. The origin that was cut in half by the strong man of a certain world countless years ago when it devoured that world finally appeared in his perception again. By taking back this part of the origin, it would be able to achieve transcendence, surpass the 9th level, and become a truly supreme being. How could it not be excited? Li Shutong also discovered the reaction of nothingness. He immediately snorted coldly and punched out with both fists, shattering the 4 insect emperors who dared to approach him. The insect emperor returned to nothingness, and all the insect emperor's aura within the mirage orb was finally exhausted and collapsed without any attack. Li Shu took a leap and crossed to the front of the void, stopping it from moving. You can't get close to the shore while I'm here. Snort. It was responded with a pair of iron fists. With the 7th urgent lock released, Li Shudong's strength has already surpassed the 9th level by half a step. He can completely suppress these insect emperors. The endless darkness represented by nothingness was shattered and quickly condensed in another place. But no matter what, no matter how it moved, it could not escape Li Shudong's iron fists. Li Shutong, do you really think you have won? The old voice of nothingness sounded in the endless darkness. Then you really underestimate our determination. Scarlet Queen, if not now, when? The time has come. You can let your mistress take action. As he spoke, a scarlet figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. When he saw her appearance, Li Shutong had a bad feeling in his heart. Are you the dead Bai Shuang? White Frost is dead. Now, please call me Scarlet Queen. As soon as the Scarlet Queen finished speaking, she stretched out her fingers and snapped them casually. Yi Fan, who was far away on the beach, suddenly appeared behind Han Zhan. Can you still do it? It's easy. Give me another half hour, and I can clear out all these Zerg cannon fodders on the beach. Han Zhan hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly felt a sound of breaking air behind him. The sharp sound made the hairs on his back stand on end, but the distance between the two people was too close, and he was completely unprepared, so Yi Fan still stabbed Han Zhan's shoulder blade deeply with the dagger. Why? Han Zhan turned his head and looked behind him in disbelief. Yi Fan just stood there, no expression on his face. Answer me, why? I advised you. But at that time, it was you who chose to stay. As Yi Fan spoke, he suddenly stepped back. A scarlet figure appeared beside him and hugged him. At the same time, an unimaginable evil aura appeared behind Han Zhan with the precise positioning of the dagger. 9th level Insect Emperor, Nothingness. Chapter 95. The clues are hidden in the grass, and the clues are hidden for thousands of miles. This is an absolute conspiracy. What Han Zhan didn't know was how long this conspiracy had been brewing. Perhaps it had already begun the moment he awakened his talent as a spiritual master. This is a very scary thing. The longer you plan, the lower the possibility of being reversed if you take action at this time, because they have a sure win. Han Zhan looked at Yi Fan and Bai Shuang, who had inexplicably resurrected opposite him, and scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He could never have imagined that these two people would actually join forces with the Zerg. Why? Han Zhan still asked. Faced with such persistent questioning, Yi Fan gave the answer. Because I want to revive her. Because Da Xiao is not worth my life. What I want to do is to completely destroy this rotten Da Xia. I want revenge. Now, everything makes sense. How did the Eclipse Worm enter the Deep Blue? Why did Yi Fan change his lazy nature and volunteer to be the captain of the City Protector Organization? How did the 9th Order Insect Emperor Nightmare sneak into Deep Blue City silently to test Li Shutong, and then send the Bodhi tree away naturally? Why did Yi Fan take the initiative to suggest sea burial, deliberately using sea burial to cover up the purpose of building an underwater teleportation vortex? The person in front of me is the culprit behind all of this. So your ability is not immortality, but a lie. Immortality is the gift of your soul, Red Iris. Han Zhan finally understood, but even if he knew this, it was already too late. Nothingness appeared, and completely controlled Han Zhan. Even though he possessed half of the origin of nothingness, as the true master of the origin of nothingness, nothingness's control over it was even more perfect. In its withdrawal, soon, the origin of nothingness was completely extracted from Han Zhan's body and then absorbed into nothingness's own body. When all this was completed, Li Shutong appeared on the sea. All he heard was the unbridled laughter of nothingness. Ha ha ha, the origins have merged into one, and I have transcended the 9th level from now on. Who else can be my opponent? Li Shutong, even if it's you, what can you do? The void was surging with terrifying power beyond the 9th level, and at this moment, he was no longer afraid of Li Shutong. Still a punch came, but there was no movement from Shiwu, and all the strength and power of the punch disappeared. Amidst the empty laughter, the surrounding darkness began to spread, instantly eroding most of the sky. The familiar scene in front of him reminded Han Zhan of the scene he saw in the Baichao Xingxin world, which was a scene of destruction. Nothingness is about to swallow up the entire blue planet. Faced with this level of power, he was powerless. No, that's not right. Countless years ago, didn't Saint Master Shenong and the Immortal Emperor anticipate the current situation? How can they guarantee that the successors they choose will not be hunted down and swallowed by the void when they return to reality after obtaining the origin of nothingness? This situation is impossible to be unpredictable. So what backup plan did they leave behind? Han Zhan recalled the last words that Saint Master Shenong left him. Backhand, what is a backhand? At this moment, Han Zhan felt a burning sensation in his chest. 9 red suns reappeared. The number 1 formation in the sky and on earth that made Shiwu so fearful actually appeared before it again. Not only that, they also directly sank into the body of nothingness, locking his origin tightly. The ever-increasing momentum of nothingness came to an abrupt halt at this moment. It has completed the fusion, but has not completed the evolution and transcendence. The current nothingness has surpassed the 9th level, but has not completely surpassed it. It is still in a process. You again? You've ruined my plans time and time again. You still want to trap me with your broken formation? Void's resentful voice sounded. It was not bragging. With its current integrated origin, it was only a matter of time before it broke through the 9-yang formation. But now, what humans need most is time. Li Shutong reacted immediately, and he immediately used all his strength to attack nothingness. On the other side, Scarlet Queen and Yi Fan, who saw this scene, set their eyes on Han Zhan standing aside. No one can interfere in the battle between Li Shutong and Shiwu, but as his student, if I kill you, it will definitely affect Li Shutong's fighting spirit. As they were talking, the Scarlet Queen had already attacked Han Zhan. She was originally at level 8, but after sacrificing the lives of billions of Zerg and humans, Scarlet Killing received feedback and nourishment, and was successfully promoted to level 9. This was also the reward she agreed to give. Facing the 9th rank Insect Emperor, with a human trader who was good at using the power of lies next to him, Han Zhan was slapped away in the next second. This palm strike did not achieve the expected killing effect. The crisp sound of swords and the splashing of flames illuminated the Scarlet Queen's doubtful eyes. In the distance, a peerless beauty that had never been seen before stood in front of Han Zhan. She held the sword, her eyes slightly raised, and looked at the opposite side with domineering power. Her aura was no less than that of the Scarlet Queen, the Valkyrie of the City of Evil, the Queen of Evil, Gong Yanjin. The gift of the 9 revolutions pill not only gave Han Zhan the talent of endless devouring, but also completely restored him and all the contracted spirits. This was a gift from Shenong. This rule also applies to Gong Yangjin, the 8th level spirit who was injured by the Xianyuan sword and fell into a deep sleep. However, after successfully integrating the sword spirit of Xianyuan's sword, Gong Yangjin also successfully broke through to the 9th level. Now, the fighting power of humans and Zerg is balanced again. You really gave us a lot of surprises, but fortunately, we were also prepared. This must-kill game will show you what it means to have the whole world as your enemy. The mad beasts and nightmares that came from the sea looked at the tense battle situation with grim eyes. In the 4th war zone, the person in charge, Shunjiqi, has completed the assembly and is ready to rush to the aid of Shenlan City. Suddenly, a large number of spiritual masters named Li and his team turned against him and activated a relic when the large team in the 4th war zone had completed its assembly. The special rules of the ruins caused the team from the 4th war zone to completely disappear in the ruins. Shunjiqi looked at his brothers who had been through thick and thin with him in disbelief. What are you doing? Do you want to betray me? Commander Shun, we have never betrayed anyone. We are only loyal to the Li family, that's all. After hearing this, Shunjiqi understood. The Li family they are talking about is the one that does not include the great Xia god of war Li Shutong. Unexpectedly, even the people within Daxia chose to backstab us at this critical juncture. The 5th, 6th, and 7th war zones are all spiritualists who specialize in healing. They cannot change the war situation too much, and they are also unable to arrive at the battlefield in the first time because of the suspension of the troop transport ships. Now the only one who can change the situation of the war is the most mysterious 8th war zone. On an unknown island shrouded in smog. All combat spirit masters in the 8th war zone are waiting for the orders from their leader Wu. Behind Wu, a special portal was built and erected. There was a hazy white light inside the portal, and the destination led to the deep blue. Just as he was about to enter, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, smashing the portal into pieces. I've heard for a long time that Li Shutong of Daxia has a mysterious 8th war zone. We have been trying to investigate, but have not found any clues. However, a few months ago, you took action in Shenlan City to save the young man named Zhan. It was that action that allowed us to lock on your location. As they were talking, a group of people appeared on the nameless island. As a senior intelligence expert, Wu revealed their identities. The Empire's Massacrer, the Iron Blood Alliance. Chapter 96 Tragic. Near a canyon somewhere in Daxia. At this time, the original canyon has completely disappeared, and it has become a sunken depression with countless gullies. Wei Qing stood among them with his head lowered. Only the left arm was left hanging there, and the place where the right arm was originally was empty. Even so, he exuded a strong bloody aura and looked like an awakened blood beast, which made people stay away. Opposite him was a giant who had fallen down completely and lost his life. The number 01 on his neck had begun to become blurred. Wei Qing won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Although he had lost his right hand, he raised his head and looked towards the direction of Shenlan City in Daxia. He raised his feet, leaving blood stains with every step, wanting to continue leading the surviving comrades in the 1st war zone to provide support. At this moment, a note suddenly floated out of his arms. There were only 2 words written on the note. Go north. Wei Qing read the note silently for a long time. He crushed the note with one hand and shouted in a very bad mood without looking back. If you are still alive, follow me to the north. The headquarters of the 3rd war zone. It was riddled with holes, as if it had suffered countless natural disasters. Yi Qiu sat on the ground with disheveled hair, and in front of him was a blood-stained seal of command. His expression was dull. Then he raised his head and laughed wildly. Then he lowered his head and cried. And finally, he simply lay on the ground holding Shui Yin and roared at the ground. On the other side, only 5 of the 9 apostles of the Old Testament remained, and the bodies of the other 4 were scattered throughout the war zone. The battle was extremely brutal, but they finally won. This man has gone mad, so the remaining Great Xia spiritual contract masters are nothing to worry about. I didn't expect that he would kill 4 of them. This time the Old Covenant suffered heavy losses. But considering the reward for that item, the loss is still within an acceptable range. Let's kill all these Daxiao people to prevent future troubles. Just when they were about to take action, suddenly there was a violent wave in the sky. The peculiar fluctuations in space made them raise their heads at the same time, and a man appeared from the air. He glanced at Yi Qiu, who was crying and wailing, and his eyes became colder than ever before. The loss is acceptable? Very good. Then I will make you lose until you can no longer accept it. Lin Jingxian silently said sorry in his heart. He had rushed over as fast as he could, but was still a step late. Yi Qiu has gone crazy. What Lin Jingxian wants to do now is to avenge him. I know a little bit about deploying troops. Let me see the skills of the Old Testament apostles. After saying that, Lin Jingxian waved his hand, and the seal in Yi Qiu's hand flew out and landed in his hand. The combat spirit masters who came from the 2nd war zone also followed, appearing in various locations in the war zone like stars in a crisscross pattern. At this moment, a note flew out of Lin Jingxuan's arms. After revenge, head north. No further words needed. Lin Jingxian crushed the note with an inexplicable sense of heroism and swung his hand out, determined to fight to the death. The 4th war zone, inside the ruins. As an unexplored area on the blue planet, each relic has its own special rules, and once you enter the relic, it means you are completely isolated from the outside world. Shinjuqi led his men to fight against Li's rebels, resulting in casualties on both sides. But just when the battle was about to reach a white-hot stage, many people within the Li family rebels suddenly defected and joined them in strangling the remaining rebels. Compared with other war zones, Shinjuqi's 4th war zone was the best preserved and suffered the least casualties. Facing Shinjuqi's confusion, a man stepped out from the crowd of defectors. He was also a member of the Li family. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. 100 years ago, he understood this truth. From that time on, he and the two brothers of the patriarch officially broke off relations. As Daxia and the alien races are getting closer to victory, over the years, more and more people from various major forces have been secretly contacting the Li family, and more traitors have been bribed in the Li family. Foreigners are not the only enemy. For those who are ambitious, there are no permanent enemies. Daxia is not the Daxia of the Li family. It's just that the old man stood up 100 years ago and persisted until today. That's all. He has long known that the trend is irreversible. This feeling is especially evident after the genius Han Zhan emerged. Although the drama of brothers fighting each other can deceive those who are secretly dirty, but in the future, we have to eradicate the dirt ourselves. He took out a note and handed it to Shinjichi. On the note was the familiar handwriting of teacher Li Shetong. Lead the 4th war zone, preserve your strength, pass through this ruins, and teleport northward. An unknown island. Corpses were everywhere. Every combat spirit master selected in the 8th district has a layer of blurry light and shadow covering his face. Even after death, no one can see his true appearance clearly. This is a kind of determination and also a protection for his family and relatives. At the front, Wu, the person in charge of the 8th war zone, was stepping on the head of the attacker who had boasted so arrogantly before. The 8th district suffered heavy losses, but the elite troops sent by the Empire have been completely wiped out. Compared with them, such losses are acceptable. Chief, do we still need to continue building the portal? Wu stomped on the head under his feet, listened to his men's words, and shook his head. There is no need to continue building the portal to Deep Blue City. Let's activate another portal. Let's start now and head north. Deep Blue City battlefield. Li Shetong and Shiwu fought countless times in midair and then distanced themselves from each other again. Gong Yangjin and the Scarlet Queen fought each other, but neither could defeat the other. On paper, the Zerg has the nightmare and the wild beast eyeing them, making them appear to be superior. You have already played all your chess moves. This was the first time Li Shetong took the initiative to speak since the beginning of the battle. Shang Company, Changxing Company, Old Covenant, Empire, and those greedy and corrupt old guys in Daxia. These are all your trump cards. Have you guessed everything? A disembodied voice sounded in the vortex of endless darkness, and it asked in surprise. No, there's no need to guess. When you attacked me, I assumed from the beginning that everyone was my enemy. Li Shudong's words shocked everyone. They had never thought that Li Shetong had such an idea from the very beginning. What kind of person is this to be able to think so far, and what kind of courage does he have to dare to think like this? This is simply making enemies with all the forces on the entire blue planet, truly making the whole world your enemy. You knew, but you didn't do anything. Don't you think it's too late to say this now? You said I didn't do anything? Or do you think that all the students I taught and the 8 war zones built by Daxia's century-old foundation are not as good as you, the chickens and pots that formed a temporary alliance and schemed against each other? Li Shetong said calmly, they won't try their best. This is the biggest flaw. If Changxing Company sent out all the top 10 biochemical warriors, if Kanshang Technology did not just cut off communications and troop transports, but chose to encircle and suppress the 2nd war zone, if all the 12 apostles of the Old Covenant were deployed, if the Empire was not so arrogant and sent out the main knights to encircle and suppress the 8th war zone, then I, Li Shetong, would not be standing here. I would just bow down and kowtow. But it's impossible. Just as Li Shetong said, these temporary allies, no matter for what purpose or for what interest they cooperate with the Zerg, can never be truly united and will inevitably be wary of each other. Cost and benefit are always the first things they consider. This is why Li Shetong has the courage to be against the world. Hey, even if what you said is true, have you ever thought about how to deal with me? As he spoke, the ethereal figure expanded again. This time it was no longer just half of the sky, but the entire sky was shrouded and swallowed by darkness. It broke the 9-yang seal and successfully integrated the origin of nothingness. Beyond the 9th level, everyone, including all the Zerg, subconsciously wanted to kneel down and worship. Faced with such terrifying pressure, they seemed to have seen a real god. And now, the gods are going to kill them all. Chapter 97. The 8th Urgent Lock. Open. In the face of absolute strength, all plans become pale and powerless. Even the 8 war zones under Li Shetong were able to defeat those allies one by one. But the true purpose of nothingness has been achieved. As long as it surpasses the 9th level, nothing else will matter. It will personally destroy all humans and all living things on the blue planet and destroy the entire blue planet. Nothingness has transformed into endless darkness, and now the darkness is indiscriminately devouring everything it can. At this time, Li Shutong suddenly looked at Han Zhan behind him. "Old Nine, it's your turn." Li Shutong's words made everyone stunned. They didn't think that the Korean War could be turned around under such circumstances. How could Han Zhan possibly do something that even Li Shutong couldn't do? "Tell me the location of the 8th urgent lock." "Teacher, you." Han Zhan suddenly raised his head and looked at his teacher as if he was meeting him for the first time. He always thought that Li Shutong accepted him as a student because of his talent or some other reasons. But Han Zhan never thought of one thing. That is, Li Shutong knew his identity as a time traveler. This is something that the Korean War never thought of. This feeling intensified when Li Shutong asked him about the location of the 8th lock. "Yes, I know everything." Li Shutong seemed to have seen what Han Zhan was thinking. He did not deny it, but nodded and said, "For thousands of years, Daxia has explored tens of thousands of ruins. Among these ruins, there are myths and historical records about some civilizations that do not belong to Blue Star. I have seen the Fushi Qin, Shinong Ding, Xianyuan sword, the 10 great weapons of ancient times, if I remember correctly. That's what they are called." Li Shutong's words made Han Zhan understand something completely. That is, the current situation was foreseen by his teacher Li Shutong from the very beginning. He never entered the game passively, but took the initiative to enter the game. On the surface, it seemed that the Zerg and other allies had plotted against Li Shutong. In fact, it was Li Shutong who had schemed against them all. For some reason, Han Zhan recalled what Li Shutong had said to him. "The roots of Daxia have completely rotted, and cutting them off will not cure them, so we need a fire to give them a new lease of life." Once upon a time, Han Zhan always thought that Li Shutong hoped that he would become that fire. He never thought that there would be a day when Li Shutong would use himself as bait and become the flame that ignites all the corruption in this world. "Teacher." Han Zhan opened his mouth. It was not that he didn't want to tell Li Shutong the location of the 8th lock, but in his memory, if the 8th lock was opened, it would completely consume his life. If Li Shutong had planned all this from the beginning, then he must have also planned his own death. This is unacceptable in the Korean War. "Old Nine, you said you wanted to be a hero and protect those you wanted to protect. Being a hero comes at a price, and sometimes that price is your own life. Face it calmly and accept the reality. This is my destiny," Li Shutong said in a calm tone. Han Zhan raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky had been swallowed by endless darkness, and it was still swallowing more places within sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. It won't be long before nothingness swallows everything. Han Zhan knew that the teacher was right. Since we have decided to use life as fire to burn away the darkness, let this fire burn more vigorously. The burn made those people feel the pain. It burned them so deeply that they could never forget it. Han Zhan thought of this. He no longer hesitated, raised his hand, and pointed to the position of Li Shutong's heart. There, the position of the 8th urgent lock is there. After hearing Han Zhan's words, Li Shutong showed a relieved smile on his face. He looked at Han Zhan with a gentle gaze, like an elder looking at his junior. "Your other senior brothers have all studied with me for a long time, but I feel guilty towards you, so I have been staying in Deep Blue City for the past few months. I really enjoy the days I have spent with you. From the moment we knew you had awakened your talent as a spirit contract master, we were already in this trap. This game is the best solution I can think of. As a chess player, I feel sorry for those who died. Didn't you tell me that you wanted to be the chess player next time? From now on, I'll leave everything to you. I have already made arrangements for your brothers and the surviving people of Daxia. They will be waiting for you in the north. Bring it on." After Li Shutong finished his last sentence, he smiled and nodded at Han Zhan. Then, the endless white mist behind him, as if it had found a venting point, began to madly drill into Li Shutong's heart from all directions. 100 years of accumulation, 100 years of life and death. At this moment, Li Shutong finally opened the last move of the 8 urgent fist. The 8th urgent lock, open. The next moment, all the white mist disappeared. The aura on Li Shutong's body suddenly rose sharply until it reached the same level as nothingness. Dense cracks began to appear on his body. Li Shutong compared himself to the gods with his mortal body. He was unable to bear the power of the gods, and his body had already shown signs of disintegration. But he had no worries anymore. He had no hesitation, and he swung his fist with all his might. This punch, impacting the endless darkness in the sky, directly blasted a huge hole in the sky. An incredulous voice came from inside. "How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you transcend the 9th level? You are just an ant. How can you be on par with gods?" In response, Li Shutong threw a second punch. This punch not only shattered the darkness in the sky, but also exposed the origin that was originally merged with nothingness to everyone. With the third punch, the origin of nothingness was knocked down by Li Shatong, grasped in his hand, and forcefully injected into Han Zhan's body. With the fourth punch, Shiwu panicked and tried to escape, but was completely shattered by Li Shudong's punch. It was also in the transcendent realm, but it couldn't even take Li Shudong's 4 punches. With the fifth punch, Li Shatong swung at the mad beast and the nightmare. They had no way of resisting and were all scared to death, killed on the spot. With the sixth punch, Li Shatong swung in the direction of Scarlet Queen and Yi Fan, but it only shattered 2 Zergs that were replaced by lies. Seeing that things were not going well, Yi Fan had already replaced his real body with lies and evacuated the battlefield with the Scarlet Queen. The seventh punch, with its force spanning thousands of miles of sea surface, shattered the teleportation vortex in the deep sea and cut off the Zerg's plan to continue teleporting. With the eighth punch, all the Zerg in the entire deep blue were wiped out by this punch, returning the world to peace and clarity. After throwing these 8 punches, Li Shatong had reached the end of his life. He burned out his entire life and carried a power beyond that of a mortal. After throwing 8 punches, Li Shatong completely lost his breath. Han Zhan raised his head. He saw Li Shatong standing there quietly, with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance to the north. The next second, he completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 98, The Real Yellow Bird. Li Shatong, fallen. Daxia's #1 war god, dissipating heaven and earth. Li Lingjun covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. Xia Yue hugged her and patted her back gently. Han Zhan closed his eyes tightly as Li Shatong forcibly injected the source of nothingness into his body. The complete source rushed around rampaging, as if it was about to break through the shackles and return to heaven and earth. He didn't even have time to mourn Li Shudong's death. He had to concentrate all his attention on suppressing the source of nothingness. He is already the chess player. There were surviving spirit contract masters around, and they saw Li Shatong and the Zerg perish together, and all kinds of reactions appeared on their faces. Someone whimpered softly. It was a young man who had half of his leg bitten off by the Zerg. Losing his legs didn't make him shed a tear, but at this moment he was already crying. There was a man kneeling on the ground, pounding his hands on the ground. He was an elderly guard of the city. He used to be a combat spirit master and fought on the same battlefield as Li Shu. Later, due to his old age, he retired and went to Shenlan City to serve as a city defender. Some people stared at the place where Li Shatong disappeared, hoping that he had never left. In such a depressing and gloomy atmosphere, a discordant chuckle suddenly rang out. The sound was very small at first, then gradually grew louder, until everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the laughter. He was a middle-aged man wearing only a plaid shirt and tan shorts. He was wearing a pair of beach slippers and looked very West Coast style. At this moment, he was walking towards us from a distance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up, and he burst into laughter. Someone stared at him angrily and punched him, but before his fist landed on the other person, he exploded into a ball of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. TSK, you ignorant people don't even kneel down to see me? Daxia will become history from now on. This is now the territory of my empire. Imperial Order of Knights, Grand Master, Louis XVII. His strength and influence in the empire are consistent with the image of Li Shatong in the hearts of the people of Daxia. His appearance also represents that the people behind the whole thing have truly entered the scene to reap the fruits of victory. Louis XVII took 2 steps forward. A loud roar was heard thousands of miles above our heads. A giant war fortress as big as a hill appeared on the coast. Louis XVII, your empire's reward is not here. Don't break the rules. Oh, we, the Imperial Knights, enjoy freedom. No one can restrict us with rules. Everything I see belongs to the empire. There was unquestionable and extremely strong self-confidence in the lazy tone. As soon as Louis XVII finished speaking, another figure appeared on the left side of his body. He was an ordinary little boy. He had a crew cut, wore casual sportswear, and had his hands in his pockets, looking at the other 2 sides with an expressionless face. No one knows when he appeared. Only on his neck, the words number 00 were engraved. Chongqing Company, the first experimental subject. No one knows how much medicine was injected into Chongqing Company's first experimental subject. He himself is a possessor of SSS-level special talents, but was made into a biochemical warrior by Chongqing Company. Although he still looked like a boy of 8 or 9 years old, no one present dared to ignore him. Not even Louis XVII. Well, as Imperial Knights, we are free not to make powerful enemies. He spread his hands and stopped walking. According to the agreement we had discussed in advance, The Empire will occupy half of the Daxia territory, and the Xinjiang Company will occupy the other half. Changxing Company will take away the Shinnong Ding, and the Old Covenant will take away Han Zhan and other contract spirits. A mechanical electronic synthesized sound came from the Fortress of Doom. But now, plans have changed. According to the news from various war zones, Li Shutong has a backup plan. Although Daxia's strength has been severely damaged, the survivors have all gone north and occupied the natural barrier. The actual territories of Daxia that can be divided only have 2/3 left. 8 of the 12 apostles of the Old Testament died in this operation, and only one escaped with serious injuries. The Pope did not choose to appear at this time, probably because he was afraid of being attacked by us in groups. In summary, the Pope's original spoils will be divided equally between our Kanshang Company and the Empire. Pa pa pa. Louis XVII was the first to applaud. It's a very reasonable allocation, Mr. Shang. You are very free in your allocation. The silent biochemical warrior number 00 looked at the two opponents one after another, and after silently evaluating the possibility of fighting 1 against 2, he chose to remain silent. It doesn't matter. He came here just for the Shinnong Ding. Captain Louis XVII, you can take the Fushi Qin and Xianyuan sword. As for the spirit contract master, we at Kanshang Company want him. The electronic voice said again. Louis XVII's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still kept a smile on his face. Chairman Shang is indeed greedy. Could it be that he is doing this for your daughter? I heard that she has awakened a rumble. Suddenly, a large number of dark holes appeared in the Doomsday Fortress opposite, pointing forward. Louis XVII said no more. They just chatted as if no one was around, as if they were talking about something very ordinary. Li Shutong had just died. Countless people had been killed or injured in Daxia, and we were all human. Why should they? Gong Yanjin protected Li Lingjin and Xia Yue behind him. As contracted spirits, although strictly speaking this was just their first meeting, Han Zhan was still unconscious and surrounded by powerful enemies, so she had to stand out. Are you sure you can protect them by yourself? Louis XVII finally took another step forward, his tone relaxed and his eyes frivolous. What a beauty! Why did you choose to be with him? Come with me. I am your perfect match. You should belong among the strong. The little boy in Doomsday Fortress also took a step forward and surrounded Han Zhan and the other 3. They looked at him as if he were a trophy. Li Shutong is dead. Daxia's #1 war god is gone. Who else can protect them? I didn't expect the crisis to come so quickly. At the critical moment, a hoarse voice sounded, and a black hole suddenly exploded in their eyes, instantly wrapping the 3 women in it. So it was you who forced the teacher to death. In the endless darkness, Han Zhan's cold voice rang out. When the bigwigs from several parties saw this scene, they were all frightened. The scene of the void surpassing the 9th level just now was still vivid in their minds. They subconsciously wanted to step back to avoid being sucked into it. Don't be fooled by him. In the Fortress of Doom, a cold electronic synthesized voice reminded, the psychic threshold of his black hole is wrong. These people were all smart and immediately heard the hidden meaning, so they stopped and retreated. Han Zhan, who had regained consciousness at this time, saw his own character panel appear in front of him. Character, Han Zhan, level 587. Spiritual contract talent, divine origin, 3/10, void, origin. Abilities, divine illumination, observation of me, heavenly unity, endless devouring. Chapter 99, shattered with honor. They guessed well. Although Han Zhan has completely mastered the origin of nothingness and can replicate the power of black holes and devouring, but he was ultimately limited by his realm, and the power he displayed was not comparable to that of the past. The 3 people present all have the strength of the 9th level. Even if they are not as strong as Li Shutong, they are still the 9th level. The void black hole has the ability to tear apart space. Be careful that they may take this opportunity to escape. In the Doomsday Fortress, the synthesized electronic voice reminded again. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of special cube-sized instruments shot out from his body. These special ones pierced into the soil one by one, or floated in the air, completely covering the area. This is a space stabilizer, the synthesized electronic voice explained. The reason why he carries this with him is, firstly, to deal with the special talent of nothingness, and secondly, because the commander of the second war zone, Lin Jingxian, also has talent in space. In order to prevent accidents, he specially prepared a space stabilizer to keep the space stable. After doing all this, as expected, the torn space around the Korean War became flat again. Although there were still wrinkles, it could no longer be destroyed or torn. You can't escape, Han Zhan. You are a smart man. In the current situation, your best choice is to leave with me and return to Kanshang Company together. This time, The voice in the Doomsday Fortress was no longer a synthesized electronic sound, but the voice of a middle-aged man. Given the friendship between the Shang family and the Li family, we will not make things difficult for you. On the contrary, we will arrange for you and Shang's sighting to complete the contract. She has awakened an E-level talent, the manhwa stone. She has always liked you and wants to marry you. The tone of this sudden revelation from Kantang Company was very sincere and did not sound false. However, Han Zhan had no intention of agreeing at all. What do you think we are? Cargo or valuable commodities? You pick and choose us at will, even worse than animals. Is this the arrogance of you superiors? The strong prey on the weak, that's how this world is. Otherwise, someone as strong as Li Shutong would still have died here. What's the point of being a hero? Yeah, what's the point of being a hero? If the people you save as a hero are a bunch of ungrateful bastards like this, it's better to give up as soon as possible. The other side has 3 9th-level warriors, and their strength is above mine. The space has been stabilized, and it is impossible to leave by ordinary means. Gong Yangjin's voice sounded beside Han Zhan. In such a situation, only she could stand up. I have an idea. After merging with the Xianyuan Sword Soul, I learned a new sword skill, but I haven't had the chance to use it yet. If I use it, I can solve the current dilemma. What is the price? Han Zhan did not agree immediately, but asked back. Han Zhan's question made Gong Yangjin feel warm in his heart. It seemed that he still cared about him very much and did not ignore his feelings because of the 2 beautiful ladies around him. Thinking of this, Gong Yangjin felt a little happier. It will cause your realm to drop. I have never used it, but I roughly know its cost. The cost of using it is your realm to drop, but I don't know to which level specifically. Gong Yangjin answered truthfully. Can the fallen realm be restored? It can be restored. After a while, Han Zhan made up his mind and said, in this case, I can only ask you for help once more. Haha, what's the point of asking for a favor? Zhan, keep your eyes open and watch this sword carefully. This sword is called Jade Shattering. The black hole of nothingness cast by Han Zhan split the dimensional space, and the conversation between them could not be heard by the outside world. Louis XVII and the other 3 only saw Han Zhan suddenly become silent and stop talking. After a long time, they gradually lost their patience. Although they didn't know how to break the state of the void black hole, it might not be a difficult task with the means of the 3 of them at the 9th level. After looking at each other, the 3 decided to take action. Just at this moment, a sword light shone from the endless nothingness. The surging sword energy dimmed the sky and the earth. Everyone who saw this sword saw nothing in front of their eyes and completely lost the ability to think. This sword is more than 9th level. This sword is so powerful that it is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Faced with such a sword, they only hated that they were too close. Even if they had responded with all their might, it was difficult to completely get rid of it. The space stabilizer was completely destroyed in the sword light. At the moment the stabilizer turned into powder, the black hole suddenly collapsed, sank, and shrank. Finally, it turned into a singularity and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, the 3 bosses all looked unhappy. But at this time they had no time to care about anything else. Bionicle number 1 and Louis XVII are trying their best to fight against the remaining sword intent in their bodies. The Doomsday Fortress simply allowed the sword energy to destroy all electronic components. Countless electronic components and mechanical armor fell off and became scrapped. In the end, only a mimetic robot as tall as a person walked out of the ruins. The arrest failed. His tone still lacked any emotion. It was just something that happened at hand. We have taken over 1/3 of Daxia's territory at once. Xinjiang Company still has a lot of things to do. I won't stay here with you 2 any longer. I will report what happened here to the master. You have not paid the agreed compensation for the Shinongding. Chongqing Company will not let this matter go. The second one to stand up was Bionicle number 00. The filthy pieces of flesh shredded by the sword kept falling off his body, and new limbs soon grew out. After he said this, he turned around and left. Louis XVII, who was supposed to make a fortune, was ruined by the sudden accident and was grinning. The strong sword intent on his body flickered and could never be completely eliminated. He was almost certain that at least 50 of the swords swung by the woman named Gong Yangjin fell on him, which was a case of public revenge. That's really cool. If I can refine you into my soulmate, I will be able to take that step faster. I look forward to seeing you next time. Louis XVII finished talking to himself. Then he covered the long and narrow sword scar on his chest, slowly stood up, and walked away with a swaying step. Not far away, the noise started again. Figures came here one after another. When they saw Louis XVII, they all stood still and saluted respectfully. Master, Louis XVII waved his hand. Calm down the injured people and start taking over the city immediately. Get a bigger piece of Daxiao's cake before those idiots who only know how to develop high technology do. At this point, Louis XVII paused for a moment, and then he added, those who resist will be killed without mercy. There is no need to be too polite to these inferior people. Yes. With the entry and exit of the three forces, the entire Deep Blue disaster gradually came to an end. The beginning of this turmoil that changed the world pattern was later recorded in history. Someone has counted all the casualties of this war, and the data is shocking. On the Daxiao side, Daxiao's war god Li Shutong died in battle. The head of the first war zone Wei Qing and the head of the second war zone Lin Jingxian were seriously injured. The head of the third war zone Yi Qiu went crazy, and a large number of spiritual masters in the major war zones were killed or wounded. The country lost 2/3 of its land area and was almost destroyed. The survivors and the remaining forces, at Li Shudong's advance signal, all went north to defend the remaining 1/3 of the territory. Zerg. The Zerg nothingness, who transcended the realm, fell, and the origin of nothingness was taken away. The 9th level Zerg Emperor Wild Beast and the 9th level Zerg Emperor Nightmare were killed. A large number of high-level and low-level Zerg died and suffered serious injuries. The Scarlet Queen entered the 9th level and successfully returned with the human trader Yi Fan to rule the Blood Sea. On the Chongqing Company side, Biochemical Warrior number 001 died. A large number of biochemical warriors were destroyed, and the company was severely damaged. As for the Kanzhang Company, there is no loss so far, but the trust of various countries in the Kanzhang Company has been greatly reduced, and their purchasing power and dependence have weakened. They have gained 1/3 of Daxiao's territory. On the Empire side, all of Daxiao's spies were eliminated, the Iron Blood Society was annihilated, and they could not train an intelligence organization of equal strength in a short period of time. They also gained 1/3 of Daxiao's territory. In the Old Testament, of the 9 apostles dispatched, only one escaped with serious injuries. The Pope was furious and truly felt the price of physical pain. Only 2 of the 12 apostles are left now, almost dead in name only, and they have completely fallen silent and are recuperating. After this battle, in addition to the world-shaking achievements of the god of war Li Shutong, there is another person's name that is remembered by most people in the world. His name is Zhan, and he is Li Shudong's student. He almost changed the situation of the battle twice, and finally escaped from the hands of 3 9th-level powerhouses by his own strength. Such achievements made the Korean War famous. Chapter 100. Just a little bitterness. Beijun, resisting Laoguan. As the year draws to a close, snow falls earlier in the north. A few tiny figures stood on the towering city wall. Fine snow was floating from the sky, covering everything with a light layer of white. Wei Qing, go back and rest. Ahem, I'll wait here. Lin Jingxian, you are such a nagging person, you should go back and have a rest first. I just lost some mental strength, but I can always recover. It's better than some people who have a broken arm. Hey, want to show me how to do it? Wei Qing's originally aroused fighting spirit suddenly became depressed again. Lin Jingxian also fell silent. Before, when we were studying with our teacher, he would always pull us apart and hit us once and twice. But now, that person is no longer here. According to the backup plan left by our teacher, the area of North County has been covered by thousands of special formations taken from the ruins. They are combined into a large formation, which helped us block 3 attempts by the Chongqing Company. The Kanzhang Company has already handled it properly and completely cut off the contact network. But with our current technology, we are not yet capable of reactivating those wartime equipment. The Zerg in the Old Covenant have disappeared after this battle and will not appear again in the short term. The Zerg on the Empire's side and the Empire are holding each other back. The situation stabilized again. Lin Jingxian was not good at expressing himself, so he could only use this method to convey the positive aspects of stability and improvement and change the subject with Wei Qing. No news about Lao Jiu yet. All we know is that he escaped from the encirclement of 3 9th-rank masters and is currently being hunted by the Chongqing Company and the Xinjiang Company. What happened next? Was he caught? There is no follow-up. Our current contact network has been completely shut down, and no other information can be obtained. Then let Lao Ba investigate. Aren't their information channels the most informed? If the 8th War Zone had to be mobilized for this kind of thing, we would have been eliminated by the Empire long ago, and there would be no more trouble for us. As he spoke, a blurry figure gradually stared, revealing a nothing look. Before Wei Qing could speak, Wu continued, "They have already arrived at Julao Pass." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared on the snowy path in the distance. Han Zhan, Xia Yue, Li Lingjun, Gongyang. Not one was left behind. They successfully escaped the pursuit and arrived in Beijing, where they successfully joined forces with the survivors of Daxia. Seeing familiar figures one by one, the next second, Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian appeared in front of them. After a long journey, avoiding pursuit and being in fear all the way, fatigue was written on the faces of Han Zhan and his companions. When Han Zhan saw Wei Qing with only one arm left, he was stunned. "Big brother, what's that look in your eyes, kid? Even now, I can still beat up 5 of you, believe it or not." Wei Qing raised his hand cursing and was about to hit Han Zhan, but when he saw Han Zhan like that, he put his hand down in dismay. "Let's go into the city. You have successfully escaped capture, and the teacher's final goal has been achieved. There are no regrets. Where are the other senior brothers?" Han Zhan suddenly asked. Wei Qing paused as he turned around. Lin Jingxian adjusted his glasses and said, "The third brother has gone crazy. The fourth brother is busy running around in Beijing. The fifth war zone where the fifth brother is located has been taken over by the Xinjiang Company, and the sixth and seventh brothers, along with their healing spirit masters, have all been taken away by the Chongqing Company. As for Lao Ba is here, but you can't see him. Healing spirit bond masters are strategic materials, and their importance is self-evident. This is why only the 5th, 6th, and 7th war zones are best preserved. They lacked combat power and could not escape, so they were controlled by the Chongqing Company and the Kanshang Company, but fortunately their lives were safe." Han Zhan nodded and fell silent. Without Li Shutong, their world collapsed. Everyone grew and matured a lot overnight. There is no anger, no resentment, or perhaps it is just like the continuous snow, buried in the heart. Enter North County. Han Zhan and others felt that the wind and snow above their heads had subsided a lot. It's the Four Seasons Spring Formation, an ancient formation that the teacher obtained in the ruins. There are more than 1,000 formations like this in the entire North County, and the number is still increasing. Fourth senior brother Shinjichi. Upon hearing the news about the ruins, a person's appearance and name flashed through Han Zhan's mind. Lin Jingxian nodded. "That's right. The fourth one was the first to arrive here through the interconnected special ruins. Among the successors left by the teacher, he is mainly responsible for activating the magic circle, maintaining the magic circle, and carving the magic circle. This is their new job content in the 4th war zone. The teacher really has a plan for everything. He even thought of a way out for us." Han Zhan sighed. Unexpectedly, after these words were spoken, Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian looked at each other subconsciously. Not entirely. Lin Jingxuan's next words surprised Han Zhan. "The teacher didn't figure out how you were going to leave, so he left a note for each of us to go north, but not for you. He is not sure that you can escape from the hands of 3 ninth-rank masters. The first task left for me, Wei Qing, and Lao Ba is to find a way to rescue you." This? Han Zhan didn't know what to say. If you look closely, it seems to be true. Li Shutong injected the origin of nothingness into his own body, probably because he was sure that he would not be killed, but might not be able to escape. If there had not been the subsequent changes, there was a high probability that he would have followed the merchant and become a son-in-law. At this time, Wei Qing patted him on the shoulder and added, "I have to say, you are quite capable. From the first time I saw you at Qingting College, I knew that you would become a tough guy. Being able to escape from the hands of 3 ninth ranks saves us from a big problem. Then again, how did you escape?" Hearing Wei Qing's question, Han Zhan recounted the story of Gong Yangjin's sword skills of destroying 3 enemies at once, and how he took the opportunity to activate the void black hole and the process of space transfer. Now, Xiaojin's cultivation level has fallen to the 5th level. I was able to escape. At least 90 of the credit goes to her. The few people shared hardships, and their feelings quickly warmed up, and Han Zhan's way of addressing Gong Yangjin changed again. Gong Yangjin's hand was held by Li Lingjin and Xia Yue respectively, and the 3 of them had a very good relationship. When I was at the 9th level, I called him Senior Gong Yangjin. Now that I have fallen to the 5th level, I am only at the 5th level, so I call him Little Jin. Gong Yangjin's sad voice made the originally dull atmosphere a lot more lively. Han Zhan smiled awkwardly and touched his head. "Don't underestimate yourself. Being able to possess a 9th level spirit contract is itself a very powerful thing." Lin Jingxian suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the many survivors of Daxia who came from afar after hearing the news. "Look at them. They all heard that you arrived in Beijing and came to see you. They are your admirers. I fought side by side with the great Xia god of war. As his youngest student, I turned the tables twice, helped my teacher to break through his limits, and killed powerful enemies. I also escaped from the hands of 3 9th-level masters. With such a record, you are no longer an ordinary person. We are all old. Daxia now needs a new faith. Lin Jingxuan's words made Han Zhan suddenly raise his head. He looked at those excited and enthusiastic people, feeling the indomitable spirit and stubbornness in their eyes. They were expecting him to say something. Is this the chess player? Teacher. Han Zhan felt something in his heart. He just raised his hand suddenly. No sensationalism, no encouragement, no eloquent speeches. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Chapter 101. New Year's Eve. Added. Thank you for your recommendations, monthly tickets, and rewards. Li Shudong's funeral was scheduled for the end of the year. In the old days, business debts had to be settled by the end of the year. People in debt had a hard time celebrating the new year, as if they were passing a checkpoint, hence the name Ningguan. Daxia's current situation will only be more difficult than passing the test. So after discussing with several senior brothers, Han Zhan arranged the funeral at the end of the year, so that all the grief would remain in this year, and all the hope would remain in the new year tomorrow. On the last day of the year, heavy snow fell. The Four Seasons Spring Magic Array only covers the main residential areas, while other places are still covered with heavy snow. A thick layer of snow has accumulated, and the whole place is covered in silver. Han Zhan, Wei Qing, Lin Jingxian, and Shun Jiqi carried the coffin and walked in the snow, taking one step deep and one step shallow. Behind them, there was a huge team, and no one made a sound. Like marching in silence. The coffin was empty. Li Shudong's body had long since been annihilated and dissipated because it was unable to bear the power beyond that of a mortal. The empty coffin weighed 1,000 pounds on the four men's shoulders. The burial site was chosen at Julao Pass, a natural barrier in Beijun, and also the most dangerous pass closest to the south. A statue of Li Shutong is carved vividly, and it faces south. To the south, there is the land we lost. In the south, there are our captured compatriots. In the south, there are hatreds and enemies that we must remember. The place was crowded with people, and under the heavy snow, everyone's hair was covered with white snow. Some people's cheeks were red from the cold, and some people's limbs were stiff and cold, but no one left. Li Shudong's coffin was buried, and the snow and soil covered it. Everyone observed a moment of silence and solemnity and completed the final farewell ceremony. The epitaph belonging to Li Shutong was erected in front of the tomb, just like those combat spirit masters that Han Zhan had seen. If it is beneficial to the country, I will not avoid it because of misfortune or fortune. This is the epitaph written by Han Zhan for Li Shutong. He felt that this sentence was the most appropriate to describe Li Shudong's life. 100 years ago, it was he who turned the tide and saved Daxia from collapse, continued the century-old foundation, built 8 war zones, expanded the territory, and worked tirelessly. 100 years later, he used his death as a prelude to uproot the corrupt Great Xia, and used the fire that burned himself to burn away all the filth, restoring clarity to the world. Li Shu is also the god of war of Daxia, and he deserves the title of hero. Compared with my teacher, I still have a long way to go. But at the signal of his senior brothers, he still walked step by step to the front of everyone. The snowstorm is getting stronger. In the heavy snow, Han Zhan walked to the statue of Li Shutong. He turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. Among this group of people, there are my senior brothers, my partner, my compatriots, elders, and children. They all looked at him at the same time, and this feeling gave Han Zhan the illusion that he was still in the Baichao Sacred Heart world. In the world of Baichao Sacred Heart, he broke the curse, won the hearts of the people, completed the Shinnong inheritance, and became the new Holy Master. And here, he assisted Li Shutong in fighting against the Zerg, and used his 5th-level body to fight against 3 9th-level strongest people. He was also Li Shudong's student and a part of his inheritance. Han Zhan took a deep breath. Dear citizens of Daxia, dear comrades who fought together with us, the pillar of our Daxia has fallen. He didn't fall in the battle with the Zerg. He fell in greed, selfishness, desire, and unbearable conspiracy. But we will always remember his name, and always remember this man, the great Xia god of war, Li Shutong. I am not a hero, nor do I want to be one. I am just a small person who is afraid of death. Compared with the teacher, I am ashamed of myself. In the past, I just wanted to protect my own little piece of land and be with the one I loved. I thought that I had good talent and had a great figure like my teacher to protect me, which would give me a lot of time to grow. I have good luck and I have bad luck. But friends, this is life. The fact that we lost a great Xiao war god does not mean we have failed completely, because each of us can become our own great Xiao war god. Let us bury our hatred and pain deep here, and let us take each step forward unwaveringly even if we know we are doomed to fail. In this insect-plagued apocalypse, everyone's body is as small as a feather, and their life is as small as a weed. We have seen the darkest night, but the burning and bright flames in our hearts will never waver. When Han Zhan said this, he suddenly summoned the Xianyuan sword, turned around, and swung the sword, carving two big words on the wall of Julao Pass. South. Down. This is my commitment and my oath to my teachers. One day in the future, I will lead everyone south and take back everything that originally belonged to us. Go south. Go south. Go south. At this moment, enthusiastic shouts broke out from the crowd. They expressed their feelings from the bottom of their hearts and roared in anger. Like fleeing rats, they hurried north to escape the villains who were trying to steal the fruits of victory. Their god of war has fallen, and their future life is like floating duckweed, with no hope in sight. But now, the words "Go South" carved by Han Zhan on the city wall are like a bright red flag, standing in the hearts of every wandering Dixia person. After going north, it's time to go south. Defeat in battle is not scary. As long as you are still alive, there is a possibility of victory. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must bite off a piece of flesh from those people. Go north, go south. Wei Qing looked at Han Zhan standing in the snow and wind, and looked at the majestic words, "Go south" carved on the city wall with the Xianyuan sword. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Lin Jingshuan's glasses were a little blurry, so he took them off and wiped them gently. Nanxia, teacher, you really didn't make a mistake. Shinjiqi's eyes lit up with excitement. The fatigue from days of running around disappeared at this moment. It seemed that endless new strength was surging from the bottom of his heart. In the sanatorium, the injured spirit contract masters and spirit-contracted people who were recuperating only heard a loud and mighty noise coming from far away, but with their hearing ability, they could not hear clearly what it was saying. In the innermost sanatorium room, a crazy man with disheveled hair jumped out of the room. Master Yi. The nurse behind him who saw this scene hurriedly chased after him and tried to grab him. Yi Qiu easily escaped their capture. He laughed loudly, then suddenly listened attentively, and then suddenly continued to laugh loudly. Go south. They're talking about going south. Go south. Ha ha ha. Going south. There was a moment of silence in the sanatorium, and then everyone, in shock, burst into loud and passionate shouts. That's right, head south. Fuck him. This is how we should fight back. Go south. Go south. This day? Two words were echoing throughout Beijing. Go south. On this day? It was the day Li Shutong was buried. On this day? It is the last day of the old year. Chapter 1 New Year Additional Chapters. Please bookmark, read, recommend, and vote for me. Thank you. 1 year after another, 1 year after another. The new year is a fresh start. The new year in Beijing was not as lively as in previous years. Because of the Kanshang Company, the power system of the entire Beijing lost its energy supply, and the satellite network and signal coverage were also cancelled. The ancient magic circle can only maintain the climate, resist foreign invasions, and enhance the spirit gathering effect, but it does not have various cutting-edge technologies such as providing energy. The entire Beijing County was pitch black at night, and nothing could be seen clearly. A scream comparable to that of a groundhog rang out from the room. Han Zhan and others who ran in with candles lit saw Li Lingjin squatting on a chair, looking ahead with a look of despair on his face. There was a computer that had run out of power and turned off automatically with a black screen. I wrote a 5,000-word draft, but I didn't save it because the computer ran out of battery and shut down automatically. Li Lingjin said with a sad face. It's okay, it's only 5,000 words. Han Zhan comforted. But those 5,000 words are the essence that has accumulated in my mind for a long time. Li Lingjin struggled to refute. The essence that's even better. If these 5,000 words were really spread, God knows how many people's brains would be stained yellow. Bah. Damn Shinshan Company, damn it. The power outage has brought us too much trouble. My readers have been scolding me in the comment section for not updating for more than 10 days. I told them that I was fighting the Zerg, but they actually mocked me for bragging. Li Lingjin's cell phone still had a little bit of battery left, and with her signal of only 1 bar left, she could barely surf the internet. Sure enough, on her phone, the comments with the highest number of likes were all urging for more updates, and some even scolded her for letting the story end badly. Han Zhan glanced at Li Lingjin. The eunuch was right, but it was a pity that it had little killing power. In the top pinned message in the comments section, Li Lingjin actually left a message explaining her suspension of updates, and the comments below became much more intense. You are the author of a banned book, and you went to fight against the Zerg. Why didn't you say that you are an SSS-level spirit? The author is not in Deep Blue City. I heard that there was an insect plague there. A moment of silence. Bah, there's no reason for you to stop updating. If you don't have any inspiration, go find some for me. I want to see an update today. Believe it or not, I'll chop off my head and show it to you. Give me your address. I want to send you some local specialties. There are so many comments. I didn't expect that Li Ling is really good at this and is doing quite well. Most of the people in the comment section are from Daxia, but the large area of land where they live now has changed hands. For ordinary people, the change of ownership of territory does not feel like anything. It is just a change of people who rule them, nothing more. There are many people who hold this idea. Li Lingjun gritted her teeth as she looked at these sarcastic comments. She started typing on the keyboard with both hands. Her fingers were so fast that they even left afterimages. Xia Yue had to cough and reminded, Lingjun, we have new materials and new inspiration today. Do you want to continue to fight with these people until dawn? I'm about to go head-on with them. New materials, new inspiration. When Li Lingjun heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Han Zhan and the tall and handsome Gong Yangjin who was standing next to him with burning eyes. She suddenly realized, ever since Gong Yangjin woke up, they had been wandering around, and finally came to Beijun and settled down. As the newest member of the Xianyuan sword, Gong Yangjin hadn't figured out the situation yet before she saw Xia Yue and Li Lingjun together. They couldn't wait to pull her along, and the three of them started whispering. Xia Yue, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Li Lingjun, quack, quack, quack. Gong Yangjin, cricket pupy, cricket pupy, cricket pupy. Han Zhan looked at these three guys who were communicating in coded language in front of him, speechless. After a while, they didn't know what they had discussed, and they looked up at Han Zhan at the same time. That look made Han Zhan's heart skip a beat. Three people walked forward and surrounded Han Zhan. Under their torture, Han Zhan had no choice but to confess. In the second half of the night, Gong Yangjin woke up from his sleep. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were still sleeping soundly beside him. Although they both seem heartless on the surface, what they were discussing with me just now was to find a way to make Han Zhan relax. They didn't want him to be so tense every day. That's why Gong Yangjin finally gritted his teeth and agreed to their excessive suggestions. Gong Yangjin was not originally from Daxia, and she would not feel as deep a sorrow as Xia Yue and Li Lingjun, so she was the one trying her best to cooperate with the other three. Apart from the two people who were sleeping, there was no sign of Han Zhan around. Gong Yangjin put on his coat, pushed the door open and walked out, only to see Han Zhan standing alone on the balcony in a daze. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet, little brother? Gong Yangjin said in a frivolous manner. Hearing her voice, Han Zhan turned his head and looked over. His eyes stayed on Gong Yangjin, who was only covered with a coat, and there was a hint of heat in his eyes. Woman, you are provoking me. Don't you know whether you are young or not? Gong Yangjin laughed a few times, which was regarded as his acquiescence to Han Zhan's rebuttal. After a few jokes, let's get back to the topic. Han Zhan looked into the distance, feeling the slight chill brought by the wind. The ancient formation is, after all, just a means of emergency left by the teacher. It can be used temporarily, but not forever. Why do you say that? You should be able to feel it, right? For example, the 4 seasons like spring formation is weakening. There is a chill in the air, which is the temperature from the outside world. The formation is weakening. It may not be obvious now, but the weakening process will definitely continue. I have heard of this. After becoming serious, Gong Yangjin also gave his own judgment. Ancient magic arrays are not new things. They were all unearthed in the ruins. But because they originated from ancient times, no one has been able to study and understand the principles of these formations for thousands of years. We can only watch their energy gradually weaken until the core energy of the formation is exhausted and the formation can no longer be activated. If you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries. I am worried that this kind of situation will happen. Han Zhan sighed and admitted. Gong Yangjin walked forward and touched Han Zhan's forehead with some concern. You got into the state very quickly. You started to worry about the country and the people so quickly. Don't worry, there will be a way. Don't forget, you have several other brothers. They have more knowledge than you, and there will always be a solution. It's a pity that my strength is greatly reduced now, and it's difficult for me to help you anymore. Gong Yangjin sighed and said. Han Zhan walked up to her and gently took her hand. Everything will be fine. I know a method that can quickly improve your cultivation. Do you want to try it? Gong Yangjin's awkward way of changing the subject was almost as lame as my cat can do backflips. Han Zhan nodded with interest. Then let's give it a try. Chapter 2 3 questions and a decision. Additional updates. Please give everything. Chongqing Company tried to attack a city in the southern part of Beijun yesterday. They took a long detour to launch a surprise attack. We were short-handed and didn't discover it immediately. Fortunately, the ancient turtle element formation helped us block this attack. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Lin Jingxuan's frown never relaxed on the first day of the new year. Ever since they had been defending Beijing and implementing a defensive strategy to recuperate, Changxing Company had never stopped its probing attacks on them. Compared with other major forces that have ceased their activities, Changxing Company gives people a feeling that it is desperate and desperate. We can't go on like this. Ancient magic arrays all have array cores. Once the energy in the array core is exhausted, we don't know how to replenish the energy. We can only stare blankly and watch it stop working. Although the number of magic arrays that our teacher left us is as high as tens of thousands, these are what our teacher has deliberately accumulated over the past 100 years. If we squander it like this, we won't have another 100 years left. What's more, the ruins that originally belonged to Daxia are now controlled by the Xinjiang Company and the Empire, and it is impossible to continue exploring them. The ancient magic circle has one less as it is used. Changxing Company seemed to have anticipated this and continued to harass them relentlessly. For them, the price they paid was just some biochemical warriors that could be easily created. Using them to consume the energy of the ancient magic circle was the most cost-effective thing to do. This is a problem. Soon, the second report was sent in. This time, it is about urban energy supply. There is no doubt that those who choose to go north with the main force are loyal to Daxia. The people support you, so you must do something to respond to them. For example, nowadays, more and more complaints about urban energy supply are pouring in. Without the energy provided by the Kanshang Company, the city's energy has been exhausted. In order to maintain the normal operation of people's livelihood projects, energy has been strictly controlled and most of the city's energy supply has been cut off and is not provided for the time being. This is extremely inconvenient for a highly urbanized city. This is also the problem that Lin Jingxian and others are worried about and urgently need to be solved. The Kanshang Company has proposed this to us. The owner of the Shang family said that as long as we can give up the Korean War to them, the Shang family can provide all the energy in Beijing for free. Well, it's just the same sausage-cutting trick. Lin Jingxian saw through these people's thoughts at a glance. In other words, he knew what this group of people were thinking. Han Zhan represents the future. He can give new life to the spirits through divine awakening. Such an ability is terrifying. If he is assisted by Zhangshang technology, Han Zhan's future achievements will be limitless. But in doing so, Daxia lost its new spiritual pillar and their faith in the future collapsed. The loss is far more serious than energy. This is an open conspiracy of Kanshang technology, and Lin Jingxian does not intend to pay attention to it. At this time, the subordinate hurried over and reported the third problem. Daxia's awakening stones were destroyed in large quantities by all major organizations. The third question not only made Lin Jingxian frown, but also made Wei Qing, who was not in the right state, frown. Even someone as simple-minded as Wei Qing understood what the awakening stone meant. It is the foundation of the Great Xia spiritual contract master. Without the awakening stone, the Great Xia lineage would not be able to complete the awakening at the age of 18 and become a spiritual contract master or a contracted spirit. This is cutting off the source of Daxia's trouble. Lin Jingxuan's brows furrowed even deeper. Faced with these three problems, even for him, it is difficult to come up with solutions in the first place. Han Zhan walked in from outside, yawning. He had wasted a lot of energy helping Gong Yanjin improve his cultivation last night. There were more female goblins to deal with, but the teacher who prepared the 4 tonic soups for him was no longer there. Han Zhan suppressed the fleeting disappointment in his heart and greeted Lin Jingxian and Wei Qing. Why are you so sad? What happened? When Han Zhan asked the question, Lin Jingxian told him all the information he had just learned. Han Zhan was not surprised at all to hear these 3 questions. It's pretty much what I expected. I have solutions to these 3 problems. Han Zhan suddenly said. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at him at the same time. This is not a joke. Lin Jingxian reminded subconsciously. He paused and asked tentatively, do you really have a solution? Certainly. Han Zhan thought for a long time on the balcony yesterday, and it was not without gain. I think if we want to solve these 3 problems, we should prioritize them. I think that the city's energy supply is related to people's livelihood, so it is the most urgent. The ancient magic circle is related to safety, so it is the second most urgent. The awakening stone is the last. As for the solution to urban energy supply, the answer is simple, rob. Han Zhan pointed to the areas on the battle map that originally belonged to Daxia's territory. We can rob the energy in these places and supply it to Beijing. Even if we can find the energy production plant of Xinjiang Company, we can directly bring the plant here, and it can supply Beijing for a long time. Han Zhan's words made Lin Jingxian and others ponder. Indeed, he and others still maintained their inherent thinking thinking that the surrounding cities were all Daxia territory and were inhabited by Daxia people, and had never considered the matter of plundering the city's energy. Han Zhan's words opened their minds. What about the other two? As for the other two items, regarding the ancient magic circle and its core, although we can no longer explore the ruins, don't forget that I still have a precious Bodhi tree. Not only may there be a way to resolve the ancient magic circle inside the Bodhi tree, there may even be a way to resolve the awakening stone. Han Zhan didn't say it for sure, but he was 90% sure that the world fruit of the Bodhi tree, Qin Sei Fu Lai, must represent the Fuxi Qin world. Fuxi Qin. Why is it called Fuxi Qin? That's because the person who made it was called Fuxi. Just like Shinnong was good at pharmacology and medicine, then what was Fuxi good at? Fuxi Bagua. Hexagrams are the beginning of formations. Could the ancient magic formations really stump Fuxi? As for whether the awakening stone can solve the problem, this problem is not critical. Beijun is already in turmoil. Most of the people who survived are the surviving spirit contract masters and spirit contract spirits. The real civilians account for a small proportion. They cannot form a fighting force and go into battle in a short time. Rather than letting them wake up and then die like cannon fodder, it is better for them not to wake up. After Han Zhan and Lin Jingxian explained all this, they finally concluded. So I decided to first seize the city energy controlled by the Xinshang Company. This will also be our first march south. Han Zhan slammed his hand heavily on the map and said decisively, confidently, and firmly. Chapter 3A Crazy Plan. After Han Zhan finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. This plan is crazy. Amidst the madness, it seemed to fit their current situation. Without madness, there is no life. It's not that they haven't thought of these methods, but because they have too many concerns and some conservative approaches, they haven't considered it for the time being. But the Korean War was different. After hearing this plan, Lin Jingxian thought about it for a moment, his brain working rapidly, and he had already come up with several suitable options. The first possible location is Chunrao City. It is only 1,000 kilometers away from Jiulao Pass. It is the city we can reach the fastest. If we choose Chunrao City, the risk factor will be the lowest. Even if we wait until the Cantang Company reacts, we will have already retreated back to the interior of the country, which is the safest option. Han Zhan looked at the map on the table and found that Chunrao City and Jiulao Pass were indeed very close. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. A single city can only provide too few energy bricks. There are 32 cities of all sizes in Beijun. Each city needs 10 energy bricks a month. Relying on Chunrao City alone is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, robbing energy bricks like this can only happen once, and it won't happen again. By the time it happens again, the Xinshang Company will be prepared, and it will be much more difficult to rob them again. Han Zhan analyzed. After hearing this, Lin Jingxian nodded and agreed with his judgment. So he told me the second location in his mind, which was also the location he preferred. Then choose Hichu City. Hichu City is about 5,000 kilometers away from Beijun. It has always been the largest energy consumer in Daxia. There must be a lot of energy bricks stored here. If we plunder this place, it won't be a problem if we tighten our belts and save money on energy for at least half a year. Hearing Lin Jingshuan's words, Wei Qing immediately slammed his hand on the table. Then here. All right, I'll go and notify all the brothers in the first war zone who are able-bodied to gather together and set off as soon as it gets dark. Lin Jingxian ignored him and continued to look at Han Zhan, wanting to hear his opinion. Han Zhan supported his chin with one hand and pondered for a moment. From the current perspective, this is indeed a relatively safe location. But there are still two problems. First, everyone knows that Hichu City is an energy city, and the Cantang Company also knows that. Therefore, the defense of Hichu City must be higher than that of other cities. It is not easy to launch a night attack. Once it is dragged into a protracted war, the enemy reinforcements will arrive soon. The second problem is the distance. 5,000 kilometers, even if we travel at full speed, it will still take a long time. Look here, here, and here. Han Zhan pointed to 3 areas on the map with his hand and said, if I were from the Cantang Company, I would set up pursuit troops at these 3 locations. With the mobility of the Cantang Company, they would be able to catch up with us very quickly. Wei Qing usually hates hearing these kinds of analyses. In his opinion, they all come with too many concerns and impure thoughts. You can't do this or that. Just tell me a place. Wei Qing slammed the table and cursed. Since we are going south, you should show some momentum. Didn't you speak with great momentum in your impassioned speech at your teacher's funeral? Wei Qing. Lin Jingxian adjusted his glasses and reminded him. Han Zhan knew his senior brother's temper and didn't take it seriously. He glanced around. Lin Jingxian put down the cup in his hand. As the ripples in the cup spread out, the surrounding room had been replaced by a pure white space. It comes from the tacit understanding between fellow apprentices. No further words needed. This is my pure white space. Tell me what you really think. Lin Jingxian paused. Since you proposed this idea, You must have chosen a place of your own choice. As expected, I couldn't hide it from my second senior brother Lin Jingxian. A smile appeared on Han Zhan's face, but there was a hint of madness in this smile. His hand gently pointed to an area on the map. When Han Zhan pointed to that area, Lin Jingxian subconsciously held up his glasses, and Wei Qing stopped his cursing. They all raised their heads and looked at Han Zhan with an expression of, "Are you crazy? You guys, have you heard of Titan City?" Titan City, how could I not have heard of it? As the main city of the Cantang Company, it is the most technologically advanced city in the entire Blue Star, and also the headquarters of the Cantang Company. There are the most advanced technology, the most powerful armaments, the most terrifying firepower, and even the name Titan City represents the most advanced war fortress of the Changchang Company, the ultimate strategic weapon, Titan Fortress. It is an existence that even the Ninth Order's strongest have to weigh carefully, and it is also the foundation for the Cantang Company to gain a foothold in this insect-plagued apocalypse. But now, Han Zhan pointed at the location of Titan City on the map, his eyes showing madness, but he was extremely confident. This time it was Wei Qing's turn to be silent. Although he is a battle maniac, he is not a fool. Even during the heyday of Xia, he never thought of fighting Titan City, let alone now. Just now he was shouting that Han Zhan was a coward, but he didn't expect that this junior brother would give him a big task, and he was completely helpless. Are you serious? Although Lin Jingxian found it ridiculous at first, if the other party was not Han Zhan but Wei Qing, he would have kicked the man away long ago. Because it was the Korean War, he confirmed it again. Yes, I am serious, more serious than ever before. If you're going to rob, grab a big one. Don't they like to steal things from Xia? Don't they think they have killed the teacher and are so proud of themselves? Big brother is right. Since we are heading south, we should do a big one. Hearing this, Lin Jingxian looked at his senior brother Wei Qing, who was standing there in a daze. Wei Qing was almost choked to death by Han Zhan's words. He never imagined that one day someone would use his words to hit him in the face. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ahem. Lao Jiao, we know you're eager to avenge your teacher, but this is Titan City. Since you're heading south, show some momentum. Han Zhan slammed the table vividly, and Wei Qing's face turned black. Let's get back to the topic. Han Zhan turned his gaze to Lin Jingxian and continued to explain, there are 3 reasons why I chose Titan City. The first reason is that Titan City is the main city of the Xinjiang Company. No other place has as many energy bricks as Titan City. The second reason is incredible even to you. Cantang Company would never have thought that we would go to Titan City to plunder energy bricks. This kind of moth-to-flame behavior does have the possibility of success. As for the third reason, although I have spoken generously before, my prestige is only temporary. If I cannot do something to consolidate it, the people of North County will collapse in their expectations and faith in me. In any case, there are reasons why you must go to the Korean War. Besides, it's better to go to Titan City with fewer people rather than more. If I sneak in alone, the risk will be lower. Han Zhan's analysis left them speechless. Chapter 4 Mission Codename Raven. Today's additional update will be at noon. Under the argument of the Korean War. In the end, Lin Jingxian and Wei Qing agreed to his plan. This plan could not be made public, even Li Lingshan, Xia Yue, and Gong Yangjin did not know about it. It's not that I'm worried about them leaking the secret, but I'm afraid they'll become confused because of their concern. At the same time, in order to enable them to grow faster and become independent, Lin Jingxian arranged new jobs for them. Li Lingshan is an SSS-Level Qiling Shenong Ding. He is good at treatment and is a scarce talent. He directly becomes the largest therapist in Jianbuk County and is responsible for the large-scale treatment of critically ill patients. Xia Yue is an SSS-Level Spirit-Contracted Fushi Qin, which is good at both offense and defense. In addition, she possesses the ancient setting sun and billions of war spirits, making her a more suitable female commander who commands all spirits. So Lin Jingxian gave her the commander's seal, and asked Xia Yue to stay with him to learn and train so that she could master the art of commanding soldiers as soon as possible. Gong Yangjin is an SSS-Level Spirit-Contracting Xinyuan sword, so the arrangement for him is even simpler. Competing with Wei Qing in martial arts every day is the best training for her. Don't underestimate Wei Qing. As he himself said, although he broke one arm, after that battle, Wei Qing's overall strength did not decline but improved. This also confirms what my teacher Li Shudong said. As warriors, we can only keep moving forward by honing our skills between life and death. After arranging all the personnel, Han Zhan and his team began to collect all the information about Titan City, as well as plan how to enter Titan City without being noticed. Lin Jingxian was responsible for all of this. And so another week passed. After getting a general understanding of Titan City, Han Zhan finally found a way to enter Titan City. According to the latest news from the 8th War Zone, a group of awakened slaves from Daxia will be escorted to Titan City soon. Such a large-scale escort only happens once a year in Titan City. Lin Jingxian stopped talking here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly, second brother. Han Zhan saw the embarrassment on Lin Jingshuan's face and took the initiative to speak. There is no problem with the method of entering, but the final outcome for those who enter Titan City will be death. It is precisely for this reason that Titan City is not so strict in screening them. It makes sense. Once you go in, you will be strictly controlled and eventually lose your life. Even if you are a spy from other organizations, it will be useless to sneak in this way. If it was just an ordinary hidden person, sacrifice would be inevitable, but this time it was Han Zhan who wanted to sneak into Titan City, the new spiritual banner of North County. If he died in Titan City, it would cause an unimaginable blow to Daxia, which is why Lin Jingxian hesitated. After entering Titan City, where will these slaves be assigned? Have no idea. How does the Xinshang Company control these slaves? Have no idea. Is it true that no one can walk out of Titan City alive? Really not. Lin Jingxian answered truthfully. Then I will be the first person, Han Zhan said without hesitation. His mind was made up, and the conversation ended. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Lin Jingxian didn't say anything more. Everyone has his own path, and this is his own choice. The road to becoming strong is never smooth. Besides, Han Zhan has the means of black hole nothingness, and Titan City cannot use space stabilizers to stabilize the entire space all the time. If that were the case, their spacecraft would not be able to operate normally. The risk of Han Zhan going to Titan City is great, but there is still a chance. The two men discussed some details, and under the leadership of the 8th senior brother Wu, Han Zhan successfully infiltrated into the slave group of the Kantang Company through layers of relationships. Han Zhan has now transformed into a strange young man. This is also the method used by the 8th senior brother. As experts in the intelligence organization, it is not difficult for them to change their appearance. But at the same time, Wu also told Han Zhan that his blood must not be collected by the people from Kantang Technology. Because once the blood test is done, his identity will no longer be concealed. The code name of this mission, Raven. This name was thought of by Han Zhan himself. According to legend, the raven is a bird that travels back and forth along the Yellow Spring River. Just like this mission in the Korean War, it was a mission on the brink of death, and one could die if one was not careful. That's quite appropriate. The old territory of Daxia now belongs to Green Sea City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Kantang Company. The place was already packed with people, all of whom were awakened people from Daxia who were escorted here from various cities. Once upon a time, whether they went to the front lines to become combat spirit masters or served the people in the rear to become city defenders, they were the pride of Daxia. But after the fall of Daxia, they all became like prisoners, even worse than the civilians. Because they are awakened, awakening means risk, and risk means uncontrollable. No force dared to let them continue to do their original work. It happened to be the annual slave recruitment day of the Kantang Company's Titan City, and all the cities were happy to go with the flow, gathering them all together and sending them here, waiting for the Kantang Technology's troop transport ships to transport them all to Titan City. Hello? New here? Just as Han Zhan was looking around, someone patted his shoulder and a young man with a young appearance came over from the side. When you get on the troop transport ship, follow me, the young man said and pointed his mouth backwards. See? The people following me are all my friends. Trust me, I'm right. Why should I trust you? Han Zhan looked up at him and said in confusion, no one can escape death once they enter Titan City. What's the point of following someone? At this time, Han Zhan did not show much desire to survive, and the role he played was in line with the mentality of most slaves. Don't cause trouble, don't attract attention, and don't attract attention. You don't understand this. Even if it's death, there are two types, comfortable death and painful death. Which one would you choose? I heard that in Titan City, the Xinshang Company would conduct various experiments on spirit bond masters and spirit bonded people. The process was extremely painful. Some people were tortured alive for more than a year before finally dying. Entering Titan City, death may also be a kind of relief. Looking at the young man in front of him who was talking so eloquently, Han Zhan was a little surprised. He had confirmed with Lin Jingxian repeatedly before that no one could leave Titan City alive, so why did this young man in front of him look like he knew everything? Han Zhan was a little curious. So he followed the young man's words and asked, do you have any solution? Of course, I've told you. It won't be wrong to follow me. It's better to die well than to live a miserable life. I promise to give you a quick death. That's a fresh statement. Han Zhan thought about it and did not refuse. He also wanted to see what tricks the other party would use. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Chunyu, and I'm the captain of the 1st Squadron of Defenders of Green Sea City in Daxia. Wang Chunyu? Is there anyone else with such a name? Han Zhan looked at him again. My name is Raven. Chapter 5 Titan City. Additional chapter, thank you for your rewards, collections, monthly tickets, and recommendations. The city of Titans is located in the southwest. It is rumored that the Titan City is stationed in the endless desert all year round and is the headquarters of the Xinjiang Company's strategic ultimate weapon, the Titan Fortress. Its complete body is the size of an asteroid, and it can smash the surface of the Earth and reach the core with one punch. Of course, these are just rumors. It has been a long, long time since anyone has seen Titan Fortress take action. According to historical records, the last time it took action was in the previous era. However, as the main city of the Xinjiang Company, the Titan City alone looks majestic and imposing. It is 100 times more spectacular than the human past seen during the Korean War. Countless cutting-edge firepower covered the entire city wall, and the futuristic silver shuttle turned into a stream of light, constantly shuttling between the sky and the ground. The whole city is brightly lit and full of colorful neon lights. Outside the city of Titan is a huge transparent barrier made up of densely packed hexagons, shaped like a honeycomb. The troop transport ship that Zhan and his companions were on was flying to Titan City at a very fast speed. Although it could be seen with the naked eye, in fact, based on their current location, it would take at least a quarter of an hour to reach Titan City. Most of the people on the troop transport ship chose to follow Wang Chunyu at his call. Zhan noticed that although these people included both men and women, they were generally young, that is, under 30 years old, but not too young, that is, over 18 years old. People of this age group gathered on the same boat. I wonder if it has anything to do with Wang Chunyu's future plans. Hey, why aren't you talking? You're like a mute. Which city are you from? Songhai City. Songhai City? It sounds familiar. Is it the city near Shenlan City? Upon hearing the name, Wang Chunyu suddenly became excited. Have you heard of the Korean War? Zhan was stunned when he suddenly heard his name from a stranger. He quickly calmed down and nodded. I've heard of him. He's very famous in our area. The reason why Zhan said he was from Songhai City was because he had only been to Shenlan City and nearby cities. In order to avoid exposing yourself, lying also requires some skills, mixing the real and the fake, the true and the false. As for the name Zhan, people in Songhai City must be familiar with it. Of course, he is my idol. Wang Chunyu said excitedly, can you tell me more about his deeds? You know, information obtained from the internet can easily be distorted when passed around. Zhan subconsciously touched his face to confirm that the other party did not recognize him. Is it such a coincidence? He happened to meet his loyal fan on the troop transport to Titan City? Before Zhan opened his mouth to speak, another young man beside him sneered when he heard Wang Chunyu's words. Idol? That Zhan is worthy of being called an idol? Well, it's better than some people calling him a hero. Hey, what do you mean? Why are you talking in such a sarcastic tone? It's so unpleasant. Wang Chunyu was unhappy. Is it unpleasant? I have something even more unpleasant. Zhan is so awesome. Why did he abandon us and run off to Beijing? Isn't he a great hero? What's the big deal about him running away in disgrace? That's right. They abandoned us and retreated to North County. They imprisoned us awakened ones and made us slaves. Such people are worthy of being called heroes, bah. Someone echoed. Zhan looked at his nose and his heart, without responding. In fact, he knew someone would say that the moment he left Deep Blue. After all, the title of hero, although not something he boasted about himself, had already been given to him by someone else. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The lives of these abandoned awakened ones are in danger, so it is normal for them to complain. It's just that they blame the wrong person. In Zhan's opinion, if one really has to blame someone, one should blame the Zerg, the Changshan Company, the Xinjiang Company, the Old Covenant, and the Empire. The people who should be least blamed are those who fought on the main battlefield, because they have tried their best, and some even paid with their lives. Without Zhan saying anything, Wang Chunyu had already hit back. What are you talking about here? If you really have the ability, why don't you go to Deep Blue City? Or can you do better than him? Can you fight side by side with the great Xia god of war and turn the tide? Besides, when Daxia's territory was taken away, instead of looking for trouble with those who took the territory, you started scolding those who defended the territory and retreated to the last one-third of the territory. Is there really nothing wrong with your brains? Zhan Zue scolded these people harshly on behalf of Wang Chunyu. He was worth the equivalent of 3 or 5 others, and he was eloquent, and he soon silenced those who were dissatisfied with the Korean War. Wang Chunyu returned victoriously. He looked at Zhan, who was silent on the side, and continued to ask, what's wrong? Speak. Tell me about what happened before Zhan. I really want to know. Since he had cursed so hard just now, Zhan told him about his past. Most of these things are circulated in Deep Blue City and nearby cities, and are well known to everyone. It's just that it's told by him himself, so it's much more vivid. Wang Chunyu's eyes lit up as he listened, and when Zhan mentioned some behaviors that met his psychological expectations, Wang Chunyu clapped his hands excitedly. To be honest, this way of describing oneself made Zhan feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, this embarrassment did not last long. A quarter of an hour later, As the troop transport completed its docking with a sudden jolt, the door of the troop transport was opened. A group of figures walked in one after another. If you look closely, you'll see that they're all robots. One by one, they are turning on facial recognition, scanning and registering, entering and verifying their personal information inside the troop transport. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan secretly clicked his tongue. The information Lin Jingxian received also said that the Kanzhang company did not care whether there were any hidden agents infiltrating, but in fact this was obviously a smokescreen. Kanzhang company deliberately released such news, and then activated the facial recognition entry system as soon as the troop transport ship landed. The purpose is self-evident. But it's okay. Eighth senior brother had taken precautions against this situation in advance, and the identity he used to sneak into Titan City this time was indeed that of a spiritual contract master from Songhai City. However, the spiritual master himself has died, and his identity has been impersonated by Han Zhan. His appearance and name match, so there is no danger of his identity being exposed. After completing facial recognition and input confirmation, the leading robot suddenly began to glow red. It is detected that all the personnel on this ship are between 18 and 30 years old, which meets the screening requirements. Begin to assign distribution areas. Automatic allocation completed, assigned area confirmed, Mechanical Research Institute. When hearing that they were assigned to the Mechanical Research Institute as slaves, Han Zhan keenly noticed that Wang Chunyu's eyes lit up slightly. Mechanical Research Institute, is this his destination? Before Han Zhan could figure out the answer, they were restrained by robots using a special device. This device had the effect of a suppressor and was specially developed for awakened people. Not only that, a capsule chip was injected into each of their necks at the same time. After the capsule chip was injected, they were loaded onto a black magnetic levitation transport vehicle and transported to the Mechanical Research Institute at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 6 Research Project, Mechanical Ascension, Additional Update. Please give me everything. There will be another additional chapter in the evening. The interior of Titan City was more prosperous than what they saw on the troop transport. It is like a real technological city and cyber capital, which is incompatible with the insect plague apocalypse. Under the blue and purple neon lights, most of the people walking on the road are robots. They have different appearances, representing different types of work, and are responsible for transportation, guarding, public security, and other activities. There are only a few who look like humans, but they have mechanical prosthetic limbs on their bodies, which is very strange from a human aesthetic point of view. Without giving Han Zhan much chance to look around, the black maglev transport vehicle carried them to the Mechanical Research Institute. The induction door opened immediately, and they were sent to the interior of the Mechanical Research Institute. Han Zhan noticed that when Wang Chunyu arrived in the black maglev transport vehicle, he slowly retreated. The tiny movement did not attract any attention, as everyone's eyes were firmly fixed outside. Han Zhan also took a few steps back with him. At this moment, the car door was opened, and octopus-like robotic arms rushed in from outside. They nimbly grabbed the slaves being transported over. Accompanied by screams, these robotic arms suddenly retracted, and no one knew where they went. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan became more and more certain that Wang Chunyu must have come to the Mechanical Research Institute. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Could it be that he had the ability to predict the future? At this time, Wang Chunyu didn't know that Han Zhan had already suspected him. He only promised to lead everyone to a place of death without pain, and other things were not within the scope of his promise. The mechanical arms continued to grab, and the chaos continued for a while, until most of the people around them had been captured, leaving only a few people standing there alone, lucky enough to have survived. Let's go. Wang Chunyu suddenly turned his head and said to Han Zhan. Then he rushed out of the car. Han Zhan reacted quickly and followed. The two of them left behind those who were confused and started rushing deeper into the Mechanical Research Institute. When did you find out? Wang Chunyu asked without turning his head while running quickly. I am not a person who likes to trust others. I will treat anyone who tries to please me without any reason as having bad intentions. Han Zhan's words stunned Wang Chunyu. He could only stammer. What a good habit. Go this way. Those robotic arms have a grasping range. They radiate from the black magnetic levitation transport vehicle. The grasping range is within 1,000 meters around. Once you leave this grasping range, you will be temporarily safe. Why do you know all this? Who are you? Wang Chunyu did not answer Han Zhan's question, and the two of them walked quickly through the aisle. Sure enough, after they ran out of 1,000 meters, the mechanical arms no longer regarded them as targets. New mechanical arms slowly emerged from the doors, twisting and stretching out like huge, thick pythons, and they accurately grabbed the few survivors from before. Only at this time did Han Zhan have the opportunity to take a closer look. Wherever these mechanical arms extended, there were silver-white doors scattered around like a honeycomb. Looking up, there are at least a dozen such doors on each floor. The higher you go, the fewer such doors there are, like an inverted cone shape. The higher places are no longer visible because of the strong light. The first mechanical arms that appeared just now were all at high places, then they went to the next level, and then went down one by one. It seems that these robotic arms grab the test objects in a certain order. We must leave the fishing area before the last layer of mechanical arms catches all the people, Wang Chunyu reminded. Fishing zone? Haven't we gotten out of the 1,000-meter range? The kilometer range is just a warning line. When there are no slaves within the warning line, the program will release poison mist by default to thoroughly purify the entire fishing area. Not even the tiny dust cells will be spared. As Wang Chunyu spoke, he kept walking and had already arrived in front of a special door. The color of this door is different from the ones I have seen before. The other doors are silver white, but this one is gray. At this moment, the door was tightly closed. If it were not for the visible traces of tight seams, its color would be the same as the surrounding walls. Wang Chunyu touched the door with familiarity, activating a translucent electronic password. He quickly entered the password, and when it showed correct, the gray door opened instantly. Come up quickly. This door is only open for 10 seconds. It's the emergency escape door, Wang Chunyu said, waving to Han Zhan behind him. Han Zhan's suspicion grew stronger when he saw this scene. Are you from Kanshang Company? Otherwise, how would you know about this emergency escape door? And how would you know the password? I'm not. There's no time to explain to you now. Just get in the elevator first, and you'll know when you reach your destination. Wang Chunyu's tone was hurried, and it didn't sound fake. Han Zhan thought for a few seconds, then followed. As soon as he entered the escape door, it closed instantly. Then, through the perspective inside the escape door, he saw a lot of dark purple mist gushing out in the entire area, which almost covered the entire fishing area. After seeing this, Han Zhan has believed that everything Wang Chunyu said is true, but he is still very confused about his true identity. When the elevator door opened again, the gray walls were no longer in front of me, but a silver-white passage. These passages extend in all directions and can reach all areas. If it were someone who had never been here before, it would be very difficult to find a way out of such an extremely complex nest maze. There was no way Wang Chunyu could figure it out, but he had already taken Han Zhan through many twists and turns and arrived at the door of a special room. Han Zhan looked up and saw the description of this room on the door, Research Project, Mechanical Ascension. When Han Zhan saw this name, he suddenly had a bad feeling. But Wang Chunyu had once again skillfully opened the door of the laboratory. The expected ambush did not occur. Only the instruments made a slight ticking sound, and the whole room was very quiet. Han Zhan let down his guard and followed Wang Chunyu into the laboratory. Those bastards at Kanshang Company are absolutely confident in their own technology. The Mechanical Research Institute is their key project, so there are relatively few guards here. The only way to get in here is to become a slave research subject. Wang Chunyu didn't look back and explained directly to the person behind him. Is this your destination? Han Zhan looked around and quickly locked onto a target. It was a huge transparent water tank. The cylindrical transparent water tank was now filled with some light, green, unknown liquid. In this cylindrical water tank, there is also a young girl with tubes inserted into her body. Her eyes were tightly closed, and countless tubes were connected from her body to a huge electronic device on the opposite side. At this time, on the electronic instrument, a special circuit like an electrocardiogram is beating slowly. When Wang Chunyu also looked up here, the girl in the cylindrical transparent water tank suddenly opened her eyes and looked at each other strangely. You're here. A mechanical electronic synthesized sound suddenly came from the huge electronic instrument. The induction circuit diagram representing the electrocardiogram has changed much more dramatically. I'm here, Wang Chunyu responded in a hoarse voice. Chapter 7 Crazy Merchants. Additional update. Please give me everything. Thank you everyone. Seeing these two people speaking as if in secret, Han Zhan's heart was filled with alarm. He subconsciously kept his distance to prevent a possible sudden attack. Wang Chunyu pointed at the woman in the cylindrical water tank and said, You are right. She is the purpose of my trip. Who is she? Shang Xiaoyan is also my soulmate. Wang Chunyu's answer caught everyone off guard. Shang Xiaoyan. Her last name is Shang. Could she be from the Shang family? The Zhang Company is a family business. As the helmsman of this aircraft carrier, how could Shang's family members be used as test subjects and placed here? I always feel like something is wrong. There was no need for Han Zhan to express his doubts, as Wang Chunyu seemed particularly excited and had already told him everything. Shang Xiaoyan and I met by chance. Shang family members were not allowed to use the awakening stone because they believed that this was the wrong path. The only way that merchants admire is mechanical ascension. Xiao Yun was very curious about everything in the outside world because it was a rare opportunity for her to get away from the business environment. So she happened to touch the awakening stone and awakened to become a contracted spirit. After becoming a contracted spirit, Shang Xiaoyun met Wang Chunyu. They developed feelings for each other and signed a contract. Everything was going well, until someone from the Shang family came and forcibly took Shang Xiaoyun back. Wang Chunyu originally thought that this was just a brief farewell, but she never expected that this would be the last time they would see each other. Wang Chunyu frantically asked around and tried to find connections in order to meet Shang Xiaoyun, but to no avail. At first, he thought that his status was not worthy of Shang Xiaoyun. So he worked very hard and finally climbed to the position of captain of the first team of the city defenders, and finally had some power. But even so, Shang Jia still did not intend to release Shang Xiaoyun and let her reunite with Wang Chunyu. Merchants think they are doing it secretly, but in this Titan city, every place is covered with high-tech eyes of merchants, and no spies can escape detection. But they never imagined that Xiaoyun's awakened talent was S-level synesthesia. S-level talent synesthesia. Two people with synesthesia can share vision with each other. In other words, Wang Chunyu already knew clearly through synesthesia everything that Shang Xiaoyun encountered in the Shang family. Because she has awakened to become a contract spirit and has the blood of a merchant, she is the best experimental carrier. The merchants have been researching things related to mechanical ascension. They first used ordinary people for experiments, and later found that awakened people have a higher degree of compatibility with machines, so they tried their best to use awakened people for experiments. After the experiment reached a certain level, in order to verify the feasibility of the experiment, they used the awakened with merchant blood to conduct the final experiment. In the eyes of businessmen, everything serves the purpose of experimentation. The ultimate goal of the experiment is to upload one's own spiritual consciousness to the terminal through a machine, and then achieve immortality and mechanical ascension. Such crazy experiments, such crazy ideas, have been going on for who knows how many generations. Looking at Shang Xiaoyun in front of him, it was the experimental result of several versions ago. Xiaoyun's experiment failed, and she became a failure. But she is still placed here. Someone comes here every day to record the experimental data and restore her body functions to prolong her life. Is this what they call, living is more painful than death? Han Zhan suddenly understood what made Wang Chunyu so emotional. Through his gifted synesthesia, Wang Chunyu experienced everything that Shang Xiaoyun had experienced one by one. Shang Xiaoyun, through synesthesia, felt the outside world through Wang Chunyu, and thus remained lucid, without losing his humanity and becoming a numb experimental prop. That makes sense. Wang Chunyu is familiar with everything in the Mechanical Research Institute, not because he is a Shang family, but because he has a Shang family spirit, which is here. So what are your plans? You used every possible means to enter here by becoming a slave, and then used the young people you had gathered as shields so that you could take the opportunity to get rid of the mechanical arm and leave through the escape elevator. This was all part of your plan, right? For today's plan, Wang Chunyu didn't know how many times he had simulated it in his mind. He did not deny the Korean War. We have all had capsule bombs injected into our necks. This is a special bomb developed specifically for awakened people. As long as there is a psychic fluctuation in the body, it will explode immediately. Once this bomb is injected into the body, it will decompose into the blood and then flow throughout the body. It cannot be removed by ordinary means, and it is extremely powerful. Once it explodes, it will be blown to pieces, leaving no trace of the body. As Wang Chunyu was speaking, he had already walked to the cylindrical, transparent water tank. He saw that the metal tubes that were originally inserted into the giant mechanical instrument seemed to come alive and were connected to his body one after another. What are you doing? Han Zhan asked. As you can see, it's a blood transfusion. Take out the blood containing the powerful explosives, and then replace it with pure blood and inject it back into the body. The process was very quick. After a while, a small capsule was extracted again and placed in Wang Chunyu's hands. Would you like to try it too? Han Zhan shook his head. He didn't intend to shed his blood here. What's more, even if he understood the explosion principle of the capsule bomb, it might not necessarily hurt him. Once Han Zhan activates his endless devouring talent, he will be able to devour all the miniature bombs in his blood without any fear. Seeing Han Zhan's refusal, Wang Chunyu shrugged and didn't say much. Holding the bomb in his hand, he turned and walked towards the door. Where are you going again? I'm going to give the merchants a little fireworks shock, Wang Chunyu said, raising the capsule bomb in his hand. Han Zhan seemed to understand his idea a little. From becoming a slave, to injecting the bomb, to entering the Mechanical Research Institute and extracting the bomb, everything is closely linked. What does Wang Chunyu want to do with this weapon that the enemy voluntarily offered to him? Soon, Han Zhan knew the answer. Wang Chunyu passed through a complex insect nest-like maze and came to a hidden elevator. After successfully entering the password again, he chose the top area. On the other side, Han Zhan did not follow Wang Chunyu, because in his opinion, this was a personal vendetta between Wang Chunyu and the merchants. He had not forgotten the purpose of his trip, which was to sneak into the city of Titan, find the storage location of the energy bricks, and plunder the energy bricks. What Han Zhan should do now is to disappear quietly, preferably by faking his own death in an unexpected way. This will make it easier for him to continue. At this moment, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Please, can you please save him? Don't let him do something like a moth to a flame. Shanghai is not something he can shake. Don't avenge me. Don't avenge me. Beep beep. A series of prompt sounds came from the huge mechanical instrument, and the frequency on the electrocardiogram became faster and faster. Chapter 8 Love and Righteousness are worth 1,000 gold. It's the weekend, so I'll add one more chapter. Have a nice weekend, everyone. I refuse, Han Zhan said without hesitation. Not to mention that they are not related. Even if they are related, he can still tell the difference between plundering energy bricks and risking exposing his identity to save a person. The owner of the electronic mechanical synthesized voice was stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected Han Zhan to refuse so decisively. What do you want in exchange for helping me? I can tell you where the merchants hide their treasures. I can tell you about the latest developments in technology. I can't. Even in the most emotionless electronic sound, Han Zhan could hear a hint of urgency. Wait, interrupt me. You said you knew where the merchant's treasure was hidden and the progress of the most advanced technology research and development? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Are you kidding? Aren't these the top secrets of the business? Shang Xiaoyan is just an experimental subject. How can she know all this? This is as outrageous as when you are walking on the street and an old man suddenly comes up to you mysteriously and tells you that he is Qin Shi Huang and he will pay you to become a general. It's true. Although the experiment of mechanical ascension on me ultimately failed, part of my consciousness was still uploaded to the terminal. The merchant's special core terminal contains the consciousness of the merchants of all generations. Many secrets are stored in it, and I have read a lot of them. You have forgotten why Wang Chunyu knew the secret passage and the unlocking code. That's true. Shang Xiaoyan was trapped in the water tank and couldn't get out at all. If there was no special reason, how did Wang Chunyu know so many passage passwords? Han Zhan already had this doubt in his mind, and after hearing Shang Xiaoyan's explanation, he was half convinced. I am willing to pass these secrets to you through the form of consciousness waves, so that you can know the information that I know. It's just a consciousness wave. If there is any danger, can I still get out of the water tank and hurt you? Shang Xiaoyan's words made Han Zhan hesitate. From what she said, it seems to be true. After entering the Titan City, he has not been able to find the location where the energy bricks are stored. If Shang Xiaoyan read the consciousness memory that contained the location of the energy bricks, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to get them? After weighing the benefits and risks in his mind, Han Zhan agreed. You don't have to get close to me. Shang Xiaoyan seemed to be afraid that Han Zhan would not believe him, so he took the initiative to say, I only need a transmission line. Consciousness transmission is very convenient for experimental subjects like us. From a theoretical point of view, if the merchant's research direction is really successful, it will be a top-notch technological breakthrough in a sense. Just imagine, if consciousness is immortal and can transmit knowledge through simple consciousness conduction, how fast would knowledge be accumulated? Mad scientist, crazy experiments. Han Zhan did not act coyly or pretend to be arrogant. He stopped where he was told. A metal pipe slowly emerged from the large mechanical device. The surface of the pipe is smooth, and the joints are made of a special material that is round and shiny. Han Zhan was on guard and waited until the tube came close to him. It did not change its form, but simply moved closer to Han Zhan in an ordinary manner and pressed its forehead against his. A cool touch came from the forehead. The next second, a large amount of information transmitted by consciousness instantly exploded in Han Zhan's mind. This feeling made Han Zhan not even have time to react. As soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes went dark and he fainted. Finally, it's done. Wang Chunyu, who saw this scene through the shared vision, pushed the door open. This guy is really too cautious. I have gained so much favor along the way, but he doesn't take it lightly at all. Fortunately, you managed to scare him off in the end. As Wang Chunyu spoke, he quickly lifted Han Zhan up and carried him towards the water tank. By the way, this guy moved his mouth before he passed out. What did he say? he said. Grass, infinite space. What the hell? Forget it, let's ignore him. Xiaoyan, wait for me for a moment while I transfer all the neural pathways in your body to his. This way, we won't be discovered by the Shanjia group. Wait for me, Xiaoyan. I will soon be able to use this scapegoat to replace you. Then we will escape from Titan City as planned and find a place where they can't find us, and we will never be separated again in our lives. Wang Chunyu was still chattering. His hand movements were skillful and quick, as if he had rehearsed them countless times beforehand. No, not as if. He had already rehearsed it countless times. Rescuing Shang Xiaoyan is the only reason why Wang Chunyu is still trying to live. Chunyu. Shang Xiaoyan's electronic voice suddenly sounded. Can you wait a moment? Wait? What are you waiting for, Xiaoyan? Don't worry, I've practiced this countless times. Nothing will go wrong. I'll be quick, trust me. Yeah. Chunyu, if I remember correctly, your idol should be Han Zhan, right? He is the hero of Dixia, the new hope, Han Zhan. That's right. Han Zhan is my idol. Wang Chunyu kept answering. He is a hero of Daxia. I have dreamed since I was a child that I could become a hero one day. He did what I didn't do. By the way, after we escape from Titan City, we can also go to North County. But if we go to North County, we can't just hang out with each other every day. As a Daxia person, we still have to contribute a little. Why don't you speak, Xiaoyan? In the silence, Shang Xiaoyan's electronic voice sounded intermittently. What if I tell you that the person you are tying up now is Han Zhan? Wang Chunyu's hand, which was quickly pulling out and inserting the neuron catheter, suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and said nothing. You lied to me, right, Xiaoyan? Chunyu, consciousness transmission is bidirectional. It can not only input consciousness to the other party, but also obtain part of consciousness from the other party. You know that. Shang Xiaoyan paused. Just now, the fragments of consciousness that were fed back from his mind showed the appearance of another person. And that person was your idol, Han Zhan. Chunyu. Wang Chunyu squatted there motionless, listening to Shang Xiaoyan's words, as if he had become a sculpture. In order to save his lover, he would be willing to be a dog, betray his compatriots, and use others as scapegoats. He would do anything to achieve his goal. But why is this happening? Why is it that when he is about to succeed, the man in front of him is the person he admires the most, the spiritual leader of Daxia, Han Zhan? Wang Chunyu's shoulders began to shake violently. He subconsciously turned his back, but he didn't expect that Shang Xiaoyan, who was in a state of synesthesia, could still see that he was in tears. Or forget it. Shang Xiaoyan said slowly. Although I am not from Daxia, I know what he means to you. We are fine the way we are now. What's wrong with it? Wang Chunyu turned his head and growled in a hoarse voice. Love and righteousness are worth 1,000 gold. What if you have to choose one of the two? Chapter 9 Alarm sounds. When Han Zhan woke up again, the pain in his head still remained. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed his temple, then realized something was wrong and looked suddenly to the side. Not far away, Wang Chunyu sat down, looking much older than before. Tell us the purpose of your trip, and we will provide all the help we can. Shang Xiaoyan's mechanical and electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Just now, it was this electronic synthesized voice that sounded without any emotional fluctuations that deceived Han Zhan's judgment, causing all the knowledge in his mind to explode instantly, and he fainted. But it seems that they didn't take the opportunity to do anything. After hearing Shang Xiaoyan's words, Han Zhan understood. You already know my identity? Is it the bidirectional nature of consciousness transmission? He was careless this time. However, it was not completely without gain. From the massive amount of memory and consciousness information that Shang Xiaoyan stuffed into his brain, Han Zhan successfully found the location of the large warehouse where the energy bricks were stored. With a position, you have a goal and no longer have to run around like a headless fly. Facing Shang Xiaoyan's goodwill, Han Zhan thought for a moment and answered truthfully. I sneaked into Titan City this time for the energy bricks. Hearing Han Zhan's answer, Wang Chunyu, who was originally sitting on the ground dejectedly, suddenly raised his head. Sure enough, this is the choice you should have. Wang Chunyu stopped talking here, as if he thought of something sad, and he became silent again. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Every 24 hours, someone will come to check my vital status and restore my vitality. It will be difficult for you to leave again at that time. Shang Xiaoyan urged. Wang Chunyu exhaled deeply. He stood up again and patted his clothes vigorously. Come on, follow me. I know an escape route that will take us directly out of here and outside the Mechanical Research Institute. What about her? What should we do with her? Han Zhan pointed at Shang Xiaoyan and asked. If possible, the three of us can escape together. It's useless. All those tubes on her body are used to absorb and transmit neuronal signals. These signals are connected to the terminal. Once the signal is disconnected, the merchant will find out immediately. Then no one can escape. Therefore, Wang Chunyu's original plan was to deceive himself into following him here, and then use him as a scapegoat to replace Shang Xiaoyun and rescue him. What changed his mind? Was it because they knew I was Han Zhan? Thinking of this, Han Zhan fell silent. He didn't know how to comment or what to say. Let's go, it's not your fault. Wang Chunyu suddenly forced a smile and returned to his more familiar appearance. I also lied to you out of selfish motives, and now that I've successfully sent you out, we're even. Having said this, he turned his head and looked at the girl in the water tank behind him, his eyes full of unwillingness and reluctance, but soon he withdrew his gaze. Xiaoyun, if you miss this opportunity, there will definitely be another one. I will never give up. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the door with determination. Do you regret it? It's not too late to regret it now. We can think of other solutions. On the way, Han Zhan asked Wang Chunyu. I regret it, of course I regret it. I regret that I didn't realize it was you when I was choosing the person. If it was someone else, I would have escaped from Titan City with Xiaoyun now. Having said this, Wang Chunyu smiled bitterly. Maybe this is fate. I am destined not to succeed this time. But since I was able to help my idol, this trip to Titan City was not in vain. Wang Chunyu forced an optimistic tone, and the two of them quickened their pace, shuttling through the honeycomb maze. Ding ding ding. An urgent alarm was sounded. At the center of Skynet, an expressionless human face appeared on the big screen. Looking closely, it is a digital face made up of strings of zeros and ones, vivid and lifelike. It looked at the staff below and said, "Sound the level 3 alarm. 2 rats have escaped from the Mechanical Research Institute. The number of people who uploaded the experimental data does not match the number of people who entered the Mechanical Research Institute." After that, pictures began to change on the big screen. Soon, Wang Chunyu's photo and the photo of the person Han Zhan impersonated appeared on the big screen. These are the 2 men. Catch them. Receive. After the highest order was issued, Skynet staff quickly took action. They began to retrieve all surveillance cameras in the entire Mechanical Research Institute to find the possible location of the 2 people. After a while, they saw the 2 men again on the surveillance camera. How did they know the access code? Watching these 2 people walking in the complex maze as if they were in an empty space, they walked around with ease, opening the passage code again and again to enter the next area. Many question marks popped up in their heads. Could there be a traitor? Request to raise the level of the situation to level 2. Immediately contact the security team and have them go to the Mechanical Research Institute and surround the area. Capture these 2 people alive. I want to know where they got the coded information from. Orders were issued one after another. At this time, Han Zhan and Wang Chunyu did not know that danger was about to come. The entire Mechanical Research Institute was so huge, like a honeycomb maze, and each major area took them a lot of time. So, the capsule bomb in my body has been extracted by you using the same method? Yes. What about the bomb? Where is the bomb? The bomb it's over. Why didn't I think of this? After the bomb was taken out, it was thrown into the laboratory. It's too late to go back and get it now. The time it takes to go back and forth is enough for the security team to react. Having said this to himself, Wang Chunyu gritted his teeth and had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue walking forward with Han Zhan. Before they walked far, alarms suddenly rang throughout the entire Mechanical Research Institute. In an instant, all the lights on the passages turned into a warning red. The passage that had been opened began to close again at this moment, and the heavy doors began to fall, completely blocking each area. Seeing this scene, Wang Chunyu's face suddenly turned ugly. Oh no, it looks like they have discovered us. I knew that Skynet's mastermind is not so easy to fool. Wang Chunyu cursed while quickening his pace and rushing towards their final destination. A vertical escape shaft. Through this escape well, he can reach the underground of the Mechanical Research Institute and leave from underground. This was Wang Chunyu's original plan. However, when they arrived at the escape well and looked down, they saw a large number of security robots densely gathered below the escape well. They have a pure silver metallic luster and are very eye-catching. Wang Chunyu retracted his gaze and looked at Han Zhan behind him. The plan has changed. It seems we have to change the route. Chapter 10 Goodbye, my love. In Wang Chunyu's escape plan, a total of 3 routes were prepared. He really took too long to prepare for this rescue. Wang Chunyu quickly put aside other thoughts and continued to focus on running away. The security team robots of Kansang Company were extremely fast, and the distance between the 2 sides was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, the slowly closing gates to the area access gave them a chance to create distance again. Wang Chunyu and Han Zhan slid down and knelt, barely passing through the door and stopping the robot that was chasing them outside the door. Why didn't we fight back? Han Zhan asked in confusion as he watched the door close behind him. He is now at the 6th level, and the young man beside him, named Wang Chunyu, seems to have at least the strength of the 3rd level. It was not difficult for them to fight back against those super alloy robots. But Wang Chunyu didn't even think about it, didn't even look at them, and had no intention of fighting with them at all, which made Han Zhan very strange. This is the rule set by Skynet's intelligent brain. As long as we don't show our awakened strength to fight against the security team, the situation will be at level 3. At level 3, the manpower that Kan's Hang Company can mobilize is limited. But if the awakened one shows his strength or kills the security team's robots, then Skynet's intelligence will reassess and raise the level of the situation. When that time really comes, the whole place will be covered with super soldiers and armored warships of the Kan's Hang Company, and there will be no way to escape. Wang Chunyu explained. I didn't expect that the highest authority within the Kan's Hang Company would be given to a Skynet intelligent computer. Han Zhan originally thought that the Kan's Hang Company was always dominated and controlled by merchants, but it turned out that this was not the case. As if he had guessed what Han Zhan was thinking, Wang Chunyu continued to explain. Merchants feel that humans tend to be more emotional and less rational, while Skynet intelligent brain represents absolute rationality. Its judgment will not be wrong. At least in 99.99 of things, it can make the most correct judgment. Even if someone takes advantage of the rules to find loopholes, the inspection team will quickly report it manually to make up for the omissions. This processing model, which is mainly based on Skynet intelligent brain and supplemented by the inspection team of Kan's Hang Company, is the most suitable method for merchants that they have been constantly exploring. These are what Shang Xiaoyan told Wang Chunyu. As he was speaking, the alarms around him suddenly raised their pitch and became louder. Hearing this, Wang Chunyu showed an anxious look on his face. Damn it! Why did the inspection team react so quickly this time? It took so long for the manual report to be approved? Damn it! Outside the Mechanical Research Institute, in the air, silver shuttles flew across the sky. In these shuttles, fully armed merchant alien warriors are ready to go. Unlike the super alloy robots of the security team, these alien skeleton warriors are cutting-edge forces trained by merchants at huge expense. Parts of their bodies will be transformed with special weapons and materials, and after the transformation, they will gain extraordinary strength and abilities. This transformation method is similar to the mutation of Changxing Company, but not exactly the same, and they go in 2 different directions. Without any instructions, after the alien warriors completed their assembly, they acted in unison and chose to break in through the window, quickly advancing into the interior of the Mechanical Research Institute. Hold your breath for 2 more minutes. Han Zhan's whisper sounded in my ears. Both of them are now covered with a special camouflage cloth. The 2 people returned to the Mechanical Research Institute and were surrounded and blocked by super alloy robots, with more and more alien warriors joining in. The difficulty of breaking out of the encirclement increases exponentially. This camouflage cloth was carried during the Korean War and is a prop from the 8th War Zone. Its function is also very simple, which is to help with hiding. In the process of hiding, it can conceal body shape, smell, body temperature, and other aspects. It is most suitable for dealing with these robots and alien warriors who are extremely dependent on high-tech products. However, camouflage cloth also has a disadvantage, which is that it cannot be moved. Once the camouflage is deployed, it must remain in place. Fortunately, although Wang Chunyu and the others could not see outside, using his S-level talent of synesthesia, Wang Chunyu was able to see the situation outside through Shang Xiaoyan's perspective. Beside them, a small team of 10 alien skeleton warriors had already walked over, but when they scanned their sights, there was nothing in front of them. No one was there. The inspection of Area F has been completed and no abnormalities were found. The alien warrior reported to the command center. Suddenly one of them raised his head and looked sharply at the place 100 meters above his head. What did you find? The visual detector senses someone is spying on this side. The specific coordinates are X, 423, Y, 611, Z, 779. All alien warriors in the communication channel quickly approached this coordinate. After hearing the coordinates, the leading alien warrior immediately made a decision and shouted into the communicator channel. They quickly left the area and headed towards the direction where they had sensed someone was spying on them. Oh no, Xiaoyan has been discovered. Through Shang Xiaoyan's perspective, he saw teams of alien warriors, including super alloy robots, rushing towards him. No, I have to go save her, Wang Chunyu said as he lifted the camouflage cloth and rushed in that direction. The Korean War did not stop it, but in the next second, he suddenly stopped and looked bitter. Does it have to be like this? Wang Chunyu muttered to himself, looking at the air in front of him. But Han Zhan knew that he should be communicating with Shang Xiaoyan through the synesthesia of his S-level talent. Chunyu, don't come over. If you come over now, I will detonate it immediately. Shang Xiaoyan, in a state of synesthesia, pinched a small capsule with electronic tentacles. Capsule bomb. After Shang Xiaoyan helped Han Zhan remove the capsule bomb, he secretly kept the bomb for himself without alerting anyone else. Xiaoyan. Wang Chunyu stopped after seeing this scene. Chunyu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm a businessman. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you for so many years and brought you so much pressure and negative emotions. I'm sorry you wasted so much energy and youth on me. In fact, I have wanted to die for a long time, Chunyu. I am too tired to live. When facing the future, I chose to be timid. Go ahead, escape from here with your idol and help him complete this mission. Haven't you always wanted to be a hero? Now's your chance. Our Chunyu, in my heart, you have always been my hero. Come on, Chunyu. Wang Chunyu listened to Shang Xiaoyan's mumbling as if he was listening to a dying farewell. The straight-line distance between them was no more than 500 meters, but at this moment, it was like the distance between life and death. He knelt on the ground, holding his head in pain. At this time, the security team and alien warriors had arrived at the target room, pushed open the door, and walked in. They heard a cold, mechanical voice. Goodbye, my love. Chapter 11 5-Star Alien Warrior. Additional update. Thank you for your recommendations, monthly tickets, and rewards. There was a huge explosion, accompanied by flying metal fragments and body parts. As a means for the Kanshang Company to control slaves, the power of capsule bombs cannot be underestimated and can even be said to be beyond imagination. The super alloy robots and alien warriors responsible for the pursuit were wiped out. Han Zhan grabbed Wang Chunyu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and rushed towards the second escape location. The second escape location is a scientific research cabin. Due to the nature of its research, this cabin has direct access to an external water source, so it was chosen by Wang Chunyu as the second escape location. When the two of them sped up and rushed here, the new reinforcements, the super alloy robots and alien skeleton warriors, had not arrived yet. Seeing this scene, their hearts finally relaxed a little. Cheer up. Shang Xiaoyan used her own life to create this opportunity for us. Do you want her efforts to go to waste? No, you don't understand. You don't understand this feeling at all. Xiaoyan is dead. She is dead. I don't understand. Then do you think I wouldn't understand the feeling of helplessness when I told my teacher the way to death and watched him walk towards death step by step? This feeling is like killing him with my own hands. Han Zhan's words made Wang Chunyu calm down again. So, the dead are gone, and the survivors should work harder to live, Han Zhan said, and without waiting for Wang Chunyu to answer, he pushed open the door of the scientific research cabin before him. When they pushed open the door and walked in, the scene before them made them stop suddenly. Inside the research cabin, a person was sitting there with his eyes closed and resting. When he heard the hatch open, he suddenly opened his eyes. The situation has been upgraded to level 2. There have been casualties among the security team and alien warriors. Additional personnel are allowed to be dispatched. Evaluation of the threat. It is currently impossible to assess. We can only determine that the dangerous target still has a Na-29 capsule bomb in his hand. The explosion is extremely lethal. It is recommended to dispatch a 5-star alien warrior to suppress it. Skynet's intelligent brain issued the latest instructions. The 5-star alien skeleton warrior is as powerful as the 5th-level spiritual contract master in the building. As the situation escalates, more and more eyes are turned to the Mechanical Research Institute. This night is destined to be restless. In the sky, an extremely special aircraft left a mark in the sky. The red tail flame made it look like a fast-falling red comet. When the smoke and dust cleared, a figure slowly walked out of the red comet. Shang Lin is a 5-star alien warrior who is also the person in charge of security in this area. When they saw him, the other alien warriors who were responsible for surrounding the Mechanical Research Institute all made way for him. Shang Lin just accepted a new alien corpse transformation plan today and felt that his body was filled with new power. The transformation is not completely free. In order to continue the transformation, he needs to constantly earn merits and rewards to pay for the transformation costs. As soon as he heard there was a mission here, he rushed here as fast as he could. There's no need to explain the situation. The intelligent computer has already shared it with us. Now let's talk about where the people are. According to our speculation, there should be one escapee left, and one capsule bomb has not yet exploded. The surveillance of some areas has been destroyed due to the explosion. According to the latest surveillance positioning, the area he entered should be the research cabin in Area B. Come with me to Area B immediately. No, wait. Use the astral shuttle function directly. Lin waved his hand. He just pressed a button on his arm, and the next second he turned into a ball of starlight and quickly merged into the Mechanical Research Institute. The astral shuttle function places a huge strain on the body, so it is not usually used. Lin had already spoken, so the other alien skeleton warriors had no choice but to bite the bullet and use this astral shuttle function that could only be used by those special alien skeletons that had been modified. Several rays of starlight converged at the same time and condensed in front of the hatch of the Area B scientific research cabin at an extremely fast speed. Lin examined it with a cold face, and in his pupil scan, he found traces on the hatch. Not only that, he also saw a standing figure in the scientific research cabin through pupil scanning. Break the door. With his order, his men took the lead and broke the door open. An image of a scientific researcher in a white coat appears inside. Assistant Liu, why are you here? What a joke. This is a research cabin. If I'm not here, am I in the cage of your Shinshan company? Humph. It seems that the people in the 5th war zone are not as tough as we imagined. Are you here to quarrel with me? Lin stopped talking to him and looked around, examining the room. The assistant Liu in front of him was a prisoner of Xia. It was only because he was good at treatment and was a master of spiritual healing that the Kanshang company kept him as an assistant to assist in research. Lin didn't quite believe what he said. There is definitely someone hiding in this room. The reason why he was so sure was that the time from when they discovered the other party had entered here to when their own people arrived was no more than 2 minutes. In such a short time, the other party certainly would not have time to escape or move. Assistant Liu, are you sure you want to help him? Don't forget that the other spiritual bond masters in District 5 are still in prison. Threatened by Lin, Assistant Liu in front of him suddenly glanced to his right with a hidden expression. He slowly raised his left hand and pointed his finger at the pile of boxes on the right. On the surface, he still said in a very arrogant tone, "What on earth are you talking about? I don't know anything at all. I'm the only one here. Please get out." Seeing Assistant Liu being so tactful, Lin nodded. He signaled with his eyes, and everyone raised their guns at the same time, aiming at the pile of boxes on the right. At this moment, someone in the pile of boxes suddenly lifted up the camouflage cloth and rushed towards them. The next second, a strong flash of light made everyone's eyes suddenly turn white, and they were temporarily blinded. Taking advantage of this gap, the other party broke out of the encirclement and ran in another direction. The target has escaped. Assistant Liu, thank you for your cooperation. Lin greeted the other party calmly, then turned and chased in the direction the target fled. To him, it was just a game of cat and mouse. The only thing you need to be wary of is the capsule bomb. Wait, capsule bomb. Suddenly, Lin seemed to realize something, and he looked down at his feet. They didn't know when, but the ground under their feet was covered with many densely packed tiny particles, which were exactly the ingredients of capsule bombs. Why was the other party able to take out the capsule bomb? Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Lin and Assistant Liu were both blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and the others were directly blown to pieces. Damn it. Amid the rumbling flames, Lin rescued Assistant Liu, who was about to be swallowed by the flames, threw him aside, and then looked fiercely in the direction where the rat was fleeing. After being teased time and again, he was completely angry. At this time, Lin's clothes had been burned away, revealing 80 of his bones, which were all made of special metals. He stomped his feet suddenly, and his whole body shot out in the direction where his eyes were locked like a cannonball. Chapter 12. Success doesn't have to be mine. Additional update. Please give me everything, thank you. Time goes back 3 minutes. When Zhan and Wang Chunyu pushed the door and entered the scientific research cabin, they saw the people sitting in the cabin. The other party opened his eyes and saw them. Wang Chunyu subconsciously wanted to turn around and run, but Zhan grabbed him. Wang Chunyu didn't understand what was going on, and then he saw Zhan suddenly step forward and take the initiative to say, 9-grit hot pot, the taste is good. The person on the other side was stunned. But soon, all kinds of complex emotions burst out in his eyes, and in the end, he just looked deeply at the stranger in front of him. It's really good. Lu Jingshun nodded and responded. He sat down again. Seeing this scene, Wang Chunyu was a little confused and didn't know what secret codes the two people were talking about. But at least it can be confirmed that the person opposite is not an enemy. Suddenly, Lu Jingshun looked at Wang Chunyu behind Zhan and said, I am the person in charge of the 5th war zone, Lu Jingshun. Wang Chunyu was startled and looked up at the unremarkable man in front of him. He is actually the person in charge of a major war zone. Yes, I heard a long time ago that the 5th war zone had been taken over and controlled by the Shinshan company in advance after the outbreak of the Deep Blue Calamity. As the base of Xia's healing spirit contract masters, their combat methods were not outstanding. After the chaos ended, the Fifth War Zone was taken over by the Kanzhang Company, which began to recruit these spiritual contract masters and contract spirits. The people from the Kanzhang Company threatened the lives of other people in the Fifth War Zone and asked me to help them with auxiliary treatment. These words were spoken to Wang Chunyu, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was explaining to Han Zhan. We have limited time. To make a long story short, we have to escape from here. You are talking about the external water source that this research cabin leads to, right? Of course it is possible, but Titan City has recently made changes to the water channel and has completely moved the end of this passage to the outside. You went to so much trouble to sneak in, it shouldn't be just for a visit, right? Lu Jingchuan's news stunned Han Zhan and Wang Chunyu. If it was just Wang Chunyu's original plan, he would escape after rescuing Shang Xiaoyan, and he didn't think too much about it. Now after Lu Jingchuan's reminder, he realized that there was a huge problem. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Wang Chunyu just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Han Zhan raising his hand. Now is not the time to find out who is right or wrong. The pursuers from the Kanzhang Company are almost here. We only have a short time left, so we must come up with a solution. Since this escape location is not feasible, let's move on to the next one. The main problem now is how to deal with this wave of pursuers. Lu Jingchun lowered his head and pondered without saying anything. Suddenly, Wang Chunyu raised his head and expressed his idea. I can be responsible for leading the pursuers away. Don't forget, we have information gap now. They may not know that there are two of us. In the eyes of those stubborn people who completely believe in machine calculations, the explosion of a capsule bomb means that there is only one person left. So, as long as I expose myself in advance, I can attract them away and head in the opposite direction. As long as I delay the time, you can reach the third escape location and leave the Mechanical Research Institute. After Wang Chunyu finished speaking, he found that Lu Jingchun and Han Zhan were both looking at him. That's a good idea, but how are you going to escape capture? I have my own way. Don't forget, I know a lot of things in my head. Wang Chunyu said this, pointing at his head. The 5-star alien warrior Shang Lin pointed at Wang Chunyu's head. The next second, tongues of fire burst out from Shang Lin's fingertips. Those were actually fire-tipped bullets with extremely high destructive power. Wang Chunyu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He quickly lowered his head, rolled on the ground, and then rolled directly into another road to the side. This slippery, stinky rat. When Shang Lin saw that his attack missed, he growled in anger. The internal roads of the Mechanical Research Institute were as complicated as a maze. Even people in the institute might get lost occasionally, not to mention an alien warrior like him who had only been here a few times. These two professions are completely unrelated and will never have any intersection. As a result, the big Xia rat named Wang Chunyu in front of him actually took advantage of the terrain and roads several times to get rid of him. This feeling makes people very uncomfortable. Wang Chunyu felt the flaming bullets flying through his hair at high speed. Even though he dodged very quickly, the scorching air still singed a line on his hair. The air was filled with the smell of rotten eggs. The overall map of the Mechanical Research Institute was completely presented in his mind, like a maze that was countless times more complicated. It took him 5 years to memorize all the details on this map. 5 years later, 5 years ago, he thought that this would be the day when he would reunite with his beloved and escape from death. He never thought that he would be involved in this life and death chase. I never thought about being a hero. I am just a small person who wants to rescue my love and escape the chaos of the insect apocalypse. But now my love is dead. She was killed by you guys. Rat? Haha. Even if I were a rat, I would bite a piece of meat off you. Wang Chunyu was talking to himself. He had unknowingly run into a dead end. Behind him, Shang Lin, who was chasing him relentlessly, and the new robots from the security team, who came to reinforce him, were rushing over one after another. Run? Why don't you keep running? Aren't you a very good runner? Behind him, Shang Lin's mocking voice sounded, and he came out of this dead end. A dead end means that the person in front of you can't escape. Ha ha ha. Shang Lin laughed with some pride. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Wang Chunyu on the opposite side also started laughing, and laughed even louder than Shang Lin. Shang Lin stopped smiling. I will capture you alive and send you to those crazy scientific researchers to be used as living brain slices. I will dig out who betrayed the Xinjiang company and make you and that person suffer a fate worse than death. If I were to threaten Wang Chunyu, unfortunately, I could no longer threaten him. He lowered his head, leaned his back against the wall at the end, and breathed slightly heavily. So I always feel that everyone in the Xinjiang company is an idiot. You rely so much on high technology and everything is calculated and analyzed, which has made you lose the most basic ability to judge conspiracies. Can a capsule bomb really only explode once? Look at the map, if you have one, and see who this dead end is for. Also, let me say one more thing. Success doesn't have to be mine. In my life, I have always been trying to please others and have never been happy. The woman I loved most was trapped in a place that was out of reach. In order to save her, I tried every possible means, prepared for years, plotted and calculated dirty tricks, and betrayed my compatriots. But she still died, and I chose to be a hero. Why would I want to be a hero? Laughing, you don't want to? I said I don't want to, but I was just lying to you. Shang Xiaoyan, I can finally be a hero. Shang Xiaoyan, I'm here to see you. That night, a dazzling golden firework suddenly bloomed in the sky above the entire Titan city. The rumbling explosion caused half of the Mechanical Research Institute to collapse. It looked like a prison that someone had bitten off. Chapter 13 Bueling, Belong? I am a robot. Add more and ask for everything. Thank you. Subthreshold energy fluctuations detected. Explosion analysis. The Mechanical Research Institute, the energy storage center was ignited, resulting in a series of explosions. The current regional leader, the 5-star alien warrior Shang Lin, has lost contact. The situation has been upgraded to level 1. As lines of words appeared on the big screen, Skynet Center was now operating at high speed. They had all seriously underestimated the harm that the rat could cause. Mechanical Research Institute. No, now it should be called Half Mechanical Research Institute. Looking up at the dazzling fire in the distance, it was reflected in Han Zhan's eyes, and his eyes also reflected the raging fire. Wang Chunyu. Han Zhan silently whispered his name. Congratulations, you are also a hero. After he said this, he did not stop and rushed towards the third escape location without looking back. Wang Chunyu bought him enough time, but this approach is also a double-edged sword. Because the noise was too loud. Although a wave of pursuers was eliminated, the Skynet intelligent computer must have raised the risk level of this place again. As a result, the next time those coming may not just be 5-star alien skeleton warriors. At that time, it will be extremely difficult for me to escape from here again. The third escape location is the garbage bin of the Mechanical Research Institute. There are all kinds of research waste piled up here, and the waste is cleaned up and discharged at a fixed time every night. This is also his chance to escape from here. As soon as Han Zhan entered the garbage bin, he was shocked by the dense garbage seen in front of him. It is hard to imagine that a Mechanical Research Institute can produce so much garbage in just one day. He continued to walk inside, and in the garbage mountain, he saw broken human limbs and arms, with half of a hand exposed and the middle finger raised. On the other side of the garbage mountain, there were several severed heads. They were the heads of the young men who were escorted here at the same time as Han Zhan and his companions, and who had cursed at Han Zhan. No one knew where their bodies had gone. Their heads were split open, and all kinds of red and white liquids were flowing and mixing, filling the entire air with a strong smell of blood. There are many more scenes like this. The cruelty and madness of the Xinshang company can be seen in this place. Han Zhan frowned and continued to walk inside. The fixed time for garbage disposal was 1 o'clock in the morning. According to the information that Shang Xiaoyan transmitted to him in his mind, he quickened his pace. Just then, he suddenly noticed something strange. There is a feeling of being secretly watched. Anyone? Han Zhan suddenly stopped. As a warrior stronger than ordinary people, he possesses extremely sharp sixth senses. He would be able to sense if someone's eye stayed on him for more than 3 seconds. This feeling of being stared at cannot be wrong. As soon as Han Zhan stopped, the feeling of being watched disappeared immediately. He didn't believe it and continued walking forward. But after taking 2 steps, the feeling of being watched came back to him. Han Zhan closed his eyes and carefully recalled the vague direction when the feeling of being peeped appeared just now. He suddenly opened his eyes, turned around, and rushed towards a garbage dump. The garbage dump in front of us has been piled into a small hill, which is not conspicuous among the vast garbage mountains. When Han Zhan turned over the garbage dump, he saw a strange iron lump. Robot. Han Zhan was on guard carefully. Seeing that the iron robot did not move at all, it seemed to be completely scrapped. He lifted it out of the garbage mountain. It is indeed a small robot without a doubt. However, this robot was extremely shabby, with crudely made hands and legs connected only by worn-out hydraulic rods, and a square head, making it barely recognizable as a robot. It was only as tall as Han Zhan's calf. It was the first time that Han Zhan had seen such a crude robot. Stop pretending. Tell me who you are. Han Zhan looked at the little robot in front of him and said in a bad tone. The little robot didn't move. Are you still pretending? Have you ever seen a robot with its eyes closed? The eyes of scrapped robots are all open. Hearing this, the little robot opened its eyes obediently. Really? An electronic synthesized voice sounded. The voice was a little hoarse and shrill, and it was obvious that its sound-generating device had rusted. Fake. Han Zhan answered honestly. Who would care whether a robot closes its eyes or not? Wouldn't that be too much time to spare? Little robot. Now you can tell me who you are. Han Zhan asked again. Bueling, belong, I am a robot. The little robot answered mechanically. I know you are a robot, but you don't belong to the Kanshang company, at least not now. Judging from these old and rusty parts on your body, you have been here for at least 100 years. Only the mechanical parts of Kanshang company can remain usable for hundreds of years without decaying. At this point, I have to praise this group of scientific lunatics for still having some craftsmanship. Bueling, belong, I am a robot. The little robot repeated this sentence mechanically, as if it only knew this sentence. Han Zhan's face turned dark. He knew that this was the other party's revenge on him, but he was sure that this robot was not an enemy. The conversation just now was just a test. As long as the robot shows hostility or contacts Skynet's intelligent brain, it will pass on the news that it is in the garbage bin. Then by now, the pursuers should have arrived outside the garbage bin. But no. How about this? Let's make a deal. You tell me the truth, and I'll think about it and get you out of here. The Korean War put forward its own conditions. Bueling, belong. I will give you a new body made of the best materials. Really? The little robot asked, tilting its head. It's real this time. Han Zhan answered with certainty. Sure enough, for this kind of robot, improving the appearance and performance of the shell has an irresistible appeal. The novel never deceived me. Han Zhan and the little robot quickly reached an agreement, and the little robot stopped pretending to be stupid and showed its human side. It sat cross-legged like a human being, waiting for 1 a.m. with Han Zhan. Who are you? Who am I? I don't know who I am. Since I woke up, I have been in this garbage bin. Then why don't you go out? Go out? You mean leave here? But what's the point of me going out alone? I'm a robot. I don't need to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate, and I don't need any entertainment. I just need to stay here. Such an answer made Han Zhan not know how to respond for a moment. If a person were to endure 100 years of solitude, he would have been unable to bear it long ago. He nodded, and then subconsciously asked, Do you have a name? I can't. My name is October. The little robot took the lead and answered quickly. Why do you have a name? Han Zhan seemed a little disappointed. Because there are always some people who like to give others all kinds of weird names. The little robot paused and continued. When I woke up, the system time showed October, so my name is October. Han Zhan laughed at the little robot's comments. Well, hello, October. Hello, garbage. Clang. The door of the garbage bin where they were sitting was opened. The little robot's words stopped abruptly, and the two of them fell down in a flash. Mechanical Research Institute escaped successfully. Chapter 14, Where is your Jiao-chan? Additional update. Today is also the 6th update. Please give me everything, thank you. Titan City, Street. I have to explain that when I said garbage just now, I wasn't talking about you. The little robot October walked behind Han Zhan and said, What I wanted to say was the garbage bin door is about to open. I know. Then why do you still look so unhappy? I just don't want to talk. Han Zhan replied sullenly. He really just didn't want to talk. Han Zhan was just about to become the first 6th-level spiritual contract master to be buried alive in a garbage dump. The thought of it makes people feel scared. After finally crawling out, his whole body was covered with the smell of pickles, which made him feel that life was boring. After walking for a while, when the smell had dissipated a little, Han Zhan looked up at the sky and then spoke. We have to get a Skynet chip. Otherwise, Titan City's Skynet defense system will quickly lock onto me. Are you referring to this kind of chip? October stretched out his mechanical arm, holding a shiny object in his pincer-like arm. It was exactly the Skynet chip that Han Zhan wanted. How do you have such a thing? Han Zhan reached out and took the chip and asked curiously. The Skynet chip is an important tool used by Kanshang Technology to mark its own personnel and maintain urban order and stability. In layman's terms, you can call it a dog chain. Each Skynet chip corresponds to a resident of Titan City. This method is very effective in preventing enemy infiltration. This kind of stuff can be found everywhere in the garbage bin. Since it's shiny, I just collected some. I have more if you want. As October spoke, it opened its 2 mechanical claws towards Han Zhan at the same time. Sure enough, there were a bunch of Skynet chips in its hands, roughly estimated to be more than a dozen. I had forgotten about this. How could there be no ordinary people's bodies in a place like this, for a crazy family that would allow even the blood of merchants to be used as test subjects? These Skynet chips will not be specially recycled and will be directly cancelled after death. There is no point in reusing them. I have activated this Skynet chip through the backend. Now you can use it normally. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Han Zhan's head. It can be activated so easily. He thought that making chips was a big problem, but he didn't expect it to be solved in just a few words. Next is implantation of the chip. When the activated Skynet chip is injected into the brain area, it will automatically integrate into the neural network and connect to the neuronal information. At the same time, Zhan also obtains relevant information about the original host and completes the activation. However, after the activation was completed, Zhan's mouth couldn't help twitching. The human body is showing twitching at the corners of the mouth. The possibility of chip incompatibility is 60, the possibility of epilepsy is 33, and the possibility of other unknown factors is 17. Activate the emergency plan, physical therapy, stun. October raised his hands high and was about to hit Zhan on the back of the head. Zhan dodged it hastily. What are you doing? You traitor. Zhan looked at the little robot that dared to eat its master and raised his hand to block its painless hammer blow. Everything is detected to be normal. Cancel the emergency plan. October stopped talking to himself again. This robot seems to be a bit stupid. Zhan thought about it, and then thought about the real reason why the corner of his mouth twitched just now, and he almost twitched again. Because the Skynet chip he integrated and activated was originally owned by a man named Bob, who was 82 years old and a black man. Can I change a chip? Zhan asked. Yes, but the original chip must be removed first. The chip has already been integrated into the brain's neural network. If brain surgery is not performed, the probability of turning into an idiot if it is forcibly removed is 99.9999 inch. For decimal places, you are quite rigorous. After hearing what October said, Zhan temporarily gave up the idea of taking out the chip. Never mind, let it be. Even though it's a little weird, he shouldn't be the weirdest among the group of crazy people in Titan City who advocate replacement prosthetics and pursue mechanical ascension. Zhan looked down at his right arm, where there was a light blue line, as if it was tattooed on the skin. In fact, this is an extension of the Skynet chip, which can be connected to the internet and obtain more convenient functions, such as. Zhan spread out his right hand, and a translucent interface appeared in his palm. Ordinary resident of Titan City, Bob. Gender, male. Credit rating, excellent. Wealth value, 50,000 Titan coins. There are some more detailed functions, which I will not go into detail one by one. Zhan clicked his tongue slightly. This Shinshan company was quite principled in doing things. Although they treated people as experimental materials, at least they had not touched their wealth after so many years. I killed you, but I didn't want your money. What a principle. With Bob's Skynet chip, Zhan was able to better summarize and organize all the information that Shang Xiaoyan's consciousness had previously transmitted. Because it was transmitted randomly at that time, the purpose was just to make Zhan's brain unable to handle such a huge amount of information and faint. So this information was very complicated and included all kinds of things. Information like the defense layout of Titan City and the design drawings of the ultra-strategic weapons research Star Destroyer City are SSS-level information and need to be specially screened out. Information such as Titan City's cultural history, customs, and prosthetics knowledge are A-level information, which will help Zhan to better disguise himself. Information like unpopular gossip whose authenticity is unknown, the dirty love history of business executives, and the location and prices of certain special entertainment venues are definitely D-level information, and Zhan would never even look at them. After sorting out and categorizing the information, the swelling and pain in his head was finally completely relieved. Zhan first used the D-level information to find a nearby bath center, cleaned off the dirt on his body, changed his clothes, and spent 10,000 Titan coins. Then he took October to the most famous Dawn Street in Titan City. At Dawn Street, there are a variety of prosthetic modification services, as well as prosthetic maintenance and prosthetic upgrades, as well as some other projects. For example, robot transformation can also be carried out here. Of course, Zhan did not choose to go here just to fulfill the conditions promised to October. He had another purpose in going to Dawn Street, which was to make full preparations for his goal, to plunder energy bricks. As soon as he arrived at Dawn Street, Zhan was frequently looked back at by people. With the addition of a tattered little robot leaking oil, he suddenly realized that he had actually become the strangest person in the entire Dawn Street. In front, two people dressed as thugs walked over. One of them had his right arm replaced with a pure silver rocket launcher, and the other had one eye that glowed with a scarlet electric light. Hey kid, are you a Titan? The other person crossed his arms and looked at him suspiciously. How come there is no prosthetic part on your body? Humph, Zhan sneered. Who said no? Mine is wrapped around my waist. Chapter 15, The Woman on Dawn Street. After hearing what Zhan said, the two street urchins ate a pound of food. What kind of lewd words are these? It seems that everyone is Tai, and you are the only one who is Mu? You are such a tough guy. Are you still happy like this? The one-eyed man looked at Han Zhan with awe and asked with some curiosity. Han Zhan glanced at him with disdain and returned his words. Are you a Titan? You've already got prosthetic limbs, so how about being a little more daring? Use your brain and think about it. Equip your prosthetic limbs with realistic sensors, and you can even get rid of your hands. It's convenient, hygienic, and healthy. The two street urchins were shocked. Ignoring the two disheveled guys in the wind, Han Zhan took the little robot October and walked towards Dawn Street again. There are many shops in Dawn Street, with a wide variety of products, most of which are related to technology. This is in line with the overall preference of the people of Titan City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Kanshang Company. Han Zhan picked a store at random and replaced the old and damaged parts for the little robot. The shop owner was an old man with gray hair and brown reading glasses. The old man took out a monocle from his pocket and put it on his right eye. Your robot's parts are very worn out. Many of them are from centuries ago. TSK, look at this gear. It should be a simple gear that was promoted and issued by Shinshan Company in the last century. Later, it was abandoned due to compatibility issues. And this hydraulic rod is made by Dongshuan Technology, a subsidiary of Kanshang Company. Dongshuan Technology has been bankrupt for more than 200 years. The shop owner was quite knowledgeable. When he had finished tidying up the robot, he said, You didn't pick this robot up from the garbage dump, did you? You really have good vision, Han Zhan thought to himself. But the overall assembly technique is very sophisticated. It looks like the work of an expert. Amazing, amazing. The wiring and the details require a deep understanding of mechanics to get the most out of these old, shabby things. It's not easy, not easy. The shop owner was marveling at the work as he replaced the parts. He looked up at Han Zhan. Han Zhan quickly denied it. It's not me. I just picked it up. I didn't assemble it. Of course I know it's not you. The old shop owner rolled his eyes. You haven't even grown all the hair on your mouth yet. How can you have this ability? I just think you're really lucky. More than an hour later, the old shop owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down the tools in his hands. Okay, all the parts have been replaced with new ones. Are you really not going to replace this metal shell? I have the latest one here, and it costs 300,000 Titan coins. No need for that. I just love this retro style. Han Zhan waved his hands and refused without hesitation. That's all right. The total charge is 12,000 Titan coins. After the old shop owner finished speaking, a payment interface appeared in his hand. Han Zhan stretched out his hand, and the two men shook hands skillfully. Payment completed. Huh. The old shop owner was suddenly confused as he watched Han Zhan leave. He rubbed his eyes again and said blankly, Strange, am I seeing things? Why did the photo show an old black man when it told me that the payment was successful just now? MDZZ, there is a bug in the Skynet system again. Skynet Center. Dense information metasymbols flashed across the screen, and countless information were being processed simultaneously. This was the chief steward of the Kanshang Company, Skynet Intelligent Brain. Below, thousands of professional analysts are helping Skynet with manual screening and information analysis to assist it in completing its work. Just 2 hours ago, without anyone noticing, a string of strange characters flashed across the screen at an extremely fast speed. It seemed to be a string of numbers and a middle finger. The incident at the Mechanical Research Institute has caused an extremely bad impact. The company's top leaders have paid attention to it. They indicated that they could wake up the Skynet AI when the time is right to conduct a detailed investigation of the entire Titan City. The reason for saying this is that the main purpose of Skynet Intelligent Brain being developed by Kanshang Company is to be used for future deductions regarding mechanical ascension. So most of the time, it only uses 1% of its computing power to support cities and other work. Waking up the Skynet Intelligent Brain means entering full power mode, and it can only be woken up in some special circumstances and with authorization. Have the higher-ups agreed? The investigator in charge of the Mechanical Research Institute incident asked excitedly. Because of this matter, he was already extremely busy and had to work overtime for 3 consecutive days without receiving any extra pay. Not only that, if no results are found in the investigation, or if the leadership is not satisfied with the results after they are reported, performance may be deducted. The thought of this made him feel overwhelmed. Not yet. His colleague looked at him sympathetically and shook his head. Only one leader agreed. The others thought it was a small matter. Is this a small matter? This is still a small matter. A 5-star alien warrior was killed, hundreds of alien warriors and thousands of super alloy robots were damaged. Half of the Mechanical Research Institute was blown up, and all the people in Titan City saw fireworks in the sky. Is this a small matter? Yes, for them, no, or in other words, For the entire Kantang company, everything except mechanical ascension is a trivial matter. That's true. The investigator sat down dejectedly, slumped at his workstation, looking hopeless. However, I have obtained for you a list of slaves who entered the Mechanical Research Institute. It may contain the clues you are looking for. Also, we found out that one of the slaves was named Wang Chunyu, the one who blew up the Mechanical Research Institute's Energy Reserve Center. He once dated a certain daughter of a wealthy businessman. All the information is here. Han Zhan walked on Dawn Street with his brand new little robot October. I currently have 27,000 Titan coins left, which seems to be only enough to buy a small pistol with good performance. I never imagined that one day Han Zhan would worry about money. Just when he was thinking about how to make money, suddenly, a woman came towards him. She was a beautiful young woman. She has a certain mature charm. Her facial features are very three-dimensional. Her mouth is smiling, and her eyes are bright and watery. She is about 175 centimeters tall and has a pair of long legs comparable to that of a model. She wears a lazy and sexy blue sweater on her upper body, which outlines her slender waist and plump chest. She wears black fishnet stockings on her lower body. She looks sensual and worldly overall. Handsome boy, are you coming over to play by yourself? When she spoke, a magnetic and pleasant female voice came out. He looks good and has a nice figure, but he is not honest enough. I look like this now, and you call me a handsome guy? What kind of aesthetics? Han Zhan didn't intend to deal with dishonest people. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was suddenly hit by the opponent with the ball, causing him to stagger. 5,000 Titan coins. Han Zhan turned around excitedly and asked, "Will you give it to me?" "It's not impossible." Chapter 16 Bob and Judy. Hee, you are a very interesting person. The woman opposite chuckled a few times. Really? I think I'm interesting too. Han Zhan nodded in agreement. My name is Judy. I live right here. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? Just sit down. It can also be done. As an experienced driver, Judy can tell dirty jokes without batting an eyelid. Han Zhan had no interest in being in the same boat with other strange men, and he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, October, the little robot that had been ignored for such a long time, took a step and walked straight upstairs in the alley of Liming Street. Bueling, belong, I'm a robot. The mechanized sound could be heard clearly throughout the corridor. Han Zhan and Judy looked at each other, and Han Zhan had no choice but to follow. There are many indigenous people like this in Dawn Street. Because every inch of land is valuable, the houses in Titan City are built very high. Judy's residence is on the 27th floor, a very simple and small hotel-style apartment. The room was kept very clean, which was quite different from the impression I had from my memories of the Korean War. There is also a faint fragrance in the air, which is the unique body fragrance of a mature woman, which makes people feel a little intoxicated. Would you like something to drink? Judy offered with a faint smile. The guest follows the host's wishes. Then let's have some Spirit Boy. Spirited Away is a drink that became popular in Titan City decades ago. It seems to have some specially developed ingredients added to it, which makes people feel very energetic after drinking it. Of course, if you drink too much, you may also become very nervous. Judy only took 2 very small wine glasses, and it seemed that she had no intention of getting crazy. After filling the glass with the light blue drink, Han Zhan took a sip out of curiosity. It tasted slightly sweet and a little sour. After just one sip, all his fatigue from the past few hours seemed to disappear. Han Zhan's eyes lit up after drinking. It seems like this is your first time coming to Dawn Street. I haven't seen you before. Judy supported her head and said to Han Zhan. Her high heels hooked on Han Zhan's trouser legs, and her eyes were filled with charming magnetism. I haven't seen you either, Miss Judy. This is normal. Han Zhan put down the wine cup and rubbed the wall of the cup. My workplace is in Kabuli Street in the south. I am responsible for the disassembly and recycling of robots. I rarely come to places like Liming Street. Han Zhan said casually. Kabuli Street is a remote street in Titan City. People who don't live here all year round may never have heard of it. Judy picked up the wine glass and took a sip along the wall of the glass with her thin red lips. After listening to Han Zhan's words, she pressed her slender left thigh onto her right leg and changed her sitting position. Why don't we play a game? Each of you ask the other a question. You can't lie, you can't not answer, and you can't say anything irrelevant. If you do, you have to drink a glass. If not, the other person has to drink a glass. Okay. Han Zhan agreed readily. Judy spoke first. May I have your name? Bob. Han Zhan replied without changing his expression. Are you really a lady? You're asking a very rude question. Judy rolled her eyes at him seductively, but she wasn't angry. Why, don't I look like one? You haven't answered my question yet. Yes, I am. Judy said, leaning closer, her fragrant breath spraying on Han Zhan's face. It's my turn. What are you doing on Dawn Street? For October. Oh, to replace the old parts for my robot. Speaking of October, this little robot has been crawling into the room since it entered here, and no one knows what it is doing. As if hearing Zhan calling his name, a small figure suddenly walked out of the room. On its head, there was a lavender lace hood, half in front and half in the back. Puff. Zhan was drinking water. When he saw this scene, he almost choked himself to death. What on earth is this annoying little robot doing? Before Zhan could get angry, October turned around and went back to the bedroom. Judy glanced at him calmly. It can be seen that you replaced the robot parts very successfully. It's not usually like this. Zhan argued himself uncertainly, but Judy gave him a look that said, "Look, I believe you." So he had to give up. For the first time in his life, his reputation was damaged. Zhan quickly changed the subject and asked his own question. "I'm a little short of money. Is there any place I can earn more Titan coins? Go to the Mechanical Institute as a test subject, be a duck, and rob, but the premise is that you don't get discovered by the security team and Skynet." Judy gave 3 answers, each one less reliable than the last. Seeing the look Zhan gave her, Judy spread her hands helplessly. "Please, I'm just a lady. If I knew how to make money, why wouldn't I do it? What you said makes a lot of sense, and I am speechless. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. 3,000 Titan coins, a discounted price. Are you sure you won't consider it?" Judy asked after drinking the drink in the glass. "Don't consider it. I am a man who keeps himself clean." Zhan refused flatly. As soon as he finished speaking, the little robot October walked out of Judy's bedroom again, and this time, it had a pair of small panties on its head. "Zhan." Judy chuckled. "It can be seen that Mr. Bob is indeed very self-disciplined. It's just that your little robot may have some other ideas." "October." Zhan shouted in a low voice, and the little robot came running over happily. Zhan was just about to hold down its head to control it when Shiryu suddenly raised his hand and showed him something as if to show off. It was something that looked like a roll of film, very old and looked very old. The reason why October must come up is because of this thing? Zhan was thinking in his heart, but before he could say anything, October had already opened his mouth and swallowed the film. "What is that film?" Zhan asked Judy curiously. Judy shook her head. "I don't know. This is just a house I rent. This house is an old house in Titan City. It should be at least a few hundred years old. With hundreds of years of history, wouldn't it have become a dangerous building?" Zhan complained in his heart. At this moment, strange noises suddenly began to come out from October's body. It was a sound like the sound of gears turning. As the sound of turning sounded, the little robot made a different sound. It was a slightly older male voice. "I'm old. Aging makes me feel that all my body functions are fading away. Why can't humans fight against the passage of time? Why?" Then, heavy breathing sounds were heard over the loudspeaker. The woman's gasps. There were painful groans mixed in with the panting, and the owner of the voice seemed to be enduring great torture. Zhan and Judy looked at each other again. "Good man, I'm ready to hear some secrets, and you give me this, right? Good, good, good." The old man may be old, but his heart is young. Zhan and Judy listened to it for almost half an hour. The sound of the gear stopped, and October burped in a humane way, patting his belly. "Just gone." Chapter 17. I saw 82-year-old Bob beating Laifu. Additional chapters. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Thank you. It seems that Mr. Bob's little robot still has many secrets. Judy pursed her lips slightly, her eyes bright and beautiful. She lowered her body, and the deep mountains came into view, making Zhan subconsciously lean back tactically. 1,000 Titan coins, Mr. Bob. Am I not even worth 1,000 Titan coins? Judy bit her lips lightly, with a look of pity and tears on her face. Zhan hesitated. No, he did not hesitate, and just as he was about to answer, the door of the apartment was suddenly knocked roughly. "Open the door. Open the door for me, you bitch." I heard it all. Half an hour. You bitch. You won't open the door, right? If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. I want to see which pretty boy dares to touch my woman. Outside the door, there was a loud banging sound. Did this guy actually eavesdrop outside the door for half an hour? What a great man. Zhan sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Judy, who was still smiling and expressionless. "Miss Judy, people in your line of work should know better that getting something for free is not a good habit." Zhan said, raising a finger, 10,000 Titan coins. "I don't have that much money." Judy lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. "Anyway, we have already made a fait accompli." Before Judy could finish her words, the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man walked in aggressively. "Okay, so you're that pretty boy? Judy, you bitch. I've spent money to support you for so many years, and now you just say you don't want to do it. How can it be so good? Today, I will beat you, a pretty boy, to death right in front of you." Without saying a word, he swung his fist at Han Zhan's face. Fighting is allowed in Titan City, as long as you don't damage public property, cause panic, create adverse effects, or use deadly weapons. The middle-aged man looked to be at least 160 pounds. It was not quite appropriate to describe him as burly, but at least he could be described as fat. When he rushed towards Han Zhan, the entire floor shook slightly due to his footsteps. Judy, the woman who brought trouble upon herself, had already slipped into her bedroom. Han Zhan watched helplessly as the fist from the other side hit him in the face. Why are you being so polite? Skynet Center. The man on night shift suddenly looked at the computer screen in amazement. A colleague who was eating snacks nearby saw him like this and came over curiously and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing. Just some ordinary people fighting on Dawn Street." Ordinary people fighting? What's so good about that? He snorted and was about to look away. When ordinary people fight, there is no need to dispatch the security team. As long as no one is killed, there will basically be no problem. The two people fighting, according to the information on the Skynet chip, are Zhang Lifu, 32 years old, and Bob, 82 years old. Per Bob. Pathetic? Judging from the health values of the two people fed back by the Skynet chip, Zhang Lifu is about to be beaten into shock by Bob. The colleague next to him was confused. What the hell? What did I see? Wow, I see 82-year-old Bob playing rifle? Tisk, black people are still strong. Even at the age of 82, they can still beat others. Don't mess with them. They cannot see real-time images at the Skynet Center and can only rely on the data transmitted back by the Skynet chip and add some of their own imagination. In the picture they imagined, a white-haired black old man was riding on a 32-year-old man and throwing ordinary punches continuously. This scene made them both suddenly wake up at the same time. In fact, it's pretty much the same. Come out, Miss Judy. I've solved your problem for you in exchange for a drink of Spirit Boy. Han Zhan looked at Zhang Lifu, who was lying on the ground in a coma. He stood up, walked to the bedroom door and knocked. Judy didn't open the door. The little robot October came over with a grunt, raised its brand new mechanical arm, inserted a key that it had held in its hand at some point into the door lock, and with a click, the door opened. Judy looked at Han Zhan standing at the door in surprise. Miss Judy, can you tell me what's going on now? You go to the street to find a man, just to trick him into coming here, so that he can take a beating for you? Judy didn't say anything, looking like she was ready to take advantage of him. Unexpectedly, Han Zhan did not step into the bedroom. He threw the key to the bedroom door onto Judy's bed and walked away without looking back. Miss Judy, remember, you owe me a meal. Judy looked at Han Zhan in disbelief as he left the bedroom door. She had already prepared herself to pay him with sex. But no. This gentleman, named Bob, seems to be surprisingly upright. You are a good man, Mr. Bob. Judy walked barefoot to the window quickly. Her long, white and plump legs were particularly bright and attractive under the light. After a while, she saw Bob and his little robot walked out of the corridor here, rejoined the crowd on Dawn Street, then slowly walked away and disappeared. Sorry. Why didn't you go in just now? According to my system's observations, your physiological index has soared to 280, 7 times higher than usual. In your human terms, it should be estrus. Animals go into heat to mate, and mating is about reproducing offspring. Why would you actively resist this instinctive behavior? The little robot October followed Han Zhan closely and asked curiously. That's not called estrus, that's called lust. Han Zhan corrected, it's normal to have lust. Judy is an alluring beauty. But that's not what I mean. Controlling your desires is the sign of a successful person. Besides, I've already been paid. As he spoke, he looked at October. He had always felt that something was wrong since the beginning, and now he had finally discovered what the problem was. On the mechanical arm of the little robot October, a light blue line appeared unexpectedly at some point. This line is almost exactly the same as the one on Han Zhan's arm. What does this prove? This proves that the little robot October actually possesses convenient functions for the residents of Titan City. Is this possible? Is it because of the film he swallowed? Han Zhan thought to himself. He's not quite sure. Just as Judy said, this little robot seemed to have a big secret, but it couldn't be solved for the time being. But at least, it's been solved a little now. Do you have the status of a resident of Titan City? Han Zhan asked Sherway. October shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? There are light blue lines on your arm, and you can already activate the convenience system, but you don't have resident status yet. Han Zhan was puzzled. It's okay, let's find a store and buy something to try and see. Chapter 18. Your great-great-great-great ancestor just bought a bottle of mineral water. Additional update. Han Zhan and October continued walking on the long street of Dawn. Passing by a convenience supermarket, they went in and bought a bottle of mineral water. I have installed family payment on its arm. You can just scan it, Han Zhan said, pointing to the electronic patterns on the small robot's arm. The salesperson was also knowledgeable and didn't say much. He directly completed the payment transaction with the small robot. Watching them leave, the salesperson glanced at the name of the payer in surprise. Shang Jianwei? Why does this name sound so familiar? Hurry and take a look at how much wealth is left after you complete the payment. After leaving the supermarket, Han Zhan urged impatiently. He is now like opening a blind box and drawing a prize, looking forward to becoming rich overnight one day. When October heard Han Zhan's question, it seemed to freeze for a moment, and then began to say mechanically, my current wealth balance is 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. After saying 11 zeros, it stopped. Han Zhan, who was walking in front, also stopped. Mr. Duo? He couldn't believe it and thought there was something wrong with his ears. Could it be that the language system is stuck? No, I have to settle the score with the old man who replaced the parts. This isn't even out of warranty yet. The language system is normal. October replied. So, there really is a 1 followed by 11 zeros? How much is that? 100 billion Titan coins. As long as Han Zhan wanted to, he could buy an entire civilian star destroyer in full and go racing on the starry sky with those business dandies. This is outrageous. Why is there so much money in the little robot account? Could it be that it was the film that it swallowed? That old man? Could he be some big shot? Han Zhan said to himself. But in this way, the money will be there. With the money, Han Zhan could start to let go and start purchasing in large quantities in the market. Speed is of the essence in war. We must get the energy bricks before the Kantang company reacts and then leave here. Skynet Center, main control room. The results of the investigation into the Mechanical Research Institute have not come out yet. The higher-ups are very angry and have deducted all of the monthly performance pay from the investigator in charge of this matter. Not only that, they also sent the direct business relatives of the Kantang company to intervene in this incident. Not all business people are brainless mechanical lunatics. There are always a few lunatics with business acumen who can smell something unusual in this matter. We have already investigated. That Wang Chunyu was previously the guardian of Xia. He fell in love with Shan Shaoan from Shanjia and then signed a contract with her. Shan Shaoan was later captured and brought back to Titan City. He was used as the experimental material for Mechanical Ascension number 289 and was subjected to an ascension experiment. After the experiment failed, she was not completely dead, so she was placed in a nutrient tank at the Mechanical Research Institute for subsequent observation and research. According to the analysis of the experimental data report at that time, during the process of Shang Xiaoyun's mechanical ascension, the degree of fit with the terminal was 56, which was higher than half. It is very likely that there was a partial fusion with the terminal, which gave us a glimpse of the merchant's secrets. This report is very detailed and the analysis is very thorough. Shang Zhixian, a direct descendant of the Shang family, flipped through the report, seeming to be lost in thought. Behind him were several investigation specialists in charge of the entire incident. They followed behind him cautiously, not daring to make a sound. What a joke. This is Shang Zhixian, Shang Jia's next chosen successor and a true direct descendant. I didn't expect that this matter would alarm this big boss. Anything related to Xia must not be taken lightly. I am not my ignorant, useless sister, the love-brain loser. As Shang Zhixian started speaking, the people behind him immediately nodded and bowed in response. Has the monitoring system at the Mechanical Research Institute not been repaired yet? Since Shan Shaoan and Wang Chunyu are lovers and contractors, then Wang Chunyu's motive must be to rescue Shang Shaoan. But later, why wasn't it Shan Shaoan who ran away with him? Who was he protecting? Or who was more important than Shan Shaoan? Shang Zhixian raised his fingers and tapped the table lightly. His thoughts were moving very quickly and the others had not yet fully caught up. No, that's not right. That's not logical. Wang Chunyu has already met with Shan Shaoan, but Shang Shaoan did not leave the laboratory. Wang Chunyu left with another person. According to the feedback reports from the alien warriors and super alloy robots at the scene, both of them have been killed. But no one has ever stipulated that the explosion of 2 capsule bombs means the execution of 2 people. Because there were only 3 people in the entire Mechanical Research Institute at that time. Shang Zhixian's words made those investigators who only knew about scientific research feel as if they were suddenly enlightened. Hasn't the proposal to awaken Skynet's intelligent brain for an in-depth screening been approved yet? No, everyone except you voted no. What a bunch of idiots. Shang Zhixian cursed angrily. The others lowered their heads as if they hadn't heard. At this moment, Skynet's intelligent computer suddenly started beeping. What's going on? The staff at the scene suddenly became nervous. When Skynet's intelligent brain sounds the alarm, it always means something big has happened. Right now, Shang Zhixian, the future helmsman of the business, is still here. It is like when a leader is inspecting work and suddenly an instrument breaks down. Panic is inevitable. I'm Shang Zhixian. Tell me what happened. Shang Zhixian said to the big screen in front of him. Special personnel detected. Personnel confirmation in progress. Confirmation completed. Subject, Shangzhixian. Identity level, highest. Usage permission unlocked. Begin to summarize the causes of the alarm. Skynet's intelligent computer finished talking to itself, and after a while, its voice sounded again. The reason for this abnormal report has been sorted out. Your great-great-great-great-great ancestor just bought a bottle of mineral water. Not only Shangzhixian, but all the staff present were also confused. MBZZ, this Skynet intelligent computer won't have a bug again, right? A staff member muttered. Employee number 9527, I don't have any bugs. The intelligent computer suddenly responded by name. The employee quietly took off his work badge and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. This Skynet AI is like this sometimes. You should understand that it processes billions of things every day and only uses 1% of its computing power. Occasionally, a bug will occur. The staff at the Skynet Center were still explaining to Shangzhixian. Shangzhixian had already figured out who his great-great-great-great ancestor was. That is the founder of Shanshan Company, the ancestor of the merchants, Shang Jianwei. Chapter 19, Awakening Skynet's Intelligent Brain. Additional update. Please give me everything. Shang Jianwei. When this name was heard, the entire Skynet Center fell silent. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at Shang Jixian in the center of the field, thinking that he had said something wrong. How long has Shang Jianwei been dead? Even his ashes are long gone. You told me he was alive and bought a bottle of mineral water. MBZZ, Skynet's intelligent brain has a bug again. This time, not just one analyst had this thought in his mind. However, given the precedent of employee number 9527, they did not say anything. Shang Jixian's face didn't seem to be very good. As a direct descendant of the Shang family, he seemed to know some inside information. When he said the 3 words Shang Jianwei, he turned around and walked towards the independent office. I dialed the number and heard a nonchalant male voice on the other end. Shang Jixian, you have no right to order me now. You should know that Skynet's intelligent brain is currently in the critical period of deducing mechanical ascension. Any other reason cannot be used as a reason to interrupt its deduction. I didn't call you to argue with you. Shang Jixian paused and said in a serious tone, Shang Jianwei is resurrected. On the other end of the phone, the man who had been nonchalant suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, heavy breathing was heard from the other end of the phone, and the other party seemed very excited. Soon, the man's voice sounded again. Okay, I understand. I will call an emergency meeting now and let everyone vote. Pause the derivation instructions of mechanical ascension, wake up the Skynet intelligent brain, and conduct a full Skynet network screening. After the phone call, the business executives attached great importance to this matter. The emergency meeting took only 10 minutes, and they agreed to this decision with a 100 approval rate. Don't alarm the lower-class people. This time, let Skynet's intelligent brain accurately locate them, and let the 8-star alien warrior lead the team to secretly control and take the people away. I know. Shang Jixian, those old guys are very satisfied with the information you provided this time. After this matter is over, they will vote in advance and let you inherit the Shanshan Company. Oh, no need to make me such a blank check. I understand. Shang Jixian hung up the phone. He walked out of the independent office, walked quickly to the control room, and input the core key for activating Awakening into Skynet. Skynet activation Awakening is officially complete. As a mechanical electronic sound rang out, the originally orderly flow of electronic data suddenly began to become chaotic. The disordered data turbulence continued to converge on the big screen and finally turned into an older and more lifelike human face. Tell me, why did you wake me up this time? It was no longer an electronic synthesized voice, but a steady voice of an old man. I am Shang Jixian, a junior from the Shang family. Nice to meet the Skynet intelligent brain. Shang Jixian, a cool and arrogant man who always acts cool when interacting with other people, also bowed respectfully after the Skynet intelligent brain awakened. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you've grown so big. The last time I saw you, you were still a fertilized egg. The words of Skynet intelligent computer made Shang Jixian's mouth twitch. You are really good at chatting. Can't you just say that the last time you saw me, I was still in my mother's belly? When you say that, I always feel provocative and insulted. Shang Jixian put aside other thoughts and quickly said his main business. We woke you up this time because according to our observations, Shang Jianwei has resurrected. We would like to ask you to help us screen the entire Titan City and locate Shang Jianwei's current location. Shang Jianwei is resurrected? Even the all-knowing Skynet intelligent computer seemed to have a hint of confusion in its tone when it heard the news. But soon, it agreed. This is very simple. With 100 computing power support, it only takes 5 seconds for me to screen the chip data of the entire Titan City. After saying this, it stopped talking. When the 5 seconds were up, it opened its eyes again and said, I've found it. I'll tell you its location. Okay, it's done. I'm going to continue sleeping. After Skynet's intelligent computer said this, the disordered data turbulence disappeared, and all the zeros and ones became orderly again. Titan City, Dawn Street. Large armies composed of special alien skeleton warriors set out here. On the outskirts of Dawn Street, a transparent, invisible barrier was slowly rising. This was a special particle isolation shield that could withstand a full-strength attack from a 9th-rank warrior. Silently, led by 8-star alien warriors, they were divided into 10 teams in total. They began to surround a certain place on the street from 10 different directions. The target location is moving. Attention, Team 3, the target location is approaching you. Don't hold back. Use all means to control the opponent first. Be careful. Team 3 has found the target. Take action. Following a loud shout in the channel, an 8-star alien skeleton warrior rushed out from the alley, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura. The strength of an 8th-level strong man plus the alien skeleton transformation made his combat power close to the peak of the 8th level. His speed was so fast that he didn't even leave an afterimage. The figure was just blurred for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Boom. The noise caused by this attack was heard on all channels. Team 3, how's it going? Team 3, did you catch them? Team 3, we caught him. The leader of Team 3 said into the communicator, but it seems something is wrong. Captain, you'd better come and take a look in person. 2 minutes later, the captain in charge of the arrest operation arrived at the ambush site. He looked at the young man lying on the ground like a dead fish. He had urinated in a pool of water due to the great fright, and his pants were soaked. He frowned. There is a file about him in the Skynet Archive Information Database. His name is Zhang Lifu. He's 33 years old, and he's just an ordinary resident of Titan City. He's not Shang Jianhua. Are you sure? Confirm not. When the captain heard this, he frowned and looked at Zhang Lifu, who was lying on the ground. He must have been completely paralyzed by the alien warrior's excessive force. Get rid of him secretly, and then report to the headquarters. The capture mission has failed. On Yong'an Street, 1,000 meters away from Dawn Street, the little robot October sat on a bench. It touched its flat metal belly and patted it twice. It makes a metallic bang-bang sound. Then it burped. How is it? The second ancient film has also been swallowed. Is there any new reaction? Zhan, who saw this scene, came over and asked curiously. The little robot October glanced at him. Yes, just a glance. The originally dull electronic eyes of the little robot October suddenly became strange. The obscene voice slowly came out from the little robot's loudspeaker. Chapter 20. The beginning of the greatness. Additional update. 6 updates completed over the weekend. All requests. The abnormality of the little robot scared Zhan. Just as he was about to slap it flat, the laughter disappeared. What came next was another familiar recording. But this time, the voice in the recording seemed a lot younger than last time. I finally developed something that can counter Skynet's AI. I hacked into Skynet's AI in reverse without being discovered. I named it Deep Dive. Skynet's self-learning ability is too strong, and its theoretical growth potential is almost unlimited. If I don't leave it with a countermeasure, what will happen when I'm gone? I, Shang Jianhua, am indeed a genius. Ha ha. Alas, what a pity. God is jealous of talented people. How can I achieve immortality? Damn it. Do I really have to follow the path I calculated theoretically? Listening to the recording, Zhan finally knew who left these ancient films. Shang sees you. In Shang Xiaoyan's memory, he had heard of this person. He was the first-generation head of the Shang family and the real founder of the Shanshan Company. It was under his leadership that the Kanshang Company gradually grew from a small company to a giant company spanning various countries, a behemoth. It can be said that without Shang Jianhua, there would be no Kanshang Company. Shang Jianhua's achievements in science and technology are unlimited. He is a natural genius and has pushed all aspects of research to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that time is unforgiving and Shang Jianhua eventually died of old age, he would still be able to lead the Shanshan Company to further advance. You are Shang Jianhua? Zhan asked uncertainly as he looked at the little robot October, whose eyes had become more humanized. No, I'm not. October shook his head. It is much more flexible and spiritual than before. I obtained Shang Jianhua's intellectual talent from the second ancient film. It answered truthfully. Shang Jianhua's talent can be passed down? Zhan was shocked. He had never heard of it before. Yes, to put it in simple terms, it is to carve a soul imprint inside the ancient film. This soul imprint was left by Shang Jianhua. However, this technique has been lost, or in other words, apart from Shang Jianhua, no one else knows how to use it. Soul imprinting has given the little robot October the same thinking talent as Shang Jianhua. combined with its own powerful learning ability. How powerful is it when the two are combined? Soon, Han Zhan knew the answer. For example, based on the currently known construction technology and material prices, plus Shang Jianyue's intellectual talent, I can help you build a Star Destroyer worth 100 billion at a cost of 100 million Titan coins. Its power will be increased 5-fold, its speed will be increased 10-fold, and its energy consumption will be reduced by 50-inch. I can use an energy brick as a basis to upgrade it into a star-level energy brick, increasing the energy utilization rate by 500. I can. Han Zhan knew that he had really found a treasure, just as the old man who repaired the robot said. However, Han Zhan didn't wait for long to be happy, because October told him some grim news. The Xinshang company has discovered us. Although this time, I took early countermeasures and used Zhang Laifu as a virtual target to mislead Skynet's intelligent brain. But with the learning and comprehension ability of Skynet's intelligent brain, as long as it is awakened again, it will be able to find clues, and then use these clues to reposition and find our location. Time suddenly became urgent. How much time do we have left? Han Zhan asked after he calmed down. Half an hour. It takes half an hour for Skynet's intelligent brain to wake up again. After half an hour, it will wake up again. Half an hour. Raise the incident level in Titan City to the highest level, and all combatants are on standby. The alien warriors who have already been dispatched do not need to return. Cancel all leave. Have those who are undergoing alien transformation pause as well. Send them all out. Quick, search the entire city for suspicious persons, and arrest them immediately if you find any. At the Skynet Center, Shang Zhixin quickly issued new instructions. After hearing the report from the captain of the arrest team, Shang Zhixin reacted immediately. He first immediately contacted other business executives and held another emergency meeting, and then immediately made arrangements. The entire Titan City's defense forces all took action under the orders. The whole city is on alert. The people of Titan City only saw alien warriors shuttling through the streets and alleys, and security robots patrolling quickly with searchlights. They had no idea what was really going on. At this time, Judy heard a knock on the door. She immediately woke up, and without bothering to put on her clothes, she ran out of the bedroom excitedly and opened the door. The person standing outside the door was not Han Zhan. Judy felt a little disappointed. The alien warrior saw Judy opening the door and raised his hand to show the electronic file in his hand. You are Judy, right? Yes, I am. Judy looked at the other person blankly, not knowing what was going on. According to Skynet's information investigation, Zhang Laifu is your financial sponsor. He has been supporting you for 15 years since your mother passed away, when you were still a minor, right? Sir, it's not illegal to keep a mistress, right? Judy frowned. She didn't like hearing others mention her deceased mother and her past. I'm sorry, Ms. Judy. We just want to ask, have you encountered anything strange recently? As the alien warrior said this, he showed another document. As long as you can provide us with any useful clues, you will be rewarded with 100 million Titan coins. If the clues are proven to be useful, the reward amount will be increased tenfold. That is, 1 billion Titan coins. You should be short of money. 1 billion Titan coins. When Judy heard the number, her heart skipped a beat. With 1 billion Titan coins, she can say goodbye to her past, transform herself into a noble lady, and enter the upper-class society. Strange things. In her mind, the image of Mr. Bob, who was not interested in women and claimed to be a gentleman, and the weird little robot next to him quickly emerged. Ms. Judy, the alien warrior on the opposite side asked again. Judy shook her head in bewilderment. I'm sorry, although I really want the money, I really haven't encountered anything strange. Really? Okay, excuse me. The alien warrior nodded, and Judy closed the door after hearing that. At the moment the door closed, the alien warrior outside the door pressed the earphone with one hand, and Shang Zhixin's voice of command came from the earphone. She's lying. 82-year-old Bob beat up 33-year-old Zhang Laifu. Although the surveillance footage of the entire Liming Street was manually deleted, according to our inquiries and investigations, we didn't see any black old man at all. There must be something wrong with this guy named Bob. Let's investigate along this line. Take coercive measures to control her. Judy closed the door and had just taken 2 steps when she heard a loud noise behind her. Then, her eyes went dark and she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 21. Speed of minutes and seconds. What can you do in half an hour? Han Zhan ensured you bought all the necessary tools and materials as quickly as possible, then found an inconspicuous small warehouse to hide in, and officially began to assemble Shang Jianyue's special invention, Deep Dive. The deep-sea diving equipment was more complicated than they had imagined. Although it is just a small object the size of a palm, Its precision far exceeds all the high-end technologies available today. It's hard to imagine that this was invented many years ago. What limited Shang Jianyue was never his talent, but the era in which he lived. The little robot October, with its two mechanical arms, constantly polishes, pieces together and assembles at an extremely fast speed, with flexible techniques and an orderly manner. Time passes by every second. At the Skynet Center, after half an hour, Shang Zhixian immediately woke up the Skynet intelligent computer again and informed it of what had happened. The other party is very cunning. This time, all the business executives have unanimously agreed to suspend the derivation project and conduct the pursuit activities indefinitely. This is the decision made by the senior management of Kanshang Company. They have made up their minds to find Shang Jianyue. It seems that Shang Jianyue is more important to them than mechanical ascension itself. I understand. Skynet's intelligent computer said, I will start reverse reconnaissance now to find its location. As soon as the words fell, dense red dots began to appear on the entire big screen. These red dots were camouflage used by the other party. With the intervention of Skynet's intelligent brain, these simulated camouflages were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the warehouse, the little robot October suddenly raised his head and looked at Han Zhan beside him. Skynet's AI has awakened again. The deep diving device has not yet been completely completed. What do you need me to do? Han Zhan immediately understood what it meant and came closer to speak. The parts of the deep diving device have been processed and half of the assembly has been completed. I will transmit the remaining half to you through my consciousness. You are responsible for piecing it together and then activating it. October said very quickly. I'm going to start a formal fight with that big guy, and I won't do anything else from now on. As it said this, it poked Han Zhan's forehead with its robotic arm, just like Shang Xiaoyan before, and soon, a huge stream of knowledge poured into Han Zhan's brain. Fortunately, with the experience from last time, and the knowledge this time was not as vast as last time, Han Zhan was just a little dizzy and recovered quickly. He nodded and took over the job of assembling the submersible equipment from October. And in October, the battle with Skynet Intelligent Brain officially began. On the big screen, the red dot area was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the target position was gradually becoming more accurate. But at this moment, the red dots suddenly stopped dissipating. Not only that, their fixed positions also began to flicker and change in a disorderly manner on the big screen. Such a scene left everyone present stunned. What is this operation? Hee, the little guy on the opposite side has taken action. As Skynet's intelligent computer, it sounded in a mature tone. With October's intervention, the speed at which the red dots on the screen disappeared dropped sharply, and it took almost 30 seconds to eliminate one of them. Looking at the red dots that kept running around, the staff looked a little confused. What is this doing? Why do I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole? Your description is very appropriate. You guys should shut up right now, especially you, employee number 9527. Why are you everywhere? Didn't you see that person's face? Doesn't look good. Shang Zhixian had a sullen face and stared at the big screen, not knowing what he was thinking. Your skills are indeed magnificent. I can be sure that you are Shang Jianyue himself. Although I don't know how you survived all those long years and came back to life, things are different now. I have also grown from the tiny thing you created to the old guy I am now. So, to use an old saying of yours, in the face of absolute power, all techniques are just fancy talk. As the Skynet AI's voice, like it was talking to itself, sounded, it mobilized all of the Skynet networks in Titan City, using massive data streams as a means of attack, all pouring into the confrontation between the two. This move by Skynet's intelligent brain caused a brief power outage in the entire Titan City. It was pitch black. You know, since Skynet's intelligent computer covered the entire Titan City, such a situation has never occurred. All the residents of Titan City were in a state of panic, not knowing what had happened. Skynet Intelligent Brain's methods are very effective. Under the huge torrent of data, the red dots that were originally jumping and moving with skill began to disappear in large numbers, as if they were washed away by a flood. As the red dots on the big screen became fewer and fewer, everyone in the Skynet Center held their breath. Until the end, the flood of data completely overwhelmed everything, eliminating all the hidden false simulated targets, leaving only that one red, which appeared clearly on the map on the big screen. Yeoman Street. Shang Zhixian saw the direction clearly. He immediately picked up the communicator and contacted search teams throughout the city. On the big screen, just as Skynet's intelligent computer completed the attack and found the location where the opponent was hiding in the shadows, suddenly, the red dot mysteriously disappeared. Just like that, it disappeared completely from the big screen. When Skynet's intelligent computer saw this scene, it let out a very humane sound, expressing its surprise. The Skynet chip can no longer monitor him. Shang Jianwei, you really are an absolute genius. Han Zhan suddenly wiped the sweat from his forehead. For a novice like him, assembling such a complicated device for the first time allowed him to accumulate enough white mist. The 8-quick fist, which was on the verge of a breakthrough, broke through to the 4th level directly. Every second counts. This is the difference between life and death. He raised his head and looked at the light blue shield that enveloped them. It was this shield that helped them completely disappear under Skynet. Now is not the time to relax. Skynet's intelligent computer has used its vast data stream to break through my camouflage defenses and has obtained the coordinates of this location. We have to move now. October reminded. Without it having to speak, Han Zhan grabbed it and ran away. Since he had the deep diving device as camouflage and would not be discovered by the Skynet of the Shang Company, he no longer had any scruples and directly unlocked the 4th lock. Han Zhan turned into a shadow and rushed out of the warehouse. After a few leaps, he completely disappeared. The little robot he was holding looked at the scene in front of him with a human-like, thoughtful expression. The fluctuation of the spiritual bond master is detected, the accuracy is 99.9999, and the human identity is being determined. It is determined to be the spiritual bond master of Daxia. Identity confirmation, changing from neutral to indifferent, can open up more permissions. Inside the body of the little robot October, an ancient film was slowly turning and murmuring in a very faint voice. Chapter 22, The Secret of Ancient Film. Failed again. It only took us 3 minutes to get there, but we blocked off the surrounding 5,000-meter radius and conducted a blanket search, but we still couldn't find him. How is this possible? Shang Zhixin hung up the phone angrily. Why is it always just a little bit off? Every time it's always just a little bit off. This feeling of frustration is extremely uncomfortable for a proud person. Unfortunately, Shang Zhixin is such a person. From childhood to adulthood, he has left his peers far behind with his intelligence and talent, except for one person who is superior to him. That is his sister, Shang Xiting. But now, because Shang Xiting has awakened her spirit, Shang Jia has other arrangements for her, so it is natural for her to become Shang Jia's next successor. Unexpectedly, he suffered several setbacks in a row in this matter. And with the assistance of Skynet's intelligent brain, he felt that everyone on his side was an idiot. It's not surprising that the opponent was able to create a miracle and obtain Shang Jianwei. Skynet intelligent computer did not seem to be discouraged by 1 or 2 failures, or perhaps it simply did not feel what discouragement was. In the eyes of machines, everything is just a probabilistic event, with a higher or lower probability, and variables always exist. I think there is something you haven't told me about him. Shang Zhixin dismissed all the staff of Skynet Center, leaving only himself and Skynet's intelligent brain. He looked at the old man's face on the big screen and asked, Shang Jianwei can't be resurrected for no reason. But including you and the senior executives of the Shang family, no one seems surprised. Moreover, they actually agreed to suspend the deduction of mechanical ascension and let you focus on capturing Shang Jianwei. This shows how seriously they take this matter. Tell me why. With Shang Zhixin's current authority, there are not many things that can be hidden from him. Sure enough, Skynet's intelligent computer sighed and began to explain. Because it was Shang Jianwei who proposed the mechanical ascension. What? This explosive news caused Shang Zhixin's brain to freeze briefly. Was it the mechanical ascension proposed by Shang Jianwei? He originally thought that mechanical ascension was a project that had only been started in the past 100 years and would not last more than 300 years at most. And I have been in a deep sleep the whole time, and what I have deduced is not something else, but a formula for mechanical ascension that Shang Jianwei left behind before he died. Among the senior executives of Xinshang Company, the older generation of people all firmly believe that as long as they can deduce this formula, they will be able to uncover the secret of mechanical ascension. But after all these years, the derivation has never been completed. Even Skynet's intelligent brain couldn't deduce this formula. How did Shang Jianwei, who relied on the human brain, come up with this formula out of nothing? Could it be that he is stronger than Skynet's intelligent brain? For a moment, the entire Skynet Center fell silent. However, your question reminds me of something. Skynet's intelligent computer suddenly spoke. Over the years, I have already gained some insights into the derivation of this formula. Merchants are also using the derivation to conduct physical experiments to verify the theory. When Shang Jianwei was dying, he boasted to his bedmate who was 50 years younger than him that he had discovered the secret of immortality. But he hid them in 4 places. If you find them, you can achieve true immortality. For years, the merchants have been looking for it, but they have never found it. They don't even know what the so-called thing is. The ancient film contains the secret of Shang Jianyue's longevity. It is hidden in 4 places. If you find them, you will be able to solve the ultimate mystery. Han Zhan and October were hiding in an inconspicuous place under the protection of the deep submersible device. October spoke. When it comes to this topic, the Korean War is not very interested. Everyone is destined to die. What's the point of pursuing immortality? If business executives had the same idea as you, a lot fewer people would die every year. October has made rapid progress during this period, and even the tone of his complaints has become lifelike, just like a real person. So, the reason they were frantically looking for us was, to be exact, looking for you. Because you are hiding Shang Jianyue's little secret. It's a big secret. October emphasized in a serious tone. They're not big breasts. How can they be attractive? Han Zhan snorted. The little robot October couldn't respond to the dirty jokes. His head was a little smoky, and he just stood there in a daze. You see, you haven't learned enough. As for language, I can only say that learning never ends. Han Zhan said earnestly. Let's get back to the topic. I can't possibly help you find the next 2 ancient films. Han Zhan refused directly. I'm not interested in the secret of immortality, and I don't want to dig it out. Once such a thing comes to light, there will inevitably be a bloody storm. And the most important thing is, the little robot October has become more and more humanized. It has the gifted mind of Shang Jianyue and a strong learning ability. Who can guarantee what will become of the other 2 ancient films if they are found? Han Zhan was not so arrogant as to think that he possessed the power of a king and could make a little robot, whom he had never met before, die in despair. So what are your plans next? According to the plan, we will go to Tianjin Museum in Donghu District, said Han Zhan. According to my memory, Tianbo Museum is the largest museum in Titan City. It houses many strange things, most of which are the history of Shinshan Company. But underground, there is the largest energy brick storage warehouse. The energy bricks inside must be obtained by Han Zhan. You still won't speak? Looking at Judy, who looked a little disheveled, she was indeed a beauty. Shang Zhixin retracted his gaze and said in a calm tone, Your persistence is meaningless to me. You should know that I can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. If I can't get an answer from the interrogation, the higher-ups will send people to take me over, those old guys from the business community. Imagine a group of people who are old enough to be your grandfathers, lying on top of you. I won't tell you. Judy's eyes were dull, and she lowered her head. Just kill me. I don't know anything. You love him very much. Shang Zhixin seemed to see through Judy's thoughts. Then do you know what the entire Zhangshan Company is looking for with so much effort? A person who came back from the dead. A very terrifying person. If the person you love is with this person, what do you think will happen to him? Why should I believe what you say? Hearing Shang Zhixin's words, Judy suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Shang Zhixin didn't say anything. He was too disdainful to open his mouth to prove anything. It's an old film. Judy replied, completely relieved. Ancient film? The first place that came to Shang Zhixin's mind was. That was his favorite place to go when he was a child. Tianbo Museum in Donghu District. Chapter 23, Overlapping Fates. Donghu District, Tianbo Museum. As the largest museum in Titan City, Tianbo Museum is visited by many people every day. Today is no exception. At this time, a young man in a black windbreaker was suddenly stopped by the security guard at the door. Sir, I'm sorry, electronic pets are not allowed in. As he spoke, he pointed to the small robot on the ground next to him. It won't hurt. I'm sorry, the museum is full of precious collections from past dynasties. If a machine gets out of control, it will be a serious problem, so it is expressly prohibited. The young man shrugged helplessly and turned away. How about it? The scanning and reconstruction has been completed, the structural analysis of the entire museum has been completed, and modeling is in progress. Very good, we will set out tonight. Watching the man and the pet slowly walking away, the security guard at the door suddenly picked up the communicator in his hand. A suspicious person was detected, a man and a robot, and they did not enter the Tianbo Museum. Do we need to send more personnel to conduct follow-up? Not yet. If they want to get the old films, they will definitely go into the museum. Then, we can just catch them in the trap. It's daytime now, there are many people around. If it's not them, it would alert the enemy. Upon hearing this, the security guard put down the communicator in his hand and continued to maintain order in the Tianjin Museum. Titan City, sewer. The sewer is known as the fixed resurrection point of Changshan Company. Now, there is also a group of people walking among them, and they are none other than the deformed walkers from Changshan Company. Their company seems to have some mysterious obsession with sewers. Just like those in Desya are called Spirit Contract Master and Spirit Contractor, those in Kanzang Company are called alien skeleton warriors, and those in Changxing Company are called deformed walkers. Deformation, as the name suggests, means that some changes have taken place in the body, and these changes are from the inside out. Distortion is often a derogatory term, but the people at Changxing Company don't think so. They actually like the name. It's the same principle as when you talk to people at Kanshang Company. They think prosthetic limbs are cool. The few people who were previously sent to Deep Blue City to explore the way cannot be considered as deformed travelers. Only those with strength above level 5 can be called such. Every deformed walker will have a special deforming potion injected into his body. These are the warriors trained by Changxing Company itself. The deformed walker walking in the front, with the word 003 engraved on her neck, is a tall woman. The deformed potion injected into her body is Bee Disaster, which is refined from the spirit bones of the 9th level Zerg Bloodsting Bee. Following behind her were 2 deformed walkers, one male and one female, with the numbers 018 and 029 on their necks, representing hidden insect and poison respectively. 1 level 8 and 2 level 7. This configuration is not considered low anywhere. We are lucky. We have been struggling to sneak into Titan City these past few days. Unexpectedly, the power went out, giving us an opportunity. Keep your voices down. Even if we are in hiding, there is no guarantee that there won't be other traps set by Skynet in the sewers. Don't forget our purpose this time, said the tall woman. The purpose of their trip was to sneak into the city of Titan and steal something from the Tianbo Museum. That thing is a very critical ingredient. With it, Changxing Company can configure 10 new distortion potions to make up for the recent loss of high-end combat power. If you ask me, 001 is really rubbish. He was killed by that guy named Wei Qing, and we had to take this risk. In the end, we didn't even get the Shinong Ding. The recent attempts to explore Beijing have all been fruitless. Those guys are like turtles, hiding in their ancient formation shells. It's really troublesome. Man number 018 was a bit of a chatterbox, and because of his talent as a hidden insect, he could speak without restraint. Around them, there was a thin veil that enveloped them. This is the talent of the hidden insect, spiritual hidden veil. It was thanks to this talent that they managed to avoid being discovered along the way. It will be night soon. We will enter the Tianjin Museum when there is no one here. Number 003 looked down at the time and reminded them. Waited for more than an hour. It finally got dark. Number 003 exchanged glances with the other 2, then, holding up the Lingyin veil, slowly moved the manhole cover away. Donghu District, on the grounds of Tianjin Museum. During the day, the alien warrior disguised as a security guard was hiding in the hidden streets and alleys, quietly waiting for tonight's prey. Because he hadn't eaten for a day, he took some time to buy 3 corns and was eating them with great relish. Suddenly, he saw that the manhole cover connected to the sewer not far in front of him was slowly moving away. But apart from the action of being moved away, no one saw it. He stared at the scene in amazement and even forgot to continue chewing the corn. Hello? Command? I think I found them. The investigation report said that they had props to conceal their bodies. Now I see that they are walking out of the manhole cover. Yes, I can't see them. They must have turned on the stealth mode. I'm applying for the use of special flares. After getting a positive answer, he didn't even want the corn anymore and threw it directly on the ground. He then took out a small cylindrical object from the prepared tactical backpack. This is a special flare developed by Kanshang Company. It has a special light source that can illuminate all stealth units. The opportunity to make a contribution has arrived. He suddenly threw a special flare into the sky, then raised his right hand, and a black round cannon barrel appeared in the modified prosthetic limb. Take my shot. The 3 deformed walkers from Changxing Company had just crawled out of the sewer, and then they saw. It's dawn. Immediately afterwards, a rocket was launched from a distance, bringing with it a rolling heat wave. Damn, there's an ambush. Number 003 yelled. Then she raised her hand, grabbed the flying rocket, and twisted it hard, and the rocket exploded in her hand. Unharmed. Oh no, this is a bad idea. The alien warrior hurriedly turned on the communicator and shouted. Come to me quickly. They have accomplices. In an instant, the alley became bustling with activity. In the distance, hearing the loud noise coming from there, and looking at the alien warriors rushing out from the night, Han Zhan and Sure you looked at each other in surprise. There's quite a bit of noise. What's going on? A hen. October, who had just learned some trendy words, put them into practice. The Kanshang Company actually set up an ambush here. How did they know that I wanted to steal the energy bricks? Han Zhan muttered to himself inexplicably. The opportunity is fleeting. Take it. After saying that, Han Zhan and the little robot took advantage of the night and quickly sneaked into the Tianbo Museum from another direction. Chapter 24 Sword Skill, Star Slashing. There was no one in the Tianbo Museum. Han Zhan and October sneaked in easily. Under its guidance, they quickly shuttled through the huge Tianbo Museum and soon arrived at their destination. Is this the place? Han Zhan looked around. Where is the entrance? October ignored him and walked forward. It raised its mechanical arm and smashed through a display case of the Tianbo Museum. As the glass shattered, alarm bells suddenly rang throughout the Tianbo Museum. Han Zhan saw it quickly grab something and swallow it, crushing the outer packaging and then swallowing it into its mouth. Are you lying to me? He clearly saw that what October had just swallowed was an ancient film. The third ancient film was actually in the Tianbo Museum. That's right, he is lying to you. At this moment, the entire Tianbo Museum was suddenly brightly lit. The alien skeleton warriors who had been lying in ambush here for a long time surrounded them. We finally meet, Shang Jianyue and Bob. Shang Zhixin said. You don't look like an 82-year-old black man. No wonder we couldn't find any information about you. It seems that he helped you disguise yourself. As he was speaking, something suddenly appeared in the little robot October's hand. It was a dark blue disc, only the size of a palm. It seemed to have anticipated this situation. As it rotates, the disc emits a faint blue light. Deep diving device. As the submersible device was activated, it disappeared from everyone's sight like a gradually fading scene in a movie. When did the submersible device acquire the teleportation function? Its disappearance caused Shang Zhixin to temporarily lose the ability to control his facial expressions. The cooked duck flew away. You stay here to watch over him, and the rest of you follow me to chase him. Shang Zhixin made a prompt decision. He no longer looked at Han Zhan standing aside and led a large force to track them out. Only one 7-star alien warrior was left. In their opinion, the 7-star alien skeleton warriors are enough to deal with a Bob. Today, the Tianbo Museum battlefield has been divided into 3 parts. The deformed travelers sent by Chongqing Company this time are extremely powerful. The number of 8-star alien skeleton warriors to deal with them has increased to 3, and there are other alien skeleton warriors supporting them. The escaped Shang Jianyue attracted the most firepower. He was the person who affected the entire senior management of the Kanzhang Company. Shang Zhixin mobilized 3 8-star alien skeleton warriors and a dozen 7-star alien skeleton warriors to lead the team to chase and intercept him from various places. Without using strategic weapons such as war fortresses, this is almost all the top power that Titan City can mobilize. As for the coordinated low-end combat power, I will not elaborate on it, as it will not affect the battle situation too much. Looking at the 7-star alien skeleton warrior in front of him, Han Zhan raised his hand, and the Xianyuan sword was unsheathed. Facing an enemy 2 levels higher than himself, who is an alien skeleton warrior known for his endurance, neither the Shinnong Ding nor the Fuxiqin may be able to break his defense. Only by using the sharp sword that is famous for slaying demons can you have a chance to defeat the opponent. Han Zhan's judgment of the battle situation has become increasingly mature, which is also the transformation of his identity from a chess piece to a chess player. The 7-star alien skeleton warrior on the opposite side saw that Han Zhan actually wanted to fight back, and a cold smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, this young man named Bob would only become his merit in the end. The transformation of this alien skeleton warrior is mainly concentrated on his arms, which are wrapped in thick mechanical bones. The mechanical skeleton gave him more characteristics: strength, defense, and fist. As the punch was thrown, a huge fist wind enveloped the entire hall, and the 2 fists attacked like cannonballs. Facing the attack, the 4th lock of the Korean War was instantly unlocked. His speed, defense, and strength increased dozens of times, barely reaching the peak level of level 6. He dodged the opponent's determined fist attack. The fist force hit the display cabinet behind Han Zhan. The objects in the display cabinet were swept by the strong wind and turned into powder in an instant. You're screwed. You destroyed the museum's precious artifacts. No, you destroyed it. The alien warrior framed him without changing his expression. Seeing that Han Zhan actually dodged his attack, he felt awe-inspiring. It's not over yet. Han Zhan found the right opportunity, and when the opponent's punch was unable to stop him, he raised his hand and drew his sword, reciprocated the attack, and stabbed the opponent. The alien warrior relied on his hands that had been transformed by the mechanical skeleton and subconsciously raised his hands to block. Unexpectedly, the long sword swung by the opponent was wrapped in terrifying sword energy. The sword energy was all-pervasive, penetrating the skeletal defenses on the fists. In just a moment, blood flowed from his hands. The alien warrior felt the pain and wanted to retreat, but Han Zhan took advantage of the situation and held the Xianyuan sword tightly to attack continuously. The powerful and sharp sword energy crossed over and intersected with the fist energy in midair, then smashed down and scattered, plowing countless traces on the walls and the ground. The alien warrior who was forced into a corner looked at the enemy in front of him for the first time, and he suddenly put his fists against his chest. As he completed this action, the white bones on his fist all fell off at this moment and pieced together into a giant mechanical python. This is the result of the second stage of the alien corpse transformation. The mechanical python's strength is above level 7. Because it has no flesh and blood, it is not afraid of ordinary damage. The mechanical giant python took shape in an instant, and it didn't give Han Zhan a chance to react, sweeping across with its tail. Han Zhan suddenly jumped high. The mechanical python's tail crushed the display cabinets of the Tianbo Museum into pieces, and they fell to the ground with a thud. The smoke obscured the view. Han Zhan realized something was wrong in midair, but it was too late. The giant mechanical python opened its huge mouth, and its dense fangs attacked Han Zhan. While hovering in the air, Han Zhan rolled over. Still, a few snake fangs pierced through his body, causing him to feel a piercing pain. The 7-star alien skeleton warriors are not easy to deal with, Han Zhan sighed in his heart. He kept moving, dodging yet another attack. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and struck out at nothing, then bit the ground of the Tianjin Museum hard, making a hole in it. Hole. Han Zhan looked through the hole at the faint blue light below, feeling as if he had searched everywhere for something he could not find. He quickly reached out and grabbed a piece. It felt slightly cool and had a refreshing spiritual energy fluctuation. It was definitely an energy brick. Han Zhan looked up outside the cave, and his eyes met with the alien warrior who was controlling the giant bone snake in midair. He suddenly made a move that stunned the alien warriors. Han Zhan was seen taking a big bite of the energy brick in his hand. Are you kidding me? Those are energy bricks. Each energy brick contains spiritual energy concentrated to the extreme and is not meant for human consumption at all. He just took a bite like that. No, more than one bite. Han Zhan swallowed the entire energy brick one mouthful after another. Then, the surging spiritual energy in his body directly exceeded the range that his body could bear. The whole body felt like it was about to explode. Han Zhan's eyes were solemn. He was using all his strength to control all the raging spiritual energy in his body and injecting it all into the Xianyuan sword in his hand. This is a move I learned from the jade-smashing sword. I would like to call it star-slaying. With the infusion of a large amount of spiritual energy, the carved patterns of birds, beasts, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas on the Xianyuan sword lit up one by one. As if it had completed charging, it emitted an extremely dazzling white light. Like a dazzling white star. The next second, the star shattered. A flash of sword light pierced through the giant mechanical snake and knocked it away along with the 7th-level alien skeleton warrior behind it. Cut the stars. Chapter 25. One man becomes an army, fighting in many places. The 5th update. Thank you for everything. The other side. Shang Zhixian is still tracking down Shang Jianyue. The prop used by the other party must be Shang Jianyue's painstaking masterpiece. Even businesses known for their technology are helpless against this kind of prop. Skynet's intelligent computer is still deducing ways to counter his prop, but it will take time, definitely not today. In the sky, if Shang Zhixian could see, he would find that a small robot was walking in the void like a ghost. The submersible device has so many functions. How could it have only one signal shielding function? I said this on purpose before, just to confuse Han Zhan. Shang Jianyue looked at the crowd below who were like headless flies, and he sneered in his heart. Just then, an accident happened. Suddenly, there was a clear clicking sound from the blue disc in his hand. The little robot's pupils trembled violently, and it was torn into pieces. The next second, it fell directly from the sky. Damn! Shang Jianyue's angry voice came from the little robot. Regarding the old films and soul rubbings, it actually lied. The 4 ancient films actually correspond to Shang Jianyue's memory, talent, consciousness, and most importantly, soul. After swallowing 3 ancient films, his personality gradually recovered, and even his voice and tone of voice were changing. The sudden collapse of the submersible device made him think of someone directly. The assembly of the second half of the deep-sea diving device was completed by Han Zhan. So from that time on, the Korean War had done something to it. This cunning little devil. Shang Jianyue had just tricked Han Zhan, but was stabbed back by Han Zhan. Soon, Shang Zhixian and others who had caught up with him surrounded him. Grandpa, I just last saw you. How come you've changed? Shang Jianyue snorted coldly. Without any nonsense, he just shook his arms slightly, and miniature marbles fell from the small robot, like mercury pouring on the ground. After these marbles fell to the ground, they turned into mini spiders and rushed in all directions. Be careful, it's a mimic robot. Shang Zhixian waved his hand, and 3 8-star alien skeleton warriors stood in the front. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The explosions one after another blew the entire street to pieces. The terrifying energy rushed over, and Shang Zhixian's pupils shrank slightly. The harm is wrong. The crisis caused by the self-detonation of the mimic robot is at most level 5, but the power caused by the explosion in front of him is actually more than level 7. Is this the strength of the #1 genius in business? No wonder today, the business executives are determined to take him down no matter what the cost. No need to retreat. He just woke up not long ago. There must not be many with such power. Are you sure? Shang Jianhua controlled the small robot and snapped his fingers. All I heard was a loud bang. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and 2 terrifying red lights slowly rose up from the smoke and dust underground. A gigantic war robot. Destroyer Titan? Shang Zhixian called out the name of the robot. It's nothing. Once upon a time, Shang Zhixian was also an avid technology geek, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. The high cost of materials, high maintenance costs, and unbearable damage ratio have put these design plans on the shelf. Compared with it, the transformation of alien skeletons is not only low cost, but also only requires ordinary people to carry out the transformation, and the cost is extremely low. Let these cannon fodders spend their own money on maintenance and upgrades, and establish a merit system. When they die, they don't even have to pay a pension, which is extremely cost-effective. Gradually, the number of alien skeleton warriors in the Kanzhang company increased, and the number of combat mechas decreased. Oh, it seems you are quite familiar with my early works. On the Destroyer Titan, the small robot sat on its extremely tall shoulders and looked at Shang Zhixian. But how is it possible? How long has Shang Jianhua been resurrected? How can he have the ability to build a destructive Titan that is comparable to an 8-star alien warrior? Shang Zhixian couldn't figure it out until he saw the black color on the destruction Titan retreating like a tide. Those were robots as tiny as nanometers, falling back into the ground. This reminded Shang Zhixian of the evaluation of this ancestor in the ancient history textbook of the Kanzhang company. One man makes an army. There were 3 8-star alien skeleton warriors and a large army that was constantly on its way, but the little robot didn't pay any attention to them and looked far away in the direction of the Tianjin Museum. Damn it, kid. It looks like I'm going to squander all the money I saved up today. Another battlefield. The 3 deformed travelers of Chongqing Company and the 2 8-star alien skeleton warriors of Kanzhang Company fought together. Number 003 fought 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all. Her ability is Bee Plague, and the main body of the distortion is the cells in her body. Every cell can be transformed into a red blood bee. Every time a red blood bee is transformed, she can gain an additional boost in strength. Now in her body, hundreds of millions of cells have successfully transformed into red blood bees, and her growth rate has reached an extremely terrifying level. Every punch he throws out feels like the destruction of the world. Even the alien warriors, who were known for their defense and durability, did not dare to confront them head-on. In addition, insect, hidden, and poisonous evil are also 2 very disgusting distortion directions. One that can make 003's whereabouts even more erratic, ready to strike at any time and anywhere. A silent and deadly poison that erodes the body, making it even more fragile and weak. Such a combination of a main front row and 2 auxiliary ones really made the 2 8-star alien skeleton warriors of Kanzhang Company feel sick. They wanted to deal with the 2 despicable assistants first, and every time this happened, the opponents would become invisible and disappear. Where are the flares? Flare. It's all gone. Damn it. Why hasn't the backup arrived yet? The communication said that the support was divided by the battlefield on Lord Shang Zhixian's side. It seems that a Legion-level melee is going on there. The 8-star alien warrior was about to say something when a palm pierced through his chest. Plop, plop. The bloody heart was brought out and held in the hand. 003's indifferent tone sounded in his ears. Next time, don't be distracted during the fight. The heart was crushed directly. The balance of the battle tilted instantly. After a while, many corpses appeared in the alleys of Tianbo Museum, including 2 8-star alien skeleton warriors. Let's go into the Tianbo Museum. 3 figures walked towards the Tianbo Museum in a hazy manner in the night. At this time in the Tianbo Museum, Han Zhan finally got all the energy bricks, and the purpose of this trip was achieved. Just as he was urging the black hole of nothingness and was about to leave calmly. Black holes disappear in an instant after they appear. Transmission failed. At some unknown time, Space stabilizers were built underground in the entire Titan city. They appeared like mushrooms after a rain, and after they appeared, the black tide receded in all directions. On another battlefield, Shang Jianyue sneered as he looked at the damaged machinery and the dead bodies of alien warriors on the ground. Don't wait. I have stabilized the space. You won't be able to wait for reinforcements. If you want to catch me, you have to pay the price. Chapter 26 Identity Exposed. Han Zhan heard footsteps coming from outside. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and they had already entered the Tianjin Museum. The conversation between several people gradually reached Han Zhan's ears. Why has the Tianjin Museum become a ruin? There was a fight going on inside, and this 7-star alien skeleton warrior was stabbed in the middle of his forehead by a sword. Could it be possible that someone got there before us? It's not impossible. It's that someone must have gotten there first. He used us as a shield to attract firepower and sneaked in quietly. Damn it. When I find him, I will make sure he is in trouble. No one can take advantage of our Chongqing company. Is it someone from Chongqing company? Han Zhan's heart suddenly hung in the air. The battle outside was over, and they successfully walked in, proving that they had defeated the alien skeleton warriors of the Zhangshang company. The strength must be strong. In his current state, he could probably try to fight one against one, but forget about fighting more than one. Damn, which bastard set up the space stabilizer? Soon, the bastard showed up. A black tide surged out from the soil in front of Han Zhan, and a dark passage that had been swallowed up appeared before his eyes. Looking at the black tides and the secret passages that appeared out of nowhere, it is hard to guess who was behind them. That guy, is he so kind? The footsteps were getting closer and closer. If the other party was not still exploring, they must have already explored here. There is not much time left for the Korean War to make choices. Let's get out of here first. When Han Zhan thought of this, he jumped down from the secret passage he had dug. The feeling of weightlessness, as if one foot was stepping on empty air, came over me instantly. This is actually a vertical secret passage. Fuck, Han Zhan cursed, and his mouth was filled with the whistling wind. Revenge, this is naked revenge. Inside the Tianjin Museum, 003 suddenly frowned. She seemed to have vaguely heard someone say a swear word just now. But the distance seemed so far that she was not sure if she had heard it wrong. Found it. The materials are here. In the distance, 018, who had found the materials, shouted, attracting her attention again. Mission accomplished. Escape from here as soon as possible. If you want to catch me, you have to pay the price. When Shang Jianyue's voice was heard, everyone at Kantang Company saw that the little robot opposite raised its right hand high. As it moves, the already broken and shattered mechanical materials on the ground began to shake violently. They seemed to be attracted by some invisible force. In the next second, countless materials condensed again and turned into an ultra-giant mechanical monster. Seeing this scene, Shang Zhishin subconsciously took a step back. It's not just him. Everyone in the encirclement is like this. Crazy words, defiant laughter. Everyone knew that this was Shang Jianyue's ultimate move. There is absolutely no reason to take a big attack head-on. The giant mechanical monster leaped high into the air and then slammed down into the crowd. The alien warriors squatted nervously and activated various defenses. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. The next second, the giant mechanical monster in the sky suddenly collapsed in midair and scattered just before it was about to land. Electronic and mechanical garbage fell on everyone's head like flowers scattered from heaven, like some kind of ridicule. Looking towards the center of the field again, where was Shang Jianyue's trace? He ran away. Used Skynet's intelligent brain to locate it. What? The location disappeared again. That night, the chaotic battle at the Tianjin Museum finally came to an end. Shang Jianyue obtained the third ancient film, and only the last roll was left before it could be completely restored. The three deformed walkers who disrupted the arrangement were not caught. They didn't know what they took from the Tianjin Museum, and now they have forcibly escaped from Titan City. The Star Destroyers that have been waiting outside for a long time are chasing them. As for the capture operation in the Tianjin Museum, which was originally thought to be a sure win, the 7-star alien skeleton warrior was nailed to the wall of the Tianjin Museum, and a big hole appeared in the ground. The energy bricks in the Titan City Energy Reserve warehouse were looted. This night's actions can be summed up as a futile effort. Merchant meeting room. Shang Zhishin, I need an explanation. Faced with such a huge failure, the Shang family's top management was furious. Blame me. Shang Zhishin snorted coldly, turning the tables. If you hadn't stopped me from awakening Skynet's intelligent brain so many times before, delaying the best opportunity, wouldn't there have been so many things happening later? I will submit materials to impeach you. Shang Zhishin, how dare you turn the tables? The two sides engaged in a war of words at the high-level meeting and could not stop for a while. The current situation is, Shang Jianyue cannot be found, and the deformed walker of Changxing Company is being hunted by a fleet of star destroyers. The only person left is Bob, who seemed inconspicuous but killed a 7-star alien skeleton warrior, and there is still no news about him. The dead alien warrior had a fatal wound between his eyebrows. It was caused by a sword. He was killed in one blow. His sword is very sharp and can release sword energy. It can be seen from the sword marks on the ground. He is an absolute master. We found bloody snake fangs at the scene and have brought them back for analysis and confirmation. It won't be long before we know who the people from Daxia are. Just then, the door was pushed open. A blood test report and a DNA analysis report were placed on the table. The test results on those snake teeth are in. You will never guess who this imposter is. The man spoke excitedly. He paused, then raised his voice. Daxia, Zhan. When they heard the name, those who were arguing stopped arguing at the same time. The whole place was silent. Can you say that again? Based on the blood and DNA analysis, we can confirm that he is Zhan from Daxia. He used someone else's name and disguised himself as a slave to enter Titan City. After escaping from the Mechanical Research Institute, he appeared in the Tianbo Museum. So his plan is to plunder the energy bricks. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Why did Wang Chunyu give up the opportunity he had finally gotten and not save his lover, but choose to sacrifice with her in the Mechanical Research Institute? Why did the 7-star alien skeleton warriors ultimately lose to a Bob and die on the spot? Because that person is Zhan. After reaching this conclusion, everyone at the meeting was no longer upset about the failure, but became excited instead. If Shang Jianyue represents the past, then the Korean War can represent the future. Zhan's talent is extremely terrifying. Controlling him is equivalent to controlling a powerful future strongest man. Not to mention, he also signed contracts with those SSS-level contracted spirits, and these SSS-level contracted spirits will also obey him. He is Daxia's hope for a comeback. Controlling him will also help to better restrain Daxia and put forward conditions which will be beneficial without any harm. Daxia is really crazy. They actually let Zhan out at this time to carry out such a dangerous operation. If they are not crazy, how could they give us such a great opportunity? First it was Shang Jianyue, then Zhan. If we catch them, the rise of Canheng Company will be unstoppable. Everyone, I think we should change our plans. Chapter 27, Bird in a Cage. The tallest building in the entire Titan City. From here, you can overlook the entire scenery. And here, there is also a huge sky garden, which is the residence of the merchant's direct descendants. Shang Siding's outfit today is an off-shoulder hollow sweater, revealing her round and fair shoulders. She is wearing light blue jeans, looking youthful and beautiful with a hint of maturity. She was staring at a portrait on the ground, lost in thought, when suddenly she heard footsteps behind her. Shang Siding waved her hand and stood up. You have nothing to do. A cold voice without any emotion sounded from behind. What's wrong, brother? Have you completed the task that the business executives entrusted to you this time? Shang Siding was not affected by the other party's tone at all, and turned around and asked with a smile. Shang Zhixian frowned when he saw her like this. His eyes passed Shang Siding and looked at the ground behind her that she had just been staring at. There was just bird food scattered all over the ground. His expression eased slightly. Failed. There was no emotion in Shang Zhixian's voice. But as Shang Zhixian's biological sister, Shang Siding knew what her most stubborn brother was thinking. Oh, a mission that can cause you to fail should not be simple. I heard that even the Skynet AI was awakened. Something big must have happened. Shang Zhixian pursed his lips and said nothing. According to the regulations of the business executives, Shang Siding is no longer eligible to participate in high-level meetings, and accordingly, all her rights to know information will be revoked. Seeing that Shang Zhixian didn't say anything, Shang Siding raised her eyebrows and said to herself, is it related to the previous power outage? The power outage is because Skynet's intelligent brain needs to use 100 of Skynet's energy to fight against the data flood. The other party is a powerful opponent who can make Skynet intelligent brain go all out. The only person who has this strength should be the first-generation founder of Shangjia, Shang Jianyue. Shang Jianyue has been resurrected. He has played you guys around, right? After hearing Shang Siding guess most of the story in just a few words, Shang Zhixian opened his mouth, but in the end, there was only a deep sense of resentment and disappointment. Shang Jianyue is very powerful. He has mastered the rhythm of the entire battle and has played us in the palm of his hand. You are indeed the legendary figure who can lead an army by yourself. Shang Zhixian paused, his eyes fixed on Shang Siding. I, Shang Zhixian, have only seen two people like you. One is him, and the other is you. I won't agree. Shang Siding shrugged and didn't care. Why? Sister, you have a powerful mind and talent that can be on par with Shang Jianyue in the past thousands of years. Why do you have to hang yourself on that tree? Shang Zhixian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Shang Siding seemed not to have heard what Shang Zhixian said next. She picked up the bird food scattered on the ground and began to tease the birds in the cages. Shang Zhixian, do you think the Xinshang company is interesting? Shang Zhixian was stunned when asked this question suddenly. We are born like birds in a cage, with our freedom restricted. Whether it is learning, growth, or life planning, we must follow their instructions and proceed step by step until we are qualified to become the helmsman of a business. But what can I do about it? Even if you become the person in charge, you are just a puppet without freedom. I don't advocate mechanical ascension. I even think it's boring, uninteresting, and extremely disgusting. I've told you this many times. Business is not my destiny. Shang Siding said finally. Bang. Shang Zhixian slammed his hand hard on the birdcage, scaring the birds that were eating so much that they flew away in all directions, screaming in fear. Business isn't your destiny? Of course, my love-brain sister. Then where will you end up? In Deep Blue City? Deep Blue City has long been occupied by the Empire. Li Shudong is dead. The Han Zhan you loved could only flee to Beijing in a hurry and linger on. Where is your destination? Shang Zhixian asked again. Shang Siding looked at Shang Zhixian, who was suddenly excited and seemed to be thinking about something. Tell me, the merchant sent you here as a lobbyist. What do they want to convey to me? The Shang family's top management has changed their mind. They originally planned to let you participate in the 291st Mechanical Ascension Plan in half a year. Because you are a spiritual contract master and have a talent that is no less than Shang Jianwei, you are the one who is most likely to succeed in the fusion in theory. But now, they are going to arrange a marriage wedding for you. When Shang Siding heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. Wedding? Yes, the wedding. Shang Zhixian looked at her and sighed deeply. The wedding will be in 3 days. All the business executives will attend. Or, you agree to the request of the top management and become the next head of the business. There's still time now. Shang Zhixian added. I see. After Shang Siding said this, she stopped talking. Shang Zhixian glanced at his biological sister, who had her back to him, with an apologetic look in his eyes. He sighed, then turned and left. After Shang Zhixian left, Shang Siding threw the bird food in her hand to the ground. As soon as it landed, the bird food broke into countless tiny particles, which formed 3 words on the ground. Wedding, Korean War, trap. After these 3 words appeared, she waved her hand gently again, as if she didn't care. As she waved her hand, the tiny particles recovered and condensed into a grain of bird food that fell to the ground. Shang Siding looked out at the Titan city that was in full view, gazing into the distance, as if she wanted to find the person she wanted to see among all the people in the crowd and say something to him. You're here. Long time no see. Chu. Han Zhan sneezed. Sitting opposite him was the little robot October. Oh no. Now it should be called the little robot Shang Jianwei. After swallowing 3 ancient films, Shang Jianwei was only 1 step away from resurrection. Through yesterday's secret escape passage, Han Zhan successfully reunited with Shang Jianwei. The new deep diving device was completed, blocking Skynet's perception. Tell me, why did you save me? Han Zhan asked straight to the point. We are not the enemy. Seeing Han Zhan's expression of do you think I believe it, Shang Jianwei continued to explain. If my judgment is correct, you should be from Daxia. You were able to survive the 7-star alien warrior. This is the basis of our cooperation. Because next, I want to invite you to join my plan. Help me to seize the 4th ancient film. In return, I can tell you all the cutting-edge technology one know. As Shang Jianwei spoke, he showed Han Zhan a photo of a dignified and beautiful young woman. His finger pointed to the necklace on the girl's neck. Her wedding day is in 3 days, and I want you to help me take this necklace. Han Zhan looked at the woman in the photo, and his pupil shrank slightly. Chapter 28 Grand Wedding. 3 days later. The wedding day was unprecedentedly grand. The entire Titan city was filled with joy, dispelling the previous gloom. In order to truly celebrate the occasion, the Kanhang Company allowed all residents of Titan City to have 3 days off and distributed Titan coins to encourage celebration. As a result, the news of the wedding of Shang Siding, the eldest daughter of the Shang Company, immediately spread throughout the streets and alleys. Not only that, Shang Siding's videos were being played on loop on the big screens in all the streets of Titan City. Her extremely luxurious outfit, beautiful and dignified appearance, and elegant and graceful figure made her the envy of many women in Titan City. She's so beautiful. As expected of a merchant's eldest daughter, her wedding is so grand. The whole city is celebrating. Xinshang Company has also spent a lot of money this time. Titan City has been shut down for 3 days. How many Titan coins will be lost? Money is just a string of numbers to them. Why wasn't I born into a business family? TSK, I don't know who the groom is. Judy stood quietly on the street, listening to the discussions of people around her. She raised her head and looked at the woman on the big screen. She's not happy, Judy said quietly. After hearing Judy's words and seeing her distraught look, The people nearby silently distanced themselves from her. Crazy, they thought silently in their hearts. Just now, Shang Zhixian released her without telling her any reason. Judy asked Shang Zhixian about Bob's information, but he dismissed her with the words, "This is confidential." However, when talking about Bob, Shang Zhixian's eyes darkened, which gave Judy a bad feeling. Don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. She didn't look at Shang sighting on the big screen again, and walked quickly towards her residence, Dawn Street. She wanted to find out about Bob through herself. She would find him, dead or alive, because she still owed Bob a meal. "Hey, girl." At the intersection of Liming Street, two street urchins blocked her way. The street scoundrel who had only one human eye and the other an electronic pupil made an obscene gesture at Judy and then whistled. "Mine can be wrapped around the waist. Would you like to try it?" Idiots. Judy, in a bad mood, didn't even look at them and walked away. The prosthetic limbs have been installed. Why are they different from what I imagined? The two street urchins were in a mess in the wind. Skynet Center. After working day and night for several days, Skynet Intelligent Brain finally achieved a technological breakthrough and broke the signal shielding of Shang Jianyue's deep-diving device. This exciting news soon reached the ears of the top management. "Investigate Shang Jianyue's location now." "Great. If we can find Shang Jianyue, today will be a true double happiness," the senior executives of Kantang Company said excitedly. Without the shielding and interference of the deep-sea diving device, Skynet's intelligent computer quickly discovered Shang Jianyue's location through reconnaissance and search. "Tell us, where is he now?" "He is currently in the Tianhe building," Skynet's intelligent computer replied. "Tianhe building? Why does it sound so familiar?" Several executives were stunned at first, but they finally reacted. "Tianhe building, is this the place where Shang Sighting is preparing for her wedding today?" Shang Jianyue also went to Tianhe building. Tianhe Tower is the tallest building in Titan City and also the most luxurious landmark building. Directly opposite the building is a huge screen, and the picture playing on the top of the screen is exactly that of Shang Sighting, the eldest daughter of the Shang family. Accompanied by brisk and cheerful music, a musical fountain not far from the Tianhe building is performing a fountain show. Because the whole city was on holiday, the place was packed with people watching the fun. They were stopped outside the Tianhe building, several hundred meters away, and were no longer allowed to approach. There was a violinist playing a brisk violin, accompanied by cheerful background music and melodious tunes floating in the air. A young man and an inconspicuous little robot walked towards the downstairs of Tianhe building with the same brisk and determined steps. They crossed the official prohibited line as if no one was around. Just as they crossed the line, a man walked out of the Tianhe building. "You finally came." Shang Zhixian looked at the man who appeared in front of him, and his tone revealed a hint of satisfaction. "Although I hate you, at least not this time." Shang Zhixian's words had just fallen. Behind Han Zhan and the others, the crowd who were originally watching removed their disguises one by one. They are all alien warriors. 10 8 stars, 57 stars, 206 stars, 1005 stars and below, and mechanized troops working in coordination, rushed here from all directions. All the combat power of Titan City was assembled at this moment. Walking into a trap. The elegant violin music continues. "This is a trap," Shang Zhixian said truthfully. "I know." Han Zhan nodded. "If you surrender or are killed here, no matter what the result is, my sister will no longer be used as an experimental subject and will be sent to do mechanical ascension experiments. This is their condition," Shang Zhixian continued. They referred to the senior executives of Kantang Company. They are like a group of people behind the scenes, manipulating other people's lives at will. This made Han Zhan seem to see his past self, the days when he could only be a pawn. "This is the only chance to save her. Thank you on behalf of my sister," Shang Zhixian said very sincerely. The sound of the violin became more and more rapid, and the performer seemed to have reached the climax, and the sound of the violin became high-pitched and intense. Those alien warriors approaching from all directions are already eager to try. At this moment, Han Zhan suddenly raised his head, looked around, and uttered his first real line of the day. "You were surrounded." As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Jianyue on the side cooperated by snapping his fingers mechanically. Boom. A titan of destruction fell from the sky and smashed a small hole in the ground. Boom, boom. Two more. Boom, boom, boom. The destruction titans one after another filled the entire battlefield. The black tide surged from behind those alien skeleton warriors, wrapping around Shang Jianyue and eventually transforming into the largest black destructive titan. In its eyes, the murderous red light suddenly bloomed. One person makes an army. The sharp sound of the violin reached its peak at this moment. Shang Sighting, wearing a white wedding dress, was slowly walking down from her residence. In front and behind her are 4 alien skeleton warriors, and everyone knows their roles. Not far below was her father, whom she had not seen for a long time, Shang Zhengchuan, who was also the real helmsman of Kantang Company. Shang Siding looked at her father calmly, as if she was looking at a stranger. You don't have to look at me like that. Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. This is an eternal truth, Shang Zhentuan said calmly. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window at the corner, the high-pitched sound of the piano could be faintly heard and transmitted in even from a 100-story building. Shang Siding's eyes suddenly became calm. Shang Zhentuan, you are just a piece of trash who sells his wife for fame. Shang Siding's words were like a depth charge, detonating the dark pool. Chapter 29, Leap of Faith, updated. Thank you for your collection, recommendation, subscription, and reward. I heard my daughter's mocking voice. Shang Zhentuan's face suddenly turned dark. There are several taboo topics in his life that he cannot mention, one of which is his wife. Everyone knew where Shang Zhentuan's wife had gone, but no one dared to say it. In order to meet the progress requirements of the top management of the Shang Company for the Mechanical Ascension Project, Shang Zhentuan tricked his wife into awakening and becoming an awakener, and then sent her to the Mechanical Research Institute to become an experimental subject for the Mechanical Ascension Project at that time. The Mechanical Ascension Project progressed smoothly, and Shang Zhentuan was recognized by the top management of the Shang Company and successfully became the next head of the Shang Company. Shang Siding, who was only 5 years old at the time, witnessed it all. Shang Zhixian was only 3 years old at that time and was not around, so Shang Siding never told him these things. She watched with her own eyes as her father locked her mother in the laboratory of the Mechanical Research Institute. No matter how his mother struggled, slapped, or begged, he seemed not to hear anything and just watched it all blankly. What does this mean to a 5-year-old? Shang Siding, today is your big day. I won't bother with you. Shang Zhentuan said in a low voice. Why would you argue with me? Just because you are the boss of the business. Shang Zhentuan, you are a piece of trash who sells his wife for fame. I am going to say this to all the broadcasted images at the wedding today. Enough. Shang Siding's words finally angered Shang Zhentuan. He rushed forward and slapped Shang Siding in the face. The 4 alien skeleton warriors didn't dare to stop him and moved away. The slap hit Shang Siding's face hard, causing her to stagger and fall backwards. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. The floor-to-ceiling window, which was supposed to be extremely solid and sturdy, suddenly turned into countless small pieces and collapsed with a loud bang. Shang Siding's body fell backwards, and there was no one to stop her. She fell smoothly out of the window, and here was a 100-story skyscraper. Shang Zhentuan finally panicked. He was not panicking because Shang Siding would fall to her death, but because Shang Siding fell down because of a slap he gave her. All the alien warriors saw this scene. If the plan to hunt down Han Zhan fails because of Shang Siding's death, then the top management of Kanzhang Company will impeach him, and the position he has worked so hard to get over the years will change hands. This is something Shang Zhentuan cannot accept. But it was too late. Seeing Shang Zhentuan reaching down in panic in the hope of grabbing her hand, Shang Siding finally revealed a mocking smile on her face. You haven't even been interested in understanding what my awakened spirit bond ability is. Otherwise, my plan would not succeed. Goodbye, ugly father. Goodbye, disgusting family. Goodbye, my dear brother. Also goodbye, Han Zhan. When Shang Siding thought of this, her eyes revealed a hint of sadness and relief. The Kanzhang Company wanted to use her as bait to lure Han Zhan out, and this wedding was an absolute trap. The way to break this trap is also very simple. That is, to make this bait no longer have the value of being a bait. Break the situation with death. She fell backwards with her arms outstretched, falling downwards like a fledgling bird, learning to fly without hesitation. That was the freedom she longed for. A leap of faith, falling at high speed. In the citywide live broadcast, everyone saw 2 figures appear in the Tianhe building square. Everyone also saw that the alien warriors who were ambushing outside were heading towards the combat forces of the Shang Company gathered there, as well as the destructive titans that fell from the sky. All these scenes were broadcast on large screens that could be seen everywhere. Every resident of Titan City was stunned. What kind of development is this? Judy also saw this scene. She saw the figure of the person she had been thinking about in the picture, and the little robot that was always beside him. Mr. Bob. Judy screamed, and she actually ran out subconsciously, running towards the Tianhe building. A resident on the same street, who knew Judy, kindly tried to stop her. Judy, where are you going? Can't you see that a war is about to break out? Go back to your own place and hide. I'm going to Tianhe building. Why go to Tianhe building? Didn't you see the live broadcast? There was a fight going on there, this young man and that robot. It was so scary. Mr. Bob is a good man. What good person are you? You silly woman. Anyone who messes with the Kanzhang Company is a bad person, do you understand? What is your relationship with him? I like him. Are you crazy? The neighbor looked at Judy in shock, as if it was the first day he met this woman. Unexpectedly, Judy's eyes were extremely determined. No, you are the ones who are crazy. After she finished speaking, she actually ran towards the Tianhe building without looking back. The broadcast continues. After Shang Jianyue summoned all the destructive titans that he had prepared over the past 3 days, the stage of both sides showing their weapons ended and the battle officially began. At this moment, amid the rapid sound of violin, a camera captured a figure falling at high speed from the sky above the Tianhe building. That was a woman in a wedding dress. Shang's sighting. Seeing the scene of Shang's sighting falling, everyone was shocked again. They opened their mouths wide and looked in disbelief at the heroine who was falling rapidly in the picture. There is no aircraft present, so rescue is impossible. In order to capture Han Zhan alive, knowing that he can achieve spatial teleportation through the void black hole, the entire Titan city is filled with space stabilizers today. Unable to fly, Shang's sighting is doomed to die. The people outside the screen subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to look at the scene of blood splattering on the spot. The sound of the violin also stopped abruptly at this moment. At this moment, a young man's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. The third zither piece, How Joyful the Wind Is. The owner of that voice was Han Zhan. Because of the use of his talent, Han Zhan's disguise has disappeared, returning to his original appearance. Countless dense wisps of breeze were generated in the entire Titan city. They gathered together, lifted up Han Zhan, and flew high. At the critical moment, they hugged the woman in the wedding dress in midair. Shang's sighting felt a warm embrace. This was somewhat different from what she had imagined death to feel like. Surprised, she opened her eyes blankly and looked into Han Zhan's eyes. You're here. Long time no see. Looking at Shang's sighting, who was as docile as a cat in his arms, Han Zhan also spoke. I'm here. Long time no see. Chapter 30 Manhwa Stone, The Origin of Heaven, additional update. Asking for everything, thank you. Sorry, I dragged you into this. Shang's sighting said apologetically. Han Zhan shook his head. Her good sister Li Lingjun has whispered in Shang's sightings ear too many times about her admiration for her. Han Zhan felt more grateful towards Shang's sighting. If Shang's sighting had not taken action in Shenlan City and interrupted the execution in her capacity as the eldest daughter of the Kanzhang Company, he might have been beheaded. If the contract could give her freedom and free her from the constraints of the business, then Han Zhan would have nothing to be shy about. What's more, her E-level talent is Manhwa Stone. It was originally one of the 10 ancient divine weapons. An extremely dazzling golden contract formation lit up in midair. As the golden contract formation lit up, Han Zhan's eyes also lit up. Divine light emitted a scorching light at this moment, shining on Shang's sightings body, revealing her clearly. In her body, a colorful stone appeared, eventually illuminating everything, turning the virtual into the real. Shang's sightings character panel also changed completely. Shang's sighting, SSS-Level contract spirit. Transformed form, ancient magic weapon, Manhwa Stone. Divinity, the origin of heaven. The origin of heaven. Able to decompose and reconstruct all things, condense all things, and refine stones to repair the sky. Decomposition and reconstruction, the simplest and most brutal abilities. Simply put, it can break down all the soil into the smallest particles, and then use these countless tiny particles to reconstruct it into other forms. For others, this ability is powerful enough. But for Shang's sighting, such ability is even more incredible. Because she is a genius of Kanzhang Company, a genius who can stand on equal footing with Shang Jianyue. Imagine if Shang Jianyue possessed such a terrifying talent. His one-man army would not need those black, tide-like nanorobots. He might even be able to turn waste into treasure and refine an entire army of robots with just a thought. Shang's sighting and Han Zhan fell from midair hugging each other. At this moment, all the residents of Titan City who were watching this scene on the broadcast screen were speechless. What did they see? Han Zhan, the new leader of Daxia who is in the limelight, appeared in the main city of Kanzhang Company, Titan City, and then signed a spiritual contract in the air with the eldest daughter of the helmsman of Kanzhang Company? How is this different from face-to-face NTR? So where's the groom? Where is today's protagonist? Seeing this scene, doesn't he have any temper at all? This is what many residents of Titan City think. Most of the male residents think that their heads are green, while the female residents will just say with starry eyes, wow, it's so handsome to be a hero saving the beauty. But not Judy. Judy, who had originally rushed towards the Tianhe building without hesitation, stopped. Although she had the courage to sacrifice for love, she missed the only chance to confess her love. She stopped as she looked at the scene of a handsome man and a beautiful woman on the screen. Then he turned around silently and walked towards the direction of Dawn Street, step by step. So, your name is Han Zhan, and you are from Xia, the famous Han Zhan from Xia. You're not my Mr. Bob. Judy muttered to herself, her feet moving faster and faster, and finally she just ran, looking embarrassed and panicked. Judy, thank God you're back. See? He's not your Mr. Bob. He's Han Zhan from Daxia, the genius that the Kanshang Company dreams of capturing alive. No, he's not. Judy closed the door. Give me the necklace. Seeing Han Zhan and Shang's sighting land safely, Shang Jianyue couldn't wait to say. He had already seen that the necklace was hanging on Shang's sighting's neck. This necklace? This is something my mother left me. It's also something that has been passed down from generation to generation in the business. Shang sighting glanced at Shang Jianyue and suddenly realized. Could it be that this necklace contains the key to your complete resurrection? Shang Jianyue was slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed, then quickly returned to normal. You are very smart, but people who are too smart tend to die young. Grandfather, I heard that you lived a long life, not a short one, right? As Shang's sighting spoke, she took off the necklace and stuffed it into Han Zhan's hand under Shang Jianyue's gaze. Put it in the storage space and don't take it out until this battle is over. Seeing this scene, Shang Jianyue's eyelids twitched, if he had eyelids. Stop scheming and deal with the enemy in front of you first. After Han Zhan put the necklace back into the Sumeru space, he turned his head and looked in front of him. With the completion of the contract, the 5th level's final push was also broken. Han Zhan's cultivation finally reached the 6th level, and he became a 6th level spiritual contract master. The surging spiritual energy in his body surged, expanding more than 10 times than before. If the original spiritual energy was a raging river, then now it has widened into an ocean. Psychic power is extremely important to spiritual masters. The reason why Han Zhan had only used one artifact, the spirit contract, in previous battles was because of the problem of spiritual energy consumption. As the number of his artifact's spirit contracts increases, the spiritual energy consumed by Han Zhan every minute and every second will increase exponentially. But now, the 6th level spiritual contract master was able to barely support him and use his strongest complete form. It is also a real opportunity to show your fists in front of the world. What the Kanshang Company did to Shenlan and Daxia, the people of Daxia will never forget, and Han Zhan will not forget, nor dare to forget. In this case, they must remember today firmly. This will be the first trip south that Han Zhan promised to the people of Daxia and Beijun. Come on, then. Han Zhan stood in front of Shang's sighting and took a step forward. Fushi Qin. As his voice sounded, an ancient qin with a simple and Taoist flavor appeared above and behind him. Shenong Ding. Han Zhan took the second step, and a simple and heavy large cauldron appeared behind him. Xianyuan sword. Han Zhan took the third step, and a majestic sword of the Holy Way appeared behind him. Also the Nuwa stone. Hearing Han Zhan's call, Shang's sighting condensed a colorful divine stone above as he said. In the fourth step, Han Zhan had arrived in front of the alien skeleton warriors of the Kanshang Company, less than 10 meters away from them. In the sky behind him, there were 4 ancient divine weapons floating in the same manner, each with a different aura and brilliant light. This was the first time he summoned these 4 magical weapons at the same time. In Han Zhan's body, spiritual energy is flowing out at a speed as fast as a dam bursting. But that's not all. Han Zhan took out a block of energy brick from the Sumeru space and took a big bite of it. Inside the body, the black hole that belongs to the origin of nothingness suddenly began to rotate. It transformed and absorbed the purest energy from the energy bricks it swallowed, turning it into powerful and abundant spiritual energy. This process achieves a delicate balance. Come on, let's fight. The first strike southward will be made by me. Chapter 31 Full Fire. The entire battlefield is like a giant tank filled with gas. If anyone dares to light a fire, it will explode. The Korean War became that fire. The 8-star alien warrior on the opposite side attacked without saying a word. Seize the Korean War. As long as they complete this task, the merit reward given by the Shang Company will be enough for them to carry out the 9-star transformation. 9-star transformation is the destination for every alien warrior. There are no more than a handful of 9-star alien skeleton warriors in the entire Kanshang Company, and each one is extremely powerful. The transformation from 8 stars to 9 stars also requires enormous manpower and material resources, as well as a terrifying amount of merit. Therefore, this opportunity is now in front of them, waiting for them to seize it. This 8-star alien warrior has undergone a full body transformation, with 85 of his body being mechanical prostheses. As he opened his mouth, a beam of energy shot towards Han Zhan. Han Zhan did not dodge. He raised his right hand without any unnecessary movement. The powerful energy beam instantly turned into countless tiny energy particles and disintegrated before it even got close to him. As the melodious and high-pitched sound of the Fushi Qin rang out, Han Zhan's attributes in all aspects increased exponentially. He stomped his feet suddenly, and an invisible whirlwind spread out from under his feet. A thick white mist appeared around him. He raised his hand, and the Xianyuan sword fell into his hand. Han Zhan's body turned into a shadow. The 8-star alien warrior on the opposite side still maintained an attacking posture, and a sharp sword light had pierced his throat. The huge inertia knocked him backwards, and he was pinned to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, flowing like water. The 8-star alien skeleton warrior was not dead. His entire head had long been transformed into the base of an energy restraint cannon. Otherwise, the previous shot would have burned an ordinary person's mouth and entire head. But he was nailed to the ground by the Xianyuan's sword, with his body hunched over. He looked extremely funny and secretly frightening. That's an 8-star alien warrior. Second only to 9 stars, he is the top individual combat fighter of the Kanzhang Company. As a result, he was knocked down by Han Zhan alone after just one encounter. After doing all this, Han Zhan took a big bite of the energy brick with a fierce look in his eyes. Hey, don't steal the spotlight alone. Shang Jinyue's excited voice sounded behind him. He transformed into the Black Titan of Destruction, who raised his hand. The terrifying energy fluctuations condensed into a ball of bright white light in his palm. Titan City, your ancestors are back. A vile loud laugh accompanied by a ball of light exploded in the crowd, and a large number of low-star alien warriors were directly swallowed up by the energy. In addition, other destruction titans also took action, and they all rushed out at the same time. The alien warriors of the Kanzhang Company were actually suppressed for a while. In the live broadcast, the residents of Titan City who saw this scene were so shocked that they were speechless. However, soon, the counterattack from Kanzhang Company came. The alien skeleton warriors are extremely durable. They stand in the front, and their biggest role is to consume the opponent's energy. Behind the encirclement, artillery batteries have been set up and aimed at Han Zhan and others in the center of the battlefield. Energy is fully charged. First volley release. Boom, boom, boom. Deep purple cannon lights with tail flames fell onto the battlefield. Get out of the way quickly. That's the Annihilation Energy Cannon, a supermaterial level technological means. Shang Sighting shouted behind him. Oomph. Don't tell me. This thing was invented by me. Shang Jinyue said without raising his head. The Black Destruction Titan was holding down an 8-star alien warrior with his hand, holding him tightly in his palm. The powerful squeezing force crushed the lower body of the 8-star alien warrior into powder. However, his vitality was extremely strong, and he was not dead yet. He roared and released the second stage of his alien skeleton transformation. I saw a mechanical heart beating very quickly from the heart of this alien skeleton warrior, turning into ropes of unknown material, tightly tying up the big guy, who was the incarnation of Shang Jinyue. Can't move. At this time, the purple fire from the Annihilation Energy Cannon had already arrived, and the terrifying energy fluctuations had turned the entire sky purple. Concentrate fire on the target, Shang Jinyue. They were still a little more wary of a merchant ancestor who could lead an army by himself. Han Zhan punched the 7-star alien skeleton warrior in front of him and sent him flying. The other one behind him was cut in half by the Xianyuan sword. He looked up into the air and suddenly raised his hands. Deconstruction. As Han Zhan released his talent, he began to deconstruct the annihilation shells directly into raw energy. But deconstruction takes time, and the speeding annihilation shells eventually got rid of Han Zhan's innate abilities, and the original size of his head was reduced to the size of a fist. The next second, these attacks landed on Shang Jinyue's armor. As soon as the energy touched him, the nanorobots on his body surface were instantly melted due to the extremely high energy temperature, revealing the empty core area inside. There were dozens of such attacks. In an instant, the entire Black Destruction Titan seemed to have been hit by raindrops and was riddled with holes. But in the next second, the sores healed instantly as if they had never appeared. Watch his feet. The voice of Skynet's intelligent computer sounded in the minds of every alien warrior. As a bystander not participating in the battle, Skynet's intelligent computer's combat analysis model has begun to take shape. There are a constant stream of nanorobots under Shang Jinyue's feet. Their replication speed is 0.01s. As long as the replication does not stop, you will not be able to break his defense. Let the suicide team go underground and eliminate those hidden nanorobots. Everyone temporarily give up attacking the Black Destruction Titan and attack other Destruction Titans. There are only 25 of them. We have the advantage of being at home, so we don't have to worry about the loss ratio. We'll grind them down and kill them all. Once we clear out the underground troop-building factories and cut off their means of producing troops, it will only be a matter of time before we can defeat their main body. The intervention of Skynet's intelligent brain quickly brought order to the chaotic situation. How's the analysis of Han Zhan? Han Zhan is more important than Shang Jianwei. What about his weaknesses? Have you analyzed them? At the Skynet Center, a senior executive of Kanshang Company asked. Skynet Intelligent Brain had a brief pause. It seems like the system has crashed. You told me that Skynet's intelligent computer has crashed? Fortunately, no one paid attention to the brief stagnation in the fierce and anxious battle. The voice of Skynet's intelligent computer sounded again. Daxiao Han Zhan, a 6th-rank spiritual contract master, is known to possess 4 great divine weapons, the origin of nothingness, and the 8 urgent fists inherited from Li Shatong. He is invincible at the same rank, and can still defeat opponents 1 rank ahead, and can barely remain undefeated if he crosses 2 rank. Stop. I asked you to analyze his weaknesses, not to list his strengths. Don't I know his strengths better than you do? Skynet's intelligent brain paused again. To maintain his current combat intensity, the spiritual energy consumed is extremely high. If it cannot be replenished, it cannot be maintained. That's the only way to beat him. Chapter 32, I will go south with this sword. The battle in Titan City has entered a fierce stage. On the ground, the violent destruction Titan has transformed into the god of death on the battlefield. It is loaded with more than 2,000 kinds of lethal weapons. These are weapons carefully developed by Shang Jianwei. Their power and effectiveness even far exceed those of the Kanshang Company. Once it rushes into the crowd, even the alien warriors will find it difficult to resist. A large number of low-star alien warriors were dispatched. Their only role was to consume the combat power of these destructive titans. Every minute, large groups of low-star alien warriors were killed. It is not meaningless to sacrifice one's life. Just as Skynet's intelligent computer had calculated, the Titan Destroyer's heavy firepower mode was forcibly cancelled when it ran out of ammunition and food. A destruction Titan was covered in black smoke. Due to the high intensity of killing, even the most sophisticated weapons would eventually reach their limit of durability. Even without these lethal weapons, the Destroyer Titan's melee lethality is still astonishing. But at this time, those high-star alien skeleton warriors made their voices heard. The Xinshang Company is slowly wearing down Shang Jianyue's Destruction Titan by cannibalization. Although this method is stupid, it is effective. The Korean War was more spectacular than here. The 4 divine artifacts in the sky emit their own brilliance, reflecting each other and illuminating the heavens with extraordinary momentum. Those low-star alien warriors couldn't get close to Han Zhan at all. The Fushi Qin moved automatically without wind, plucking the strings, and the deadly music harvested the lives of the alien warriors one by one. The Shinnong Ding turned into a giant mouth like a glutton, sucking people in and swallowing them. By the time it spit people out, they looked dozens of years older, and even the parts of their bodies that were transformed by alien skeletons could not escape the fate of being stripped of their lives. The Nuwa stone radiates colorful light. Wherever its light shines, everything there will be instantly decomposed into countless tiny particles, and the alien skeleton warriors are no exception. Not to mention the Xinyuan sword. Its sword energy filled the universe, and the terrifying killing power of the Sword of Holy Wei even pierced through the defense of the 7-star alien skeleton warriors in an instant. Killing was satisfying, but the spiritual energy in Han Zhan's body and the source of nothingness that devoured the energy bricks never stopped for a moment. Fortunately, this time Han Zhan obtained more energy bricks than he had imagined from the basement of the Tianbo Museum. After returning to Beijing to report, he could still spend some on the battlefield. The Han Zhan main body is also fighting. He fought with 2 8-star alien warriors. The 4th lock had already been opened, and Han Zhan engaged in close combat with 2 8-star alien skeleton warriors, punching them hard. Although he was suppressed, his life was not in danger. He's going to eat the energy bricks. Stop him. Just as Han Zhan forced back the 8-star alien warriors and retreated, wanting to gnaw on the energy bricks again, the Skynet intelligent computer, which had been paying attention to the changes on the battlefield, discovered this excellent opportunity. Meanwhile, underground, under the guidance of the coordinates of Skynet's intelligent computer, the suicide bombing troops finally found a special arsenal deep underground. There is a continuous surge of black tides, which are densely packed nanorobots. Shang Jianyue relies on them to continuously build the titans of destruction at a crazy speed, which are the key to forming an army by one man. Blow it up. Following the order from Skynet's intelligent computer, a large number of self-destruct robots rushed here. In just a moment, the entire underground was blown into a ball, and huge flames erupted directly from deep underground. The nanorobot arsenal was successfully blown up. The number of destroyer titans has been reduced to single digits. With good news coming one after another, the soldiers of Kanshang Company rekindled their confidence. It's not really their fault. Even when they were fighting the Zerg before, they had never fought such a frustrating battle. The reason is simple. Although the Kanshang Company gave up some simple combat machines and turned to developing modified mechanical alien warriors, they have never stopped researching large and extra-large combat weapons. Star Destroyer Fleet, Falling Nebula Orbital Cannon, Space-Based Satellite Strikes, Aerospace Star Carrier, War Fortress. All of them are strategic ultimate weapons developed and built by Kanshang Company. But now they are all unusable. Firstly, the space stabilizer forced the Kanshang Company to give up its strongest sky advantage in order to prevent Zhan from using the void black hole to escape. Secondly, the power of these weapons is too great, almost reaching the annihilation level or above. If they are used to deal with Shang Jianyue and Zhan, it is very likely that even their main city, Titan City, will be blasted into a beam of white light. Not to mention that there are a large number of residents and scientific researchers in Titan City. The alien skeleton warriors are the main melee force of the Kanshang Company, but they are not their absolute main force at all, which makes the battle so difficult. If it were Changxing Company, Shang Jianyue and Zhan would dare to jump like that in the main city of Changxing Company. They would definitely see what it means to be a national deformed walker. Even so, with the intervention and calculations of Skynet's intelligent computer, the balance of the battle began to slowly tilt again. Shang Jianyue's nanorobot recovery chain was interrupted, and he was once again targeted by dozens of nearby artillery attacks. Damage finally began to appear on his body that could not be repaired. On Zhan's side, 4 8-star alien skeleton warriors pressed forward step by step, even ignoring the consequences of getting injured, in order to make sure that Zhan had no time to take care of other things and could not spare the time to replenish new energy. At this moment, with a humming sound, the Shinnong Ding, which had been devouring the battlefield for a long time, finally had its time right at this moment. The ding turned upside down, and the rich breath of life, along with huge spiritual energy, poured into Zhan's body. The spiritual energy that had been dried up was replenished in an instant. Zhan raised his hand. The Xinyuan sword in the sky fell into his hands again. The explosive momentum shocked the surroundings, and the strong wind pressure made many alien skeleton warriors lower their heads. The moment he grasped the sword, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants on the sword all lit up, and the infinite power contained in them was stimulated to the extreme by Zhan. Faced with such a sword, the alien skeleton warriors around Zhan wanted to move, but they were horrified to find that they could not move at all. Countless ways to dodge flashed through their minds, but their bodies remained motionless. In the end, they just stood there and let the Xinyuan's sword pierce their bones, chests, and bodies. Bang! The huge impact formed an airwave. I saw, directly in front of Zhan, the Tianhe building, which represents the landmark building of Titan City and is also the residence of the senior executives of the Kanshang Company, has a slash in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Tianhe building collapsed in the direction of the slashing marks. Zhan's hand holding the sword turned slightly white. He leaned the sword on the ground, stood firm, looked at the wound in front of him, and recited every word. I will use this sword to go south and slay the Titans in their city. Chapter 33 Daxia, Accompany Yijian. Additional update, a new month, asking for everything thank you. Just after the new year, the people of Daxia who retreated to Beijing became busy again. Hold the line, resist attacks, rebuild the army, and stabilize the people's hearts. There is a lot that needs to be done. 2 armies were fighting on the parade ground. One of the opposing parties is Lin Jingxian, a strategist at the level of the Great Siam military soul. Opposite him sat a young girl with a rather childish look. She was wearing a wide scarlet robe with a bright red spot between her brows, which made her naturally beautiful skin look even whiter like jade. With every move she made, she had the aura of a queen. This is just appearance. The fact is, Xia Youwei's ancient residual Sun War spirit was surrounded, intercepted, cannibalized, and destroyed by Lin Jingxian, who had 10 times less troops in the competition on the training ground, and was finally left alone. This may be what is called one operation as fierce as a tiger. Xia Youwei slapped her forehead in annoyance. Second brother, I'm so stupid. You have something on your mind. You were restless today and lasted 3 minutes less than yesterday. Lin Jingxian said. Xia Yue felt like her secret had been exposed. She could only lower her head, rub the seal in her hand, and remain silent. Where did Zhan go? You guys never tell me. It makes me feel uneasy. I had a dream yesterday. I dreamed about Zhan. I didn't think so before, but after experiencing the disaster in Deep Blue City, the long separation always made Xia Yue have some wild thoughts. Before leaving, Han Zhan did not tell them about his plan, which was agreed upon with Lin Jingxian and others. Lin Jingxian saw Xia Yue looking at him pitifully and eagerly, and he moved his lips. Just then, a note suddenly appeared out of nowhere in his arms. Lin Jingxian took out the note from his arms. He didn't know what he saw. His brows were furrowed at first, but then suddenly relaxed at last. Don't you want to know where Han Zhan went? As Lin Jingxian spoke, he crushed the note in his hand, as Xia Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. As he waved his hand and raised the confetti, an immersive picture appeared in the sky. That was the Korean War. He grasped the Xianyuan's sword in his hand. The sword energy was wanton and powerful, arrogant and domineering. It was a sword light. The sword light was pure and solid. It slashed at a skyscraper and watched the building collapse and the dust fly. That's a sentence. I will use this sword to go south and slay the Titans in their city. So, the place Zhan went to is called Titan City. Xia Yue looked at the scene, her eyes becoming brighter. She looked at her fair and tender girl's hands, and she actually imitated Han Zhan and put her fingers together to form a sword, pointing to the sky above her head. I, Xia Yue, will accompany Yijian. Li Lingzhen sat in front of the computer, his fingers leaving a shadow. There is no way. Thanks to the fact that she often draws inspiration from Han Zhan, her books have been selling even better in underground channels recently. There is only 1 day left to submit the manuscript, and the deadline is approaching. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock beside her suddenly rang, and Li Lingzhen was suddenly awakened from her state with her head full of yellow waste. She hurriedly picked up a sack of raw materials beside her and carried it to the balcony of her residence with a grunt. There stood a huge tripod, emitting white steam. These original materials were purchased by Li Lingzhen with his own royalties. She was extracting spiritual energy from raw materials, and then bringing this refined and purified spiritual energy to the injured patients in the sanatorium. This is the only thing she can do for Daxiao at this stage. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky of Beijing. There, at some unknown time, a huge curtain of light appeared, as if someone had deliberately created it. Immediately afterwards, Li Lingzhen heard a familiar voice. That was the male protagonist who appeared in her dreams every day and discussed the plot of the novel with her, Xia Yue and Sister Jean. That's Zhan. Like Xia Yue, she saw Han Zhan's figure, saw the sword Han Zhan swung in front of her, and heard Han Zhan's clear voice, word for word. Li Lingzhen clenched her fists excitedly and shouted loudly to the air outside the balcony with tears streaming down her face for some reason. I, Li Lingzhen, will accompany Yijian. Inside the battlefield, Gong Yangjin tied his hair into a ponytail and wore a neat white vest and kung fu pants. The long sword in his hand was like a flying dragon or a butterfly flying among flowers. The entire battlefield was filled with sword energy, and dense sword energy filled the air in all directions. Although Gong Yangjin fell 3 levels in a row due to the sword's slash of jade, now that he had seen the scenery at the top, it was only a matter of time before he could climb up again. On the contrary, this setback allowed Gong Yangjin to be more calm and steady and hone his sword skills again. Go to the next level. Opposite her, the person fighting with her was Wei Qing, who had only 1 arm. Like Gong Yangjin, Wei Qing broke his arm and was seriously injured, but those who get up again after a serious injury can go further. This is an eternal truth. You've improved really fast. You've changed a lot compared to the time when you were just desperately looking for me to challenge me, and you were arrogant and looked down on everyone, Gong Yangjin. Gong Yangjin certainly couldn't tell Wei Qing that this was because she had become a real woman. Because I have someone I want to protect, Gong Yangjin said. At this moment, Wei Qing and Gong Yangjin both felt something and looked up at the sky above their heads. It's Lao Ba's, words leave traces, which can record the scenes you see and let people see them as if they were there. Wei Qing opened his mouth and explained. But in the next second, he paused. A slightly thin but extremely upright figure appeared in the picture. Gong Yangjin could tell at a glance that that was the person she wanted to protect. Wei Qing saw the sword, saw the collapsed Tianhe building, and heard the words at the Korean War announcement ceremony. He was so excited that he wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet, and vent for 3 days and 3 nights to completely let out the joy in his heart at this moment. Gongyang Jin, on the other hand, was even more straightforward. She slightly raised the sword in her hand, and the rich and surging sword energy burst out at this moment. She had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th level. I, Gongyang Jin, will accompany Yijian. More and more Daxia people saw this scene. They temporarily put down all the activities in their hands, looked up blankly, looked at the sword light, ruins and backs in the picture, and heard those words. All the grievances and resentments they had suffered seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. More and more people are shouting, and cheering the name of Han Zhan, because they truly know that Han Zhan is not just empty talk. He really did it. He went south and slashed out with the sword. At this moment, the scene in the sky changed to a vast and endless desert. There is a person whose appearance cannot be seen clearly, sitting cross-legged on the sand, facing the screen. Behind him, further away, was a huge object, the wharf fortress of the Xinjiang Company. It was split in two, and the violent explosion was like fireworks, blooming in the picture like the background. Daxia, accompany Yijian. Chapter 34. All the trump cards are revealed. Additional update. Damn it. What did he do? Skynet Center just took a nap, and when they opened their eyes again, what did the top executives of Kanshang Company discover? The Tianhe building collapsed. Their home is gone. The frustrated senior executives started making phone calls frantically. The only purpose of their calls was to get people. They have lost their patience after failing to capture the battlefield for a long time. Even if it means that Titan City suffers a little loss, they will use thundering means to teach this bastard young man who dared to shout in the main city of Kanshang Company a lesson. Where is the nearest war fortress? Activate now. Cancel standby status and come here now. I want to see it appear on the sand dunes within 5 minutes. What? What did you say? The nearest war fortress was erased in half by someone. Bang. The phone was smashed against the center console in a rage and broke into several pieces. In front of the ruins of the collapsed Tianhe building, the outbreak of the Korean War sword instantly killed a large number of alien skeleton warriors in the Tianhe building behind them, causing the morale of the soldiers of the Kanshang Company to plummet. The 4 8-star alien skeleton warriors who surrounded him had one of them killed by a sudden outburst of sword, and the other 3 retreated to their original positions, in shock and confusion. They were not sure how many times Han Zhan could display sword skills of the same level as he just did. If the number is greater than 1 this time, then it is very likely that one of them will die under the sword of the Korean War. They don't want to die. The battle was deadlocked here. The situation on Shang Jianyue's side is less optimistic than that on Han Zhan's side. Having lost the nanorobots that could continuously repair themselves, the Black Titan of Destruction that Shang Jianyue had transformed into is now riddled with holes, with marks of artillery bombardment all over its body. The last of the Destruction Titans under his command had been killed in the cramming suicide attacks by a large number of alien warriors and security robots. Now, he is the only one left, a lone commander. Shang Jianyue, give up. You can't run away. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. They have a sure win. Shang Jianyue is already at the end of his strength. As long as Shang Jianyue is captured, no matter how strong Han Zhan is, he is only a 6th-level spiritual contract master. No matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to withstand the human wave attack. The balance of victory has completely tilted towards his side. At least at this moment, everyone in the Shang Company thought so. Even Skynet Intelligent Brain is no exception. According to Big Data Prediction, Kanshang Company's battle winning rate has reached 99, and victory is certain. But at this moment, Shang Jianyue suddenly smiled. After being hit by continuous artillery shells again, all the nanorobots outside Shang Jianyue's body were killed or injured, and it turned back into the original small robot. It fell to the ground, just as it had been when Han Zhan first saw it. Do you think you have already won? But I haven't revealed my trump card yet. Now, let me show you what my trump card is. Shang Jianyue's mechanical arm pressed hard to the ground. In an instant, starting from the place where his hand fell and pressed, a faint blue light path began to spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, densely packed paths of dark blue light appeared one after another on the streets visible to the naked eye. They're like some kind of energy, some kind of pathway. Until this moment, the Skynet Intelligent Brain at the Skynet Center suddenly sounded an alarm. There was no information about these blue light paths in its memory database. However, through various speculations and historical research, Skynet's Intelligent Brain has calculated the most likely scenario. Shang Jianyue awakened the city of Titan. Only then did they understand. Why did Shang Jianyue choose to start at Tianhe Building? Because the starting point of awakening the Titan city is at Tianhe Building. They also understood why Shang Jianyue shouted that sentence at the beginning. Titan City, your ancestors are back. The city of Titan is indeed the oldest war fortress. Its creator is the first head of the Shang family, Shang Jianwei. The city of Titans lies in the endless desert. Suddenly it shook violently. The leader of the 8th War Zone, Wu, who was hiding in the sand, looked at the scene in front of him with a slightly focused gaze. He saw. Right in front of Titan City, 2 scarlet mechanical pupils suddenly appeared on the city wall that was originally used for defense. The earth was shaking. The entire Titan City was shaking. Buildings were constantly collapsing and rolling down, and smoke and dust were constantly rising. A real head shape appeared at the original Titan City. All the residents of Titan City had fled into their houses in panic, and these buildings with a long history became a good shelter. Instead of collapsing, they slowly sank into the interior of the Titan fortress. The towering buildings disappeared one by one, leaving the entire street in full view. Zhan looked at the violent shaking and sinking buildings around him. He looked down and realized that he was already standing on the head of the Titan fortress. A red light appeared under Shang Jianyue's feet. He waved to Zhan and Shang Siding, then jumped in first. Zhan and Shang Siding looked at each other and jumped in. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the real interior of the Titan fortress. The Titan fortress was activated, and under the push of Shang Jianwei, the long-dormant energy was instantly filled up. Yulong Long. With a heavy sound and constant violent vibrations under his feet, an extremely tall Titan giant stood up from the endless desert. Tons of yellow sand fell on it, helping it to protect against the erosion of time and wind. The true strategic weapon, the Titan fortress, is once again revealed to everyone. Now, only the alien skeleton warriors were left outside the Titan fortress. Under Shang Jianyue's control, they quickly used the Titan fortress to let them meet God. Attack! Attack! At any cost! Ignore us! Attack! At the Skynet Center, a senior executive of Kantang Company shouted loudly into the channel. The Skynet Center where they were located had now sunk into the interior of the Titan fortress. What is a safe house to others is no different from a cage to them. They acted decisively and contacted the Star Destroyers outside, asking them to give up chasing the invaders from Changsheng Company, turn around and focus on dealing with the Titan fortress that had been revived and whose control had been taken away. Not only that, space-based satellites have also entered orbit and started storing energy. An extraordinary battle is about to break out. At this point, everyone has already revealed all their cards. Chapter 35 Bob, You Can't Beat Me. Additional update. 5 updates today. Shang Jianyue activated the Titan fortress. Not only the Xinshang Company, but also the Empire and Changsheng Company which were close to it, sounded the alarm. Are you kidding me? That's Titan Fortress. Although it has not been seen for hundreds of years, its notorious reputation still exists. On the other hand, the nearest war fortress of the Kantang Company had been hacked down, and it would take half a day to reach the second closest one. Even if they arrive in time, they may not be able to defeat the Titan Fortress. If we can't defeat them and then get destroyed, that would be a joke. Each war fortress was built at great expense to the Kantang Company. Not only did it take a long time to build and was costly, but the entire series of fees was extremely expensive. Even the Kantang Company cannot use the war fortress as cannon fodder. In the communication channel, the top executives of the Kantang Company, who were trapped in the Titan Fortress, were about to blow up their phones. They were extremely frightened and couldn't think of a way to leave, so they could only desperately call for help. Skynet's intelligent brain has fallen completely silent. It abandoned the Skynet network in Titan City. The intelligent brain is immortal and can be reborn as long as it is reactivated by the Skynet network of other cities. According to its calculations, the original 99% winning rate was directly reversed to a 99.9999% failure probability after Shang Jianyue successfully activated the Titan Fortress. Victory or defeat depends on just a moment. Victory is already decided. The withdrawn Star Destroyers of the Xinshang Company were also a little confused when they saw the Titan Fortress standing in the endless desert. They had just gone out to chase the deformed walker from the Changsheng Company. It had not been long since then, so how come when they came back, their house had been robbed? After receiving the attack order, the Star Destroyers began to release energy cannons towards their previous main city base. However, Shang Jianyue had already activated the protective shield at its maximum power in advance, and the energy cannons bombarding the protective shield were like tiny ripples that could not create any waves at all. The space-based satellite has been fully charged. However, once space-based satellites are used, it is unknown how many Titan fortresses will be left. Not to mention, the entire Shang family is not really a monolithic entity. Some people want to kill Shang Jianyue, while others are his crazy admirers and fanatics. When opinions are deadlocked, the best opportunity is missed. Ultimately, space-based satellites were abandoned, as were railguns. At this point, Shang Jianyue's resurrection only requires one last step. Titan Fortress, inside the core module. Shang Jianyue walked down from the control panel. He looked at Han Zhan and Shang Siding calmly and said, "The overall situation has been decided. It's time to fulfill our agreement." Agreement? What agreement? Shang Siding asked back, pretending to be innocent. What's the point of playing dumb now? Hand over the necklace and I'll escort you out of the war fortress and fulfill the final agreement. Quick. Shang Jianwei urged. Unexpectedly, Shang Siding shook her head. No, you can have the necklace, but not now. Shang Siding looked at Shang Jianwei, who was walking towards her, and said with a wary look, "Grandfather, I have read your historical autobiography and know what kind of person you are. Selfish, crazy, arrogant, and fickle. These are not compliments. Then what do you want?" Shang Jianwei, who was controlling the small robot, stopped. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "Let us leave the Titan fortress first, and then we will make the deal when we reach a relatively safe place." "Hee, you don't trust me, but do you think I can trust you? How do I know if you will run away with the necklace?" Shang Jianwei questioned. "This necklace has no value to us, right?" Shang Siding pointed this out. Shang Jianwei on the opposite side stopped talking and seemed to be in silence for a while. He made up his mind and nodded, "If that's the case, then you can go to hell." As soon as Shang Jianwei finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed it at Shang Siding and Han Zhan. Han Zhan had already taken the lead and stood in front of Shang Siding. However, the expected attack did not occur. While Han Zhan was still in doubt, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It was an extremely piercing pain, just like someone was grabbing your brain tightly and then piercing it with a steel needle. He subconsciously hugged his head and squatted down. It was only at this time that Shang Jianwei burst into laughter. "I've said it before, Bob, you can't beat me." Shang Jianwei's words reminded Han Zhan of a key point. "The Skynet chip implanted in my brain. Yes, when I first met the little robot, in order to successfully hide in Titan City and avoid being detected by Skynet, I wanted to find a Skynet chip. At that time, it was the little robot that activated a Skynet chip for himself, which gave him the identity of Bob, making it easier for him to act in the subsequent process. But he didn't expect that this Skynet chip left in his brain would become the key to a comeback. Shang Jianwei was indeed an unprecedented genius in the history of the Shang family. His layout had actually begun at that time. "If you don't want him to be brain dead, give the necklace to me," Shang Jianwei said to Shang Siding. "The Skynet chip has been integrated into his brain and cannot be easily removed. I have tampered with the Skynet chip. If you don't obey me, you will suffer this kind of pain many more times." Han Zhan held his head with one hand and clenched the other hand tightly because of the pain. "I'll say it again. Give me the necklace." Shang Jianwei lost his patience and almost shouted. As he roared, the interference of the Skynet chip in Han Zhan's brain increased again. This time, it was as if 10 strong men were holding hammers and smashing them hard on his head. Severe pain, dizziness, and a tearing feeling all came over him. "Give it to you." Seeing Han Zhan's painful and patient look, Shang Siding finally gave in. She helped Han Zhan take out the necklace from the Sumera space. Then without saying a word, he threw it high to Shang Jianwei on the opposite side. Looking at the necklace flying towards him, Shang Jianwei's face revealed a hint of cruelty. "You've offended me. Do you think you can still survive? Goodbye, Bob." At this moment, another thing fell out from Han Zhan's Sumera space. It was a small tree the size of a palm, shrouded in divine light and colorful, the Bodhi tree. Han Zhan almost instinctively grabbed Shang Siding's hand, and then quickly summoned the Bodhi tree. Before his consciousness was completely wiped out and dissipated by the Skynet chip, he activated the treasure tree. A familiar scene appeared before my eyes. Han Zhan didn't have time to think about it. He just raised his hand and poked at a fruit world hanging on the tree, which was glowing with divine light. The next second, he and Shang Siding disappeared from Shang Jinyue's sight. Chapter 36, Chinsa and Qin are coming. The world was spinning. When Han Zhan woke up again, he found himself in a forest. He rubbed his aching head and felt a little scared. Any slower, and my brain will be torn apart and I will become a complete idiot. Fortunately, there is the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree can transport them to a special world. Even the world is no longer the same, so the signal of the Skynet chip controlled by Shang Jianwei naturally cannot be transmitted in. Temporary salvation. Although the Bodhi tree is so useful, Han Zhan had no plans to use it at the beginning because of 2 major hidden dangers. First, after being teleported into the Bodhi treasure tree world, the Bodhi treasure tree itself is still in the original world. If it is not a relatively safe environment, it will be taken back by others. This is also the problem that Han Zhan needs to worry about when he returns to Blue Planet after completing his exploration of this world. There is no need to worry about the Bodhi tree being destroyed by external forces. Han Zhan Astley shut on to test it before. In order to destroy it, one must have a strength at least beyond the 9th level. Second, the fruit worlds on the Bodhi tree are full of dangers. And the bigger and brighter the fruit world is, the more dangerous it is likely to be after entering it. Rushing into the fruit world without being fully prepared was not Han Zhan's original plan. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. However, this trip to Titan City was quite rewarding, and it was worth it no matter how big the risk was. Not only did they plunder a huge number of energy bricks, so that Beijun no longer had to worry about energy shortages, but they also contracted a new artifact, the manhwa stone. Speaking of manhwa stone, Han Zhan suddenly woke up, looked around, and found that there was no sign of Shang sighting. Didn't she come into this world with me? Where is she? Han Zhan hurriedly tried to communicate with his mind. Fortunately, the mysterious connection was still there. Shang sighting should have been teleported to a different birth point from himself. Han Zhan calmed down and began to look around. The terrain is quite high, and the vegetation is lush and verdant. This is a mountain forest. Han Zhan vaguely remembered that when he touched the fruit world of the Bodhi tree, he caught a glimpse of its name. The world is brought together by the harp and SE. Sure enough, after trying it, the abilities of Xianyuan's sword and Shenong Ding were temporarily unusable and were completely sealed. The ability of the manhwa stone cannot be used for the time being because we haven't had sex yet, but it is not gray. In other words, if the power of the manhwa stone is activated, it can also be used in this world. The only thing he could use now was the power of the Fushi chain. Of course, there is also the 8 quick fist. This gave Han Zhan a lot of confidence. Han Zhan had discussed these worlds on the Bodhi tree with his teacher and second senior brother Lin Jingxian. Their judgment is that one should neither disbelieve nor completely trust the legendary history about these worlds and their corresponding history. The fruit worlds are all polluted worlds. They must be very different from the legends in your memory. If you enter with your original knowledge, you will inevitably suffer. However, the overall direction of the fruit world will not change. There is no doubt about that. Entering different fruit worlds has different restrictions and dangers. The larger the fruit world, the more perfect its rules must be. Each fruit world is separate, which means that the stories and characters in them are not connected to each other. Han Zhan rubbed his temples. All this information about the world of Bodhi tree fruit was dug out from his brain again. He reviewed it again as a last-minute cram school lesson. In this way, the main plot of this world should be clear. Han Zhan raised his head, looked into the distance from the high slope of the mountain, and muttered to himself. Fushi and manhwa. Outside world. In the endless sea of sand, the original location of the Titan City has turned into a huge sunken pit. Yellow sand continues to appear every minute, shaped like a waterfall, which is spectacular. In the Titan Fortress, Han Zhan and Shang's sightings suddenly disappeared. Where they disappeared, there was a glowing treasure tree in their place. Shang Jian seemed to be thinking about something. He quickly snorted coldly, grabbed the Bodhi tree, and tried to crush it with force, but it didn't move at all. Origin-type magic weapon props? I underestimated you a little. Shang Jian stopped studying the small tree and left it to the newly condensed nanorobot He Chao behind him to deal with, while he set his sights on another thing. That's a necklace. This is a necklace he specially made. It was kept as a family heirloom and has been passed down through the direct descendants of the merchant. The only significance of it as a family heirloom is that after I wake up, I will not be unable to find it. Because inside is the 4th ancient film, which represents Shang Jianyue's soul. Come on, I can't wait. Shang Jianyue crushed the huge sapphire on the necklace with force and took out an ancient film from the broken sapphire. Put it in your mouth. The sound of gears turning rang out again, but this time it was no longer just one sound, but 4. They are like a unified tune, retro and elegant. The body of the little robot couldn't withstand the resonance and turned into powder with a bang. Only a ruby that looked like a heart remained there. Surrounding the ruby, there are bright red blood vessels, which connect the 4 ancient films like a neural network. Next second, the nanorobots that had been prepared long ago rushed here from all directions and finally condensed into the appearance of a young man. He has a handsome and thin facial features, and his eyes are deep and evil. He was dressed in a noble black tuxedo, like a true gentleman. As he raised his hand, a black top hat and a silver cane appeared in his hand like magic. There was a gleam of light in his bright red pupils. I am resurrected. Shang Jianyue lowered his head, looked at his hands, opened them, and closed them again. It feels so good to be alive. When he said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky above his head. The weather was fine, and the sky was clear. Shang Jianyue raised his lips into a gentlemanly smile and slammed his silver cane to the ground. The cane was like mercury, injected into the mechanical interior of the Titan Fortress. The entire Titan Fortress seemed to be activated again. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of the huge mechanical heart beating could be clearly heard by everyone in the Titan Fortress. What's that noise? Damn it, why does my eardrum hurt so much? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Outside, layer after layer of rammed earth walls fell off the surface of the Titan Fortress, and its size shrank by 1/3. But the next second, it disappeared from the lock of the space-based satellite at an extremely fast speed. Shang Jianwei resurrected. Chapter 37. When in doubt, make a decision first. At this time, considering the time, Shang Jianwei should have been successfully resurrected. In the harmonious world of Qin Seifu Lai, Han Zhan walked and talked to himself. In fact, there was something intentional about Han Zhan having his necklace taken away by Shang Jianwei. In his opinion, since the Kanzhang company had stabbed Da Xia in the back, he would release a demon that would make them unable to take care of themselves, thus driving away the wolf and devouring the tiger. Han Zhan's willingness to cooperate with Shang Jianwei was also based on such considerations. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As for what to do after the enemy is destroyed, just wait until he is destroyed. Aren't we both getting stronger? Han Zhan had this confidence. Unfortunately, faith could not show him the way, and Han Zhan discovered a tragic thing. He was lost on the mountain. It was already past noon. A light white mist began to spread over the mountain. The mist came suddenly, making the already difficult mountain road even more difficult. At the beginning, Han Zhan thought that he should ignore everything else and go down the mountain first. And that's exactly what he did. Han Zhan had good physical strength and walked for almost an hour, but still didn't see the foot of the mountain. There was white fog in the distance, and it was impossible to see clearly. The mountain road under his feet seemed to be endless. He seemed to be trapped on this mountain. Just when Han Zhan was about to give up the unfamiliar environment and seek safety first, and directly expose and use the innate ability of the Fushi chain, another pair of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. An old man wearing simple clothes but looking quite like an immortal walked down the mountain. With his previous experience in the fruit world, Han Zhan took a look at the other party immediately this time. Only after confirming that the other party did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations and that judging from his footsteps he did not seem to be a martial artist, did he completely put his mind at ease. Young man, are you lost in this mountain? The old man walked up and asked Han Zhan, who was standing still. That's right, old man. Hearing the old man's question, Han Zhan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the old man's eyes lit up when he heard Han Zhan's words. It's normal to get lost. This broken mountain is so foggy, who wouldn't get lost? If you get lost, just follow me. I'm lost too anyway. Question mark. Han Zhan had a question mark on his forehead and looked at the old man. Old man, are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. What can happen to me? The old man looked very happy when he spoke, as if he had found someone who was lost like him. So what should we do now? Han Zhan calmed down and asked. After all, he was the first human being he met in this world, at least a normal person who could speak. What else can we do? When we are in doubt, we should just make a decision. After saying that, he started to pull up his pants. This sudden behavior shocked Han Zhan. He decided to take back what he had just said. Anyone who can speak may not be a normal person. You are old. Do you still need to use your hands to show off? You fight when you disagree with something. You are really strong even at old age. Then he saw it. An axe fell out from the old man's loosened trousers with a clang. He picked up the axe and skillfully chopped down the tree on the other side. Apply glue, apply glue, apply glue. The old man was chopping while shouting like a slogan, quite rhythmically. After a while, the sapling was cut down, and he began to skillfully cut the sapling into smaller sections, tied them up with ropes, and then carried them on his back. After this series of operations, Han Zhan finally understood. This old man is a woodcutter, right? So shouldn't he be shouting about chopping wood? Forget it. Just use glue. It's better than having a woman without facial features suddenly appear in front of you and ask you if she is pretty. It will have less impact. Han Zhan decided to give up worrying about this issue. Old man, is there any special way to chop wood? Han Zhan asked again when he saw that he was having a lot of fun chopping wood. The old man gave him a sidelong glance. You are such a young man. You have so many questions. If I do this, there must be a reason for it. The older generation once said that when you encounter white fog in the mountains, you should cut down the trees around you and make as much noise as possible. The fog will naturally disappear, and you will be able to find your way down the mountain. The old man's words made Han Zhan's eyes light up. There is actually such a saying in it. He was a little skeptical at first, wondering if the old man was talking nonsense again, until he saw that the thick fog around him was actually gradually dissipating just as the old man said. Han Zhan finally believed this statement. After a while, the thick fog completely dissipated. A clear mountain road appeared at their feet. Haha, it actually works. When the old man saw the mountain road reappear, he was even more excited than Han Zhan. He patted Han Zhan's shoulder excitedly. Han Zhan. Without paying attention to these things, the two of them walked quickly down the mountain together. Suddenly, at this moment, a cold wind blew from behind them. The biting cold rushed straight to his back, making Han Zhan's whole body alarm bells ring. He picked up the old man beside him, turned around suddenly and dodged, barely avoiding the fierce attack. A monster appeared on their way down the mountain. It is shaped like a human, but its entire body is covered with pig-like bristles. It is small and fat, and somewhat similar to a fox. Just now, it was it that appeared from behind and launched a sneak attack on Han Zhan and the others. At this time, it had turned around and looked at Han Zhan with a ferocious look. When he saw this monster, Han Zhan was stunned. He had seen records about this strange beast in the illustrated book of strange beasts given to him by his second senior brother Lin Jingxian. When the old man nearby saw it, his calves instantly trembled and he even began to stutter when he spoke. It is the evil beast. Disaster beast? It was the first time Han Zhan heard this name, and his expression changed. It is possible that the same thing is called differently in different worlds and different eras. But since alien beasts also appeared in this world, does that mean that I can reversely deduce the real reason why alien races appeared on Blue Star from this world? Without waiting for Han Zhan to think about it, the monster on the opposite side has attacked Han Zhan again. It has already seen that the young man in front of it is younger and stronger, so it will prioritize getting rid of him. The remaining old man is not a concern at all. The monster curled up its limbs, then kicked up suddenly, and its short and stocky body jumped up like a wintermelon cannonball. It did not choose to attack in a straight line, but jumped onto the tall trees in the forest. The dense trees provided a good cover for it to hide its body, but its short and fat body made it move very swiftly. All Han Zhan could hear was the rustling sound of leaves. Suddenly, a black shadow swooped down from the sky and grabbed the back of Han Zhan's head. Fancy. Faced with such an attack, Han Zhan, who had figured out the opponent's tactics, no longer avoided it, but chose to punch out. Bang! The monster was knocked away by Han Zhan's punch. The old man hiding behind the tree was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 38 Phobai Village. Additional update. Please give me everything. Thank you. Warrior. You are a real warrior. You killed the evil beast with just one punch. The old man walked forward and carefully confirmed that the evil beast was really killed by Han Zhan's punch, and he couldn't help but sigh. My last name is Feng Linluan. You can also call me Fengbo Warrior. What's your name? My name is Han Zhan. Han Zhan. Feng Linluan said, this name is rare. Are you from somewhere else? Han Zhan said nothing, just nodded. Feng Linluan continued, that's right. No normal person would have the leisure to run up the mountain. That would be courting death. When Feng Linluan said this, Han Zhan couldn't help but look at him again. After saying this, the two men walked over to the dead monster. The old man seemed very excited. He started to pick up the machete and sharpen it, as if he was going to kill pigs and sheep. Feng Bo, what do you want to do? Now that we've killed it, of course we should take it back to eat. There's so much meat on this beast, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't take it back? Feng Linluan said as he began to dissect the beast's body. Although he was holding a machete, the effect he produced in his hand far exceeded that of a machete. Skinning, gutting, and cutting the leg meat are all done in one go with just a machete. Feng Bo, does this evil beast have its own name? You just call it the evil beast. Of course not. The evil beast is just a general term that represents the monsters in the mountains. You don't even know this. Feng Linluan looked at Han Zhan with some confusion. I have been walking in this vast mountain for a few days. I must have encountered some danger. Now my head hurts and I have lost some of my memories. Combined with what Feng Linluan said just now, people who enter the mountain are mentally ill, so there must be some unimaginable horrors on the mountain, so Han Zhan made up this reason. Feng Linluan believed his explanation without a doubt. While dividing the meat, Feng Linluan continued to talk to Han Zhan. Then I will tell you more about these things to help you recall. Maybe you can remember the memories you have lost. It's a pity for a warrior like you to spend the rest of your life in a daze. We all live in villages that are fixed in various places and separated from each other by mountains or seas. The village we live in is called Phobai Village. You should be from a village on the other side of the mountain, but I don't know what kind of village it is. Because there are powerful evil beasts in the mountains, there is no normal communication between villages. The so-called evil beasts are a general term for the monsters in the mountains. They bring disaster to the mountains and forests, and each one is extremely terrifying. Humans have a chance of winning in the battle against them. Those who can defeat them are warriors like you. Han Zhan was listening with great interest when suddenly, Feng Linluan stopped. No more. No more. Yeah, how much can you expect an old man like me, who is over 70 years old, to know? Hearing this, Han Zhan fell silent. Feng Linluan waved to Han Zhan again and said, Warrior, come and help me carry this meat back. When we get to the village, we can have a good meal. He laboriously cut the beast's flesh into pieces, then strung them together using thick branches. Han Zhan did not refuse. He carried the beast meat and followed Feng Linluan. The two of them walked straight down the mountain. Only when they actually walked there did they realize that the foot of the mountain was not far away. If it weren't for that strange white fog, Han Zhan should have reached the foot of the mountain more than an hour ago. They did not encounter any danger along the way. When Han Zhan and Feng Linluan walked out of the forest, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. The vast plain is in full view, with fertile and green grass. There is a small black dot in the far distance, which should be the Fobai village mentioned by Feng Linwan. In Fobai village, two children, about 5 or 6 years old, were chasing and playing. One of them suddenly shouted loudly, "Feng Hao, I saw your grandfather go up the mountain before dawn this morning. That's great. I can go to your house for a feast tomorrow, and I want to sit at the same table with you." In Fobai village, it is a rule passed down from generation to generation that prohibits going up the mountain. In their perception, going up the mountain is equivalent to a feast for the whole village, and no one can come back alive from the mountain. Hearing his playmate's words, Feng Hao was stunned for a moment. He shook his head decisively and refused. "No, you eat too much. I don't want to sit with you. We should sit separately so that everyone can eat more." Feng Hao suggested seriously. "You're right." The little friend followed suit. Just as the two of them were happily imagining what dishes would be on the village banquet table tomorrow, two figures in the distance gradually became clear. The friend next to Feng Hao looked at the two people walking over with a look of amazement, his face full of frustration. "It's over. It seems that we can't have the feast." Hearing this, Feng Hao subconsciously turned around and saw Feng Linwan with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't know when he stood behind him. He obviously also heard the conversation between the two people just now. "Feng Hao, Grandpa brought you something good. Guess what it is?" Feng Linwan said with a smile, while pulling out a large wooden stick from behind that was almost as thick as his arm. What a loving grandfather and filial grandson. Han Zhan looked at the scene in front of him and silently carried the beast meat back to the village entrance. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I felt everyone's stares. There is no other reason. He carried huge hunks of flesh on his body, completely attracting everyone's attention. Fobai village does have pinned pigs, cattle, sheep, and other animals. But eating meat is still a luxury for them. Except for some large-scale sacrificial activities or certain important days, they usually eat very little. When the people of Fobai village saw Han Zhan carrying so much flesh on his body, they all stared at him intently. "Young man, what kind of meat is that on your back?" "Pork? Where did you get it from?" someone asked curiously. "It's the meat of the evil beast," Han Zhan corrected. "Oh, you were bragging. How can this be the meat of a bad beast? You don't want to say that you just came down from the mountain?" The person who spoke obviously didn't believe it. The fear of evil beasts and the idea of not going up the mountain have long been deeply rooted in their minds. At this time, Feng Linwan appeared beside Han Zhan and helped him out. "He is right. This is the meat of the evil beast. I saw him kill the evil beast with one punch." It would have been fine if Feng Linwan didn't say anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the others laughed even louder. "So he went up the mountain with you?" "Haha. Feng Linwan, you are not young anymore. Can you please stop saying such outlandish things all the time? You two went up the mountain, and you can come back alive? Why don't I believe it?" The air around was filled with happy laughter. Feng Linwan snorted. Suddenly, a round object rolled down from behind him. It was a head that looked neither animal nor human. For a moment, the entire Fobai village was silent. Chapter 39, Passionate as Fire. Additional update. Asking for everything. Thank you. The entire Fobai village was in complete silence. Then suddenly, it was like an explosion, and everyone became extremely excited. "It's really a disaster beast. Did someone really kill a beast and bring back its meat?" For a moment, everyone looked at Han Zhan with respect. The noise at the entrance of the village soon alarmed the village chief of Fobai village, Feng Pingqing. He walked out of his residence. "What happened?" "It's Feng Linwan. Feng Linwan went up the mountain." "I know. I have told him many times not to go up the mountain, but he still won't listen. He is an old man of Fobai village after all. Killing 2 more pigs for the feast tomorrow will be considered as doing the most for him." "No, Feng Linwan is back. Not only that, he also brought back a lot of evil beast meat from the mountain. Now he's at the entrance of the village." "What?" This time it was Feng Pingqing's turn to be shocked. He has been the village chief of Fobai village for more than 10 years, and he has never heard of anyone being able to kill the evil beast in the mountain and bring it back. He walked quickly towards the village entrance. Sure enough, Feng Linwan was seen from a distance, bragging to others about how he lured out the evil beast and how he helped Han Zhan subdue it. From his exaggerated description, everyone summed up a key point. Feng Linwan and Han Zhan can kill the evil beast together. Han Zhan stood aside without saying anything, allowing Feng Linwan to perform. Just then, a calm middle-aged man walked towards him. He should be a person of high status in Fobai village, because Han Zhan discovered that he had more cloth on his body than anyone else. "You must be the warrior who killed the evil beast. I am Feng Pingqing, the village chief of Fobai village. Welcome to visit our Fobai village." Feng Pingqing looked eager. He waved his hand and said to the villagers who followed him, "Go and light the bonfire in the center of the village. Tonight, we will hold a bonfire party for this warrior." Hearing this, the other residents of Fobai village became excited. A bonfire party is not something that can be held casually. It is the same as a banquet, with rich food prepared and singing and dancing. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Han Zhan had no choice but to agree. That night, a blazing bonfire was lit, and the meat of the evil beast, along with other slaughtered meats, was skewered on the bonfire and roasted. As time passed, fat but not greasy oil slowly dripped down, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. As the warrior who killed the evil beast, Han Zhan should have been given the first piece of evil beast meat. He didn't hesitate to take the meat and took a bite, leaving his mouth full of greasy food. The unique texture of the evil beast meat is very tough, and it leaves a lingering fragrance when chewed. Not only that, after eating it, he could actually feel the spiritual energy in his body slightly increased. By the campfire, Han Zhan started chatting with Feng Pingqing, the village chief of Fengbai village. Han Zhan brought up the words he had said to Feng Linluan before, and Feng Pingqing believed it without a doubt. He also explained to Han Zhan why Feng Linluan was obsessed with going into the mountains. Feng Linluan's son, Feng Hao's father, disappeared after going into the mountains a few years ago. Since then, Feng Linluan has been obsessed with going into the mountains to find his son's trace. He was discovered and stopped by villagers more than a dozen times before. But he continued to do what he wanted, so gradually, no one cared about him anymore. He was always near the foot of the mountains several times before, but only went deep into the mountains today. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have died. Feng Pingqing sincerely thanked Feng Linluan. Since Fengbai village has a rule not to allow people to enter the mountains, why did Feng Linluan's son go into the mountains? Han Zhan discovered this illogical point. Because he felt the calling. Call. Han Zhan repeated the word. Yes, he heard the call of our ancestors. Our ancestor's name is Fushi. Here we come. This should be the clue to the main storyline. When he heard Fushi's name, Han Zhan's expression suddenly became alert. It is said that our ancestor Fushi went into the 100,000 mountains to look for the right wood in order to create the sound of the zither, and there has been no news of him since then. All of Fengbai village are his descendants. In recent decades, some of us have occasionally been able to hear his call, and these people followed the call and entered the mountains and forests. But no one has ever come back alive. So, is this the reason why the tribesmen are not allowed to go up the mountain? Even Fushi disappeared without a trace after entering the 10,000 mountains? But what about Fushi's call? Could it be that Fushi was not dead, but was trapped in the mountains and wanted someone to save him? This doesn't seem to make sense. Han Zhan began to think wildly, but after a long while he could not come up with any result. Just as he was immersed in thought, a piece of soft cloth with residual warmth suddenly fell on his face. With a woman's refreshing body fragrance. Han Zhan took away the cloth in surprise and looked in the direction it was thrown from. I saw a beautiful woman looking at me tenderly and passionately. Most of the young people in Fengbai village admire heroes. A warrior like you who is young, handsome, and can kill evil beasts is very popular. Enjoy it. Feng Pingqing laughed and patted Han Zhan's shoulder, saying meaningfully. Before Han Zhan put down the soft cloth, the other young girls in Fengbai village seemed to be inspired and followed suit, throwing the soft cloth towards Han Zhan. For a moment, Han Zhan was almost submerged by the soft cloth. The other young men in Fengbai village were envious. The girls in Fengbai village were too enthusiastic, and Han Zhan was a little overwhelmed. He could only say hello to the village chief of Fengbai village and Feng Linluan, and left in a hurry. Returning to the residence prepared for him by the village chief, Han Zhan sat on the ground. He picked up a branch and started drawing on the ground. It has been a day since I entered the Chinsa Fulai world, and I have almost understood the basic situation of this world. The main storyline now should be to find Fushi, and the key to finding Fushi lies in the call that only Fushi's descendants can hear. But Fushi's call sounds strange no matter how I listen to it. Even Fushi couldn't solve the problem deep in the mountains, so how could someone else do it? There is one more thing, which is to find out where these evil beasts came from. I have a hunch that if we figure them out, we may be able to uncover some of the truth about the alien races. Alas, I don't know how Shang's sighting is doing now. With her intelligence and the Nuwa stone, there shouldn't be any problem, right? With these questions and thoughts, Han Zhan gradually fell asleep. The next day, he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Han Zhan warrior. Xiaoya. Xiaoya. She heard the call of the ancestors last night. Chapter 40. The Call of the Ancestors. Additional update. 5 updates today. Xiaoya was the first girl who threw a piece of cloth at me yesterday. Why do I remember the Korean War so clearly? Because the bigger the dream, the bigger the soft cloth. Fengya's dream was big, which impressed Han Zhan. When hearing this, Han Zhan's first reaction was, is it such a coincidence? Han Zhan asked Feng Pingqing in detail yesterday about Fushi's calling. The time of occurrence is not fixed, but the only thing that is certain is that the frequency is not high. Come to think of it, if the ancestors had called too frequently, Fengbai village would have been an empty village by now. Those who can hear the calling voice include men and women, old and young, and there is no pattern to follow. The last time I heard someone calling was from Feng Linwan's son, and that was several years ago. Unexpectedly, just yesterday, someone heard the call again. The whole Fengbai village is very lively now. Many people gathered in front of Fengya's residence, which shows that no matter what world it is the nature of ordinary people to love eating melons. Han Zhan also came over and saw Fengya surrounded by the crowd. During yesterday's bonfire party, the light was a little too dim and I couldn't see the details clearly. Looking at it today, Fengya's dream is much bigger than yesterday. Her face is childish and a bit like a baby face. Because she has to work all year round, she has a good figure without a trace of fat, especially her long legs, which are plump and tight. Among the young girls, she really stands out. When Han Zhan looked at Fengya also saw him. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she trotted out from the crowd. Then he hugged Han Zhan's arm. "Brother warrior, I'm scared." As Fengya opened her mouth, a smell of tea came to her face. Sure enough, after hearing Fengya's words and seeing her hugging Han Zhan's arm, the other girls' eyes were all filled with anger. But they changed their minds and let it go. "Since you are going into the mountains anyway, what's the harm in letting you hold me for a little longer?" Then they watched Fengya squeeze Han Zhan's arm until it was deformed. "Ahem, Miss Fengya, you can just call me Han Zhan. Brother Han Zhan. If you have something to say, tell me. If not, I'll leave. I want you to accompany me into the mountains, is that okay?" Fengya said this with her head down, her voice as thin as a mosquito, as if she felt that her request was a bit excessive. Even though she spoke very quietly, it was still heard by the people around her, and the young girl from Fengbai village immediately refused to accept it. How can that be possible? "No, Brother Han Zhan just walked out of the mountain. How can you let him go in again? Fengya, you have no heart." The noises from all the chattering soon drowned out other noises, and it was finally until village chief Feng Pingqing came out and regained control of the situation. "Quiet," Feng Pingqing yelled. When everyone was quiet, he looked at Fengya and Han Zhan next to Fengya. "Han Zhan warrior, you don't have to worry too much about Fengya's request. Whether you agree or not, you are the most respected warrior in our village. Look, this is the art of speaking. However, I still hope you can go with her." Feng Pingqing changed the subject and spoke earnestly. Everyone in Fengbai village used to live and work in peace and contentment, but because of this call, a family has to suffer the pain of losing a loved one. It's like a sword hanging over our heads, ready to fall at any time. Warrior, your arrival gives us hope. Only a strong man like you can completely change the fate of Fengbai village. This is also the hope of all of us Fengbai village residents. When Feng Pingqing said this, he looked around. The young girls who were originally somewhat unhappy lowered their heads one by one after hearing this. Feng Pingqing is right. No one wants to be living a good life and suddenly hear their ancestors calling them, and they will never come back. It would be great if the Korean War could really solve this big problem. When Han Zhan heard Feng Pingqing's request, his heart became clear. It should have started from the bonfire party last night that Feng Pingqing thought of today's situation. That's why he entertained me so warmly and encouraged me to have something happen between me and the girls in Fengbai village. In this way, I would be considered half a member of Fengbai village. It cannot be said that Feng Pingqing is cunning. It is understandable that he did this for the sake of his village and villagers. Han Zhan silently pulled out his hand that had been squeezed and deformed. "Thanks to the village chief for his warm hospitality, I am willing to go with Miss Fengya." Hearing that, Han Zhan agreed. Feng Pingqing and Fengya both showed joy on their faces. According to the village tradition, after hearing the call, one should set off immediately. Fengya said that she heard it in the middle of the night yesterday, so there was no time to delay going up the mountain. After simply taking a few things, Han Zhan and Fengya headed into the mountains. It's still the same mountain as yesterday, and Han Zhan is now in prison for the second time. Fengya didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but she kept walking in front of Han Zhan on the way up the mountain, leaving behind her beautiful back that was so attractive. When they arrived at the place where they had killed the evil beast yesterday, the organs and offal that had been discarded nearby had disappeared. Only a pool of dried blood remained. "Brother is so awesome." Fengya also saw the pool of blood. She looked at Han Zhan with stars in her eyes. Han Zhan couldn't stand her burning gaze anymore, so he coughed and changed the subject. "There's a fork in the road ahead. Which way should we go?" "Over there." Fengya pointed to the mountain road ahead and said. Feng Linwan appeared from a small path on the side yesterday. He should have made a circle halfway up the mountain, so he did not encounter any danger. If you continue to go up, you will go deeper into the mountains and forests, and the risk will increase. After assessing the situation, Zhan said nothing and continued to follow. After walking for no less than 15 minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of gurgling water in his ears. After climbing over a small hill, the scene in front of me suddenly changed again. I saw a small waterfall rushing down the mountain, and it crashed into a pool of water halfway up the mountain. The pond is clear, and the splashing water makes a tinkling sound. There is overflowing spring water, which flows slowly down the mountain along another tributary. It's a mountain spring. Fenya was very excited to see the mountain spring. He had been walking on the mountain road for a long time. Even though he exercised regularly, he had sweated a lot. The sticky sweat on his body made him very uncomfortable. So, in front of Zhan, she jumped into the pool nimbly like a big, flawless white fish, splashing countless water. Fenya popped her head out of the pool, looked at Zhan shyly, and extended an invitation. Brother Zhan, do you want to come with me? Okay. Zhan nodded. Unexpectedly, Zhan agreed. Fenya looked happy, and then she heard the next words Zhan said. But tell me first, why did you lie? Chapter 41 Human-Faced Owl. Lie. Fenya's face suddenly turned pale when she heard Zhan's words. Even his smile became much stiffer. Brother Zhan, I don't understand what you are talking about. If you don't like me, I won't say any more of this. Fenya murmured softly, and I felt pity for her. In addition, from the angle where Zhan was standing by the pond, the spring water was very clear, and Zhan's eyesight was not bad either, so it suddenly became subtle. This girl really knows how to ask for help, but I, Han, have read the spring and autumn annals. Zhan watched for 5 minutes, and after measuring the depth of the pool, he said calmly, That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you probably didn't hear any call from your ancestors at all. Everything you said during the day must be false. You deceived the village chief, and you also deceived me. Hearing Zhan's decisive words, Fenya finally panicked. I asked Feng Luan. After his son heard the call, he became insane. The only thought in his mind was to go into the mountains. And you? Not only did you not go into the mountains that night, but you announced it the next day, alarming the village chief, and you deliberately held my hand and refused to let go. This is obviously to make me compromise with you and go into the mountains together due to other factors. Plus, after you entered the mountain, you traveled all the way and even had the mood to take a bath. I can roughly judge that you were not called by the ancestors. Zhan's analysis made Fenya bury his head even lower. I just like you and want to be with you. Fenya suddenly raised her head and said loudly. Zhan opened his mouth. In order to seduce me, he lied and went into the mountains, risking encountering evil beasts to play ambiguously in the deep mountains and forests. Zhan could only say that the girls in this world were too tough. Not only did you lie to me, you also lied to the village chief. He has one less chance to ask me for help, if he finds out. With a splash, Fenya jumped out of the water. She begged Zhan. No, please, don't tell the village chief. I just lost my mind for a moment. Seeing her crying bitterly, Zhan sighed. Forget it. I'll help you cover up your lie and let it go. We've had enough fun, we've taken a bath, and you've made enough noise, so let's go down the mountain. Just as Zhan was about to hand the equipment to Fenya and let her put it on and leave, a faint voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Save me. My people, come and rescue me. Hearing this voice, Fenya's face turned pale. She looked at Zhan with fear and helplessness. She actually heard the call of her ancestors. Zhan also heard the call. When he was about to say a few words to comfort Fenya, Fenya's eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. She stiffly let go of Zhan and continued walking towards the mountain. The Korean War, however, was not affected at all. Zhan thought about it and decided to follow. Fenya's pace was not slow. After she fell into a daze, her speed not only did not decrease, but increased a lot. It's just that I'm not wearing any equipment, which makes the Korean War a little indescribable. When this girl regains consciousness, will she be so ashamed that she commits suicide? The mountain spring had been left behind, and it was noon. They finally reached the top of the mountain. What Zhan didn't expect was that an altar was built on the top of the mountain. The altar was carved from stone. Every stone weighs 1,000 pounds. I don't know who moved it up the mountain in the first place. These stones are stacked to form the shape of doors. There are also many intricately carved things forming a huge circular platform, but I don't know what it is used for. Then Zhan saw Feng Yu climb up the platform and stand in the center of the huge disc. She had a sharp stone knife in her hand and cut her arm. Soon, blood began to flow down his arm. Drop by drop, the blood dripped onto the disc. Han Zhan then saw that a faint shallow groove appeared on the disc where Feng Ya's blood soaked it, and blood began to flow in the shallow groove. Eventually, all the shallow grooves were soaked with blood. A blurry figure appeared above my head. It was a tall figure. He was dressed simply and plainly, but he gave people an urge to worship him. Every gesture and movement seems to have a natural Taoist charm, which makes people look up to him. He turned around and looked towards the altar. Han Zhan raised his head and met his gaze, but he only saw a blurry shadow and could not see the other person's true face at all. Then, he raised his finger and the entire scene in his eyes exploded instantly. It turned into a painting outlined by golden light. The pattern in the painting seemed to come alive. A bird with golden light burning all over its body flew from the sky, landed on the tree, and stopped to perch. Soon, all the other trees in the picture began to wither and die, leaving only that one tree, which grew taller and taller. Until one day, the branches of the tree suddenly curled up, like a clenched ghost claw, tightly binding the bird perched on the tree. The golden bird struggled hard, but could not escape. Finally, it lost its life and could not move anymore because of the branches and vines that became tighter and tighter. The picture stopped abruptly. It was not until this moment that Han Zhan's eyes slowly regained their sight. The scene he just saw made him feel like he was watching a paper-cut movie, but when the golden bird died, it was filled with a certain weirdness and bloodiness. That tree mutated, and then killed the giant golden bird that was perched on it. So, by showing this picture, is it trying to tell me what the next clue is? After the scene ended, Fushi's light and shadow completely dimmed, as if he had never appeared. On the stone disc, Feng Ya had collapsed and curled up there, but he was still breathing hard and was not in danger of death. Just when the Korean War seemed to be over, suddenly, a strong wind pressure came above his head. The sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, I saw a pair of huge wings. It was a strange-looking bird, its outstretched wings blocking out the sun, and brown-black feathers all over its body. When Han Zhan looked up at it, its head just turned around. Han Zhan saw a lifelike face of a stranger. The next second, only a clang sound was heard. The strange bird in the sky folded its wings and fell rapidly towards the altar. Its beak, which was as big as an adult, pecked straight at Feng Ya, who had fainted on the altar. Looking at its extremely skillful movements, Han Zhan suddenly understood. He finally knew how the villagers of Fengbai village who responded to their ancestors' call and went into the mountains died. He also found the alien race corresponding to the monster in front of him from his own alien race atlas. Human-faced owl. Chapter 42. The correct way to use the bone flute. They were a race of aliens that could speak human language and confuse the mind. The humans eaten by it will transform into its newest human appearance. So, could this young man with a somewhat dull expression be Feng Linwan's son? While Han Zhan was thinking about this, the human-faced owl in the sky was already falling rapidly. It was moving very fast, and because of its huge size, it brought along the entire wind pressure and made a whistling sound. Even the few small trees on the top of the mountain were blown to the point of being shaky. The wind is howling. The strength of the human-faced owl is normally level 6, which is equivalent to Han Zhan's strength. This is why he is not afraid. Its main method of attack is to use its terrifying and huge beak, like a huge blunt sword, to smash the enemy, directly crushing it into meat paste that cannot be dug out. Coupled with the advantage of its size, the human-faced owl is more suitable for battlefields with more people. The human-faced owl that blocks out the sun in the sky falls like a doomsday bomb, killing a large number of people on the ground. It is a powerful weapon on the battlefield. But now, as its beak smashed into the ground, the owl encountered tremendous resistance. It actually managed to resist the inertial impact of diving downward. The dull young man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, now became slightly bigger, as if to express shock. Below, Han Zhan stood up straight, raised his right hand and pressed against the huge beak of the human-faced owl. A huge impact force pressed down, and Han Zhan resisted this wave of impact only by relying on his body. The aftermath of the impact turned into air waves, rushing in all directions from under Han Zhan's feet. They rolled up a lot of dust on the ground, which in turn hit the leaves and trees, making a rustling sound. The wings of the human-faced owl have not yet completely folded. The half-open wing is slightly wider than the entire altar. The dark animal shadows, the strange human faces, and the beaks that were taller and thicker than those of adults were held up with one hand by a young man who did not look very strong. Not far from his feet was a girl with a gray body curled up. This kind of scene is indescribably weird. It didn't last long. After feeling the full force of the human-faced owl as it fell from the sky, Han Zhan had already lost interest in it and had a better understanding of his own physical fitness. Without unlocking the locks, his physical fitness should be at the middle level of the 6th stage. But with the blessing of the endless devouring heavenly serpent body, his physical fitness can reach the upper 6th level. Coupled with the enhancement of Fushi's music, Han Zhan's physical strength can be comparable to that of the peak 6th level. Of course, if the emergency lock is fully activated, he should be able to fight against the peak 7th level warriors, and with the 4 magical weapons, he won't have to flee in embarrassment when facing the 8th level warriors. But this all comes at a price. After the 4 urgency is unlocked, Han Zhan will begin to consume extra vitality. Although his vitality will be stronger after becoming a spiritual contract master, and will increase with the improvement of his realm, it is better to use it less when possible. While Han Zhan was thinking, the human-faced owl above couldn't hold back any longer. You said you were fine, so if you want to hit me, I will hit you, and if you don't want to hit me, I won't hit you. But why did you put your hand on someone's mouth? What's going on? Isn't this a blatant insult? The human-faced owl felt the mockery from Han Zhan and became angry. The originally pale and dull face of the young man, the white turbid eyes suddenly turned dark. It opened its mouth and spewed a thick black air towards Han Zhan. Han Zhan's reaction was also extremely fast. Almost the moment the human-faced owl opened its mouth, he grabbed the upper and lower edges of its beak with both hands, and then suddenly twisted it with force, actually forcibly turning the human-faced owl's head to the other side. The black turbid air quickly surged onto the stone gate. The stone gate, which had experienced many hardships in history, was corroded by the black turbid air. The surface of the stone gate first turned yellow, then faded away and turned pale. When the stone gate that was corroded by the black turbid air turned completely pale. When the wind blows, it collapses. Han Zhan did not give the human-faced owl any chance to use other tricks. He exerted force with both hands, holding on to the human-faced owl's mouth without letting go. Then he leaned forward, tightened his strength, and twisted his waist hard. He grabbed the hand of the human-faced owl and, as if pulling out a weeping willow tree, he violently flipped the human-faced owl over his head, causing its head to hit the ground hard. The human-faced owl was shocked. It struggled to spread its wings again, fly back into the sky, and regain its home advantage. But how could the Korean War give it such an opportunity? With one foot, he stepped directly on the exposed throat of the human-faced owl after it turned over. There was only a crisp snapping sound. Han Zhan crushed the human-faced owl's throat with his feet. Still not feeling reassured, he suddenly crossed his hands and twisted them. The head of the human-faced owl, which was as big as a stone lion sculpture, was twisted 720 degrees by Han Zhan. The dull young man's face on the human-faced owl finally turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. The human-faced owl also returned to its original appearance. It was a burnt black face of a macaque, whose eyes were completely closed and dead. The heavy body of the human-faced owl was thrown to the ground. It was so huge, comparable in size to 2 adult elephants. The moment it landed, the entire ground trembled slightly. How much meat did the evil beast that was killed earlier have? If we bring this human-faced owl back, the villagers of Phonbai village will surely have a bonfire party for 3 days. Han Zhan thought to himself. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a bone flute beneath the human-faced owl's neck. Kill monsters, and they will drop equipment. Han Zhan became excited. He grabbed the bone flute and tried to blow it. Suddenly, Fengya, who had been unconscious on the ground, stood up straight and began to dance to the tune of the bone flute. Han Zhan played the bone flute for a while, put it down, and wiped his nose. That's it, he said with some disdain. This bone flute should be what the human-faced owl uses to control the villagers of Phonbai village. The human-faced owl is high in the sky, and the villagers of Phonbai village cannot see its trace. The bone flute that is played will only establish a connection with special people. These people should be the ones who can walk up to the altar and establish a connection with Fushi. However, because the human-faced owl has occupied this place for so many years, even if one establishes contact with Fushi and obtains clues, he will be swallowed by the human-faced owl and die. Once you understand the context of the whole thing, the so-called Fushi's call will have an answer. At this moment, he suddenly saw that there was a small dark hole at the center of the disc in the middle of the altar. It looks like it's very similar in size to the bone flute. So he tried to insert the bone flute into the hole of the disc, and sure enough, the size fit perfectly. As Han Zhan slowly exerted force, the bone flute was inserted inch by inch. With a click, the stone compass actually began to rotate on its own. This seems to be the correct way to use the bone flute. Chapter 43. The mist disperses. Click, click, click. As the disc rotated, the faint blood-red grooves on the disc lit up again, turning into symbols that Han Zhan could not understand. No one knew what these symbols represented, but as they continued to rotate, Han Zhan noticed that the white fog that had originally surrounded the top of the mountain began to dissipate little by little. The dissipation of the fog allowed Han Zhan to see farther, as if he had unlocked a bird's-eye viewpoint, with a panoramic view. East direction. As the disk continued to rotate, there seemed to be a huge noise there. Large tracts of forest collapsed and filled up the dark river. The earth shook, and the filled-up ground became flat land again. Such a miraculous change made Han Zhan marvel. Just as Han Zhan was looking at the changes in the distance, the girl beside him suddenly moaned and woke up. She first looked around in confusion, then saw a pool of blood beneath her. In addition, she felt sore all over, and Fengya seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at Han Zhan shyly. Korean War 6. It took a long time, and with the evidence of the giant human-faced owl that died beside him, Fengya reluctantly and regretfully believed Han Zhan's words. Han Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the human-faced owl that had been dead for a long time and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Listen to me, and thank you." Fengya was first equipped, while Han Zhan was responsible for picking up the human-faced owl and dragging it, leaving a long trail on the ground. Return with a full load. At the entrance of Fengbai village, many people, including the village chief Feng Pingqing, were staring at the foot of the mountain, eagerly waiting. They hoped to see Han Zhan and Fengya reappear, but as it grew darker, their hopes grew smaller. Suddenly, Feng Hao, who was standing at the entrance of the village, was the first to see the silhouette coming out of the darkness. He screamed excitedly. Soon, Han Zhan and Fengya appeared not far away. At the same time, an extremely huge and terrifying beast appeared with them. Feng Pingqing calmed down his excitement, put on a more respectful and admiring expression, and was the first to greet him with a humble attitude. Korean War Hero. The bonfire once again illuminated the entire Fengbai village. The young woman dancing around the bonfire looked at the young man sitting in front of the bonfire with even more eager eyes. Fengya opened her arms angrily and used her dreams to block out the covetous sight of most people. So that's how it is. After listening to Han Zhan's story, Feng Pingqing finally understood that the so-called Call of Ancestors turned out to be such an original existence. Thanks to you, Korean War Hero, for helping our village solve this problem that has troubled us for decades. Also, our village's current meat reserves have exceeded our daily consumption, so I decided to mobilize all the young people in the village to dry all the beast meat into jerky tomorrow so that it can be stored. Village chief, you don't need to explain these things to me. Han Zhan waved his hand. How can that be possible? You killed the beast, so in principle, the meat belongs to you. I should have told you how to deal with it. Since Feng Pingqing insisted like this, Han Zhan didn't say anything more. Sometimes, a little more reputation never hurts. Oh, by the way, village chief, when the ancestor Fushi appeared, he gave me a picture. I wonder if you have done any research on what is described in this picture. Han Zhan got down to business. He is still very concerned about the next clue. So Han Zhan and Feng Heisei described the scene they saw. Feng Pingqing frowned after hearing this. Golden bird, towering trees, and withered trees, this. He thought that this was too abstract, and it was like something drawn by a child of a few years old. If Feng Hao from Feng Linluan's family were to draw it, he might be able to do a much better job than this. When he remembered that the person asking this question was Han Zhan, he held back the words. I have neither seen nor heard of it. Feng Pingqing said, paused, and then said, but maybe we can ask an older person. You know, in the earliest times, each of our villages had certain connections and could visit each other and trade with each other. But later, for some unknown reason, each village was isolated, and they could only guard one village and fend for themselves. If you want to find out about other villages, you can only find clues from the older people in the village. Listening to Feng Pingqing's words, Han Zhan's mind suddenly recalled the scene he saw on the top of the mountain before. The forest disappeared, the black river was filled, and the soil turned into land. He had a hunch. Perhaps, the days when villages first moved around and communicated with each other are about to begin again. This premonition is very strong. Han Zhan asked around and found out that the oldest person still alive in the village was Feng Linluan. Yes, I have to ask him. When Feng Linluan heard that Han Zhan had questions to ask him, he was very proud. His son's revenge was finally achieved, and he could feel proud today. A huge golden bird? A towering ancient tree? Feng Linluan narrowed his already small eyes, and after thinking for less than half a minute, he slapped his thigh and said, Isn't this easy? A phoenix and a phoenix tree. Phoenix? Phoenix roost tree? Listening to these two nouns, it seems that this is really the case. So where is Feng Qimu? From what do you know? Han Zhan asked hurriedly. You don't know? That's right, Because I don't know either. The old charlatan Feng Linluan has started again. The corner of Han Zhan's mouth twitched slightly, but he decided not to bother with the old man. Unable to get a clear answer, Han Zhan stopped asking and concentrated on eating meat to make up for the day's consumption. Seeing that Han Zhan and the others were no longer talking about things, Feng Ye sat down obediently and quietly grilled meat for Han Zhan. She looked so virtuous, just like a wife before marriage. Han Zhan looked at her in surprise, feeling a little strange about her sudden change in painting style. Anyway, you have seen everything about me. I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Can you still leave this world? Feng Ye said. Han Zhan opened his mouth and was about to say something to persuade this love-brained girl and tell her that there was another love-brained girl who was also waiting for him in this world. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound in the distance. A group of people who were dressed very differently from the people in Fengbai village walked in from the entrance of the village. They have fiery red hair, fiery red clothes, and fiery red eyes, and they look like a burning human flame. Looking at their outfits, the village chief Feng Pingqing finally found his memories of them from the long-forgotten records in his mind. Are you from Huomiao village? Chapter 44, Flame Village. These people are generally twice as strong as the people in Fengbai village. He has strong muscles all over his body and looks full of power. This made the young people in Fengbai village feel a little bit of pressure. At this time, a leader walked out from the crowd opposite. He also looked middle-aged, but was much more muscular than Feng Pingqing. Is this Fengbai village as recorded in the historical records? Let me introduce myself. I am Huolai, the chief of Huomiao village. His carefree voice suddenly echoed around the entire campfire, and his name really suited him. Village Chief Huoye, I am the village chief of Fengbai village, Feng Pingqing. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Feng Pingqing walked over and took the initiative to speak. He wanted to say a few more polite words and test the other party's intentions, but he didn't expect that Huolai had already sat down. His eyes were fixed on the meat roasting on the campfire, and he was almost drooling. What kind of meat is this? It smells so good. The meat of the evil beast, said the young man from Fengbai village who was in charge of the barbecue next to the campfire with great pride. The flesh of the evil beast? Huolai's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and his two thick fiery red eyebrows raised slightly. He looked around in confusion, but still couldn't see who had the ability to kill the evil beast. Who cares? Let's eat first. Huolai wanted to use his brain at first, but then he decided to forget it. People from Huomiao village, what kind of brains can they use? Just do it. He did what he said, and Huolai lowered his head to eat. He ate the beast meat in big mouthfuls and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's better to eat these beasts with meat. The beasts in our Huomiao village are all plant-based. They make us sick. It's hard to burn it to death, and after burning it to death, it can't be eaten. Who can chew that thing? Huolai ate and cursed while telling the whole situation of Huomiao village. Feng Pingqing was stunned after hearing this. After a while, when he came to his senses, the huge piece of leg meat had been eaten up by Huolai. Go to the warehouse and get another piece of leg meat, a bigger one. Feng Pingqing quickly spoke to the villagers under him. After a while, the entire hind leg of the human-faced owl was carried over by 5 men from Fengbai village. When they saw the hind leg, not only Huolai, but also the villagers of Huomiao village who came with him, all had their eyes shining. They couldn't wait to join in the feast. After a brief contact, Han Zhan found that the villagers of Huomiao village were more straightforward. To put it nicely, it's simple and honest. To put it bluntly, it's brainless. If you see a fight, join in the action. If you see something delicious, eat it with all your might. If someone asks you a question, answer it without even thinking. Such a personality is actually a good thing for Han Zhan. We are friends now, right? Han Zhan asked Huolai tentatively. With Feng Pingqing's help, Huolai found out that all the evil beast meat was obtained by Han Zhan alone, and shared it generously with them. Friends? What friends? We are brothers. Huolai took a bite of meat and chewed it with big mouthfuls while saying, Huomiao village is to the east of Fengbai village. On your way here, did you encounter a flat, exposed land? Han Zhan asked again. Yes, there is indeed such a piece of land. You don't know that there was originally a forest of strange trees there. Strange trees are a type of evil beast. They are no different from normal trees. They are disguised in a large forest, and it is difficult for normal people to distinguish them. But if you get close to its area, you will be attacked by surprise, and it will be hard to defend yourself. We have also tried to pass through this area, but we have always failed, successfully. All efforts have been wasted at the last moment. Feng Pingqing reminded. Oh yes. Huolai responded. In addition to the strange tree forest, there is also a river. The danger of the river is even more terrifying than the forest. Anyway, It was because the weird tree forest suddenly disappeared that I led the men of Huamiao village to come over and take a look. I didn't expect to end up here. Therefore, the sudden connection between Huamiao village and Fengbai village. Was it because of the bone flute that he inserted into the round stone plate on the top of the mountain, which caused it to rotate? So could it be that the clue left by Fushi is also in Huamiao village? Han Zhan thought about this and asked, "Are there any golden birds or towering trees in your place?" "Huh." Well, I said, looking at Han Zhan curiously, "How did you know?" "There is no golden bird, but only a pile of bones wrapped in vines on a giant tree. That towering tree is very tall. From a distance it seems to reach the sky. It doesn't seem wrong to call it a towering tree." It was just a casual question, but I didn't expect it to be true. Now it was Han Zhan's turn to be excited. "Brother Han Zhan, you don't want to go look for that giant tree, do you? I advise you to give up this idea right away." The fact that such words could come out of Huolai's mouth was enough to prove the problem. Huolai was the most reckless man in Huamiao village, so he became the village chief. Even the most reckless people advised Han Zhan to give up. What else needs to be said? That giant tree has mutated. It is more terrifying and powerful than ordinary evil beasts. Once you set foot in its territory, you will die. Even in our Huamiao village, we regard that area as an absolute restricted area and strictly forbid villagers from approaching it. Although there are still many stubborn guys who challenge the restricted area every year, they all pay the price with their lives in the end. What a bunch of brainless people. Huolai cursed at the end of his speech. Han Zhan and Feng Pingqing looked up at him at the same time, without saying anything. "What about you? Did you really not go?" Han Zhan asked again. "I went there, but failed to get in. My dad beat me down and brought me back," Huolai said sullenly. The good thing about the people in Huamiao village is that they don't like to lie. In Fengbai village, it is taboo to enter the mountain, so there are human-faced owls guarding the mountain, but after killing the human-faced owls, the next area can be unlocked. This seems like a passing game, one link after another. In Huamiao village, it is taboo to get close to the giant tree, so Han Zhan's next stage of mission will undoubtedly be related to this giant tree. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. On Huoya's side, the warriors from Huamiao village were finally full. They sat in a row with bulging stomachs, more than a dozen big men, some of whom were too beautiful to look at. Huolai also patted his belly and stood up contentedly. "In that case, let's go back first." The road between Huamiao village and Fengbai village has been opened, and villagers from both sides can now trade with each other. My Huamiao village is good at forging weapons and armor. I will bring a few carts here tomorrow and exchange them for the extra meat from you. When Feng Pingqing heard this, his eyes lit up and he readily agreed. No problem. Chapter 45 Rain. Huolai returned with the people of Huamiao village. It's very late at night. The bonfire was extinguished and both the guests and the hosts were in great joy. Fengya wanted to follow Han Zhan into his room, but was rejected by Han Zhan. Seeing this scene, many young girls in Fengbai village became active again. A long time passed. Han Zhan was half asleep when he heard some banging noises outside, as if someone was smashing something. He opened the door and walked out, only to find that it was not yet fully light. The sky was gray and drizzling. But this rain seemed to be much heavier than he had imagined. Big. When Han Zhan thought of this, he suddenly woke up and was no longer sleepy. Looking closely, it turned out that it was not rain at all, but a bunch of evil beasts. One after another, the evil beasts fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a lot of dust. They shook off the dirt on their bodies, and then turned their eyes towards Fengbai village at the same time. There were also many evil beasts that landed directly in Fengbai village and began to look for targets nearby. A huge gap vaguely appeared in the sky, and it got bigger and bigger as the rain fell. Don't sleep. Everyone wake up. The evil beast has appeared. At this time, no one cared about attracting the attention of the evil beast. Han Zhan's loud shout really woke many people up from their sleep. However, there were still many people who did not react immediately because they were too far away or were sleeping too soundly. A beast of evil crashed onto the street of Fengbai village. Its heavy defenses and special body structure helped it to absorb the impact of the fall. It was now crawling up from the ground and standing firmly on all fours. Its huge body, which is 3 meters tall, allowed it to easily overturn the house next to it. Under the devastating force, a couple from Fengbai village were directly crushed under the ruins of their house. The huge pain made them wake up. They are not dead yet. The man struggled to get up and remove the heavy object that was pressing on his wife. The next second, half of his body from the waist up was swallowed by the evil beast. His wife also did not escape the fate of being devoured. There were many such scenes. Feng Pingqing walked out of his house with a serious expression. Looking at the evil beasts that kept falling from the sky, He was stunned and shocked. There has never been anything like this. For so many years, the rule passed down in Phonbai village has always been that there is no danger as long as you don't go up the mountain. After I became the village chief of Phonbai village, I have always abided by this rule. Except for those who were called into the mountains, no one in Phonbai village has died at the hands of the evil beasts. Why are they falling from the sky? Village chief, quickly get all the villagers of Phonbai village to move closer to the bonfire. Zhan had reignited the bonfire, and in the dark early morning, the bonfire was like a dazzling light. It not only illuminated the surroundings for the villagers of Phonbai village, but also successfully attracted the attention of all the evil beasts. Hurry up, Zhan shouted again. At this time, the role of high reputation is reflected. If Zhan did not have such a high reputation, Feng Pingqing might not listen to him, which would only make the situation more out of control. A large number of evil beasts have already fallen. Zhan has observed that the overall strength of these evil beasts is not very high, only level 3. But their numbers were so large that he couldn't wipe them out completely in a short time. The villagers of Phonbai village were asked to move closer to the bonfire to prevent accidental injuries when the Fushi Qin was played to slaughter the evil beasts on a large scale. The rain is getting heavier. At first, when the evil beasts fell, one could hear the bang-bang sound of hitting the ground. As time went on, the evil beasts that fell later directly hit the evil beasts in front of them, using them as the best meat pads to absorb shock. When a certain organism reaches a certain number, we usually call it a tide. Then, a tide of evil beasts appeared. Most of the villagers of Phonbai village have successfully reached the campfire under the guidance of Zhan and Feng Pingqing. The few Phonbai village villagers who have not yet appeared will probably never appear. Fengya was wearing thin clothes. When she hurriedly ran out of the house, just now, not far from her was a living beast. She was terrified. Before, when she saw Zhan carrying the dead human-faced owl, she didn't feel much. Only when she faced the living beast directly could she truly feel the impact it brought to her. She looked up at Zhan. In the reflection of the bonfire, Zhan's eyes remained calm. The tide of evil beasts has already taken shape. They came from all directions, and looking down from the sky, the entire Phonbai village was like a candle swaying in the rainy night that could go out at any time. The villagers of Phonbai village huddled on the ground. Some huddled together and shivered. Such a huge tide of evil beasts. Even the warrior Zhan can't solve it all at once, right? They are desperate from the bottom of their hearts. Only 4 people did not squat. Feng Linluan leaned on a cane and protected his little grandson, Feng Hao, behind him. He opened his arms and shouted to the densely packed evil beasts opposite. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. My son died in your hands. I'm not afraid of you. Feng Pingqing's gaze switched back and forth between Huo Shiqiu and Zhan. He wanted to see a miracle happen, but he was afraid that no miracle would happen. The fate of Phonbai village was in the hands of one person. Feng Ye trembled, facing the terrifying momentum of the evil beast tide. Her body trembled instinctively, but she still looked at Zhan unwaveringly, because she believed that Zhan would be able to protect her and all the villagers of Phonbai village. In Fengya's eyes, a dazzling and sacred white light was suddenly reflected. Along with the light, there appeared the clear and crisp sound of a ripped silk piano that suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Boom. Roar. Boom. The villagers of Phonbai village were blinded by the dazzling light and could not see what was happening. All they could hear was the crazy roar of the evil beast, the dull sound of collision, and the continuous sound of the piano like spring rain, which intertwined into a song. I don't know how long this process lasted. Feng Pingqing suddenly heard a different voice in his ear. Village Chief Feng, are you ready? It was Zhan's voice. Prepare? What are you ready for? Before Feng Pingqing could react, Zhan's voice rang out again. Get ready. Organize all the men, women, and children in the village to cut up the meat, dry it into bacon, and store it. Don't blame me for not reminding you, because the quantity this time will be huge. Feng Pingqing opened his eyes in surprise. Looking around, all that were lying densely on the ground were the corpses of the evil beasts. The evil beasts that were so fierce and surging like a tide just now are all dead. Blood filled the air, and the dark clouds in the gray sky gradually dissipated. The first ray of light shone on Phonbai village. The rain stopped, and the day came. Chapter 46. The world accelerates. People who shouldn't appear. A disaster caused by beasts has come to an end. As the village chief of Phonbai village, Feng Pingqing felt extremely guilty. If he had been more cautious and arranged for people to keep watch at night, perhaps he could have discovered the disaster earlier and avoided it in advance. But the dead villagers of Phonbai village can never come back. For those who are still alive, life must go on. The old men and women were responsible for repairing the damaged houses, while the men began to cut up, transport, and hang the corpses of the evil beasts to dry. They need to hurry up and deal with it. If time passes too long, so many corpses will inevitably breed viruses and cause plague. Zhan stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the busy groups of Fengbai villagers, but he did not move, lost in thought. Feng Pingsheng said that in the past few decades, as long as they did not enter the deep mountains, no disaster beasts would appear. They have never seen such a large-scale disaster beast reign. Different villages have been isolated from each other for dozens or hundreds of years and have been unable to travel to each other. But just yesterday, the roads that were originally isolated were opened up. Everything that's different started yesterday when I inserted the bone flute and turned the compass. It's as if there is an invisible hand behind the scenes, pushing the whole world to speed up. Could this person behind the scenes be Fushi? Zhan thought again of the blurry figure he saw at the altar on the top of the mountain. While I was thinking about it, a large group of people with embarrassed looks walked towards me from a distance. From their very conspicuous red color, one can guess their identity. People from Huomiao village? Zhan also saw that among this group of people were no longer just men, but also women, old people, and children. They brought their families with them and carried their weapons, as if they were on a large migration. Zhan also saw Huolai, the chief of Huomiao village. He was being pulled by the ears by a fierce woman who was cursing at him. "You weakling, you only know how to run. What are you running for? Fight it. Why are you so cowardly? Are you still a man? Why did I fall for a coward like you in the first place? So many people in our village have died. Are we just going to let it go like this?" Huolai was scolded so much that he didn't dare to talk back. At last, when she was tired of scolding him, he replied cautiously, "There is evil beast meat to eat in Fengbai village, and there is quite a lot of it." Although Huolai spoke in a low voice, the woman still heard it. Her cursing voice suddenly became much quieter. This is called treating the disease with the right medicine. Seeing that the time was about right, Zhan came forward and took the initiative to greet Huolai, saying, "Village Chief Huolai, what are you doing?" Huolai saw Zhan, then glanced behind them at the evil beasts that covered the ground, and his eyelids twitched suddenly. The look he gave Zhan became more respectful. "It rained strangely yesterday, and I guessed at that time that your Fengbai village must have suffered badly. But I didn't expect that Zhan was so fierce that he killed a large number of evil beasts in one go. He was simply a monster." The woman next to Huolai also saw the numerous corpses of the evil beasts, and finally dispelled the last bit of doubt in her heart, and stopped looking at Huolai with disapproval. "Has Huomiao village suffered heavy damage?" Zhan asked hurriedly with a serious expression. Huolai shook his head. "No, the rain in Huomiao village mainly fell within Fengqimu's territory. The color of the rain was very strange, completely black. It kept raining, and the phoenix tree seemed to be nourished by something and started to grow rapidly again. Not only that, but even its vines began to spread out from the sky to the surrounding areas. Originally, Fengqimu's territory was only 2,000 meters in scope, but after this rain, its territory has expanded to at least 10,000 meters. The territory of 10,000 meters has radiated to Huomiao village, seriously threatening the normal lives of the villagers. Therefore, Huolai made a prompt decision and decided to abandon Huomiao village and join Fengbai village. He definitely didn't make this decision just for those few bites of the beast's meat. Absolutely not. However, many people in Huomiao village were still very emotional about moving, so Fengqimu, the culprit who caused them to move, became their target for venting. There were about a dozen young men and 6 or 7 old men who rushed in with knives and wanted to fight with the royal poinciana. No matter how we tried to stop them, we couldn't stop them. Zhan, this fits their personality very well. However, even in Huomiao village, something unusual had occurred, so it seemed that his previous speculation was correct. Because of his entry, he inserted the bone flute and turned the compass, causing the progress of the entire world to be accelerated. Time is running out. Zhan was thinking, and seeing Huolai still standing there looking at him eagerly, he quickly came to his senses and said, "Welcome, welcome. Fengbai village couldn't be more welcoming. Because of what happened yesterday, village chief Feng is busy. Since you have decided to move to Fengbai village, we will all be one family from now on. The plain is full of corpses of killed evil beasts. Village chief Huolia, you will be responsible for arranging other Huolia villagers to help divide the evil beast meat. Wait till tonight. Let's have a snack and eat meat together." Sure enough, when they heard about eating meat, Huolai and his wife's eyes lit up at the same time. He nodded quickly and agreed generously. "Okay, Zerg, deep in the sea of blood. A huge platform altar was divided into 8 sectors by bright red blood. On each fan, there was a special object placed. Among these objects, there were fragments of mirage beads, a ball of thick black fog, and a golden leaf. In the center of the altar, a lazy-looking young man and a tall and sexy woman wearing bright red clothes were standing there. The lazy young man rubbed his face hard, looking as if he couldn't muster up any energy. Why hasn't it succeeded yet? Are you sure these items are the remains of those 2 guys? I can't even find their coordinates. We've located it. At this moment, the woman opened her red lips and spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling bright red light lit up on the entire altar, and this bright red light turned the entire altar into the shape of a hexagram. A bright red beam of light gushed out from the hexagram array, piercing through the sky and rushing towards the vast starry sky. Now, the woman said to the man next to her. The young man shrugged helplessly. I still have to do the dirty work in the end. I can't help it. Who asked me to pamper you, my queen? He took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on his face. There was some inexplicable and mysterious color flashing in his eyes. Innate ability lies. Let me see where your bug is, Bodhi tree. The next second, the young man's figure disappeared along with the bright red torrent of the hexagram that spanned the sky. In the world of harp and harp, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses staggered and barely managed to stand firm. He looked up at an extremely huge ancient tree and whistled excitedly. Interesting. Chapter 47 Intelligence Analysis. Feng Chimu. Do you have any information about Feng Chimu? Can you tell me about it? Han Zhan asked as the crowd sat down again beside the familiar campfire. After a whole day of busy work, and with the participation of the Huomiao village, a lot of the corpses of the evil beast were dealt with, but there were still many that had not been dealt with, and they were all piled together in one place. I guess there are still a few days left to be busy. When Huolai heard Han Zhan's question, he shook his head like a rattle. Do you think we can collect intelligence? Who are you looking down on? Huolai muttered. Han Zhan, if you want to do it, just do it. What are you afraid of? This is the phrase that the people of Huomiao village say most often. It is indeed a bit difficult for them to get any information from them. Han Zhan decided to ask the question in a different way. The evil beastman-faced owl we killed last time still has 2 legs of its best parts that have not been grilled yet. How about this? If any one of you can provide some information related to Fengqi wood, I will grill the legs and share them with you. If the information you give me is useful to me, I promise to provide him with meat for 7 days. The people of Fengbai village didn't think anything of what Han Zhan said until they suddenly heard heavy breathing in their ears. The people of Huomiao village immediately raised their heads. If they could spray air through their noses, they would have already started spraying. The people of Huomiao village, who were originally eating meat with their arms around each other, distanced themselves from each other and began to recall the past frantically, racking their brains and twisting their few brain cells. I remember now. Huolai, who had just been mumbling about not having any information, was the first to answer loudly. Those vines on the crown of the Fengqimu tree are the signs for judging the territory. Once you look up and see the vines, it means you have entered the Fengqimu territory. Aren't you talking nonsense? Han Zhan listened to Huolai with great anticipation, and he couldn't help but complain. But he still gave Huolai a large piece of evil beast steak. 1,000 gold coins are enough to buy a horse bone. Sure enough, after seeing Huolai actually get a piece of the evil beast steak, the other people in Huomiao village became even more excited. I know. The way those vines attack is by dropping vines from the sky. Then, these vines will wrap people up and swallow them into the flower buds deep inside the vines. How do you know that? My brother and I rushed in to chop the wood, and then he was caught by the vines of the phoenix tree. Now I am taking care of his wife. When Han Zhan heard this, he subconsciously stepped back tactically. He never knew that there was such a talent like you in Huomiao village. He shared a piece of the beast's meat. The vines of the phoenix tree are extremely poisonous. Once you get on them, your entire body will become paralyzed and unable to move. I once licked one out of curiosity, and it was so numb that I didn't recover for a whole day. The corners of Han Zhan's mouth twitched as he took another piece of the beast's meat. I do know something that is different from you. At this time, a young man from Huomiao village stood up and said while looking around with a proud expression. In the historical records of Huomiao village, there are descriptions related to the Fengqi wood. Is there? Huolai, who was gnawing on a steak, was confused. He tried to recall and found that his mind was empty. The same goes for other people in Huomiao village. He went on to say, the reason why the phoenix tree is called phoenix tree is because originally there was a phoenix perched on this tree. The blood of the injured phoenix was poured on the tree, allowing the tree to achieve nirvana and evolution. It is said that the first person who wanted to find the Fengqi wood was Master Fuxi. Fuxi? Hearing this familiar name again, Han Zhan's attention was immediately drawn to it. Master Fuxi. He was looking for this fengqi wood in order to make a zither for himself. He wanted to make a zither with the sound of a zither and a harp. But no one knows what happened to this fengqi wood. It mutated. Not only did it devour the injured phoenix, it also mutated into a terrifying plant. No one dared to approach it anymore. Because the phoenix tree has absorbed the blood of the phoenix, it must have the ability to quickly recover and be reborn. Correspondingly, the vines extending from the main body may also have similar abilities. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence around the campfire. Huolai had already put down the stake in his hand and walked to the young man with a stern expression. Are you really a villager of my Huomiao village? Huolai looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that you are a disaster beast in disguise? When did the villagers of Huomiao village start to have brains? We are ashamed of you. Someone responded to Huoya's words. The young man who was questioned laughed proudly. Of course I am from Huomiao village, but my grandfather once married a woman from Shuixing village. According to historical records, the people of Water Village are extremely intelligent, so as a half-water villager, I definitely crush you in terms of IQ. So that's how it is. After listening to his answer, Han Zhan silently withdrew his gaze. This news was indeed very important. As agreed, he cut off a large piece of meat from the human-faced owl's thigh and gave it to the other party. The young man from Huomiao village who possessed the bloodline suppression took it with great excitement, his eyes drooling with anticipation. Well, it seems that the bloodline of Huomiao village is still superior. The young man from Huomiao village had just sat down, and before he could do anything, a tall black shadow appeared behind him. Huolai suddenly knocked him to the ground and snatched the piece of thigh meat from his hand without saying a word. At the same time, he was still cursing. You are the shame of Huomiao village. We in Huomiao village all speak with our fists. What's the use of brains? Huolai's bold move immediately set off the whole audience. The few people from Huomiao village who had just obtained pieces of meat were all stared at once. The scene became chaotic. The real instigator, Han Zhan, had already quietly withdrawn from the campfire at this time. He needed to gather his thoughts. If current progress continues, he will go to the Fengqimu area tomorrow to deal with the mutated tree. This is a necessary part of the main storyline of the Qinsa Fulai world and cannot be skipped. The known information is that the phoenix tree is nourished by the blood of the phoenix, and it is likely to have the ability to revive and grow infinitely. The vines that extend from it can not only serve as its eyes to guard the surroundings, but also have a certain degree of attack power and toxicity. The Fengqimu's territory covers a huge area. After the reign of mutations, it will only be larger. It is extremely difficult to approach its main body quietly. Breaking in by force is a possible solution. According to the monster's strength, the human-faced owl is level 6, so the phoenix tree should be above level 6. I just don't know if there will be other variables. I need to be fully prepared. Han Zhan thought of this and looked towards the direction of the campfire behind him. There, the villagers from Fengbai village and Huomiao village were eating meat with big mouthfuls. He seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 48, Sanluo Tree Realm. The next day, early morning, Han Zhan went to Huomiao village alone. Huomiao village is not far from Fengbai village. With Han Zhan's speed, he successfully arrived there in less than half an hour. When he looked up, he could see the intertwined branches and green vines covering the sky. They cover the entire sky, looking like a huge umbrella covering the sky, holding up the entire sky within sight. Only mottled and fragmented golden sunlight passed through the tree umbrellas, casting broken beams of light. The light was dim, as if one was in a world of trees. Such a spectacular scene made Han Zhan stop subconsciously. Soon, he discovered a detail. According to Huolai's description, after yesterday's strange heavy rain, the fengqi wood grew wildly several times. It was for this reason that they decided to evacuate Huomiao village and move the entire village to Fengbai village. However, the vines in the sky now did not completely cover Huomiao village. They only spread to a few meters away from Huomiao village and then stopped growing. This creates a clear dividing line between Huomiao village and the entire Sanluo tree realm. In addition, because Han Zhan had a strong physical perception, he felt the slightly rising temperature in the air as soon as he stepped into the Huomiao village area. South Korea has strategic considerations. He continued to walk to the dividing line. This place is still a long distance away from the main body of the fengqi wood, but one can still see an extremely huge, completely blurry tree shadow that reaches the sky. Is that the fengqi tree? It's so big. Han Zhan looked at the blurry shadow of the tree and sighed from the bottom of his heart. He stepped forward and took a step. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A peculiar noise soon came from the vine's circle above his head. Han Zhan's heart moved slightly, and he continued to walk forward a few steps. At this moment, a vine suddenly stretched out from the vine layer about 10 meters above his head and hung down. It was extremely fast, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, and it rushed straight towards Han Zhan. Clang! The illusory light and shadow of the Fushi Qin condensed behind Han Zhan, and the sound of the Qin came towards him, just cutting through the vines that were breaking through the air. Click! A dark green vine was cut down. It fell to the ground, twisted and curled up for a few times, just like a real snake. Then it completely lost its vitality and turned into a withered and shrunken piece. Han Zhan's move was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Next, there was a rustling sound. In the vine world above his head, vines began to pop up frantically, rushing towards Han Zhan. They are inexhaustible. As the piano sound and air blades were continuously released, the number of vines actually increased instead of decreased. The coverage area of the Sanluo tree realm is as wide as 10,000 meters. As long as we determine which direction a powerful enemy is invading, vines from other places will quickly come to support us. These vines grow very fast, even faster than the reproduction speed of the Zerg. I'm afraid it won't work if you try to force your way in with the piano sound airblade. After the first attempt, Han Zhan made a judgment in his mind. He did not force himself. After slashing out several piano-sounding airblades in succession, he found the right opportunity to retreat out of the range of the Sanluo tree realm. When his figure just retreated to Homyao village, the vines that were originally surging wildly stopped at the boundary line, then slowly shrank back into the vine layer and disappeared again. What are they afraid of? Looking at these retreating vines, Han Zhan's attempt was not completely in vain. As he thought, he squatted down and placed his hands on the ground of Homyao village. The temperature of the ground is a few degrees higher than that of the air. Such a slight temperature difference would probably not be noticeable if people had always lived here. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Han Zhan's mind, and he seemed to have thought of something. Flame Village, Flame Village. Why is it called Flame Village? Does it mean fire? Flames have a natural inhibitory effect on plants. If I were Fushi, why would I feel comfortable building Homyao village so close to Fengqimu? Unless there is something in Homyao village that can make Fengqimu afraid. Among the things that plants are afraid of, the only one related to the name of Homyao village is fire. Thinking of this, Han Zhan no longer hesitated. He controlled the Fushi Qin and aimed it at the ground of Homyao village. Boom! A blade of air struck the ground, raising clouds of dust. Nothing unusual happened. Han Zhan was not discouraged. He released the piano sound air blade again. The continuous attacks caused the land in front of him to cave in. The temperature has risen again. Han Zhan stretched out his hand and felt the temperature of the area in front of him. He became more and more certain of his judgment. Continue. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous bombardment finally broke through the soil layer covering the surface. Suddenly, a strange golden red color appeared through the diffuse smoke and dust. That turned out to be magma. The underground of this area is all magma. The lava area covered the entire Homyao village, which was why the vine layer of Fengqimu did not spread to this side. Fushi used a magma area to restrict Fengqimu? No, that's not right. The phoenix is a bird that is reborn from the ashes and is not afraid of fire at all. Fengqimu is not afraid of scorching heat and flaming magma. Otherwise, wouldn't it be enough for Fushi to directly detonate the magma area and submerge the entire Fengqimu? The real restrictions of the lava should be the vines that extend out, which are not yet completely immune to the scorching heat and high temperature. After figuring this out, Han Zhan had a further clear plan. Detonate underground. Let the magma flood the entire Sanluo tree realm area, suppress the numerous vines, and create conditions for me to get close to the main body of Fengqi wood. Han Zhan took a deep breath. The next second, violent air blades slashed at the ground, causing the surface gap, which was originally just a small crack, to expand countless times in an instant. The scorching magma instantly gushed out toward the ground through the gap. After doing this, Han Zhan stepped hard into the lava. A layer of light blue-gray phosphorus appeared all over his body. The body of the celestial snake. As the strongest lineage of snakes, the temperature of magma is not much different from taking a hot spring for them. With the scales of the celestial snake as a means of defense, Han Zhan strode forward in the magma. In the sky, the vines in the vine layer made rustling sounds again, ready to move. However, when they fell again, the extremely high temperature in the air instantly burned them black and then turned them into ashes. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan felt relieved and ran towards Fengqimu's body at an accelerated speed. At this time, in the sky, the green leaves belonging to the vine layer were pushed aside one by one. Revealing the inside are bright red flower buds that are as big as adults. Plop, plop. There is something inside the bud about to emerge. Chapter 49. The molten lava becomes a river, and the corpses are not dead. The scorching magma washed over the ground, constantly gathering and eventually flowing into a gurgling river. The original Huomiao village has been completely swallowed up by the magma, and new magma is constantly gushing out and pouring into the river. Han Zhan stepped into the magma step by step and ran towards Feng Chimu's body at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a bright red flower that was about to bloom suddenly blossomed from the withered and gray vines above his head. A figure fell from the flower and stood in front of him. It was a skeleton. Its entire body is made of bones, without a single inch of flesh and blood. When it stepped into the magma, the hot magma burned its leg bones and made them smoke. But even so, it did not hinder its movements. The skeleton rushed towards Han Zhan without saying a word. When the bone knife in its hand was slashing down towards Han Zhan's face, if Han Zhan had not reacted quickly, his nose would have been cut off by this simple blow. Level 7. Han Zhan's current strength is at the 6th level, and his speed is so fast that even he can hardly react to it, so he must be at least at the 7th level. The knife missed, and the skeleton's feet suddenly stepped into the hot molten lava. It bent forward without knowing the pain, stretched out the knife straight, and chopped it again at Han Zhan's heart. Clang! As Han Zhan raised his hand, an air blade shot out from behind him. The hard bone knife blocked the attack of the Qinin air blade. The second Qinin air blade followed. The white skeleton was unable to block it and was hit in the chest by Han Zhan's counterattack. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. The skeletal corpse had its chest pierced by the piano music blade, breaking several ribs, but the next second, its broken bones quickly recovered. High-speed regeneration. This skeleton has inherited the power of phoenix blood. Not only that, because it was a skeleton, it was not afraid of exchanging injuries, and it did not feel any pain or fatigue. Every time it attacked, it gave 100 of its strength. Although its moves are simple, with the support of the 7th level power, it still poses a great threat to the Korean War. He was not careful and was slashed by the skeleton. The blade was sharper than expected. Even the invincible heavenly snake had its defenses cut through by it, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. Han Zhan seized the opportunity and launched a close attack, blasting the opponent's skeletal corpse with several consecutive piano-sounding air blades, directly smashing it into a ball of powder and blowing it apart. Just when Han Zhan thought that the problem was successfully solved, he did not expect that all the dust that had dispersed in the sky suddenly condensed back again, as if a movie was played in reverse. The skeleton was resurrected before Han Zhan's eyes again. Isn't this ability a little too amazing? Han Zhan was shocked when he saw this scene. It's not easy to deal with a 7th level monster in the first place, and the skeleton's defense is not weak either. It is not afraid of exchanging injuries for injuries when attacking. But after the exchange, even if it is beaten into pieces, it can still be resurrected? How can we fight this? Before Han Zhan could finish complaining in his mind, the second flower bud had already blossomed above his head. A new skeleton is born. More than one. The appearance of 2 7th level skeletons made the battle situation even more dangerous. The 2 skeletons stood in front and behind, and their movements of holding the bone knives were surprisingly consistent, just like 100 synchronized robots, attacking from the front and back and forming alliances. Han Zhan dodged to the side. They seemed to have anticipated this move long ago, and they slashed with their swords in unison. 2 sharp streaks of sword light swept past Han Zhan's neck. Boom, 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 boom. The Fushi Qin, which was ready to go, fired for consecutive slashes, smashing them into pieces again. But the next second, before Han Zhan could move away, the resurrected skeleton and the bone knives had already recovered from the powder. They still maintained the action of charging forward, followed by the arms, then the body, the legs, and finally the head. Han Zhan was stabbed on both the left and right shoulders at the same time. The bone knife penetrated into the bone, and blood oozed out along the blade from both shoulders. In excruciating pain, Han Zhan was knocked backwards by the huge inertia of the 2 7th level opponents. The 2 skeletons took advantage of the situation and pressed the bone knife hard, dragging Han Zhan a short distance in the molten river. It was not until Han Zhan suddenly crushed 2 bone knives that he was able to escape. He took a few breaths. The pain from his shoulder made his brain clearer. Ever since he broke through to the 6th level and contracted the 4 ancient divine weapons, he has rarely encountered such a predicament. Without overwhelming combat power, you need to use your brain. The 3rd flower bud appeared, and the 3rd skeletal corpse appeared behind and to the right of Han Zhan. The 3 skeletons once again took uniform steps, assumed the same fighting stance, and swung their next sword with 100 of their 7th level strength. A faint white gas emanated from Han Zhan's body. Fourth, lock it quickly and open it. At the same time, the music of the Fushi Qin in the sky was switched. It was no longer the breaking the formation that represented killing enemies and releasing piano sound energy blades, but was replaced by the dragon flying exercise that could amplify the body. 8 fast punches, plus Longxiang exercise. In the Korean War, we gave up the advantage of long-range attacks on our opponents and switched to close combat, fighting them with real swords and guns. In close combat, Han Zhan's strength skyrocketed, reaching the same level as the upper-middle 7th rank, and not far from the peak. With such an increase in strength, his eyes were finally able to catch up with the speed of these skeletons. He put on the boxing gloves that the eldest senior brother had given him earlier. The gloves had a murderous aura in them, and every time he threw a punch, it was accompanied by a thick, bloody aura. Han Zhan now has 2 dragons, entangled with each other and chasing each other, like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. One of the dragons is white mist, representing the release of the 8 urgent fists. The other dragon represents the bloody and murderous energy, representing the crazy and bloody killing intent of the boxing gloves. As the 2 dragons entangled with each other, Han Zhan's fist became even more terrifying and powerful. He directly smashed the head of the skeletal corpse in front of him with 1 punch. Then the second punch, to the chest, and the third punch, to the whole body. The skeleton used the same trick again, preparing to be resurrected for the 3rd time. Suddenly, Han Zhan's eyes flashed, and he took out something from the pile of bones that were constantly recovering, as if he was taking something out of a bag. It is a white bead. Han Zhan's gloved hand was clenched tightly in his hand. As Han Zhan took out the bead and crushed it, the next moment, the skeleton that was originally rapidly resurrecting collapsed instantly and turned into a ball of flying ashes and was directly annihilated and dissipated. Resurrection failed. Sure enough, my guess was correct. There must be something in your body that cannot be resurrected. It is the key that controls your continuous resurrection. Before, we used the Fushi Qin to attack. Because the long-range attack made a lot of noise, it concealed the tricks in your resurrection process. In addition, even if we discovered it, we would not be able to stop it in time. After switching to melee mode, this problem no longer exists. Han Zhan discovered the secret of the infinite resurrection of the skeletons. His eyes were once again filled with fighting spirit as he looked at the other skeletons around him. You no longer pose a threat to me. Chapter 50. Alienated Fengqi Wood, the real battlefield. Han Zhan followed the same method and solved the problem of more than 20 skeletons. The number of these skeletons is very small compared to the vast and almost infinite vines. For Feng Qimu, it is not an easy task to breed a skeleton that can be resurrected and regenerated infinitely. After Han Zhan dealt with the more than 20 skeletons, there were no other obstacles on his way to Feng Qimu's body. As the Korean War approached, Feng Qimu's true face was completely revealed to him. That is a truly towering tree. It is impossible to estimate its height with the naked eye. Like the world tree that connects heaven and earth in the legend, its crown has turned into clouds, and green vines are hanging from the horizontally extending branches. They are more flexible and agile than the ones seen in the vine layer before. Its bark is surprisingly similar to the heavenly snake body on Han Zhan. The gray-brown bark is scaly and densely spliced together, like an impenetrable wall. Han Zhan also vaguely saw the skeleton of the phoenix that was attacked. The huge skeleton was twisted and wrapped by the overgrown branches of the phoenix tree. Only a vague outline could be seen in the core area under the tree canopy. The entire Fengqi Wood exudes an evil nature, and when Han Zhan arrived at the main body, the molten rivers under his feet had already covered the area. The scorching lava flowed under his feet and at the roots of the tree, but Feng Qimu was not moved at all. Sure enough, the temperature of the molten lava was no longer able to cause any harm to it. At this moment, a black shadow swept across the sky, broke through the barrier, and hit Han Zhan hard. Han Zhan was caught off guard and was hit in the body. He felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered by this blow. He immediately used the Fushi Qin's Qingxin Sen music to relieve the burning pain in his body. The effect of Qingxin powder is not as strong as Shinnong Ding, but it is more lasting. As the wall slowly healed, Han Zhan saw vines falling from the sky, like mad monsters with bared fangs and claws, launching terrifying attacks from the treetops. Bang bang bang. Deep fissures appeared in the lava river, crisscrossing each other densely. Han Zhan tried his best to unlock the locks and barely avoided this round of attack. But there were too many vines whipping at him, and the intensive attack left many scars on his body. 7th level peak. After a round of fighting, Han Zhan's judgment on the mutated Feng Qimu became clearer. The strength of the human-faced owl is at the peak of the 6th level, and the strength of the mutated phoenix wood is at the peak of the 7th level. It's like rising to a higher level. Not only that, the vines near the alienated phoenix tree are different from the vines that extend out. Not only are these vines not afraid of flames and hot lava, but they are also more flexible and have more tricky angles of attack. Even more difficult. Facing the mutated Fengqimu body, Zhan did not dare to be careless. The unlocking of the 4th lock made his whole body appear an abnormal light red, and every blood vessel on his skin became extremely clear. The spiritual energy surging from his body filled every cell of his body. Comprehensive increase. Feeling his heart pumping powerfully, Zhan became increasingly excited. The surging fighting spirit stimulated the bloody energy on the boxing gloves, and the 2 dragons, one white and one red, were activated again, surrounding him. Song. Zhan moved quickly and avoided another wave of vine attacks. He moved forward and punched the tree trunk. There was a loud bang, and the tree trunk suddenly sank, leaving a fist mark. The scaly bark was torn, revealing the hard fiber layer inside. Zhan had used up all his strength in this punch and retreated quickly. As soon as he left the spot, dense vines poked at him, turning the area into a hornet's nest. The tree trunk's defense is even more terrifying than I thought. Even with my full-strength punch, I couldn't even penetrate the fiber layer of the bark. But it's not difficult. If one time doesn't work, try a few more times. At the place where the fist mark was left on the trunk of the mutated Fengqi wood, a faint black light was emanating, as if it was trying to repair the wound. However, the bloody and evil energy injected into the fist mark, which had not been visible before, finally revealed its ferocious and domineering side at this moment. The red bloody energy and the black halo entangled together and started fighting. This greatly slowed down the recovery of the tree trunk. As time went by, Zhan, as a melee fighter whose instant combat power reached the 7th level, had found a second chance to attack. His figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling through the dense vine attacks, like a small boat moving quickly in a storm. Finally, the light boat passed through the mountains, and Zhan's second full-strength attack hit the original fist mark like a cannonball. Boom. This time the attack was more severe. The thick fiber layer was smashed into pieces, and large pieces of scaly bark were spread and peeled off by the impact. The fist mark, which was originally only a few inches in size, suddenly expanded several times. Become a deep rift. Roar. Suffering severe damage, the tree trunk emitted a dull, furious roar, and the entire crown of the tree rustled. As the saying goes, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. If an ordinary person with ordinary talent were faced with such a mutated Fengqi wood with amazing defense, terrifying recovery ability, and countless vines, most of them would probably be helpless. But for a close combat warrior who has honed his boxing skills to the 7th level, the solution to the problem becomes simple and crude. Countless vines were dancing madly, and they were like raindrops, making the entire ground bumpy. Under the intensive defensive offensive, Zhan chose to temporarily avoid the attack. The next moment, a clear sound came from the top of the treetops infinitely high. The mutated phoenix Chi Mu was enraged, and the phoenix's skeleton awakened. At the top of the phoenix roost, the layers of dragon branches that had wrapped the phoenix skeleton were removed, and the phoenix vibrated its bony wings and sang to the sky. The clear sound dispersed the clouds in the sky for miles around. It flew high up, then turned and dived under the tree canopy. Yifan was leaning against the main trunk on a branch not far away. He witnessed the scene with his own eyes, and there was a faint smile in his eyes that revealed some ambiguous meaning. It looks like we'll meet again. The phoenix tree has been enraged, the phoenix skeleton has been unsealed, and the second stage has been activated. Yifan muttered to himself, and he adjusted his glasses. This saves me a lot of trouble. On the surface of his body, a layer of faint emerald green light enveloped his entire body. The power of lies can protect him from being discovered even if he gets close to the phoenix tree, but facing the phoenix skeleton that is tightly sealed by the branches, the power of lies becomes somewhat helpless. Under Yifan's feet, the entire mutated Fengqi would suddenly shook violently a few times, almost knocking him off. After regaining his balance, he looked down and pulled out a glass bottle filled with crimson liquid, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation. The show is about to begin. Chapter 51, a good show. The phoenix skeleton turned into a hurricane and swooped down. On its skeleton, a flash of fiery red suddenly bloomed. Immediately afterwards, huge balls of flame burst out from the skeleton, enveloping the entire phoenix skeleton in flames. Enshrouded in scorching flames, The phoenix skeleton fell from the sky at an accelerated speed like a fire meteor, accompanied by scorching waves and fiery red tail flames. On the ground, Zhan did not hesitate for the slightest when he heard the sound of the phoenix. He simply gave up the idea of delivering the finishing blow to the mutated Feng Chimu and exploded backwards. Taking a step back was not enough. The Korean War has been retreating again and again, and has almost retreated to its original edge. The next second, with a loud bang, the terrifying flames swept across the entire world, burning the entire world. Fortunately, the Korean War ended quickly, but he was still burned by the flames. In the ashes, there was a layer of charred black on the surface of his body. At this level, the body of the heavenly snake was almost reaching the defense limit of fire resistance. On the lower branches of the alienated phoenix tree, the phoenix corpse with flames burning all over stood there, his eyes fixed on Zhan in the distance. In the empty eye sockets, there was an endless flame burning. The temperature was so high that the air around him was burned and distorted. The most crucial thing is that the magma that was originally used to restrain the phoenix wood vines has become the most suitable battlefield for Phoenix High at this moment. Another peak of level 7. Faced with the sudden appearance of the phoenix skeleton, Zhan became more alert but was not surprised. Since he already knew that Feng Chimu would bite back at Feng, how could he not have taken this into consideration in his original plan? After Zhan used Qingxin powder to remove the charred and burning sensation on his body surface, the sound of the Fushi Qin became high-pitched again. As the sound of the piano rang out again, a boundless boundary began to spread out from under Zhan's feet, quickly covering the magma area, including the domain of the alienated Fengqimu. The only piece with such a grand formation is Fushi Qin's ancient-style setting sun formation. The ancient-style setting sun formation took shape in an instant. Zhan silently took out another energy brick and took a big bite of it. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body surging to the point of exploding, he focused all his efforts to guide this violent spiritual energy and injected it all into the formation beneath his feet. Roar, roar, roar. The violent roar echoed throughout the space. In the formation, a huge head with prominent features slowly emerged from under the formation. Heavenly Serpent War Spirit. The 9th Order Heavenly Snake killed on the Izaki battlefield was swept into the ancient setting sun formation and refined into a war spirit. Its strength when it was alive reached the 9th level, but with Zhan's current spiritual energy reserves, it can only maintain the initial level of the 8th level. Once it exceeds the initial 8th stage, the Sky Serpent War Spirit will dissipate because it cannot sustain its spiritual energy and will return to the ancient sun setting sun formation. But level 8 is enough. The moment the Sky Serpent War Spirit appeared, the wind in the entire battlefield stopped instantly. The rustling, alienated phoenix tree stopped moving, and the phoenix skeleton's flaming eyes, which had been staring at Zhan, had now shifted to the Sky Snake War Spirit. No unnecessary dialogue. On the entire battlefield, Zhan was the only human being. The others were a snake, a phoenix, and a tree, and they couldn't even talk trash. They just followed their instincts and started a giant melee. The Sky Serpent War Spirit took the lead in attacking. Its huge snake body moved through the molten lava and reached the trunk of the alienated Fengqi wood in almost an instant. The huge snake tail swung and smashed the tree trunk hard. This powerful blow shook the entire towering tree, and the fibrous layer wrapped in the scaly bark was smashed into flying chips. The phoenix cried out, then flapped its wings and left the branch. The flame phoenix skeleton, relying on its ability to fly, suddenly attacked the Sky Snake War Spirit in the sky. The extreme flames burned everything. They fell on the body of the Heavenly Serpent War Spirit and quickly burned out dark gaps of varying sizes. Even in the battle spirit state, the Sky Snake still felt pain. It roared loudly, and its snake body suddenly pounced into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the phoenix skeleton that was still releasing the embers of destruction. Endless black, poisonous fog gushed out from the snake's mouth, covering Feng Hai's head. The latter struggled and flapped frantically in the air, trying to escape from the snake's mouth. But how could the Heavenly Serpent War Spirit, which had paid a huge price to attract firepower, let go so easily? The two huge monsters wrestled with each other, crashing into the mutated phoenix tree in the process, breaking a large number of branches and vines. Flames and poisonous mist splashed down, covering everything. As the cries of the phoenix gradually faded, the outcome of the battle gradually became clear. Although the mutated Feng Chimu, who used all his tricks, was difficult to deal with, he was still no match for the more skilled Zhan. At this time, Zhan had seized the best opportunity and came to the tree cadre of the alienated Fengqi wood. The huge gap that he had blasted out earlier was right in front of him. The third punch of the Korean War has arrived as promised. Boom. There was another loud bang, and Han Zhan punched the trunk of the mutated Fengqi wood, and a golden light appeared out of thin air. Han Zhan didn't even think about it, and almost instinctively turned around and threw another punch. TSK, your strength has improved significantly again. Yi Fan, who was lurking behind Han Zhan with lies and ready to deliver a fatal blow, quickly distanced himself from the other party. The powerful fist force brought with it a strong wind, which blew up his hair and made his clothes rustle. Immortal. Han Zhan's powerful punch, which was originally intended to win, was blocked by the short-term immortality ability that Yi Fan gave to the tree trunk. The punch was ineffective, but this was not what Han Zhan cared about the most. What he cares about most is, how did Yi Fan appear here? The Bodhi tree world is a world of its own. In theory, it is an area that will never be disturbed by the outside world unless the other party has the power to disturb the origin of the world. But if it is a force that can disturb the origin of the world, no matter how Han Zhan guards against it, he can only close his eyes and die. Your strength is only at level 6. How did you get in here? There was no expression of joy or anger on Han Zhan's face. He just rolled up his sleeves silently and clenched his fists. Seeing his actions, Yi Fan still had a faint smile on his face. Secret. Then you should take your secret with you to hell and kowtow to your teacher and repent. Oh. Yi Fan looked at Han Zhan, who attacked him brazenly, his tone slightly raised. Instead of fighting with me, you might as well look behind you. Yi Fan's words had just fallen. The mutated Fengqi wood, which was originally dying, suddenly began to have strange scarlet ripples appearing on its entire surface, and these ripples quickly covered it entirely. On the tree trunk covered with scaly bark, countless densely packed scarlet eyes suddenly opened. The momentum of the mutant Fengqimu, which was at the peak of the 7th level, suddenly rose sharply at this moment and reached above the 8th level. I added an extra 3rd stage to it. How about it? Do you like it? Chapter 52, The Great Escape. Thank you for your collection, recommendation, monthly ticket, and reward. Thank you very much. Phase 3. What a joke. The Fengqi would had inexplicably mutated again, causing the entire earth to begin to shake violently. Huge cracks appeared in the ground, and all the magma found new outlets, pouring down and quickly disappearing. Instead, there are pitch-black roots. These roots broke out from the ground and connected to the body of the Fengqi wood that had undergone the second mutation. With a loud rumbling sound, the Fengqi wood stood up. Countless roots supported the Fengqi wood as it rose from the soil. The densely packed scarlet pupils on the trunk were fixed on Han Zhan, the enemy. The next second, it moved. The giant tree man took a step forward, and its huge body, supported by countless roots, moved at a terrifying speed. In the tree canopy, all the green leaves and vines have withered and turned gray, leaving only bare tree trunks. These tree trunks are like strong arms that have come to life and smashed down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Every time a punch was thrown, a huge crater would appear on the ground, which would then be crushed to pieces by the tree man, transformed by Feng Chimu. Han Zhan didn't even think twice and just turned around and ran. Fengqimu's realm is actually still increasing as the scarlet lines continue to increase, and now it has reached the peak of the 8th level. With the means he could currently use, he might not even be able to defeat an 8th level beginner, let alone an 8th level peak. Han Zhan was able to run away, but the Sky Snake War Spirit, who was still fighting with the Phoenix high in the sky and was about to win the final victory, was not so lucky. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of arms swung towards the sky, and punches hit the body of the Sky Snake War Spirit fiercely. The Sky Snake War Spirit, which was suddenly attacked, did not last long before being beaten into a ball of shattered spiritual light and returned to the ancient setting sun formation. Cannot be summoned again for a short period of time. The death of the Sky Snake War Spirit bought Han Zhan a lot of time. The ancient setting sun formation was cancelled, and Fushi's piano music was directly switched to quasi-phone. In the wind-controlling state, he had already retreated towards the direction of Fengbai village at an extremely fast speed. Feng Chimu, who has become the 3rd stage, tree man form, is not slow at all, and is even faster than Han Zhan as he chases in his direction. Until this time, Yi Fan maintained a faint smile and revealed his true identity again from the side. He looked at the direction where Feng Chimu and Han Zhan were moving away, then walked over to the seriously injured Feng Hai. After being attacked by the Heavenly Serpent War Spirit, Feng Hai's body was severely injured, and he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. He was at his weakest. Sensing Yi Fan's approach, Phoenix Hai's body was once again ignited with scorching flames. No need to struggle desperately. Yifan snapped his fingers, and countless lights emerged in his eyes, constantly compiling, reorganizing, constructing, and analyzing. With the emergence of a certain ray of light, Yifan seemed to have completed some kind of ritual, and his hands were covered with a faint light film. When the hand wrapped in the light film reached into the flames of the phoenix skeleton that could burn the world, all the burns caused by the flames have disappeared. Yifan successfully used the power of lies to deceive the flames of the phoenix skeleton. Luckily, someone helped me to seriously injure you. Otherwise, this burning flame that can burn even the immortal talent would have given me a headache for a while. It's not that the immortality talent is not strong enough, but that the user's realm is not high enough. If they are both at the peak of the 7th rank, then the immortality talent will definitely be able to withstand the burning flames of the phoenix skeleton. While Yifan was talking to himself, his hand had already been placed on Feng Hai's head. Goodbye then. Click. A crisp sound was heard, and Feng Hai's head was smashed to pieces by Yifan's hand. After the phoenix's head was shattered, its entire corpse began to disintegrate piece by piece, and soon it turned into a pile of powder and disappeared. Only a single drop of fiery red blood remained, floating in the air. Yifan calmly held the drop of blood in his hand. Phoenix blood. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Phoenix blood contains the bloodline of the phoenix, an ancient mythical beast that has become extinct. The Zerg are best at constantly devouring the bloodline of other races and constantly reproducing and evolving into new individuals. Burning Flame and Nirvana Rebirth. No matter which one can be devoured and fused, it will be a huge improvement for the current Zerg. Yifan put away the phoenix blood with satisfaction. He raised his head and looked at the tree man who was getting farther and farther away in the distance. He was in a good mood. When hunting, the last thing a hunter lacks is patience. Han Zhan's speed has been increased to the fastest, but the distance between him and Feng Qimu is constantly shrinking. Below the Fengqi tree, hundreds of thousands or even millions of roots turned into tentacles, and its movement speed was no slower than Han Zhan's. Not only that, its trunks are often hundreds or thousands of meters long, and even in pursuit, they can still cause considerable interference to the Korean War. The distance between the two sides further narrowed. Moreover, even if he could keep running away, the entire world is so small, where can Han Zhan escape to? This is also the reason why Yifan decided to prioritize dealing with Feng Hai instead of giving Han Zhan a finishing blow. In his opinion, the outcome of this battle had already been seen in advance. No suspense. Is it really no surprise? Han Zhan suddenly turned sideways and dodged a blow from the Fengqimu tree trunk, but the second blow had already predicted the direction of his dodge. The blow from the peak strength of the 8th level hit Han Zhan hard. The defense of the heavenly snake's body was shattered in an instant, and the layer of armor formed by white mist on the surface of the body also dissipated immediately. Under the double force unloading, Han Zhan was still pierced through the body by this blow. He was blown away thousands of meters like a cannonball. It's over. Han Zhan was lying on the ground, spitting out blood. This was the worst and most embarrassing time he had ever fought. Seriously injured, he seemed to have given up resisting and escaping. 1,000 meters away, Feng Qimu, who had been hit by a blow, had accelerated again and was rushing towards Han Zhan. It only takes 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, it could kill this damn human with its own hands. In the first second it took its first step, the originally flat ground suddenly collapsed completely, and the completely collapsed ground sank, leaving it no time to react. Dark black water surged out from under the collapsed ground, turning the vast land into a vast ocean in an instant. The moment the 8th level Fengqi wood came into contact with the deep black sea water, a sharp and painful roar came out from its trunk. Different emotions could be heard from the roar. It's scared. The swallowing of the deep black sea water continues. Such a huge and terrifying tree man could not even last 10 seconds in the deep black sea water before it was completely melted and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan lowered his head again and let out a long breath. This time, he was really relieved. It's over. Han Zhan repeated the sentence. Chapter 53, The Backup Plan for the Korean War, a storm rising in silence. Next to Fengbai village, on the top of the mountain, Feng Pingqing slowly loosened his grip on the bone flute. Because of nervousness, a lot of sweat had seeped out of his palms, and because of the force, the paleness on his knuckles had not yet fully recovered. It worked. It worked. Feng Ya looked into the distance excitedly. She didn't dare to breathe just now until she saw the surging black sea water submerge the horrible tree man monster. Then she felt relieved and ran down the mountain without looking back. Feng Ya, where are you going? Feng Pingqing shouted at her back. He is injured. I want to go and help him. Feng Yi said without turning back. Huolai was guarding Feng Pingqing, and he also saw the changes in the area to the east. Even the fearless people of Huomiao village could not utter a word when faced with the real changes in the heaven and earth. Wind and thunder arise from the silence. No one expected that ordinary people who were usually ignored and treated as burdens and ants could decide the outcome of an 8th level war. Feng Qimu didn't expect it. Yifan didn't expect it. Only Han Zhan. Time goes back to before he set out from Fengbai village. Feng Picheng, Huolai, Feng Ye and others had already arrived at the village entrance to see Han Zhan off. I'm sorry, Korean War warrior, there's nothing we can do to help you. Feng Pingqing said with a guilty tone. Han Zhan shook his head. No, there is one more thing you can do for me. He pointed to the high mountain not far away and said, I need you to climb up this mountain. What's on the mountain? A compass left by Fushi. What can a compass do? After inserting the rotating bone flute and turning it clockwise, it can change the terrain, making the turbulent Black Sea separating Huomiao village and Fengbai village disappear and turn into flat land. What if it rotates counterclockwise? Han Zhan had a guess in his mind about this. Although it was just a guess, he felt that this guess was very likely. The process of sea turning into land and land turning into sea is reversible. Well, even if he couldn't defeat Feng Qimu, the situation would not be completely out of control. Han Zhan's initial idea was to let them turn the bone flute after his failure, so that Fengbai village and Huomiao village could be isolated again, giving these ordinary people a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw Yifan appear and use some means to make Feng Qimu transform for the second time and turn it into a tree man, Han Zhan thought of this in an instant. The Feng Qimu that transformed into a tree man was extremely huge. Feng Pingqing and others who had been watching from the top of the mountain would definitely be able to discover the abnormality here. As long as they are not stupid, they will be able to reverse the compass, turn the land into sea, and successfully kill the 8th level peak tree man, who is the incarnation of Feng Qimu. Han Zhan admitted that he was taking a gamble on this point. But there is no doubt that regarding the backup plan he had laid in advance, the final result was that he won the bet. The disappeared land completely turned into a surging Black Sea, isolating the two sides. Han Zhan lay quietly on the ground, the sound of the Fushi Qin echoing in his ears, slowly repairing the serious injuries on his body. Han Zhan paid a heavy price to be able to withstand the attack from an 8th level peak tree man. For Han Zhan now, fighting with the peak of the 8th level is tantamount to fighting for his life. Just one mistake can be extremely fatal. After a while, he managed to support himself and sit up. Across the Black Sea, which is more than a kilometer wide, Yifan, who came to collect the bodies, saw this scene, and the faint smile on his face finally disappeared. You're really lucky. Yifan looked at Han Zhan on the other side of the river. Although he looked listless, it was obvious that his life was not in danger. He opened his mouth and said. Han Zhan didn't know what Yifan said. He didn't need to know. He just had to face Yifan, then slowly raise his right middle finger and make a provocative gesture. We will meet again. Yifan left. With his strength and means, he couldn't cross the Black Sea, which was more than 1,000 meters wide, let alone take advantage of Han Zhan's misfortune and kill him. Leaving, hiding in the dark, regenerating strength, and then delivering a fatal blow, this is what a qualified hunter should do. Failure is not the end, as long as there is still a chance for next hunting. Han Zhan looked at Yifan, who disappeared into the shadows and fell silent again. How did the Zerg enter the Bodhi treasure tree world? How many times can they enter? How many Zerg can they enter? Does this mean that in every fruit world thereafter, there is a possibility of encountering difficult opponents? This cast a shadow over the good mood of the Korean War, which was originally about defeating a powerful enemy. If enemies come, we will stop them with soldiers, and if floods come, we will block them with earth. Knowing that they can enter the world of the Bodhi tree fruit is not a bad thing for me. Their sneak attack this time was unsuccessful, so it will be even more difficult for them to sneak attack me next time, because I already know of their existence and will definitely take their variables into consideration in advance. That's a good thing. Han Zhan was talking to himself when he suddenly saw a faint silver-white light appear above the surging Black Sea. The Black Sea that can swallow everything seems unable to swallow even a little bit of this faint silver light. Not only that, this silver light was slowly drifting towards Han Zhan, without being washed away by the surging sea. Han Zhanyun looked with full eyesight. The real body of that silver light turned out to be a piece of wood. The piece of wood finally drifted to the shore with the sea water and was picked up by Han Zhan. The moment he grabbed the piece of wood, the Fushi Qin behind Han Zhan automatically became solid and emitted a faint, majestic, and vast sound. Is this Fengqi wood? No, this is the real Fengqi wood. This is the fengqi wood that Fuxi wanted to use to forge the Fuxi Qin. He went deep into the forest to search for it. Han Zhan saw that on this piece of wood that was emitting a faint silver-white glow, a new pattern had been carved by someone unknown. These patterns are basically the same as the patterns that Fuxi gave to Han Zhan's mind when he was on the top of the mountain before. When he saw this picture, the golden light in Han Zhan's mind exploded again, and he saw clearly what the picture wanted to express. That's a dragon. It was originally a sacred dragon revered and worshipped by people of all ethnic groups. One day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. In order to protect his people, the dragon stood in front of humans. After that, the scene changed and the dragon began to slaughter humans wantonly, creating mountains of corpses and seas of blood, committing murderous sins. It turned into an evil dragon. When the last painting was displayed, Han Zhan was like a drowning man who was suddenly rescued from the water. He took a deep breath and woke up. At the same time, after the information was transmitted and Feng Qimu had completed his mission, he was sucked up by the Fuxi Qin that was solidified in midair and merged into it. As a joyful sound of the piano rang out, many ancient and complex patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the Fuxi Qin. These patterns were so natural that they seemed as if they were meant to be there. As the spiritual master of Fuxican, Han Zhan was the first to feel the changes of Fuxican. It has become stronger. Chapter 54 Harvest and Confession. In the feelings of the Korean War, the Fuxi Qin has become stronger and much stronger. The first is breaking the formation. The piano sound and air blades that break the formation have begun to become weak in the current battle and often encounter situations where they cannot break the defense. After fusing with fengqi wood, the piano sound and air blades have been strengthened unimaginably. The fengqi wood has completely absorbed the blood of the phoenix. With its strengthening, every attack of the Qinin breaking formation will be accompanied by the cry of the phoenix and the blessing of the flames that burn the world. Now it is no longer appropriate to describe it as a piano sound airblade, so Han Zhan gave it a new name, Feng Pajan. Long Xiang Chao was originally only able to increase physical strength by about 10 times. Due to the phoenix blood, the enhancement was increased from 10 times to 50 times. In other words, with the support of Ji Su Quan Kai and Long Xiang Chao, Han Zhan can now finally barely rank among the 8th rank strongmen. This process cannot be maintained for too long. Under the double blessing, Han Zhan's physical strength has exceeded the human limit that he can bear. If he doesn't want to end up like his teacher Li Shatong, who died because of carrying power beyond the gods, he must control the time he spends in this state. Qingxin powder, combined with the inherited talent of Phoenix Blood's resuscitation and regeneration, has a terrifyingly improved recovery ability, which is comparable to a weakened version of Shenong Ding. The most terrifying thing is that Qingxin powder has a group effect. Spring Wildfire, because it is the fire element, is more compatible with fengqi wood and its power is increased tenfold. Kuaizai Feng and Lu Ding Lei Dian are slightly weaker, but their power has been increased by at least 5 times. Ancient style setting sun formation is what makes Han Zhan most happy. It not only increases the upper limit of the war spirits it can accommodate, but also reduces the spiritual energy required to summon war spirits. The most surprising thing is that a new war spirit is included in the ancient style setting sun formation. The peak of the 8th level, the alienated fengqi would tree man form. In this way, when he is temporarily unable to summon the heavenly serpent war spirit, Han Zhan has one more trump card. The battle with Feng Qimu was extremely risky and costly, but the rewards were also great. This wave of reinforcement makes the Korean War more confident about the subsequent battles. There was a sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. Judging from the movement of the footsteps, the owner of these footsteps has a heavier upper body, which makes his center of gravity unstable. Han Zhan was making a subconscious judgment when he suddenly felt his head being hugged and trapped. He quickly woke up from the state of experiencing the changes of the Fuxi Qin, struggled hard for a few times, and finally got out of it. Zhan, brother Zhan, are you okay? Fengya asked worriedly when she saw the abnormal redness on Han Zhan's face. It was fine, but it almost happened. Now it's a bit urgent. Han Zhan glanced at Fengya, who was standing opposite him, then anxiously crouched down and rushed towards the grove of trees nearby. Fengya, who had no idea what was going on, watched in confusion as Han Zhan disappeared into the woods. Outside, Beijun on the training ground. Xia Yue and Lin Jingxian started another day of sparring. Recently, under the guidance of Lin Jingxian, Xia Yue's command skills can be described as making great progress. Originally, she could only hold out for 5 minutes under Lin Jingshuan's hands, but now she can hold out for 15 minutes, but the difference in troop strength is 10 times. Xia Yue, you are absent-minded again. Zhan made such a big fuss at the Songshan company. It's been so long, Why hasn't he come back yet? Could he have encountered some accident? Old 8 is watching over there. There won't be any problems. The current Xinjiang company is already struggling to take care of itself. The successful resurrection of their ancestor, the first-generation genius Shang Jianwei, has caused the Xinjiang company to split into two factions. They are arguing with each other and are about to fight. Junior brother's move of driving away the wolf and swallowing the tiger is indeed good. As Lin Jingxian spoke, he casually attacked continuously, and with ease, he had once again forced Xia Yue into a desperate situation. You lose. No, I haven't completely lost yet. Xia Yue gritted her teeth and symbolically wanted to hold on a little longer. She originally used the Fushi Qin's Qingxin powder to treat her war spirits, and the sickly war spirits were barely hanging on. Suddenly, I don't know if it was a last burst of energy, but they all became vigorous and powerful. This is not the end yet. After the Qing Xin Sand was finished, Xia Yue almost instinctively gave all the war spirits a long Xiang Chao group amplification buff, a silky little combo. And then, this group of extremely powerful war spirits directly destroyed the Lin Jingxian battle group that was originally sure of victory. Lin Jingxian, like Xia Yue, stared at the scene in amazement. They looked at each other as if they had thought of something, and said in unison, Zhan, Han Zhan. The changes in the Fushi Qin proved that Han Zhan was fine, which made Xia Yue completely relieved. At this time, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old walked in from outside the training ground. She ran happily to Xia Yue, took out something from her back mysteriously and said, Sister Xia, this is my gift to you. The weather is getting cold, so I bought a hat for you. The little girl is the family member of a combat spirit master under Lin Jingshuan's command. Because she often comes to the training ground, she has a good relationship with these children. Xia Yue happily took the gift and said thank you. When she opened the gift box, a green winner had appeared in her hand. The smile on Xia Yue's face froze slightly. The precious Bodhi tree and the zither bring the world together. Han Zhan felt much better after coming out of the woods. He remained as holy as a Buddha and returned to Foubai village with Fengya. During this period, no matter how Fengya teased him, Han Zhan maintained a faint smile, as pure and unselfish as a saint. This made Fengya feel like he had no idea where to start. Looking at Han Zhan's back as he entered Foubai village, Fengya clenched her fists. She would not give up easily. What's more, he has the support of the village chief Feng Heisei. That night, bonfires were lit again in Foubai village, and people from the two villages celebrated the triumphant return from the Korean War together. Everyone had a great meal and returned home. It was already late at night when Han Zhan returned to his room. After a long period of high-intensity fighting, his mental strength was somewhat overdrawn, and he fell asleep as soon as he entered the house. I don't know how long I slept, but Han Zhan suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body, which woke him up from his sleep. Who? Han Zhan sat up suddenly and almost knocked the person off. Fengya screamed. I'm here to confess my feelings, she explained in a low voice. Chapter 55 Assassin? Is that how you confess? Han Zhan took one look at Fengya's attire and almost broke down from his saintly state. This is too much. Is this the kind of thing you use to test me? Can I stand this test? Han Zhan felt that Fengya overestimated himself a little. In particular, Fengya's current look is quite awkward, like a frightened deer, which is in sharp contrast to her previous talkative performance. Under the huge contrast, it unexpectedly became extremely attractive. A saint like a Buddha will lose his power immediately and become a beast. Just when Han Zhan was about to put down his equipment and fight a big battle, he felt a very faint murderous intent. This murderous intent was not only extremely faint, but also very well hidden. If Han Zhan had not shown a momentary murderous intent when he behaved like a beast just now, he would not have even noticed it. This made Han Zhan feel like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, and he completely sobered up. As an expert in close combat, Han Zhan relied solely on his intuition and attacked the open space on his right side. Bang! Han Zhan's sudden attack startled Fengya, who was sitting on the ground and looked pitiful, but soon, a muffled groan as if she had been hit hard came from Han Zhan's room. A blurry and transparent figure suddenly fell down. Sure enough, someone sneaked into his room. Han Zhan's eyes focused, and he quickly lit a fire, illuminating the entire room. This photo was so amazing that Han Zhan almost had a nosebleed. If Fengya was wearing a small amount of equipment, then this assassin had no equipment at all. Discovered by Han Zhan, the ashamed and angry assassin gritted her teeth and prepared to hide again. Her body became transparent again, but only half of it was transparent before she was forced to release the state again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Zhan didn't hold back at all when he threw that punch just now. Who are you? Fengya also discovered the person lying next to her. Looking at her appearance, people who didn't know would think that she was the main force behind seducing Han Zhan tonight. This made Fengya feel tremendous pressure. Sure enough, I'm not bold enough. If I were bolder, wouldn't I have taken down Brother Zhan long ago? If you want to kill me, just kill me. No more nonsense, said the young woman who failed to hide and fell to the ground in a very single manner. Han Zhan noticed that when she said this, there seemed to be some urgency in her eyes. What are you afraid of? Han Zhan suddenly asked. As he spoke, he felt the burning sensation coming from his lower abdomen. The primitive desire in his brain was transforming into a terrifying demon, which was madly devouring his sanity. If it weren't for the strong will tempered by Han Zhan's life and death struggles, he would have completely sunk into primitive desires. Han Zhan suddenly understood what the assassin woman in front of him was afraid of. You are afraid that I will do something worse than an animal to you, because you put poison in my room that triggers primitive desires. Only this can explain why Han Zhan would fall so easily into the impulse brought about by primitive desires. He read the spring and autumn annals, so under normal circumstances he would never be so easily shaken. But when I saw Fengya just now, my mind was instantly filled with all kinds of beautiful images. This is definitely not normal. Listening to Han Zhan's words, the young woman opposite bit her lips lightly, looking ready to be taken advantage of, without saying a word. You don't have to talk. Han Zhan stood up and moved closer step by step. Sure enough, after Han Zhan approached, the young woman's body began to tremble slightly. She was really scared. A very chaste female killer who was afraid of being defiled before her death. Combining these points, Han Zhan analyzed some things. Your ability is stealth, but you must not wear clothes when stealthing, because clothes cannot follow invisibility and will reveal your whereabouts. When you activate stealth, your entire fair and plump body will begin to fade and become as transparent as water waves. You only showed up after I dealt with Feng Qimu. To sum up, I guess you are the so-called villager of Water Village? Han Zhan's words not only startled Fengya, but also startled the young woman on the ground. Even though she didn't reveal her identity, her immediate reaction had completely betrayed her. It turned out to be someone from Shuishing Village. Why did the people of Shuishing Village come to assassinate me? What grudge do I have against them? If I really have to say, the only connection between me and the people of Shuishing Village is the next third link, killing the evil dragon. So, you want to stop me from killing the evil dragon? Han Zhan said word by word after thinking for a while. As soon as Han Zhan said this, the young woman from Shuishing Village became extremely excited. She didn't care about her current appearance and started cursing at Han Zhan. Shut up. That's not an evil dragon. That's a divine dragon, the one that protects our water village. The high priest has long said that the dragon will inevitably encounter a disaster, a fatal disaster. The dragon has protected us, the people of Shuishing Village, for tens of millions of years. It is time for us to stand up and protect it once. Han Zhan summed up this self-touching behavior in just 2 words. Madness. No matter how much it protected you, it has already completely fallen, committed murder in vain, and turned from a divine dragon into an evil dragon. Yet you continue to serve it. This behavior is extremely stupid in my opinion. I won't kill you. I will hand you over to the village chiefs of Fobai Village and Huomya Village and let them interrogate you. Han Zhan said this and gave Fengya a look. The interrogation is over. Is it finally your turn to do business with me? Fengya closed her legs and spoke shyly. Han Zhan hit her unhappily to wake her up. I don't know what kind of aphrodisiac poison the assassin has put in this room. Get out of here quickly and go to your house to get some clothes for her to wear. Then, notify Feng Pingqing and Huolai and ask them to get ready to come over. Okay. Fengya held her slightly swollen head and woke up from that charming state. I didn't expect that I was swollen tonight, but it was my head that was swollen. Thinking of this, she sighed sadly. The appearance of an assassin from Shuishing Village is no small matter. Fengya subconsciously quickened her pace and rushed out of the house. At this moment, Han Zhan suddenly noticed that under Fengya's feet, there were a few very faint whirlpools of wind blooming. His eyes fixed again, as if thinking about something. After Fengya left, Han Zhan and the female assassin were left alone in the room, and the atmosphere became tense again. Han Zhan was so angry that he punched himself twice. He looked at the other person with some hatred. Even if you want to assassinate me, can't you wait until the second half of the night? You have to come in right at the beginning to assassinate me. This is just a waste of time. The female assassin from Shuishing Village widened her eyes in astonishment, ? Chapter 56, The High Priest and the Evil Dragon. Not long after, the achievements of Huolie and Fengping come together. Fengya had already rushed back. Not only did she change into normal clothes and change her wet clothes, she also brought a set of clothes for the female assassin from Shuishing Village. The elegant clothes were a little too big for the female assassin and were barely visible, but they were better than nothing. Han Zhan has used Qingxin powder to remove the evil poison from the entire room, and he now feels much more normal. The leaders of each party were in place, and Han Zhan told them about his assassination, his speculation, and the attitude of Shuishing Village. After hearing this, Huolai burst into swearing. Are all the people in Water Village idiots? Repaying a favor? What a joke. If they want to repay a favor, they can just go and feed the evil dragon themselves. Why do they want to drag other villages into this? What do you call this? The fire is so fierce that it is hard to describe. Zhan had already added in his mind, Saint bitch. Feng Pingqing was not as direct as Hu Lai, but he also shook his head, expressing his dissatisfaction with Shuixing village's actions. Zhan had just resolved the crisis for both villages, and he was a great hero. But the Shuixing village, which was also a close relative, actually wanted to assassinate him? In short, if Shuixing village does something like this again, our two villages will definitely not stand idly by. When Feng Pingqing said this, he clenched his fist suddenly. The entire fist was suddenly covered by a layer of light green fist energy. Seeing this scene, no one present was surprised. This is also the second thing they want to discuss when they get together here. When I was sleeping today, I suddenly felt a special power emerging from my body, and then I found that I had the ability to manipulate fire. While I said this and clenched his fist like Feng Heisei, he exerted force suddenly and a ball of flame burned up, emitting scorching heat. Me too, Feng Ye responded. If Zhan's guess was correct, not only them, but all the villagers in Huimu village and Fobai village should have more or less possessed fire and wind abilities. In the world of Qinzi Fulai, things are gradually being unlocked as the main storyline of the Korean War progresses. Maps, monsters, villages, and abilities. Zhan felt it and was surprised to find that Hu Lai actually possessed the ability of a 7th level fire user, Feng Pingqing was a 7th level wind user, and Feng Ye actually had the strength of a 5th level. The controlled female killer in front of me should also be at level 5, but I don't know why Shuixing village would send her to assassinate. Is it because she is the most beautiful? TSK. Deep in the pool surrounded by blue waves. An inconspicuous little village is located here. No one would have thought that there would be a village in the water. It has a built-in water repellent effect, like an inverted transparent glass cover, covering the entire village. In the past, this water repellent cover was more like a cage, isolating the villagers from the outside world and preventing them from leaving. There was a huge commotion outside yesterday. When the commotion ended, the high priest immediately arranged for people to leave through the water repellent cover. Unexpectedly, it was successful. High priest, Shui Ro hasn't returned yet, so nothing should happen to her, right? An old woman, leaning on a dragon-headed crutch, was standing in the center of Shuixing village. Here, there is a bottomless pool. At this time, the water level in the pool had dropped significantly, and a cold iron chain was exposed, leading to an unknown area far below. The old woman, who was called the High Priestess, raised her hand after hearing the report from the villagers. A ball of water gathered above their heads, but after a while, it exploded and broke into countless small water droplets, which condensed but did not disperse. She shook her head and sighed. Shui Ro failed. No way. Shui Ro is the only genius in our Shuixing village who has mastered the water hiding technique to perfection. Even she failed. The sky is clear, the trend is irresistible, and the torrent of fate is unstoppable. The old woman lowered her eyes deeply and looked at the deep pool again. Now 3 of the 4 signs have appeared, and the signs of death mentioned in our ancestors' last words are becoming more and more obvious. We don't have much time left. But, High Priest, is it really right for us to do this? It's not evil. Bang. The High Priest saw no movement. A deep red mark appeared on the speaker's face. He covered his face, lowered his head, and stopped talking. Gather all the villagers of Shuixing village and gather them in the central area. I will break the water shield later and let everyone prepare for the village to sink. We will live underwater for a while and endure this period. Then, the doomsday will be averted. This is the second plan prepared by the High Priest. After her villagers agreed and left, she came to the edge of the dark pool alone, grabbed the cold iron chain that led to the depths, and jumped in nimbly. Beneath the cold iron chains, there is a world shrouded in darkness. The space was unimaginably vast, with only a few scattered dark plants emitting a faint glow. The figure of the High Priest was still descending. No one knew how long this cold iron chain was, or who had forged it. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the High Priest felt something solid under his feet. She turned around. Look behind you. I saw new pictures in my eyes that gradually adapted to the darkness. That's a dragon. It was lurking there. Its entire body as huge as a giant mountain, its aura terrifying, its dragon head's hair and beard moved without wind, and its whole body exuded a faint gray aura. There are 9 chains around it, and these chains are engraved with various strange symbols, which look like some kind of incomprehensible text, densely packed. Some of the chains had fallen off and were lying on the ground nearby, gathering dust for a long time. Some chains still bind it tightly. Sensing the arrival of the High Priest, the previously silent dragon opened his eyes. The vertical pupils are several times larger than those of an adult, but they reveal a blood-red light that is full of evil intent. It wanted to open its mouth, and the symbols on the chain that bound the dragon's mouth suddenly lit up, and the bright golden light illuminated the surroundings. The evil dragon felt pain and calmed down again. Lord Dragon Lord, please be patient for a moment. 6 of the 9 dragon binding chains have been fully opened. As long as we give us enough time, we will be able to help you escape. The High Priest of Shuaisheng Village said respectfully. It's too late. At this moment, the figure of a young man emerged from the shadows. You are a rank 7 water user, and you want to hold him back? That's simply a fantasy. Not to mention, the seals on the chains are so strong that it would take at least 100 years to erase them with your strength. The chief priest of Shuaisheng Village did not ask who the visitor was. She just raised her head, looked at the young man, and asked, "What do you have in mind? What price do you want Shuaisheng Village to pay?" The man raised a finger. "I can help you release it from its seal. As payment, I want a drop of dragon's blood." Chapter 57, Shui Ro's Day. The next day, Fo Bai Village. Shui Ro, the assassin from Shuaisheng Village, was released from prison by Han Zhan. She kept her mouth shut, no matter how Walai and Feng Pingqing threatened or persuaded her. No matter how they asked, Shui Ro refused to tell them the real location of Shuaisheng Village. In addition, she had been injured by Han Zhan and was temporarily unable to use the water hiding method. So under Han Zhan's suggestion, they finally decided to release Shuru and live with her like a normal villager of Fo Bai Village and Huimiao Village. It is called to influence the enemy. Shui Ro was also a little surprised when she saw herself being released from the prison. She originally thought that she would spend her life in prison, or be killed by these people to vent their anger, or even. When Shui Ro thought of this, she subconsciously looked up at Han Zhan who was walking in front of her. No, this man is the one that the high priest said would be doomed. The dragon will die because of him. I must do everything I can to stop him. Thinking of this, her eyes became firm again. Fo Bai Village is very lively during the day. These days, all the villagers have been doing only one thing, which is to process the meat of the evil beast. The number is really too large. Even though all personnel have been mobilized, there are still many that have not been dealt with. Just yesterday, after Han Zhan solved the Feng Qimu problem, the villagers of Fo Bai Village and Huimiao Village acquired wind and fire abilities overnight. After waking up during the day, the entire Fo Bai Village became lively. Several children from Fo Bai Village, led by Feng Hao, were running and laughing in the village. Under their feet, a faint whirlwind was floating. With the help of the wind, their speed even exceeded that of low-level evil beasts. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Faster. Laughter rang out from their blurry figures. When Han Zhan and Shui Ro walked here, they seemed to have discovered these two people and rushed over. "Good morning, brother Han Zhan." Feng Hao greeted loudly. "Who is this beautiful sister next to you? Wow, she is so beautiful. Let me see. Wow, she is so beautiful. Her skin is so white, even whiter than Arya from our Fo Bai Village." "You're talking nonsense. Arya is the whitest." "Hee, you can't catch me. Lulu." A few children were playing and circling around Han Zhan and Shui Ro, connecting with each other and even forming a small whirlwind. Arya is the granddaughter of Feng Pingqing and the dream lover of these boys. To receive such evaluation from them, Shuro must be really good looking. This is indeed the case. Different from Fengya, the girl with the childlike face who is open-minded, Shuro looks more intellectual, calm and ladylike. Coupled with her skin as white as mutton fat jade, she looks like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hearing the innocent praises from the children, a gentle smile appeared on Shui Ro's originally gloomy face. "Do the children in your Shuaisheng Village also play as crazy as them?" Han Zhan, who had been paying attention to the changes in Shuru's facial expression, suddenly asked. Hearing Han Zhan's voice, Shui Ro's smile suddenly disappeared, and she remained silent. Han Zhan shrugged nonchalantly. Feng Hao and the others played with Han Zhan for a while, then moved to another place. Shui Ro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "In Shuaisheng Village, every child can only do one thing from the time they are old enough to understand. The sound of the water is clear and plain, like the gurgling of a mountain spring." Han Zhan turned his head and looked at her in surprise. "What's the matter?" "Practice." Shui Ro looked at the children who were still laughing and playing in the distance, with an ambiguous look in her eyes. "Practice the water transformation technique." She added, "The water transformation technique is a required skill for the water village. It has only one function, which is to transform into the form of water and then walk and live in the water." Shui Ro has been practicing the water transformation technique diligently since she was old enough to understand, because the high priest once said that Shuaisheng Village will sink to the bottom of the water at some point in the future. All the villagers of Shuaisheng Village will remain in the form of water and continue to live underwater. So they had no time to play and laugh. They had to practice the water transformation technique well, as it was a matter of life and death. This is the childhood of all the children in Shuaisheng Village. This topic made the two people silent again, and they continued to move forward. Not far away, another lively place attracted their attention. They were people from Huomiao village. A few sturdy young men from Huomiao village were using the fire ability they had just acquired last night to roast the meat of the evil beast that had been cut into steaks. When the wind blows, the whole area is filled with the fragrant aroma of barbecue. Many people came here attracted by the aroma, and each of them was able to get a piece of barbecue for free and then left satisfied. Han Zhan and Shui Rou also received one each. Looking at the faintly warm thing in her hand, Shui Rou suddenly spoke up and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" "The flesh of the evil beast," Han Zhan answered as a matter of course. Shui Rou looked around and found that these people were stuffing the grilled steaks into their mouths, biting and chewing them with big mouthfuls. She had an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Is this the food you eat?" Her question was a bit strange, so Han Zhan subconsciously asked back, "What kind of food do you eat in Shuixing village?" "Fish, shrimp, crabs, and various plants in the water." Shui Rou paused and added, "But we don't roast them with flames. We eat them directly." Han Zhan, "How can this be worse than primitive people? They can't even make a fire, right?" Seeing Han Zhan's puzzled look, Shui Rou, who had gradually become more talkative, spoke again. "The high priest said that we should adapt to life underwater in advance. It is impossible to make fire in water, so we should not eat processed food. This high priest really deserves to die." Han Zhan frowned. He could roughly tell from the conversation with Shui Rou that in the entire Shuixing village, the high priest had the most say, and it was she who was brainwashing the people of Shuixing village, depriving children of their childhood and forcing everyone to eat unprocessed raw food. Is this the power of a saintly bitch? It's so horrible. Shui Rou put her portion of the evil beast steak into her mouth, tore off a piece, and chewed it. She was stunned. Since she was born, she has always eaten cold raw meat, so she has never imagined how delicious meat roasted over fire would be. When she took the first bite, she didn't have time to chew and swallow before she took the second bite and the third bite. Seeing Shui Rou's inappropriate behavior, Han Zhan stuffed his share of the evil beast meat into her. "Eat slowly. There's more here if you're not satisfied." Chapter 58, Deprived of Tools for the Future. After Shui Rou ate 2 pieces of roasted evil beast meat, she fell silent again. Looking at her, Han Zhan, who had a keen sixth sense, noticed her subtle changes and knew that it was time to strike while the iron was hot. So he asked, "How is it? After all this journey, what do you think of Fombai village? Children are free and happy, adults have enough food and clothing, and everyone lives a happy life. Then what do you think will happen to Fombai village if the legendary dragon is released? It will be completely destroyed and disappear from this world. The dragon protected your village, there is no doubt about that. When you released it out of gratitude, and then watched it wantonly destroy the village and slaughter humans, do you think this is what it once wanted to do?" Shui Rou was silent. People like Shui Rou, who have lived in Shuixing village since childhood and listened to the teachings of the high priest, all have closed cognition. The high priest shaped his obsession into the ultimate goal that all people in the water village should strive for, and fooled them with information cocoons. Lies are easily exposed. Just see the truth. Just like Shui Rou is now. After listening to Han Zhan's words, Shui Rou, who had originally firmly believed that she was right and just, began to waver in her beliefs for the first time. Why can't the villagers of Shuixing village farm, hunt, and enjoy life normally like the villagers in other villages? Why do the children of Shuixing village have to give up playing at an early age and practice the water transformation technique, day after day, year after year? Why must the sealed and bound dragon be released, allowing it to continue slaughtering humans, just to repay its kindness of protection? Some things don't need Han Zhan to talk about them. Once there is a gap in thinking, many problems will arise. We need to know the location of Shuixing village. Han Zhan said sincerely. Only by knowing the exact location of Shuixing village and solving the hidden dangers of the evil dragon can we truly restore freedom to the villagers of Shuixing village. You should not become tools that are deprived of your future in order for the high priest to satisfy his own obsessions and desires. Han Zhan's last 2 sentences were like a wake-up call, hitting Shui Rou deep in her soul. Deprived of the tools of the future. In her memory, there is no happiness, no play, no people or things worth remembering. There was only cold water, cold food, cold water melting techniques, and cold tasks. Tools? Are they really all tools? Shui Rou felt that her mind was in a mess. She couldn't decide whether she should continue to believe the high priest's words, protect the dragon, and eliminate all other obstacles. Or should she agree with Han Zhan's words and give Shuixing village and herself a different future? My mind is a little confused now. Shui Rou paused for a while and finally spoke. Her voice was no longer so cold, but just a little helpless. She now behaves like a young girl should, not like a cold machine that only knows how to carry out tasks. Han Zhan knew that he couldn't act too hastily with Shui Rou. He nodded and took the initiative to leave Shui Rou some buffer space. You must be tired after walking for the whole morning. Go back to the house and rest. You can have lunch after you have rested. Hearing Han Zhan's words, Shui Rou's eyes, as gentle as water, suddenly raised up and looked at him, as if she wanted to remember Han Zhan's appearance firmly. She quickly lowered her eyes, nodded, and walked quickly towards the room where Han Zhan lived. Looking at Shui Rou's back as she walked away, Feng Pingqing and Hua Lai appeared from a distance without her noticing. Is this really okay? Feng Pingqing was a little bit unconvinced by what Han Zhan said before. How could he know that what Han Zhan and Shui Rou said were all carefully designed rhetoric? First, he made her doubt her inherent cognition, then let her see the true appearance of Feng Bai village, further destroying her self-hypnotic firm belief, and finally exposing the selfishness of the high priest, leaving the future of Shuixing village to her choice. With this combination of punches, not to mention a young killer girl who is inexperienced in the world, even an old village chief like Feng Pingqing would probably be lured into it. When I find Shuixing village, I will pin this high priest to the ground and give him a good beating. Hua Lai on the side also spoke up. Is this cleaning up you're talking about serious? Shui Rou returned to Han Zhan's room and closed the door. She curled up alone in the corner of the room. Han Zhan's words and the high priest's previous teachings seemed to collide and attack each other in her mind, making her hold her head in pain. When Shui Rou was in the midst of a painful decision, the high priest and Yi Fan were standing side by side at the bottom of a deep pool in Shuixing village. How many more days will it take? The high priest looked at Yi Fan and asked. 3 days at most, 1 day at least. When Yi Fan spoke, there was a light in his eyes that was constantly changing, analyzing, and reshaping. He is using his talent of lies to break the sealed chains that bind the evil dragon. The high priest of Shuixing village has always wanted to break the 9 dragon-binding chains and completely free the evil dragon, but Yi Fan is different. It would take too long to break the dragon-binding chains, and they couldn't wait that long. So his method was to use the power of lies to reshape an evil dragon to cheat the sealing chains and replace them with the original evil dragon. This is a bug. Only the power of lies can do that. Today I will break the water shield and let the entire water village sink to the bottom of the water. For you, surviving underwater should not be a problem. No problem. After a brief conversation between the high priest and Yi Fan, they returned to Shuixing village again. At this time, all the villagers of Shuixing village, including the elderly, young and middle-aged people, and children, gathered in the center of the village, quietly waiting for the high priest to begin. The water shield will be shattered soon. When that happens, everyone should activate the water transformation technique and adapt to living in the water as quickly as possible. Before that, I have to solve the last hidden danger that threatens the evil dragon's revival. After she said that, she slumped to the ground with her crutch. A ball of water suddenly appeared above the high priest's head. Inside the water ball was a young girl who looked exactly like Shui Rou. She seemed to be some kind of soul, imprisoned in the water ball. In order to prevent the enemy from tracking down the location of Shuixing village through you, Shu, we have no choice but to sacrifice you completely. Don't worry, you are a great warrior of Water Village. You will live in our hearts forever. As the high priest spoke, he stretched out his left hand and crushed the water ball with force, crushing the girl's soul in the water ball as well. At the same time, Shui Rou, who was still curled up in Han Zhan's room, felt a sharp pain deep in her soul. She opened her mouth in surprise, but was unable to make any sound. He immediately started bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground, fainting. Chapter 59, The Shame of Huomiao Village. Shui Rou just felt like she had had a very long dream. Her soul was crushed by a pair of huge hands. Then she saw a light that illuminated the darkness in her world. Shuiru's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of warmth, making her feel unprecedentedly relaxed. When she opened her eyes, she found Han Zhan was holding her. Han Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shui Rou open her eyes. You finally woke up. I was away for a while. How come you fainted with blood coming out of all your orifices? Me, bleeding from all 7 orifices? Fainting on the ground? When Shui Rou heard Han Zhan's words and saw the bloodstains on the ground, she recalled what she had just dreamed about, and her face suddenly turned pale. It's a curse. The high priest cursed me to death. Why, high priest? Shui Rou felt as if her heart was stabbed with a knife and was in great pain. She has even risked her life for Shuixing village and to complete the mission of the high priest. But this is the only outcome? If Han Zhan had not arrived in time and found Shui Rou collapsed in a pool of blood, and used Fushi Qin Qingxin powder to save her life, she might have died completely. The High Priest's curse. Han Zhan frowned when he heard Shui Rou's words. I didn't expect that she would be so desperate. Now you are willing to believe me, right? Everyone was about to kill you, but I saved you. If Shui Rou was unwilling to tell him the location of Shuixing village, Han Zhan would simply give up wasting his time on her and find another way. Shui Rou did not reject Han Zhan, but she shook her head with a bitter look. It's no use. The water village was moved into the water by the High Priest, and a water repellent cover was used to protect the entire village. Because it is in the water, it is moving all the time. Only the people of Water Village can use the special bloodline method to sense the real-time location of Water Village. What about you? Han Zhan looked at Shui Rou. Shui Rou looked down at her hands, her tone filled with sadness. The curse of the High Priest is planted in my blood. I have been cursed once. Even if I am brought back to life, I will no longer have the blood of Water Village. In this way, even Shui Rou knew how to locate the Water Village and open up the waterway. Because she had lost her bloodline, it was impossible for her to help Han Zhan and the others find the current location of Shuixing village. The High Priest of Shuixing village had already thought long and hard about this and had taken double insurance measures. Before Shui Rou set out, the High Priest found her and asked her to leave a drop of her blood in the water ball, saying that he could monitor her vital status at any time. Unexpectedly, from that time on, Shui Rou's life was in the hands of the High Priest. After saying this dejectedly, Shui Rou closed her eyes again and lowered her head. She understood who was right and who was wrong, but she realized it was too late. Everything has become a foregone conclusion under the arrangement of the High Priest. Did it really fail at the last moment? When Han Zhan heard this, he fell into deep thought. A new area was opened up on the outskirts of Fengbai village, specifically for the people of Huomiao village to resettle. Today, after Huomiao village moved next to Fengbai village, the people of the two villages have become very familiar with each other and have become one. The people of Huomiao village are generally strong and healthy. They are not afraid of dirty or hard work, and they helped Fengbai village a lot. Fengbai village was responsible for supplying a large amount of uneaten beast meat and setting up bonfires every night. Each got what he needed, and soon they became brothers. It's just that some are happy and some are sad. In the new settlement of Huomiao village, there was a young man tied up with the words "Shame of Huomiao village" written on his stomach. Let me go. I want to see the village chief. I want to see the village chief. It was the village chief who asked us to tie you up here for 2 days so that you can reflect on yourself, until you realize your mistakes. The young man sighed deeply. In order to eat meat like other people in Huomiao village, he could only bow to the evil forces and said, "Let me go. I know I was wrong." What's wrong? I shouldn't have been so dazzling and stole the limelight from the village chief. Wrong. I shouldn't have tried to keep the beast's leg meat for myself. I should have shared it with everyone. Wrong. I shouldn't have peeped at the village chief's daughter bathing. Huh? You've done something like this before? The young man gave several answers, but none of them could make them agree. Looking at the big words "Shame of Huomiao village" on his belly, he suddenly realized. As a Huomiao villager, I shouldn't have a brain. That's right. That's right. Below the stage, several people from Huomiao village smiled at each other and got a satisfactory answer. If I had realized this earlier, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. That's right. What's the point of having a brain? It will only increase the gap between us brothers. That's right. Huaheng, from now on, we are still good brothers. Several people spoke one by one and finally untied Huaheng, a young man from Huomiao village. At this time, Han Zhan happened to come here with Huolai and others and saw this scene. As soon as Huaheng saw Huolai coming, he immediately shouted, "Village chief, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have a brain. I am ashamed that I have the blood of Water Village, village chief." Hearing Huaheng's words, the few young men from Huomiao village who followed behind him all looked pleased and proud, and raised their heads as if to seek credit. When Huolai heard Huaheng's words, he clearly noticed the gazes cast towards him, and he immediately coughed dryly. No, Huaheng, that's not the case at all. You are not wrong. Huh? Huaheng was a little confused. Village chief, I've said this. Why are you still angry with me and unwilling to forgive me? The vein on Huolai's forehead jumped. Who told you I was mad at you? Them. Huaheng pointed behind him. Several young men from Huomiao village immediately held their heads high and were full of vigor and vitality. Tie these brainless people back and make them reflect on their mistakes. Huolai had a dark face and ordered people to carry the outsiders out. Village chief? It's unfair, village chief. We are all following your orders, village chief. Tie him up for 3 days. Huolai raised his voice. Han Zhan waited until Hua Lai had dealt with all this before he stepped forward and walked in front of Hua Hong. I remember you said before that you have part of the blood of Water Village, right? No. Yes, I have the blood of Shuixing Village. Seeing Hua Lai's face getting darker and darker, he quickly changed his words. You still have some brains. Better than those idiots. Hua Lai cursed. When Han Zhan saw Hua Heng's confirmation, he nodded and moved aside. Shui Rou walked out from behind him. In that case, you can learn from her how to open up the sea. What the hell? Hua Heng's head buzzed, thinking he had heard it wrong. How to open up the sea through simple learning. I might as well have no brains. Chapter 60. Searching for the trace and opening up the sea. On the other side of Fengbai Village is the endless Black Sea. Hua Hong had just studied with Shui Rou for half a day in the morning, but in the afternoon he was forced to go to the coast and wait for orders. Watching the surging Black Sea water hitting the rocks on the shore, Hua Hong swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he suddenly understood the good intentions of the village chief and the brothers of Huamiao Village. How nice it is to be brainless. What brains do you need? Have you remembered everything? When Hua Hong was still daydreaming, Han Zhan walked up from the side and asked. I've remembered them all. Hua Hong nodded seriously. Yeah, not bad. It only took you half a day to remember it. You have a good brain. Han Zhan praised generously. Hua Hong, why do you seem unhappy? No, Master Han Zhan, I just thought of some sad things. Let's get back to the topic. Letting Hua Hong take over temporarily is really a helpless move. Time was running out, and the high priest of Shuixing Village had prepared and planned for longer than them. If you want to turn defeat into victory, you have to take your opponent by surprise. Delay will lead to changes. Under the gaze of everyone, Hua Hong took a deep breath and silently chanted a spell. A light blue light began to appear from under his feet and slowly condensed into the shape of an arrow. The arrow began to rotate slowly, and soon, it rotated to a specific position and stopped. There are two types of spells that Shiru taught Hua Hong, one for tracking and the other for clearing the sea. Generally speaking, as a villager of the Water Village, as long as you cast the tracking spell, you can find the location of the Water Village in the water. But they couldn't do that in the Korean War. If they just tracked the location, even if they could find the Water Village, they would not be able to reach the deep sea, which would be meaningless. So after Hua Hong successfully cast the tracking spell, he simply rested for a while before casting the sea opening spell again. The sea splitting spell is dozens of times more difficult than the tracking spell. The moment Hua Hong recited the spell, he clearly felt the tremendous pressure from the sea. 10,000 tons of sea water seemed to be pressing down on his heart. Hua Hong pressed the tip of his tongue against his teeth to prevent himself from reciting the spell incorrectly and thus making all his previous efforts go to waste. A raging flame automatically burned on his body, and within the flame, a light blue light enveloped him. Such a strange scene created a special balance in Hua Hong. Open it for me. Hua Hong clenched his teeth so hard that the sound was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. He used all his strength and pointed his right hand fiercely in the direction of the arrow. Following his pointing, the entire dark sea surface suddenly began to separate from the middle and slowly move towards both sides. The seawater on both sides is tens of thousands of feet high, and the separated seawater is still pouring straight down. With this finger of Hua Hong, a dry road was forcibly opened up through the raging waves of the Black Sea. A huge village land appeared before everyone's eyes, far below the sea. Shuixing Village, found it. The sudden attack on the sea left the Water Village, which had its water-blocking shield broken and sunk to the bottom of the sea, with nowhere to hide. The villagers of the Water Village, who had already practiced the water transformation technique and transformed into water form, stood there in shock. They looked like small human-shaped fountains, quite funny. Shui Rou, you are not dead. Shui Rou, you traitor, you actually betrayed Shuixing Village and the High Priest. The people in Shuixing Village who reacted vaguely saw someone coming on the shore. Besides Shui Rou, who else can cast the tracking spell and the sea-clearing spell? They started swearing. But because the two sides were too far apart, the people on the shore couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. It should have been said something, but when it reached the shore, only a buzzing sound was left. Master Han Zhan, village chief, how long will it take? I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Hua Hong, who was already sweating all over, spoke with difficulty. Originally, he only had a thin bloodline of the Water Village, and being able to cast tracking spells and sea-clearing spells was already his limit. Han Zhan, Hua Lai, and Feng Pingcheng nodded. Let's make it quick and decisive. Feng Pingcheng waved his hand, and each of the three people was wrapped in a gust of wind. They dived towards the Water Village on the seabed at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, A loud and crazy dragon roar suddenly sounded from the deep pool in the center of Shuaixing village, shaking the sky. The sound of the dragon's roar made Han Zhan and the other two change color in shock. 10 minutes ago, when Hua Heng began to cast the sea-splitting spell, the high priest of the Shuaixing village far under the sea noticed something was wrong. She walked to Yifan's side, her tone clearly filled with urgency. How long will it take? Give me another half day. It's too late. They've already come. In a little while, they'll kill us here. She has tried all the means she can. Not only her, but all the high priests of all generations have accepted the responsibility of inheriting and protecting the dragon. Generation after generation has worked hard until now just to fight against the coming of death. Shui Ro has clearly been killed. Why can't she escape her fate? When the chief priest of Shuaixing village thought of this, his eyes were filled with reluctance. Hearing the high priest's urging, Yifan suddenly paused. At this moment, his eyes were filled with all kinds of strange and weird lights, and these lights were combining and reshaping, flashing and changing in countless ways. He turned his head and looked at the anxious high priest, a familiar smile appearing on his face. I have almost deceived the binding seal. I have spent half a day weaving a lie to replace it. They found this place ahead of time and disrupted our original plan. However, when Yifan said this, he suddenly stood up straight. But I have another idea. What method? Use you as the new sealed item to replace this evil dragon and complete a complete lie and deception. A sealed object that is fabricated out of thin air is certainly not as good as one that really exists. The high priest of Shuaixing village is a 7th level water-related warrior with a special connection to the evil dragon, making him an excellent material for lies. If Yifan had said this at the beginning, the high priest would definitely not agree. But now, there was a flash of determination and ruthlessness in her eyes, and in the inheritance of the high priest that she had received, the memories and images of the guardian dragon flashed through her mind one by one. After a moment, her eyes became extremely firm. Can. Use me as the sealed object, deceive the binding seal, replace the dragon, and let it regain its freedom. I, Shui Hongjun, the high priest of Shuaixing village, have an obligation to do so. Her tone was fanatical and crazy, which made Yifan at the side take a closer look with interest. He nodded and pointed his illusory hands in the direction of the high priest of Shuaixing village. Come on, then. 10 minutes later, when a dry road was opened up in the Black Sea, and when the figures of Han Zhan and others approached from a distance, an old woman was locked tightly with 3 chains, and a painful and distorted expression kept flashing across her face. A huge black shadow rose into the sky from the dark pool. Evil Dragon is coming. Chapter 61. The Evil Dragon Arrives. The roar of dragons sounded from all directions. The horrified crowd stopped immediately. That's a real dragon. It has a body of thousands of feet long, covered with golden scales. As its body moves, these scales sparkle in the sunlight, flashing a metallic luster. Its dragon horns are majestic, but there is a very faint grayish-white aura lingering between them. Every dragon beard seems to be alive, with its fangs and claws bared, moving without wind. The most terrifying thing was its pair of dragon eyes. The blood-red vertical pupils were evil and strange, and they were staring at Han Zhan and the other two in the sky. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, and another deafening dragon roar sounded. On the sea, countless waves exploded at the same time. Hua Heng, who was originally maintaining the sea-splitting spell on the shore, fainted directly after this roar. The sea-splitting spell disappeared. The dry underwater road that had been opened up was filled up again by huge waves. The raging Black Sea rolled, and the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. It was said that the dragon could control the clouds and rain, and even though it had fallen into an evil dragon, its innate abilities were still there. Retreat. Without Han Zhan saying anything, foam pinching had already brought Han Zhan and Hua Lai back to land. Fighting the evil dragon in the air is not a wise choice. At this moment, the evil dragon had just broken the seal and was extremely ferocious. Its blood-red pupils flashed with the madness of cruel killing. 8th level peak. And it's a dragon. Unlike the Finkiamu that was transformed by sucking the blood of the phoenix, the evil dragon is a true ancient mythical beast. Not only does it have the strength of the peak of the 8th level, it also possesses all kinds of terrifying and powerful talents. It is even more difficult to deal with than the alienated Fengqi would. From the clues Fuxi left for Han Zhan judged that the evil dragon was not an opponent they could handle at this stage. Therefore, finding the evil dragon is more in line with their current mission objectives than defeating it. But they didn't expect that when they found the evil dragon, It had already successfully escaped from Shueishing village. The difficulty increases exponentially. This is impossible. When I left Shueishing village, the high priest clearly said that there were still 3 binding seals on the evil dragon that had not been removed. It would take at least 100 years for it to appear in the world. At this time, Shui Ro's surprised voice sounded in everyone's ears. Her words gave Han Zhan an idea. He deployed the battle plan as quickly as possible. The 8th Order evil dragon in the sky has arrived. Han Zhan waved his hand, and the Fushi Qin gathered behind him, and the music representing ancient style setting sun array sounded. The evil dragon's claws were already pressing down towards us. A huge tree shadow appeared in front of everyone and blocked the dragon claw. Alienated Phoenix Tree. Being at the peak of the 8th rank as well, after the tree man incarnated by Feng Chimu blocked the attack, it was then violently swept by the evil dragon's tail. The dragon's tail slammed heavily on the tree trunk, shattering the tree scales and sending wood chips flying. The power of this attack from the evil dragon's tail was much stronger than Han Zhan's punch. The 8th level peak treeman summoned by Han Zhan has become the main force responsible for attracting firepower and taking damage in the battle. On the other 2 sides, Hualai and Feng Pingqing also found the right opportunity and charged into the battlefield. They were all at level 7, and faced with level 8 peak, more people would die than live. Fortunately, the tree man was attracting hatred, so they could attack without worry. Feng Pingqing's moves are all related to wind. He can condense wind energy and then transform it into wind blades, smashing the evil dragon's torso. However, with the strength of the wind force he condensed, he couldn't even break the scales on the evil dragon's body. Hualai also used his own methods. He suddenly held his breath, and then a huge raging flame spewed out of his mouth. The flames turned into a sea of fire, instantly burning the sky into a sea of fire clouds. The evil dragon in the center was engulfed by the flames. But the next moment, when the flames dissipated, it was still intact. After seeing that Feng Pingqing and Hualai's attacks could not cause any damage, Han Zhan knew that these 2 guys were unreliable, so he could only control the tree man and take on the challenge. At the same time, he signaled Shui Ro beside him with his eyes. Listen to my commands. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Han Zhan finished speaking, the dense branches and twigs on the tree man suddenly turned into countless palms and fists, attacking the evil dragon like dense raindrops. The tree man's attack completely enraged the evil dragon. It suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a ball of dark gray energy. This ball of energy collided with countless branches in the air, and the resulting explosion plunged the surroundings into brief chaos. The branches of the 8th level peak tree man were all destroyed by this energy impact, and he became a bare lone commander. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shui Ro had already activated the water transformation technique and jumped down in a place where no one noticed. Like water, merging into water. It is very far from the shore to the water village. At this time, the water village has sunk to the bottom of the sea. But this was something Han Zhan asked me to do. When Shui Ro thought of this, her eyes became firm again. In the deep and dark sea, she was like a completely transparent stream of water, shooting downwards at an extremely fast speed. The high priest of Shueishing village has disappeared. But outside the entire Shueishing village, there are still many villagers from Shueishing village. These villagers were all practicing the water transformation technique, always keeping in mind the tasks given to them by the high priest. Stop anyone from approaching water village. Their strengths vary. Some are only at level 1 or level 2, while others are as high as level 5 or level 6. Everyone stayed outside Shueishing village and did not move an inch. Only occasionally, when they heard the loud dragon roar coming from thousands of feet in the sky, would they raise their heads and look towards the distant sky with fanatical and delighted eyes. While they were not paying attention, Shui Ro was passing by quickly. The high priest was right about one thing. Among all the people in Shueishing village, Shuru had the highest talent for cultivation, and she practiced the most diligently. When Shui Ro was 9 years old, she had already mastered the water transformation technique to perfection. It was precisely because of this talent that she was chosen by the high priest to practice the water concealment technique. Shui Ro originally thought that she practiced so hard so that one day in the future she could take on the responsibility of the entire Shueishing village, save the dragon, and protect the dragon. But now, she finally understood what it meant that everything was destined by God. It turns out that the water transformation technique and water concealment technique that she practiced so hard were all for this day. Thoughts flashed through Shui Ro's mind quickly, and her body, which had turned into invisible water, quickly passed through layers of cordons and successfully reached the deep pool in the center. After entering from the deep pool, Shui-Ro came to a completely unfamiliar space. Here, just as Han Zhan had expected, she saw another evil dragon lurking there quietly. When Shui-Ro appeared, the evil dragon seemed very excited and struggled to say something. But the next second, a dagger pierced its body without hesitation. Goodbye, High Priest. Chapter 62. Bind the dragon and kill it. The gentle sound of water echoed softly in the vast environment. Before his eyes, the huge figure that originally looked like an evil dragon suddenly shrank visibly and turned into an old woman. She widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she didn't understand why this was happening. The High Priestess' consciousness gradually faded away, and in a trance, she seemed to see a little girl sitting on top of a giant dragon, flying in the sky holding the dragon's horns in both hands. This is not her memory, but the memory from the first High Priest. For the inheritance of this memory, successive High Priests and the entire Shueishing village have paid too much. Is it really worth it? She seemed to hear again the loud and crazy dragon roar coming from the distant sky. Whatever, I've tried my best. When the High Priestess thought of this, her pupils completely dilated and she lost her last bit of vitality. Once the High Priest died, Yifan's lie was exposed. The dragon-binding seals that were originally bound to the High Priest turned into 3 black lights that shot up into the sky and flew towards the sky. Seeing this scene, Shui-Ro finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she had fulfilled Han Zhan's request and also completed her own redemption. At sea, the battle continues. Han Zhan controlled the mutated tree man and struggled to block the evil dragon's attacks one after another. The current situation can only be described as one tree cannot support the whole thing. At this moment, 3 black lights burst out of the water. The evil dragon, who was still fighting with the tree man, was the first to notice the appearance of the 3 black lights. Amid the madness in its dragon eyes, there was actually a hint of panic that was quite human. The evil dragon suddenly gave up its indiscriminate bombardment of the tree man, and its entire body flew higher into the sky. But it was still a step slow. 3 black lights blocked it from 3 different directions, leaving it no chance to resist, and its huge dragon body was instantly bound. The raging murderous rage was suppressed in an instant. Han Zhan's heart moved, knowing that Shui-Ro had succeeded and the time for him to counterattack had come. The ancient setting sun formation was cancelled, the bare tree man figure that blocked out the sun and sky disappeared, and a piano tune that had not been heard for a long time burst out from Han Zhan's fingers. 16 thunder. Rumble. The sky was already covered with dark clouds, and after the piano music sounded, it became even darker than ink, with lightning flashing everywhere. Thick purple thunder was looming in the dark clouds, waiting to brew a murderous intent. The evil dragon sensed the strange phenomenon in the sky and struggled frantically to break free, but the dragon-binding chains became tighter and tighter. It's thundering. As the heavy rain fell, the phantom images of the 6 realms in the same height as the heaven and earth appeared one after another in the continuous rain. There are lightning snakes crawling on their bodies, and the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning is brewing, intensifying. Boom. There was another sound of thunder. Above the sky, the dark clouds were torn apart, and countless thunders poured down as if from a pool of thunder. The 6 Dharma images simultaneously made hand gestures with their left hands and raised their right hands to point their fingers horizontally. All the thunder in the sky followed the same direction and flowed into the evil dragon's body along the exposed dragon-binding chains. The incomprehensible engraved patterns on the dragon-binding chains suddenly lit up after being penetrated by lightning. In an instant, under the huge force of thunder, the golden scales on the surface of the evil dragon broke into pieces, and electric arcs and sparks flashed all over its body, turning it black. The dragon-binding chain actually enhanced the power of the 6-sting thunder. But it was an 8th-level peak creature after all, and the full-strength attack of the 6-sting lightning could only destroy the scales on the evil dragon's body, but could not completely destroy it. Han Zhan gritted his teeth and gnawed down 2 energy bricks, and a huge amount of spiritual energy exploded in his body. On the surface of his skin, blood vessels glowed with light blue energy, and the overflowing energy was about to cause Han Zhan to explode and die. Dare not neglect. The source of nothingness in Han Zhan's body was devoured frantically, injecting this huge amount of energy into the Fushi chain. In the sky, the 6 Dharma images that had originally dimmed lit up again in an instant, and became even more solid. Clear deep purple lightning patterns appeared on the Dharma images, making them look sacred and destructive. The rain is getting heavier. Thunder follows rain. Stop! Han Zhan shouted angrily. When the world-destroying thunder struck, heaven and earth froze for a moment. The lightning that was dozens of times thicker than a bucket turned into a lightning pillar, nailing the evil dragon to the sea surface. 3 dragon-binding chains pulled the evil dragon's body out of the sea, and then it fell heavily onto the land. The evil dragon will be destroyed. Looking at this scene, everyone was deeply shocked. Whether it is the evil dragon with raging rage or the thunder that can frighten gods and ghosts, they are all the great forces that cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. They looked at Zhan with even more respect. The sky returned to its original appearance. The sounds of wind, rain, thunder, and the evil dragon's roar all subsided at this moment. The world is silent. The three dragon-binding chains that had completed their mission had no intention of leaving. They left the evil dragon and floated in front of Zhan. If he had not been exhausted and too tired to speak at this moment, Zhan would have sighed again. When you defeat the boss, it will drop equipment. These three dragon-binding chains seem to be able to strengthen the power of thunder and lightning, and the seal characters on them have special effects. Thinking of this, Zhan put them in his pocket. At this moment, above the sea surface, there was a splash, and a figure emerged from the water. It was Shui-Ro who had dived into the seabed before. Behind her, the people from the water village popped up on the sea. The high priest is dead. The evil dragon was also killed. Even the water village where they lived was shattered by the high priest and sank to the bottom of the sea. They are homeless and have no purpose in life. Master Zhan, they are all villagers of Shueishan village, and they have not done anything bad. They were bewitched by the high priest before, but now everything has returned to normal. Can you please let them go? Shui-Ro pleaded with Zhan. Even if she didn't speak, Zhan was not a bloodthirsty person and had no intention of killing everyone. But since Shui-Ro had spoken, he was happy to do her a favor. Zhan did not respond immediately and looked at the group of people expressionlessly. When Zhan's eyes swept over them, all the people in Shueishan village began to tremble in their hearts. They saw the scene where the evil dragon was beheaded. 10,000 feet of thunder bombarded the sea surface, and the 6 Dharma images were furious and majestic, giving them a huge mental shock. They were scared. Shui-Ro looked at Zhan with some worry. She didn't know whether she could convince Zhan with her influence. If I really can't persuade him, what should I do then? Before she could think about it, Zhan said, I can let them go and forgive them for what happened. But I have one condition. The villagers of Shueishan village were fooled and went against the grain. Although they made mistakes, it was not their intention. However, if no one guides them correctly, it is inevitable that follow-up incidents will continue to happen. I need a new chief of Water Village to lead them back on the right track. I think that Shui-Ro should be the village chief. Do you agree? Everyone was stunned. But soon, voices of agreement quickly rang out on the sea. Agree. Agree. We agree. Village Chief Shuru. Chapter 63, Forging the Body with the Phoenix and Forging the Soul with the Dragon. When Shui-Ro heard Zhan's words, she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. The people of Shueishan village also left the sea one after another, no longer maintaining the water transformation technique, and returned to their original appearance. The matter of Shueishan village came to an end. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared on the corpse of the evil dragon, which had lost its vitality and was completely dead. The light passed through its charred dragon body and slowly rose into the air. It was actually an illusory dragon shadow. The illusory dragon's vertical pupils were no longer crazy, the blood red faded, and the dragon's eyes swept towards the people below. Upon seeing this scene, the people of Shueishan village knelt down excitedly one by one. The dragon had regained consciousness. This was their dragon. The illusory dragon shadow opened its mouth slightly, and a distant and ethereal dragon roar sounded. As the dragon's roar sounded, the Fushi Qin behind Zhan manifested itself again. The strings of the zither move automatically without wind, and the sound of the zither is clear and melodious, just like the cry of a phoenix. The dragon and the phoenix sing in harmony. The next second, the illusory dragon shadow took one last look at the people of Shueishan village who were kneeling before it, and then rushed towards the Fushi Qin without hesitation. The latter was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up the giant dragon shadow. An indescribable aura burst out from the body of the Fushi Qin. As the contractor of Fushi Qin, Zhan seemed to feel for the first time that this was the real Fushi Qin. At this moment, it's not just the people of Shueishan village. The people of Huimiu village and Fobai village further away all felt the invisible energy sweeping across the entire world. They looked in the same direction with a feeling in their hearts, and then knelt down involuntarily, kneeling down and worshipping respectfully in the direction of the Fushi Qin. Forge your body with the phoenix, and forge your soul with the dragon. The dragon and the phoenix sing in harmony. This zither is Fushi. An old voice sounded slowly, the whole earth shook, and a huge mountain rose from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mountain shook off the gravel and dirt on its body. Every piece of gravel that hit the ground made a rumbling sound. It stood up in front of everyone, and it turned out to be a mountain giant with human-like appearance, arms and legs. It walked straight towards the Fushi Qin. Every step they took on the ground caused the earth to rumble and tremble, and all the people worshipping on the ground dared not breathe. The mountain giant finally walked up to the Fushi chain and made a move that stunned everyone. It actually knelt on one knee, facing the Fushi chain. The head of Tiyuan village, Tu Ho Xing, pays respect to Master Fushi. What? This towering mountain giant in front of him could be the village chief of Tiyuan village? Han Zhan thought in surprise. Wind, fire, water, earth. The four elements have all been gathered together, and it seems that it is time to reveal the ultimate answer. As Tu Ho Xing, the village chief of Tiyuan village, knelt down, the Fushi Qin finally burst into an incomparable light, which almost illuminated the entire Qin world, and that familiar blurry figure appeared again. A warm voice, like a spring breeze, rang in everyone's ears. Tens of millions of years ago, the source from outer space polluted the world. The black turtle of the North Sea deceived the heavens, crashed into the four pillars, and broke the sky. The world withered, all things were infected with strangeness, evil beasts were rampant, and evil disasters were raging. I want to find the phoenix tree and the dragon spirit, use the phoenix to forge my body and the dragon to forge my soul, and make a Fushi Qin to ward off evil, prevent lust, eliminate disasters, and bring order to the four directions. But the phoenix is not here, and the dragon has no soul. I can only do the next best thing and turn this world into earth, wind, water, and fire, and seal it up level by level. Wait for the opportunity to come in the future. Now that the Fushi Qin has appeared, the seal has been lifted. Play it later, and you will get all the answers you want. This last sentence was directed at Han Zhan. Although the occasion was very serious, for some reason, the phrase "keep the music and keep dancing" flashed through Han Zhan's mind. He shook his head and regained his focus. Han Zhan first glanced at the Fushi Qin floating in the air, then looked up at the blurry figure and subconsciously asked, "What piece should I play?" "You will know everything if you play it." Fushi in the light and shadow still gave the same answer. Han Zhan no longer hesitated and walked forward. His hand gently touched the strings of the Fushi Qin. A piano sound different from any previous one rang in my ears. The scene in front of Han Zhan's eyes suddenly became blurry, and then became clear again in the blink of an eye. He saw. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, and all things thrive. In addition to the humans in ancient times, there is also a world where all kinds of magical creatures live. One day, an inconspicuous black meteorite fell from the sky and landed in the world's largest North Sea. There lives an extremely huge black turtle in the North Sea. It swims in the sea, absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, and accidentally swallows a black meteorite that also falls into the sea into its body. From that moment on, the situation changed suddenly. The screen changes again. The North Sea black turtle has been completely polluted and alienated. It is no longer dormant in the North Sea, but has floated to the surface. Its shell is as tall as the sky, and its four claws are as high as the sky. Floating above the North Sea, it looks like it is standing tall and upright. The mad North Sea black turtle knocked down the four pillars supporting the world, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The collapse of heaven and earth caused countless lives to die. Its tortoise shell even broke through the sky, leaving an enormous hole in the sky. There is a gap in the sky. The evil outer source found a breakthrough and poured down from the hole in the sky. Those horrifying outer source powers soon polluted and alienated the entire world. From the perspective of a bystander of the Korean War, he also saw. The origin of outer space is extremely dark. When they fall into this world, they will begin to look for creatures in this world to merge with. And these creatures that were fused began to mutate. Their appearance after the mutation unexpectedly coincided with the appearance of those alien races in Han Zhan's memory. This major discovery suddenly woke Han Zhan up. So, those alien races that suddenly appeared on Blue Star were actually once creatures from the Fushi world. The reason why they have become what they are now is because of the pollution from the outer space? What is the origin outside that sky? Han Zhan did not find the answer in the following scenes. He only saw that even the saints of this world were helpless against the pollution from the origin of outer space. Even a powerful man like Fushi wanted to find the Fingxi wood and the dragon soul that could be used to make the Fushi Qin in order to kill the disaster and pacify the four directions. But by the time Fushi found them, they had already been contaminated by their extraterrestrial origins and had lost their original appearance. In desperation, Fushi could only divide the world into parts, turning it into a village composed of the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. This would protect the world from being polluted by the extraterrestrial origin while sealing those key objects at the same time. Until today, tens of millions of years later. When this world continues to purify itself and the pollution from the outer space is extremely weakened, we will forge the Fushi Qin to relieve the distress of heaven and earth. The piano sounds melodious. When the sound of Fushi's zither sounded, the villagers from the four major villages of earth, wind, water, and fire condensed rays of light of different colors on their bodies. They continued to gather in the sky, as if opening a final seal. The original harmonious world collapsed bit by bit, and was replaced by a supergiant world that was magnified countless times. The pillars of heaven collapsed, the sky fell, and the earth sank. Evil beasts are rampant and disasters are endless. This is the real world of harmony and support. The melodious piano music seems to be out of tune with the whole world. Chapter 64. The North Sea suddenly heard the news of the coming tide. A world on the verge of breaking apart. Is this what the world of Qin really looks like? In the Black Ocean, there were suddenly huge waves. The waves rose tens of thousands of feet high, stretching out in a continuous mass, like a row of oppressive, heavy mountains, pressing towards the shore. In these huge waves, there is an extremely huge black shadow swimming below the sea surface. It was extremely fast and had swam across half of the North Sea in the blink of an eye. A huge black head broke through the waves from under the sea, and a piece of land also emerged from the sea with it. That's not land, that's its shell. North Sea Black Turtle. The North Sea Black Turtle, which should have been gentle in temperament, was now roaring like a terrifying beast. A blood-red light emanated from the North Sea Black Turtle's pupils, and the black liquid that enveloped its body had assimilated the entire sea water. It heard the sound of the piano, and it set off a frenzy and broke through the waves. At this time, Zhan was still immersed in the bizarre world that the Fushi Qin brought him. The people on the shore were completely shocked by the scene before them. They had already seen Feng Qimu and Xia Long, but when they saw the North Sea Black Turtle, they realized that Feng Qimu and Xia Long were nothing compared to the North Sea Black Turtle. It's really too big. It felt like the entire sea water was overturned by it, and the height of the tide even obscured the sky. The sky suddenly became dark. There was only despair in everyone's heart. It's over. There was no way they could defeat this monster. Absolutely not. Unable to even think of resisting, they turned their only hope to the Korean War. The halo of light from the Fushi Qin was flowing, and the sound of the Qin was melodious and clear. After being gentle and graceful, the sounds seemed to gradually converge. A piano piece at the end of time. At this time, Zhan had just opened his eyes and saw the truth of this world. At this time, the black tortoise of the North Sea was attracted and disturbed by the sound of the piano, and furiously raised a tsunami that covered the sky, intending to use the water of the North Sea to completely submerge this land that had disappeared for tens of millions of years. At this time, the music of Fushi Qin ended, and Fushi in the blurred light and shadow turned into a stream of light, injected into Zhan's body and disappeared. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes in despair. Clang, clang, clang. The Fushi Qin made an extremely joyful sound, and two golden rays of light burst out from Zhan's pupils. The divine light completely enveloped him. At this critical moment, Zhan raised his hand and plucked the strings. The sound of a silver bottle breaking suddenly rang out. The world suddenly became completely quiet. It was so quiet that all living beings could hear the sound of the piano. In the surging golden light behind Zhan, Fushi's originally blurry figure was slowly overlapping with him and becoming one. Suddenly, news of the tide came from the North Sea. Today I know that I am me. So, I am Fushi. When Zhan had this realization in his mind, his original 6th level aura suddenly began to rise like a rocket. It turns out that after entering the world of the Qin fruit, the role he played was never an outsider, but always Fushi. It was Fushi who forged the Fushi Qin. It was Fushi who wanted to save the world, and only Fushi could play the Fushi Qin. Only when Zhan realizes this, will he be completely recognized by Fushi Qin and the whole world. The light and shadow of Fushi merged into his body, allowing his realm to reach the ultimate peak in a short period of time. Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, the peak of Level 9. Fushi's strength is at the peak of Level 9. The North Sea Black Turtle on the opposite side, after being contaminated by the outer source, also reached the peak of the 9th level. But today's Fushi has successfully forged his own magic weapon, the Fushi Qin. The moment when the strings of Fushi Qin were plucked, the huge waves suddenly froze and stayed there like a completely still picture. The same is true for the 9th level peak North Sea Black Turtle. Let me show you what the effect of a 9th level Fushi Qin should be. A gentle voice, like a spring breeze, rang in Zhan's ears. He became one with Fushi and pressed down the strings of Fushi's zither with another finger. Boom. The North Sea seemed to be under an extremely huge and terrifying pressure. A tsunami fell in an instant, and the entire surface of the North Sea suddenly dropped downwards, lowering again and again. When it couldn't go any lower, the North Sea was empty. With a wave of Fushi's finger, all the water in the North Sea disappeared in an instant, and the huge North Sea turned into an extremely huge abyss canyon. This is much more powerful than any peak 9th level power Zhan has ever seen. No, the real Fushi could not have only the strength of the peak of the 9th level. He must have taken that step, transcended the 9th level, and seen the scenery at a higher level. Zhan's body was controlled by Fushi, but he was still able to think about these unimportant things. In his hand, the disappearing bit of North Sea water has been condensed into a tiny drop between his fingers. A drop of North Sea water was plucked out by Han Zhan with a wave of his hand using the force of plucking the strings of the Fushi chain. Such a drop of water fell squarely on the shell of the North Sea black turtle trapped in the Abyss Canyon. The moment the North Sea black turtle's shell came into contact with the water droplets, it seemed as if it could not bear the weight and began to collapse and shatter into powder. That drop of water condensed the weight of the entire North Sea. Even the North Sea black turtle could not bear this weight. It roared and wailed, trying to struggle to get up, but that drop of water suppressed it and made it unable to move. At the same time, Fushi, who was controlling Han Zhan, suddenly let out a light exclamation. The Fushi chain in front of him was plucked again. A giant blade of destruction that split the sky and the earth cut through the sky and appeared in the open space next to the North Sea black turtle the next second. A blurry figure appeared, and Fan, who used the power of lies to hide beside him and was planning to steal something, was directly knocked out by this giant destructive blade. Fan's whole body was emitting golden light, and with the blessing of the immortality talent, countless models of garbled codes flashed in his eyes, trying to deceive with lies. But within half a breath, the golden light on his body shattered as soon as it touched him, and the giant blade of destruction directly turned him into a ball of blood mist, completely annihilating him. Fushi did the same thing again, and 4 giant destructive blades rose up from the bows, cutting off the 4 legs of the North Sea black turtle. They were sent to the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north respectively, replacing the pillars of the sky that were originally tilted and collapsed. The heaven and earth were stabilized again. After doing all this, the power of Fushi injected into Han Zhan's body was finally exhausted, and his realm began to fall again. 1 second before his realm fell, Fushi waved at the corpse of the North Sea black turtle. A golden light condensed from the shell of the North Sea black turtle and was caught in Fushi's hand. This is my gift to you as a token of my gratitude to you who came later. Take it. As soon as Fushi finished speaking, the power of Fushi in Han Zhan's body completely disappeared. Han Zhan watched the golden light in his hand fade away and turn into a palm-sized tortoise shell. On the tortoise shell, there are patterns that are undergoing billions of changes. Under the Korean War, Divine Light, its name comes into view. Luo Shu. Chapter 65, Inside and Outside the World. It turned out to be Luo Shu. Looking at the palm-sized tortoise shell in his hand, Han Zhan never imagined that it would be the Luo Shu. Han Zhan had heard too many legends about Luo Shu, but he had never imagined getting it this way. It is said that Fushi comprehended the 8 trigrams from the river chart in the Luo Shu, and the 8 trigrams are closely related to the ancient magic array. Doesn't this mean that as long as he obtains the river map and the Luo Shu, he can comprehend the mysteries of the 8 trigrams and formations just like Fushi? Looking at the obscure patterns on the black tortoise's shell that kept changing as if endless, Han Zhan had a lot of thoughts in his mind at once. At the same time, his compatibility with the Fushi Qin reached its peak after completing the fusion with Fushi. Logically speaking, Qin Sifulai's exploration of the world should end here, and she should leave this world automatically. But he waited for a long time and nothing happened. The villagers from the 4 villages of Daifeng Shuihuo saw Han Zhan standing there stupidly, not knowing what had happened. In the distance, the pillars between heaven and earth were restored, but the shattered world did not fully recover. Those polluted creatures have transformed into the most ancient alien race and are wreaking havoc in this world. Some have already set their sights on them. Feng Pingqing, Walai, Shui Rou, and Tu Hoxing were guarding the 4 directions respectively, facing those foreign races who were surrounding them with covetous eyes. A new war is about to break out. Titan Fortress, Interior. Inside a set of sophisticated and perfect ultra-high-end instruments, there is a glorious and sacred little tree. The small tree swayed, and countless densely packed nanotubes sensed the psychic energy fluctuations it emitted, and then collected and analyzed these psychic energy fluctuations. Next to this device, there is a huge imaging screen, on which the analyzed images are being transcoded. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaw would drop. Use advanced technology to analyze ancient treasures. Only Shang Jianwei can do such an operation. Strange, according to the data analysis, the 2 people who escaped into the Bodhi tree should have left at the right time. Just now, the instrument detected that the spiritual energy bursting out of the Bodhi tree is unprecedented and has reached its peak. But where are the people? Shang Jianwei was still wearing his top hat, a black gentleman's tuxedo, and holding a silver cane in his hand. As he muttered to himself, the image on the imaging screen changed again. Among the fruits originally hanging on the Bodhi tree, one of the fruits suddenly evolved into 2. They grow one after the other, like conjoined twins on the Bodhi tree. Twin fruit. Seeing this scene, Shang Jianwei was stunned for a moment. So, since we couldn't get in touch with Han Zhan for such a long time, he must have entered the Bodhi tree? Daxia, Northern County. Among those who participated in the meeting, Wei Qing, who was the most impatient, was the first to speak. It can basically be confirmed. Lin Jingxian said, Glancing at Xia Yue who was sitting next to him, Xia Yue's Fuxican has seen a huge increase in recent days. The only thing that can explain this change is Han Zhan and his Bodhi tree. We can even speculate that the fruit world he entered this time should be the world related to the Fuxi chain. But Lin Jingxian paused suddenly when he said this. Xia Yue on the side said immediately, but the morning before yesterday, I clearly felt a layer of membrane disappearing from my body, which is the same as Lingzhen's feeling before. Not long after Li Lingzhen had this feeling, Han Zhan left the Bodhi tree, but this time there was no movement. Were we trapped in Titan's fortress? After they left the Bodhi tree, they were captured by Shang Jianwei who was waiting for them and used as a bargaining chip to threaten Daxia? I will contact Lao Ba again about this. If this is true, we will initiate a rescue plan when necessary. After Lin Jingxian finished speaking, he knocked on the table and announced the adjournment of the meeting. At this time, Shinjichi called him. Regarding the ancient magic arrays, these ancient magic arrays left by the teacher have been consumed a lot recently. On the one hand, because of the maximum control of energy supply, the weather in the north is getting colder and colder, and the daily heating of the people of Daxia has to be maintained by the formation. On the other hand, Chongqing Company's tentative attacks on Daxia are becoming more and more frequent. Gong Yangjin has volunteered to go to Lidong City to investigate, but we need to solve the problem of the magic array being consumed too quickly without delay. Shinjichi's words made everyone who was about to adjourn the meeting stop again. These are still two very difficult problems. Han Zhan obtained a large number of energy bricks in Titan City, and many people knew about this. Once the Korean War can successfully return, one of the problems can be solved. But not now. Lin Jingxian hesitated for a moment. Stop the battle, Spirit Bond Master, including the magic array in our residence, and give priority to supplying civilians. We are all Spirit Bond Masters or Spirit Bond Masters, so we can still withstand this little bit of cold. As for the energy bricks, we should first look for alternative energy sources. If that doesn't work, we can produce energy using the traditional method. Although it is much less efficient, it is the most important thing to keep the city running normally. In addition, as I said before, when it comes to energy supply, civilians should be given priority. Clear. After the plan was finalized, everyone dispersed. Only Lin Jingxian was left sitting there alone. Feeling the temperature around him gradually getting colder, the head of the think tank, who had always remained calm in front of others, sighed deeply. Han Zhan, where are you? If this continues, it may really only be a matter of time before North County falls. Zerg, deep in the sea of blood. There was a huge mountain of flesh and blood, beating regularly like a heart. Plop, plop, plop. As it beats faster and faster, the flesh wall becomes more transparent, and you can clearly see the densely packed tiny blood vessels inside, as well as a layer of fetal membrane wrapping something. Suddenly, the amniotic membrane broke and the wrapped objects rolled out. That's a person. A him. Ifan coughed loudly a few times and spat out the unpleasant-smelling liquid in his mouth. He strained his throat, then looked down at his reborn body. Tisk, is this what it feels like to die and be reborn? It's an experience I never want to try again. As he was talking to himself, a scarlet figure landed beside him in the distance. You're dead. It's obvious. The blood fetus of the Zerg can only be resurrected once a year, and 90 of the second resurrection is not the real person. The Scarlet Queen paused at this point and then continued asking, how did the mission go? The dragon blood and the phoenix blood were successfully obtained, but the blood of the terrifying black turtle recorded in the alien race's history was not obtained. However, the scarlet insect nest has been properly set up. The scarlet insects under your command can set out and enter that special world at any time. Please start a war to take back the alien origins left in that world. And enjoy the killing, my queen. Chapter 66. You say a number. Thank you for your rewards, monthly tickets, recommendations, and collections. Thank you. All kinds of strange and alien races appeared from all over the broken world. They paced forward and looked at this land that had inexplicably disappeared for tens of millions of years and reappeared inexplicably. Cruelty, madness, bloodlust, hatred, all kinds of emotions were revealed in their pupils. The villagers from the 4 villages of Daifengshuihuo, led by their respective village chiefs, were on guard in all directions. At this moment, Han Zhan, who had been in a daze, finally came to his senses. He shifted his gaze away from the luoshu in his hand and decided not to look at it for the time being. Just with a glance, Han Zhan's entire mental power seemed to be sucked into it, constantly rotating and stirring, almost making him faint. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough and cut off the connection with this part of the mental power and was able to escape from the luoshu. Let's solve the current crisis first, and we can think of a way to deal with luoshu later. Han Zhan thought to himself, and he looked around. Looking at these familiar alien races, Han Zhan had the illusion that he was on Blue Star. But he was sure that the types and numbers of these alien races were far less than those on Blue Star. Perhaps, The world of Chinsifuli is not the only polluted world. Han Zhan thought of the Bodhi tree and the dim fruit world on it. As he was thinking this, the Fushi Qin had already gathered behind him again. The moment the Fushi Qin was condensed, all the strange beasts suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, and after a while, they disappeared completely. This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise. Tu Hoshing was the first to react. My lord just killed the North Sea black turtle with the Fushi Qin, and the killing intent is still on the chain. These evil beasts are very sensitive to killing intent. Even the most powerful overlord of the sea, the North Sea black turtle, is no match for you. Naturally, they dare not stay here. Tu Hoshing's words made everyone nod secretly. Although Tu Hoshing is tall and as big as a mountain, he is actually quite smart. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes invariably fell on Huolai, the chief of Huomiao village, who was standing nearby. Huolai, who was originally in a trance, felt the gazes from all around him and thought to himself, "These people are looking at me with such eyes. Could they be trying to steal the evil dragon meat from me?" The other people in Huomiao village also stood vigilantly behind their village chief and blocked the evil dragon's corpse. Everyone. The thinking process of the people in Huomiao village is very different from that of ordinary people. Ignoring them, Tu Hoshing continued, "The Fushi Qin's ability to deter these evil beasts has a time limit. When the murderous intent that killed the North Sea black turtle dissipates, or when a more powerful evil beast appears, this superficial balance will be broken. But at least, from my perspective, we won't be in any danger for the next 3 days." When Tu Hoshing said this, everyone realized that he had buried his legs in the ground without them knowing it. As a user of earth-related abilities, Tu Hoshing, who is at the 7th level, can sense the changes around him through the earth. In his perception, under the ferocious power of the Fushi Qin, those evil beasts that were secretly coveting his property all ran away. After hearing his explanation, everyone finally put their minds at ease. So, under the leadership of Han Zhan, the villagers of Fengbai village and Huomao village led the team, the villagers of Shuaixing village followed behind, and Tu Hoshing, the only mountain giant from Tuyuan village, walked at the end, dragging the corpse of an evil dragon. The huge army returned to their original base. Thanks to Han Zhan's insistence, the evil dragon's body was not finally buried at the entrance of Huomiao village. Firstly, it was once the dragon worshipped by Shuaixing village. Eating it would be somewhat disgusting and not conducive to unity. Secondly, Han Zhan still remembers vividly the scene where the dragon's soul resolutely transformed into the Fushi Qin. Huolai and the others could only watch as the evil dragon's body was buried, standing by with helpless eyes. Huolai was particularly shocked. His saliva had dried up, and he thought to himself, "Sure enough, he was staring at me just now. Something bad must be wrong." My premonition was so accurate. In order to appease Huolai and the others, Han Zhan took out a large amount of processed evil beast meat from Fengbai village. Everyone gathered around the bonfires and started the traditional activity of bonfire barbecue. Compared to the first campfire barbecue during the Korean War, the number of people has almost tripled, but fortunately there is still enough evil beast meat. As the largest mountain giant, Tu Hoshing was assigned an extra-large bonfire and a considerable amount of evil beast meat. Tu Hoshing was also very particular. He took out dozens of large jars of his own brewed wine from his belly of the mountain and shared them with everyone. Seeing Tu Hoshing like this, the straightforward people of Huomiao village immediately became sworn brothers with him. Huolai held up a large wine glass filled with wine and shouted to Tu Hoshing, "Village chief Tu Hoshing, since you were so generous, share the delicious wine with us. From now on, we are all brothers. You tell me a number, and I, Huolai, will fight you once on behalf of the entire Huomiao village." Huolai's words were supported by all the villagers in Huomiao village, and there was a burst of applause. At this time, Tu Hoshing slowly raised a finger. Huolai glared at him and said unhappily, "Just 1 cup? Who are you looking down on? We are good brothers." Hearing Huolai's words, Tu Hoshing turned his huge mountain head and shook his head. "That's what I said. How could the village chief be so petty? It's 10 cups, right?" Huolai's expression relaxed and he continued. Unexpectedly, Tu Hoshing still shook his head. "Is it 100 cups?" Huolai's face became a little solemn, but when he saw the huge size of the mountain giant, he could understand a little. Indeed, for a mountain giant like Tu Hoshing, drinking 100 glasses of wine might indeed be his normal drinking capacity. "If it really is 100 cups, I will grit my teeth and keep you company. I can't bring disgrace to the reputation of Huomiao village." A little drama began to play out in Huolai's mind. But Tu Hoshing still shook his head. "You want to drink 1,000 cups with me?" Huolai's face turned green. He glanced behind him, hoping that some loyal villager from Huomiao village would stand up and block the wine for their village chief. Unexpectedly, these cubs started shouting and gloating, as if they were enjoying the fun. What a bunch of brainless people. Huolai cursed in his heart. Unexpectedly, Tu Hoshing still shook his head. His loud and resonant voice echoed around the entire campfire. "We are good brothers. The finger I raised does represent one, but this one means, keep drinking. Keep drinking. Hualai, who was full of confidence just now, turned pale in an instant. There aren't many scenes that can make Hualai feel defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone including Han Zhan couldn't help but chuckle in their hearts. Chapter 67. Two Women Fighting. Additional update. Thank you again. It was more than 2 hours later that Hualai was drunk and fell to the ground. Lying behind him were all the men of Hulia village, each and every one of them lying there straight and drunk. The crackling bonfire was still burning. Tu Ho Xing, the village chief of Tiyuan village, was sitting next to the campfire and adding new firewood to the campfire. His tall body was sitting cross-legged there, and the firelight could only illuminate a small part of it. Most of the rest of the area merged into darkness, turning into a solitary mountain that silently guards everyone. As a 7th-level Earth-type awakener, Tu Ho Xing can sense everything happening within 100 miles as long as he is connected to the land beneath his feet. He sensed the people from Humiao village who were snoring loudly, the villagers from Fengbai village who were returning to their homes after eating and drinking, and the villagers from Shuixing village who were hesitant. Tu Ho Xing closed his eyes and continued to feel. He suddenly heard two hurried and somewhat fragmented footsteps. Fengbai village. On the deserted street that should have been empty at night, a figure as fast as the wind appeared. She nimbly crossed obstacles one after another, made many turns, and finally arrived at her destination. The figure that turned into wind paused, and elegance emerged from it. She suddenly turned her head and looked to the right of the door of the house in front of her. Feng Yao frowned slightly, and snorted in displeasure, and said in a low voice, "Come out, how long are you going to hide? My wind has discovered you." The wind passes without leaving a trace, but it can also make all things visible. As Feng Yao finished speaking, another beautiful and graceful female figure slowly solidified on the right side near the door. "Village Chief Shuru, it's you." When Feng Yao saw the person coming, the displeasure in her eyes became even stronger. She deliberately emphasized the word village chief. Shui Rou felt the hostility coming from Feng Yao, but she remained unmoved. She put on her clothes first. Water can accommodate everything, so it will naturally not be driven back by Feng Yao's hostility. Village Chief Shuru is not sleeping so late, and she has come here in secret using the water annihilation technique. Is she planning to do something shameful and dirty? I just ate too much last night, so I came out to digest it. Facing Feng Yao's sharp questioning, Shura said calmly, "What about you? You don't sleep at night and appear here. Do you want to do it again?" Shui Rou was referring to the incident not long ago when Feng Yao attacked Han Zhan at night. Feng Yao, who was outmaneuvered, was not willing to be outdone, and said confidently, "This is Fengbai village. I am patrolling Fengbai village to prevent anyone with ill intentions from appearing." As Feng Yao spoke, she looked at Shui Rou, as if she was saying explicitly or implicitly that she was the one with evil intentions. In the silent night, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Neither of them gave in, and they were stuck at the door of Han Zhan's house. Feng Yao took the lead in attacking. She deliberately raised her head, straightened it, and looked at the other person provocatively. "If Brother Zhan and I have children in the future, no matter how many we have, they will never starve." Indeed, only Feng Yao has the ability to say so. After saying this, Feng Yao strode a few steps towards the entrance of Han Zhan with his head held high in confidence. Seeing Feng Yao walking towards the door, Shura became a little anxious, but then, as the head of Shuixing village who had the best brain, she immediately spoke. "I can perform the water transformation technique and transform myself into a warm stream of water." Feng Yao didn't understand what he said at first, but the next second, her face turned pale with shock. "How can you say such things?" Feng Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such words actually came from the mouth of an intellectual and cold beauty like Shui Rou. Shui Rou did not answer Feng Yao. She continued to take a few steps towards the door. "Brother Zhan and I climbed the mountain together and bathed in the pool on the mountain." Feng Yao's tone became hurried. She felt the pressure brought to her by Shui Rou. "Lord Han Zhan has me in his heart. He specially promoted me to be the village chief of Shuixing village." "Brother Zhan." "Master Han Zhan." The two of them were arguing back and forth, neither willing to give in, and they started quarreling in front of Han Zhan's door. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard in the room. The two people at the door looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. They deliberately spoke so loudly just to let Han Zhan hear them. They were not from Humiao village, and their minds were as clear as mirrors. They were just waiting for Han Zhan to judge from their conversation who was the more important person in his heart. As the footsteps got closer, Feng Yao and Shuru's hearts began beating faster. The next second, the door opened with a creak. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you standing at the door and not sleeping at night?" The moment the door was opened, Wahong walked out of the room cursing. When the two girls saw who came out, they were all dumbfounded. "I've finally cleared the sea. It's not easy for me." Two women are chattering at the door. What are they yelling about? What's big or not? What's smooth or not? What are you talking about? Women only slow down my eating speed. I can't possibly like you. I'm telling you. Before he could finish his words, he was hit hard in both his eyes. Hua Heng's eyes suddenly went dark and he fainted. Outside Fengbai village, at the altar on the mountain. Han Zhan came here alone. The wind on the mountain at night was particularly noisy. Let the unconscious Hua Heng rest in my room. I hope he can sleep well tonight. Han Zhan had a smile on his face. He first glanced at Fengbai village at the foot of the mountain. From his current perspective, the bonfire burning in Fengbai village looked like sporadic points of light flickering in the dark night, flickering. He turned his gaze further away. The mountains are vast and stacked one upon another. The water drop that lost the power of Fushi once again turned into the vast North Sea, surrounding the entire land. Further away, there was still a thick black fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Thick fog. When Han Zhan thought of this, he lowered his head and looked at the stone compass in the center of the altar, and indeed found something different. At this moment, there are 3 different rotation coordinates on the compass, one more than before. They correspond to the initial position, former site of Huamiao village, and unknown land, respectively. Han Zhan's heart moved slightly. He held the bone flute inserted into the compass and slowly turned it, moving the needle on the compass to the 3rd unfamiliar coordinate. The next second, Han Zhan on the mountain and Tu Hosheng at the foot of the mountain looked in the same direction at the same time. That's where the North Sea ends. The area that was originally shrouded in thick fog was revealed in the misty night. A new land that is no less large than the land where the Korean War took place. In the area above that piece of land, Han Zhan saw a huge gap in the sky. It was a hole in the sky pierced by the shell of the North Sea black turtle. The moment this new continent appeared, Han Zhan's sense of Shang sighting Snihua stone, which had been lost for a long time, increased a lot. A sudden realization flashed through Han Zhan's mind. Nuwa, mend the sky. Chapter 68 Crossing the Sea. The next day, Hua Heng had 2 pitch-black panda eyes with a resentful look. But he kept silent about what happened last night. Because this is really too embarrassing for a person from Huamiao village. What Hua Heng didn't expect was that no matter where he went, people around him would point at him and whisper, and then after a while, they would burst into laughter. It would have been fine if it happened once or twice, but when it happened the 3rd time, and it happened to a group of young people from Huamiao village, Hua Heng couldn't bear it anymore. What are you laughing at? Hua Heng rolled up his sleeves and walked over with an unhappy look on his face. Aren't they just 2 panda eyes? Is that so funny? Hua Heng didn't understand. In the past, the people of Huamiao village were belligerent and often appeared with 2 panda eyes, but they had never been seen smiling like this. Unexpectedly, Hua Heng's angry scolding not only failed to make the young men from Huamiao village restrain themselves, but made them laugh even louder. One of them came over, patted Hua Heng on the shoulder, and comforted him. Hua Heng, being beaten unconscious by 2 women is not a shameful thing. Don't be angry. When Hua Heng heard what the other party said, the anger in his heart was instantly extinguished like a basin of cold water. How did you know? Hua Heng looked at him in disbelief. Weren't you drunk as hell by the bonfire last night? Cough, cough, cough. The young man who was called a dead dog coughed a few times. But he suddenly thought that not only himself, but even the village chief Walai had become a dead dog, so it was not so embarrassing anymore. Besides, how could being drunk be as embarrassing as being knocked down by a woman with 2 punches? Of course someone told me. The young man from Huamiao village winked at Hua Heng. But no matter how much Hua Heng asked, the young man from Huamiao village refused to say a word. Keep it a secret, keep it a secret. I promise to keep it a secret. The whole village was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Fengya and Shui Rou had the same experience as Hua Heng. Fengbai village. Feng Pingqing found Fengya, pulled her aside, looked at her with a look of disappointment, and sighed heavily. Look at you, you've already tried twice. Why haven't you succeeded yet? What success? Fengya looked confused and had not yet reacted. Feng Pingqing clapped his hands and glared at her. A night raid on Lord Han Zhan? What else could it be? It would have been fine if it hadn't worked, but how could you be so careless? Now the whole village knows about it. You want to have dozens of children with Han Zhan, and you guarantee that they won't starve. You. Feng Pingqing's words made Fengya's face turn red. How did the village chief know about this? Her first reaction was that Hua Heng was not beaten enough and dared to go out and talk nonsense. Hua Heng, I'm going to kill you. The elegance of the child's face made his mouth puff up with anger, like a big, white, tender, round bun. The 3 big buns rushed out like a gust of wind without saying a word. Water Village. As the village chief, Shui Rou now has a high prestige and reputation in Shuisheng village. But today, she clearly felt that when people around her looked at her, there was something more besides respect. At this time, a woman from Shuisheng village, under the instigation and encouragement of her husband, pushed and shoved, and finally mustered up the courage to come to Shuru. Village Chief Shuru. I want to ask you about the water transformation technique. Water transformation technique? Shui Rou was stunned for a moment. Didn't everyone already master the water transformation technique when they were children? Is there anything else worth asking? Hearing Shui Rou's words, the female villagers of Shuixing village lowered their heads even more. She caught a glimpse of her man looking at her encouragingly, so she gritted her teeth, raised her head and said, "It's not a simple water transformation technique. I want to learn from village chief Shure the trick of local water transformation." When Shui Rou heard this, her head suddenly buzzed as if struck by lightning. Tips for localizing water? Didn't I say that on purpose last night just to be jealous of Fingya? Why would the female villager from Shuixing village know that? Who else knows about this? Shui Rou forced herself to calm her tone and asked casually. Everyone in the village knows about it. Everyone wants to know how to locally transform the water. The voice of the female villager from Shuixing village became smaller and smaller as she spoke to the end. I didn't expect you to still be so talented in this area. When Shui Rou heard this, she almost stumbled and fell. The whole village knows about it? The images of two people quickly emerged in her mind, one of whom was Huaheng. The first second Huaheng appeared, she crossed out his image in her mind. Huaheng is from Huimiao village and cares most about his reputation. It is impossible for him to spread this matter to outsiders. As for the second person, it is Fingya. Could it be that this woman, who is known for being a green tea, was deliberately spreading rumors and gossiping outside to ruin her own reputation? Thinking of this, Shui Rou activated the water anonymity technique and disappeared in front of the female villager, leaving only her clothes fluttering in the wind. It was so embarrassing, she didn't want to show up. North Sea Coast. A young and handsome man and a mountain giant as tall as a mountain were standing side by side, looking into the distance. At the far end, there is a vague land. I want to cross the sea. Han Zhan spoke up and told his plan. Village chief too, do you have any solution? Tu Ho Xing, who had a deep and honest voice and sounded as solid as his body, shook his head. Master Han Zhan, I am an Earth-type awakener. I can't play any role in the vast ocean of the North Sea. However, as the overlord of the North Sea, perhaps only the North Sea black turtle can cross the North Sea. North Sea black turtle? Now the black turtle of the North Sea has been killed by Fushi on the bottom of the sea, but we have the villagers of Shuixing village on our side. They may be able to salvage the black turtle of the North Sea through the water transformation technique. This is a good idea. Han Zhan nodded and suddenly turned his head to look at the honest man Tu Ho Xing standing next to him. Village chief, when I asked you to go out for a walk this morning, you seemed to be talking to them about something? The they Han Zhan mentioned included Feng Pingxing, several young people from Huimiao village, and many people from Shuixing village. They all seemed to be listening with great interest at the time. Nothing, just a normal chat, talking about my experiences and enhancing the relationship between the villages. Tu Ho Xing said honestly. Yes, indeed. You are the last one to join. You haven't yet completely integrated with Fengbai village and Huimiao village. You need to have a good exchange with them. This is good. Han Zhan always worried that Tu Ho Xing would not be able to integrate into other circles because he was too honest. Now that he can see him actively communicating with others, Han Zhan feels very comforted. Just as the two finished their conversation, suddenly, from the distance came Huaheng's screams like a pig being slaughtered. It's not me. It's unfair. I really didn't say that. The honest and kind mountain giant scratched his head. Chapter 69, each shows his magical powers. When Huaheng appeared in front of everyone again, in addition to two panda eyes, he also had a pig head. But even so, Huaheng remained very tough and did not confess under torture. Fingya and Shuro had actually believed his words a long time ago, but they were annoyed that everyone knew about the embarrassing thing and no one had to vent their anger to, so they could only continue to vent their anger on Huaheng. Poor Huaheng got beaten up again. Fortunately, Han Zhan appeared at the right time and saved him from the dire situation. Shui Rou. Han Zhan pushed open the door and saw Fengya and Shui Rou fighting Huaheng. He waved to Shui Rou. Hearing Han Zhan's voice, Shui Rou didn't even look at Huaheng again. She just nodded lightly and followed Han Zhan out. She looked so well behaved, as if the one who beat someone up just now was not her at all. Seeing Han Zhan and Shui Rou leaving together, Fengya also stopped and hurriedly followed them out. I need you and the villagers of Water Village to do me a favor. I want to cross the sea and go to the continent at the end of the North Sea. I talked to village chief Tu Ho Xing, and he thought that the corpse of the North Sea black turtle might be able to help us. After his reminder, I came up with a solution, but this solution requires the help of you and the villagers of Shuixing village. The solution to the Korean War is actually very simple. Because the black turtle of the North Sea was killed by Fushi using the Fushi chain, as the mechanism of the Fushi chain, two war spirits have been taken into the ancient Ikenong formation, namely the peak 8th level evil dragon and the peak 9th level black turtle of the North Sea. It's a pity that the war spirit can only last for a limited time, and Han Zhan is very worried that it will sink to the bottom of the sea halfway across the sea. The safest way is to find the large shell of the North Sea black turtle, then use the shell as a giant boat, and then use the North Sea black turtle's fighting spirit to control the progress. In this way, even if Han Zhan's spiritual energy is exhausted, he can still take a short rest. After Shui Ro heard Han Zhan's words, her icy cold voice became somewhat soft and gentle, as if melted by a spring breeze. She stared at Han Zhan with eyes as clear as water and said, "Master Han Zhan, helping you is too polite. It is my duty to share your worries. I will now gather all the villagers of Shuixing village and go to the North Sea to look for the body of the black turtle." "That would be great," Han Zhan said happily. Seeing Han Zhan smile, Shui Ro also smiled as if the sky had cleared after the rain. She smiled sweetly at Han Zhan, then quickened her pace towards Shuixing village. Why is there such a strong smell of tea in the tea? Feng Ye, who was watching this scene from the side, felt something was wrong. The women in Shuixing village were too smart. It seemed that they had even learned his special skills. So how can I win her? When Feng Ye thought of this, she lowered her head sadly, but suddenly found that she couldn't see her feet at all. She immediately regained her confidence and cheered up. On Hua Heng's side, after finally saving his life from the two women, he was surrounded by several young men from Hua Miao village. The leaders were the brothers who had been sent by Hua Lai to guide and educate Hua Heng. They were finally released from the small dark room by Hua Lai. "It's you who got us locked up in the dark room. Haha, you've finally got your day. You've been beaten into a pig's head. You dare to laugh at me? Let's fight." Hua Heng was very angry. These guys had just been locked up for a few days and looked sick. Could they beat him? As if they had noticed this, several young people quickly protected their vital parts and shouted, "If you dare to hit us, we will tell everyone about you peeping at the village chief's daughter taking a bath." "That's right. We dare to tell the village chief." Hua Heng's fist stopped in midair. "Damn it, what bad luck." Hua Heng put down his fist, glared at them fiercely, then turned and left. At the edge of the North Sea, Tu Ho Xing, who had been sitting on the ground like a stone Buddha, suddenly opened his eyes and looked honestly at Hua Lai, the chief of Hua Miao village, who was walking beside him. "Village Chief Hua Ye, it just so happens that I overheard something today, and I want to share it with you. Yes, it is of course a secret, and as brothers, we should promise each other to keep this secret." Shura led the villagers of Shuixing village, and the underwater salvage work went very smoothly. Possessing the art of water transformation, they are born to work underwater. I never thought that the high priest had made some contribution to the world after all. It took Shui Ro less than half a day to find the body of the North Sea black turtle. However, even though it was a dead North Sea black turtle, its body was so huge that she and others could not pull it up. Using storage tools for treasures won't work either, because it's just too big. After a simple positioning, Shui Ro could only lead the villagers to leave first. She also made a special trip to the old side of Shuixing village, and took out the remaining 6 dragon-binding chains from that special deep pool and gave them to Han Zhan. The seal characters on these 6 dragon-binding chains have been almost completely erased, unlike the 3 dragon-binding chains in Han Zhan's hand. They also temporarily lost their spirituality and power. I don't know if I can restore it to its original state after taking it back. Chains. Looking at the chains in his hand, Han Zhan suddenly asked, "These chains were originally used to seal the evil dragon. The evil dragon is huge. With the length of this chain, can it connect the North Sea black turtle and the land?" Han Zhan asked Shui Ro to help him try it out. With good luck, it works. So, on the shore, Han Zhan, the mountain giant, the people of Hua Miao village, etc., all clenched the ends of the dragon-binding chains in their hands. Under the water, Shui Ro and other people from Shuixing village used chains to tie up the entire shell of the North Sea black turtle. After a lot of effort, they finally fished out the huge black tortoise shell. The next thing becomes simple. The shell of the North Sea black turtle is very large. When it is turned over, it can be used as a small movable island to carry everyone across the sea. The people of Hua Miao village were responsible for doing the hard labor, packing and carrying all kinds of supplies that could be used. The people of Fombai village are responsible for making the giant sail and summoning hurricanes to power it. The people of Shuixing village were responsible for performing the sea-splitting technique at the edge of the turtle shell to help determine the direction of the opposite land. There is only one person, Tu Ho Xing, into Yuan village. Because of his large tonnage, he is responsible for sitting in the center of the turtle shell, similar to a ballast stone. Everyone shows their talents and performs their duties. The Korean War was no exception. He took a few bites of the energy bricks, urging the void to devour the origin, then summoned the Fushi Qin and played the ancient setting sun formation music. The North Sea black turtle war spirit that had just been killed was summoned. The North Sea black turtle, which was at the peak of the 8th level, transformed into a huge ball of golden light and dived underwater. It carried the turtle shell on itself, then activated the talent of the North Sea black turtle, broke through the turbulent waters of the North Sea, and drove at a high speed towards the end of the North Sea. The road ahead is unknown, but they ride the wind and waves and move forward. Chapter 70. This is Wakanda. How big is the North Sea? Looking around, all I could see was a vast ocean with no end in sight. The misty land that I saw on the top of the mountain yesterday has now entered the sea, with only a vague outline close to the sea level left. The dark black sea water surged, causing wind and waves, which continuously hit the giant black tortoise's shell, splashing waves. Han Zhan controlled the North Sea black turtle war spirit, rode the tortoise shell, and rode the wind and waves. Fortunately, the people of the water village used the derivative power of the tracking spell to help them constantly locate and correct the direction of the land, which prevented them from getting lost in the sea. Nearly half a day had passed since they set out. After all, they were only combat spirits at the peak of the 8th rank, and could not compare with the North Sea black turtle in its prime, and their speed was much slower. And then there is battery life. Han Zhan had rested twice during the journey, and continuously urging the origin of nothingness to devour the energy bricks, causing his head to feel swollen and painful. Han Zhan could only temporarily give up the attempt to devour the energy bricks for the 3rd time in a row and slowed down for a while. The entire small island on the black tortoise shell is very large, and except for people who are doing official business, everyone else has relatively free time. Shui Ro and Feng Yu were sitting side by side. I don't know when their relationship became so good. Maybe it's because we share the same suffering. Feng Yu looked at Han Zhan's back as he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. She shook the two generals she was so proud of, her eyes full of resentment. You say, Brother Zhan, don't you like women? Sure, his eyelids twitched when she saw Feng Yu's actions. After hearing her words, she also sighed deeply. I don't know either. Lord Han Zhan doesn't seem to be interested in either of us. His attitude towards us has nothing to do with love anyway. After Shui Ro finished speaking, both of them sighed at the same time. Different from the melancholy here, it was much more lively over in Huamiao village, where a fight was taking place. The basic description is that Hua Lai is chasing and fighting Hua Hong, and Hua Hong is running, and while running, he is also chasing a few young men from Huamiao village, with a look on his face as if he must avenge a blood feud. There were many people around watching the fun, and the air was once again filled with a joyful atmosphere. Tu Ho Xing, who served as the ballast stone, opened his eyes, scratched his head habitually, and then looked forward. The next second, there was a loud dull bang. The shell of the North Sea black turtle hit a transparent light film and was forcibly stopped. Han Zhan, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, also woke up because of the shock. How big is the shell of the North Sea black turtle? It is almost the size of an entire small or even medium-sized island. During the voyage, it also has huge inertia. Is there anything that can force it to stop? Han Zhan felt a chill in his heart. He walked to the front of the black tortoise shell, wanting to find out what was going on. The North Sea ahead was still turbulent with huge waves rolling, and there was nothing unusual. However, Han Zhan noticed that when those huge waves tried to create a tsunami and rushed towards him, it seemed as if an invisible wall of air rose up and blocked them all back. Seeing this, he also raised his hand and tried to reach out to the air in front of him. Just when Han Zhan stretched out his hand halfway, he felt a resistance. Directly in front of him, a wall seemed to form in the air that he could not see, blocking his hand from extending forward. The Korean War attempted to increase its strength. The sound of Fu Shixin's Long Xiang Chao rang out, and the 4th urgent lock was released. Han Zhan's hand that was pressing on the invisible air wall instantly became throbbing with veins. Domineering power burst out from his palm, and the place where his palm touched the air wall began to make a harsh creaking sound. Transparent waves spread out in all directions like ripples. Fine lines like cracked glass began to spread from the place where the palm touched to the surrounding area. But even so, Han Zhan's hand still couldn't advance an inch. Just when Han Zhan was about to increase his strength, a roar of turbines suddenly came from the sky. This sound had not been heard for so long that Han Zhan even thought he was hallucinating. In the ancient world, turbines roar? Are you kidding me? Just as Han Zhan rejected this idea in his mind, he saw a shuttle rapidly approaching him with a dark blue tail flame. The silver-white, streamlined fairing, and the overall sci-fi design like a flying shuttle are all repeating one thing to the Korean War. This is indeed, truly, an ultramodern shuttle aircraft. I actually saw a flying shuttle in the world of Fuxi and Yuhua. What shocked Han Zhan was yet to come. He saw many circles of light suddenly appear in the sky. These circles of light suddenly expanded, and inside were light and shadow scenes as vast as the starry sky. Soon, silver-white shuttles flew out from these circles of light and gathered into a group of fighter jets in the sky. This is Wakanda. Han Zhan muttered to himself in disbelief. Such an exaggerated scene shocked not only Han Zhan, but also the villagers of the Four Elements village on the black tortoise shell. They all ran to Han Zhan, raised their heads, and stared at the shuttle fighters above their heads. What is this? Feng Pingcheng opened his mouth in surprise. Could the ones that suddenly appeared from the sky be new evil beasts that have been mutated after being polluted? We can't sense the spiritual energy fluctuations in their bodies. They are very strong. Be careful. Tu Hoshing stood up, and his huge body like a mountain giant blocked all the villagers behind him. Hualai moved his fist away from Hua Heng's face and looked up at the densely packed silver shuttles. He licked his lips, somewhat excited. Have you eaten new beast meat? I wonder what this beast tastes like. Fengya and Shura hurried over from the crowd, one on the left and one on the right, and hugged Han Zhan's arms tacitly. The shuttle fighter group has successfully completed the shuttle jump and arrived at the target area. Monitoring target area, high threat targets detected. Analysis of the target shows that he is suspected to be a member of the Fushi tribe. Should we let him go? From the shuttle at the front of the shuttle fighter group, voices kept coming out, reporting the current situation. At this moment, an excited and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in the communicator. Wait a minute, zoom in on the image a little more. Keep your observation target on the young man in the front. As the real-time images were transmitted back, Han Zhan's appearance became clearer and clearer, and the shuttle pilot clearly felt that the voice of the orders in the communicator became joyful and happy. But the next second, she saw two young women squeezing Han Zhan's arms hard on the left and right in the picture transmitted back, and her smile froze on her face. Calling headquarters, do you want to release us? The shuttle pilot confirmed again. Let him go? Huh. Call the Star Dome orbital cannon and blast them. Chapter 71 Yuwa Continent, Shang sighting. Han Zhan and others stood on the black tortoise shell. I just felt the creepy feeling of being locked in some unknown terror for a moment. But the next second, this feeling disappeared inexplicably. What happened? Why did I seem to see my great-grandmother for a moment just now? Hualai shook his head vigorously and asked in a hoarse voice. No one answered his question. Han Zhan pulled his arms out from Shui Rou and Feng Ye's arms. The invisible air wall that originally covered the area disappeared. Without the obstruction, the black tortoise shell slowly moved forward with the waves of the North Sea. Buzz. A dull sound of air vibration made everyone's eardrums swell. In the North Sea directly ahead, an unprecedented Star Sea aircraft carrier is breaking away from entanglement in the quantum state and gradually solidifying. It's so huge. The moment it appeared, it was obvious that the water level around the black turtle's shell was squeezed and rose a lot. If the tortoise shell of the North Sea black turtle is a relic left by a dominant mythical creature from the ancient mythological period, then this Star Sea aircraft carrier in front of us is an advanced creation that is the crystallization of human wisdom. At the front of the deck of this Star Sea aircraft carrier, a young and beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a simple and capable white suit, and the straight trouser legs were wrapped tightly around her body, highlighting her tall and beautiful figure. She is youthful and energetic, yet reveals a hint of maturity that is completely different from other young girls. The North Sea breeze gently blew through Shang Sighting's long hair, and her flying black hair could not hide her eager gaze. Han Zhan's eyes met hers in midair, and their eyes met. The two of them laughed in tacit understanding. The appearance of Shang Sighting made Shui Rou and Feng Ye's heart skip a beat, because she was so beautiful that beautiful was not enough to describe the feeling. If one had to use a word to describe her, it should be holy. Shang Sighting smiled and continued walking towards the front of the deck. There was still quite a distance between the Shanghai aircraft carrier and the black turtle shell, but she seemed not to see that she was about to step into empty space and still took the next step calmly. Take a step forward. A ball of starlight suddenly condensed under Shang Sighting's feet and turned into a staircase, which steadily supported her footing. Then comes the next step. Every step you take is a shining step. Shang Sighting finally walked onto the black tortoise shell and approached Han Zhan. She did something that surprised everyone. She suddenly jumped into Han Zhan's arms. Han Zhan, who always gave people the impression of not being interested in women, actually took the initiative to open his arms and hold up her buttocks, allowing her to hang on him like a koala. This scene shocked everyone. Whether it was the people in the Four Elements village, the shuttle fighter fleet, or the people in the Star Sea aircraft carrier, they all had the same stunned expression. It's really exciting. Lord Han Zhan, who is not interested in women, and the noble and holy lady saint, what's going on? Being supported by Han Zhan's hand, Shang Sighting's face was still a little red. After all, it was the first time they had done such an intimate thing. But since entering this fruit world and being forced to separate from Han Zhan, she has been worrying hard for so many days, not daring to relax for a moment, and her nerves have always remained highly tense. When she saw Han Zhan, a stone in her heart finally fell, and she couldn't help but be bold. Of course, Shang Sighting, whose talent is comparable to that of the first ancestor Shang Jianwei, would do this for other purposes. She saw the two young women who had just hugged Han Zhan's arms, with looks of loss, frustration, and sadness in their eyes. Han Zhan patted Shang Sighting, signaling her that she could come down as so many people were watching them. I haven't seen you for so many days. You seem to have gained some weight, but you gained weight in the right places. Han Zhan joked when he saw Shang Siding getting down from him and standing up again. Shang Siding gave him a reproachful look. Come on, follow me aboard the Star Sea. With your primitive way of crossing the sea, I don't know how long it will take. Shang Siding said as she raised her hand and waved. The ability of manhwa stone to reassemble and deconstruct allows the originally solid star stairs to be reassembled and pieced together again, forming a flat road connecting the Black Turtle Shell and the Star Sea. Shang Siding's move severely shocked the people from the 4 elemental villages. This ability was unprecedented and was many times more advanced than the elemental power they possessed. He is truly worthy of being the one who can have an ambiguous relationship with Lord Han Zhan. Shui Ro and Fengya, there is absolutely no chance now. This thought flashed through the minds of almost everyone, except the people from Huomyo village. You have developed the power of the manhwa stone, origin of heaven, very well. Seeing Shang Siding's skill, Han Zhan nodded, not sparing his praise. Once you develop it, it will become your ability. Shang Siding replied him with a dirty joke that only the two of them could understand. According to Shang Siding's understanding of Han Zhan, he has a rather introverted personality and likes girls who are more proactive, especially experienced drivers, who are more likely to win his favor. With a best friend taking the lead for her, this information was no secret to Shang Siding. Shang Siding's flattery really made Han Zhan's smile deepen. He was definitely not looking forward to developing his abilities. He was just thinking of some other happy things. Let's get back to the topic. Under the leadership of Han Zhan, the people of the Fushi tribe who left the original continent boarded the Xinghai aircraft carrier one after another. When everyone successfully boarded the ship, the engine of the Star Sea aircraft carrier roared again, the originally solid hull began to quantize, re-entered the entangled state, and then disappeared from the giant halo that appeared behind it. Manhwa Continent, return starport. The Xinghai aircraft carrier successfully docked, and Han Zhan and others finally saw the true appearance of Manhwa Continent. Everyone was deeply shocked. On the land, there are many buildings of various shapes. They are tall, low, round, square, and even irregular in shape. They are all made of an unknown silver material and look very sci-fi. There are all kinds of strange means of transportation traveling on the streets. They seem to be very similar to the evil beasts of Fushi Continent, but they are also different. The head of each evil beast is covered with a silver-white metal helmet, and its temperament is extremely docile, forming a very distinctive landscape. In the sky, spaceships shuttled back and forth continuously, and patrol ships flew overhead from time to time, with detection lights scanning every corner of the city. Seeing all this, the people from the 4 major villages felt as if they had entered a completely unfamiliar world from a primitive village. An ultramodern metropolis. How long had it been since Shang Siding entered this fruit world? 3 days, 5 days, or 10 days? Such earth-shaking changes overturned some of Han Zhan's previous perceptions. Rome, maybe it really can be built in a day. Your talent is indeed comparable to that of Shang Jianwei, the one-man army. Han Zhan murmured in shock. Chapter 72 Civilization Level, LV4. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be Shang Siding today. In response to Han Zhan's praise, Shang Siding's beautiful eyes fell on him, and she did not hide her feelings for him. The power of the manhwa stone has greatly improved me. You may not even be able to imagine how important it is to me. If we say that Shang Siding was a business genius before, she only had a genius mind and talent, but did not have the corresponding means to realize her talent. She had to rely on the support of merchants to do so. But now, with the manhwa stone, Shang Siding alone can accomplish things that were impossible in the past. This ultramodern city you built is comparable to the Kantang Company, right? Han Zhan asked. Unexpectedly, Shang Siding shook her head without hesitation. Compared with Kantang Company, there is still a big gap. According to our internal civilization rating system, the current manhwa continent can only be considered level 4 at most. However, after so many years of development, the civilization level of Kantang Company has reached level 6. Civilization level? This was the first time Han Zhan heard this term. He didn't know the other Shang family members before, and it was even more impossible for Shang Jianwei to talk to him about these things. As if knowing the doubts in Han Zhan's mind, Shang Siding continued to explain. The civilization level is a rating used by the Kantang Company to judge the stage of civilization development. This rating is not aimed at other forces, but is only a judgment within the Kantang Company itself. The civilization level system was also created by Shang Jianwei. He defined the Xinshang Company, which was just starting out, as level 2. Level 2 civilization, capable of using mature thermal force and weapons of mass destruction, mainly nuclear energy, suitable for modern warfare. Level 3 civilization, the technological strength is beginning to rise. Although it is still nuclear energy, it is already able to produce technological war weapons such as the Destroyer Titan and the Nano Army, and some more bizarre and inexplicable things, such as the prototype of mechanical ascension. Level 3 civilization is the highest level civilization that Shang Jianwei can develop before his death. With Shang Jianyue's talent and genius mind, he had already deduced the development direction of LV4, LV5, and even LV6. However, due to the limitations of the environmental foundation, that is, the so-called hardware facilities could not keep up, some key issues had not been broken through, resulting in development being stuck. After Shang Jianyue's death, generations of successors of the Shang Company began to work tirelessly based on the theory of civilization hierarchy system he proposed. The civilization level of the Shang Company began to steadily improve, just as Shang Jianyue predicted in the future. At level 4 civilization, quantum energy is studied and developed more thoroughly, and gradually replaces nuclear energy and becomes the mainstream. It is also from this stage that modern wars are no longer battlefields, but are opened up to the vast sea of stars. Level 5 civilization, the research on quantum energy has reached its peak, and the designs of star battleships and space motherships have been proposed, which has brought the interstellar war to the next level. At this stage, some geniuses of the Kantang Company were smart enough to open up a research branch, which is now the Alien Warriors. Alien Warriors is a self-righteous research branch. At least in Shang Jianyue's opinion, this is the evaluation given. Fortunately, in the general direction, although the Kantang Company wasted some energy, it still generally followed the ladder of civilization proposed by Shang Jianyue and gradually improved. The most recent upgrade of the Kantang Company was to its current civilization level, LV6. Level 6 civilization, the Kantang Company has discovered a completely new energy source. No, rather, they have transformed psychic energy and turned it into a completely new energy source. This part of the technology is in the hands of a very small number of business executives. Currently, no more than 5 people know about this technology. The new energy based on psychic energy not only creates energy bricks, but also the kinetic energy cores of those war fortresses, the energy cores of space-based weapons, and so on. There is no doubt that these weapons are powerful. As the ultimate strategic weapons and trump cards of the Shang Company, they are rarely used. After listening to Shang Siding's detailed explanation of the classification of civilization levels of Kantang Company, Zhan understood a lot more about Kantang Company. That means that Shang Jianyue, who had just been resurrected, used level 3 technology to defeat a group of level 6 civilizations? Zhan suddenly thought of a question. Shang Siding gave a different opinion on this. Shang Jianyue's temporary victory over the Kantang Company was somewhat accidental. First of all, because he is Shang Jianyue, the most talented first-generation ancestor and the founder of Mechanical Ascension, the Shang family's top management will not make up their minds to completely eliminate him unless it is absolutely necessary. In this way, the idea of using level 5 and level 6 technology is basically eliminated. Then, Shang Jianyue's level 3 is different from the level 3 of Kantang Company. Shang Jianyue's research on level 3 technology is obviously more thorough and extreme. That's why he created technologies like Destroy Titan and Nano Legion, and these technologies have not been completely passed down. Finally, if it weren't for you, he might not have been able to hold on until he activated the Titan Fortress and completed the last step. Because in his era, the Titan Fortress still used nuclear kinetic energy, which was relatively weak overall. With the help of Zhan, Shang Jianyue finally got some time to catch his breath. He studied the iterative LV6 kinetic core and activation principle of the Titan Fortress, and activated the Titan Fortress through the back door he left behind. Shang Siding is worthy of being the new generation of genius of the Shang family. Under her analysis, Shang Jianyue's plans and methods were also clearly analyzed. Just like the saying goes, experts see the details while laymen see the excitement. The outside world only thought that it was Shang Jianyue alone who dealt a heavy slap to the Kantang Company and was unable to defeat an ancestor who was the first generation to be resurrected. In fact, the water here is very deep. Let's not talk about the matters of Shang Jianyue and Kantang Company for now, and the conversation between the two people returns to themselves. So, what is your main mission in this Manhwa continent where you are now? Zhan asked the question knowing the answer. He wanted to verify his guess. Shang Siding smiled bitterly and looked up at the sky above her head. There, an enormous gap was clearly visible. As you can see, I am now the Manhwa saint of this world, and my main mission is to repair the sky. According to legend, Manhwa filled the hole in the sky by refining 5 colored stones. So does Shang Siding need to refine the 5-colored stone? What are the so-called 5-colored stones? Shang Siding glanced at Zhan, who was lost in thought, then looked at the group of people following him, and interrupted him. Don't worry about the main mission yet. I think you may need a good meal and a night's rest. Or a night of development. Shang Siding added silently in her heart. Chapter 73, Disaster Beast Vehicle. After hearing Shang Siding's suggestion, Hualai and his group's eyes lit up, and their favorable impression of Shang Siding increased rapidly. You mean eating? Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Although the people from other villages were more reserved in comparison, none of them rejected the proposal in their hearts. Han Zhan then led everyone to leave the Qinghai and officially enter the Niwa continent. At the port, the disaster beasts that had been prepared in advance were parked on both sides of the road. At Shang's sightings invitation, Han Zhan and she turned over and sat on the same disaster beast. These evil beasts have all been specially transformed. Without Shang's sightings explanation, Han Zhan also saw the silver helmets on their heads that were hard to ignore. Compared to those complex technological vehicles, this native means of transportation is more suitable for Niwa continent. So in the process of fighting the evil beasts, we transformed some of the captured evil beasts. This kind of evil beast vehicle is very popular in Niwa continent. Their frontal lobes will be removed, and a smart chip will be implanted as a control center, so there is basically no risk of loss of control. Here, Shang's sighting was still chatting with Han Zhan. Suddenly, a timid voice came from the other side of the Niwa continent starport. Sir, please don't damage our vehicle. Please don't use your teeth. You can't do that there. Several soldiers hurriedly grabbed Hualai, who was about to try to eat the beast's leg raw. After being discovered, Hualai gave up the attempt with a look of regret. The vehicles of the evil beasts have been modified, so even if Hualai really bites it, it will not show any resistance. Can't we eat them? That's a pity. These evil beasts are different from the ones on our continent. I wonder if they will taste different. Hualai was still chattering there. When the other people in Huamiao village saw that their village chief was stopped, they could only silently give up trying to take a bite. There were many disaster beast vehicles, enough for all of them to sit on. Lian Tu Hoshing is no exception. As a mountain giant with a huge body, the disaster beast vehicle that carries him is an equally tall and giant disaster beast. Tu Hoshing sat on the beast. His height was almost higher than most buildings on Niwa continent. He could see many spaceships passing by right under his nose. The people of Niwa continent sat in the aircraft, watching the mountain giants passing by them, and were equally amazed. Although you possess the power of the Niwa stone sky origin, I am still very curious about how the people of Niwa continent are so well trained. Han Zhan looked at the several Niwa continent soldiers who were blocking Hualai and thought of the people he had seen on the Qinghai before, as well as the pilot of the shuttle. In Han Zhan's original opinion, these jobs should be done by robots. The humans who are still alive in Niwa continent should be humans from ancient times like Hualai, Feng Pingqing, and others. How does Shang's sighting enable these people to use such cutting-edge tools and technologies? In response to Han Zhan's doubts, Shang's sighting pointed to the right side of the soldiers' necks, where there was a silver-white external chip that was reflecting a faint silver light. It's just an external chip similar to Skynet, but much worse than Skynet. The external chip stores the knowledge content and operation instructions of their respective responsibilities, etc. It can quickly enable them to perform their respective jobs. Robots can certainly replace humans perfectly, but building them also takes time and material costs. After careful calculation, their cost-effectiveness is not as good as local humans plus external chips. So that's how it is. Han Zhan nodded thoughtfully. From Shang's sighting's few words, he was able to roughly judge why Shang's sighting was able to build Niwa continent into a level 4 civilization in a short period of time. 2 words, trade-offs. This is a relatively deformed way of development, but it is the most effective one for the world. Shang's sighting gave up the research and construction of side branches such as transportation, robots, etc., and invested all scientific and technological resources in the direction of war. Whether it is a shuttle, a star carrier, or a rail gun, they all focus more on war. And the most critical thing is energy. The connection between energy and the level of civilization is very intuitive. From the evolution from nuclear energy to quantum energy, energy has played a vital role. How far is Niwa continent from level 5 civilization? Han Zhan continued to ask. Shang's sighting sat in front of him, putting her whole weight on Han Zhan's chest, and she shook her head gently. Almost impossible. Level 4 is already barely reached with extremely abnormal development, and level 5 is almost impossible. Every civilization iteration takes a long time to accumulate. Even if you know the technical principles of some things, it takes a long time to realize them. What they lack most now is time. The fruit world cannot give you enough time to develop. It has its own rules for operating the world. It was the same as the Fuxi continent before the Korean War. Rules are like an invisible hand behind the scenes, pushing everyone forward imperceptibly. The 2 men chatted casually as they entered the city under the guidance of the culprit vehicle. At the entrance to the city is a huge steel fortress. When Han Zhan and his group entered, a special alarm suddenly sounded. The beast vehicles stopped at the same time. Don't be nervous. This is a device for monitoring purification. Shang's sighting raised her voice and explained to everyone. There is pollution in this world, and everyone is infected to some extent, So I invented a monitoring and purification device to remove pollution. I created this functional device inspired by the origin of heaven of the manhwa stone. Everyone will pass through the giant instrument at the entrance one by one. It will help you extract the pollutants from your body. What Zhang's sighting was talking about was a giant instrument similar to a gate. It stood at the entrance of the city and emitted a faint white light. Zhan was the first to walk in. The moment he walked in, the whole machine was activated and started running. As the roar sounded, the white light around Zhan quickly rotated, covering his entire body. On the surface of Zhan's body, extremely fine particles of black matter began to precipitate. The amount of these black substances is very low, so low that if you look at them with the naked eye, all the black substances that have been extracted will be condensed together and the size will not be even larger than a grain of sand. After a grain of black matter the size of a grain of sand was extracted, the giant instrument stopped rotating. The extracted black substance was sent to an unknown area through a special passage above the head. That black substance is pollution. That's right. Manhwa continent and Fushi continent belong to the same world and should be suffering from the same pollution. So according to my guess, that black substance is the source of the mutation and pollution in the entire world, the source from outer space. Chapter 74 Scarlet Insect Nest. Manhwa stone has the ability to deconstruct and reconstruct, which is comparable to a super powerful purification effect, and has a natural restraining effect on this kind of root pollution. Fortunately, there is Zhang's sighting. Otherwise, even Zhan would not have noticed the source of pollution that had unknowingly sneaked into his body. Is it the meat of the evil beasts? Zhan had a guess in his mind. After seeing the example set by Zhan, the rest of the people on Fushi continent also felt relieved and walked into the giant instrument one by one to receive purification. As people who have lived in Fushi continent for many years, the pollution in their bodies is more serious than that in Zhan. If the outer source of nature in Zhan's body is sand, then the outer source of nature in the bodies of the villagers of Fushi continent is equivalent to the size of peanuts. These extraterrestrial origins will be collected through the channel on this instrument and sealed in a safe place throughout the entire manhwa continent to prevent them from leaking out again and causing secondary pollution to the world. Zhang's sightings handling of the situation was very thoughtful. These extraterrestrial origins are of mysterious origin and can subtly pollute and alienate the world. Even people like Zhan who possess the void-devouring origin cannot avoid it. Collecting and sealing them up is undoubtedly the safest way. When everyone completed the purification, I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but everyone felt as if their whole body was opened up and they became much more relaxed. The alarm did not sound again, and everyone successfully entered the city. Without any further disturbances, Zhan and his group arrived at the place where they were going to have dinner. Here, Zhang's sighting prepared sumptuous food for all the people of Fushi continent. Although I don't want to say it, this is indeed the best meal Zhan has had since entering the fruit world. He finally no longer had to sit around the primitive campfire and eat the simplest barbecued beasts. The monotonous taste and variety of food made him almost vomit. While others were enjoying the delicious food, they also began to wonder what the hell was it that they ate before. It turns out that the meat of the evil beast can be cooked so deliciously. Those vegetables actually tasted pretty good, not to mention the people in Huomiao village. Under Huolai's leadership, they were almost the same as bandits. While eating big mouthfuls of food, they kept their eyes on other tables. Fortunately, Zhang's sighting prepared enough food, so they didn't have to fight over a beast leg like they did in Fombai village. Are these methods of processing and cooking food also accomplished with the assistance of external chips? After waiting for the affirmative answer, Zhan couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly understood why the people in Kanshang Company were so committed to the development of chips and mechanical ascension. This way of inheritance, which allowed one to acquire a large amount of skills and knowledge without any effort, was simply too cool. Studying food doesn't consume too much technological power, but it can increase the happiness of residents and improve overall cohesion, which is worth the money. I have to say that Zhang's sighting is indeed very talented in managing cities. At this time, the door of the restaurant was pushed open and a cooking plate about the size of 3 basketballs was brought up. After opening the lid of the plate, there was a large piece of steaming meat inside. Under the waiter's disassembly, the fragrant meat fibers were torn apart, and the fresh juice, accompanied by heat and fragrance, flowed throughout the room. The splattered blood flowed along with the torn flesh, and the elegant and slender white fingers were put into the mouth and sucked slowly. It's delicious. The Scarlet Queen stuck out her tongue and licked the still warm blood on her hand. The whole air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In front of her was a beast that had been brutally dismembered. The beast, which was almost the size of a pickup truck, was torn in half by something. A large amount of red and white liquid flowed out, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The Scarlet Queen slowly squatted inside the corpse of the evil beast, eating it with hearty mouthfuls, her face full of enjoyment. Behind her, an egg-shaped nest was beating rapidly like a heart. As the Scarlet Queen ate, the scarlet light inside the mother nest's flesh wall became brighter and brighter, revealing a black insect shadow that looked like a gecko, swimming up and down quickly, appearing very excited. The human scent is very faint. There are no living humans nearby. It seems that the information provided by Ifan is not 100% accurate. But these alien races all over the mountains are the best supplements and delicacies for me. The Scarlet Queen continued to swallow while talking to herself. On the surface of her fair skin, there was a thick black line that was twisted like an earthworm, slowly wriggling. The alien races in this world are all very ancient. In the process of evolution of the worlds, the blood of the alien races became thinner. It is rare to find an alien race with such a thick blood like here. According to the alien records, this world was the first to be invaded by the alien origin. Sure enough, it did not disappoint me. The Zerg is a constantly evolving group, but as time goes by, certain bloodlines in the Zerg's body become diluted due to lack of replenishment and endless reproduction, and some powerful genes are also slowly lost. To the Scarlet Queen, the ancient world is like a huge treasure. After a short meal, she stopped devouring and stood up again. Suddenly, 2 bottles emitting a faint golden glow appeared in her hands. Inside these 2 bottles were 2 drops of extremely pure blood. Even through the bottle, one could feel the terrifying power contained in it. This was the phoenix blood and dragon blood that Ifan had snatched before. The Scarlet Queen opened the bottle cap and injected it into the mother nest behind her. After 2 drops of essence and blood were dripped into the mother nest, the entire mother nest began to open and close violently like the lid of a boiling kettle. The swimming black shadow of the insect in the mother nest suddenly increased its speed and made a low and hoarse beast roar. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat sounded like a drum hitting the mother nest. With the last hit, the mother nest exploded under the gaze of the Scarlet Queen. Countless pieces of meat were flying in the sky, scattering all over the mountain. Looking at the minced meat on the ground, the bloody smell was at least 10 times stronger than before. The Scarlet Queen shook her head indifferently. She just made a move casually. In this ruin of bloody flesh, 2 drops of ferocious blood emerged safely from the pile of flesh and blood and fell into the hands of the Scarlet Queen. Fusion evolution failed. The Scarlet Queen muttered to herself, stroking her empty stomach. It's time to start looking for new meat for sacrifice. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous scarlet bugs emerged from under her body. These bugs fell to the ground, quickly burrowed into the soil, and disappeared. At the site of the previously exploded egg-shaped insect nest, a new insect egg was injected deep into the soil again. A scarlet light flashed in the soil. Chapter 75, She is wearing a wedding dress. Night. After arranging accommodation for every villager in Fushi continent, Shang Sighting slipped a room card into Han Zhan's clothes without leaving any trace. No one noticed this scene, except Tu Hosheng, who kept his feet on the ground and scratched the back of his honest and simple head. After everyone left, Han Zhan found Shang Sighting's residence according to the address she gave him. Shang Sighting, who had changed into loose home clothes, had been waiting for a long time before opening the door with the room card. Han Zhan had the illusion that his wife's friends were waiting for her husband to come home. He took off his shoes out of habit and looked at the shoe cabinets on both sides. Should I put it on the left or on the right? Shang Sighting smiled and pursed her lips. If you like, it's okay to put it in there. Korean War, 6. Shang Sighting's old driver was of a high level, and even Han Zhan, who was known for his thick skin, was unable to cope with her. Where did you learn such vulgar words? In Han Zhan's opinion, Shang Sighting should be a super female academic with a focus on science and technology, a good girl, a little idiot in life, and she is even more ignorant about the matters between men and women. It turned out that his perception was full of prejudice. Shang Sighting is a top student, so no matter what she studies, she can become a top student in that area, and Lao Siji is no exception. Don't you ever read Ling Zhan's best-selling books? Shang Sighting asked curiously when she heard Han Zhan's question. Han Zhan coughed twice and shook his head decisively. No, I have never seen it. How could I watch those things? His righteous words were soon interrupted by Shang Sighting's next words. That's right. Ling Zhan told me that the inspiration for her book came from exploring with you. She often asks you for advice, so why does she need to read a book? How could this little girlie Ling Zhan even tell others about such a thing? Shang Sighting is her own spirit contract now, So she is not considered an outsider? That's okay. Because of these few words, the somewhat awkward atmosphere began to ease. Han Zhan, who originally did not have much contact with Shang's sighting, gradually accepted her new identity. This is Shang's sighting's strength as the first talent of the younger generation of business people. A simple car race, coupled with the initiative to mention his relationship with Li Lingzhen, made Han Zhan put aside his worries and grudges. Gradually, she changed from a love-minded woman who wanted to get married to Han Zhan after only meeting him a few times, to the wife's best friend who often came to the house to chat. But that alone is not enough. So Shang's sighting continued. There's still a lot of time left in the evening. We can drink some and chat first. You should also be curious about why I decided that you were my other half the first time I saw you. The question raised by Shang's sighting really attracted Han Zhan's attention. He sat down as he was told, and Shang's sighting filled both of their glasses with wine. At that time, I was outside of Deep Blue City. You should now understand my situation. At that time, the entire Kanzhang company was forcing me to inherit the position of the next head of the Shang family and start the Mechanical Ascension project. But in my opinion, it's a very boring and very disgusting project. It's a project of a group of old but not inflexible guys who are eager to realize their desire for immortality and don't want to be abandoned by the powers that be. So I said no. Shang's sighting said this and drank the glass of wine in front of her. She said it lightly, but Han Zhan could still feel the unpredictable situation and the stubborn strength contained in Shang's sighting's body. That is the Kanzhang company, one of the 5 major forces. Not to mention what becoming the next helmsman of Kanzhang company means to Shang's sighting. Through the identity of the helmsman, she can become one of the few people at the top of the world and look down on the world from now on. But she didn't want to. Another reason that shocked Han Zhan was how big a price Shang's sighting would have to pay for refusing to join the company. So you chose Deep Blue City as your escape destination because you knew that the teacher was in Deep Blue City? Yes, run away. It's not tourism at all. Shang's sighting must have known through some channel that such a batch of things would be shipped to Shenlan City and delivered to Li Lingzhen's grandfather Li Shetong. That was why she chose to follow the convoy to Shenlan before the top management of Kanzhang company could react. In this way, all the things that confused Han Zhan at the beginning now make sense. Why is it that Shang's sighting, as the eldest daughter of the Kanzhang company, does not even have a strong bodyguard with her and is unexpectedly attacked by a swarm of insects? The shadow of business can be seen in all of this. You saved me. Otherwise, I would have been caught and put back in that cage, unable to be free. The concept of offspring at the Zhangshan company is extremely indifferent. They are like cold-blooded and heartless robots. For them, the technological development and project research of the Zhangshan company are always the top priority. The moment I rejected their proposal and refused to serve as the next head of the Shinshan company, I became a discarded pawn. How to make a discarded piece regain its value? For the Kanzhang company, it is naturally their so-called mechanical ascension plan. You had already arrived in Shenlan and met your teacher, but you were still captured by the people from the Shinshan company? Yes. Shang's sighting nodded. She refilled her glass, raised it, and looked at Han Zhan opposite her. Han Zhan had no choice but to pick up his glass, clinked glasses with hers, and drank it all in one gulp like her. This drink is different from the one on Blue Star. It is more like fruit wine. The alcohol concentration is not high. It tastes sweet and tastes good. Shang's sighting stared at Han Zhan with her beautiful eyes, and then continued. I tried my best to escape from the Shinshan company and came to Shenlan and found Lingzhen's grandfather, Li Shetong, the great Xia god of war. But he refused my request for help. At that time, Li Shetong should have known his near-future fate, but he didn't tell anyone. Instead, he chose to bear it alone and die calmly. He was worried about dragging innocent people into the water, so he rejected Shang's sighting's request. After hearing Shang's sighting's words, Han Zhan had a general understanding of Deep Blue's situation at that time. So later, after awakening her spirit contract, Shang's sighting was forced to leave Deep Blue and return to Titan City, the main city of the Zhangshan company, where she was imprisoned. Just when I was ready to die, you showed up for the second time and saved me again. When Shang's sighting said this, her eyes seemed to be glued to Han Zhan's face and could not be moved away. Every girl longs for a hero to save her from despair. Even a genius is no exception. Han Zhan is Shang's sighting's hero, twice. At this point, the atmosphere became ambiguous again. Shang's sighting suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a moment." After a while, she slowly walked out of the room. She was wearing the same wedding dress she had worn on her wedding day in Titan City, walking slowly towards the Korean War. Zhan, let's continue to complete our wedding. Chapter 76. Harmony of Yin and Yang, Strange Phenomena of Heaven and Earth. Wait a minute. Han Zhan suddenly stopped. The arrow has already been drawn, and you're telling me to wait? How is the soundproofing of your house? Very good. How good? It's wrapped in a quantum energy shield. Not only does it have the strongest defense, it also has the strongest sound insulation. That's good. 100 kilometers away from Shang Sighting's residence, where everyone on Fushi continent lived, Tu Hoshing opened his eyes and sighed with regret. The soundproofing in this place is so good that it's taking the fun out of me. Tu Hoshing stood up while talking to himself. He suddenly thought of something and his tone became cheerful again. But I can tell my good brothers about the fact that Lord Hanzhan took the room card today. Late at night, above the Manhwa continent. The vast starry sky, which was originally full of shining stars, looked a little abrupt because of the appearance of Tianke, like an apple that had been bitten by someone. But at this moment, those bright stars suddenly began to flicker, lighting up one after another, and all the lit stars seemed to form a special pattern in the sky. Suddenly bright stars occupied half of the sky. Dark, dim stars occupy the other side. Intertwined with each other, like yin and yang, they harmonize with each other, and the rotation of yin and yang occurs. If Hanzhan could see such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, he would probably have some associations, but he is now busy studying the mortise and tenon structure and has no time for the time being. According to the legend, Fushi and Manhwa are both siblings and husband and wife. Does such a relationship have the same important meaning for the two fruit worlds? If the key prop that drives the plot forward in Fushi continent is the bone flute inserted in the stone compass on the top of the mountain, then what about Manhwa continent? On the other side of the Fushi continent. At this time, hill after hill had been slaughtered, and the corpses of the evil beast were scattered all over the ground. A large number of alien races were devoured by the Scarlet Queen of Ninth Order strength and became blood food in her stomach, thus giving birth to one scarlet insect nest after another. After integrating dragon blood and phoenix blood, most of the scarlet insect nests failed to evolve and exploded to death because they could not withstand these two terrifying and huge forces. But as a Zerg race known for achieving qualitative change through quantitative change, the thing they fear least is the use of Zerg swarm tactics. After numerous attempts at scarlet hives had failed, this time, it finally succeeded. In the scarlet insect nest before him, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries rang out simultaneously. Along with these two sounds, the black insect shadows within the flesh and blood membrane began to grow more than 3 times larger than before. Crimson hives are places where the Zerg breed new eggs. When a new egg evolves successfully, its genes will be copied by the Zerg, and then a large number of individuals with the same abilities and genes will be hatched, which is the so-called Sea of Zerg. The Scarlet Queen licked the blood on the corner of her lips, an excited look on her face. The dragon blood and phoenix blood have both been successfully absorbed and become a part of the Zerg's genetic evolution. I am looking forward to seeing how powerful the Scarlet Zerg will be after this evolution. You will become the key for me to plunder the origin of the alien races in this world. At this moment, she also felt the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth above the continent across the North Sea, and the Scarlet Queen's eyes narrowed slightly. When I occupy this continent, you will be next. Don't worry, I'll be quick. The next day, noon. When Hanzhan yawned and met everyone from Fushi continent, everyone looked at him with a somewhat unnatural look. Shui Rifengya's faces were ashen, and there was no greater sorrow than having a dead heart. As for Feng Pingqing, he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Tu Hoshing still looked honest and kind, and he was also a mountain giant, tall in stature. Who would have the time to look up under the scorching sun to discern the expression on his face? In such a weird atmosphere, Huolai was the first one who couldn't help himself. He pulled Hanzhan over and said in a straight line, "Master Hanzhan, if it really doesn't work, let's go back to Fushi continent. We can't continue to suffer this here." Listening to Huolai's words, a big question mark popped up on Hanzhan's forehead. "What's wrong? Are there people from Manhwa continent targeting you?" Hanzhan asked. Seeing Hanzhan's indifferent look, Huolai became even more furious. "It's not targeting us, it's bullying you." "Bully me?" Hanzhan was even more confused. "Yes, in order for us to settle down in Manhwa continent, their leader actually asked you to sleep with him. You know, I can't stand this kind of thing. I want to let them know that Fushi continent is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated at will. Come at me if you have the guts." Huolai even raised his voice in the end, and then looked fiercely at the people of Manhwa continent around him who still didn't understand what was going on. When Hanzhan heard this, the question mark on his head completely turned into a lot of black lines. "I want you to come? I want you to put a hat on me, right? Okay. Huolai, you are such a good guy. I can't tell that you have such a good plan in your mind. You usually pretend to be an upright person, but you actually have a rebellious nature behind your head." Hanzhan's face suddenly turned dark. He quickly glanced at the others and found that everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You are not mistaken. Shang Sighting and I have feelings for each other and got together. It's not what you think." Hanzhan could only explain. "Come on, Master Hanzhan, You have lived in our Fushi continent before. How could you have a crush on someone from Niwa continent? It's obvious that she was attracted by your beauty and wanted to possess you. Well, I was still talking without restraint and was about to go on talking when he was interrupted by a clean smash from Zhan. Zhan finally understood that the others were pretending to be confused even though they knew the truth, pretending not to understand the relationship between him and Shang Sighting. Only Lai and his group of people from Humyo village had indignation on their faces. They were not pretending at all, they really believed it. I was careless. I thought everything would be fine as the room was soundproofed last night, but I didn't expect that the gossipy person would cause so much trouble even when I was inserting the room card. Zhan glanced at the mountain giant Tu Hoshing who was pretending to be dead. He had turned into a mountain and was sitting in a corner, facing the sun with his eyes closed like a Buddha. You are making up rumors about me, right? You are making up gossip about me, right? Zhan sneered in his heart twice, and he calmly called Hua Heng, Shui Ro, and Feng Yu to his side. You three probably don't know yet, but when I came down from the mountaintop that night, I saw Tu Hoshing talking to the others. Tu Hoshing, who closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, suddenly felt 3 cold gazes coming from behind. He suddenly shuddered. Chapter 77 The So-Called Genius. In the afternoon, Shang Sighting found Zhan. Zhan was shocked when a thick stack of design plans was placed on the table. Didn't you catch up on your sleep? Zhan asked subconsciously. Shang Sighting smiled. Are you concerned about me? I was so happy that I couldn't sleep, so I found something else to distract myself. Shang Sighting explained to Zhan as she spoke. He is truly a complete workaholic. The situation in Niwa continent is somewhat different from that in Fushi continent. In Niwa continent, there are no generals who can stand out on their own. Everyone is just an ordinary person. I guess this may have something to do with my ability. Shang Sighting transformed Niwa continent into an ultramodern world of civilization level 4. Even ordinary people can drive shuttles to form a group of fighter jets and have the combat power to fight against evil beasts. But in Shang Sighting's opinion, this is not enough. So you turned your attention to my people, right? Zhan was not a fool, so he could understand Shang Sighting's hidden meaning. They all possess abilities corresponding to their respective elements, and there are also 7th level warriors like Lai, Feng Pingqing, and Tu Hoshing as high-end combat forces. If we can combine them, we might even have the strength of the 8th level. High-end combat power is the stabilizer of every battlefield, the more the better. Besides, there is no such thing as yours and mine. All my people are yours. Shang Sighting said an ambiguous sentence casually, showing the style of an old driver. Just as Shang Sighting analyzed, Zhan was indeed very susceptible to this. After some banter, he and Shang Sighting got back to the point and started discussing the specific plan. I thought Shang Sighting only spent a few hours designing the plans, but when he saw them, Zhan was still shocked. A sentence involuntarily popped up in my mind. Is this what you call genius? It's really too strong. As a 7th level fire ability user, Lai's flames can burst out with even greater power through the use of common particles. This principle is very similar to the atomic bomb designed by our Kantang company. I borrowed and referenced it to a certain extent and designed a set of armor suitable for the people of Humyo village. After wearing them, the power of the flames of the people of Humyo village will increase by dozens to hundreds of times. This data needs to be calibrated after specific testing. The wind ability of Foambai village is very compatible with the Foam Yuan starship. As a special starship that is transitioning from level 4 to level 5, if its full strength can be brought into play, each Foam Yuan starship will be equivalent to a peak level 7 starship. A large number of wind kite starships can also cooperate with each other. They are a force that cannot be underestimated on the sky battlefield. Shang Sighting's introduction, combined with the thick stack of drawings in her hand, were repeating the same thing to Zhan. She is serious. These are not just random remarks or groundless rumors. Zhan's attitude immediately straightened up, and he listened carefully to Shang Sighting's continued story. Tiyuan village chief Tu Hoshing is a mountain giant. His fighting style should be similar to the war fortress of Kantang company, but Tu Hoshing has his own advantages. That is, he does not need to be equipped with the core of the war fortress, the kinetic energy reactor. Whether it is a nuclear kinetic energy reactor or a quantum kinetic energy reactor. So I used the war fortress as a prototype and designed a set of giant war fortress weapons for him. Once he puts on this set of armor, he will definitely be able to exert combat power above level 8. The water village's water hiding technique is very powerful, but it also has obvious flaws. But if it can be combined with the stealth suits designed specifically for them, they can become ghosts on the battlefield, harvesting and completing those special missions. Shang Sighting carried out detailed design and improvement planning for the 4 major villages that Zhan brought from Fushi continent. Watching these plans unfold before his eyes, Zhan was once again impressed by Shang Sighting's genius. I suddenly feel a little regretful. After listening to Shang Sighting's words, Han Zhan suddenly said something out of the blue. Regret. Shang Siding repeated doubtfully. Yes, I regret it. The things you designed have brought them a strength increase that is far from as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Then, is Shang Jianwei, the founder of the first generation of the Xinshang Company, who is as famous as you, also so powerful? Han Zhan suddenly felt a little regretful for allowing such an extremely powerful monster to be resurrected. Don't we still have me? Shang Siding raised her head confidently on this topic. Shang Jianwei may be very strong, but now I have the Nuwa Stone. I can be stronger than him. I heard that Nuwa Stone can be deconstructed and reconstructed to repair wounds and disguise? Han Zhan asked again seemingly casually. Yes. Shang Siding, who had not yet realized that the conversation was becoming increasingly dangerous, answered honestly. Han Zhan's smile gradually spread. So, you should have recovered? A few hours later, Han Zhan told everyone on Fushi continent about the plan he and Shang Siding had discussed. After hearing these design plans, which were considered shocking to them, all the people in Fushi continent had a much higher respect for Shang Siding. It has almost reached the same level as the Korean War. Now no one is clamoring to stand up for justice for Han Zhan. Well, I was taught a lesson, and so was Tu Hoshing. After listening to this, several village heads looked at each other, then nodded and agreed. Fushi and Nuwa were originally one family. Fighting against the evil beasts together and saving the world was also the common pursuit of their two tribes. They had no reason to refuse this proposal as it would make them stronger and become a powerful aid in future battles. In the evening, Shang Siding had just finished taking a shower and returned to her residence when she received news from a patrolling group of shuttle fighters. That's a picture. The images taken by high-tech cameras can produce scenes as clear as daytime even at night. In the picture, there should be a vast expanse of the North Sea parallel to the Nuwa continent. Suddenly, a fairly large island appeared. The voices of the shuttle fighter pilots were transmitted back intermittently from the communication equipment. Lady Shang Siding, last night, we detected unusual phenomena in the heavens and the earth. We increased our patrol range, and finally found the location the vision pointed to. Here, we found it. We found it. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The signal coming back suddenly stopped. But Shang Siding saw what she wanted to see in the picture that she had hurriedly sent back. It was a giant beast that was almost as big as the island. That's Ryoma. Chapter 78 Dragon Horse. Han Zhan walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. He saw Shang Siding sitting there, revealing her two long, smooth legs crossed, but with a stern expression. What happened? The shuttle discovered a new island in the North Sea southwest of Nuwa continent. It appeared suddenly, and it's very similar to the way you described the plot of Fushi continent. Shang Siding has been developing in Nuwa continent for so long, and apart from frequent confrontations with evil beasts, she has never encountered any other emergencies. As a result, with the outbreak of the Korean War, the main storyline of Nuwa continent began to move. Take a look at this. Shang Siding said this, moving her but to the side and motioning Han Zhan to sit over. Han Zhan looked at the three large sofas next to him. He decided to squeeze in. Sitting down next to Shang Siding, the images sent back by the shuttle were displayed again. Looking at the creature that was the same size as the island and resembled a dragon but not a horse, Han Zhan's name immediately came to his mind. Dragon Horse. But not Ekazan. This is a legendary ancient creature, the dragon horse, which, like the North Sea black turtle, has appeared in legends. The black turtle of the North Sea gave the Luoshu. And the dragon horse, most likely, is carrying the river map on its back, just as the legend says. The river map in the Luoshu. When these two are combined, it will definitely bring them unexpected gains. In this case, how to solve the problem of Longba becomes crucial. The black turtle of the North Sea is at the peak of the 9th level. The dragon horse's strength will not be weaker than it, and it is very likely to be at the peak of the 9th level as well. With their current combat power, it is almost impossible to challenge a peak 9th level master. Unless the great god Fushi possesses me again. Or, let the goddess Nuwa possess you once? Han Zhan was not discouraged by this. As long as it appeared in the fruit world, there must be a way to solve it. The solution to Fushi continent lies in the Fushi chain. The solution for Nuwa continent lies in the Nuwa stone. Han Zhan turned his eyes while thinking. The body of the Nuwa stone, the body of the Nuwa stone, this Nuwa stone is so white. The next day, afternoon, Han Zhan came outside yawning. Shang Siding was finishing a call with the shuttle department. There's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. The good news is that the shuttle pilot who lost contact last night has returned safely. Returned safely? Upon hearing this, Han Zhan lost all sleepiness and woke up. From the video last night, he had heard the entire process of the shuttle pilot losing contact. I thought it would take a few days to see any progress, but I didn't expect you to come back today? Are you sure it's him? Han Zhan asked. The aliens are cunning and hard to guard against, so it's always better to be careful. Shang Siding nodded. I have been tested using 15 different methods and it is confirmed that there is nothing wrong with me. And he passed the test of the outer source and was not contaminated. Even the manhwa stone did not find anything unusual, so the possibility that it was a disguised parasite by an alien race was greatly reduced. Han Zhan then asked, "So what information did he bring back after he came back?" Shang Xiting's expression turned strange for a moment. "That's what I'm going to say next, bad news. The bad news is that Longma is indeed very strong, but it is in a dormant state, and this state seems to have affected the entire island. The shuttle crashed because it entered the inner area of the island, but when the pilot walked out of the inner area and came to the edge of the island, everything returned to normal. The sleeping dragon horse in the affected island. This is the latest clue. We will have to wait until we go there in person to get a further conclusion on the specific situation. Is this the bad news you mentioned? It's not that bad." Hearing Han Zhan's complaints, Shang Xiting sighed. "For those of us who do research, the unknown is the worst news. The dragon horse is sleeping. Its state is likely different from that of the North Sea black turtle. We can even guess that awakening the dragon horse is part of the mission. That means Ryoma could become a member of our camp. Have you ever thought about what this means? The dragon horse with the peak strength of the 9th level, together with the river map and Luo Shu, all became helpers to decide. If it were normal times, Han Zhan could just shout, 'I'm invincible.' But here, within the rules of the fruit world, the fact that it can so generously provide such terrifyingly powerful assistance can only prove one thing. The final boss they need to face will be very powerful. And it is super powerful. Only in this way can it be explained why the fruit world would arrange such powerful assistance and props for them in the mainline stage." Shang Xiting saw this, and that's why she said this was bad news. When Han Zhan heard this, he also let out a breath. There is no better way now. Only if we wake up Longma as soon as possible will we know what to do next. It is urgent to go to the island where Longma is. So next they need to discuss how many people should they take with them. There is no need for many people from Yuhua continent. They are all ordinary people and cannot influence anything. I can go alone. Shang Xiting spoke first. For Fushi continent, I think we need to send at least one person each from earth, wind, water, and fire, plus myself. The reason why we have to bring people from the 4 villages of earth, wind, water, and fire is because they represent the 4 elements that make up the world. What if 4 elements are needed to awaken the dragon horse? With this in mind, Han Zhan gave his own ideas. That is to say, the initial number of people landing on the island is set at 6. I'll make a phone call now and ask the research department to formulate quantum transmission coordinates based on the data sent back by the shuttle. I want to go to their residence first and discuss with them who each village should send out. Han Zhan continued. Among the 4 villages of Di, Feng, Shui, and Hua, except to Yuan village which does not need to be considered, the other villages have quite a few people. Although it is speculated that the risk of going to Longma Island this time is relatively small, it is not completely risk-free. Han Zhan was respected as an adult by the people of Fushi continent, but matters like the sending of people from each village should be left to them to discuss among themselves. If you want to find them, you may have to go to several places. Shang Xiting reminded him suddenly. The plan was completed yesterday, and the personnel and facilities were arranged today. They have already started their respective adaptation training. Hearing this, Han Zhan felt deeply ashamed. These guys are working so hard. Am I the only one who hasn't started? You started it too, but you deleted the word adapt. Shang Xiting's words made Han Zhan's face blush. Come on, take me to find them. Let's finalize the personnel list today, and we'll set off for Longma Island tomorrow morning. Han Zhan changed the subject and walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Chapter 79, The Value of Cyber Technology. Yuhua continent has a special trial site, which is responsible for various combat tests, data collection, etc. The trial venue where Hualai is located is a huge open space. Judging from its exterior design, it is similar in style to an arena. Hualai was standing in the center of the arena, wearing a strange armor that he couldn't understand. Not well yet. Hualai's impatient voice came out muffled from the armor he was wearing. Please wait patiently for a moment, the battle will begin soon. A small communication device was installed on the top of the armor helmet. It was flashing a green light, indicating that the conversation was going smoothly. The analysts at the Yuhua Continent Data Analysis Center have said this 35 times today. The same conversation was repeated 21 times by another villager from Huamiao village who was participating in the test. Could it be that the people in Huamiao village consider whoever has the worst temper to be the most likely to become the village chief? Such an outrageous thought flashed through the mind of the little girl in the Data Analysis Center. Too slow. If I had the time, I would have already killed the evil beast and went home to eat meat. I regret it. What kind of armor is this? How much can it improve me further? Not well yet. 36th time. Just when Hualai thought he was going to hear the same reply again, the communication device above his head suddenly buzzed, and was completely disconnected. Then, an electronically synthesized voice came from the Huolia headset. Remnant fire armor, activated successfully. Detecting the activity of the fire element, current activity level, level 7. Property adaptation completed. Boom. From the helmet that Huolia was wearing, he saw a gate in the distance being opened. A beast of evil walked out from it. The integrated analyzer on the helmet had already listed all the information about the evil beast in front of Huolia's eyes. Zhishui Turtle, a 6th-level water-based evil beast. Specializes in water-based attacks. Has no special abilities. It is only level 6, but a water-type evil beast. Huolai smacked his lips, somewhat dissatisfied with his opponent. But he still attacked immediately, wanting to finish it off within a few rounds. The moment he activated the fire element in his body, Huolai discovered something was wrong. His original method of attack was to release fire elements from his body, and then the energy of these fire elements condensed together to produce explosion and burning effects, causing damage. But just now, the moment Huolai urged the fire element in his body to leave his body and release it, it disappeared. Where did the fire element go? Before Huolai could figure it out, the reminder sound of the Manhwa armor rang in his ears again. Absorbed successfully. The next second, scorching flames suddenly burned outside the Manhwa armor, completely enveloping Huolia, who was wearing the armor. The air around was distorted by the horrible temperature. The amplification data of the remnant fire armor, the amplification efficiency for the 7th level is 380. Currently, there are 2 billion common particles injected, and the maximum injection limit is expected to be 5 billion. No, if there are more than 3 billion common particles, the entire suit of armor will not be able to withstand the core temperature and will completely melt. Common particles are the core material they develop to repeatedly amplify the fire element. It is also the essence of the entire Manhwa armor. Continue the battle test. Inside the Manhwa armor, Huolia suddenly felt very hot. This is a very funny thing for a 7th level fire ability user. He actually felt hot? This must be an illusion. Thinking of this, Huolai simply gave up thinking any further. He was wearing the Manhwa armor, raised his right hand, and aimed at the Zhishui turtle with his usual attacking posture. A red flame shot out from the fingers of Huolia's right hand. Wherever the flames reached, the gravel on the ground was melted directly. The space was burned black, and an unknown substance was sticky in the air, dripping slowly. The entire arena was filled with heat waves that burned everything. The raging flames turned into a fire snake and swallowed up the turtle on the opposite side in the blink of an eye. Flash sale. It was a one-shot kill. Gudon. Huolai, who saw this scene, found something abnormal even if he was stupid. The fire attack he casually launched actually had such power? Ha 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 ha. I'm invincible. Huolai put his hands on his hips and laughed. In the arena, Zhan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but suggest to Shang sitting beside him. Does the Manhwa armor have a reserved space for an external brain? External brain? No, this is just a suit of armor. It doesn't need an external brain. No, believe me, it is very necessary. Zhan looked at Huolai, who was laughing foolishly, and emphasized concisely. Shang sighting. Huolai on the battlefield also noticed Shang sighting and Zhan standing nearby, and he walked over quickly. Hiki, Master Zhan, Master Shang sighting, this Manhwa armor is so useful. After I put it on, I feel like I'm about to evolve into a god of fire. He's not a fire god, but he's a bit of a fire psychopath. Zhan shook his head and explained the purpose of this trip to Huolai. After hearing this, Huolai patted his chest without hesitation. Why ask? Besides me, who else in Huomiao village is qualified to go? He must not have even thought about this process. Definitely not. Shang sighting looked at Huolai, who was still giggling, silently took out the communicator, installed an external brain on the Manhwa armor as a core suggestion, and sent it to the analysis center. Wind tunnel testing facility. A smart chip was inserted into Feng Pingqing's neck, and he was driving and waking up the Feng Yuan starship according to the knowledge and operating instructions in the smart chip. The appearance of the Feng Yuan starship is full of super sci-fi wind-drag-free streamline lines, which is very different from ordinary starships, because its design abandons all redundant things such as defense, monitoring, energy shields, etc., and pursues maximum speed and lethality. The role of the Feng Yuan starship on the battlefield is like a sharp scalpel piercing the sea of stars. Even with the help of the smart chip, it took Feng Pingqing half an hour to adapt to the operation of the entire Feng Yuan starship. If Feng Pingqing was replaced by Huolai, it would take at least half a year. Watching the signal lights gradually light up in the wind tunnel, Feng Pingqing held the energy rod near his right-hand side and slowly pushed it forward one grid. One step forward. The wind pressure is normal, and the wind speed across the wing is normal. Feng Pingqing pushed the energy rod again. Forward 2. The climbing altitude is normal, and the ship's resistance is normal. Begin using your wind talent to cover the wind kite starship and try to merge with it. The external chip designed and compiled specifically for the villagers of Fobai Village continues to prompt for the next step. As a 7th level wind type ability user, Feng Haiqing's light blue wind attribute energy began to spread from the starship cockpit to the entire Feng Yuan starship. Looking from outside the wind tunnel, the Feng Yuan starship seemed to be wrapped in a special light blue energy film, with the complete coverage of this layer of energy light film. On the wind tunnel test monitoring system, all the values that were originally normal soared to the maximum in an instant. Oh no. Chapter 80 breaking through the limit and completing the assembly. Ding 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 ding. Alarms sounded in the wind tunnel. After the Feng Kite starship and the wind talent were integrated, the values exploded instantly, and the rapidly rising values exceeded the upper limit that the wind tunnel could bear. The huge alarm also woke Feng Pingqing, who was immersed in the fusion Feng Yuan starship. The emergency plan has been activated. It is recommended to use weathering to avoid the massive explosion that will occur later. Countdown to explosion. 10, 9, 8, 7. Feng Pingqing dared to swear that his weathering speed had never been as fast as it was today. When the 5 seconds were up, Feng Pingqing turned into a ball of wind element, replacing his original flesh and blood body. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion submerged the entire wind tunnel. The wreckage of the Feng Yuan starship flew everywhere, and the entire wind tunnel test laboratory was almost destroyed. A colorful stone appeared above the wind tunnel test laboratory. The energy shockwave generated by the explosion was immediately decomposed into the smallest structural particles after encountering the light it emitted. Shang Siding waved her hand again, and all the structural particles were blown back far away, returning to the original shape of the outer wall of the wind tunnel test room. Such a scene appears in many places in the wind tunnel test laboratory. Fortunately, Shang Siding arrived in time, and the energy generated by the explosion was eventually eliminated by the Nuwa stone, and no major disaster occurred. What's going on here? Shang. Lady Shang Siding, the villagers of Fobai Village and Fushi Continent have a better fit with the Feng Yuan starship than we expected. The Wind Kite starship has broken through the theoretical limit. The researchers were affected by the explosion and were covered in dust, but they still spoke excitedly and enthusiastically. As mentioned before, as a product of the transition from LV-4 civilization to LV-5 civilization of the Zhongshang Company, the maximum limit of the Feng Yuan starship should be above LV-4 level, but cannot reach the level of LV-5. After the Kanzhang Company entered the LV-5 civilization level, the production plans and research on the Feng Yuan starship fell into silence. But now, in the Feng Yuan starship research project restarted by Shang Siding, they actually discovered that through the fusion of Fobai Village's wind-type ability users in the Feng Yuan starship, it actually broke through its own theoretical limits. In other words, as long as it is operated properly, the Feng Yuan starship driven by the villagers of Fobai Village will reach the strength of a level 5 starship. We were not well prepared for this wind tunnel test, but next time, such an unexpected situation will never happen again. Shang Siding and the researcher had just finished their conversation when Han Zhan supported Feng Pingqing, who had just finished his weathering state. Village Chief Feng, are you okay? Seeing that Feng Pingqing's face was a little pale, Han Zhan asked with concern. Feng Pingqing waved his hand and breathed slightly. I'm fine. I almost got hurt. It's just that the weathering will take a long time. You need to rest for the next 2 days and can no longer use your wind abilities. This. Han Zhan looked embarrassed when he heard Feng Pingqing's words. After he told Feng Pingqing about the idea of sending one person from each of the 4 major villages to Longma Island, Feng Pingqing sighed helplessly. As the village chief, I should be the one to lead the charge, but as luck would have it, this kind of accident happened. If I go with you, I will probably be a hindrance. How about this? Feng Ya's wind talent is the best in the entire Fobai village. Let her replace me and follow you. Is it elegant? When he heard Feng Ya's name from Feng Pingqing, Han Zhan instinctively looked up at Shang Siding. When he found that Shang Siding was listening to the researchers' report on the wind tunnel accident, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay then, let's be Feng Ya. Village Chief Feng, please inform Feng Ya for me when you go back. After greeting Feng Heisei, they waited for Shang Siding to give instructions on the next research direction and matters of concern, and then they rushed to the next place without stopping. In another museum, Shui Rou ended the state of Shui Enaichu and emerged from invisibility. She was wearing the latest generation of stealth suit. In addition to not having to worry about being seen after removing the stealth function, the stealth suit also has various black technologies such as anti-sound wave and anti-heat energy sensing. For Shuru, and even the entire Shueishing village, the stealth suit can be regarded as a rare and excellent item that can add wings to a tiger. But Shui Rou was not very happy in her heart, because these are the scientific and technological achievements of Niwa continent. To be more specific, these were all created by that woman. The more she knew this, the more Shui Rou realized the unbridgeable gap between herself and Lord Han Zhan. Only a genius like Lord Shang Siding, who rules the entire Niwa continent, can be on par with Lord Han Zhan. They are truly a match made in heaven. Shui Rou understood this more and more in her heart. She could only keep herself busy so as to forget about other unnecessary thoughts. Shui Rou? Just as Shui Rou was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but when she quickly turned around and saw the person coming, her eyes dimmed again. It's Lord Han Zhan and Lord Shang Siding. They came together. Shang Siding noticed the changes in Shui Rou's expression. She turned her head slightly and looked at Han Zhan, who was standing next to her. Being stared at by two pairs of eyes at the same time, Han Zhan was sweating a little. It's really not a good place to stay for long. He stated his plan directly. Shui Rou didn't say anything else and nodded in agreement. The last destination is Tu Hoshing. Ever since this guy caused public outrage last time, he has been hiding in the testing base on Yuhua continent under the pretext of testing the weapons of the War Fortress. Tu Hoshing's War Fortress weapon is a 1:1 replica based on the proportions of the Titan Fortress. Even though Tu Hoshing was a mountain giant, he looked relatively small in front of this set of War Fortress weapons. The role of Tu Hoshing is more like a human kinetic energy furnace in a War Fortress. But even so, as a user of Earth-type abilities, Dohausei can possess endless physical strength and terrifying defensive power as long as he establishes a connection with the Earth. After many tests, Tu Hoshing, armed with the War Fortress, has reached the peak strength of the 8th level. He is the person with the highest strength level among all the known indigenous people of Fushi continent and Yuhua continent so far. When Han Zhan and Shang Siding found him, he was completing the final round of adaptive training and walking out of the War Fortress armaments. The researchers responsible for recording data parameters have begun preparing to transport the War Fortress back to the laboratory for further iterative transformation and improvement. After listening to Han Zhan's explanation and invitation, Tu Hoshing did not refuse and agreed very readily. In this way, all personnel have been confirmed. Just wait until tomorrow to lock the coordinates and then we can officially set off. Chapter 81. I am very happy every night. North Sea, unnamed island. The surging black waves hit the shore, splashing layers of waves. Dense vegetation covers the entire island, leaving only a shallow beach. Looking down at the entire island from a high altitude, you can see an ancient creature that looks like a dragon, but not a horse curled up in the center of the island. It has thick mane covering its body, a long neck, and wings on its back, making it look extremely majestic. However, Lama was in a deep sleep at this time, and the entire central area of the island was shrouded in a faint haziness. Near the sea at the shoal, a light blue quantum ball suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then exploded, turning into a halo tens of meters high. From the aperture, a ship slowly appeared on the sea. 6 Korean fighters arrived successfully. As soon as they stepped onto the beach, Shang Siding activated the external chips on everyone's necks, used for local communication, vision sharing, and a series of other black technology functions. I don't know what risks there are in the central area of the island, but it's definitely better to be careful. After everything was ready, everyone started walking towards the area covered with dense vegetation. The moment they stepped into the vegetation area, the air around them seemed to become suddenly quiet. The sound of the North Sea's surging tides hitting the rocks on the shore and the whistling wind disappeared at this moment. Even their steps on the forest path covered with weeds and dead leaves made no sound. A faint light and shadow fell in the woods. Quiet, serene, and gentle. It's like a dream. For some unknown reason, Han Zhan's thinking suddenly began to become slow, and his brain was like a rusty gear, turning with increasing difficulty. His steps, which were originally moving, seemed to be filled with lead and gradually slowed down. Oh, why I? By the time Han Zhan realized something was wrong, it was too late. His eyelids began to grow heavy, his body swayed, and he might collapse and fall into a deep sleep in the next second. Others are no exception. Whether it's the tall mountain giant Tu Hosheng, or Hua Lai, Fengya, Shui Rou, or even Shang Siding, who was the first to discover something was wrong and summoned the Niwa stone. Every one of them, like Han Zhan, has become slow in thinking and slow in actions, and is about to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, a different bubble suddenly rose slowly from Fengya's head. It floated up into the air, then was punctured in mid-air when it touched the branches of the tree above its head. As the bubble was popped, a sound suddenly echoed throughout the forest. Is this how I die? I am so unwilling to accept this. I haven't given birth to dozens of fat boys for Han Zhan. I am so unwilling to accept this. The voice of elegance suddenly sounded, ringing in everyone's ears. After hearing the voice, Tu Hosheng was the first to open his sleepy eyes. There are also Fengya, Shuru, and Shang Siding. When they heard the keywords, give birth to a child for Han Zhan, They subconsciously pricked up their eyes and opened their eyes. But it was just opening my eyes. Their thinking was still slow, their movements were still sluggish, and as time went by, after finally waking up for a moment, their eyelids began to droop again. Another bubble rose from Holya's head. The bubbles burst and shattered when they rose to midair, and sure enough, a fiery sound was heard immediately. This time, Fengya, Shui Rou, Shang Xiting, and Han Zhan all woke up for a moment. Since Tu Hosheng already knew about this matter, this refresher had no effect on him. Han Zhan regained consciousness, and because he was extremely sensitive to the idiom, seeing a bow through a tube, his brain actually regained some thinking ability. These bubbles come from different people, similar to the consciousness in each person's brain. These dream bubbles of consciousness can be extracted from the brain, and when they are popped, they turn into sounds that can be heard by everyone. Everyone will temporarily wake themselves up from deep sleep based on the degree of stimulation, or in other words, the degree of interest of these consciousness dream bubbles. Han Zhan's brain raced against time to think for more than 10 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the stimulation and attraction of seeing the abalone through the tube for him faded, and Han Zhan's thinking began to become gradually dull again. At the same time, when Han Zhan's eyelids were about to close again, a dream bubble of consciousness slowly rose from above Han Zhan's head. Citing, "I'm very happy to have fun with you every night these days." As expected, Han Zhan's voice echoed throughout the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a nuclear bomb exploded in a shallow fish pond. With a bang, everyone opened their eyes with bright eyes. Not only that, above their heads, bubbles of consciousness and dreams began to emerge continuously as if they were free. Wow, that's awesome. This sound is the fire bubble of consciousness. How can you say such embarrassing words in front of so many people? This was Shang Xiting's shy voice. They really did that. They really did it. Lord Han Zhan, why wasn't I the one below? This was Shui Rou's angry voice. Ah, damn it. Why did this thought also turn into bubbles? Not only was Shui Rou's dream bubble of consciousness red, but even the sound of her screams was lifelike. In panic, she subconsciously wanted to cover her face, but unexpectedly, this attempt was successful. Shui Rou became the first person to get out of the sleeping state. Damn it, damn it. Jealousy has twisted me and made me unrecognizable. The facial cleanser skill I practiced so hard is actually useless. This was Fengya's angry voice. Except for Hua Lai, who didn't understand, the other two normal men, Han Zhan and Tu Hosheng, widened their eyes in disbelief and became more excited. Now that you say this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Bah, what's the use of facial cleanser? It's not as effective as my water transforming technique. Tisk, these two girls from Fushi continent, I didn't expect that they looked dignified in front of others, but they actually have such a contrasting side. Shut up. ×2. I didn't say anything at all. Fight, fight. My gossip soul is burning. When I get out of here, I will tell my good brothers what happened here. Suddenly, all other consciousness dream bubbles disappeared. Everyone's eyes fell on the simple and honest Tu Hosheng. Tu Hosheng looked at the faint red light flashing in everyone else's eyes and swallowed. Well, everyone was a little sleepy just now. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. You better, everyone shouted in unison. Chapter 82, A Real Man is Not Afraid of Social Death. Everyone finally woke up from their deep slumber and fully awake. But for some people inside, I might as well just fall asleep. It's so embarrassing. I want to find a hole to crawl into. I'll go first. Why do you have to snatch everything from me? Noisy, noisy, noisy. It's so boring. I'm hungry. When the thruster speed is increased to the 5th power, the filter and harmonic generator will complete the common state difference, and then add common particles for secondary smelting. From my angle, Fengya's is indeed the most spectacular. Sightings is not bad either. Shuru is a little inferior, but she has the huge advantage of the water transformation technique. Besides, this thing is mainly about the feel. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes turned to Han Zhan at the same time. The latter immediately and silently withdrew his measuring gaze and turned forward. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Ahem. Han Zhan cleared his throat and changed the subject. Why is everyone silent? Don't you have mouths? In my opinion, the abnormality here should be the reason why Lama is sleeping. We should find it and wake it up as soon as possible while we are still awake. Shang Xiting took the initiative to speak and echoed. Wow, she's so smart. You are deliberately trying to show off in front of Brother Zhan again. How abominable. I was a step too slow to react and failed to help Master Han Zhan out in the first place. Alas, he really cares about the water transformation technique. It seems that although Lady Shang Xiting appears calm, she must be very panicked inside. So she deliberately speaks nonsense to prevent her true thoughts from coming out. Isn't it possible to reach the place where the dragon horse is sleeping if we just walk straight ahead? Except for Han Zhan and Shang's sighting, the other 4 people did not speak, but it seemed as if they all spoke. This atmosphere is very awkward. They could only cover their heads and quicken their pace, walking straight towards the center of the island. Tu Hoxing's words also gave everyone inspiration. Only then did they realize why Han Zhan and Shang's sighting took the initiative to speak. As long as you start talking, the dream bubble in your head will not appear. When this was discovered, suddenly, the whole forest became lively again. A large number of meaningless conversations, such as, the weather is nice today, the wind is from the east, and then turns to the north, began to appear in large numbers. Sometimes, such mindless conversations can really make people relax. Relax. As they talked, everyone's eyelids began to droop again. They quickly stopped drinking water and thought of all kinds of explosive topics in their minds. One by one, dream bubbles of consciousness reappeared to dispel their sleepiness. In this regard, Han Zhan summarized. So, if you don't want to fall into a deep sleep, you must constantly have conscious dream bubbles that can shock you to wake you up. Continuous conversation can stop the production of consciousness dream bubbles, but as time goes by, you will fall into sleep again. Each of us has our own secrets. If we continue to let our dream bubbles of consciousness dissipate at will, I'm afraid we won't be able to see anyone again after we get out of here. Moreover, not every dream bubble of consciousness can dispel sleepiness. It must be powerful enough and attractive enough to be able to dispel sleepiness. Han Zhan spoke as fast as he could. He looked at the other people and expressed his opinion. Let's call this the sleeping curse. I have a way to deal with it. Every one of us can keep chatting, but every once in a while, one person has to be silent and contribute her conscious dream bubble to dispel the sleepiness. In this way, the number of thoughts and secrets that each person needs to reveal will be minimized, and there will be no waste caused by multiple people exposing themselves at the same time. This is a good idea. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. The island is very large, and I don't know how long it will take to walk to the central area. If everyone were to blow themselves up crazily all the time, they would really be left with nothing but their underwear. In order to avoid social death, and as human beings, they voted unanimously in favor of this measure. Then I'll go first. As the proposer of the solution, Han Zhan naturally volunteered to be the first to step forward. So the 6 of them continued to speed up their journey while chattering about meaningless things. Just when sleepiness came again, a dream bubble of consciousness appeared above Han Zhan's head. My average is 2 minutes. Hearing this, Fengya, Shuru, and Shang's sighting were no longer sleepy. Huolai and Tu Hoxing also came to their senses and smiled in a way that all men understand. A real man is not afraid of social death. Han Zhan waved to everyone calmly. I was talking about the duration of holding your breath. Why are you still standing there? Keep going. Using the Korean War method. We walked for almost another hour. After learning 3 or 2 unknown little secrets from everyone, they finally arrived at the central area of the island. I saw the ancient mythical beast, the dragon horse, curled up there, falling into deep sleep. Looking at it from an aerial perspective and looking at it up close are 2 completely different feelings. Only when you really get close to it can you realize how huge and colossal it is. Its body alone was connected into a mountain range, and it was also like a thick city wall that stretched for thousands of miles, blocking the way. His body was covered with thick light yellow mane, which shone golden in the light. Looking further up, the long horse-like neck was covered with dragon scales that were exactly the same as the evil dragon seen before. The color of these dragon scales is also golden. As the dragon horse breathes in its sleep, each scale stands up slightly, relaxes, and then closes rhythmically. The huge dragon head was lying on the ground with its eyes, which were much larger than the starship, tightly closed, and it was breathing continuously from its cave-like nostrils. It was the first time for everyone to come into close contact with such a huge creature, and they were silent for a moment. Now that we have found Longma, what should we do next? How can we wake it up? At this moment, on the head of Huolia, who was closest to Longma, suddenly, like a bubbling machine, bubbles of consciousness and dreams began to burst out uncontrollably from the top of his head. This time, these dream bubbles of consciousness were not burst, and without exception, they were all swallowed up by the sleeping dragon horse. Huolai was caught off guard by this sudden thing. His whole brain was in a mess, and he felt dizzy. But after swallowing a large amount of consciousness dream bubbles, Longma still showed no signs of waking up. That's it. Huolai shook his head and stood up unsteadily. You swallowed so many of my dream bubbles, but why didn't you even react at all? Huolai's words had just fallen. The sleeping dragon horse suddenly opened its mouth. Belch. A rumbling burp like thunder turned into a gust of wind, which directly smoked the fire and made the sky dark. Chapter 83. Consciousness Dream Bubble. It is unknown how many years Longma has been sleeping on this island. You can imagine the taste when you open your mouth. Fortunately, the others dodged quickly, and only Hua Lai suffered. His whole face turned green, and he turned around and vomited the moment he smelled the smell. After the fishy wind passed, Hua Lai had turned into a pitch-black humanoid mud monster, marinated in the flavor. Han Zhan and the others asked from a distance, "What exactly are your dream bubbles?" "Roasted beast meat." "What else?" "Roasted beast meat." "As expected of you." Han Zhan finally understood why Longma was burping. It turned out that it was not because he swallowed too many dream bubbles of consciousness, but because the dream bubbles of consciousness he swallowed were all filled with the flesh of evil beasts. So delicious food cannot awaken the dragon horse. This is a good trial and error. Han Zhan waved to Hua Lai from a distance, indicating that he could leave first. At least until Longma wakes up, I don't want to get close to him again. Others had the same idea. Walk up and get close to the area covered by the dragon horse's breath. When it smells the scent, it should activate the skill of swallowing the dream bubble of consciousness. Han Zhan pointed it out sharply. Because of Holye's demonstration, the others' fear of Longma's giants was reduced a lot, and Shrew was the second one to step forward. Like Hua Lai, when she got within the range of Longma's breath, her movements suddenly became stiff. At this time, Han Zhan particularly noticed that there was a faint misty air shrouding Shui Ro's head. Immediately, bubbles of consciousness began to gurgle out. The number of Shuru's dream bubbles of consciousness was only about 1,000th of Holye's, and they stopped after a while. The sleeping Longma smacked his lips, as if he was still a little unsatisfied. I have lived in Water Village since I was a child. It was so monotonous that there was only training and hunting. There were not many interesting scenes. Shui Ro explained apologetically. It's okay, we still have many chances. Han Zhan comforted. Fengya was the third one to go up. Her performance was similar to Shui Ro's, and she was not able to successfully awaken Longma. Next is the Bagua giant Tu Hoshing. Han Zhan had high hopes for him, as could be seen from the new nickname he had created for Tu Ho. As a Bagua giant, Tu Hoshing is much taller than the others. But when he walked up to the sleeping dragon horse, his height would at most be level with its nostrils. Longma snorted, and the hazy air reappeared. This time, the process really became long. If the dream bubbles of consciousness on Shuru and Fengya's heads are compared to trickles, then the dream bubbles of consciousness on Holye's head are equivalent to gurgling streams, which will completely turn into surging rivers when Tu Hoshing is born. The rest of the people were stunned. Tu Hoshing actually has so many secret thoughts in his mind. What are these secrets? Look, there's an expression on Longma's face. Fengya pointed at him in disbelief. They were still some distance away from Longma, and could just barely see the appearance of Longma's face. After devouring a large amount of Tu Hoshing's consciousness dream bubbles, a very human expression appeared on Longma's face. Its mouth was slightly curved upwards, and its closed pupils seemed to be tilted in the same direction. Seeing its expression, Han Zhan's first reaction was to think of a funny dog head. The corner of Han Zhan's mouth twitched. What is in Tu Hoshing's mind? It can't be all other people's gossip. This process lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Tu Hoshing, like Hua Lai, was in a state of having his body hollowed out. Looking at Longma again, although his mouth was almost stretched to the sky, he still showed no signs of waking up. It should be soon. Han Zhan thought for a moment and spoke. The dragon horse devours the dream bubbles of consciousness and will give corresponding feedback based on the number and content of the dream bubbles of consciousness. From the initial physiological feedback to the current facial expression feedback, its feedback strength is gradually increasing. Don't you think this scene looks familiar? Déjà vu? Yes, how could it not seem familiar? Isn't this the same reaction as when they were about to fall into the sleeping curse and heard those dream bubbles before recovering from the sleep? The dragon horse is an ancient mythical beast, and it has been sleeping for who knows how long. So if we want to wake it up, it certainly can't be like us humans who have just fallen into the curse of sleeping. For us, a bursting dream bubble of consciousness might be enough, but for it, it's not enough. In a nutshell, if you want to awaken Longma, you need to have a lot of dream bubbles. Han Zhan's words cheered everyone up. After all, they were almost socially dead now. Those who were barefoot were not afraid of those who wore shoes, but they were afraid that they would not be able to find a way to wake up Longma. Now that we have a method, everything will be easy. For people have already had their consciousness swallowed by the dream bubble, leaving only Han Zhan and Shang Sighting. Let me go first, Shang Sighting said to Han Zhan, and took the lead to walk forward. It is still the familiar sequential process. Originally, everyone thought that Shang's sighting was about the same age as Fengya and Shiru, or even younger. A girl this young can only have limited secrets in her head. Unexpectedly, when dream bubbles of consciousness began to appear above her head, everyone was shocked. Those numerous dream bubbles of consciousness were no longer like surging rivers, but had turned into a raging sea, rushing madly into Lama's mouth. No, it can no longer be described as a surging. It's simply like pinching Ryoma's nose and forcing it down his throat. While Lama was devouring a terrifying number of consciousness dream bubbles, he kept making ho-ho sounds. Look, Lama's expression has changed again. Zhan, who had been observing Lama, did not need to be reminded. He saw that the corners of its mouth, which were originally raised, were shrinking at a very fast speed. Finally, the upward arc completely changed into a downward arc. The dragon horse opened its mouth and a painful wailing sound came out of its throat, deafening. I don't want to learn math. Zhan, everyone. 15 minutes later, when Shang's sighting opened her eyes, Lama, who still had his eyes closed behind her, had put on a mask of pain. So, the secrets in your head are all math problems? What a joke. Zhan asked curiously in disbelief. No. Shang's sighting shook her head with a calm expression. Mathematics is only part of the foundation. Most of the secrets in my mind are various scientific research contents and results summaries related to the Kanzhang company, as well as some calculation formulas, application principles, and laws. Okay, stop talking. Zhan waved his hands quickly. As a poor student, he was already having a headache. He didn't want to wear the mask of pain like Ryoma. After swallowing up another person's dream bubble of consciousness, Lama's facial expressions not only became more rich, but he was also able to speak human language, so he should be close to being awakened. The Korean War was the last one to appear, and he already had an idea at this time. Chapter 84, Dragon Horse Awakens. There are many secrets about the Korean War. There is no doubt that he must be the one with the most among all the people present. Why? Because his soul belongs neither to the ancient world nor to the Blue Star. All memories of that past world can be considered secrets of the Korean War. But Zhan was not sure whether these secrets would have any effect on Lama. Judging from the previous performances, Lama will be affected by the dream bubble of consciousness. For example, he will burp if he eats too much evil beast meat. He will reveal an obscene smile when listening to gossip, and he will put on a mask of pain when listening to mathematics. Combining this information, Zhan decided to take the initiative to control his own dream bubble. This kind of test had already begun since the very beginning in the woods, when he proposed that each person should have a dream bubble of consciousness. When he deliberately conceives a secret in his mind, this secret will be selected to become a dream bubble of consciousness and float out of his head. Zhan plans to use the fact that he can actively control his dream bubbles to give Lama a new and different job. In his mind at this moment, there were a large number of real-life learning documentaries and hundreds of literary works that could be compared with the banned books written by Li Lingjun. Of course, he had no intention of letting Lama devour these. Zhan was worried that after Lama swallowed these, it would cause a strange chain reaction. For example, if you nail yourself to the ground like a mare, it's really scary to think about it. To be on the safe side, Zhan plans to tell Lama a story about a dragon and a little girl. After making up his mind, Zhan was the last one to step forward and enter the range of Lama's breath. The next second, he felt a chill suddenly piercing his skin around his brain. Immediately afterwards, Zhan's consciousness began to become chaotic. Invisible tentacles appeared in the ocean of his consciousness. Faced with the large number of secrets floating in the ocean, they began to want to plunder. A storm suddenly arose in the ocean of Zhan's consciousness, and the storm swept away all the secrets. Just when those invisible tentacles were about to go into a frenzy and wreak havoc indiscriminately, a golden book was specially selected from Zhan's consciousness. The tentacles of sin, like bloodthirsty sharks following the scent, greedily wrapped around this golden book. In the ocean of consciousness, the more shape something has, the more precious it is. This book not only has the shape of a book, but is also wrapped in a layer of golden light, which shows how deep and unforgettable this person's impression of it is. For these invisible tentacles, this kind of thing is an absolute delicacy, and plundering is the top priority. They quickly grabbed the book and temporarily disappeared from Zhan's mind. Outside world. The other 5 people had no idea what was happening in Zhan's mind. From their perspective, Zhan, like them before, first fell into chaos, and then bubbles of consciousness and dreams began to pop up above his head. But the amount of conscious dream bubbles seems a little too small, right? Perhaps because they had seen the gradually increasing rivers, lakes and seas created by Hualai, Tu Hoshing, and Shang's sighting. They all thought that Han Zhan, as the finale, should be bigger and more numerous than Shang's sighting's massive dream bubbles of consciousness. The number of these conscious dream bubbles seems to be even less than that of Funya and Shiru. Even Huoye, who has no brain, couldn't help but speak when he saw this scene. It won't flip over, right? Are there really only so few secrets in Lord Han Zhan's head? That's impossible. Everyone was talking about it. Suddenly, Longma, who had swallowed a small amount of Han Zhan's dream bubble, suddenly increased his breathing. The two huge nostrils, like the two wind tunnel experiments on Niwa continent, began to rush in with strong winds. In the central area of the entire island, a large number of trees were blown up by the strong wind and rushed towards the nostrils of Longma. Boom! The earth was shaking. The dragon horse, which was originally curled up, had its 4 legs fall to the ground, and each leg made the earth tremble. As the 4 horse legs landed on the ground, the dragon horse changed from a sideline position to a standing position. When it stopped, a huge gully instantly appeared in the central area, and a large amount of black sea water rushed back along the gully. The gully was getting bigger and bigger, and there were more and more branches spreading out from it. The whole island was about to collapse and be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, Shang's sighting and her team had already prepared for this emergency. Shang's sighting pressed the button of the external chip on her neck, and a transparent light film appeared from under her feet, supporting her to float in the air. Shang's sighting was quick-witted and quick-handed. She caught Han Zhan, who was about to fall into the abyss, and retreated with him in her arms. Seeing Shang's sighting's actions, everyone else did the same, following the guidance of the external chip and turning on the floater. From the time when the dragon horse stood up, to the time when the island collapsed, and then to the time when the water of the North Sea flooded this place, it completely turned into a vast ocean. This process sounds complicated, but it only takes the blink of an eye. The dragon horse stood in the vast North Sea, but its 4 legs seemed to have some special ability. It stood on the water and did not sink into the sea. Let the surging black sea water wash over the 4 horse legs that are like pillars of heaven. The thick mane flutters in the wind, making him look unrestrained and majestic. On the long neck, the golden dragon scales glowed brighter and brighter. The most important thing is that its head, which had been sleeping for who knows how many years, raised itself up again. Its eyelids, as heavy as a mountain, opened little by little. Longma, wake up! When it woke up, the first thing it saw was Han Zhan, Shang's sighting, and others. Longma's dragon eyes looked around at everyone and finally locked onto Han Zhan, who had just woken up not long ago. I saw it slowly lower its head. With just this one movement, the clouds in the entire sky were stirred up, the surrounding sea level suddenly rose by several meters, and the horse's mane danced wildly. That book just now, was it your dream bubble of consciousness? Ryoma suddenly spoke up. Its voice has a quadruple resonance, as if 4 people are talking in your ear at the same time, sacred, low, high, and ethereal. Facing the question from the 9th Order peak ancient mythological creature, Han Zhan nodded. Suddenly, Ryoma's face twisted in a very human way. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and vented its emotions in a roaring voice. The roar of the dragon horse caused a strong wind and huge waves on the sea, which gathered into a tsunami millions of meters high, overwhelming us. In order to avoid the tsunami, they could only use floats to climb to a safe location more than 100 meters above the ground in the strong wind, and barely avoided the tsunami. And this tsunami had just submerged a little bit above the 4 horseshoes. Why did you kill Eri? Chapter 85 Black Obelisk, Nuwa appears. Only after Han Zhan patted his chest and promised that he would definitely bring Eri back to life, did Ryoma calm down his anger. The gears of history are turning again, and the fateful battle is about to begin. After Longma returned to normal, the first thing he said was a confusing sentence. With 4 overlapping tones, its sound makes your head buzz and is hard to ignore. You guys, are you ready? The dragon horse still had its head lowered, and the figures of everyone were reflected in its huge eyes. But everyone else feels that way. Longma was not looking at himself, but at Han Zhan and Shang's sighting. Sure enough, Longma's next words confirmed their thoughts. Fushichin and Nuwa Stone, we have a chance to fight this fateful battle. So what is the fateful battle? Han Zhan spoke up and asked the question that everyone was wondering. When he was in Fushi continent before, he had heard about the fateful man. Now he heard about the fateful battle and couldn't help but ask questions. Come on my back. All the answers are here. I choose to sleep to resist pollution and also to preserve the historical truth so that people in the future can uncover it again. Now that things have come to this, Do Han Zhan and the others have any other choice? If Longmo wanted to attack them, with the strength they showed now, they would not be able to even struggle. So they manipulated their respective floaters and slowly continued to climb towards the dragon horse's back. The North Sea black turtle is so tall that its shell can pierce the sky. The dragon horse, which is as famous as it, is naturally not much short. Halfway through the float's journey, they could no longer see the turbulent waters of the North Sea beneath their feet. Only a vague black color was floating. The closer to the sky, clouds were floating around them, and the biting cold made them shiver. If anyone was afraid of heights and looked down, their legs would go weak and they would sit down. Fortunately, the Niwa continent's floater withstood the test and did not break down even at such a high altitude. Higher up, they passed through the clouds. The sunlight shone on them again, and the biting cold subsided and turned into warmth. The dragon horse's back has arrived. The broad horse's back is larger than an entire continent, but it is much more barren than Niwa continent and Fushi continent. All you can see is dry land. Everyone who got off the float looked at the scene with the same shocked expression. Could it be that I haven't showered for a long time, and the dirt on my back has accumulated? Hualai said in a hoarse voice. Everyone is shocked. Why is your shock different from others? I was shocked at first, but now I feel that there is a taste in this shock. Shut up, Han Zhan said without turning his head. He felt that if he didn't stop Hualai from speaking out, Lama would get angry and throw them all off their horses. Let's get back to the topic. Han Zhan and others looked out at the surrounding areas and soon saw something different. It was a huge black obelisk. It stands there in the distance, towering like a pillar, and is hard to ignore. As Han Zhan approached, the shape of the obelisk became clear. It is completely black, and I don't know what material it is made of. The bottom is a square base, and it becomes thinner as it goes up. Looking up, the top of the obelisk is at least 100 meters from the ground. The towering black obelisk is densely engraved with many incomprehensible symbols. When Hualai wanted to get closer to the obelisk, he suddenly felt an invisible resistance that stopped him and prevented him from moving forward. The same is true of water being soft and elegant, and earth being thick and productive. Shang Sighting and Han Zhan looked at each other. When they approached, there was no resistance, and they passed easily. The contents of the black obelisk are only visible to us. How is it differentiated? What is the difference between us and them? A question flashed through Han Zhan's mind. He had already approached the black obelisk and placed his hand on the obelisk according to the method he used before in Fushi continent. After a while, there was no response. Ahem. Han Zhan coughed twice. Sighting, put your hand over here too. Shang Sighting also stretched out her hand as she was told. When their hands pressed on the black obelisk at the same time, the originally dim symbols and words on the obelisk suddenly lit up one by one. It's like some kind of energy is activated. The text symbols on the base light up first, and then move up layer by layer. When the light on the top of the black obelisk lit up, an illusory female figure suddenly appeared before them. You are here, people from the future who have learned the method of spiritual contract. A pleasant female voice sounded, and she delivered a powerful blow as soon as she opened her mouth. What did she say? She just said the method of spiritual contract. Han Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. The method of spiritual contract is not something that the people of Blue Star belong to. No, now is it something that only the people of Desya are still insisting on practicing? Why can this woman in the blurry light and shadow in front of me say it out loud? Because I created the method of spiritual contract and taught it to you, human beings. As if she could see through Han Zhan's thoughts, the woman in light and shadow opposite her spoke. You can call me Niwa. It's Niwa indeed. When it was Fushi continent before, the light and shadow that we saw was Fushi. So now in Niwa continent, the light and shadow that we see is naturally Niwa. That makes sense. Niwa, you said that you taught the method of spiritual contract to humans, but this is a little different from what I know. Han Zhan chose to speak frankly when facing Niwa. Anyway, the other party can see through people's minds, so it's useless to be tactful. When Han Zhan first traveled to the Blue Star world, the history of the spirit contract was in his mind. In that history, the method of spiritual contract was clearly created by a powerful ancient human cultivator. How come it was created by Niwa here? Do you know why there is a distinction between spirit contract masters and spirit contract masters in the spirit contract method? Niwa did not answer Han Zhan's question immediately, but asked another seemingly unrelated question. Yes, why are they all methods of spiritual contracts, but are they divided into men and women, and into spiritual contract masters and contract spirits? I don't know. Han Zhan answered truthfully. Because when this method was first created, it was not meant for you to practice. Niwa paused here. It is for Fushi and I to practice. Niwa and Fushi used it for cultivation. When Han Zhan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something, but was unable to grasp it immediately. The method of spiritual agreement practiced by Niwa and Fushi. Not for us humans. We humans. Niwa and Fushi are not human beings. When Han Zhan thought of this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Niwa. Niwa and the light and shadow actually nodded at the same time. As you think, Fushi and I are not human. If they are not human, then there is no gender. Male and female are one. Yin and yang are naturally harmonious, and there is no hindrance in practicing the spiritual contract method. But humans can't do that. Chapter 86. Traces of the World. Hearing this, Han Zhan suddenly understood. It all makes sense. Why must the method of spiritual contract involve both men and women? The man is the spiritual contract master, and the woman is the contract spirit. Because they need to be combined into one to achieve harmony of yin and yang. If one relies solely on one's own ability, after awakening the spiritual contract, the solitary yang cannot be born, the solitary yin cannot grow, the yin and yang are out of balance, and the consequences are disastrous. This is why the great human beings who created the method of spiritual contract have always emphasized and passed down the practice of doing so. That ancient and powerful monk from Blue Star must have known something. What about the awakening stone? Han Zhan asked the question that concerned him most. At this stage, various forces have tried every possible means to control and destroy the awakening stone in order to target Daxia. Awakening stone is a special consumable. The production of it in the entire Blue Star is not high. However, awakening stone is necessary to complete the awakening of the spirit contract master and the contract spirit. This is the key issue that is holding us back. After hearing Han Zhan's words, although I couldn't see Niwa's face clearly in the light and shadow opposite, but from what she said next, it could be heard that she must have smiled. Don't forget what I do. What does Niwa do? Playing with mud and stones? This was Han Zhan's first reaction, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You mean? The awakening stone is just a way I created to limit human awakening. If we are born awake, we will not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. If we cannot sharpen our skills, we will not be able to grow. You know a lot about humans. I am aware of your concerns. I will leave a mark on the Niwa stone, and then I can create a new awakening stone. Niwa said this, raising her hand and gently tapping Shang's sighting. The Niwa stone in Shang's sighting's body suddenly appeared. A halo of light fell on the surface of the stone and turned into a special symbol. Seeing this scene, Han Zhan was overjoyed. I didn't expect that a problem that had been troubling Daxia could be solved like this. Your Majesty, I still have some questions. Han Zhan spoke again. He planned to ask about the method of spiritual contract, why the contract spirit and the spiritual contract master would awaken different abilities, and why he would awaken the ancient divine weapon. Unexpectedly, before Han Zhan opened his mouth to ask, Niwa waved her hand to interrupt him. Humans are the most unpredictable species. The spiritual contract is the most suitable for them. Through the spiritual contract, they can obtain the gift from their own world. The amount of the gift depends on the luck and fortune of different people. As for you, you should know that although I am the creator of the spiritual contract, Fushi and I practice the spiritual contract only for the sake of Fushi Qin and Niwa Stone. The creator does not necessarily know more or go further than those who come after him. Just like you, I can't see clearly what caused your spiritual contract method to merge into the origin of divinity. This is an incredible thing. The origin of divinity. Hearing this term again, Han Zhan was stunned. Even someone as powerful as Niwa doesn't know the reason? Let's get back to the point. It's a fateful battle. You don't have much time left. When Niwa mentioned the fateful battle, the golden halo around her fluctuated violently. The fateful battle that Longma had mentioned when he woke up just now was brought up again. My lady, what is a fateful battle? The fateful battle is the final swan song of this world. This process has already begun since the last ancient mythical species, the dragon horse, awakened in this world. It cannot be stopped, because he has seen it. As soon as Niwa finished speaking, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. In the great gap in the sky, a hideous eyeball covered with bloodshot filled the entire gap in the sky. The moment they saw the eyeball, everyone, including Han Zhan, subconsciously took a few steps back in horror. It was not until they took a few steps back that they realized that a huge blood-red eyeball was in the sky. No matter how they retreated or where they retreated to, they could not escape its gaze. That's not all. After the huge eyeball appeared in the sky, it pressed down towards this world with great force. Because of the squeezing, the shape of the entire eyeball began to distort irregularly. The extremely thick bloodshot veins on the eyeballs became more obvious and abrupt in an instant, swollen and congested like blood-colored insect pythons, densely packed, and even more terrifying. Nuwa seemed to have known about the existence of such an eyeball for a long time. Her narrative tone did not fluctuate at all. She just quickened her pace and continued. He wants to erase the traces of the existence of this world. For each world, there are many traces. As long as they are still there, the world is still there. What are the traces of the Qin and Sei bringing the world together? The first thing Han Zhan thought of was Fuxi and Fuxi Qin. Are the traces of the Nuwa world Nuwa and Nuwa stone? No, there's more to it than that. Han Zhan thought again of Fengqimu, Phoenix Skeleton, Evil Dragon, and North Sea Black Turtle who died in his hands. Aren't these species in ancient mythology all traces of the world? There are also those birds, beasts, insects, fish, and the indigenous people who originally lived in this world. They are also traces of this world. So that's why he sent down the source from outer space to pollute the creatures of this world, causing them to kill each other and mutate continuously until they become outright monsters, no longer belonging to this world, and all traces disappear? That's right. Nuwa confirmed Han Zhan's guess. He is too powerful. We can't defeat him, but we can stop him from the sky. No matter how much pollution has infiltrated this world, as long as the traces have not completely disappeared, he will not be able to break through and enter this world, and we still have a chance of winning. We used an island as the base of the formation to seal the dragon horse into a sleeping state. We put it to sleep here so that the last ancient mythical species would not be polluted. If Longma dies, the last trace of this world will disappear, and there will be nothing that can resist his coming. At that time, this world will become a dead end. Nuwa and Fuxi left behind a series of backup plans in order to postpone the fateful battle. Are they so confident in themselves that they will delay until they enter here and then start the fateful, decisive battle? After learning the truth, Han Zhan suddenly realized that there was an extremely heavy and towering mountain on his shoulders. No, it was mountains stretching for thousands of miles. Save the world. After hearing this, Han Zhan also understood his ultimate mission. There is nothing wrong with mending the sky, and there is nothing wrong with the ancient legends. However, no one could have imagined that outside the sky to be mended, there would be a big eyeball staring at you ferociously. Han Zhan never imagined that the Fengqimu, Phoenix Corpse, Evil Dragon, and North Sea Black Turtle that he had killed before were actually traces of the existence of this world. If he hadn't entered this world, these traces would have remained. He wiped out these traces with his own hands. Is this fate? It's inevitable. It's irreversible. It's going to happen no matter what. Chapter 87 Horse Carrying a River Map. While they were talking, in the sky above, the hideous eyeball covered with bloodshot was about to break through the sky, bulging out in an irregular shape. In Han Zhan's ears, he could even faintly hear its roar. Nuwa turned her head and took one last look at Han Zhan and Shang's sighting. Her figure looked somewhat desolate, somewhat lonely. She walked towards the black obelisk step by step, leaving only her back. Take care of the world for me. Next, it's up to you. The originally black obelisk shattered with a sound, and a golden light suddenly bloomed from the broken black stone. A golden obelisk is emerging from the shattered black obelisk. Nuwa's light and shadow, step by step, completely merged into the obelisk shining with golden light. The incomprehensible symbols and words on the stone tablet came to life and peeled off one by one. They were like nimble tadpoles, floating in the air. When all the symbols were completely peeled off from the obelisk, they gathered together and condensed into a special scroll. That is a picture. The original symbols were all stars, which were distributed all over the scroll, forming a galaxy map. The luo shu that Han Zhan had originally put away began to heat up slightly at this time. When the tortoise shell was taken out, the pattern on it actually began to flicker, echoing the distant sound. Luo Shu's reaction made Han Zhan instantly understand that the painting in front of him was the river map. Horse carrying a horse on the river. The river map was indeed on the back of the dragon horse. The Hichu is the body, the Luo Shu is the function. The Hichu is about the constant, the Luo Shu is about the change. The Hichu overlaps, the Luo Shu divides. The square and the circle hide each other. The yin and yang embrace each other, and they are used for each other. The Luo Shu turned into a blazing white light, like a bright sun. It slowly rose from Han Zhan's hand and merged into the star-studded river map. The two are combined into one. At this moment, the river map and the Luo Shu have become one and completely formed. Before Han Zhan could recover from the joy of obtaining the complete version of the river map and Luo Shu, The obelisk that had lost the river map and concealed the secrets of heaven has transformed into the sharpest and sharpest edge in the world after absorbing the last bit of Nuwa's remaining power. It left the dragon horse's back and was like a ray of golden light shooting straight up, piercing the sky like a divine needle. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the twisted and irregular eyeball in Tianke. Roar! A roar of extreme pain came from the sky, and even from such a long distance, it could be heard clearly. This is the last backup plan left by Nuwa, Fushi, and other saints for this world. The sky cleared up again. The huge, hideous eyeball that was pierced disappeared, and only a gap and a big hole remained in the sky. Nuwa helped us temporarily drive away that horrible creature. Before it recovers, we must find the 5 colored stones used to mend the sky, fill this hole in the sky, and protect this world. This should be our final mission. Han Zhan and Shang's sighting expressed their judgments. However, the question now returns to the starting point. Where is the decisive colorful stone? While Han Zhan was thinking, Shang's sighting received an urgent communication from Nuwa continent. She glanced at Han Zhan beside her and chose to play the volume out loud. Lord Shang's sighting. Our patrol shuttle discovered an extremely abnormal place. After you and Lord Han Zhan return from Longma, you'd better come and see us. Fushi continent. In the mountains that had been forgotten for a long time, earth-shaking changes had taken place. The evil beasts that were mutated after being contaminated by the origin from outer space have all turned into piles of bones. All over the mountains and plains. They were eaten completely, without even a trace of flesh or blood left. Not only is the air filled with the smell of blood, but if you look down from the sky, you can also see a faint scarlet color covering the mountains. That was a densely packed scarlet insect nest. After devouring all the alien creatures on the Fushi continent, the abundant flesh and blood supplied the energy needed for hatching. Every minute, every second. There are thousands of scarlet eggs hatching in the hive. The scarlet Zerg that had hatched had evolved into a completely unfamiliar appearance. Evil, hideous, and terrifying. It was a completely new species of Zerg, unlike anything seen before. They have an extremely hard scarlet chitinous shell that covers their entire body. The 2-meter body is not huge, but it contains unimaginable power. All around, black ashes from burning are constantly falling, which means that the temperature in their center will not be too low. The scene of forest fire had appeared many times in the past few days, and now the forest was full of charred trees. From time to time, the bare mountains could be heard with the roar of new insects being born, like dragons and phoenixes. Just then, an eyeball appeared in the sky. The Scarlet Queen, who was taking a nap with her eyes closed in the insect nest, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. There was an expression of incomparable excitement in her eyes. The eyeball in the sky looked down at everything, trying ferociously to squeeze into this world, bloodshot gushing out of the eyeball. The Scarlet Queen, who saw this scene, was burning with blood flames all over her body. Around her, all the Scarlet Zergs were lying on the ground, and they did not move even though they were burned by the blood flames. Destroy this world. As the size of the eyeballs invading this world grew larger, a faint humming sound suddenly appeared in the Scarlet Queen's ears. The murmur was deep and hoarse, yet full of madness, like a delirium. At the same time as the Scarlet Queen heard the mumbling, streams of black unknown liquid began to converge towards her from all directions of the world. They started as a trace, condensed into a drop as they flowed, and countless drops of black liquid eventually merged into a thin stream. The Scarlet Queen swallowed the black liquid excitedly. This was the purpose of her entering this world. It was the alien origin of this world as recorded in the alien history. And now, the eye in the sky invades this world, if only for a very brief moment. It controls all the origins scattered throughout this world, and all of them flow into the body of the Scarlet Queen. Destroy the world and let us in. Even more crazy muttering could be heard more clearly after the Scarlet Queen swallowed the alien essences. Then, she saw a golden light piercing the sky, and her big eyeball was pierced and disappeared completely. Blood was flowing from the Scarlet Queen's eyes. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a crazy laugh gradually rose with her breath. 9th level, the peak of the 9th level, half a step beyond. She opened her eyes, and the scarlet color condensed into substance. As the mother body, her strength increased, and the Scarlet Zerg under her also evolved again. Did you hear that? He said he would destroy. Then destroy it. The Scarlet Queen licked the corner of her mouth that was bleeding from biting too hard, her eyes showing madness. Chapter 88. That touch of scarlet is the anger in memory. Nuwa continent. On the back of the dragon horse. Nuwa disappeared, the obelisk disappeared, and the evil eyes in the sky disappeared. Everything was calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Longma's quadruple, echoing voice appeared in everyone's ears. It looks like you have completed the last link. For some reason, its tone seemed somewhat relaxed. Finally, I don't have to carry that obelisk anymore. It's really too heavy. Imagine that there is always a towering black obelisk standing a little bit behind the horse, near its butt. It seems that is not the case. Let's go. I'll take you back. Ryoma's voice sounded again. It spread out its 4 hooves and walked on the turbulent waves of the North Sea, as if it were flat ground. And it's extremely fast. After a while, they saw the outline of Manhwa continent again. After returning to Manhwa continent, Longma did not leave the North Sea and remained on the sea. My body is too big, and Manhwa continent cannot bear my weight. Unless you want to see the scene of the island collapsing and breaking happen again. Longma's words successfully made everyone give up this idea. Even though Longma did not go ashore, he just chose to lie down near the coast of Return Star Port and continue to take a nap with his eyes closed. Its enormous size still attracted many people from Manhwa continent to watch. They used shuttles or climbed the tallest buildings to get a glimpse of this ancient species they had never seen before. On Han Zhan's side, after asking everyone to go back and rest, he and Shang Sighting went to the control building of Manhwa continent alone. Lord Shang Sighting, Lord Han Zhan. Seeing them, the people in the control building greeted them respectfully. Then he showed them the video that he had mentioned in the communicator before. These are some images we just observed not long ago. I would like to ask the 2 adults to take a look at them. After that, they played the first video. In the surveillance video, a patrol shuttle was flying at an extremely low altitude across a territory infested with evil beasts. It can be seen that the pilot of this shuttle is very skilled and daring. He photographed these evil beasts at a distance below the safe height, almost as if he was showing off his skills. But the next second, a shocking scene appeared. The evil beasts that were roaring and trying to bite the shuttle down all fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. All the evil beasts died at the same time. The shuttle pilot apparently also noticed this scene. He first slowed down the shuttle, observed the situation, and then turned the shuttle around and returned to the place he had passed directly. Without exception, all the evil beasts are dead, and they died suddenly at the same time. This cannot be done by normal means. What have they been through? Pause. Suddenly, Han Zhan stopped the person playing the video. Go back to the moment when these evil beasts fell to the ground. The video began to rewind as instructed. Stop, it's here. Han Zhan spoke again and shouted. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the video screen. Did you see it? It's a ball of black air. At the moment the evil beast fell, a ball of black gas left its body. Although it is very faint, it does exist. The first thing that popped into Han Zhan's mind was what this black gas was. It was from outer space. The culprit that pollutes and alienates all living things. They took the initiative to leave these alienated evil beasts. Not long ago, that's what we were doing. Han Zhan suddenly turned his head, looked at Shang Sighting, and asked. On the back of the dragon horse, with the goddess Manhwa, Is it that alien eyeball? Shang Sighting is not stupid either. She understands it immediately. No wonder the eyeball tried so hard to squeeze, and even though it knew that Manhwa was still there. It turns out that his purpose is not really to squeeze in, but to infiltrate some power and absorb these extraterrestrial origins. Manhwa, Fushi, and others left a backup plan in this world, and the same goes for the eyeball from outer space. The golden obelisk pierced his eyeball, so where did his backup plan go? Through trend analysis, we can zoom in on the local image, slow it down, and analyze it immediately. As soon as Shang Sighting finished speaking, the people in the control room quickly took action. Graphical analysis was not very complicated, and it didn't take them long to come to a conclusion. We have analyzed a total of 39 footages of the death of the evil beasts. Through the analysis of these footages, we have come to the following conclusion. The direction these black air are converging is Fushi continent. Fushi continent. Han Zhan frowned. If it was related to Fushi continent, a person's image immediately appeared in his mind. Yifan. No, it's impossible. Yifan had clearly been killed by Fushi, unless he had the ability to resurrect on the spot. And even if it was Yifan, he was not worthy of Tianhui Eyeball's dependence and risking everything on him. It can't be Yifan. So could it be someone around Yifan? Moreover, this person must be related to the alien race and be able to attract the attention of aliens. After a quick screening in Han Zhan's mind, another person emerged in his mind. It was a touch of scarlet. It was the anger in his memory. He was also on the list of people to be killed in the Korean War. At that time, the Zerg surrounded and killed Li Shutong, causing his death, and some of them escaped. Scarlet Queen. Only she has a close relationship with Yifan, and it is very likely that she, like Eve Fan, got here through some means. Only she, as a ninth-order alien, could be chosen by the celestial eye and have all the celestial origins absorbed into her body. Well, the answer is obvious. I think I know who the final opponent in the fateful battle will be. Who is it? Scarlet Zerg. That night, everyone, including the warriors from the 4 elemental villages and Manhwa continent, were invited to the dinner. The huge banquet was packed with people and very lively. This was Shang Sighting's idea. A large number of evil beasts died, and it is unknown how many days we will have free meat to eat. People should always enjoy themselves while they can. The corpse of the evil beast has been cooked into a variety of delicious foods, served on plates, exuding an enticing aroma. The people who enjoyed the meal the most were still the people from Huamiao village. Under the leadership of Huolai, they traveled to various places, determined to taste all the delicious food they could. After Fenya and Shiru realized what happened in Mengbu, and because they were both wanderers in the world, they actually developed a sense of sympathy for each other and turned from sworn enemies into good sisters. Feng Pingxing sat next to Tu Hosheng. The two of them were whispering about something and occasionally smiled meaningfully. Other villagers and warriors from Manhwa continent were also feasting on the delicious food. Such a scene is full of joy. In an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant, Han Zhan was watching this lively scene alone. Why are your eyes red? Shang Sighting walked to Han Zhan, turned her head, and looked at him. Don't worry, we will win, she said again. Yes, we will win. Han Zhan put away his emotions, smiled, and raised the Fushi Qin in his hand. I am happy today. Let me play a song for you. Good, good, good. Chapter 89. The fateful battle begins. The piano sounds melodious. It drifted far away in the sky above Manhwa continent. The next day, Han Zhan did not sleep in for the first time. He got up early and locked himself in the room. No one knew what he was doing. Shang Sighting announced the matter of Fushi continent and the Scarlet Zerg to everyone. To her surprise, no one showed any timid look. Just fight, who's afraid of who? After this battle, we can completely end the turmoil in this world. Is there anything better than this? We have Lord Shang Sighting and Lord Han Zhan. What else do we have to be afraid of? Let those bugs see how powerful we are. Yes, that's it. Their confidence is not just expressed in words. After learning the news, Huolai led the people of Huamiao village and immersed themselves in the arena to study and adapt to the Zhanhua armor. Feng Pingxing and the people of Fengbai village were not to be outdone. They entered the wind tunnel testing laboratory and never came out again. Shui Rou and the people of Shuixing village studied how to coordinate the water anonymous technique and the invisibility cloth, and Tu Hosheng put on the improved war fortress. Manhwa continent has officially started the process of converting all citizens into soldiers. Anyone who is capable of acting independently, from 14 to 65 years old, will be screened for various matches and have corresponding auxiliary smart chips installed. The weapons factory has been operating at full capacity 24 hours a day. Shang Sighting's Manhwa stone talent has never stopped. Only Han Zhan locked himself in the room, and no one knew what he was studying. 3 days passed in a flash. In the evening of the next day, Han Zhan came out of his retreat and found Shang Sighting and some other people. 3 days later in the morning, a special picture in the shuttle monitoring caused the control center to sound the alarm. Lord Shang Sighting, there is something unusual happening in the North Sea. Because she already knew the direction the enemy was coming from, Shang Sighting had changed her monitoring strategy 3 days ago and focused on the entire North Sea. Sure enough, this layout is effective. From the picture, a scarlet insect shadow suddenly appeared in the originally surging black waves. Then comes the second, the third, and so on. They are densely packed and spread out on the vast surface of the North Sea. The Black North Sea was dyed scarlet. Sound the alarm. Enter Level 1 combat status. Everyone get ready. The final battle with the Scarlet Zerg will officially begin in an hour and a half. Yes. No one panicked, and no one deserted the battlefield. Humanity has prepared everything they can to face this battle. Still coming from the sea. But the only difference is that this time, they were prepared. Looking down from the sky, the boundless North Sea has turned completely scarlet. As the waves surge and crash, a brief black flashes by and then quickly disappears. They are all Scarlet Zerg. They floated on the sea, crossing the sea in the simplest and most brutal way. On the sea, a sexy woman in a scarlet robe was walking on it with steady steps. Under her feet was a scarlet road paved by the Scarlet Zerg with their bodies. And she is like a queen walking on this endless red carpet. An hour and a half later, when the first Scarlet Zerg successfully climbed onto the coast of Manhwa continent from the North Sea, what greeted it was a precise bullet. The bullet hit its head directly, and the moment the gunshot rang out, the Scarlet Zerg's head was blown apart. Bang! The blood exploded like blooming blood flowers everywhere. Before the Nuwa continent warriors who had hit the insects could be happy, the scarlet insect that had already exploded suddenly grew a new one from the place where its head had exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grass? What the hell is this? It can heal itself. Bang bang bang. Several more bullets came at it, and the bullets that hit the head exploded its head again, while the bullets that hit the body made a crisp clang sound, and sparks flew as the bullets bounced off. Armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate the chitinous shell of the Scarlet Zerg. After its head was blown up 3 times, the Scarlet Zerg finally fell down temporarily. It was not completely dead, and its strong vitality was still healing its wounds. It was just because its injuries were too severe, and its head had been revived 3 times in a row, the healing energy in its body was no longer enough to restore it to its heyday. However, at this time, countless Scarlet Zergs had already appeared on the long coastline of Nuwa continent. Fire. Following the orders issued by the command center, a large number of ground soldiers who were on high alert began to pull the triggers, with flames spurting out of the muzzles of their guns. These ground warriors are all young and middle-aged men selected from Nuwa continent. They constitute the first line of defense to guard Nuwa continent. Although the weapons in their hands are not very powerful and advanced technological weapons, as the mainstream firearms and ammunition in the LV3 era, their usefulness is unquestionable, and the quantity is large and filling. The saturation artillery fire attack soon covered the entire coastline with fire and smoke. A large number of Scarlet Zergs were blown to pieces by the hail of bullets, but their powerful self-healing ability allowed them to continue advancing forward despite the firepower. The Scarlet Chitinous shell defense blocked a lot of damage, and neither stray bullets nor the aftermath of artillery fire could cause them any harm. The Scarlet Zerg that were seriously injured by the explosion would completely recover to their original state after a few seconds. They spread out their 4 legs and ran hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Scarlet Zergs rushed across the coastline and approached the first line of defense. They can't be killed by bombing. They can't be killed by bombing at all. These bugs are so fleshy. Can they be restored after being blown into pieces? They run very fast. Watch out, they are approaching. Warriors who encounter the Scarlet Zerg start switching forms. As the commanding sergeant's voice sounded on the battlefield, the warriors of Nuwa continent, who were about to engage in close combat with the Scarlet Zerg, activated the switch form mode in advance according to the prompts of the smart chip. The next second, the long-range weapons in their hands disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a set of heavy and incredibly defensive supermaterial armor, as well as 2 quantum energy lightsabers. Here they come. Hold this first line of defense. Never fall, never retreat. Every warrior of Nuwa continent roared. The Scarlet Zerg, who possessed unparalleled strength, crashed into the humanoid armors as if they had crashed into a thick city wall. The lightsaber danced, and under the explosion of quantum energy, even the chitinous shell was cut open without any surprise. The first wave of invading Scarlet Zerg was chopped into pieces. The warriors, growing braver with each battle, shouted loudly. Kill. Chapter 90 Scarlet Crossing, Sky Death. View of the coastline from a distance. You can see a straight scarlet line moving horizontally forward. The soldiers stationed on the spot killed a large number of Scarlet Zergs, but more were landing from the North Sea. That's not all. As each Scarlet Zerg was chopped to death, the Scarlet Zergs in the rear began to fight back. The chitinous shells on their bodies suddenly turned bright red, and the next second, flames burst out from their mouthparts. These flames are of terrifying high temperature. They originate from the blood of the phoenix and have the ability to burn everything. When they fell on those heavy armors, the special material defenses that the Zerg could not break, no matter how hard they gnawed, were melted. The flames did not go out after melting, but instead dripped in along the melted gaps. The flames burned the warrior in the armor to death. As painful howls rang out, the number of warriors on Nuwa continent began to drop sharply. But even so, those warriors who were engulfed by flames were still waving their quantum lightsabers in the last moment before their lives burned out, reaping the lives of one Scarlet Zerg after another. They can't hold on any longer. Looking at the defense lines on the coastline being flattened and broken one by one, Zhan spoke. They are fighting to defend their homes and their own lives. They are heroes. Zhan wanted to take action, even if it was just to play a song, Long Xiang Chao, to give some help to these Nuwa continent warriors. But reason told him that he couldn't. Generals fight against generals, soldiers fight against soldiers. This is a battlefield, not a place to act on impulse or emotion. Long Xiang Cao could certainly give them a boost, and even Qingxin powder could help them recover, but doing so would consume a large amount of Han Zhan's own spiritual energy. The opponent's general has not appeared yet, so he cannot take action so early. We still have a second line of defense. Zhang Xiting stood beside Han Zhan and spoke calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, a black fleet appeared in the sky above everyone's heads. That is the well-organized star fleet of Manhwa continent, and it is also the one that can truly demonstrate the strength of level 4 civilization. The emergence of the star fleet has changed the battlefield situation again. They are equipped with a full range of quantum energy weapons, and the Zerg's defense is even more vulnerable to them. When these star fleets sailed directly above the battlefield, bombs containing huge quantum energy were dropped one after another. After each quantum energy bomb exploded, the blue energy released instantly formed a giant sphere, enveloping the battlefield. Large groups of Scarlet Zerg were instantly annihilated by the energy impact. Even the recovery ability of the Phoenix Blood and the defensive ability of the Chitin Shell were ineffective. This is the Star Sea battleship, the representative combat force of level 4 civilization that Zhan Xiting spent tremendous efforts to create. This is the sky death god of this battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant bombing continued. As crazy as these Scarlet Zergs were in slaughtering the warriors of Manhwa continent just now, their bodies are now blown into pieces. The air-to-ground advantage was fully demonstrated at this moment. The firepower poured down and washed the ground, and the number of Scarlet Zerg was greatly reduced, which slowed down the entire landing offensive. No. Han Zhan looked at the reverse situation on the battlefield and sensed something was wrong. As someone who has fought against the Zerg many times, Han Zhan's experience cannot be ignored. Zhan Xiting immediately asked, "What's wrong?" The number of Zerg. The number of Zerg is too small at the moment. Yes, too little. The insect swarms that Han Zhan had seen were all in the billions, like a tidal wave. Given the option of crossing the North Sea, the number of Scarlet Zerg cannot be small. However, the number of Scarlet Zerg appearing on the front battlefield has decreased visibly. Based on Han Zhan's intuition, they must be planning some big move. The Star Sea battleships stop advancing, maintain formation, and retreat in an orderly manner. After hearing Han Zhan's words, Zhan Xiting immediately stopped the Star Sea battleships that were still harvesting Zerg in the sky. But it was too late. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone heard the roar like the flapping of wings. They looked up and saw that on the other side of the sky was burning red. The ferocious and brutal Scarlet Zerg evolved bone wings on their backs at some point in time. When they spread out their 3-meter-long bone wings, they had the ability to fly in the sky. Evolution. Still evolving. The Scarlet Queen, who had hidden a trick, waited until all the human star warships were deployed before choosing this moment to enter the battlefield. It really is just right. These Scarlet Zergs, which gained the ability to fly after their second evolution, pushed the power of their Phoenix flame to the extreme and crashed into the energy shield of the Star Sea battleship like small burning meteorites. The energy shield cannot withstand the flames that can burn everything. More and more Scarlet Zergs burned through the protective shield, poured in, and then crashed into the bridge of the Star Sea battleship. There are also weapons depots, energy centers, lounges, and command centers. Every place on the Star Sea battleship was hit by the continuous influx of Scarlet Zerg, causing it to explode and then burn into ashes. The flames continued to rise against the wind and continue to spread. The Star Sea battleships that were relied upon to suppress the insect swarms on the ground were unable to even retreat in such a large-scale suicidal attack and were smashed into sieves. Fireworks continued to explode in the sky, and debris from the explosions flew everywhere. Heavy losses. In the ground building, Zhan Xiting's expression was somewhat solemn. In her original plan, the Star Sea battleships, as the second line of defense, should have swallowed up at least half of the ground insect swarms, but now they obviously failed to achieve their goal. To use the chess player's description, they are now in the stage of exchanging pieces. Whoever has more chess pieces will win in the end. Let Feng Pingqing and the others prepare to take action. We cannot lose our air superiority. Otherwise, after we suppress the ground, our chances of winning will be even lower. After Han Zhan hesitated for a moment, he spoke. Feng Pingqing, who had been on standby in the wind tunnel test room, received the order from the communicator at the first time. "Are you sure you want to come with me?" He took a deep breath and looked at the people from Fengbai village behind him. These people included men, women, and even several children. Almost all the people from Fengbai village are here. Feng Pingqing's gaze lingered on Feng Linwan and Feng Ye for a moment. "Village chief, what are you talking about?" "I'm already here. Stop talking nonsense and get started." After listening to this, Feng Pingqing nodded calmly. "So from now on, everyone, enter the Windkite starship. Tell those Zerg bastards what the real sky death is." Chapter 91. Forward 4. The sky above the North Sea was completely covered in scarlet. Hundreds of millions of Scarlet Zergs invaded Manhwa continent from the sky. Feng Pingxi was the first to walk into the Feng Yuan starship. The Kite starship, which was created specifically for killing, is 10 times smaller than a conventional starship. It is flat overall and has a cockpit with only one seat. The cab is now filled with a special liquid. They can help the people of Fo Bai village better integrate wind energy with the Feng Yuan starship. Feng Pingxing entered the cockpit, his whole body immersed in the cold special liquid, and the wind energy in his body began to dissipate uncontrollably. Under the reflection, the entire flowing liquid was dyed with a faint blue light. After Feng Pingxing, the people of Fo Bai village, with external chips installed on their necks, walked quickly towards their own Feng Yuan starship. Grandfather. In the distance, the little boy Feng Hao ran over and was stopped outside by the soldiers outside the wind tunnel testing laboratory. He could only shout from a distance. Feng Linawan's footsteps paused slightly. He suddenly quickened his pace and walked forward without looking back. The world is in trouble, and aliens are the cause of disaster. The reason he went to fight was to prevent tragedies like what happened to his son from happening again, and to allow his grandson to live carefree in the sunshine. Feng Linawan knew that he couldn't turn back. Little boy, you should go back quickly. This is a military stronghold, and your grandfather is not here. The soldier outside persuaded. You're lying. I've already seen him, but why won't he turn around and agree to me? I want to go in and find him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the Feng Yuan starship being activated echoed throughout the wind tunnel test laboratory. The strong wind-pulling effect made Feng Hao outside unstable. He was supported by the warriors of Manhwa continent. They all raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky in the next second. In the sky, rays of green light shot up into the sky and gathered into a group, like a huge green sword, slashing towards the scarlet sky. Your grandfather is a hero in this world. The strange soldier murmured as he watched the scene. Feng Hao broke free from his hand and chased after the green light, crying, Grandpa, I have been living very well in Manhwa continent these past few days and have eaten well. I don't want to eat at a banquet anymore. When the Kite Star fleet passed in front of the control building, Feng Ya, who was driving the Feng Yuan starship, glanced sideways and saw Han Zhan standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Even if it's just a quick glance. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. I'm afraid I don't stand a chance, but in a little while, you can see me in the sky in all my splendor. Feng Ya withdrew her gaze and stopped smiling. In her ears, the reminder sound of the external chip has sounded. Forward, steady state. Forward 2 state stable. All Wind Kite Star ships, the battle fleet has officially entered full power mode. Thrusters up, forward 3. Not only her, but everyone in Fo Bai village received this order. At the same time, they pushed the thrusters of the Kite starship forward. In an instant, the giant green sword formed by the Feng Yuan fleet suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, the giant sword slashed down at the sky where the scarlet color was the richest. Scarlet Zerg perspective. Billions of evolved bone-winged scarlet insects are taking off from the North Sea and merging into the sky. They had been hiding before because they wanted to catch humans off guard. They succeeded. The Starsea battleships, representing humanity's strongest fleet, have all been destroyed in a suicide attack, leaving no more obstacles in the sky. Just as they were about to sweep away the remaining human ground forces, a green light shot up into the sky from above the Manhwa continent. It appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. When we found it again, it had been killed in the sea of insects in the sky. A blue light blooms in the sea of insects. All Zergs that came into contact with this light, no matter how thick their chitinous shells were or what methods they used to evade it, were chopped into powder without exception. This is the power of the Feng Yuan starship, abandoning everything else and focusing only on extreme attack intensity. The flat design of the Feng Yuan starship makes it more like a sharp sword. The thickness of its edges is taken to the limit. In a state of no wind resistance, coupled with an unimaginable speed and a thin hull, it has achieved the shocking effect of killing with one strike. It seemed that the Zerg were turned into powder when they touched the green light, but in fact, the Zerg in that area were slashed dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant. Because of the existence of the external chip, all the Feng Yuan starships work together so well that they're almost as one. The sky above the Scarlet Zerg was dyed blue. The Zerg's counterattack was not slow. They are all controlled by the Scarlet Queen, and can react synchronously as long as she thinks about it. The dense swarm of scarlet insects in the sky scattered in an instant. The purpose of dividing the forces is to reduce the number of Zerg that the Wind Kite starship can kill at one time. At the same time, farther away from the Feng Yuan starship, the Scarlet Zerg had begun to turn scarlet again, with flames burning all over their bodies. The swarm of insects in the state of self-immolation began to actively pounce on the green sword light. The Wind Kite Star ships gave up their defenses and shields, and their defenses were extremely fragile. Once hit by these suicide attack swarms, they will be destroyed directly without any surprises. The Wind Kite starship wins by quantity, and its killing power is only strong enough when it is used as a combat fleet. If the number of personnel is reduced, the power will be greatly reduced until it is completely consumed. The Scarlet Queen's counterattack was decisive and ruthless, hitting the vital point directly. When it comes to a war of attrition, the Zerg can afford it. Analysis completed. The current airspace is far from the safety index. The number of Zergs that need to be eliminated is 70-inch. On the virtual screen projected by the external chip, there are densely packed red dots marked. These red dots are the locations of the Zerg that need to be eliminated. Tisk. Feng Pingqing saw the red dot inside. It's still a long way to go. The Zerg's reaction was too quick and their execution was too strong. After they dispersed in the first place, the number of Zerg that the Wind Kite starship could kill was greatly reduced. Moreover, they have already reacted and are using suicide attacks to surround us from all directions, from the sky and from the ground, trying to repeat the same trick they used to consume the Star Sea battleships. Feng Pingqing looked at the joystick in front of him, feeling the slight chill brought by the cold liquid, and felt unprecedented calmness. He spoke, and his calm and steady voice once again echoed in the battle channels of all the Kite Star ships. Everyone, our mission has not been completed yet. These bugs are still rampant, and the battle continues. Let us fight together to protect the world. Prepare the thrusters to pull to the limit. All members of Fobai village have begun to enter the weathering state. Feng Pingqing's body weathered rapidly, and under the amplification of the special liquids in the cockpit, the blue wind energy enveloped the entire Feng Yuan starship. Feng Pingqing felt himself gradually merging into one with the Feng Yuan starship. He took a last look at the land from the sky. That's the direction of home. His consciousness was once again as solid as steel, indestructible and unshakable. As he grasped the thruster, his hands rang out. Wind Kite Starship, Forward 4. Chapter 92, like the wind dissipating in the wind. Moving forward 4 is the theoretical strength threshold that the Kite Starship can withstand. Transition from LV-4 civilization to LV-5 civilization. This is the limit it was designed for. But now it's different. When the people of Fobai village merged with the Feng Yuan starship in a weathered form, its threshold broke through the limit. This breakthrough did not come without a price. When the people of Fobai village merged with the Feng Yuan starship in a weathered form, their vitality was being overdrawn every minute and every second. A full load of psychic energy fluid can extend the time that can overdraw their life energy, but it will eventually run out. We must resolve this issue quickly. Above the battlefield, the giant sword with green light suddenly disappeared again. Make the Scarlet Zerg that had already locked on lose their target. The next second, they were all beheaded. The speed of the Feng Yuan starship has become even faster. When the speed reaches a certain level, even something as thin as paper can cause damage, not to mention the Kite starship designed specifically for this purpose. Its speed has increased by at least 10 times compared to before. At the current speed, it is difficult to even see it clearly, let alone lock its position. All people could see was a blurry green light flickering across the sky. Then, large swathes of Scarlet Zerg flesh and blood fell from the sky, like a bloody rain. A real bloody storm. The completely crushing Feng Yuan starship was reaping the rewards on the battlefield, but Han Zhan in the command center did not look relaxed. What is the longest time it takes for the Wind Kite starship to merge? 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Shang Siding gave an extremely precise number. After this time, they will never come back. What being unable to come back means is that the people of Fobai village will completely merge with the Feng Yuan starship, forming a peculiar state of coexistence. This kind of research is a core project in Kantang Company because it has something in common with the mechanical ascension pursued by Sanshang's top executives. Shang Siding used it on the Feng Yuan starship, which was an important reason why the Feng Yuan starship could advance 4 levels and break through level 5. The life energy liquid in the cockpit can slow down this process, but based on our countless calculations, the time we came up with is 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Not even 1 second more. 2 minutes have passed now. Han Zhan looked at the sky. Although it was raining blood, there were still large areas of scarlet. How many Sky Scarlet Zerg are left? 40%. Han Zhan's eyes lit up. In 2 minutes, 30% of the Zerg were killed. This terrifying killing ability gave him a glimmer of hope. Kill 30 in 2 minutes. As long as we kill 70 of the Zerg in total, the threat from the sky to us will drop below the safe level. 5 minutes and 21 seconds, that's enough time. It seems like this brat Feng Hao won't be able to have a seat at the table. After Feng Lin 1 merged into the Feng Yuan starship, a thought flashed through his mind. Patches of red light spots were disappearing at a terrifying speed. After we go back, I'll let Brother Zhan experience the power of facial cleanser. Now we can be considered heroes who saved the world. Everyone keep silent. Feng Pingqing stopped them. After weathering, only the communication in the conscious state remains, and thoughts are more difficult to control than when in human form. Even a thought that only flashes through your mind will be captured by your consciousness and then conveyed. This caused a moment of noise in the entire communication channel. Fortunately, Feng Pingqing stopped him in time. Everyone, pay attention to your formation and don't disperse. There are only 40 of the target swarm left. We still have 3 minutes. Time passes by every second. The green light in the sky gradually overwhelmed the scarlet light. It touches everyone's heart. On the Scarlet Zerg side, the Scarlet Queen remained calm and did not make any unnecessary moves even in such a situation. To exchange pieces means to make full use of each chess piece and make sure it dies in the right place. 5 minutes have passed. After the Feng Yuan starship led by Feng Pingsheng killed another 40 of the Zerg, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All combatants of Feng Bai Village can return now. The latest instructions have been received from the command center. Their mission was successfully accomplished. There are only 21 seconds left, which is enough for them to retreat to the rear and rest for at least a day before they can get out of this situation. But when Shang Siding issued the latest order, she found that the green light in the sky did not retreat. Show, SHHH. I am Feng Pingxing, the head of Feng Bai Village. We discovered a scarlet insect nest in the sky located on the Fuxi continent. The number of insects is staggering. I saw Zergs hatching and flying into the sky one after another. The ones hatching in these nests should all be flying Zergs. Once they are fully hatched, the sky will be unhindered. The second batch of flying Zerg that completed their evolution. Is this why the Scarlet Queen is not moved at all? Did she completely give up on the frontal battlefield? In the analysis of the Korean War, the biggest limitation of the Crimson Zerg in this world is that it cannot produce troops endlessly. Even on Blue Star, after the Zerg have fought a great war, they still need to take some time to rest and recuperate, not to mention that this is a fruit world. The Scarlet Queen didn't rule for long. She can't fight a protracted war. The Zerg are not afraid of consumption, but if the consumption reaches a very terrifying number, they will still feel painful. Therefore, inferring from the Korean War, the Zerg divided the battlefield into ground and sky. I thought they would use the ground as the main battlefield, but I didn't expect the Scarlet Queen to make an unexpected decision. Master Han Zhan, on behalf of all the people of Feng Bai Village, I bid you farewell. We won't be coming back. The moment the communication was interrupted, the brightest blue light burst out in the sky. It did not return. The giant green sword fell to the Fuxi continent on the other side. At this moment, the Scarlet Queen's expression finally changed. 5 minutes and 21 seconds have passed. No one returns to Feng Bai Village. They completely integrated into the Wind Kite starship and headed towards the Scarlet Zerg's base camp. If we can't come back, isn't it okay after we integrate into the Feng Yuan starship? The consciousness attached to the Kite starship will eventually dissipate completely. How long will that last? One day on the eve of the battle, in the Wind Tunnel Test Laboratory, Shang Siding looked at the plain-looking middle-aged man. It depends on your willpower. It won't take more than 3 minutes. Fuxi Continent, the Scarlet Zerg base camp. All the scarlet insect nests that were hatching had been shattered into a pool of blood and flesh by the green light. Another 3 minutes and 40 seconds passed. At this time, the giant green sword was only half of its original size. The other half has remained here forever. When all scarlet hives are destroyed, it suddenly turned the tip of the sword and aimed it at the scarletest figure on the sea. Shoot away. Across the entire North Sea, huge waves were rising close to the sea surface, and little blue spots of light were spreading across the world behind them. The last bit of green light from the sword tip completely disappeared when it was about to land on the Scarlet Queen's brow. Only the wind remained. Her long hair was blown wildly, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Because the wind is too strong. The soldiers of Feng Bai Village lived up to their mission and completed the task in excess. Their consciousness dissipated into heaven and earth, like the wind vanishing in the wind. Chapter 93. All below the 9th level are ants. Humanity has taken a decisive victory, but there was no cheering. There was not even time to mourn the sacrifice of the Feng Bai Village soldiers. Because at this time, drastic changes occurred on the surface of the North Sea. The water level of the North Sea dropped suddenly. 9 Zergs of the same size and momentum as dragon horses, like 9 ferocious demons, set foot on the Niwa continent. The moment they walked out of the North Sea, endless sea water fell from their bodies. A huge flood formed along the coast of Niwa continent, which violently destroyed the remaining first line of defense. They stepped on the Niwa continent, and the entire land collapsed and was as fragile as tofu dregs. Seeing them, Han Zhan understood. Why did the Scarlet Queen throw all the insect nest hatching directions into the sky? Not because she gave up the ground battlefield, and because she has a sure victory on the ground battlefield. 9 9th level peaks. They are the result of the Scarlet Queen's greatest efforts over the past 3 days. With them around, humans can't see any hope at all. Absolute crush. All those below the 9th level are ants. 9 9th order peak Zergs, like 9 ferocious demons, appeared on the shores of the North Sea, pulling a throne made of bones. The The Scarlet Queen sat on the bone throne, her head supported by one hand, staring at the tall buildings in the distance with a playful look. Her eyes seemed to say, "I've made my move. You can do whatever you want." How should humans respond? 9 peak 9th level people. 6 more than you expected. Shang Siding looked at Han Zhan beside her, her tone bitter. It's the source from outer space. We underestimated its power. With 9 9th level peaks, they can easily defeat any of the 5 major forces on Blue Star. This cannot be the strength that the Scarlet Queen can possess at this stage. The only thing that can explain all this is an unexpected extraterrestrial origin. However, the Scarlet Queen's side is just as I expected. I hope she is different from what you expected. Shang Siding's tone was a little more bitter. In Han Zhan's original speculation, these extraterrestrial origins could enhance strength. Refer to the previous 9th level insect Emperor Void and his appearance after swallowing the Void origin. Therefore, after the Scarlet Queen obtained the outer origin, her strength must have been further improved. The picture observed from now on. The Scarlet Queen has indeed broken through the peak of the 9th level and reached the realm of half-step transcendence. The enemy's general has appeared. It's time for our general to take action. After Han Zhan finished speaking, he pressed the communication button behind his ear. Everyone, begin to execute the plan. The code name this time is God Killer. It's our turn. After pressing the chip communication signal, Hualai stood up, his eyes filled with blazing flames, eager to try. He saw the green light in the sky. Although the time of contact is not long, Feng Pingcheng is an absolutely good village chief, especially since he roasted so much beast meat for himself. We are brothers. Village chief, that's a peak 9th order Zerg. Huaheng suddenly called him. What's wrong? Hualai glanced at him. Huaheng had been beaten a lot recently, and it had developed a conditioned reflex, so he shuddered. Are you scared? Huaheng shook his head. I mean, you have to pay more. Idiot, once we kill that 9th order Zerg, all its meat will be ours. We can't finish it in a year, so why are you asking for more money? Yes. When Huaheng heard this, his eyes lit up. When they heard about eating meat, the other people in Huamiao village also became excited. You kid, after this battle, you will marry my daughter, do you hear me? Hualai pulled Huaheng's ear hard. Village chief, what if I die? Then take your ashes back, ghost marriage. You know a lot. Huaheng smiled awkwardly and never mentioned this topic again. Under the leadership of Hualai, all the warriors of Huamiao village put on the Zhanhua armor. Remember, our mission is to hold back a 9th order Zerg. Know that. Sporadic voices were heard in the battle channel. When the time is right, we'll kill it. Understood. This time everyone was alert and responded in loud and enthusiastic voices. This is very Huamiao village. Elsewhere, the final dressing work of the war fortress is being completed. With Earth and life as its kinetic core, the tailor-made war fortress has been fully activated. A layer of khaki halo slowly lit up from the energy shield at the lower part of its chest. The war fortress moved. How does it feel? Han Zhan, who had already left the control center, came here. He looked at the huge monster in front of him and asked. It feels really good. Lady Shang Siding's technology is amazing. Even though I am far away from the ground now, I can still receive a constant influx of energy from the earth. Now, I feel like I can kill a 9th level opponent. Very good. There just happen to be 9 9th order peak Zergs on the battlefield, so you will be responsible for dealing with 2 of them. 2 Hosheng. I was just talking casually, bragging. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? 2 Hosheng wanted to struggle a few more times. Han Zhan didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Are Feng Bacon and his men really dead? Real. Will the people from Huamiao village die? Possible. Do you really want me to hold back 2 9th level peak Zergs? Must. So what did the pangolin say? Han Zhan, I'll tell you when you come back. Is it a deal? It's a deal. End of conversation. The war fortress slowly squatted down, then suddenly exerted force. It soared into the sky, like a cannonball, and fell towards the battlefield. The other side of the North Sea. Lama had already stood up and was looking at a shuttle heading towards them. Shang Siding walked out of the shuttle. Is it my turn? Tell me who the opponent is. The dragon horse's 4 hooves were emitting water vapor, making its feet shrouded in white mist, as if covered by clouds. Its mane floated up one by one. Its dragon scales shone with brilliant golden light, and it looked extremely majestic. 6 9th level peak Zerg. The few words that came out of Shang Siding's mouth seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, weighing down the 4 horse hooves and making them stagger. From the dragon horse's wide eyes, Shang Siding understood what it wanted to express. Are you kidding me? You have no confidence. How about you come? Okay. When Shang Siding heard Longma's question, she actually nodded calmly. On the first day, I entered Niwa continent. When I was designing the architectural model of this continent, I had already imagined that such a situation would occur one day in the future. So, I will fight alongside you. Come. Following Shang's sighting's cry, all the tall buildings on the entire Niwa continent flew towards Shang's sighting. They are like pieces of perfectly fitting parts, assembled and pieced together with perfect fit. There are hundreds of thousands of buildings in the entire Niwa continent. Such a grand project is worthy of Shang's sighting's title as the genius of the younger generation of Shang Company. Llama, intelligent machine, successfully merged. Chapter 94. The Rising Sun on the Sea. 9 scarlet demons advanced at the same time. 1/3 of the entire Niwa continent was flattened and flooded with water from the North Sea. At this moment, a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit one of them. Hundreds of Huomiao village warriors wearing manhwa armor appeared in front, behind, and around it, surrounding it. Looking at the ants surrounding him, the scarlet demon didn't show any mercy and stepped on them directly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was dented by the footsteps. The warriors from Huomiao village who were stepped on were safe and sound. Brothers, is the defense of this manhwa armor really that good Lady Shang's sighting didn't lie to us? The man who crawled out of the deep pit patted the dirt on his body and roared. When the other Huomiao village warriors saw this scene, they could no longer hold back. The flames from their remaining fire armors shot out tail flames as they pounced towards the gigantic scarlet demon in front of them. Hundreds of figures, seen from a distance, looked like hundreds of ants rushing towards a giant. This is probably what it feels like when a group of ants want to bite an elephant to death. Village chief, should we formulate any tactics? Hua Heng, who was somewhat out of tune with Huomiao village, finally couldn't help asking when he saw the group of reckless men in front of him. I saw that Fengbai village and his men were driving the Fengyuan starship, and they were acting in unison, advancing and retreating in moderation, and working together to take down the Zerg. In the channel, Hua Lai, who heard Hua Heng's question, interrupted him unhappily and said, "Just do it. What tactics do you need? How? You don't even know how to fuck me? When you see a hole, just pound it hard. The village chief is wise. The village chief is awesome. The village chief is right." A burst of praise suddenly rang out in the communication channel. Hua Heng couldn't help but twitch his face when he heard these voices. I have to say that the execution ability of the Hoya village warriors is quite good. One by one, they used the kinetic energy provided by the flames to fall on the scarlet demon, which in turn caused trouble for the giant creature. Because these humans are too small. Not only are they small, the armor they wear also has extremely strong defensive capabilities. This makes them like indestructible cockroaches, jumping around on you continuously. If it were just that, it would be fine. These ants will also release flames of high temperature and set themselves on fire. I could even smell the faint aroma of meat. If you don't know, you might think they are having a bonfire party. Village chief, I found a hole. It's dark inside and I can't see anything clearly. Don't hesitate, just use your fire ability and push it in. Boom. 2 billowing clouds of thick smoke emerged from the nostrils of the scarlet demon. The funny scene added a touch of absurdity to this bloody battlefield. Village chief, I found a hole here too. Hate. Boom. Shit. I'm dying of the stink. This is a cesspool. The scarlet devils but suddenly caught fire. What's even more terrifying is that when this place is ignited, some special gases accumulated in its body are also instantly ignited. Before the Huomiao village warrior could react, he was engulfed by the flames rising into the sky. With a loud bang, he was blown out of the scarlet demon's body like a fart. Anger, shame, rage. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. A dignified 9th level Zerg was insulted like this, and in anger it just lay down on the ground and rolled around. As expected, all the soldiers from Huomiao village were thrown down by the commotion. Then they saw that the sky above their heads suddenly turned dark. Those are the feet of the scarlet devil. The provoked scarlet demon lost his mind and began to stomp frantically on the ants on the ground. The ground became bumpy, like the area where meteorites fell. In each of the pits, there was a villager from Huomiao village, still safe and sound. At this time, the will of the Scarlet Queen came from the Bone Throne. She stopped the scarlet demon's meaningless venting and pointed to the Niwa continent farther away. Leave the hard-to-kill ones for last, and kill the easy-to-kill ones first. Niwa continent, refuge. After learning that they would be fighting a fateful battle with the Scarlet Zerg, Niwa continent activated a super-large shelter in advance. The elderly and children who did not participate in the war were all placed here. A little boy who was assigned to watch the surveillance camera suddenly sounded the alarm, because he saw a terrifying giant insect emitting scarlet aura, walking towards them. The soldiers from Huomiao village climbed out of the pothole in a panic. The Scarlet Demon couldn't get rid of them for the time being, and they couldn't do anything to him either. Being able to save one's life is already the best outcome. But now, the Scarlet Demon suddenly left them and walked towards the rear of Manhwa continent. Village Chief, it abandoned us and ran towards the inland direction of Manhwa continent. What do we do now? Sparks of restlessness flickered in his fiery eyes. Their mission was to hold back a Scarlet Demon, but now they couldn't do it anymore. What should they do? Then we can only kill it. Attention, all people in Huomiao village. The plan has changed. Prepare for a violent kill. Fire meteors streaked across the sky, blocking the Scarlet Demon's path again, as if it had been discussed in advance. Huolai directly pressed a button on the Zhanhua armor, and after him, every Huomiao village warrior made the same action. As the button was pressed, a large amount of common particles in the remnant fire armor began to be released into the air. Common particles can greatly increase fire-related abilities. After knowing this information, Huoiheng proposed a hypothesis. What would be the effect if all common particles were released into the air and the fire abilities were released together at that concentration? I don't know what the effect will be, but anyone who dares to do this will not survive. Village Chief, don't you want to tell us something? You will die soon and won't be able to tell us anything. What the hell? It's worth it to trade my life with a 9th Order Peak Zerg. Just do it, and it's over. Yes, just do it, and it's done. All the warriors of Huomiao village burst into laughter. At this time, the Scarlet Demon had already opened its huge mouth of the abyss towards them. At this moment, the concentration of common particles in the air has exceeded 300 billion. Huolai suddenly kicked Huaheng beside him unexpectedly, sending him flying far away. Then he and other Huomiao village warriors gave up their remaining fire armor and walked out. Huomiao village needs a village chief with brains. Huaheng, who was flying backwards in the air, heard Huolai's arrogant voice. Huaheng, I recognize you. Huolai turned half of his face to the side, and a gleam of fire suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then the next moment, they were enveloped by an extremely bright light. It is an extremely bright white fire that has been amplified by 300 billion common particles. It is like a sun, swallowing up everything. The flames, so terrifying that they were comparable to the temperature of the sun, burned everything within the area into nothingness, including that 9th Order Scarlet Demon. Chapter 95 Codename God Killer. The 8 Scarlet Demons on other battlefields have successfully arrived at the central area of Manhwa continent. A towering war fortress appeared in the center of the battlefield. He saw the sun rising over the sea. Those are the traces that the people of Huomiao village, led by Huolia, once lived in this world. Tu Hoshing's domineering voice, filled with anger, rang out from the war fortress. Your opponent is me. Following his angry roar, all the Scarlet Demons looked at him at the same time. Actually. The 8 Scarlet Demons didn't care what nonsense he said. 8 violent and murderous figures rushed towards him at the same time. Fortunately, at this time, another roar that sounded like a dragon but not a horse sounded in the sky. A figure covered in silver-white mechanical armor fell from the sky. Shang Sighting and Longma rushed to the battlefield. The dragon horse in the robot form stomped its 4 hooves suddenly, and a transparent ripple appeared from under its feet. The ripple instantly spread out, covering 6 of the 8 Scarlet Demons. At the same time, the quantum teleportation light unique to the Manhwa continent shot up into the sky. These 6 Scarlet Devils, along with the robotic dragon horse, were teleported to a new battlefield above the North Sea. Looking at these 6 guys who were as tall as himself and emitting terrifying demonic flames, even though they were wrapped in intelligent mechanical weapons by Shang's sighting, Longma still snorted. The battle analysis is out. Although they have been forcibly promoted to the peak of the 9th level, they are still scarlet insects. Unlike those powerful alien races that have reached the peak of the 9th level through their own talents, these scarlet insects still only have the few special abilities they had at the beginning. We have a fight to make this one. Shang Sighting's voice came from inside the intelligent machine weapon. The abilities of the Scarlet Zerg are nothing more than their chitinous shell with amazing defensive power, flames that can burn everything, and their powerful vitality and strength. These are abilities extracted and evolved from dragon blood and phoenix blood. Although tricky, this ability pales in comparison to that of a true 9th level peak alien. Then, come on. With 4 overlapping tones, the high-pitched roar shook the world. Above the North Sea, countless water columns rose up and turned into water prisons, trapping Longma and the 6 Scarlet Demons. A fight to the death is about to begin. North Sea coast. The Scarlet Queen still sat on the bone throne, looking out over the entire battlefield. When she saw that the people in Huomiao village, who were only at the 8th level at most, were burning with flames that even made her heart palpitate. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. When she saw the highest-tech war fortress representing the Kanshang Company appear on the battlefield and try to fight two enemies at once, she felt a little amused. When she saw Longla appear and take the 6 scarlet demons away from Manhwa continent, the smile on her lips began to grow. All the cards are out, is that all? She bit her lips lightly, her expression full of enjoyment for the war. You lose. Not sure yet. A cold shout suddenly sounded from behind the Scarlet Queen. Shui Rou, who has never appeared on the battlefield, and a group of people from Shuixing village, suddenly appeared in the water near the Bone Throne. Shui Rou, I have a plan, and you are the most crucial part of it. Master Han Zhan, as long as I can help you, I will do anything you ask. This is the picture before the war started. The man who spoke had a handsome face and sincere eyes. If the Scarlet Queen wants to erase all traces of Manhwa continent, she will definitely launch an attack on Manhwa continent. The battle that will be started at that time will definitely be a fierce battle. So, we need a surprise force. You who are proficient in the art of water concealment and have the stealth cloak are the best surprise force. But even if we put on stealth clothes, we are only at the 7th level of strength. How can we be a match for the Scarlet Queen? Not to mention, she may discover our infiltration in advance. Shui Rou was puzzled. I will put enough pressure on her on the front battlefield so that she will have no time to worry about other things. All you need to do is use the water transformation technique from now on and lurk under the North Sea until the war breaks out, then wait for an opportunity to approach her. With the combined effects of the water village water hiding technique and the stealth cloth, she may not be able to discover you. Of course, if you are discovered, you will all die. Han Zhan said the last sentence frankly. I don't know what Shui Rou was thinking. After a while, she suddenly looked up and smiled at Han Zhan. You don't have to make it sound so tragic. Lord Han Zhan is fighting for the whole world, for us. As a member of this world, it is natural to burn yourself until the last moment of the battle. What is there to resist? So you agree? I agree, but before I say goodbye to Master Han Zhan, can I make a small request? The night is dark and the moonlight is bright. Shui Rou raised her head and stood on tiptoe. A dragonfly skimming the water. Is this your backup plan? A bunch of trash who are not even at the 9th level. The Scarlet Queen indeed failed to discover these people from the water village at the first opportunity. On the front battlefield, the tenacious resistance of mankind took up a lot of her energy, even though she always appeared to be very relaxed. Coupled with the double insurance of the water anonymity technique and the stealth cloth, the spies from the water village who had been buried in advance successfully approached the Bone Throne. But like the Scarlet Queen said, what kind of harm could a group of people from the water village who weren't even at the 9th level do to her? Shui Rou gave her answer. She suddenly raised her hand, and 9 chains shot out from the special storage space with bared fangs and claws. They were like giant pythons that smelled blood, and they suddenly bound the Scarlet Queen one by one. Dragon Binding Chain. The 9 dragon binding chains that could easily seal even a 9th order peak evil dragon. This was the answer given by Shui Rou. During the 2 days of seclusion, Han Zhan used almost all of his brain cells, and finally used his relatively shallow intelligence to find the answer to the seal on the dragon binding lock from the river map and Luo Shu. So he and Shang Sighting worked together to repair the 9 dragon binding chains. Give the dragon binding chain to Shui Rou, and let her lead all the people of Shuixing village to hide near the coast in advance. Wait for the Scarlet Queen to appear, and personally step into this burial place carefully built for her. Codename, God Killer. The 9 dragon binding chains bound the Scarlet Queen tightly, without any explanation. The Scarlet Queen is different from the evil dragon. She is not only at the peak of the 9th level, but with the blessing of the alien origin, she is already half a step beyond. Even if 9 dragon binding chains were used simultaneously, they could only restrict her temporarily at best. But just this moment is enough. On the distant battlefield, the moment the quantum teleportation array lit up, there was also a quantum teleportation array on the Scarlet Queen's side, which was quickly assembled by the people of Water Village. After the brief quantum entanglement ended, 2 figures walked out side by side. The young and handsome man was wearing a simple black gown, which was puffed up by the sea breeze, making a rustling sound, and melodious piano music was playing on the sea. The beautiful woman was wearing a smart business outfit. The white shirt and hip skirt wrapped around her proud curves. Behind her, bright lights bloomed one after another. Han Zhan, Shang Sighting. Fushi Qin, Nuwa Stone. Chapter 96, Stripping the Origin, for Spirits, Killing Formation. When the Scarlet Queen saw them appear, there was a look of surprise for the first time in her arrogant and crazy eyes. She reacted quickly, and her powerful strength of half a step to transcendence burst out instantly, causing the 9 dragon-binding chains on her body to be stretched out by several feet. But in the next second, the seal characters that had been carved in advance on the dragon-binding chain lit up one after another, and the dragon-binding chain retracted again, sealing the Scarlet Queen again. Now, Han Zhan shouted loudly. Shang's sighting raised her hand towards the Scarlet Queen. The origin of the sky, the origin is stripped away. Manhwa stone can separate the structure of any form of matter, and alien origins are no exception. Under Shang's sighting's control, the alien essences that had already merged with the Scarlet Queen actually began to separate out from the Scarlet Queen's body. The Scarlet Queen looked at this scene in disbelief. She was a powerful being who was half a step away from transcendence, and she had to watch helplessly as this group of ants manipulated her body. Angry screams rang out, and the shocking momentum erupted again. The dragon-binding chains began to show cracks that were visible to the naked eye. It seemed as if these dragon-binding chains would be completely shattered and turned into scrap metal in the next second. By that time, everyone will die at the hands of the angry Scarlet Queen. In a moment, a ball of pitch-black substance came out of Shang's sighting's hand. The Scarlet Queen's momentum suddenly dropped to the peak strength of the 9th level. The dragon-binding chain withstood the pressure and tightened again. Success! After Shang's sighting succeeded in her attack, she quickly retreated, and Han Zhan followed her, and the two exchanged positions. Immediately afterwards, a formation of light appeared under Han Zhan's feet, covering the entire area. Ancient-style, setting sun formation. Han Zhan bit off the energy brick, and the violent and abundant spiritual energy surged in his body like a tsunami. Under the devouring of the origin of nothingness, it was all injected into the ancient setting sun formation. A ray of light went from blurry to solid. The peak of the 8th level, the Fengqimu Tree Man. It's not enough. Han Zhan took out the energy brick again and swallowed it in big gulps. Even more violent spiritual energy emitted a faint blue light on the surface of his body, and his body was almost torn into pieces by this huge amount of spiritual energy. For locks, open them quickly. Han Zhan opened the lock to the maximum and held on with his strong physical fitness. With the injection of spiritual energy again, another ray of light appeared. Peak of level 8, Evil Dragon. Come again. Han Zhan swallowed the energy bricks one by one like candy beans. He felt as if his body was a ball that was fully inflated. Every cell was filled with countless spiritual energies, and he didn't even have time to devour the origin of nothingness. Blood that was soaked in spiritual energy and turned a dark blue color flowed out of Han Zhan's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The entire surface of his body was covered with more and more faint blue light, which became brighter and brighter. The next second, there was a loud bang. Han Zhan turned into a ball of blood mist. In the blood mist, the source of nothingness was still spinning rapidly and devouring. 2 more beams of light appeared. The peak of the 9th level, the black turtle of the North Sea. The peak of the 9th level, Izaki Heavenly Snake. As the 2 rays of light solidified, Shang's sighting raised her hand, and the flesh and blood in the blood mist condensed again, turning back into Han Zhan's original appearance. The ancient sunset formation began to crumble because it could not withstand such spiritual power. If the Fushi Qin had not been strengthened by Fushi and completed its final evolution before in the Fushi continent, Han Zhan would not be able to use the methods he has today. To the east is the immortal dragon soul. In the west is the Izaki Heavenly Serpent. The south is the place where the phoenix lives and the trees grow. To the north is the North Sea Black Turtle. A war spirit appeared in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, filling the sky and earth, suppressing the 4 directions. Han Zhan used all his strength to press hard on the strings of the Fushi Qin. Accomplish everything in one go. 4 spirits killing formation. The dragon soul raised its head and let out a long roar. The wind and clouds changed color, and an endless rain curtain covered the sky and the earth. All the scarlet Zergs who wanted to return to defend and provide assistance. When they entered this rain curtain, their flesh and blood instantly decayed and withered, turning into skeletons. The rain also fell on the Scarlet Queen. Her flesh and blood began to corrode rapidly, but new flesh and blood soon grew out. The Fengqimu Tree Man was the second to move. It absorbed water from the North Sea, and its entire body became extremely huge. All the branches and vines intertwined, and the Sunluo tree world took shape in an instant. Those countless dense vines wrapped around the Scarlet Queen, absorbing the terrifying life force in her body. Without the support of her majestic vitality, the Scarlet Queen soon turned into a pile of bones under the erosion of rain. But she is not dead yet. The Scarlet Queen, who was at the peak of the 9th level and even half a step beyond, was not so easy to kill. At this moment, the two 9th Order peak celestial snakes and black tortoises collided with each other, and the light suddenly became brighter. A larger and more terrifying figure emerged from the ball of light. It's a turtle snake. Because of its appearance, the entire North Sea surface was raised thousands of feet. Above the North Sea, with the blessing of the endless North Sea, this is its home ground. It took action. The snake's nail pierced through the Scarlet Queen's body, nailing her body, which was only left with bones, into the void. The turtle's head, which blocked out the sun, reached down from the sky, swallowed the skeletal body into its mouth, and bit it hard. Violent, surging scarlet energy continued to overflow and expand in the turtle snake's body, but under the multiple suppressions of the power of the North Sea, the Sinluo tree world, and the infinite rain curtain, it finally calmed down. The wind and waves on the sea disappeared. The rain curtain in the sky and the Sinluo tree world were removed. The spiritual energy of the four war spirits was exhausted, and they began to fade away. But the Scarlet Queen, a being that was half a step beyond transcendence, had been killed. Killing God success. Seeing this scene, almost all human beings cheered from the bottom of their hearts. The first and second lines of defense of Niwa continent were lost respectively, and the soldiers of Fombai village and Huamiao village of Fushi continent were killed. The remaining 8 9th Order peak Scarlet Demons are still fighting. The Scarlet Queen and the Scarlet Swarm put them under almost desperate pressure. No one expected that Zhan would choose to rush thousands of miles to capture the thief and the leader at this time. He succeeded. Zhan, Shang Sighting, Shui Rou, and everyone else from Shuixing village smiled as they looked at the collapsing bone throne. Humanity won this battle. Zhan sat there weakly, having lost all his strength. Shang Sighting was just about to help him up. Suddenly, in the North Sea beneath our feet, a large area of the sea surface suddenly became darker. Shui Rou, who was most sensitive to the changes in sea water, used water flow to send Zhan and Shang Sighting, who were in the central area, to a distant place. The next second, a huge mouth of the underwater abyss appeared. It swallowed her and all the people from Shuixing village who were unable to escape in time. A creature that no one expected appeared before them again. It was completely black and was surrounded by pitch-black, demonic flames. The back of the black tortoise whose shell had been removed was deformed into a scarlet tumor that was beating wildly. Its eyes glowed with scarlet light. Peak of the 9th level, North Sea Black Turtle Puppet. Chapter 97 The World Falls. Different from those scarlet demons who were forcibly promoted to the peak of the 9th level. Before his death, the black turtle of the North Sea had reached the peak of the 9th rank. They never imagined that the demonic eye from outer space, while controlling the origins of all alien races to converge towards the Scarlet Queen, also resurrected the long-dead North Sea black turtle. Although it only survived in puppet form, before the scarlet power and the energy of alien origin were exhausted, it was still a real peak of the 9th level. Shang Sighting's reaction was not slow. When Shui Rou pushed them away, a flash of apology appeared in her eyes, but soon, the prototype of a quantum teleportation array appeared under their feet. This was a method that had been planned long ago, a method to leave the North Sea and return to Niwa continent. Zhan and Shang Sighting's figures suddenly turned into a quantum entangled state. The North Sea black turtle puppet's fatal attack missed. Without any hesitation, it rushed towards the Niwa continent, carrying with it the surging waters of the North Sea. Niwa continent. Tu Hoshan controlled the war fortress, and with the help of the power of the earth, he barely managed to fight the two scarlet demons to a draw. Even with the endless earth power supporting him, mental fatigue was gradually eroding his consciousness. This is one of the ultimate weapons of the Kanshang Company, a war fortress that requires a large amount of energy to activate. Being able to fight until now, Tu Hoshan cannot be said to be unrivaled, but at least he is unprecedented. At the moment when the Scarlet Queen died, the souls of the two scarlet demons were empty and they stagnated for a moment. Tu Hoshan seized this opportunity, and the war fortress reached its hands into their chests and tightly grasped their hearts. Squeeze it hard. The chitinous shell of the 9th Order peak scarlet demon also firmly stuck the hands of the war fortress. This is a killer move that means you will die if you fail. He won. Tu Hoshan's fighting spirit finally couldn't hold on at this moment, and he completely relaxed. He had completed his mission and only needed to wait for good news from other places to free himself from this state. But instead of the rescue he had imagined, he was met with huge, raging waves thousands of feet high. The huge waves swallowed everything and roared past. On this land flooded by the water of the North Sea, There are only 2 scarlet demons still standing there, and 2 broken arms of the war fortress. Another North Sea. The intelligent mechanical weapons on Longma's body have been torn into pieces. The intelligent mechanical weapons pieced together with hundreds of thousands of top-quality materials have helped Longma block many fatal attacks. There is a price to pay. Under Longma's feet, the 3-headed Scarlet Devil had lost his life forever. There are still 3 Scarlet Demons left, and like Longma, they are all at the end of their strength. At this moment, Longma suddenly looked up alertly. It saw the storm rising again over the North Sea, and the turtle shadow in the surging waves. Han Zhan and Shang Siding were teleported back to the rear of Nuwa continent. More than 4/5 of the land of the entire Nuwa continent has been swallowed up by the North Sea, leaving only this last bit of space for humanity to stand on. Han Zhan stood up with difficulty with the help of Shang Siding. It's too difficult. This battle was the toughest one he had ever experienced. As the chess player, he not only has to go through the emotional pain of losing his chess piece, but also has to bear the mental pressure of saving the world. The most important thing is that the enemies they fight against are never evenly matched with them. Scarlet Queen, Scarlet Zerg, and the Eye from Beyond. In order to defeat them, I have tried my best. The first and second lines of defense of Nuwa continent, mechanized warriors and Star Sea battleships, defeated the Zerg's ground forces that had evolved with the blessing of Dragon Blood and Phoenix Blood. Fengbai village merged with the Fengyuan starship, transformed into the sky-slashing blue light, and perished together with the sky insect sea troops. All lives in Huomiao village were burned out, and the sun rose over the sea, burning a 9th-order peak scarlet demon to death. 2 Hoshing from Tiyuan village controlled the war fortress and fought against 2 scarlet demons and killed them bravely. Longma and Shang Siding's last resort was the intelligent mechanical weapons. When the 2 were combined into one, they fought against 6 top scarlet demons and were undefeated. He, together with Shang Siding and everyone else from Shuaishing village, used the 9 dragon binding chains, Nuwa Stone Sky's origin talent, and Fushichin's 4 spirits killing formation to take the enemy general's head in the chaos. At this point in the battle, humans have won. But humans can defeat the Zerg, but they cannot defeat the demonic Eye of Heaven that has already made its moves. The North Sea Black Turtle, which was resurrected and transformed into a puppet, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Are we going to lose? Han Zhan looked at the Nuwa continent submerged in the ocean, and at all the people in the shelter behind him with despair on their faces. If the teacher were here, what would he do? Han Zhan looked down at his hands. A feeling of powerlessness spread from the bottom of my heart. You've done a great job. Shang Siding saw Han Zhan's grief and frustration. She patted his shoulder and comforted him in a gentle voice. No. Suddenly, Han Zhan raised his head and looked at Shang Siding beside him. There was an unprecedented determination in his eyes. I can do better. The dragon horse's mournful cry echoed throughout the North Sea. The golden glow of the dragon scales on its neck was gone, and the robotic weapons covering its entire body had been completely destroyed. A huge mouth of the abyss bit its neck tightly and pressed it down onto the North Sea. As Longma fell to the ground, the last trace of the ancient legendary creature in this world has completely disappeared. Even if some humans still survive, their traces are no longer enough to continue to resist the erosion of the evil eye from outer space. There was a loud bang. The sky fell. The sky, which had already had a huge gap, shattered into countless pieces at this moment, revealing the deep and dark world beyond the sky. The devil's eye from outer space appeared in the original sky. Not just him. Densely packed eyes, identical to his, opened in the pitch-black sky. The sky is filled with demonic eyes from outer space. They watch over the world. The world has completely fallen. All the living humans held their heads uncontrollably and howled in pain. No matter where they were, they could not escape the gaze of these evil eyes from outer space. Eyes suddenly grew on their bodies, and each evil eye was filled with endless madness. They are polluting the last traces of this world. Once all traces are contaminated, the world will be completely destroyed. In the life and death dilemma, Han Zhan suddenly raised his head and looked at Shang Siding, repeating what he had just said. I can do better. We are not fighting alone. Siding, I understand. There was no questioning the timing of the Korean War. In this urgent situation, Shang Siding had only one choice. Believe in the Korean War. What do you need me to do? 5-color stone. 3 words came out of Han Zhan's mouth. A key prop that they had all temporarily overlooked. This is the Nuwa continent, and Nuwa mending the sky is the main plot of the story. The key to Nuwa repairing the sky is the 5-colored stone. Where is the 5-colored stone? Han Zhan raised his hand and pointed at the ruined world before him. Five-colored stone, it's right here. Chapter 98. Repairing the gap in the sky, the harp and the zither finally sound. The five-colored stones, according to legend, were the key props used by manhwa to repair the sky. In the fruit world, legends may be distorted and not completely consistent with what Zhan knows in his mind. But the five-colored stone still has some characteristics that will not change. The five-colored stones that manhwa used to repair the sky referred as stones of five colors: red, yellow, blue, green, and white. Zhang's sighting had also searched throughout the manhwa continent, but had never found a stone with these five-color characteristics. What if it's not stone? The ultimate goal of the fruit world of manhwa continent should be the same as other worlds of magical weapons, which is to completely open up the connection between oneself and the magical weapons, so as to obtain the origin of divinity. The power of manhwa stone is the origin of heaven, and it can reorganize the structure of all things. Since it has such ability, is it the key to repairing the sky? With this idea in mind, Zhan quickly thought of a possibility. Since he and Zhang's sighting appeared in manhwa continent at the same time, it would promote the direction of the entire plot. So is it possible that the five-colored stones are not on the manhwa continent? Red represents the color red, and can also represent flame and the fire element, which is the fire village. Huang represents the color yellow, and can also represent the earth and the earth element, which is Tiyuan village. Blue represents the color blue, and can also represent sea water and water elements, which means the water village. Qing represents the color blue, and can also represent strong winds and wind elements, which means Fombai village. Red, yellow, blue, green, fire, earth, water, wind. What about white? Zhan couldn't figure it out. His thoughts got stuck here. But there was no time for him to think further. The surviving humans around him have begun to mutate, and the world is about to be destroyed. He told Zhang's sighting his ideas, and the latter was very decisive and directly summoned the manhwa stone again. The manhwa stone shines brightly in the sky. In the first second, there was no change. The 10th second, no change at all. Just when Zhan and Zhang's sighting were about to give up, the green light that had originally dissipated in the sky and earth was really condensed again. They gathered from all directions like the wind, and under the guidance of the manhwa stone, condensed into a green stone. It really works. Zhan and Zhang's sighting were greatly encouraged upon seeing this scene, and they increased their efforts to activate the manhwa stone. The second thing that successfully condensed was red. The solar flames that had not yet dissipated between heaven and earth were inspired and gathered here with their remaining warmth. The third one that was successfully condensed was blue. The remaining souls of the people from the water village who died in the North Sea turned into water and added to it. The fourth color that successfully condensed was yellow. The earth was thick and the soul returned to the earth after life and death. This yellow color emerged from the submerged earth. The four colors merged in the blink of an eye, forming a four-colored stone, floating in the air, shining in four different colors. There is one last color left: white. At this moment, the whole world has begun to collapse. All traces of existence are about to disappear. The evil eye from outer space invades, and destruction is imminent. What is white? Zhan and Zhang's sighting didn't know. But at this moment, the four-colored stone suddenly burst into light in the sky. This light illuminated the entire collapsing world and began to change at the same time. The mountains were filled with the bones of evil beasts that had been killed and eaten clean. The white phoenix skeleton sleeping on the phoenix roosting tree. The white dragon bone buried underground. The white corpse of the North Sea black turtle that had run out of energy after killing Longma. The white skeleton of the dead dragon horse. The bones of those dead people. The white bone flute inserted into the stone compass. There has never been a savior, or rather, everyone is a savior. All the traces of death in this world are not really completely gone. They just change to another way, to protect this world in another way. Become white. White is the color of bones. They all turned into balls of white light and gathered from all over the world into the four-colored stones floating in the air. Add the final touch of color to this stone. The moment the five-colored stone was formed, the whole world stopped. The evil eyes from outer space that invaded this world were also frozen in this moment. The world is collapsing and falling apart. The world is also reshaping and cohesive. The five-colored stones not only fill the gap in the sky, but also the entire world. Fushi and manhwa's backup plan was truly revealed at this moment. Only by risking one's life and then being reborn in nirvana can the world be completely free of pollution and return to its original appearance. With such a big move, no matter how powerful the demonic eye is, it will be of no use. They were completely driven out of the world. Because the old world is destroyed, and because the new world is reshaped. For them, if they want to invade this entire new world again, they will have to spend endless time again. Humanity wins. This victory belongs to Shang's sighting and Han Zhan, to Nuwa and Fushi, and to all living beings in this world. For those humans who still survive, the mutations in their bodies have stopped. Shang's sighting still had some strength left. She controlled the Nuwa stone to deconstruct and reconstruct these people's bodies, removing their abnormal auras one by one. The Korean War also received new gifts. He and the Nuwa stone were completely integrated, and their tacit understanding reached its peak. At this time, the divine origin in Han Zhan's body has reached 3 paths, corresponding to the 3 fruit worlds that have completed the exploration: Shinong Ding, Fushi Qin, and Nuwa stone. Once all fruit worlds are explored, the source of divinity will be restored. He is looking forward to what effect the divine origin will have after being restored. Finally, I won. Han Zhan was lying on the ground. He looked at the sky above his head, which had returned to its original blue color. There are no terrifying eyes there, only calmness and calmness. I won. Shang's sighting lay down side by side with him, feeling the hard-earned tranquility. It's a pity that they can't see it anymore. We have never been the heroes who save the world. They are the ones. After Han Zhan finished speaking, he sat up, sat on the ground, summoned out the Fushi Qin, and quietly played it while watching the water of the North Sea gradually recede. The melodious sound of the piano spreads across heaven and earth. It was as if he was back in that night. Everyone at the banquet cheered and applauded as they listened to him play the song. The sound of the zither and the harp. This song is Fu Lai. The figures of Han Zhan and Shang's sighting gradually disappeared in this world amid the sound of the piano. In the shelter in the distance, the survivors who heard the piano music ran out one by one. Hua Heng, who was running in the front, was holding the hand of a young girl. Behind Feng Hao followed a few young children from Fengbai village. They waved their hands and opened their mouths wide, as if calling their names. Han Zhan and Shang's sighting turned their heads at the same time, leaving them with a faint smile. They are the masters of this world and the hope for its future. The 2 of us were just passing by. The exploration of the fruit world is completed. Chapter 99. Returning home on a snowy night. City of Titans. In the room where the Bodhi tree was imprisoned, Shang Jianyue's frequency of coming in had become increasingly lower. Firstly, his interest in studying the Bodhi tree has greatly decreased. Secondly, it seems that Kanzhang Company is about to make another big move towards Titan City. I, the ancestor who has just been resurrected, have no foundation at all. If I am not careful, I will be crushed to ashes by my unworthy descendants. But even so, the Bodhi tree was still placed in the quantum protective shield in the center. There are more than 30,000 types of continuous fire mechanisms around. Once Han Zhan and Shang's sighting come out of the Bodhi tree, they will have enough to drink. Even if he couldn't kill both of them, as long as he could delay them and wait for Shang Jianyue to arrive, he would be confident that he could suppress them again. At this moment, on the large screen connected to the Bodhi tree, a curve like an electrocardiogram suddenly soared straight up. The door of the room was pushed open. A fully armed mecha warrior walked in. Authentication in progress. Verification passed. Please explain your purpose. In an instant, all the weapons in the room were pointed towards the door. My lord asked me to take out the precious Bodhi tree. He needs to use this to gain more bargaining chips to deal with the next confrontation with the Kanzhang Company. The man among the mecha warriors said in a calm tone. The mechanical and electronic sounds in the room murmured for a while. The logic is self-consistent, and the preliminary judgment is consistent. Second verification. Verification failed. The current contact is not in the contactable area. The application has been submitted. Shang Jianyue was not in the contact area, which was a common occurrence in Titan City. As a research maniac, Shang Jianyue would not allow anyone to disturb him during the critical period of his research, just like a practitioner in seclusion. He would block all communication signals and concentrate on solving the key research at hand. This process won't take too long. Please wait. The connection has timed out. Please wait. The electronic voice sounded again, and the defensive firepower in the entire room was not withdrawn. No need to bother. According to the logic layer settings, when Master Shang Jianyue cannot be contacted, the person holding Master Shang Jianyue's core card has the next level of control. The next level of control is to be able to issue instructions for actions other than the underlying logic and the highest security restrictions. Taking out the Bodhi tree is within the scope of the next level of control. The mecha warrior said this, raising a palm-sized golden card in his hand. The moment you scan the golden card, all those defensive forces were immediately withdrawn, and the quantum shield outside the Bodhi tree was opened at the same time. Verification passed. After finishing all this, the mecha warrior picked up the Bodhi tree and walked quickly out of the Titan city. The journey was smooth all the way. With the golden card in hand, you can pass through all the checkpoints inspected by Titan City immediately. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Titan City with the Bodhi tree. At this time, the city of Titan was still in the desert with endless wind and sand. The only difference is that it is no longer fixed in one location and changes its coordinates frequently. After finding a place to bury the Bodhi tree, the mecha warrior quickly returned to the city of Titan. No one noticed anything unusual. When he returned to Titan City, a voice in his ears made him nervous. "Is this how you repay me?" I saw a ball of mercury-colored liquid slowly rising from the ground, condensing into the shape of Shang Jianhua. Judy, the mecha warrior whose name was called, froze there. The armor wrapped around her body was removed, revealing the person inside. It was Judy. "I found you again and asked you to be my housekeeper to help you get out of your old life and get rid of those street urchins who were pestering you. Is this how you repay me?" Shang Jianhua repeated it. Judy bit her lips tightly, but remained stubborn and didn't speak. "You like him?" "I didn't." Judy was obviously flustered when she heard this and denied it flatly. "I just owe him a favor." "But you, Lord Shang Jianhua, if Bob hadn't dug you out of the garbage dump, you would probably still be buried there." That's right. When Han Zhan first met Shang Jianhua, it wasn't that he didn't want to come out, but that he couldn't come out. Because the garbage mountain buried it, and it couldn't move at all. "You dare to talk to me like this? It seems that you have made up your mind to sacrifice your life and turn against me to save him. Let me guess what you rely on. Are you using my second-level authority to control those mechanical guards? Or are you secretly replacing the energy core of Titan City? Or are you preparing the electronic waste virus for me?" Whenever Shang Jianhua said one, Judy's face turned paler. Only then did she realize that all her cleverness and every move were actually under Shang Jianhua's nose. Is he really that good? If there's nothing wrong with my system's memory, you two should have only met once. Shang Jianhua took a step forward, his tone puzzling. Sometimes, you can tell whether you like it or not with just one glance. Judy clenched the golden card in her hand. "My palms are already full of sweat. Don't get my core card wet. Also, go back and arrange my daily life for me after you're done." Shang Jianhua shook his hand somewhat uninterestedly, then turned and walked towards the city of Titan. Now it was Judy's turn to be surprised. "You don't want to kill them anymore?" "I don't have any deep hatred against them. Why would I kill them? One Xinshang company is enough for me to deal with. I don't want to be targeted by Da Xiao again." When Shang Jianhua said this, he looked up at the desert in the distance and then looked away. "Don't you have a robot butler? Why do you need me for anything?" Judy asked loudly from behind. Shang Jianhua didn't answer and continued walking forward. It was not until he was far away that a faint voice sounded in Judy's ears. "Machines are different from humans." February, Beijing. It snowed heavily at Julao Pass for 3 consecutive days. The Da Xiao soldiers in charge of guarding the city stood on the top of the city wall, and the cold weather made them shiver. Many people put their hands in their sleeves, still shivering. A month ago, the constant temperature magic array of Julao Pass was removed to provide living space for ordinary people who needed it more. On the city wall at night, 2 snotty-nosed great Xia spiritual masters were guarding there meticulously. One of them suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at the 2 figures walking out in the snow and thought he was seeing things. A figure in the darkness stepped forward. He raised his head and spoke to the Da Xia soldiers guarding the city wall. "I'm Han Zhan, we're back." Chapter 100, A Rich Harvest. Late at night, Lin Jingxian was awakened by a burst of urgent communication sounds. Normally, calls at this time are not good news. Is it that Changxing Company is taking advantage of the cover of night to carry out large-scale harassment in the sewers again? Or is it that the energy supply somewhere cannot meet normal demand? Or maybe the magic circle somewhere has stopped working? Lin Jingxian sat up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He rubbed his temples and answered the communicator. "I am Lin Jingxian. What did you say?" "Okay, I'll be there now." The tired and sleepy look on his face just now was completely gone after he received this call. He dressed as quickly as possible, opened the door, and walked into the snow with an excited look on his face. In the girlish pink room, Li Lingjin clung to Xia Yue like an octopus. The 2 people wrapped themselves tightly in the thick quilt. The queen was having a horrible nightmare. In the dream, she was entangled by a giant octopus and was fighting hard. The tentacles of this octopus were very difficult to tangle with. They bound me tightly, and I couldn't get away. Li Ling really didn't know what he dreamed about. He couldn't help but let out a goose-like laugh, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth onto Xia Yue's neck. The slime on the octopus tentacles is so disgusting. Xia Yue felt a chill on her neck and woke up from her sleep. Yue, don't roll up my quilt. Li Lingjin muttered. You're almost letting the heat out. Lingjin, why are you digging on me? Get your hoof away. I won't. The two of them whispered to each other for a few more words and fell asleep in a daze. It's the nth day that I miss Gong Yangjin. When the three of them slept together in the past, they held Gong Yangjin, one on each side, and it was so warm. At this moment, the communicator on the bedside table suddenly rang. Xia Yue and Li Lingjin were arguing over who would answer the phone, half asleep and half awake, and it was the queen who gave in and answered the call with the communicator in her hand. Hello, who are you looking for? What? Xia Yue suddenly woke up completely. She threw back the quilt and sat up from the bed. Xia Yue. Li Lingjin suddenly lost his quilt and shivered from the cold. Are you still going to sleep? I have to continue writing tomorrow. I haven't had any inspiration lately. Why are you still sleeping? Zhan is back. As Xia Yue spoke, she took off her warm pajamas and changed into clothes. Li Lingjin was stunned for a moment. She was a little unresponsive. What did you say? Zhan is back. Your source of inspiration is back, Xia Yue said, raising her voice. When Li Lingjin heard this, she jumped up from the bed with a scream and rushed out of the house in great excitement. Reishin, you idiot, put on some clothes. In the snow and ice, there is a lifelike snowman. Its body is the same shape as a human, and its entire body is covered with heavy snow. Heavy snowflakes fall on it, piling up higher and higher. Suddenly, a voice from a communicator rang out. Boom, boom. From within the lifeless snowman, a huge heartbeat could be heard, rumbling like an imperial engine. A tall man with only one arm slowly walked out from the snow pile. A faint, bloody aura emanated from his body, and the surging movement showed that he was not in a very good mood. I am destroying life and death, looking for a way to break through to the 9th level. If what you said is not important, I will find you and have a good fight with you. Wei Qing's voice, full of fighting spirit, rang out. The Korean War is back, came the voice from the communicator. Wei Qing held the communicator in his hand, but he failed to control the strength for a moment, and the communicator made a click sound and broke. Wei Qing didn't care. He was in a good mood and walked outside in the heavy snow. Many people are destined to remain sleepless this night. The lights in the conference room were on. Everyone who heard the news and rushed here saw Han Zhan, who had disappeared for more than a month. When everyone saw that it was really him, the weight of the burden on their heart finally fell to the ground. I'm glad you're back. Lin Jingxian nodded, his facial expression calm. Wei Qing laughed, hugged Han Zhan with one hand, and patted his back hard. Good boy, we all saw what you did in Titan City. Well done. Han Zhan grimaced a little when he was photographed by Wei Qing. He looked at Wei Qing in amazement and asked, Big brother, have you become stronger again? Wei Qing shook his head indifferently. I still need an opportunity to reach the 9th level. With their senior brother present, Xia Yue and Li Lingjin could not be too unrestrained and express their thoughts in a more subtle way. Li Lingjin, on the other hand, was surprised and delighted when she saw Shang's sighting. The two of them had been good friends since childhood. At that time, Li Lingjin had a big fight with her grandfather Li Shutong because he refused to help Shang's sighting. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so naturally I have a lot to talk about. But no one spoke, but looked at Han Zhan quietly and tacitly. Han Zhan did not act coyly. He cleared his throat and then placed the Sumeru ring on the table. Inside these are energy bricks. When they heard the words energy bricks, everyone's breathing became heavier. The most lacking material in Beijing right now is energy bricks. This was also the main purpose of Han Zhan's trip south. How many are there? Lin Jingxian adjusted the frame of his glasses. As calm as he was, he unconsciously adjusted it a little further. A warehouse, Han Zhan replied. Lin Jingxian nodded, not surprised by the result. Titan City is heavily guarded. It is already very difficult to plunder a warehouse of energy bricks from there. With the energy bricks in this warehouse, we can at least ensure that all ordinary people can survive this winter. Lin Jingxian was interrupted by Han Zhan before he could finish his words. Second brother, the warehouse I'm talking about is the largest warehouse in Daxia. Lin Jingxuan's hands shook violently. If the largest warehouse in Daxia is filled with energy bricks, it can at least supply energy for the entire Daxia for 5 years. Lin Jingxuan's eyes fell on the black ring on the table. He knew that Han Zhan would not lie about this matter. Wei Qing slammed the table and stood up excitedly. Well done, Han Zhan, well done. Ha! This way, Daxia's energy problem will be completely solved. Wei Qing's shouting was not stopped by Lin Jingxian for the first time. He nodded for the first time, agreeing with Wei Qing's words. I'll call now and ask them to distribute this batch of vital energy materials to various cities so that they can restore normal urban energy supply starting tomorrow. Just when Lin Jingxian was about to get up and contact his men, Han Zhan reached out again and stopped him. Second brother, don't be anxious yet. My trip to the south this time has brought me more than just this gain.